Chapter 1. In the initial irregular and fragmented curves. The revelation of fundamental mathematical structures is scarcely discernible. Ian Malcolm, Almost Paradise. Mike Bowman, while driving his off-road vehicle through the pristine Cabo Blanco Nature Reserve on the western coast of Costa Rica, whistled merrily. It was a sun-drenched morning in July, and the scenery before him was breathtaking. On one side of the road, sheer cliffs overlooked the lush, tropical jungle and the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. According to travel guides, Cabo Blanco is an untouched wilderness, akin to a paradise. Observing such vistas, Bowman felt as though he were on vacation once more. At 36 years old, Bowman, a real estate agent from Dallas, was on a 2-week holiday with his wife, Ellen, and their daughter. This trip was Ellen's idea, as she had been enthusiastically discussing the wonders of Costa Rica's national parks for weeks, expressing how delightful it would be for Tina to witness them firsthand. It was only after their arrival that he learned Ellen had already scheduled an appointment with a plastic surgeon in San Jose. This was Mike Bowman's first encounter with the notion that Costa Rica offered skilled and affordable cosmetic procedures, along with luxurious private clinics in San Jose. Naturally, a heated argument ensued between them. Mike felt deceived by his wife, and indeed, she had misled him. He vehemently opposed the notion of the surgery. After all, it was quite absurd. Ellen was merely 30 years old, strikingly beautiful, and had even been crowned prom queen in her graduating year at Rice University, which was not even a decade ago yet. Ellen's emotional state had become increasingly unstable, often preoccupied with worries about the ephemeral nature of youthful beauty. Aside from this issue, various other matters weighed on their minds. The off-road vehicle jolted along the bumpy terrain, mud splattering around them. Ellen, seated beside him, inquired, "Mike, are you sure we're on the right path? We haven't seen another soul for hours. We saw another car just 15 minutes ago." Mike reminded her, "Remember? That blue one, that was taking a different route." "Darling, you wanted to visit an uninhabited beach," Mike replied. "That's where you wish to go." Ellen shook her head in reluctant disbelief. "I hope you haven't taken a wrong turn." "Trust me, I am correct." He remained silent for a moment, then added, "The scenery is stunning, isn't it? Look over there, it's magnificent." "Yes, it is." Tina, their 80-year-old daughter in the back seat, responded. Ellen took out a compact mirror, examined her reflection, and dabbed beneath her eyes with a sigh. She closed the compact and put it away. The road began to slope downward as Mike drove with unwavering focus. Suddenly, a small dark shape darted across the pavement, prompting Tina to exclaim, "Look, look!" The shadow swiftly vanished into the surrounding jungle. "What was that?" Alan inquired. "Was it a monkey?" "Perhaps it was a squirrel." "Monkey?" Mike responded. "Can I note it down?" Tina asked. Pulling out a pencil, she had been compiling a list of the various animals they encountered during their journey as part of school assignment. "I'm not sure," Mike replied hesitantly. Tina examined a photograph in the travel guide. "I don't think it was a squirrel monkey," she remarked. "I believe it was another type of howler monkey." They had already spotted a few howler monkeys on their travels. "Hey." Tina became more animated. "According to this book, the beaches of Cabo Blanco often host a variety of wildlife, including howler monkeys, white-faced monkeys, three-toed sloths, and long-nosed raccoons. Do you think we'll see a three-toed sloth, Dad?" "I believe we certainly will." "Really? Just look in a mirror, and you'll see one." "That's not funny at all, Dad." The road continued downward, weaving through the jungle towards the sea. When they finally reached the shoreline, Mike felt like a true hero. It was a crescent-shaped beach stretching 2 miles, devoid of any sign of humanity. He parked the SUV under the shade of a palm tree and retrieved the picnic basket. Ellen changed into her swimsuit and remarked, "Honestly, I'm unsure how to lose weight." "You look wonderful, my dear." In truth, he thought his wife was too slender, but he had learned to avoid mentioning it. Tina had already dashed down the beach. "Don't forget to put on sunscreen," Alan called out. "I'll do it later," Tina shouted back. "I'm going to see if I can find a three-toed sloth." Alan surveyed the beach and the trees around them. "Do you think she'll be all right?" "Darling, there's not a soul for miles around. You needn't worry about her being abducted," Mike assured her. "What if there are snakes?" "Oh, for heaven's sake," Mike replied. "There are no snakes on the beach." "Well, maybe there could be me, dear," Mike stated firmly. "Snakes are cold-blooded reptiles and cannot regulate their body temperature. It's 90 degrees Fahrenheit on the beach. If any snake were to emerge, it would surely be scorched. Trust me, there are no snakes here." He watched as his daughter frolicked down the beach, eventually becoming just a small dark dot on the white sand. Let her be, let her enjoy herself. He wrapped his arm around his wife's waist. Tina, feeling utterly exhausted from her vigorous run, collapsed onto the sandy beach and, with a burst of enthusiasm, rolled her way to the water's edge. The sea was pleasantly warm, its surface nearly as smooth as a mirror. After sitting there for a moment to catch her breath, she turned to glance back at her parents and the car, assessing just how far she had ventured. Her mother was waving at her, signaling for her to return. Tina, however, joyfully waved back, pretending not to comprehend her mother's intentions. She had no desire to apply sunscreen or to return to her mother's side to hear her drone on about dieting. All she wished for was to remain there, perhaps to catch a glimpse of a three-toed sloth just 2 days prior. Tina had seen a sloth at the zoo in San Jose. It had appeared puppet-like and seemingly harmless. Regardless, it moved at a leisurely pace, and she felt certain she could easily catch up to if her mother called out to her again, prompting Tina to abandon her sunbathing and retreat beneath the shade of the palm trees. In this stretch of the beach, towering palms stood amidst the gnarled roots and interwoven branches of redwoods, creating a barrier that no one could traverse to reach the interior. Tina settled onto the sand. Playfully kicking at the fallen leaves of the redwoods, she noticed numerous bird tracks imprinted in the sand. Costa Rica is renowned for its avian diversity, and the travel guide had mentioned that the number of bird species here is 3 times that of the United States and Canada. Combined among the tracks in the sand were some small, shallow imprints of three-toed birds, almost imperceptible. Additionally, there were larger footprints, leaving deep impressions in the sand. As Tina languidly observed these traces, a sudden chirping sound caught her attention, followed by a rustling from the redwood thicket. Could it be the call of a sloth? Tina doubted it, but remained uncertain. It was likely the call of a seabird. She remained perfectly still, intently listening as the rustling sound resumed, and finally, she located the source of the noise. A few yards away, a lizard emerged from the roots of the redwood, staring at her with a blank expression. Tina held her breath. Here was yet another creature to add to her list. The lizard stood on its hind legs, balancing itself with its stout tail, its eyes fixed firmly upon her. When it rose, it stood nearly a foot tall, its skin a deep green adorned with brown stripes on its back. Its forelegs were slender, equipped with tiny claws that flitted about in the air as it gazed at Tina, its head tilted to one side. Tina found the lizard quite charming, reminiscent of a larger salamander. She raised her hand and waved at it. The lizard, undeterred, approached her on its hind legs. It was no larger than a chicken, and like a chicken, it bobbed its head forward as it walked. Tina thought it could make a splendid pet. Tina observed that the three-toed footprints left by the lizard bore an uncanny resemblance to those of small birds. As it drew closer to her, she remained motionless, not wanting to startle the little creature. It was astonishing that it would come so near, but she remembered that this was a national park. All the creatures in the park are aware that their existence is safeguarded. This particular lizard, perhaps gentle in nature, seems to hope that Tina might offer it some sustenance. Regrettably, she has brought no food with her. Tina slowly extends her hand, palm open, allowing the creature to discern that her hands are devoid of any morsels. The lizard halts, tilting its head while emitting a sound. "I apologize," Tina says. "I truly have nothing." At that moment, without any prior warning, the lizard leaps toward her outstretched hand. She can feel its tiny claws grasping her skin, the creature surprisingly heavy, pressing her arm down. Subsequently, the lizard begins to ascend her arm towards her face. "I wish to see her now," Alan remarks, squinting in the sunlight. "It's nothing. I merely wish to look at her. I trust she is well," Mike responds, sifting through the unappetizing meal prepared at the hotel. The box contains only unpalatable roasted chicken and a meat-filled pastry, neither of which Alan would dare to taste. "Do you think she would leave the beach?" Alan inquires. "No, dear, I don't believe so. I find this place utterly desolate," Alan states. "I thought you enjoyed such locations," Mike replies. "I do indeed," Alan affirms. "Then what seems to be the issue?" "I simply wish to see our daughter. Nothing more," Alan replies. At that moment, carried by the breeze from the beach, they hear their daughter's voice. She is screaming. "Punta Arenas, I believe she is quite comfortable now," Dr. Cruz remarks. Tina is peacefully slumbering within the oxygen tent as the doctor draws the flap closed. Mike sits beside her, closely by his daughter's side. He reflects on Dr. Cruz's evident competence. His fluent English is a testament to his training at medical centers in London and Baltimore, DR. Cruz is indeed skilled, and the modern hospital in Punta Arenas, St. Maria, is remarkably clean and efficient. Nevertheless, Mike Bowman remains restless. They cannot escape the undeniable reality that their only daughter is grievously injured and now far from home. As Mike approaches Tina, she is in a state of hysteria, her entire left arm drenched in blood, riddled with numerous bite marks, each roughly the size of a thumbprint. Her arm is covered in glistening, sticky foam, resembling saliva. He carries her to the beach, and her arm swells almost immediately. Mike cannot forget the frantic manner in which he drove back to civilization. The four-wheel drive vehicle skidded and struggled along the muddy path as his daughter screamed in agony and fear. Her arm had become increasingly red and swollen. By the time they reached the outskirts of a national park, the inflammation had spread to her neck, and soon Tina began to experience difficulty in breathing. "Will she recover?" Alan inquired, his gaze fixed intently within the confines of the oxygen tent. "I firmly believe she will," Dr. Cruz assured him. "I have administered another dose of steroids, and her breathing has improved significantly. As you can see, the swelling on her arm has largely subsided," Mike remarked. Those bite marks, we have yet to identify them. The doctor replied, I have never encountered such wounds before, however. You will notice they are disappearing. It is now quite difficult to discern them, fortunately. I have taken photographs for documentation. I have also cleaned her arm and collected a sample of that viscous substance for analysis. Another sample has been sent to the laboratory in San Jose, and a third will be preserved in the freezer for future reference. Do you have the drawing she made? Yes, Mike responded, handing over Tina's illustration. Is this the creature that bit her? Dr. Cruz asked, scrutinizing the drawing. Indeed, Mike affirmed. She described it as a green lizard, the size of a chicken, or perhaps as large as a crow. I am not aware of such a lizard, the doctor said, examining the drawing closely. The lizard she depicted is standing on its hind legs. Absolutely correct. Mike confirmed. She mentioned it walks on its two hind legs. Dr. Cruz furrowed his brow. Studying the drawing for a while longer, I am not an expert in this field. I have invited Dr. Gudas to assist us. He is a senior researcher at the Carrera Ecological Reserve across the bay, and he may be able to help us identify this creature. Is there no one from Cabo Blanco? Mike queried. That is where she was bitten? Regrettably, no. Dr. Cruz replied. Cabo Blanco does not have a permanent staff, and it has been a long time since any researcher has worked there. You may be among the first humans to walk the beach in the past few months, however. I am confident that you will find Dr. Gudas to be an exceptionally knowledgeable expert. Dr. Gudas, sporting a full beard and clad in khaki shirt and shorts, was surprisingly American when introduced to the Bowmans. He greeted them with a soft southern drawl, saying, Mr. and Mrs. Bowman, it is a pleasure to meet you. He then explained that he was a field biologist from Yale University and had been working in Costa Rica for 5 years. Dr. Gudas conducted a thorough examination of Tina, gently lifting her arm and using a flashlight to scrutinize each wound, followed by measuring the size of the injuries with a small ruler. After a while, he stepped back from the injured girl, nodding thoughtfully as if grasping some insight. He then reviewed the photographs and posed several questions concerning the viscous substance. Dr. Cruz informed him that the sample was currently undergoing testing in the laboratory. At last, he turned to face Mike and his wife, who were anxiously waiting nearby. I believe Tina will be fine. I merely wish to clarify a few details. As he spoke, he meticulously took notes. Your daughter mentioned that she was bitten by a green lizard, which stood approximately 1 foot tall and walked upright from the marshland thick with redwood trees to the beach. Correct? Absolutely correct. And this lizard emitted a particular sound. Tina described it as resembling either a bird's chirp or a mouse's squeak. Are you suggesting it sounded like a mouse's squeak? Indeed. Well, Cortez remarked, I am aware of such a lizard. He elaborated, there are 60,000 species of lizards in the world, but fewer than 12 can walk upright. Of these 12, only 4 species have been identified in Latin America based on its coloration. This lizard is likely one of those 4, and I believe it to be the crown iguana, a striped lizard found in Costa Rica and also present in Honduras. When standing on their hind legs, they can reach heights of up to 1 foot. Are they venomous? Not at all. Completely non-venomous, Cortez explained, noting that the redness on Tina's arm was an allergic reaction. According to literature, 14 individuals are severely allergic to reptiles, he stated, and it seems your daughter is among them. She screamed loudly at the time, saying it hurt. Maybe that's it, Gudas said. The saliva of reptiles contains serum factors that can cause severe pain. He turned to Cruz and asked, after administering antihistamines, did her blood pressure drop? Yes, Cruz replied, it dropped quickly. Serum factors, Gudas said, it must be. Ellen still felt uneasy. Then why did the lizard bite her in the first place? It's common for lizards to bite, Gudas said. Zookeepers get bitten all the time. Just a couple of days ago, I heard that a lizard in Amarillo bit a baby sleeping in a crib about 60 miles from where you went. So, it's indeed possible for lizards to bite people. However, I don't know why your daughter has so many wounds. What was she doing at the time? Nothing, she said. She just sat quietly because she didn't want to scare it away. Sat quietly, Gudas said, frowning and shaking his head. Well, I don't think we can determine exactly what happened. Wildlife behavior is unpredictable. What about the foamy saliva on her arm? Ellen asked. I keep thinking about rabies. No. Dr. Gudas said, reptiles cannot cause rabies. Your daughter's condition is an allergic reaction caused by the crown iguana. There won't be anything more serious. Mike Bauman then showed Gudas the drawing Tina made. Gudas nodded. I believe this is indeed a drawing of a crown iguana, he said. Of course, there are a few details wrong. Its neck is drawn too long. She drew its hind legs with 3 toes instead of 5. The tail is also too thick and too high. But aside from those, it's totally the kind of lizard we're talking about. But Tina specifically mentioned its neck was long. Ellen insisted, and she said it really only had 3 toes. Tina is very observant, Mike Bauman said. I believe she is observant, Gudas replied with a smile. But I still think your daughter was bitten by a common crown iguana and had a severe reptile allergy reaction. The medication takes about 12 hours to take effect. She should fully recover by tomorrow morning. In the modern laboratory in the basement of St. Maria Hospital, news came that Dr. Gutis had identified the animal that bit the American child as a non-venomous crown iguana. Consequently, the analysis of the saliva was immediately halted. Although the initial fractionation had shown high molecular weight proteins of several unknown biological states, the busy night shift technician placed the saliva sample on a shelf in the refrigerator. The next morning, the day shift staff brought in the discharge list to check against the specimen rack. Seeing that Tina L. Bauman was scheduled for discharge that morning, he discarded the saliva sample. Eventually, he noticed a red label on the sample, indicating it needed to be sent to the university lab in San Jose. So he retrieved the test tube from the waste pile and sent it off. "Go. Thank Dr. Cruz," Ellen Bauman said as she pushed Tina forward. "Thank you, Dr. Cruz," Tina said. She walked over and shook the doctor's hand. Then she said, "You change your shirt." Dr. Cruz was puzzled for a moment. Then he smiled. "That's right, Tina. I change my shirt every time I work a night shift at the hospital." "Don't you change your tie?" "No, just a shirt," Ellen Bauman said. "Mike told you she's very observant." "Indeed," Dr. Cruz said with a smile, shaking the little girl's hand. "I hope you have a great time on your upcoming vacation in Costa Rica, Tina. I will have fun." Just as their family was about to leave, Dr. Cruz suddenly asked, "Oh, Tina, do you remember the lizard that bit you?" "I do." "Did it have toes?" "Yes." "How many toes?" "3," she answered. "How do you know?" "Because I specifically looked," she replied, "and all the little birds leave 3-toed tracks on the beach like this." She raised her hand and spread her 3 middle fingers apart. "The lizard left tracks in the sand like that too." "The lizard's tracks are like the bird's?" Yes," Tina replied. "It walks like a bird. It nods its head like this, up and down." She took a few steps, nodding her head. After the family left, Cruz decided to report this conversation to Dr. Gutis at the Biological Research Station. "I have to admit, what that girl said puzzled me," Gutis said. "I've been verifying it myself. Now I'm not so sure she was bitten by a crown iguana. It's completely uncertain." "Then what could it be?" "Well," Gutis said, "let's not speculate too early. By the way, have you heard of any other cases of lizard bites in the hospital?" "No, why?" "My friend, if you hear anything, you must let me know." Beach. Marty Gutis sat on the beach, watching the afternoon sun slowly set. The sun finally cast dazzling golden light on the surface of the sea, shining through the palm trees and illuminating the Carvo Blanco beach and the redwood grove where he was sitting. The place he sat was near where the American girl had been just 2 days ago, which he could think of as the best way to approach the matter. He had told Mike and his wife that lizards biting people was common, and although everything he said was true, he had never heard of a crown iguana biting a person. He had never heard of anyone needing hospitalization due to a lizard bite. Moreover, if she was indeed bitten by a crown iguana, the wound seemed a bit large. After returning to the Carrera Biological Reserve, he checked the information in the small research laboratory there and found no records of crown iguanas biting people. He then checked with an International Biological Science Service Center in the United States and still found no information about crown iguanas biting people or anyone being hospitalized due to a lizard bite. He subsequently made a phone call to the medical officer in Amarillo. The officer confirmed that a 9-day-old baby had been bitten by an animal while sleeping in a cradle, and the grandmother, the only witness, claimed the animal was a lizard. As a result, the baby's leg swelled up and nearly cost him his life. The grandmother described the lizard as having green skin with brown stripes. Before it was scared away, it had bitten the baby's calf several times. "That's strange," Gutis said. "It's not strange, just like several other bite cases," the medical officer replied. He added a few other incidents he had heard about. A child was bitten while sleeping in a coastal forest called Fasques. Another incident occurred in Potosodorero. All these incidents happened within the last 2 months and were related to sleeping children or infants. These unprecedented situations made Gutis suspect that a previously unknown species of lizard really existed. This situation was most likely to occur in Costa Rica, a country that is only 75 miles wide at its narrowest point and smaller in area than Maine. However, within that very limited range, the variety of species is astonishingly rich. It borders both the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, has 4 unconnected mountain ranges, including peaks over 12,000 feet high and active volcanoes, rainforests, cloud forests, temperate zones, swamps, and deserts. Such diverse ecological environments make its flora and fauna remarkably abundant. Costa Rica has 3 times the number of bird species found in North America. There are over 1,000 species of orchids and more than 5,000 species of insects. New species are continuously being discovered, and the pace of these discoveries has accelerated in recent years. Yet the reasons behind this are sadly tragic. The forests of Costa Rica are gradually diminishing due to deforestation, causing the creatures of the jungle to lose their habitats and relocate, sometimes even altering their behaviors. Therefore, the emergence of new species is entirely possible, but the discovery of new species not only excites people, but also raises concerns about potential new diseases they may bring. Lizards can carry viruses, some of which can even infect humans. The most serious is encephalitis, which can leave humans and horses in a state of coma. Gutierrez felt that finding this new lizard was significant, even if it was just to check whether it could transmit diseases. He sat there watching the sun set, letting out a sigh. What Tina saw might be a new animal, or might not be. But Gutierrez was sure he had never seen it before. Early that morning, he had come to the beach with a tranquilizer gun, loaded with darts, full of hope. But the day had been wasted. Soon he would have to leave the beach and drive home up the mountain road. He didn't want to drive in the dark. Gutierrez stood up, preparing to head back from the beach, when he saw a silhouette of a howler monkey in the distance, slowly walking along the edge of the swamp covered in redwood trees. Gutierrez left the bushes and walked towards the water's edge. If there was one howler monkey here, there could be others in the branches above him. Howler monkeys often urinate on unexpected visitors. However, this howler monkey was different. It seemed to have no companions and walked slowly, frequently stopping to squat. The monkey had something in its mouth. As Gutierrez got closer, he saw it was eating a lizard, with the lizard's tail and hind legs hanging out of the howler monkey's mouth. Even from a short distance away, Gutierrez could see the brown patterns on its green skin. Gutierrez crouched down and aimed his gun at it. The howler monkey, accustomed to life in the reserve, curiously looked at him, and even when the first dart whizzed past it, it did not flee. When a second dart struck its leg, it screamed in anger and surprise, immediately dropping its remaining food and fleeing into the jungle. Gutierrez stood up and moved forward. He was not concerned about the howler monkey's safety. The dose of the tranquilizer was pitifully small and would only cause a few minutes of dizziness without any harm. He was contemplating how to deal with his new discovery. He would write a preliminary report about the whole situation, but the remaining food, of course, had to be sent back to the United States for further identification. But to whom should he send it? The recognized expert in this field was Edward H. Simpson, an honorary professor of zoology at Columbia University in New York. The elderly Mr. Simpson, with his elegantly arranged silver hair combed neatly back, was the world's leading authority on lizard taxonomy. Gutierrez pondered that perhaps he would send the lizard to Dr. Simpson. In New York, Dr. Richard Stone was the director of the Tropical Disease Laboratory at Columbia University Medical Center. He often said that the name of the laboratory implied a research area much larger than its actual scope. Established in the early 20th century, the laboratory once occupied an entire floor of the biomedical research building, where technicians were dedicated to eradicating yellow fever, malaria, and cholera. However, medical successes, along with the establishment of research laboratories in Nairobi and Sao Paulo, had diminished the laboratory status. Today, its area was only a small fraction of what it once was, employing only 2 full-time technicians, whose main job was to diagnose diseases in New Yorkers returning from abroad. The routine operations of the laboratory left them unprepared for what they received that morning. Oh great. The technician at the Tropical Disease Laboratory looked at the customs label and said it was a partially eaten, unidentified Costa Rican lizard. She wrinkled her nose and said, "This is all for you, Dr. Stone." Richard Stone walked across the lab to inspect the newly arrived specimen. "Is this something from the Simpson lab?" "Yes," the technician replied. "But I don't understand why they would send a lizard to us." His secretary called, and Stone replied that Simpson had been on a field expedition in Borneo all summer. Because they suspected this lizard might transmit diseases, she requested our laboratory to check it out. Let's see what we've actually received. The white plastic cylinder was the size of a half-gallon milk bottle, equipped with a metal lock and a threaded cap, labeled with International Biological Species Container and warning labels written in 4 languages. The purpose of the warning was to prevent suspicious customs officials from opening the cylinder. Clearly, the warning labels had worked. When Richard Stone pulled over the large lamp, he could see that the seal was intact. Stone opened the ventilation port, put on plastic gloves, and donned a mask. In any case, the laboratory had recently identified species that transmitted Venezuelan equine encephalitis, Japanese encephalitis, Costner forest virus, and Langa virus, as well as Marek's disease. He had to be cautious, and then he twisted open the spiral cap. A hissing gas burst out from the cylinder, turning into a cloud of white smoke, and the cylinder immediately became cold. Inside, he found a zippered plastic bag, like one used for sandwiches, containing a green object. Stone spread a surgical drape on the table and poured the contents of the bag onto it. A frozen animal body fell onto the table with a dull thud. "Hey," the technician said, It looks like it's been eaten. Oh yes, Stone replied. What do they want us to do? The technician looked at a note wedged in the cylinder. Lizard bit local children. They couldn't identify the species and are concerned about the potential for disease transmission. She also pulled out a drawing of a lizard made by a child, signed by Tina. Stone glanced at the drawing. We clearly cannot verify which species it belongs to. Stone said, but if we can extract a little blood from this carcass, it would be easy to determine whether it transmits diseases. What do they call this animal? Three-toed genetic anomaly crown iguana, the technician read. Okay, Stone said, let's get to work. While it thaws, you can do an x-ray and take a photo for the archive. As soon as we draw blood, we'll conduct a series of antibody tests until we find a matching antibody. If there are any issues, let me know immediately. Before lunchtime, the laboratory had answers. The lizard's blood showed no significant reaction to any viral or bacterial antigens. They also conducted toxicity tests, finding only one positive result. The blood had a slight reaction to the venom of the Indian king cobra. However, such cross-reactivity is common among reptiles and Dr. Stone believed that his technician did not need to mention this in the facts to Gutierrez that evening. Identifying the lizard had never been a problem. This matter could wait until Dr. Simpson returned, which would be in a few weeks. Therefore, his secretary asked Dr. Stone if the tropical disease laboratory could temporarily store the remains of the lizard. After placing the lizard in a zippered plastic bag, Dr. Stone put it in the refrigerator. Gutierrez looked at the fax sent from the Tropical Disease Laboratory at Columbia University Medical Center. The fax was very concise. Project, genetic anomaly of the crown lizard, forwarded from Dr. Simpson's office. Material, lower limb portion, remaining part after being consumed. Procedure, X-ray fluoroscopy. Microscopic observation, immuno-RTX testing, checking for viral, parasitic, and bacterial diseases. Observation results. No histological and immunological evidence of any infectious diseases in this crown lizard that could infect humans. Signed, Dr. Stone. Based on this response, Gutierrez made two hypotheses. First, he believed that this lizard was a crown lizard, which had now been confirmed by experts at Columbia University. Second, the absence of infectious diseases indicated that the sporadic incidence of lizards biting people would not pose a serious health threat to Costa Rica. On the contrary, he felt that the initial view was correct. A type of lizard had been driven from the forest to a new environment, coming into contact with the villagers. Gutierrez was convinced that in a few weeks the lizards would settle down and the biting incidents would stop. Tropical rain poured down, drumming on the roof of the clinic in Ayasco, and it was nearing midnight. During the storm, the power went out, and midwife Elena worked by the light of a flashlight. Suddenly, she heard a squeaking sound, thinking it was a mouse. So she quickly placed a hot compress on the mother's forehead and went next door to check on the newborn. Just as her hand touched the doorknob, she heard the squeaking noise again and relaxed. Clearly, it was just a little bird that had flown in through the window to escape the rain. Costa Ricans say that a little bird visiting a newborn brings good luck. Elena opened the door. The baby was lying in a wicker cradle, wrapped in a light-colored blanket, with only the little face exposed. 3 deep black lizards were crouching by the side of the cradle, resembling 3 oddly shaped statues. When they saw Elena, they lifted their heads and curiously looked at her without fleeing. In the flashlight's beam, Elena saw blood dripping from their mouths, and one lizard made a soft sound as it lowered its head, quickly snapping off a piece of flesh from the baby's face. Elena screamed and rushed forward, and the lizards darted into the darkness. Even before approaching the cradle, she had already seen what the baby's face looked like. She knew the child must be dead. The lizards squeaked and scattered into the pouring rain of the night, leaving behind bloodied 3-toed footprints. Data shapes later, Elena finally calmed down and decided not to report the lizard attack on the baby. Although she had witnessed the horrifying scene, she began to worry that she would be blamed for not protecting the baby. Therefore, she told the mother that the child had died of asphyxiation. In the form sent to San Jose, she labeled the death as SS, indicating sudden infant death syndrome, which was common, and her report received no criticism. The university laboratory in San Jose that analyzed Tina's saliva sample made several noteworthy discoveries. As expected, there was a large amount of serum promoting factor in the saliva, but there was indeed a deformity in the saliva proteins, a molecule with a molecular weight of up to 1.98 million, one of the largest proteins known to date. Its biological activity is still under investigation, but it appears to be a neurotoxin related to cobra venom, albeit with a simpler structure. The laboratory also detected a very specific enzyme in the saliva. Because this enzyme is a substance unique to genetic engineering, it has not been found in animals. The technicians believe this was due to laboratory contamination, so when they called Dr. Cruz and Punarinas, they did not report the matter. The lizard's severed limb was stored in the refrigerator at Columbia University, waiting for Dr. Simpson's return, but he would be in the field for another month. Things might have remained in this state. However, one day, a technician named Alice Liven came to the tropical disease laboratory. She saw a drawing by Tina Bowman and asked, "Oh, whose child drew this dinosaur?" "What?" Dr. Richard Stone slowly turned around to ask her. "That dinosaur, isn't it a dinosaur? My child draws these things all day." "This is a lizard," Stone said. "It's a little girl who drew it in Costa Rica." "Not true." Alice Liven shook her head. "You see its clear, big head, long neck, standing on its hind legs, thick tail. This is a dinosaur. Impossible. It's only a foot tall." "Is it?" There were indeed very small dinosaurs in the past. Liven said, "Trust me, I'm sure. I have 2 boys. I know very well. The smallest dinosaur was less than a foot tall, called the pygmy dragon or something like that. I'm not too sure. You haven't heard those names before. Once you pass the age of 10, you can't remember them at all." "You don't understand," Stone said. "This is a contemporary animal drawing. They sent us a piece of animal remains, which is currently in the refrigerator." Stone went over, took it out, and shook it out of the plastic bag. Alice Liven looked at the frozen leg and tail, shrugged. She did not touch it. "I don't know," she said, "but I think it looks like a dinosaur." Stone shook his head. "Impossible." "Why?" Alice Liven asked. "This could be a remnant, residue, or something else." Stone continued to shake his head. Alice was indeed ignorant. She was just an ordinary technician working in the microbiology lab across the hall, but she was lively and imaginative. Stone remembered that once she even thought a surgical nurse was following her. "You know," Alice Liven said, "if this is a dinosaur, Richard, this would be significant." "This is not a dinosaur. Has anyone identified it?" "No," Stone replied. "Well, then take it to the Natural History Museum or somewhere else." Alice Liven said, "You should do that. I would feel embarrassed. Do you want me to help you with this?" she asked. "No," Stone said, "I don't want to do that." "You're not planning to take any action?" "Not going to do anything." He put the plastic bag back in the refrigerator and slammed the door shut. "This is not a dinosaur. This is a lizard. And whatever this is, I can wait until Dr. Simpson returns from Borneo to identify it." "That's it, Alice. This lizard isn't going anywhere." Chapter 2, Untitled and Later Irregular Scattered Curves. Sudden changes may occur. Ian Malcolm, the coast of the inland sea. Alan Grant squatted down, his nose just a few inches from the ground. Despite wearing knee pads used by football players, his knees still hurt. The temperature exceeded 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and the dust rising from the ground burned his lungs, with sweat constantly dripping from his forehead to the ground. But Grant paid no attention to his various discomforts. All his focus was on the 6 square inches of land in front of him. He used a dentist's chisel and the camel hair brush of a painter to excavate an L-shaped fragment of a palate bone. It was only an inch long, no thicker than his little finger, with a row of tiny sharp teeth, and the angle of the teeth from the middle was quite special. As he dug, small fragments of bone splintered off in all directions. Grant paused to apply glue to the bones and then continued digging. There was no doubt that this was a palate bone from a juvenile carnivorous dinosaur. This dinosaur had died 79 million years ago, about 2 months after it was born. If luck was on Grant's side, he might find the rest of the dinosaur's remains. If so, this would be the first complete skeleton of a juvenile carnivore. "Hey, Alan." Alan Grant looked up, the blazing sun making him blink repeatedly. He took off his sunglasses and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his arm. At that moment, he was on a weathered hillside in the wilderness outside Snakewater, Montana. Under the vast blue sky, the gently rolling mountains revealed ancient weathered limestone layers, extending for miles. There were no trees or shrubs here. Apart from the bare rocks, the blazing sun, and the howling wind, there was nothing else. Tourists often saw a disheartening desolation in this wilderness, but to Grant, it was a completely different picture. This barren land was a remnant of a vastly different world that had disappeared 80 million years ago. In Grant's mind, he felt as if he had returned to the warm, marshy riverbanks. This tributary formed the coastline of a vast inland sea, which was 1,000 miles wide, stretching from the newly uplifted Rocky Mountains to the steep, cliff-riddled Appalachian Mountains. The entire western United States was underwater at that time. The sky was filled with rolling dark clouds, blackened by smoke from nearby volcanic eruptions. The air was heavy, filled with carbon dioxide. Plants quickly spread along the shores. There were no fish in the water, but there were clams and snails. Pterosaurs swooped down to snatch algae from the water's surface. Some carnivorous dinosaurs wandered along the lake's edge. There was a small island in the lake, about 2 hectares in size, surrounded by lush vegetation, making it a good refuge where herbivorous hadrosaurs laid eggs and raised their chirping young. Over the next few million years, the pale green salt lake became shallower and eventually disappeared. The exposed lakebed cracked due to the heat. The island where dinosaurs laid their eggs became the weathered hillside in northern Montana where Alan Grant was now excavating. Hey, Alan. Grant stood there. He was in his 40s, with a broad chest and a beard. He heard the chugging sound of a portable generator and the rumbling noise of a jackhammer drilling into the tightly packed rock of the nearby peak. He saw the young men working around the jackhammer, lifting large stones to check for fossil traces and then moving them aside. He saw the 6 conical tents at their camp at the foot of the mountain, along with a catering tent and a mobile home being used as a field laboratory, towed by a vehicle. He also saw Ellie waving to him in the shadow of the lab. Visitor, she called to him, pointing to the east. Grant saw a cloud of dust rising as a blue Ford sedan bounced along the bumpy road toward them. He glanced at his watch, right on time. The young men nearby curiously looked up. It was rare for anyone to come looking for them in Snakewater, so they were all wondering why an EPA lawyer would be coming to see Alan Grant. But Grant knew that in recent years, paleontologists studying extinct plants and animals had developed an unexpected relationship with modern society. The rapid development of modern society brought numerous problems: climate anomalies, widespread deforestation, global warming, and depletion of the ozone layer. To address these urgent issues, it seemed necessary to rely on at least some understanding of the past. Paleontologists could provide that information. In the past 2 years, he had been called twice as an expert witness. Grant walked down the hillside to greet the sedan. The visitor slammed the car door, and the white dust made him cough. "I'm Bob Morris with the EPA," he said, extending his hand. "I work at the San Francisco office." Grant introduced himself and said, "You look hot. Want a beer?" "God, that'd be great." Morris was about 28 or 29, wearing a tie and dress pants, carrying a briefcase. As they walked toward the mobile home, his leather shoes squeaked on the rocks. "I thought this was an Indian reservation when I crossed the mountain," Morris said, pointing at the conical tents. "No," Grant replied, "this is the best way to camp out." Grant explained that when he began his excavation work in 1978, he used octagonal tents at North Slope, which were the best tents available at the time. But those tents always got blown down by the wind. They tried other tents, but the results were the same. Eventually, they started using conical tents, which were more spacious and comfortable inside, and more stable in the wind. "These are tents used by the Blackfeet people, supported by 4 poles," Grant said. The Sioux used 3 poles, but this was once the home of the Blackfoot tribe. "So we thought, Morris said, looking at the desolate landscape and shaking his head. "How long have you been here?" "About 60 cases," Grant replied. Morris looked surprised. So Grant explained further, "We measure time in beer. When we arrived in June, we brought 100 cases, and now we've gone through 60 cases. To be precise, it's 63 cases," Ellie Sattler said as they reached the mobile home. Grant saw Morris staring at Ellie, speechless, and found it amusing. Ellie was wearing denim shorts, and her work shirt was tied at her midriff. She was 24, tanned all over, with her blonde hair pulled back. "Ellie makes sure our work continues," Grant introduced Ellie. "She is very good at what she does." "What does she do?" Morris asked. "Studying paleobotany," Ellie replied, "and I also do the routine preparations for field excavations." She opened the door to the mobile home, and they entered. The air conditioning in the mobile home could only cool the temperature down to 85 degrees Fahrenheit. But after being out in the scorching midday heat, they found the inside very cool. Inside, there was a long table neatly arranged with tiny bone specimens, all labeled. And further away were porcelain dishes and ceramic jars. The strong smell of acetic acid filled the air. Morris glanced at the bones. "I thought dinosaurs were huge," he said. "They're indeed huge," Ellie said, "but what you see here are remains from juvenile dinosaurs. Snakewater is important because it is a habitat for many dinosaurs. Before we started working, people knew almost nothing about the baby dinosaurs, and only one nest had been found in the desert. We have discovered about 10 different hadrosaur nests, containing intact dinosaur eggs and the bones of baby dinosaurs." As Grant walked toward the fridge, Ellie took Morris to see the acetic acid pool, which was used to dissolve the fine limestone on the bones. They looked like chicken bones. Morris stared at the porcelain dishes and said, "What are those?" "Those are discarded," Ellie replied. "When we took them out of the ground, the bones were too fragmented. In the past, we would just discard them. But now we send them for genetic testing." "Genetic testing?" Morris asked. "Here, have a can," Grant said, handing a can of beer to Morris. He gave Ellie another can. Ellie tilted her head back and gulped down the beer, while Morris stared at her in amazement. "We're pretty casual here," Grant said. "Want to take a look at my office?" "Sure," Morris replied. Grant led him to the back of the trailer, where there was a broken sofa, a sunken chair, and a worn coffee table. Grant plopped down on the sofa, which creaked and stirred up a cloud of chalk dust. He leaned back, abruptly resting his booted feet on the coffee table, and gestured for Morris to sit in the chair. "Make yourself comfortable." Grant was a paleontology professor at the University of Denver and one of the top researchers in the field, but he always felt uncomfortable with the formalities of social situations. He saw himself as an outdoorsman, and he knew that all the important work in paleontology was done in the field and required hands-on effort. Grant had little patience for academic discussions, like dealing with museum curators or getting to know the genteel dinosaur hunters he referred to. He dressed and acted differently from those people, wearing jeans and sneakers even when giving lectures. Grant waited for Morris to meticulously clean the chair before sitting down. Morris opened his briefcase, carefully checked his documents, then glanced back at Ellie. She was at the other end of the trailer, using tongs to pick up bones from the acetic acid pool, completely oblivious to the two of them. "You might wonder why I'm here," Morris said. Grant nodded. "It's quite a long journey to get here, Mr. Morris." "Well," Morris said, "I'll be straightforward. The EPA is very concerned about the activities of the Hammond Foundation, and you have been receiving funding from them. $30,000 a year," Grant nodded, "for the past 5 years. Are you familiar with the foundation?" Morris asked. Grant shrugged. The Hammond Foundation is a respected organization that provides funding for academic activities. They fund research projects around the world, including some dinosaur researchers. I know they've helped Bob Cree in Alberta, John Weller in Alaska, and perhaps more researchers. "Do you know why the Hammond Foundation strongly supports dinosaur research?" Morris asked. "Of course. Because John Hammond is a dinosaur enthusiast." "Have you met Hammond?" Grant shrugged. "Once or twice, I suppose. He made brief visits here. You know, he's getting old and has a quirky temperament. Some wealthy people are like that. But he is always very enthusiastic." "Why do you ask?" "Well," Morris said, "the Hammond Foundation is indeed a mysterious organization." He pulled out a photocopied world map and handed it to Grant, which was marked with many red dots indicating the archaeological excavation projects funded by the Foundation last year. "Have you noticed anything strange?" Morris pointed out. "Montana, Alaska, Canada, Sweden, all in the northern regions, none below 45 degrees north latitude." Morris pulled out more maps, and it was the same year after year. Dinosaur research projects in the southern states like Utah, Colorado, or Mexico never received funding. The Hammond Foundation only supports excavations in cold regions. "I'm curious about the reason behind that." Grant hurriedly flipped through the maps. If this foundation really only funded excavations in cold regions, it was indeed odd, as some of the best dinosaur researchers were working in warmer areas. "And there is something else that's puzzling," Morris continued, "for example. What is the connection between dinosaurs and amber?" "Amber?" "Yes, that hard yellow resin from tree sap." "I know what amber is," Grant said, "but why are you asking about it?" Morris replied, "Because over the past 5 years, Hammond has purchased a large amount of amber in the Americas, Europe, and Asia, including many pieces of amber jewelry for museum displays. The foundation has spent $17 million on amber. They are now the largest private collectors of this material in the world." "I don't understand that," Grant said. "Neither do we," Morris said. "From our perspective, it seems pointless. Synthesizing amber is easy, and it has no commercial value. There is no reason to hoard amber, but Hammond has been doing just that for years." "Amber," Grant said, shaking his head. "What about that small island of his in Costa Rica?" Morris continued. 10 years ago, the Hammond Foundation rented a small island from the Costa Rican government, supposedly to establish an ecological preserve. "I know nothing about that," Grant frowned. "I still don't fully understand it," Morris said. "The island is 100 miles off the west coast. The climate there is extremely harsh. The winds and currents converge in that area, making it almost perpetually shrouded in fog. It was commonly referred to as Misty Island or Island Nublar. The Costa Ricans were evidently very surprised that anyone would want such a place." Morris rummaged through his briefcase. "I mention this because records show that they paid you a consulting fee related to that island." "I did?" Grant asked him. Morris handed Grant a piece of paper. It was a photocopy of a check made out to Grant for $12,000 with the address Palo Alto, California, Fallon Road, sent by International Genetic Technologies, dated March 1984. In the corner of the check, it stated, "Consulting services for Costa Rica Juvenile Superspace." "Oh, right," Grant said, "I remember now. It was unbelievable, but I recall it. It had nothing to do with the island." In 1979, Grant discovered his first dinosaur egg nest in Montana, and over the next 2 years, he found more dinosaur eggs. But it wasn't until 1983 that he had the time and energy to write a paper announcing his findings. In the paper, he stated that there had been 10 hadrosaurs living along the vast coastline of the inland sea, building communal nests in the mud and raising groups of baby dinosaurs. This paper made him famous overnight. He believed that the enormous dinosaurs had maternal instincts, and he even drew adorable images of baby dragons hatching from their eggs, which sparked strong interest worldwide. People clamored to meet him, invited him to give talks, and asked him to write books, leaving him overwhelmed. He disregarded all requests, hoping to continue his excavation work. But during those crazy days in the mid-1980s, an international genetic technology company contacted him, asking for consulting services. "Have you heard of the International Genetic Technology Company before?" Morris asked. "No. How did they get in touch with you?" "By phone. There's a person named Donald Janro or Janino, something like that." Morris nodded. "Donald Janro," he said. "He's the legal advisor for the International Genetic Technology Company. In short, he wanted to know about the dietary habits of dinosaurs. He said he would give me a lot of money to write a paper for him." Grant finished his beer and set the can down on the floor. Janro was particularly interested in baby dragons, including newly hatched ones and juveniles. He asked what they ate. I think he thought I would know this. "So do you know?" "No, I don't, and I told him so. We found a lot of skeletal data, but we weren't sure about their diet." But Janro said he knew we hadn't disclosed everything and wanted to know everything we had. He promised a large sum of money, $50,000. Morris took out a tape recorder and placed it on the coffee table. "You don't mind, do you?" "It's fine. Go ahead and record." "Janro called you in 1984. What was the situation like then?" "Oh, Grant said you saw our activities here. $50,000 could fund 2 full summers of excavation work. I told him I would do my best." "So you agreed to write a paper for him?" "Yes." "About the dietary habits of juvenile dinosaurs?" "Yes." "Have you ever met Janro?" "No, only over the phone." "Did Janro tell you why he needed this information?" "Yes," Grant replied. He was planning to establish a children's museum and hoped to display juvenile dinosaurs. He said he had hired several academic advisors and listed their names. Among them were paleontologists like me, a mathematician from Texas named Ian Malcolm, and 2 ecologists, a systems analyst. Quite a strong lineup. Morris nodded, taking notes. "So you agreed to provide consulting?" "Yes, I promised to send him a summary of our work. What we knew about the habits of the hadrosaurs we discovered." "What kind of information did you send?" Morris asked. "Everything. Nesting habits, distribution, dietary habits, social behavior, all of it." What was Janro's reaction? He kept calling, sometimes even at midnight. "Do dinosaurs eat this? Do dinosaurs eat that? Should the exhibition include this?" I couldn't understand why he was so interested. I mean, dinosaurs are certainly important, but not to that extent. They've been extinct for 65 million years. You think he could wait until morning to call? "Oh," Morris said, $50,000. Grant shook his head. I got tired of Janro and stopped providing any information. We ended our relationship at $12,000. That must have been around June or July of 1985. Morris made a note. "What about the International Genetic Technology Company? Do you still have contact with them?" "Not since 1985. When did the Hammond Foundation start funding you?" "Let me think," Grant said, "around that time, the mid-'80s. "Do you think Hammond is just a wealthy dinosaur enthusiast?" "Yes." Morris made another note. "Hey," Grant said, "if the EPA is so concerned about Hammond and his activities regarding the northern dinosaur habitats, amber trade, and the little island in Costa Rica, why don't you just ask him directly?" "We can't do that yet," Morris replied. "Because we don't have any evidence of his transgressions," Morris said. "But I personally believe Hammond is clearly violating the law." Morris explained. "The first to approach me was the Technology Transfer Bureau, which monitors U.S. technology exports that may have military value. They called and said the International Genetic Technology Company might be involved in illegal technology transfer in 2 ways. First, they shipped 3 Krell XM units to Costa Rica and claimed it was an internal transfer between company departments, stating they wouldn't resell them. But the Technology Transfer Bureau couldn't imagine why anyone would need such powerful machines in Costa Rica. 3 Krell XM units, Grant said. "Is that a type of computer?" Morris nodded. "They're extremely powerful supercomputers. To be precise, the power of Krell computers exceeds that of any computers owned by U.S. companies. The International Genetic Technology Company shipped the machines to Costa Rica, which raises questions. I admit, why would they do that? No one knows. And H00D is even more concerning." Morris continued. H00D is an automatic genetic programming device that naturally decodes genetic codes. This device is so new that it hasn't been listed on the embargo list yet. But any genetic engineering lab capable of paying $50,000 would want one. He flipped through his notebook. "Well, The International Genetic Technology Company seems to have shipped 24 H00D units to their little island in Costa Rica. They again claimed it was an internal transfer, not an export. The Technology Transfer Bureau was at a loss. They couldn't formally interfere with the company's use of this equipment. But it's clear that the International Genetic Technology Company is setting up the world's most effective genetic engineering equipment in a remote Central American country that doesn't respect the law. This has happened before. There have been cases where some biotechnology companies moved to another country to escape regulations. Morris explained, the most infamous example is the Syntex rabies case. In 1986, Syntex in Cupertino tested a rabies vaccine on a farm in Chile. They didn't inform the Chilean government or the farm workers. They just released the vaccine. The vaccine contained live rabies virus, genetically engineered to lose its toxicity. But they didn't conduct toxicity tests on it. Syntex didn't know whether the virus would still cause rabies. Worse, the virus had been altered. People were not supposed to get rabies unless bitten by an animal. But Syntex changed the rabies virus so that it could penetrate the alveoli, and people would become infected by inhaling the virus. Employees of Syntex brought live rabies virus into Chile on a direct business flight, using travel bags. Morris often imagined what would happen if the capsule broke during transit. Everyone on the plane might contract rabies. Such actions are intolerable, irresponsible, and constitute criminal negligence. However, the practices of the biosynthesis company faced no repercussions. The unaware Chilean farmers were just a group of innocent farmers. The Chilean government was too preoccupied with the economic crisis, and the U.S. government was powerless to intervene. Therefore, the geneticist Louis Dodgson, responsible for this experiment, was still employed at the biosynthesis company. The company continued to act with the same impunity as before. American companies were busy establishing facilities in other countries, where there was a lack of experience in genetic research. These countries welcomed genetic engineering, unaware of the hidden dangers, just as they would welcome any other high-tech development onto their land. This is why we are investigating international genetic technology companies, Morris said, starting 3 weeks ago. So what have you found? Grant asked. Not much, Morris admitted. When I return to San Francisco, we may have to halt the investigation. And I feel that my work here is also about to be stopped. He reached for his briefcase and asked, what does juvenile hyperspace mean? That's just a quirky title in my report, Grant replied. Hyperspace is a term that means multidimensional space like three-dimensional space. If you understand all the behaviors of an animal, its diet, activity, and sleep, you can design that animal in hyperspace. Some paleontologists refer to an animal's behavior as a phenomenon in an ecological hyperspace. Juvenile hyperspace refers to the behavior of juvenile dinosaurs. If you want to be as cryptic as possible. At the other end of the trailer, the phone rang. Ellie picked up the phone and said, he's in a meeting right now. Can he call you back later? Morris snapped his briefcase shut and stood up. Thank you for your assistance and the beer, he said. Morris and Grant crossed the trailer to the door at the other end. Morris asked, did Hammond ask you for any physical specimens from the site? Bones, eggs, or anything like that? No, Grant replied. Dr. Ellie mentioned you were doing some genetic work here. Oh, not quite, Grant said. When we take away broken fossils, or those unsuitable for preservation in a museum for some reason, we send those bones to a lab where they're ground into powder, and we try to extract proteins from them. Then we identify those proteins and send the report back to us. Which lab is that? Morris asked. The Medical Biological Services Center in Salt Lake City. How did you choose them? Through a competitive bidding process. That lab has no connection to the International Genetic Technology Company, right? Morris asked. As far as I know, no, Grant replied. They reached the door of the trailer. Grant opened the door and felt a wave of heat rush in from outside. Morris stopped and put on his sunglasses. One last thing Morris said. Assuming the International Genetic Technology Company, ISNT, really planning to set up a museum exhibit, could they still use the information from your report for other purposes? Grant laughed. Of course. They could raise juvenile hadrosaurs. Morris laughed too. Juvenile hadrosaurs. Now, that would be something to see. How big are they? About this size, Grant said, extending his hands about 6 inches apart, roughly the size of a squirrel. How long does it take for them to fully grow? 3 years. Grant said, about 3 years. Morris reached out his hand. Well, thanks again for your help. Drive back safely. Take it easy on the drive back, Grant said. As Morris turned to walk back to his car, Grant watched for a moment before closing the trailer door. What do you think? Grant asked. Ellie shrugged. Naively ridiculous. Do you like the part where John Hammond is the #1 villain? Grant asked with a smile. John Hammond is almost as villainous as Disney. Who was that on the phone? Oh, Ellie replied. It was a lady named Alice Levin. She works at the Columbia Medical Center. Do you know her? Grant shook his head. No. Well, she said it was about identifying some specimen. She wants you to call her back immediately. Bones. Ellie Sattler tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her ear and then focused intently on the acetic acid baths. There were 6 of these baths, with concentrations ranging from 5 to 30. She had to keep an eye on the more concentrated solutions, as they would strip away the calcium and begin to erode the bones, and juvenile dinosaur bones were so easily damaged. It amazed her that these bones had been preserved for 80 million years. She listened absently as Grant was on the phone. Ms. Levin, this is Grant. No, I really don't have time. I'm sorry. Well, I'd like to take a look at it. But I can guarantee you that it's a crown iguana. But yes, you can do that. Okay, send it over now. Grant hung up the phone and shook his head. People. Ellie asked what's going on. There's a lizard she wants to identify, Grant replied. She asked faxing over the x-rays. As the fax came out of the machine, he walked over to the fax machine and waited beside it. Just found something new to show you, a good one. Really? Grant nodded. It was discovered just before that young man came here on the southern hillside. In the 4th layer, it's a juvenile velociraptor with a palatine bone and a complete dentition, so its classification is confirmed without a doubt. And this site appears to have been untouched. We might even get a complete skeleton. That's amazing, Ellie said. How old is it? Very young, Grant replied. 2 months, at most 4 months. Are you sure it's a velociraptor? Absolutely, Grant said. Maybe we finally got lucky. In the past 2 years, the expedition team had only unearthed hadrosaurs at Snakewater. They had evidence that a large number of herbivorous dinosaurs roamed here, like later water buffaloes. However, they had gradually begun to wonder, where were the carnivorous dinosaurs? Of course, they had originally expected carnivorous dinosaurs to be quite rare. Studies of carnivorous mammals and predators in African and Indian national parks suggested that the ratio of carnivores to herbivores was roughly 1:400. This meant that 10,000 hadrosaurs could only sustain 25 tyrannosaurs. So they thought that it was almost impossible to find the remains of large carnivorous dinosaurs. But where were the smaller carnivorous dinosaurs? Snakewater has more than a dozen dinosaur nests, and in certain areas, numerous dinosaur eggshells are scattered across the ground. Among these dinosaurs, some small ones, like the speedy dragon, egg-eating dragon, velociraptor, and neck dragon, are carnivorous beasts that stand 3 to 5 feet tall, and they should logically be found in large numbers here. However, so far, no such remains have been discovered. Perhaps the discovery of velociraptor bones means they have indeed come to life. A baby dragon. Ellie knows that one of Grant's dreams is to study the behavior of carnivorous dinosaurs feeding their young, as he has already researched the feeding behavior of herbivorous dinosaurs. Maybe this is a step towards fulfilling that dream. You must be so excited, Ellie said. Grant did not respond. I said, you must be so excited, Ellie repeated. Goodness, Grant said, staring blankly at the facts. Ellie, looking over Grant's shoulder at the x-ray, exhaled slowly. Do you think this is? Yes, Grant replied. It could be a Majungasaurus. Its bones are so light. But this is definitely not a lizard, she said. Yes, Grant said, it's not a lizard. The three-toed lizard has been extinct for 200 million years. Ellie initially thought she was looking at a hoax, something cleverly crafted, yet still a deceptive artifact. Every biologist knows that the threat of deception is ever present. The most famous hoax, the Piltdown Man, went undetected for 40 years, and the identity of its creator remains unknown to this day. Recently, the renowned astronomer Fred Hoyle claimed that the pterosaur fossil in the British Museum was a fake, which was later proven to be real. The key to a successful hoax lies in its provision of something long awaited to scientists. And in Ellie's eyes, the image of the lizard in the X-ray was entirely correct. The three-toed structure of the lizard was symmetrical, with the middle claw being the smallest. The remnants of the fourth and fifth toes were close to the joint area above. The tibia was robust, much longer than the femur. The hip socket was quite complete, and the tail showed 45 vertebrae. This was a juvenile Coelophysis. Is there a possibility that this X-ray is forged? I don't know, Grant said, but it is almost impossible to forge an X-ray. Besides, Coelophysis is a little-known animal. Even those familiar with dinosaurs have never heard of it. Ellie read the note. Species discovered on July 16th at Cavabranco. It appears the howler monkey is eating this animal. Reconstructed from the remains into a full simulation. Oh, the note also mentioned that this lizard had attacked a little girl. I doubt that, Grant said, but maybe it's true. Coelophysis is so small and light. We speculate it must be a scavenger, only feeding on animal carcasses. And you can determine its size. He quickly measured it. About 20 centimeters to the hip, meaning the whole animal was about a foot tall, roughly the size of a chicken. It looks like a small child would scare it. It might bite a baby, but wouldn't bite a walking child. Ellie frowned at the X-ray. Do you think this could be a reasonable rediscovery? She asked, like the coelacanth. Maybe so, Grant said. The coelacanth is a 5-foot-long fish that was thought to be extinct for 65 million years, but was caught again from the sea in 1938. However, there are other examples, like the tiny marsupials in the Australian mountains, which were only known from fossils until someone found a live one in a Melbourne trash can. And zoologists described a fossil fruit bat from New Guinea, but soon after a live fruit bat was received from the post office. But could this really be true? She kept asking. How old is it? Grant nodded. Age is a question. Most rediscovered animals are recent additions to the fossil record, some dating back 1 or 2 tens of thousands of years, and some have been around for millions of years, like the coelacanth for 65 million years. However, the species they see now comes from even further back. Dinosaurs went extinct in the Cretaceous period, which was 65 million years ago. They flourished during the Jurassic period 190 million years ago, dominating the planet, and they first appeared in the Triassic about 220 million years ago. Coelophysis lived in such a distant era at the beginning of the Triassic, when our planet was completely different. All the land was a continuous expanse, known as a landmass, stretching from the North Pole to the South Pole, covered in ferns and forests, with a few large deserts. At that time, the Atlantic Ocean was just a lake between Africa and Florida. The air was denser, and the climate was much warmer, with hundreds of active volcanoes frequently erupting. Coelophysis lived in this ecological environment. Well, Ellie said, we know some animals have survived. Crocodiles can basically be said to be living Triassic animals. And sharks were also around in the Triassic. So we know this has happened before. Grant nodded. The question is, he said, what other way do we have to explain this? It's either a forgery, of which I am skeptical, or a rediscovery. What other possibilities are there? The phone rang. It's live and again. Grant said, let's see if she plans to send us that specimen. As he answered, he looked at Ellie with a surprised expression on his face. Okay. I'm looking forward to speaking with Mr. Hammond. Sure, of course. Hammond? What's he up to? Ellie asked. Grant shook his head and then said into the phone, okay, Mr. Hammond. Yes, I'm glad to hear your voice too. Good. He looked at Ellie. Oh, did you do that? Oh, is that so? Is that how it is? He covered the mouthpiece with one hand and said, still as peculiar as before. You have to hear what he says. He pressed the speaker button, and Ellie immediately heard an old man's voice, rough and fast. A guy from the EPA is really infuriating, seems to be acting rashly, going around the country, talking to people, causing a stir everywhere. I doubt anyone will come looking for you, right? In fact, Grant said, someone did come looking for me. Hammond huffed angrily. I was worried he would come. That smart-aleck little punk named Morris, right? Yes, his name is Morris, Grant replied. He intends to see all my consultants. Hammond said, he has already gone to see Ian Malcolm. You know, the mathematician from Texas. I knew it would be like this. We still have time to control this matter. It's a typical government ploy. No one has filed a complaint, and no one is accusing. Just letting a young punk run around, causing trouble. He's out of control, wasting taxpayers' money. Did he bother you? Affect your work? No, he didn't bother me. Well, in a way, that's too bad, Hammond said, because if he had bothered you, I would have to find a way to get a restraining order to stop him. In fact, I have already asked my lawyer to visit the Environmental Protection Agency to find out what is going on. The person in charge there said he had no idea there was any investigation. You can imagine how frustrating that is. Damn bureaucracy, it's always the same. I think that guy is trying to gather information in Costa Rica and might come to our little island. Do you know we have an island there? No, Grant said. Looking at Ellie, I didn't know. Oh yes, we bought this little island to start our operations. Oh, it's been 4 or 5 years now. I can't remember the exact time. The island is called Nublar, a very large island, 100 miles from the mainland coast, and it will become an ecological reserve. A magnificent place. It's a tropical jungle. You know, you should go see it, Dr. Grant. Sounds interesting, Grant said, but actually, this project is almost done. Hammond said, I've sent you some materials about the project. Did you receive them? No, but this place is quite remote. Perhaps it will arrive today. I'll take a good look. The island is beautiful. It has everything. We've been constructing for 30 months. You can imagine a big garden opening in September. You really should go see it. Sounds good, but actually Hammond said, I insist you come visit Dr. Grant. I believe you will find it very much to your liking. You will find this place quite charming. I'm halfway through, Grant said. Hey, let me tell you what is going on, Hammond said. As if suddenly coming up with an idea, I'm looking for some consultants to stay there for a few days this weekend to observe properly. Of course, the cost will be covered by us. It would be great if you could give us your opinion. I might not be able to, Grant said. Oh, it's just for a weekend, Hammond insisted with an overly excited tone. That's all I'm saying, Dr. Grant. I don't want to interrupt your work. I know how important this work is. Please believe me. I completely understand and want to interrupt your work. But this weekend you can fly here for free and return on Monday. No, I can't, Grant said. I just discovered a new fossil, and... Is that so? Good. But I still think you should come, Hammond said. He wasn't really listening to the other person. We just got some confusing, yet significant new evidence. Possibly a living velociraptor. What? Hammond asked, his speech slowing down. I didn't fully understand what you meant. You mean a living velociraptor? That's right, Grant said. It's a biological species, a part of an animal collected from Central America. A living animal. Are you saying, Hammond said, a living animal? How amazing. Yes, Grant said. That's what we think too. So, I don't have time to leave here for Central America. Is that what you're saying? Yes. We're in Central America, do you know? A beach called Cabo Blanco. I'm not sure the exact location. I see. Hammond cleared his throat. When did you get this? Just today. Today I see. Today I see. Yes. Hammond cleared his throat again. Grant looked at Ellie and muttered. What is going on? Ellie shook her head. He seems a bit agitated. Grant gently said, Go see if Morris has left. Ellie walked to the window to look outside, but Morris's car had already left. She turned back. A cough came from the speaker. Oh, Dr. Grant, have you mentioned this to anyone else? No. Good. Well, yes. I must honestly tell you, Dr. Grant, there's a bit of trouble on the island. The guy from the Environmental Protection Agency came at a very inopportune time. What is going on? Grant asked. We've run into some trouble. The progress has been delayed a bit. I must say, I'm under a bit of pressure here. So I hope you can come to the island and let me know your thoughts. I will pay you a consulting fee for the weekend, $20,000 a day. That's $60,000 for 3 days. If you can bring Dr. Ellie Sattler along, she will receive the same payment. We need a botanist. What do you think? Ellie looked at Grant, who was responding, Well, Mr. Hammond, that much money could easily cover our summer fieldwork expenses for the next 2 years. All right, Hammond said lightly. Now he seemed distracted, thinking about other things. I hope this matter isn't too difficult. I'm sending the company's plane to pick you up at the private airport east of the castle. You know the airport I'm talking about? It's about a 2-hour drive. You'll arrive there at 5 p.m. tomorrow, and I will take you to my island immediately. Can you and Dr. Sattler make that flight? I think so. Good. Bring less luggage. No need for passports. I look forward to hearing your thoughts. See you tomorrow, Hammond said and hung up the phone. The High Cloud Swan Ross law firm. The noon sun streamed into the High Cloud Swan Ross law firm in San Francisco, filling the room with vitality. However, Donald J. Sattler felt none of this as he listened on the phone, watching his boss, Daniel Ross. Ross, dressed in a dark pinstripe suit, looked as cold as a funeral home worker. I understand, John. Sattler said. Did Grant agree to go? Good. Yes, sounds good. Congratulations. He hung up the phone and turned to Ross. We can no longer trust Hammond. The pressure around him is too great. The Environmental Protection Agency is investigating him. The progress of the Costa Rican resort is far behind schedule, and the investors are becoming increasingly uneasy, with rumors coming in from everywhere. Too many staff members have died, and now there are reports of a velociraptor appearing on the mainland. What does that mean? Ross asked. Maybe nothing, Sattler said, but the Bimshire Company is our main investor. Last week I received a report from Bimshire's agent in San Jose, the capital of Costa Rica. According to this report, a newly discovered lizard has bitten children on the coast. Ross blinked rapidly. A newly discovered lizard? Yes, Sattler said. We cannot take this lightly. We need to investigate that island immediately. I have requested Hammond to arrange for independent on-site investigations every week for the next 3 weeks. What did Hammond say? He insists everything is normal on the island. He claims to have taken all precautionary measures. But you don't trust him, Ross said. Yes, Sattler replied. I don't trust him. Donald Sattler came to High Cloud Swan Ross law firm with a background in investment banking. The high-tech clients of High Cloud Swan Ross often need funding, and Sattler helped them raise money. His earliest fundraising effort dates back to 1982, when he helped the nearly 70-year-old John Hammond prepare funds to establish international genetic technologies. In the end, they raised almost $100 million, and now Jian Luo recalls this event as a blatant scam. Hammond is a dreamer, Jian Luo said. Maybe a dangerous dreamer. Ross added, how much better off would we have been if we hadn't intervened? What are our economic interests? Jian Luo asked. The firm holds 5 equity. Is it generally restricted? Generally, Jian Luo replied. Ross shook his head. We shouldn't have done this. It seemed like a wise decision at the time, Jian Luo said. Damn. That was 8 years ago. We took these shares in lieu of some fees. And if you remember, Hammond's plans were quite risky. He was indeed out there sending letters, desperately selling, and no one expected him to actually succeed. But he clearly succeeded, Ross said. In any case, I think an investigation should have been conducted long ago. What about your experts? I'll start with the experts Hammond brought in as consultants early in the project. Luo tossed a list onto Ross's desk. The first batch included paleontologists, paleobotanists, and mathematicians who would be going there this weekend. I'll be going with them. Will they tell you the truth? Ross asked. I think they will. They have no substantial ties to the island, and one of the mathematicians, Ian Malcolm, has been hostile towards the project from the beginning. He insists that the project won't succeed and will never succeed. Who else? There's a tech-savvy computer systems analyst responsible for checking the park's computers and installing a few security alarms. He should arrive there Friday morning. Good, Ross said. Did you arrange this? Hammond said he would call himself. I think he's putting on a show of everything being fine, indicating this is just a courtesy invitation for a social gathering to show off his island. All right, Ross said, but be sure to find out if the rumored events actually occurred and keep track of the situation. I hope the problems in Costa Rica can be resolved within a week. Ross stood up and walked out of the room. Luo dialed a phone number, heard the wireless phone beep, and then a voice said, "This is Grant." "Hello, Dr. Grant. This is Donald Luo. I'm the chief consultant for International Genetic Technologies. We spoke a few years ago. I don't know if you remember." "I remember," Grant said. "Well," Luo continued, "I just spoke with Hammond, and he told me some good news, that you're going to our island in Costa Rica." "Yes," Grant said, "I think we're going there tomorrow." "Well, thank you for heading out immediately upon notification. Everyone at International Genetic Technologies will appreciate it. We've also invited Ian Malcolm, who, like you, was one of our early consultants. He's a mathematician at the University of Texas at Austin, you know?" John Hammond mentioned that, Grant said. "Well, all right," Luo said. "Actually, I'm going there as well. And that species you discovered, what was it called?" "The velociraptor," Grant replied. "Yes. Do you have a specimen of that species, Dr. Grant?" "The actual specimen?" "No," Grant answered. "I only saw the x-rays. The specimen is in New York. A lady at Columbia University called me about it." "Oh, I wonder if you could tell me the details of this matter?" Luo said. "That way, I can search for the species on behalf of Mr. Hammond, as he's quite excited about it. I'm sure you'd like to see the actual specimen as well. Perhaps, when you all go, I could even find someone to send that thing to the island." Grant explained the ins and outs of the situation to him. "Well, that's good, Dr. Grant." Luo said, "Please send my regards to Dr. Sattler. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow." Luo hung up the phone. Designed blueprints the next day. Ellie walked to the back of the mobile home with a thick stack of manila envelopes. "This just arrived," she said. A young man brought it back from Hammond's side. Grant tore open the envelope and saw the blue and white logo of International Genetic Technologies. Inside, there were no sealed letters, just a thick stack of bound documents. He pulled one out and found it was some design blueprints. They had been scaled down and bound into a thick book, with the cover printed, "Nublar Island Resort Visitor Facilities, Resort Hotel." "What the hell is this?" he asked. As he flipped through the book, a piece of paper fell out. "Dear Alan and Ellie, we don't have any decent official promotional materials yet, which you can imagine. However, those documents will give you a preliminary understanding of the Nublar Island project. I find it very exciting. I look forward to discussing with both of you. Hoping you can join us in collaboration. Best regards, John." "I don't understand," Grant said while flipping through the documents. "These are all architectural blueprints." He flipped back to the first page. Visitor Center Nublar Island Resort Client, California Palo Alto International Genetic Technology Company. Architectural Design, New York Downing Murphy Associates. Chief Designer, Richard Murphy. Senior Designer, Theodore Chun. Manager, Shelton James. Engineering Design, Main Structure, Boston Harlow Whitney Fields Company. Mechanical, Osaka A.T. Sankawa Company. Landscape Design, London Shepperton Rogers Company. A. Tsukimura Ashkenazawa. Electrical Design, Tokyo N.V. Kobayashi Company. Senior Consultant, A.R. Mans. Computer Control, Massachusetts Integrated Computer Systems Company. Project Management, Dennis Ridley. Grant flipped to the blueprint section. It was stamped with industrial secrets, prohibiting reproduction and confidential studies, and the results must not be disseminated. Each item was numbered, with the following text above. "These design blueprints are the research secrets of the International Genetic Technology Company. You must have signed document 1124A, or you will be prosecuted." "I really feel like we're in a state of paranoia," Grant said. "Maybe there's a reason for it," Ellie said. The next page was a topographical map. The shape of Nublar Island resembled an upside-down teardrop, with northern lines protruding outward and the southern part gradually narrowing inward. The island is 8 miles long, divided into several large sections on the map. The northern section was marked as the visitor area, including some buildings labeled as Visitor Reception Station, Visitor Center Administrative Office Building, Power Plant, Desalination Plant Logistics Supply, Hammond Restaurant, and Resort Hotel. Grant also saw the locations and shapes of the swimming pool and tennis courts, as well as circles representing trees and flowers. It looks like a tourist resort. Well, no problem, Ellie said. The following pages were detailed design drawings of the resort hotel. Its three-dimensional view looked quite unique. A long row of low-rise buildings with a line of pyramid-shaped spires on the roof. The other areas of the island were more mysterious. Grant saw that most of these places were very open, with a network of intersecting roads, tunnels, and some buildings located at the edges. There was a narrow lake, seemingly man-made, with reinforced concrete dams and various obstacles. However, overall, the island was just divided into several large, winding areas, and almost nothing was built on them. Each area had a code: R0CV2A, DTRCL5, 4A1, LN0THNC4, 3A1, VATRS11, 6A33DB. Is there an explanation for these codes? She asked. Grant quickly flipped through the documents, but found nothing. Maybe they took it out, she speculated. I told you, Grant said, we're in a state of paranoia. He looked at the irregular areas separated by roads. The entire island was divided into 6 sections, each with a deep reinforced concrete trench surrounding it. And outside the trench was barbed wire, marked with a lightning symbol. At first, he didn't know what it meant, but later understood it indicated that there was electricity on the barbed wire. That's strange, she said. An electric fence around a resort area? These barbed wires add up to several miles long, Grant said. Electric fences and trenches, and there are roads nearby. It looks like a zoo, Ellie said. They flipped back to the topographical map and studied the contour lines carefully. The arrangement of those roads was also unique. The main roads ran north-south, traversing the hills in the center of the island, with one section even crossing over a cliff above a small river. It seemed this arrangement was designed to make the open areas separated by trenches, electric fences, and roads seem larger, hence intentionally separating the roads. Moreover, these roads were elevated above the ground, allowing views over the electric fences. Look, Ellie said, some of the areas are quite large. Look here. The reinforced concrete trench is 30 feet wide, just like a military fortress. The buildings are like that too, Grant said. He noticed that in each open area, there were several buildings, all located at the edges. These buildings were all made of reinforced concrete, with thick walls. From a side view, they looked like fortified bunkers with small windows, resembling the bunkers of the Nazi army in old war films. At that moment, they heard a muffled explosion. Grant put down the document. Let's get to work, he said. Detonate. A slight tremor followed, and then yellow outlines gradually appeared on the computer screen. This time the resolution was high. Grant glanced at the skeleton and found its outline clear, with a long neck bent backward. It was undoubtedly a juvenile velociraptor, looking intact. The screen went blank. I hate computers, Grant said, glancing at the sun. What's happening now? The data input from the scorer has disappeared, a young man reported. Just a moment. He bent down to check the wiring at the back of the battery-powered computer. They had placed this computer on a beer box at Hill 4, not far from what they referred to as the giant detonator. Grant sat on the hillside, looked at his watch, and then said to Ellie, we have to resort to the old methods. A young man accidentally overheard this and said, wow, Grant. Listen, Grant said, I need to catch a flight. I hope these fossils can be properly protected before I leave. Once you start excavating a fossil, you have to keep going, or you might lose it. Visitors think this weathered, rugged terrain is unchanging, but it isn't. It's still weathering, truly changing before your eyes. You can see rocks rolling down the weathered slopes from morning till night. There's always a possibility of heavy rain here, and even a brief shower could wash away some fragile fossils that crumble at a touch. Therefore, before Grant returns, this partially excavated fossil must be protected, or it risks being lost. The general practice for fossil protection is to cover the excavation site with a waterproof cloth and dig drainage ditches around it to control rainwater infiltration and erosion. The question is where the drainage ditches around the velociraptor fossil should be dug. To solve this problem, they were using computer-assisted sonic X-ray tomography, also known as CAST. This is a new technology where the giant detonator sends a soft lead bullet underground to generate shock waves, which the computer records and then combines into a hillside X-ray image. They had been using this technology throughout the summer and had achieved several results. The detonator was 20 feet away from them. It was a large silver-gray box-like device on wheels, topped with an umbrella, looking like a pushcart for selling ice cream. Completely out of place in the rugged terrain. 2 young operators are preparing to load another lead bullet. So far, the computer-assisted acoustic X-ray tomography has only been able to detect the distribution of fossils and help Grant's team improve excavation efficiency. However, the young people in the group say that in a few years, it will be able to produce very detailed images, at which point excavation will become unnecessary, as perfect skeletal images can be obtained in 3 dimensions. This technology will usher in a new era of archaeology without the need for digging. However, none of this has yet come to pass. The equipment, which performs impeccably in university laboratories, appears quite delicate and unstable in the field. How much longer? Grant asks. It's out, Grant. Not bad. Grant walks over to look at the computer screen. He sees a complete skeletal structure outlined in bright yellow-green. It is indeed a juvenile velociraptor. The distinctive feature of the velociraptor is its single-clawed toe, with the curved claws of an adult velociraptor reaching up to 6 inches long, serving as sharp weapons to tear apart prey. The toes of this juvenile appear to be no larger than a rose thorn, nearly invisible on the fluorescent screen. Velociraptors are small dinosaurs, with bones as fine as those of birds, and likely possess intelligence comparable to that of birds. The skeleton on the screen is mostly intact, except its head and neck are bent backward toward the tail. This neck-bending phenomenon is quite common in fossils. Some scientists propose a theory that dinosaurs went extinct due to the presence of toxic alkaloids in the plants they consumed. The backward twisting of the neck is considered a symptom of agony before death. However, Grant has demonstrated that many birds and reptiles show neck ligaments contracting towards the tail after death, resulting in the peculiar phenomenon of the head bending backward. Grant's argument invalidates those people's views. This phenomenon is unrelated to the cause of death, and is instead due to the drying of the animal's body by the sun. Grant notices that the skeletal fossil of this velociraptor is also twisted to one side, causing its right leg and foot to be raised higher than its vertebrae. It looks a bit distorted, one young man says. I don't think it's a problem with the computer. Yes, Grant replies, it's time. A very long time that has caused this. Grant knows that people cannot think in geological time. The way humans plan their lives is measured by a completely different metric. A cut fruit will show rust spots within minutes. A piece of silver will tarnish within days. A pile of compost will rot in a season. A child takes 10 years to grow up. These daily experiences make it hard for people to imagine what 80 million years means. Since the death of this small life, 80 million years have passed. In class, Grant uses another comparative method. If you compress a 60-year life into a single day, then 80 million years is still equivalent to 652 years, which is older than the Great Pyramid. This velociraptor has been dead for a very long time. It doesn't look very scary, a young man says. In fact, it isn't scary, Grant says, at least not before it reached adulthood. Perhaps this juvenile was a scavenger, eating leftovers when the adult velociraptors caught prey and gorged themselves while sunbathing nearby. Carnivorous dinosaurs can consume food equivalent to 25 times their body weight in one meal. And after feasting, they tend to sleep. At this time, the little dinosaur would chirp and climb onto the doting yet drowsy adult dinosaurs to play, or nibble on a dead animal nearby. Juvenile dinosaurs were probably cute and very clever little creatures. An adult velociraptor, however, is a completely different sight. In terms of weight and food intake ratio, the velociraptor is the greediest dinosaur, although it weighs about 200 pounds and is smaller than the average carnivorous dinosaur. Comparable to a leopard, it is agile, highly intelligent, and extremely ferocious, capable of launching attacks with its powerful jaws, strong forelimbs, and sharp, single-clawed toes that have lethal striking power. Velociraptors often hunt in packs. Grant envisions a spectacular scene. A dozen velociraptors charging at a much larger dinosaur, biting its neck and tearing apart its ribs and abdomen. We don't have much time left. Ellie's voice brings him back to reality. Grant points to where to dig drainage ditches. From the computer screen, the fossil distribution is not extensive, and digging a row of drainage ditches around a 2-square-meter area will suffice. At this moment, Ellie tightens the waterproof tarp covering the hillside, and Grant helps her hammer in small wooden stakes. How did this juvenile die? A student asks. I think we probably can't know that, Grant replies. The mortality rate of wild animal offspring is very high. In African wildlife parks, the mortality rate of carnivorous animal offspring can be as high as 70, with various causes such as illness or even attacks from adult members of their own species. We only know that velociraptors hunted in groups, but we still don't understand their social behavior within the group. The students nod. They have all studied animal behavior and know that when a new male lion becomes king, the first thing it does is kill all the cubs. This is clearly due to genetic factors. The male lion aims to spread its genes as widely as possible. After it kills the cubs, the lionesses begin to come into heat, allowing it to impregnate them. This also prevents the lionesses from wasting time raising the offspring of other males. Perhaps this pack of hunting velociraptors was also dominated by a male velociraptor, Grant thinks. They know far too little about dinosaurs. For 150 years, extensive research and excavations have been conducted worldwide, yet they still cannot definitively say what dinosaurs looked like. If we want to reach the castle by 1 o'clock, Ellie says, then we need to leave now. Hammond's secretary, Jean Rowe, rushes in holding a new briefcase, with the price tag still attached. You know, Mr. Rowe, she says seriously, you forgot to pack your bags. I thought you didn't really want to go. Maybe you're right. Rowe says, if I leave, I won't be able to celebrate the kid's birthday. This Saturday is Amanda's birthday, and Elizabeth has invited Clown Kirby and a magician, as well as 20 noisy 4-year-olds to the birthday party. When his wife heard he was going out of town, she was very displeased, and little Amanda was also upset. Well, you told me at the last minute, so I can only do my best, the secretary says. There are sneakers that fit your feet, khaki shorts and shirts, a shaving kit, a pair of long pants, and a long-sleeve sports shirt for cooler weather. The car is downstairs waiting to take you to the airport. You need to leave now, or you'll miss your flight. She walks out. Rowe walks down the hallway, tearing off the price tag. As he passes the glass-walled conference room, Dan Ross happens to walk out from the meeting table. Safe travels. Ross says, but we need to clarify one thing. Donald, I don't know how bad the situation is, but if there's a problem on that island, just burn it down. My God, Dan, we're talking about a major investment here. Don't hesitate, don't overthink it. Just do it. Got it. Rowe nods. I know, he said, but Hammond, to hell with Hammond. Ross said, my child, that familiar and piercing voice said, what's wrong, my child? Very well, Mr. Hammond, Gennaro replied. He leaned back in the leather chair of the Gulfstream II jet. The plane was flying east toward the Rocky Mountains. You don't call me anymore, Hammond said reproachfully. I miss you. Your lovely wife, how is she? She's well. Elizabeth is doing fine. We have a daughter now. That's wonderful. Wonderful. Children always bring endless joy. She would be so happy to see us at that park in Costa Rica. Gennaro forgot how short Hammond was as he sat in the chair, his feet barely touching the carpet. He swung his short legs back and forth as he spoke. This man was a bit like a child, although how old is he now? 75? 76? Probably around that age. Gennaro always felt that the Hammond he remembered wasn't this old, but then again, he hadn't seen him in almost 5 years. Hammond loved to show off. He was naturally flamboyant. In 1983, wherever he went, he would carry a small cage. Inside the cage was a 9-inch tall, 10-foot-long elephant. This elephant was very well proportioned, only with underdeveloped tusks. Hammond took it to various fundraising events. Usually, Gennaro would carry the cage into the venue, covered with a small blanket, like a tea cozy, while Hammond would typically talk at length about what he called the prospects of consumer biotechnology. At the crucial moment, Hammond would dramatically unveil the blanket to show everyone the elephant, and then he would ask for donations. The elephant always created a sensation. Its size was small, almost as big as a cat, but it illustrated the incredible miracles created by Norman Atherton's experiment. Atherton was a geneticist at Stanford University and a partner in Hammond's new venture. However, while Hammond talked about the elephant, there were many things he did not say. For instance, Hammond was indeed running a biotechnology company, but that little elephant was not a product of genetic technology. It was grown in an artificial womb using a hormone-induced mutation method from an embryo of a pygmy elephant chosen by Atherton. The experiment itself was indeed a significant achievement, but it was entirely different from the method Hammond described. Moreover, Atherton was unable to replicate his miniature elephant, and although he had made various attempts, he had failed. Everyone who saw that little elephant wanted one. The elephant was prone to colds, especially in winter. Whenever it sneezed, Hammond was filled with dread. Sometimes its tusks would get caught in the bars of the cage, and as it struggled to free itself, it would huff and puff impatiently through its nostrils. Sometimes, its tusks would become infected with bacteria. Hammond was always anxious, fearing that if Atherton couldn't produce a second elephant in time, this one would die. Hammond also concealed a fact from potential investors. During the miniaturization process, the elephant's behavior underwent fundamental changes. This little creature may have looked like an elephant, but its behavior resembled that of a badly behaved rodent, quick in movement and irritable in temperament. Hammond advised people not to tease it, lest they get their fingers bitten. Although Hammond confidently claimed that by 1993, the annual revenue could reach $700 million, his research project carried significant risks. Hammond was a man of rich imagination, passionately pushing his ideals, but his plans were always uncertain. Especially now, the main figure of this experimental project, Norman Atherton, was in the late stages of cancer, which was the most important point Hammond did not disclose. Nevertheless, with Gennaro's help, Hammond managed to raise funds. from September 1983 to November 1985. Hammond's thick-skinned animal research project raised a total of $7 million in venture capital for the international biotechnology company he proposed to establish. They could have raised more funds, but Hammond insisted on keeping it secret and stated that the funds would not be returned for at least 5 years. This made many investors hesitant about the plan. In the end, most of their capital had to rely on a Japanese consortium. The Japanese were the only patient investors. Gennaro sat in the airplane's leather chair, thinking that Hammond was indeed elusive. Hammond was forced to come on this trip by Gennaro's law firm, but the old man seemed completely unconcerned about that. From his actions, it seemed like a purely social outing. Gennaro, it's a pity you didn't bring your family along, he said. Gennaro shrugged. My daughter has a birthday coming up, and I've already sent invitations to 20 kids. There's a birthday cake, and we've hired a clown for entertainment. You can imagine the scene. Oh, I understand, Hammond said. Children are always eager to have these things. By the way, that park is ready to welcome visitors, right? Gennaro asked. Well, not officially open yet, Hammond said, but the hotel is finished, and there is a place to stay. What about the animals? The animals are all properly settled there, Gennaro said. I remember in the original plan, you wanted 12. Oh, much more than that. We have 238 animals, Gennaro. 238? The old man chuckled, feeling proud of Gennaro's reaction, surprised. Aren't you? We now have herds of animals. How many species are there among the 238? 15 different species. That's unbelievable, Gennaro said. Fantastic. How about the other things you wanted? How's the equipment? What about the computers? All there, Hammond said. Everything on the island is of top-notch standard. You'll see for yourself, Gennaro. It's absolutely wonderful. That's why this worry is unnecessary. There are no problems on the island at all. Gennaro said, so it should be absolutely fine to go check the island. Of course, Hammond said, but that would slow everything down again. Everything would stop waiting for this official visit. Anyway, you've already delayed progress. You've already pushed back the opening date. Oh, well, Hammond tugged at the red silk handkerchief in his sweatshirt pocket. That was bound to happen. It was unavoidable. Why? Gennaro asked. Well, Gennaro, Hammond said, to explain this, we have to go back to the original concept of this resort. It truly is the most advanced theme park in the world, a product of the latest electronic technology combined with the latest biotechnology. I'm not talking about roller coasters or anything. Every amusement park has roller coasters. Coney Island has them. Now, everyone has seen electronic simulated environments, haunted houses, pirate caves, western deserts, earthquakes. All these things are familiar to everyone. What we're setting out to create is a biological theme park, some living attractions. These creatures will be astonishing. They will create a sensation worldwide. Gennaro could only smile. This was almost a verbatim rehash of what he had said years ago in front of those investors. We must never forget that the ultimate goal of this project in Costa Rica is to make money. Hammond said, looking out the airplane window, a huge amount of money. I remember, said Dr. Sattler. And the key to making money from the park, Hammond continued, is to minimize personnel costs. Those who feed the animals, sell tickets, clean, and maintain the facilities. Manage the park with the least number of employees possible. That's why we've made a full investment in computer technology. We've automated everything that can be automated. I remember, however, Hammond said, when you put so many animals and so many computer systems together, you run into trouble. Who can make a large computer system work on schedule? I don't think anyone can. So, it's normal for you to delay the opening time now, right? Yes, that's right. Hammond said, a normal delay. I heard there were some accidents during construction, Dr. Sattler said. Some workers died. Yes, there were a few accidents, Hammond admitted. 3 people died in total. 2 workers died while building the cliff road, and another died in a bulldozer accident this January. However, we haven't had any accidents for several months now. He patted Dr. Sattler's arm. Trust me, Dr. Sattler. I've told you everything is going according to plan on the island. Everything is fine on the island. The intercom in the plane rang. The captain announced, please fasten your seatbelts. We are about to land at the castle. The castle, a dry plain stretching out towards distant hills. The afternoon wind carried dust and tumbleweeds across the cracked surface of a reinforced concrete building. Grant and Ellie stood by the jeep waiting, as a luxurious Grumman jet circled to prepare for landing. I hate serving those wealthy people, Grant complained. Ellie shrugged. Isn't that part of the job? Many fields of science, such as physics and chemistry, are now funded by the federal government, but paleontology still relies on private sponsorship. Grant knew that although he was very curious about the situation on that island in Costa Rica, he would still lend a helping hand if it was just Hammond asking for help. Sponsorship has that kind of power, it always has. After the small jet landed, it quickly taxied over to them. Ellie slung her small backpack over her shoulder. After the plane stopped, A flight attendant in a blue uniform opened the cabin door. Grant was surprised to find that despite the luxurious equipment inside the plane, the space was very cramped. He had to bend down to shake hands with Hammond. "Dr. Grant." "Dr. Sattler," Hammond said. "It's wonderful to have you here. Let me introduce my friend, Donald Gennaro." Gennaro was short and stout, very robust, about 35 or 36 years old, wearing a designer suit and silver-framed glasses. Grant disliked him at first sight and shook his hand perfunctorily. When Ellie shook hands with him, Gennaro exclaimed, "Oh, you're a woman. What's so strange about that?" She replied. Grant thought to himself that she didn't have a good impression of him either. Hammond turned to Gennaro and said, "I don't need to say much. You know what Dr. Grant and Dr. Sattler do. They are both paleontology experts. They dig up dinosaurs." He laughed heartily, as if he found something very amusing in that. "Please, have a seat," the flight attendant said as she closed the cabin door. The plane then began to move. "Please forgive us," Hammond said, turning to Grant. "Our schedule is really tight. Donald thinks we should head over there right away. It's important." At that moment, the captain announced that they would refuel in Dallas in 4 hours and then fly to Costa Rica, arriving the following morning. "How long are we going to stay in Costa Rica?" Grant asked. "Well, that depends on the situation," Gennaro said. "We have a few things to take care of." "You can trust me," Hammond said, turning to Grant. "We won't be there for more than 48 hours. Grant fastened his seatbelt. "That little island you're taking us to, I've never heard of it before. Is it secret?" "A little bit," Hammond replied. "We are very, very cautious about not letting others know. When we finally open the island, we want to surprise the world." Opportunity objective. The California Cupertino Biosynthesis Company had never held an emergency board meeting before. The 10 board members sitting in the conference room all seemed a bit agitated and impatient. It was already 8 p.m., and in the previous 10 minutes, the board members had exchanged a few words, but the chatter gradually stopped. Now, only the sound of newspapers rustling could be heard, and some people were looking at their watches with displeasure. "What are we waiting for?" one board member asked. "Still waiting for one person," Louis Dodgson said. "We still need one person." He looked at his watch. The staff in Ron Maya's office said Maya had flown from San Diego at 6 a.m. So even taking into account the travel time from the airport to here, he should have arrived by now. "To reach a quorum?" another board member asked. "Yes," Dodgson replied. "To reach a quorum." Hearing this, everyone fell silent for a while. Needing a quorum meant there was a significant issue to vote on. God knows what they were going to vote on at this meeting. However, Dodgson would rather not hold such a meeting, but the company's chairman, Stengel, insisted on it. Previously, he had told Dodgson, "You must get their approval for this matter." People's opinions about Louis Dodgson have always varied. Among geneticists of his generation, he is known for his ambition and relentless pursuit. At just 34 years old, he was already bald, with a face as thin as an eagle's. And he was easily moved to emotion. When he was a graduate student at Johns Hopkins University, he was expelled for planning to apply gene therapy on patients without FDA approval. After being hired by the biosynthesis company, he conducted controversial rabies vaccine trials in Chile. Now he was the head of the company's product development department. It was said that this department had a task to reverse engineer competitors' products, dissect them to understand their principles, and then produce their own developed models. In fact, this department also engaged in industrial intelligence, primarily gathering information about international genetic technology companies. In the 1980s, several genetic engineering companies began to ask the question, what are the corresponding bioproducts of emerging companies? These companies were not interested in pharmaceuticals or health issues. They were interested in entertainment, sports, leisure activities, cosmetics, and pets. It was expected that by the 1990s, there would be a large demand for consumer bioproducts. Both the International Genetic Technology Company and the Cupertino Biosynthesis Company were conducting research and development in this field. The biosynthesis company had achieved some success. After signing a contract with the Idaho Department of Fish and Game, they used genetic engineering to cultivate a new light-colored salmon that was easily spotted in streams. It was said that this achievement represented a significant step forward for fishing activities. No one has complained to the fishing and hunting department that there are no salmon in the river anymore. Sometimes the sun shines fiercely, and these light-colored salmon die. Their flesh is not fresh at all, but no one talks about the situation. The biochemistry company is still researching this. The door opened. Ron Meyer walked into the conference room and quickly sat down in a chair. Now, Dodgson had a quorum. He immediately stood up. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "tonight we are here to discuss an opportunity target, international genetic technologies." Dodgson briefly reviewed the historical background. The Genetic Technologies Company was established in 1983 and was invested in by the Japanese. He mentioned that they had purchased 3 Cray XM supercomputers and acquired Nublar Island in Costa Rica, along with a significant stockpile of amber. They also made substantial donations to zoos around the world, from the New York Zoo Association to the Indian Ranthambore Wildlife Sanctuary, which was quite unusual. Despite these clues, Dodgson said, "We still do not know the future direction of the genetic technologies company. The company's goal is clearly to work with animals. They have also employed researchers, including archaeologists and DNA phylogeneticists who are very interested in the past." In 1987, the genetic technologies company purchased a microporous plastic factory in Nashville, Tennessee. This was originally an agricultural conglomerate that had recently applied for a patent on a plastic with eggshell characteristics. This plastic can be formed into egg shapes to cultivate bird embryos. Starting next year, the genetic technologies company will use this microporous plastic entirely in their own research. Dr. Dodgson, this is all very interesting, someone said. At the same time, Dodgson continued, construction on Nublar Island has begun. This includes large-scale earthworks, one of which is digging a 2-mile-long shallow lake in the center of the island. The design blueprint for recreational facilities has been completed, but it remains highly confidential. It seems that the genetic technologies company intends to establish a large private zoo on the island. One director leaned forward and asked Dr. Dodgson, "So what?" "This is not an ordinary zoo," Dodgson said. "It is unparalleled in the world. It seems that the genetic technologies company has achieved extraordinary accomplishments. They have successfully cloned animals that have been extinct in history." "What animals?" "Oviparous animals, and they require a considerable amount of space to live in the zoo." "What animals?" "Dinosaurs," Dodgson replied. "They are cloning dinosaurs." In Dodgson's view, the astonishment his words caused was not what he originally expected. Wealthy people have a flaw. Their enthusiasm does not last long. They invest in something but do not know what is feasible among them. In fact, as early as 1982, technical literature discussed the question of cloning dinosaurs. Year by year, the manipulation of DNA became simpler and easier. With genetic material extracted from Egyptian mummies and the skins of the extinct African quaggas from the 1880s. By 1985, cloning the DNA of quaggas and breeding this breed of animal seemed to become possible. If so, it would be the first animal cloned entirely from the DNA of a species that has gone extinct. If this can be done, what else cannot be cloned? Woolly mammoths? Sabertooth cats? Dodos? Even dinosaurs? Of course, no dinosaur DNA has been discovered in the world, but it is possible to extract DNA fragments by grinding a large number of dinosaur bones. It was previously thought that an animal's DNA was destroyed once it became fossilized. Now it has been recognized that this view is inadequate. If enough DNA fragments can be found, it may be possible to replicate a living animal. In 1982, the technical issues in this area seemed daunting, but now the theoretical obstacles no longer exist. Although it is extremely challenging, expensive, and seems impractical, it is not impossible as long as everyone works hard. The genetic technologies company seems to want to give it a try. What they have done, Dodgson said, is build the largest tourist destination in history. Everyone knows that zoos are very popular. Last year, the total number of Americans visiting zoos exceeded the combined total of people watching professional baseball and football games. The Japanese also love zoos. There are 50 zoos in Japan, and they continue to build more. The ticket prices for the zoo from the genetic technologies company can be set as high as they want. $2,000 a day, or $10,000, followed by the development of surrounding merchandise. Various brochures, t-shirts, video programs, hats, plush toys, comics, and even pets. Pets? Of course. If their company can clone dinosaurs the size of real dinosaurs, they can also clone miniature dinosaurs that are like household pets. What child wouldn't want to have a dinosaur as a pet? This will be their company's patented animal, and they can sell millions of them. And they can also breed dinosaurs that only eat their company's feed. My God, someone exclaimed. That's absolutely right, Dodgson said. This zoo will be a core part of a massive enterprise. Are you saying these dinosaurs will be patented? Yes, animals bred by genetic engineering can now be patented. In 1987, the Supreme Court made a ruling favorable to Harvard University. The International Genetic Technologies Company will own the dinosaurs they breed, and anyone else reproducing them would be illegal. What could stop us from breeding our own dinosaurs? Someone asked. Nothing, but they are 5 years ahead. It will be impossible to catch up with them by the end of this century. He paused for a moment. Of course, if we can get samples of their dinosaurs, then use reverse engineering technology, we can cultivate our own dinosaurs and modify the DNA in various ways to bypass their patents. Can we get samples of their dinosaurs? Dodgson paused again. Yes, I believe we can. Someone cleared their throat and said, there won't be anything illegal about this. Oh no, Dodgson immediately replied. There's nothing illegal about it. What I'm talking about is obtaining their DNA through legal means. a disgruntled employee of theirs, or their improperly disposed garbage. Things like that. Do you have a legal source, Dr. Dodgson? Yes, Dodgson replied. But I'm afraid we need to make an urgent decision because their company is currently experiencing a small crisis. And my informant will have to act within the next 24 hours. The conference room fell silent. Everyone looked at the secretary taking notes and the recorder in front of her. I don't think it's necessary to make any formal decisions on this matter, Dodgson said. Everyone just needs to indicate whether I should proceed. Slowly, people began to nod. No one spoke, and no one took notes. They just silently nodded. Thank you all for coming, Dodgson said. I will not disappoint your expectations. At the airport, Louis Dodgson walked into the CAF of the San Francisco Airport Terminal and quickly glanced around. The person he was looking for had already arrived and was waiting by the counter. Dodgson walked over and sat down next to him, placing his suitcase on the floor between them. You're late, brother, the man said, noticing the straw hat on Dodgson's head and laughing. What's that for a disguise? Who knows? Dodgson replied, trying to suppress his anger. For 6 months, Dodgson had patiently lectured him, but each time they met, he was more arrogant and annoying than the last. However, Dodgson had no way to deal with him. Both of them understood the stakes involved. In genetic engineering, even a tiny bit of DNA could be worth a fortune. A bacterium that is invisible to the naked eye and can only be seen under a microscope, as long as it contains heart failure enzymes, thrombolytic enzymes, or genes that can prevent crops from frost damage, could be worth up to $500 million for the right buyer. This fact opened up a wonderful new world for industrial espionage. Dodgson had a special talent in this area. In 1987, he had persuaded a geneticist to leave the Cetacean Corporation and join the Biogenesis Company, bringing along 5 strains of genetically engineered bacteria. The geneticist had simply dripped a small drop onto each of her 5 fingers and walked out of the Cetacean Corporation. However, the materials from the International Genetic Technologies Company were much harder to obtain. What Dodgson wanted was not bacterial DNA, but frozen embryos. And he knew that the Genetic Technologies Company had taken the most stringent precautions to protect their embryos. To get these embryos, he needed to find someone within the company who had access to them and who was willing to steal them while also being capable of bypassing their defense systems. Finding such a person was no easy task. Earlier this year, Dodgson finally identified an employee at the Genetic Technologies Company who could be bribed. Although this person couldn't access the genetic engineering materials, Dodgson maintained contact with him, meeting once a month at the Carlos Charlie restaurant in Silicon Valley and providing him with some small financial support. Now, the company was inviting contractors and consultants to visit the island, which was the opportunity Dodgson had been waiting for, as it meant this person would have a chance to access those embryos. Let's talk business, the man said. I have 10 minutes before my flight. Do you want to go over the whole thing again? Dodgson asked. Damn it, no, Dr. Dodgson, the man said. I want to see the money. Dodgson opened the spring latch on his suitcase and cracked the lid open a few inches. The man casually glanced inside. Is it all here? This is half of it. 750,000. Okay. The man turned around and sipped his coffee. Very good, Dr. Dodgson. Dodgson quickly locked the suitcase. Do you remember this is the money for all 15 types of embryos? I remember. 15 frozen embryos. How do I hand them over to you? Dodgson handed him a large box of Gillette shaving cream. This. Just this. They might check my luggage. Dodgson shrugged. Press down on it, he said. The man pressed it, and white shaving cream sprayed onto his hand. Nice. He wiped the foam on the edge of the coffee saucer. Very nice. The box was a bit heavier than a standard shaving cream box. That's all. Dodgson's technical team had assembled it over the past 2 days, working day and night. Dodgson quickly taught him how to use it. How much cooling gas is inside? Enough for 36 hours. By then, the embryos must be delivered to San Jose. That depends on the person on your ship, the man said. Make sure he brings a portable freezing device on board. I'll take care of that, Dodgson said. Let's review the offer. The deal remains as agreed. For each embryo delivered, 50,000. If they survive, another 50,000 each. All right. Make sure that ship waits at the east dock of the island. Friday night. Not the north dock. That's for large ships. It's the east dock, a small dock. Do you understand? Understood. Dodgson said. When will you return to San Jose? Maybe not until Sunday. He pushed against the counter and straightened up. Dodgson asked with some concern. Are you sure you know how to use this? I know, the man said. Trust me, I know. Also, Dodgson said. I know the island has maintained radio communication with the California Genetic Technologies headquarters, so listen to me. I found a way to cover it up. You just make sure the money is ready, the man said. Paying cash at San Jose Airport on Sunday morning. The money will be ready for you, don't worry. Dodgson said. Malcolm boarded the plane at Dallas Airport just before midnight. At 35, He was already starting to go bald, tall and thin, dressed entirely in black. Black shirt, black pants, black socks, black sneakers. Dr. Malcolm. Hammond greeted him, plastering a phony, friendly smile on his face. Malcolm grinned. Hello, Hammond. That's right. Your old rival is back. Malcolm shook hands with everyone, quickly introducing himself. Hi, I'm Ian Malcolm. I'm a mathematician. Grant was surprised to find Malcolm seemed very pleased to be on this trip. Of course, Grant had long known that Malcolm was one of the most famous mathematicians of the new generation. These mathematicians had publicly expressed great interest in how the real world operates. They had broken with traditional mathematicians in several important ways. First, they used computers anytime and anywhere, which traditional mathematicians looked down upon. Second, in the emerging field of chaos theory, they invariably employed nonlinear equations. Third, they seemed very concerned with the question of whether their mathematics described things that actually existed in the real world. Fourth, their attire and speech seemed intended to signal that they were stepping out of the academic realm into the real world, leading a senior mathematician to describe their behavior as a sad overexposure of personality. In fact, their demeanor often resembled that of rock stars. Malcolm sat down in a leather chair, and the flight attendant asked if he wanted a drink. He replied, I'll have a Diet Coke, shaken, not stirred. The humid air from Dallas wafted in through the open door of the plane. Ellie said, Isn't it a bit hot to be wearing black in this weather? You're beautiful. Dr. Sattler, Malcolm said, I could stare at those legs of yours all day and not care whether it's hot or not. But in fact, black has the best heat resistance. If you remember black body radiation, black is the best in thermal performance and has high radiation efficiency. Anyway, I only wear two colors, black and gray. Ellie stared at him, dumbfounded. These two colors are suitable for any occasion, Malcolm continued, and they can be paired with each other. It doesn't matter if I wear gray socks with black pants, but you always wear these two colors. Don't you find it boring? Not at all. I feel liberated by it. I believe my life is valuable. So I don't want to waste time thinking about what to wear. Malcolm replied, I don't want to think about what I'm going to wear this morning. To be honest, can you think of anything more tedious than fashion? Perhaps professional sports. So many people are desperately trying to grab a little ball, while others are spending money to cheer for them. However, overall, I find fashion more boring than sports. Dr. Malcolm, Hammond explained, you are a very insightful person. And almost crazy, Malcolm joked, but you must admit, these are not trivial matters. We live in a world with many terrible constraints. Constraints make you behave this way or value that, yet no one thinks about these limitations and restrictions. Isn't that surprising? In an information society, no one is thinking about problems. We originally hoped to eliminate paper, but in fact we have eliminated thought. Hammond turned to Sarah and raised his hand. You invited him. That's lucky, Malcolm said, because you all seem to be in serious trouble. We have no trouble, Hammond immediately retorted. I've always thought nothing would come of this island. Malcolm said, I predicted that from the very beginning, as he reached into a soft leather briefcase. Now, I firmly believe everyone knows what the final outcome will be. You'll have to shut this thing down. Shut down? Hammond stood up angrily. Nonsense. Malcolm shrugged, unfazed by Hammond's anger. I brought you a copy of my original document. He said, this is the document I prepared for the genetic engineering company during my initial consultation. Mathematics can be a bit difficult to understand, but I can explain it to you slowly. Are you leaving? I'm going to make a few calls. Hammond said, and walked into a neighboring cabin. It's a long flight. Malcolm said to the others, at least my document can give you something to do. The plane flew through the night sky. Grant knew that many people did not like Ian Malcolm, and he could understand why some found him too aggressive and too glib when discussing chaos theory. Grant flipped through the documents, looking at the equations. Sarah asked, the conclusion you reached in the document is that Hammond's project on this island is destined to fail? That's right. Is it because of chaos theory? Yes. To be more precise, it's because of the system's behavior in phase space. Sarah tossed the document aside and asked, can you explain it in English? Of course, Malcolm said. Let's see where to start. Do you know what nonlinear equation is? No. How about strange attractors? No. Well, Malcolm said, then let's start from the beginning. He paused, looked up. Physics has made great successes in describing the behavior of certain problems. Planets orbiting, spacecraft flying to the moon, pendulums, springs, rolling balls. These are all regular motions of objects. These things are described by so-called linear equations, and mathematicians find it easy to solve these equations. That's what they've been doing for hundreds of years. I understand, Sarah said, but there's another class of behaviors that physics finds difficult to describe. For example, problems related to turbulence, water spraying from a nozzle, air flowing over a wing, weather, blood flowing through the heart. Turbulence must be described by nonlinear equations. These equations are difficult to solve. In fact, are usually unsolvable, which is why physics has never fully understood this type of phenomenon. It wasn't until about 10 years ago that a new theory emerged to describe these things, the so-called chaos theory. This theory originated from attempts to simulate weather on computers in the 1960s. Weather is a vast and complex system, which is the Earth's atmosphere reacting to the Earth and the Sun. This vast and complex system is always difficult to understand, so it's natural that we cannot predict the weather. However, the people involved in this early research learned from computer models that even if you understand it, you still cannot predict it. It is absolutely impossible to predict the weather. The reason is that the behavior of this system is very sensitive to changes in initial conditions. You've confused me, Sarah said. If I use a cannon to fire a cannonball, the cannonball has a certain weight, a certain speed, and a certain angle of inclination. If I fire a second cannonball, keeping the weight, speed, and angle the same, what will happen? The two cannonballs will land almost in the same place. That's right. Malcolm said, this is linear dynamics. I understand. But if I have a weather system and I start it at a certain temperature, a certain wind speed, and a certain humidity, then I repeat it with almost the same temperature, wind speed, and humidity. The second time, the system's behavior will not be exactly the same. It will change chaotically and soon have nothing in common with the first time. The first time it could be sunny, and the second time it could be pouring rain. This is nonlinear dynamics. They are very sensitive to initial conditions. Tiny differences can lead to vastly different outcomes. I think I understand. Sarah said, it's called the butterfly effect. A butterfly flapping its wings in Beijing can change the weather in New York. So does that mean chaos is random? Unpredictable? Sarah asked, is that right? No, Malcolm said. In fact, we find underlying regularities in the complex behavior of a system. That's why chaos has become a widely applicable theory. This theory can be used to study a multitude of issues, from stock markets to rioting crowds to the brainwaves of epilepsy patients, and can study any complex system that exhibits chaos and unpredictability. We can find the underlying patterns within. Got it. Got it. Sarah said, but what is this underlying regularity? It basically reflects the movement of the system in phase space, Malcolm replied. My God. Sarah said, I just want to know why you think Hammond's island won't work. I understand what you mean. Malcolm said, I'll talk about it later. Chaos theory addresses two issues. First, complex systems like weather have underlying regularities. Second, its opposite, simple systems, can also exhibit complex behavior. For example, billiards. You hit it, and it starts bouncing off the edges of the table. Theoretically, billiards is a very simple system, almost a Newtonian system, because you know the force applied to the ball and the mass of the ball. You can calculate the angle at which the ball will hit the edge of the table, and thus predict the future behavior of the ball. Theoretically, the ball would bounce from one side to the other indefinitely, and you could predict the ball's future bounces. In theory, you could predict where it would be 3 hours from now. Said Ian Malcolm. But in reality, Malcolm continued, you can only predict what will happen in the next few seconds at most, because some very small influences like an uneven table or small dents in the wood can directly cause the situation to change. Before long, your precise calculations will be rendered useless. The result proves that even simple systems, like playing billiards on a table, exhibit unpredictable behavior. Go on, Hammond said. Malcolm said, the engineering of the island seems to be a simple system as well. But the behavior of animals in a zoo environment is ultimately unpredictable. You know this is because of theory. Malcolm added, but you better take a look at the island and see what he's actually done. Isn't that worthwhile? No, it's completely unnecessary. The details are insignificant. The theory tells me that the situation on that island will soon become unpredictable. You have unwavering faith in your theory. Oh yes, Malcolm said, unwavering faith. He leaned back in his chair. There's a problem on that island. A disaster is about to happen. The helicopter's rotors let out 2 long beeps as they began to spin, casting a shadow on the runway at San Jose Airport. While the pilot was in communication with the tower, Grant was listening to the clicking sounds in his headphones. They picked up another person in San Jose. His name was Dennis Leiden, who had flown in specifically to meet them. He was chubby, somewhat disheveled, with a lollipop in his mouth, sticky chocolate on his fingers, and bits of aluminum foil on his shirt. He mumbled something about being in charge of the computers on the island, but did not initiate a handshake with anyone. Through the helicopter's glass cockpit, Grant saw the concrete runway gradually receding beneath them. He saw the shadow of the helicopter quickly moving westward, heading toward the mountains. It'll take about 40 minutes, Hammond said from a seat in the back. Grant noticed the low hills below growing distant, and then they passed through the clouds into a patch of sunlight. He saw the rolling mountains, but to his surprise, the deforestation was quite severe, exposing large swathes of bare rock and weathered cliffs. Costa Rica, Hammond said, compared to other Central American countries, has better population control. Nevertheless, its forest area continues to decrease. This has been the case for the last 10 years. The helicopter descended through the clouds to the other side of the mountains. Grant saw the beaches of the western coast. They flew over a small coastal village. Anasco, the pilot said, is a fishing village pointing northward. What you see over there along the coastline is the Cabo Blanco Reserve, which has beautiful beaches. The pilot directed the helicopter toward the sea. The water turned green, then gradually changed to turquoise. The sun shone on the shimmering surface of the sea. It was about 10 a.m. In a few minutes, we'll see Nublar Island, Hammond said. Hammond explained that Nublar Island is not a true island but a mountain rising from the seabed, formed by volcanic magma, spewed from below. There are traces of volcanic activity all over the island. Hammond said that many areas have vents and the ground often feels hot. For this reason, combined with strong ocean currents, the island is usually shrouded in fog. Once we get there, you'll see it. It's right over there. The helicopter continued forward and descended toward the sea. Grant saw a rocky island rising ahead, its cliffs steep and craggy. My God, it really looks like Alcatraz, Malcolm said. The forest-covered slopes were enveloped in mist, adding a touch of mystery to the island. But it's obviously much larger than that island, Hammond said. It's 8 miles long, 3 miles wide at its widest point, with a total area of 22 square miles. It will be the largest private wildlife sanctuary in the Americas. The helicopter began to ascend, flying toward the northern end of the island. Grant tried to look down through the thick fog. It's not usually this foggy, Hammond said, his tone somewhat uneasy. The small hill at the northern end of the island was the highest, rising over 2,000 feet above sea level. The summit was shrouded in mist, but Grant could still see the towering cliffs and the raging sea below. The helicopter flew over the peak. Unfortunately, Hammond said, we have to land on the island. I don't like doing this because it disturbs the animals. Sometimes it can be a bit risky. Hammond's words were interrupted by the pilot. We're beginning our descent now. Everyone hold on. The helicopter began to descend, and a thick fog immediately surrounded them. Grant heard the beeping of electronic signals in his headphones, but he could see nothing. After a while, he gradually began to make out the green branches of pine trees in the fog, with some areas quite dense. How is he flying in this? Malcolm said, but no one paid attention. The pilot looked to the left and right, then focused on the pine forest. The trees were still very dense. My God, Malcolm exclaimed. The beeping grew louder. Grant looked at the pilot, who was fully concentrated on flying. He looked down and saw a huge glowing cross on the ground beneath the helicopter's cockpit. The corners of the cross had lights flashing. The pilot slightly adjusted the helicopter's position and then landed in the designated area. The rotor noise gradually diminished until it completely disappeared. Grant sighed with relief and unbuckled his seatbelt. We need to get down quickly and walk over there, Hammond said, because there will be wind shear. There's often severe wind shear on this mountaintop, so don't worry. We're still safe. A person ran toward the helicopter. He had red hair and wore a baseball cap. He opened the door and cheerfully said, hello, I'm Idregis. Welcome to Nublar Island. The path is uneven, so be careful. A small path wound down the mountain, and the air was cold and damp. As they walked down, the fog gradually thinned. Grant could now see the surrounding landscape more clearly. He felt it resembled the Olympic Peninsula in the Pacific Northwest. That's right, Regis said, the main ecosystem is deciduous rainforest, which is quite different from the plants that grow on the mainland. The mainland has a more typical rainforest. This is a microclimate that only exists at higher elevations on the northern slopes. The island mainly has a tropical climate. As they descended further, they saw the white rooftops of buildings standing amid the trees. Grant was astonished. The houses were elegantly designed, and there was no fog below. Now he could see the entire island extending southward. Just as Regis said, most of the island was covered with tropical trees. Grant noticed a trunk extending above the palms to the south, bare of leaves, with only a large, curved trunk. He saw the trunk moving, twisting to face the unexpected visitors. Grant realized that what he was seeing was not a tree trunk at all. What he saw was the beautiful, curved neck of a massive creature, towering at 50 feet high. He was looking at a dinosaur. Oh my gosh, Alice exclaimed softly. Everyone stared at the creature in the thicket. Oh my gosh. Her first impression was that this dinosaur was incredibly beautiful. Dinosaurs were often depicted in books as large and ugly, while this long-necked dinosaur moved with grace, almost with a certain dignity. Its movements were quick and showed no sign of clumsiness. The reptile gazed at them with vigilant eyes, emitting a low, mournful sound similar to that of an elephant. Soon, Another head appeared from the thicket, followed by a third and a fourth. "Oh my gosh!" Alice exclaimed again. Grant was stunned. He had always been clear about what he hoped for over the years, but somehow he had never truly believed that such a thing would actually happen. At this moment, he was frozen in shock, unable to utter a word. He had always thought that the immense power of so-called new genetic technology was merely sensational rhetoric. But now its power was suddenly and clearly in front of him. These animals were enormous, truly colossal. They were as big as houses. So many. Real, living dinosaurs. Absolutely no fucks. Grant thought, "We're going to make a fortune here." A fortune. Grant stood on the path on the hillside, surrounded by mist. He stared intently at the gray necks stretching above the palm trees, feeling a bit dizzy as if the slope beneath him had suddenly steepened. He felt like he couldn't catch his breath because what he was seeing was something he had never dreamed he would witness in his lifetime. Yet here he was, looking at it. The creature in the mist was unmistakably a brontosaurus, a medium-sized sauropod. His stunned brain was making academic connections. A North American herbivore, living in the late Jurassic, commonly referred to as brontosaurus, discovered in Montana in 1876 by E.D. Cope, related to the Morrison Formation of Colorado, Utah, and Oklahoma. Recently, Berman and McIntosh had reclassified it as Apatosaurus based on the shape of its skull. The traditional view held that Brontosaurus spent most of its time in shallow water, as the buoyancy of water helped support its massive body. Although this animal was clearly not in the water, it moved very quickly, its head and neck moving above the palm trees, appearing lively and astonishingly agile. Grant laughed heartily. "What is going on?" Hammond asked uneasily. "What is the problem?" Grant shook his head, still laughing. What struck him as funny was that he had only been watching the creature for a few seconds and had already begun to accept it, using his observations to answer long-standing questions in this academic field. Yet he couldn't clearly articulate this point to them. As he saw the fifth and sixth dinosaurs stretching their heads above the palm trees, his smile hadn't faded. These sauropods were watching the visitors. They reminded Grant of oversized giraffes, their expressions silly yet endearing as they looked at people. "I believe they're not man-made," Malcolm said. "They're the real deal." "Yes, they are indeed real," Hammond replied. "But, well, they should be real, right?" They heard a distant mournful sound. At first it was one sound, followed by many others in response. "That's their call," Ray said, "welcoming you to the island." Grant stood there quietly listening for a moment, feeling indescribable joy. "You might be wondering about the next arrangements," Hammond said as he walked along the path. "We'll have you first see those facilities. Later this afternoon, we'll go into the park to see the dinosaurs. I'll have dinner with you all tonight, and I'll answer any questions you have then. Now, please follow Mr. Ray." Everyone followed Ray toward the nearest building. There was a rough, hand-painted sign on the other side of the path that read, "Welcome to Jurassic Park." Chapter 3, untitled. When this curve was redrawn, the details became clearer. Ian Malcolm, Jurassic Park. They walked into a green pathway shaded by palm trees leading to the visitor center. Everywhere were large, carefully cultivated plants, making them feel as if they were entering a new world, a prehistoric tropical world, leaving the real world behind. Alice said to Grant, "It looks quite nice." Grant replied, "I want to get closer to examine them. I want to lift their toes, check their claws, feel their skin, open their mouths, and see their teeth. Otherwise, I want to feel secure. But seriously, they look pretty good." "I think this slightly changes your field," Malcolm said. Grant shook his head. "It changes everything," he said. "For 150 years, since the discovery of giant animal bones in Europe, the study of dinosaurs had become a practice of scientific inference. Paleontology sought to explore, through fossil bones and the tracks of long-extinct large animals, essentially conducting exploratory work. The most prominent paleontologists were usually those best at making inferences. All major debates in paleontology were conducted in this way, including the heated dispute over whether dinosaurs were warm-blooded, in which Grant was a key figure. Scientists had always classified dinosaurs as reptiles, cold-blooded animals that absorbed heat from their surroundings. A mammal can convert food into heat in its body, but cold-blooded reptiles cannot. A few researchers, primarily a group of scholars under John Ostrom and Robert Becker at Yale University, began to question whether the notion of dinosaurs being lazy, cold-blooded animals could adequately explain the fossil records. According to past typical inference habits, they drew conclusions from several lines of evidence. First was posture. Lizards and cold-blooded reptiles move lazily with bent legs, close to the ground to warm up. Lizards lack the strength to stand on their feet for several seconds. Many dinosaurs, however, could stand upright on their hind legs. In today's surviving animals, Only warm-blooded mammals and birds exhibit upright postures. Therefore, the posture of dinosaurs suggested they were warm-blooded. Next, they studied metabolic processes and calculated the pressure required to pump blood up the 18-foot-long neck of a brachiosaurus, concluding that only a four-chambered warm-blooded heart could achieve such circulation. They also studied footprints. Based on fossil tracks left in the soil, they inferred that dinosaurs could run as fast as humans, and such agility indicated that dinosaurs were warm-blooded. They discovered dinosaur remains in the Arctic Circle, which would be impossible for cold-blooded reptiles to survive in such a cold environment. At the same time, recent studies of social behavior, primarily based on Grant's work, suggested that dinosaurs had complex social lives and even cared for their young, something cold-blooded reptiles could not do. Sea turtles abandon their eggs, but dinosaurs do not. The debate over whether dinosaurs were warm-blooded has raged for 15 years, and finally, the new idea that dinosaurs were fast-moving and agile animals has been accepted, but this does not mean that the enduring opposition has completely disappeared. At the conference, some colleagues still ignored each other. At this moment, if dinosaurs could reproduce asexually, Grant's field of study would change instantly. The paleontological research on dinosaurs would come to an end, including the entire plan involving the preservation of massive bones, the museums filled with noisy schoolchildren displaying skeletons, university laboratories with research papers and publications, all would be over. "You don't seem to be upset," Malcolm said. Grant shook his head. "This has been discussed in our field. Many people thought it would become a reality, but they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. That's humanity for you." Malcolm laughed. Everyone knew it would become a reality, but no one expected it to happen so fast. Once they stepped onto the path, they could no longer see the dinosaurs, but they could still hear their soft horn-like sounds. Grant said, "I have one question. Where would they get the DNA?" Grant knew that in the labs in Berkeley, Tokyo, and London, there was a special view that it was possible to reproduce extinct animals like dinosaurs through asexual reproduction if you could obtain some dinosaur DNA. The problem is, all known dinosaurs are fossils, and the fossilization process destroys most of the DNA, turning it into inorganic material. Of course, if a dinosaur were frozen or preserved in a bog or dried out in a desert, then its DNA might be recoverable. However, no one has ever found a frozen or dry dinosaur. Therefore, asexual reproduction is impossible. Without reproductive genes, all modern genetic technology is useless. It's like having a movie projector, but nothing to project. Ellie said, "You can't create a real dinosaur because you can't get real dinosaur DNA. Unless there's some method we haven't thought of." Grant said, "What method?" she asked. "I don't know," Grant replied. They crossed the fence and walked toward the swimming pool. Water cascaded out of the pool, forming waterfalls that flowed into smaller stone basins. The area was filled with gigantic ferns. "Isn't this a wonder?" Reggie said. "Especially on foggy days, these plants do help create a prehistoric atmosphere. Of course, these are real Jurassic ferns." Ellie fell silent, carefully observing the Jurassic ferns. Indeed, they were, as he said, a type of plant found abundantly in fossils, with a history of 200 million years, now only seen in the humid soils of Brazil and Colombia. However, whoever decided to plant these special ferns by the pool clearly did not know that the spores of these ferns contain deadly alkaloids. And even just touching their charming green leaves could make you feel unwell. If a child accidentally ingested even a tiny bit, it would almost certainly be fatal, as its toxicity is 15 times that of oleander. Ellie thought, people have a naive understanding of plants. They choose plants based solely on their appearance. Like selecting paintings to hang on the wall. They never consider that plants are, in fact, vibrant entities. They are busy breathing and employing all the necessary functions such as intake, excretion, and reproduction for their defense mechanisms. But Ellie knew that throughout Earth's history, the evolution of plants, like that of animals, has involved competition, and in some respects, it has been even more intense than that of animals. The toxins in ferns are just one small example of how plants have gradually evolved, containing chemical weapons. There are terpenes that secrete toxins to poison the surrounding soil, exterminating their competitors, while alkaloids make them inedible to insects and carnivores and children. Pheromones are used for communication. When a Douglas fir is attacked by beetles, it secretes a compound that deters the beetles from feeding, and firs in other parts of the forest will also secrete this substance. This is the tree's response to the attack, as the roots secretly secrete a plant compound into the soil to alert other trees. Most people think that Earth's ecological environment consists of animals active in a green landscape, but they severely misinterpret what they see. That green landscape is a vibrant, busy world. In a struggle for sunlight, plants grow, extend, twist, and curve, constantly interacting with animals. Their bark and thorns deter some animals. They poison others to promote their own reproduction. They provide food for other animals, using them to spread pollen and seeds. It's a complex, dynamic process. This process has always fascinated Ellie. Moreover, she knew that most people are completely ignorant of it. If planting toxic ferns by the pool suggests anything, it is clear that the designers of Jurassic Park have been rather careless. They should have been more cautious. Isn't that fascinating? Reggie said, if you look ahead, you'll see our resort. Ellie saw an impressive low building with a glass pyramid tower rising above it. This is where you'll be staying in Jurassic Park. Grant's suite was in beige tones. The wicker furniture was painted green, giving off a jungle vibe. The room was not yet fully completed. There were piles of useless clutter in the closet and segments of electrical conduit scattered across the floor. In the corner was a television with a card on it. Channel 2, Stegoceratops Highlands Channel 3, Triceratops Activity Area Channel 4, Sauropod Swamp Channel 5, Carnivore Habitat Channel 6, South Spinosaurus Area Channel 7, Velociraptor Valley Channel 8, Pterosaur Peak. He found these names amusing. Grant turned on the television, but only static appeared. He turned it off and walked into the bedroom, throwing the suitcase onto the bed. Above the bed was a pyramidal skylight. It gave a camping feel, as if sleeping under the stars. Unfortunately, the glass was protected by heavy struts that cast shadows across the bed. Grant paused. He had seen the design of the resort. He did not remember there being these struts on the skylight. In fact, they seemed to have been added later, appearing very crude. And there was a black steel frame outside the glass wall, with the struts welded to the frame. Grant walked from the bedroom to the living room, puzzled. His window faced the swimming pool perfectly. By the way, Grant, those ferns are toxic, Ellie said when she entered his room. And did you notice anything special about this room? They changed the design. Yes, I thought so too. She paced around the room. The windows are small, she said. The glass is adjusted and set in a steel frame. The door is also covered in metal, but that is unnecessary. Did you see the fence when we came in? Grant nodded. The entire resort is surrounded by a fence made of 1-inch thick steel bars. The fence has been carefully beautified and painted a uniform black, resembling wrought iron. But no deliberate decoration can hide the thickness of the metal and its 12-foot height. I also believe the design plans did not include the fence. Ellie said, in my view, it seems they have turned this place into a fortress. Grant looked at his watch. We must ask why this is, he said. The tour starts in 30 minutes. They met at the visitor center when dinosaurs ruled the earth. The building is 2 stories high, with all the glass set and exposed. Black-plated beams and supports. Grant felt that this building is undoubtedly a product of high technology. There is a small auditorium controlled by an automated T-Rex. It stands menacingly at the entrance to the exhibition area, where a slogan reads, "When dinosaurs ruled the earth." Further ahead are other exhibits. What are dinosaurs? What is the Mesozoic world? The exhibits are not yet set up, with wires and cables scattered across the floor. Sattler stepped up to the podium and talked with Grant, Ellie, and Malcolm. His voice echoed slightly in the venue. Hammond sat in the back with his arms crossed over his chest. We're about to tour those facilities. Sattler said, I can assure you that Hammond and his assistants will showcase all of this at the best time. Before we depart, I want to rethink why we are here and what decisions I need to make before we leave. First, you all realize at this moment that the dinosaurs bred through genetic engineering on this island are allowed to roam freely in an environment resembling a natural park to attract tourists. The site is not yet open for tourism, but it is expected to be in a year. Now, I have a simple question for you. Is this island safe? Are tourists safe? Is it safe to raise dinosaurs here? Sattler dimmed the lights. There are 2 pieces of evidence we need to address. First, a dinosaur identified by Dr. Grant, one that has never been found on the island of Costa Rica. This dinosaur was identified solely from its remains. It was discovered in July of this year and is said to have bitten an American girl on the beach. Dr. Grant will tell you the details. I have requested the New York lab that preserved the remains to airlift it here so we can examine it directly. Meanwhile, there is a second piece of evidence. Costa Rica has an excellent healthcare system that records various case data. In early March, there were several reports of lizards biting infants in their cribs. And I should add that lizards also bit elderly people while they slept. These lizard bite incidents have sporadically been reported from the coastal villages of Mariloa to Punta Arenas. After March, such reports ceased. However, I received this infant mortality statistics chart for the first half of this year from the Public Health Service in San Jose. Please note 2 features of this chart. Sattler continued. First, the infant mortality rate was low in January and February, then peaked in March and decreased in April. However, from May to July, the mortality rate was high again, with July being the month the American girl was bitten. The Public Health Service noticed that some factor seems to be affecting infant mortality, but staff in the coastal villages reported nothing. The second feature of this chart is that mortality rates tend to peak biweekly, which is puzzling. This seems to suggest some alternating phenomenon is at work. The lights brightened again. Well, Sattler said, this is the evidence I wanted to present. Now, you all can save ourselves a lot of trouble, Malcolm said. I can explain this to you right now. You can? Sattler asked. Yes, Malcolm said. First, some animals have likely left this island. Nonsense. Hammond roared from the back. Second, it is almost certain from this chart from the Public Health Service that this phenomenon is unrelated to any animals that have left here. Grant asked, how do you know? You need to pay attention to the alternating peaks and valleys on this chart. Malcolm said, which is a common characteristic of many complex systems. For example, a leaky faucet. If you just open the faucet a little, the water will drip continuously like this. Drip, drip, drip. But if you turn it open a little more, the flow becomes unstable and you get drops of varying sizes, drip, drip like that. You could try it yourself. Instability causes alternation. It's a signal. In any community investigating the transmission of a new disease, you will find a similar alternating chart. Then why do you say the situation is not caused by escaping dinosaurs? Grant asked. Because this is a nonlinear signal, Malcolm said. You would need hundreds of escaping dinosaurs to produce such results. And I do not believe there are hundreds of dinosaurs that have escaped. So I conclude that there are other phenomena at play, much like a new flu outbreak causing the fluctuations you see in the chart. Sattler said, but you think some dinosaurs have escaped? Yes, quite possibly. Why? This is due to the goals you all aim to achieve here. Notice that this island is attempting to recreate a former natural environment, creating a closed world for extinct animals to roam freely. Right? Yes. But in my personal opinion, such a thing is impossible. These numbers indicate that planning is unnecessary. It's like me asking you whether you need to pay taxes on billions in revenue each year. You don't even need to pull out a calculator to know that you must pay taxes. Similarly, I can absolutely guarantee that humans cannot reproduce nature in this way or attempt to enclose it. Why not? After all, there's zoos. Zoos do not create nature. Malcolm said, let us be clear, zoos merely utilize the existing natural world, slightly modifying it to become a habitat for animals. But even those minor changes often fail because animals frequently escape. Meanwhile, a zoo would not serve as a model for such a park. The ambitions of this park are much greater than those of zoo. Its ambitions are more akin to establishing a space station on Earth. Sattler shook his head. I don't understand. Well, it's simple. Except for air that can flow freely, everything else in this park is deliberately isolated. Nothing comes in, and nothing goes out. The animals raised here can never interact with the larger ecological environment on Earth. They absolutely cannot escape. They have never escaped, Hammond shouted. Such enclosure is impossible, Malcolm said calmly. Absolutely not feasible. It can be done anytime it can be done. Sorry, Malcolm said. You don't even understand what you're saying. You arrogant little man. Hammond said this as he stood up and walked out of the room. Gentlemen, everyone, Sattler said. Sorry, Malcolm said, but I still stand by my point. In fact, what we call nature is a much more intricate system than we are willing to accept. We give nature a simple image, and then clumsily patch it up. I'm not an environmentalist, but you must understand what you do not understand. How many times does this point need to be emphasized? How many times do we need to see this evidence? We built the Aswan Dam and claimed it would revitalize the entire country. In the end, it destroyed the fertile Nile Delta, caused plagues to spread, and damaged Egypt's economy. We built, sorry, said Dr. Sattler. I think I heard the sound of a helicopter. It might have brought specimens for Dr. Grant to see. He got up and walked outside, followed by the others. At the foot of the mountain, Sattler's shouting drowned out the sound of the helicopter. The veins in his neck bulged. What have you done? Who did you invite? Relax, Hammond said. Sattler shouted. Is your damn head messed up? Hey, pay attention over here. Hammond straightened up and said, I think we need to clarify things. No, Sattler said, you need to clarify things. This is not a social gathering or a weekend trip. This is my island. Hammond said, I can invite whoever I want. This is a very serious investigation of your island because your investors are concerned that the island has gotten out of control. We think it's a very dangerous place. And you're not going to close my island, are you, Sattler? If necessary, I will. This is a safe place, Hammond said, no matter what that jerk mathematician says. It is not. I will prove it is safe. I want you to send them back to the helicopter immediately, Sattler said. No. Hammond pointed at the clouds in the sky. It has left. The sound of the helicopter blades had indeed faded. Damn it, Sattler said. Don't you understand you're taking unnecessary risks? Ah, Hammond said, we can talk about this later. I don't want to disappoint the kids. Grant turned around and saw Regis coming down the slope with two children. The boy was about 11 years old. The little girl was a few years younger, around 7 or 8, with her hair tucked under a baseball cap and a baseball glove hanging from her shoulder. The two children made their way down a path from the helicopter pad, but stopped a distance away from Sattler and Hammond. Sattler whispered, "Oh my God, now relax." Hammond said, "Their parents are getting a divorce, and I want them to have a nice weekend here." The little girl hesitated and waved. "Hi, Grandpa," she shouted, "we're here." Tim Murphy immediately sensed that something was off. His grandfather and the red-faced young man standing opposite him were arguing. The other adults stood behind them, looking awkward and uncomfortable. Alexis also felt the tense atmosphere. She hesitated and tossed the baseball into the air. Tim had to push her. "Come on, Lex. You go ahead, Tim. Don't be a coward," he said. Lex glared at him, but Ed Regis cheerfully said, "Let me introduce you all, and then we can go on the tour." "I'm leaving," Lex said. "I just want to introduce you," Regis said. "No, I'm leaving." But Regis had already started the introductions. First, he greeted his grandfather, who kissed them. Then he introduced them to the man arguing with his grandfather. This strong-looking man was named Sattler. As for the other introductions, they were a blur to Tim. He only remembered a blonde woman in shorts, a bearded man in work pants and a Hawaiian shirt, looking like someone who lived outdoors. Then came a chubby young man from the university who worked with computers. Finally, there was a thin man in black clothes who didn't shake their hands, but just nodded. Tim tried to form a complete impression of the people around him. They were staring at the legs of the blonde woman. Suddenly, he realized who the bearded man was. "You look stunned," Lex said. Tim said, "I know him." "Oh, of course. He was just introduced to you." "No," Tim said, "I have his book." The bearded man asked, "What book, Tim?" "The Lost World of Dinosaurs," Tim said. Lex snickered. "Dad says Tim only thinks about dinosaurs," she said. Tim barely heard her. He was contemplating what he knew about Grant. Grant was one of the leading proponents of the theory that dinosaurs were warm-blooded. He had done extensive excavation work in a place called Egg Hill in Montana. The hill was famous because many dinosaur eggs have been found there. So far, most of the discovered dinosaur eggs were from Professor Grant's excavations. He was also an excellent illustrator, having drawn many illustrations in his books. "Only thinking about dinosaurs?" The bearded man said, "Well, in fact, I do too. Dad says dinosaurs are really dumb," Lex said. "He says Tim should get outside and do more sports." Tim felt embarrassed. "I think you should go," he said. "Just a minute," Lex said. "Aren't you in a hurry? Don't you think I know what to do myself, Tim?" she said, putting her hands on her hips, mimicking her mom's angry stance. "Listen to me," Ed Regis said. "Why don't we just go to the visitor center so we can start the tour?" Everyone began to move out. Tim heard Sattler softly say to his grandfather, "Just from this, I could take you down." Tim looked up and saw Dr. Grant walking towards him. "How old are you, Tim?" 11. "How long have you been interested in dinosaurs?" Grant asked. Tim hesitated and said, "Not long." He felt nervous talking to Dr. Grant. "Occasionally, when I can convince the whole family, we go to the museum, especially my dad." "Your dad isn't very interested in dinosaurs?" Tim nodded. He told Grant about the last time his family went to the Natural History Museum. His dad looked at the skeletons and said, "This skeleton is huge." Tim said at the time, "No, Dad, this one is just average." "Oh, I didn't know. To me, it looks pretty big. It's not even an adult yet." "Dad." His dad squinted at the skeleton. "What is this? From the Jurassic?" "Oh my God. No, it's from the Cretaceous." "Cretaceous? What is the difference between Cretaceous and Jurassic?" "Just 100 million years. Cretaceous is earlier?" "No, Dad, Jurassic is earlier." "Well," his dad said, walking back to me, "it's just terrifyingly big." He turned to Tim, hoping for Tim to agree. Tim knew it was best to agree with his dad's opinion, so he murmured a few words softly. They continued walking to see another exhibit. Tim stood in front of a skeleton for a long time. It was a Tyrannosaurus rex, the largest carnivorous animal in Earth's history. His dad finally asked, "What are you looking at?" "I'm counting the vertebrae," Tim replied. "Vertebrae?" "In the tail section." "I know what vertebrae are," his dad said, a bit annoyed. He stood there for a moment longer and then asked, "Why are you counting them?" "I think there's a mistake. There should only be 37 vertebrae in a T-Rex's tail, but this tail has many more." "Are you trying to tell me," his dad said, "that the Natural History Museum has a skeleton that's wrong?" "I can hardly believe it." "It really is wrong," Tim said. His dad walked over to a staff member in the corner. "What did you just do?" his mom asked him. "I didn't do anything," Tim replied. "I just said this dinosaur has a problem. That's all." His dad returned with a ridiculous expression on his face. Of course, because the staff member told him that a T-Rex has many vertebrae in its tail. "How do you know that?" his dad asked. "I read it in a book," Tim replied. "That's quite surprising, son," he said, placing his hand on Tim's shoulder and giving it a squeeze. "Your head is really full of dinosaurs." His dad then said he wanted to watch the second half of the game on TV. and Lex said she wanted to watch it too, so they left the museum. Tim hadn't seen any other dinosaurs, which is why they went there first. But that's just how things were at home. Tim corrected himself again. Things were often like that at home. Now his dad was getting divorced from his mom, and things might be different. His dad had already moved out. Even though Tim initially found it a bit hard to believe, he hoped so. He guessed his mom had a boyfriend, but he couldn't be sure. However, of course, he would never bring this up with Lex. Lex was heartbroken over the separation from their dad. She had been moody for weeks. Is it number 5207? Grant asked. What did you say? Tim asked. The T. Rex in the museum. Is it number 5207? Yes, Tim replied. How do you know? Grant smiled slightly. They'd been saying for years they would confirm it, but now they might never do so. Why? Because of everything that happened here, Grant said. On your grandfather's island. Tim shook his head. He didn't understand what Grant was talking about. My mom said, this is just a leisure resort where you can swim and play tennis. Not entirely, Grant said. Let's walk, and I'll explain it to you. Ed Regis was feeling quite disgruntled as he thought to himself. Now, I'm just a bumbling babysitter. While waiting at the visitor center, he gently kicked the floor with his foot. This was the task assigned to him by that old man. You need to keep an eye on my grandson like an eagle. You have to be responsible for them this weekend. Ed Regis did not like this job at all. He felt it was beneath his dignity. He was not the type to take care of children. For that matter, he wasn't even a tour guide, even if it was for big shots. He was the head of public relations for Jurassic Park. During the time leading up to the official opening in a year, he had a lot of preparations to do. Coordinating with PR firms in San Francisco and London, as well as offices in New York and Tokyo, was already an endless task, especially since he couldn't yet let those offices know what was so appealing about this resort. The company was planning a very demanding promotional campaign, but lacked specific content to promote, so everyone was quite unhappy. After all, even the most creative people can't work without resources. They needed someone to encourage them to perform at their best. He couldn't afford to waste time leading scientists on tours. But that was the frustrating part about the PR profession. No one treated you like a professional. Regis had been in and out of this island for 7 months, and they still forced him to do menial tasks. Just like that incident in January, which Harding was supposed to handle, but it ended up on Regis's plate. How was he supposed to know how to take care of a sick person? And now, he had to be a tour guide and a babysitter again. He turned around to count heads, and one was still missing. After a while, he saw Dr. Sattler coming out of the restroom behind him. All right, everyone, let's begin our tour of the second floor. Tim, along with the others, followed Mr. Regis up the black suspended staircase to the second floor. They passed a sign that read, Restricted Area, No Trespassing. A chill ran down Tim's back when he saw the sign. They walked along the second floor corridor. The wall facing the balcony was entirely made of glass, with palm trees on the balcony shrouded in mist. On the other wall were several panel doors, seemingly leading to offices, park manager, visitor services general manager. As they walked, they came to a glass partition with another sign. Below the sign were additional warnings. Caution, teratogenic materials, pregnant women prohibited, hazardous, use of radioisotopes may cause cancer. Tim became increasingly excited. Teratogenic materials, things that could cause mutants. It sent shivers down his spine. But after hearing Ed Regis's words, he was greatly disappointed. Don't mind those signs. They're just there for legal reasons. Yes, you. Everything here is absolutely safe. He led them through the door, where a guard was standing on the other side. Regis turned to face the group. You may have noticed, we have minimized the personnel on this island. We only need 20 people to manage this area. Of course, there will be more staff when we have guests. But at this moment, there are only 20 of us. This is our control room, and the entire park is managed from here. They stopped in front of a window, looking into a dimly lit room that resembled a small aviation ground control center. A transparent glass map of the park was displayed vertically, facing a row of glowing computer consoles. Some screens showed data, but the majority displayed video feeds from various locations within the park. There were only 2 people in the room, engaged in conversation. On the left is our chief engineer, John Arnold. Regis pointed to the thin man, the one in a short-sleeved shirt, wearing a tie and smoking. Next to him is our park manager, Mr. Robert Muldoon, a famous white hunter from Nairobi. Muldoon was strong and dressed in khaki clothing, with sunglasses swaying in his shirt pocket. He glanced at the group, nodded slightly, and turned back to the computer screen. I believe you're all eager to see this room, Regis said. But first, let's see how we obtain the DNA of dinosaurs. The door read extraction room. And like all doors in a laboratory building, it could only be opened with a security card. Ed Regis slid his security card into the door slot. With a flash of light, the door opened. Inside, Tim saw a small room filled with green light, where 4 technicians in lab coats were intently using binocular microscopes or watching images on high-resolution television screens. The room was filled with amber stones. Some were in glass cases, some in cardboard boxes, and others on large folding trays. Each stone was labeled with a number written in black ink. Regis introduced Henry Wu to everyone, a tall man in his 30s. Dr. Wu is our leading geneticist. I'll ask him to explain to you what we are doing here. Henry Wu smiled slightly. At least, I will try to explain to you. He said, genetics is quite complex. You might be wondering where we get the DNA of our dinosaurs. I have wondered about that. Grant said. In fact, Dr. Wu explained, there are two possible routes. Using the Lie antibody extraction technique, we can sometimes obtain DNA directly from dinosaur bones. How effective is that? Grant asked. Well, during the fossilization process, most of the soluble proteins are filtered out. However, if we crush the fossils and use Lie's procedure, we can still recover 20 of the proteins. Dr. Lie himself used this procedure to obtain proteins from extinct Australian marsupials and to extract blood cells from ancient human genetics. His technique is so refined that it can work with just 50 nanograms of material, which is 1/5 of 100 millionth of a gram. So you're using his technique here too? Grant asked. Only as an alternative method, Dr. Wu said. As you can imagine, the yield of 20 does not meet our operational needs. For asexual reproduction, we need the complete DNA of the dinosaurs. He took out a piece of amber, the prehistoric tree resin that had turned into fossilized resin. Grant looked at Ellie and then at Malcolm. That's quite a clever method, Malcolm nodded. I still don't understand. Grant admitted. Resin, Dr. Wu explained, often drips onto insects, encasing them. Thus, those insects are well preserved in the fossil. Various insects can be found in amber, including blood-sucking insects that feed on large animals. Blood-sucking? Grant repeated, his mouth agape in surprise. You mean sucking the blood of dinosaurs? Well, it's very likely, Dr. Wu said. Then the insects are preserved in amber. Grant shook his head. If that works, then I'm not human. I assure you it does work, Dr. Wu said, walking toward a microscope. A technician there positioned a piece of amber containing a fly under the microscope. When the technician inserted a long needle through the amber into the chest of the prehistoric fly, everyone watched the monitor together. If this insect had formed blood cells, we would be able to extract all of it and obtain the original DNA, the DNA of that extinct animal. Of course, we can only know for sure what it is after we extract it, replicate it, and conduct tests. This is the work we have been engaged in for the past 5 years. It is a lengthy and slow process, but we have greatly benefited from it. In fact, extracting dinosaur DNA using this method is slightly easier than extracting mammalian DNA. This is because mammalian red blood cells lack nuclei, and therefore, there is no DNA in their red blood cells. If you want to reproduce mammals asexually, you must find a white blood cell. White blood cells are much less abundant. But dinosaurs had nucleated red blood cells, just like modern birds. One of the many indications we have is that dinosaurs were not truly cold-blooded creatures. They were tough-skinned, large birds. Tim saw that Dr. Grant still had a skeptical expression on his face. He also noticed that the fat, disheveled guy, Dennis Nedry, seemed uninterested, as if he understood everything already. Nedry was eager to see the next room. I thought Mr. Nedry had figured out the next step in our work, Dr. Wu said, which is how we identify the extracted DNA. For this, I need to use a powerful computer. They passed through a sliding door into a very cold room. The room was filled with deafening sounds. 2 6-foot-tall, cylindrical towers stood in the center of the room, and along the walls were several rows of waist-high stainless steel boxes. This is our high-tech automated laboratory, Dr. Wu said. The boxes along the walls are all automated gene sequencing devices, operating at high speed under the control of the Cray XM supercomputer. The 2 tower-like devices in the middle of the room are the Cray XM computer. In fact, you are currently in a powerful gene factory. Several monitors in the room were running at high speed, making it difficult to see what they displayed. Dr. Wu pressed a button, revealing an image. What you just saw is the actual structure of the small fragments of dinosaur DNA, Dr. Wu said. Note that this chemical structure sequence consists of 4 basic compounds: adenine, thymine, uracil, and cytosine. The instructions contained in this amount of DNA could potentially create a protein, meaning a hormone or an enzyme. A complete DNA molecule contains 300 million such bases. If we looked at the screen like this once per second for 8 hours a day, it would take over 2 years to view the entire structure of the DNA. The DNA molecule is that large. He pointed to the image and said, "This is a typical example. You can see that the DNA has an error located at line 1201. Many of the DNA we obtain are fragmented or incomplete. So, we first need to repair it, or more accurately, we need to repair it using a computer. The computer will use something we call restriction enzymes to cut the DNA and select a series of enzymes that can be used for this task. This is the same section of DNA, and the positions of the restriction enzymes have been identified. As you can see at line 1201, two enzymes can cut the DNA on either side of the damage point. We usually let the computer make the selection, but we also need to know which nitrogenous base to insert to repair the damaged area. To do this, we need to arrange various DNA fragments like this. Now we're looking for a fragment of DNA. This fragment overlaps the damaged area and can tell us what is missing. You can see that we are not only able to find this fragment, but we can also carry out more precise repair work. The black bars you see represent the restriction fragments, which are a small part of the dinosaur DNA, and these fragments are cut by enzymes and analyzed. The computer is recombining and arranging these fragments by looking for overlapping sequences. It's a bit like putting together a puzzle. The computer can complete this task quickly. This is the DNA repaired by the computer. What you're seeing in this operation would take several months in a conventional laboratory, but we can complete it in just a few seconds. Do you handle all the DNA? Grant asked. Oh no, Wu replied, that's impossible. We have advanced significantly since the 1960s. Back then, it took an entire laboratory 4 years to decode a batch of codes that appeared on the screen. Now the computer can do it in 2 hours. However, even so, the DNA molecule is still too large. We only see the portions of DNA that differ due to species or are different from existing biological DNA fragments. The nucleotides that differ between species account for only a small fraction of the total. We need to analyze these differing parts, and it's still a massive undertaking. Dennis Nedry yawned. He had long since concluded that International Genetic Technologies was doing this kind of work. 2 years ago, International Genetic Technologies hired Nedry to design the control system for the park. One of the parameters required 3 10-9 units of database records. Nedry thought there was a mistake and called To for confirmation. He was told that the parameter was correct, and it was indeed 300 million records. Nedry had designed many large systems. He was well known for designing global telephone systems for several multinational companies. Those systems often had millions of records, and he was used to it, but the demand from International Genetic Technologies was much larger. Nedry was puzzled and went to see Barney Firos at Symbiotics near MIT. What kind of data has 300 million records, Barney? That must be a mistake, Barney said with a laugh. They probably added a 0 or 2 at the end. There's no mistake. I've checked. That's how much they need. This is insane, Barney said. It simply won't work, even if you have the fastest processors and dazzlingly fast algorithms. A single search would take days. It might even take weeks. Yeah, Nedry said, I know. Fortunately, they didn't ask me to design the entire system. I just have to store the whole system. But even so, what can be done with this stored data? Barney frowned. Does your work require confidentiality? Yes, Nedry replied. Most of his work was signed under non-disclosure agreements. Can you tell me anything? This is a biotechnology company. Biotechnology, Barney said, well, that's obviously. What? DNA molecules. Oh, come on, Nedry said. No one can analyze DNA molecules. He knew that biologists were discussing research plans on the human genome to analyze the complete structure of human DNA, but that would likely require the cooperation of laboratories worldwide working together for 10 years. It was a grand plan, much like the Manhattan Project for building the atomic bomb. This is a private company. 3 million records needed, Barney said. I don't know what else it could be except for studying DNA. Perhaps they are optimistic about designing this system. Indeed, very optimistic. Ryder said, maybe they're just analyzing DNA fragments. But they must have super powerful random access memory to do that. This makes more sense. Some data storage search techniques consume a large amount of memory. Do you know who is designing the system? I don't know, Ryder replied. This company keeps everything under wraps. Well, I suspect what they're doing is likely related to DNA, Barney said. What kind of system? A multi-experimental mathematical programming system. A multi-experimental mathematical programming system? You mean more than one Cray computer? Barney frowned, pondering repeatedly. Can you tell me anything else? I'm sorry, Ryder said. I can't. He returned to designing his control system. The whole design took him and his design team over a year. The company's reluctance to tell him the purpose of the subsystems added to the difficulty of the entire job. The instructions they gave him were exceptionally brief. Design a module for storing records or design a module for screen display. They provided him with design parameters, but no details about usage, so he could only work blindly. Now the system was completed and operational, but it had many defects, and he was not surprised by that. What else could they expect? Now, they were panicking and calling him in, worried about what was lacking in his design. This is really annoying, Ryder thought. When Grant asked questions, Ryder couldn't help but think of those people again. Once the computer analyzes the DNA, how do you know what kind of animal the code refers to? We have two methods, Wu replied. The first is chromosomal mapping. DNA evolves very quickly, similar to other structures in organisms, such as hands, feet, or any other physical parts. So we can input an unknown DNA sample and roughly calculate its position in the evolutionary process. This work is time-consuming, but it can still be done. What about the other method? Wu shrugged. That is to cultivate it and then see what it actually is, he said. This is the method we often use. I'll let you see the entire process of this method. As the tour continued, Tim grew increasingly impatient. He liked technical things, but even so, he gradually lost interest. They arrived at a door marked fertilization room. Dr. Wu used his security card to open the door, and they went inside. Tim saw that the technicians in this room were also busy at microscopes. The back half of the room was completely shrouded in blue ultraviolet light. Dr. Wu explained that the DNA cultivation work they were engaged in required the rapid interruption of cell division at very precise moments. So they had the most toxic agents in the world. Lizard venom, aconitine, beta-alkaloids. He pointed to a row of syringes under ultraviolet light and said, they can kill any organism in 1 or 2 seconds. Tim wished he could learn more about these toxins, but Dr. Wu began to talk in a dull manner about using fertilized crocodile egg cells and replacing DNA. Then Grant asked several complex questions. On one side of the room were many large cylinders labeled with N2 liquid. There were also huge upright freezers filled with frozen embryos. Each embryo was wrapped in a small silver foil. Lex was extremely bored, Ryder was yawning, and even Dr. Sattler had lost interest. Tim was tired of these incomprehensible laboratories. He wanted to see dinosaurs. The door to the next room was marked hatching room. It was a bit warm and humid. We keep the indoor temperature at 99 degrees Fahrenheit with a relative humidity of 100, Dr. Wu said. At the same time, we maintain an oxygen concentration of up to 23. That's very close to the climatic conditions of the Jurassic, Grant said. Yes, at least we think so. If anyone feels dizzy, please let me know. Dr. Wu inserted the security card into the door slot, and the outer door opened with a hiss. One thing to remind everyone, do not touch anything in this room. The oils from your skin can seep into some dinosaur eggs. Watch out for the sensors above your heads. They're always moving. Wu then opened the inner door leading to the animal breeding area, and they walked in. What Tim saw was a large room completely bathed in infrared light. Dinosaur eggs were placed on a long table. Their outlines flickered in the mist enveloping the table, hissing softly and swaying gently. Reptilian eggs contain a large amount of yolk, but no moisture. The embryos must absorb moisture from the surrounding environment, which is why there is this mist. Dr. Wu explained that each table holds 150 eggs, which are a new batch of DNA products. Each batch of eggs on the table is marked with a number for distinction, such as SDG, 4852, or TRC, 3904, etc. The staff turns the eggs once an hour in the mist that reaches waist height and measures the temperature with temperature sensors. The TV cameras and motion sensors above are monitoring the entire room. A hanging sensor moves from one egg to another, gently touching them with a flexible stick, making a beeping sound, and then continues on. In this hatching room, we have hatched more than 12 batches of animals. The total number of surviving animals is 238. Their survival rate is about 0. We initially tried to find ways to improve the survival rate, but even with computer analysis, we still have to deal with 500 mutation species at the same time. 120 are caused by environmental factors, another 200 are due to intrinsic reasons, and the rest are due to the materials themselves. Our eggshells are made of plastic, and the embryos are placed inside through technology and hatched here. How long does it take to grow? Dinosaurs mature very quickly, in 2 to 4 years. So there are already many adult dinosaurs in the park. What do these numbers mean? These codes, Wu said, indicate different batches of DNA extracts. The first 4 letters indicate the species of the animal being grown. Their TRC refers to Triceratops. SDG refers to Stegosaurus. What about the 1 on this table? Grant asked. The code is XXXX00011, and it's hastily written hypothetical coelu. This is a new batch of DNA, Wu said. We don't know what it will grow into. The first extract. We couldn't determine what animal it was, and you can see it says hypothetical coelu, which is likely the Coelophysis. If I remember correctly, that is a small herbivorous dinosaur. I have a hard time remembering the names of these animals. So far, there are about 300 known dinosaurs. It's 347 species, Tim said. Grant chuckled and then asked, is anything hatching right now? Not at the moment. The hatching time varies for each animal, but generally, it takes about 2 months. We're trying to speed up the hatching process to lighten the burden on the hatching staff. You can imagine what it would be like if 150 animals were born at the same time within a few days. Of course, most of them won't survive. In fact, the eggs marked with X can hatch at any time. Any other questions? No? Let's go to the nursery. The newly born animals are there. This is a circular room, entirely white. The room was filled with several incubators for premature infants, just like those in a hospital nursery. However, the incubators in front of them were empty, and the floor was scattered with rags and toys. A young woman in a white coat sat on the floor with her back to them. Did you make any discoveries today, Casey? Dr. Wu asked. Not much, she replied, just a baby raptor. Let's take a look. The woman stood up and moved to the side. Tim heard Ryder say, it really looks like a lizard. The animal on the floor was about 1.5 feet long, roughly the size of a small monkey. Its deep yellow skin was marked with brown stripes. Like a tiger's. Its head resembled that of a lizard with a long snout. It stood on strong hind legs, balancing its body with a thick tail. Its tiny forelimbs waved in the air. It tilted its head to one side, staring at the group of visitors who were watching it intently. It's a velociraptor, Grant said softly. From Mongolia, Wu nodded. It's a carnivore, just 6 weeks old. I recently excavated a carnivorous dinosaur, Grant said as he bent down for a closer look. The little lizard suddenly jumped over Grant's head and landed on Tim's arm. Hey, it can jump, Wu said. Baby raptors can jump. In fact, adult ones can too. Tim caught the velociraptor and handed it to Dr. Wu. The little creature wasn't heavy, weighing about 1 or 2 pounds. Its skin was warm and very dry. The small head was just a few inches from Tim's face. Its dark, tiny bright eyes stared directly at Tim. Its little forked tongue flicked in and out. Will it hurt me? No, it's friendly. Are you sure? Jen asked concernedly. Oh, absolutely, Wu said. It won't be dangerous until it grows a bit more. Besides, the baby raptor doesn't even have teeth, not even egg teeth. Egg teeth? Ryder said. Most dinosaurs are born with egg teeth, small horns on their snouts like rhinoceros horns. These little horns help them break out of their eggs, but carnivorous dinosaurs don't have them. They make a small hole in the shell with their pointed snouts, and then the hatchery staff helps them out. You have to help them out? Grant shook his head. What if they're in the wild? In the wild? Grant said. When they breed in the wild and build their own nests. Oh, they can't do that, Wu said. The animals we raise can't breed. That's why we're building this nursery. It's the only way to refresh the animals in Jurassic Park. Why can't these animals breed? Well, you can imagine that it's very important to prevent them from breeding, Wu said. Whenever we encounter such critical issues, we design redundant systems, meaning we usually prepare at least 2 control programs. We have 2 unrelated reasons explaining why they can't breed. Firstly, they can't hatch because we've all x-rayed these eggs. And the second reason? All the animals in Jurassic Park are female, Wu said happily. Malcolm said, I think this needs further clarification because, as far as I know, X-raying is often unreliable. The dosage might be wrong, or the area of exposure might be off. That's true, Wu said, but we are confident that we have destroyed their gonadal tissues. So far, all the animals have been female, Malcolm said. Has this been verified? Has anyone gone out into the wild to check the dinosaur skirts? I mean, how can you determine a dinosaur's gender? Their reproductive organs vary by species. Some species are easy to identify, while others are more difficult. But to answer your question, our reasoning for thinking all the animals are female is that, in fact, we have made them that way. We control the chromosomes and the breeding environment within the eggs. From a biotechnology perspective, females are easier to raise. You probably know that all vertebrate embryos start off female. Our life begins from females. There has to be an external factor, such as the secretion of hormones at a certain point in development, to turn the growing embryo into a male. But if left to develop freely, the embryo will naturally become female. So, all the animals we are raising are female. We sometimes tend to refer to certain dinosaurs with male names, like the Tyrannosaurus rex. And we call it, in fact, they're all female. And believe me, they cannot reproduce. The little velociraptor nudged Tim with its nose and then rubbed its head against Tim's neck. Tim couldn't help but chuckle. It wants you to feed it, Wu said. What does it eat? Mice, but it just ate. So we're not feeding it now. The little dinosaur leaned back, staring at Tim. Its forelimbs flailed in the air. Tim noticed that each forelimb had only 3 toes, with tiny claws on them. Then, the dinosaur buried its head into his neck again. Grant walked over to closely examine the little creature. He touched its 3-toed forelimb. He asked Tim, do you mind? Tim placed the carnivorous dinosaur in his hands. Grant gently pointed to the little animal's back, observing it intently, as the little dinosaur squirmed back and forth. Then he lifted it high to see its side. The little animal let out a shrill scream. It doesn't like that, Ryder said. It doesn't like being away from a body. The dinosaur was still screaming, but Grant ignored it. He pinched its tail and felt the bone. Dr. Grant, please. Be careful. Ryder said. I won't hurt it. Dr. Grant, these animals are not from our world. In their time, no humans would have poked them and hurt them. I didn't poke it. Dr. Grant, please put down. Ryder said, but put down now. Ryder was starting to get angry. Grant returned the animal to Tim, and it immediately stopped screaming. Tim felt its little heart pounding fiercely against his chest. I'm sorry. Dr. Grant, Ryder said. These animals are young and fragile. We've already lost several. Some have developed postnatal syndromes, and we've treated them as if they had adrenalitis. Sometimes, they die within 5 minutes of being born. Tim stroked the little dinosaur. Okay, little buddy, he said. Everything's fine now. Its tiny heart was still racing. We feel it's very important to treat the animals here with the utmost compassion, Ryder said. I promise there will be an opportunity for you to examine them later. But Grant didn't leave. He walked over again to the little animal in Tim's arms, staring at it intently. The little velociraptor suddenly opened its mouth in anger and hissed at Grant. So fascinating, Grant said. Can I play with it here? Tim asked. Not now. Rayleigh said while glancing at his watch. It's 3 o'clock, the best time to visit the park. As you can see, all the dinosaurs are gathered in their habitats, which we designed for them. Tim put down the velociraptor, and the small animal hurriedly crossed the room, grabbed a piece of cloth, stuffed it into its mouth, and then tugged hard on the other end of the cloth with its tiny claws. On the way back to the control room, Malcolm asked, I have one more question, Dr. Wu. How many different animals have you bred so far? I can't remember the exact number, Wu replied, but I think there are currently 15 species. 15 species. Do you know it? That's right, 15 species, Ed Rayleigh nodded. You don't know the exact number? Malcolm said, feigning surprise. Wu smiled. After breeding 12 species, I stopped counting how many there were, he said, and you have to understand, sometimes we think we have correctly bred an animal from the DNA perspective, because that's our fundamental work. But when that animal grows to 6 months old, problems arise. We realize something must have gone wrong. A release stimulus gene didn't work, a hormone wasn't released, or there were other issues in the breeding process. So we have to go back to the drawing board for that animal. That's how it is, he said with a smile. For a while, I thought I had over 20 species, but now there are only 15 left. One of those 15 is, Malcolm turned to Grant. What's it called? The Compsognathus, Grant said. How many Compsognathus have you made, or do you call them something else? Malcolm asked. Oh, yes, Wu replied immediately. The Compsognathus is a very unique animal, and we have bred quite a few. Why breed so many? Well, we want Jurassic Park to have as authentic an environment as possible. The more realistic, the better. And the Compsognathus is a true scavenger that lived in the Jurassic, very much like the black-backed jackal. So we hope to have Compsognathus everywhere to do the cleanup work. You mean to deal with the animal carcasses? Yes, if there are indeed carcasses. However, we only have about 230 animals in total here. So even if there are carcasses, there wouldn't be many, Dr. Wu said. That's not our primary goal. In fact, we hope the Compsognathus can thoroughly process another type of waste. What waste? Oh, Wu replied. We have some massive herbivorous dinosaurs on this island. We have been particularly careful not to breed the largest sauropods, but even so, we have bred a few animals weighing 30 tons walking around this island, and there are quite a few animals weighing between 5 and 10 tons. This creates 2 problems for us. The first is feeding. In fact, we have to transport food to the island once every week. A small island like this can't even sustain these animals for a day. The other problem is waste. I don't know if you've ever seen elephant dung, Wu continued. There's a lot of it. Each pile is about the size of football. You can imagine just one pile of Rex dung is the size of 10 footballs. Now you can imagine how much dung there would be from such a large group of animals. And these behemoths have poor digestive systems, so they produce a lot of waste. The bacteria that decompose their waste have obviously disappeared over the 60 million years since the dinosaurs went extinct. At least, the waste from herbivorous dinosaurs doesn't decompose quickly. That's a problem, Malcolm said. I can assure you, that's indeed the case, Wu said seriously. We spent a lot of time trying to solve this problem. You may know that in Africa, there's a special insect called the dung beetle, which specializes in eating elephant dung. Many other large animals have developed connections with certain animals, and these animals gradually became able to eat their dung. Well, we found that the Compsognathus can eat the dung of large herbivorous dinosaurs and can redigest it. And the dung of the Compsognathus can be quickly decomposed by existing bacteria. As long as we have enough Compsognathus, our problem is solved. How many Compsognathus have you bred? I don't remember the exact number, but our goal is 50. We have reached that goal, or rather, we are very close to that goal. We divided them into 3 batches, each taking 6 months until we reach the target number. 50, Malcolm said, "That's a large enough number to keep track of them. The control room is built to keep track of them. They will show you how the control room operates." "I believe that," Malcolm said, "but what if one Compsognathus escapes from the island, leaving here?" "They can't leave," Wu said. "I understand, but we can hypothesize that one escaped." "You mean, like the animal found on the beach that bit the American girl?" Wu raised his eyebrows in response. "Yes, let's use that incident as an example." "I don't know how to explain the animal that appeared," Wu replied, "but I'm sure it couldn't have been one of ours. There are two reasons. First, we have a control program, and the computer counts our animals every few minutes. If one goes missing, we will know immediately." "What's the second reason?" "The mainland is over 100 nautical miles away. It takes almost a day by boat to get there. Our animals would die within 24 hours of reaching the outside world," Wu said. "How do you know?" "Because I'm confident that is the case, without a doubt," Wu said, finally showing a hint of impatience. "You should know that we are not fools. We know these are prehistoric animals. They are part of an ecosystem that has already disappeared. This is a complex biological web that went extinct millions of years ago. Perhaps at this moment, among them, there are no carnivores, no natural enemies to suppress their growth. Therefore, we do not want these animals to survive in the wild and become dependent on the Compsognathus. I added a gene that produces a unique and defective enzyme during protein metabolism. The consequence is that these animals cannot produce their own lysine and must obtain it from external sources. If they cannot get enough lysine-rich food from the outside, which we usually provide as lysine tablets, they will fall into a coma within 12 hours and then die. These genetically engineered animals cannot survive in the real world. They can only live in Jurassic Park. They have no freedom. They are purely our prisoners." "This is the control room," Rayleigh said. "Now that you know how these animals are bred, you will want to see the control room itself. Let's take a look." He stopped speaking, and through the thick glass window, they could see the room dimming. The monitors had stopped working, and only 3 of them still displayed continuously appearing numbers and an image of a large ship. "What's going on?" Reggie shouted. "Oh damn, it's docked." "Docked?" "The supply ship from the mainland comes here once every week. One of the things this island lacks is a good harbor, or one might even say, a decent dock. Every time the sea is rough, getting a ship into port takes some effort and may take several minutes." He knocked on the window, but the people inside completely ignored him. "I guess I'll have to wait a bit," he said. Ellie turned to Dr. Wu and asked, "You mentioned earlier that sometimes you cultivate an animal that seems ideal at first, but as it grows, it shows many defects." "Yes," Wu said. "I think we have no way to handle that. We can replicate DNA, but there are many factors to control during the cultivation process. And we don't really know if everything is normal unless we can see an animal growing up healthily." Grant asked, "How can you know if this animal is growing up healthily? No one has seen these animals." Dr. Wu laughed. "I often think the same way. I find it a bit contradictory, so I hope paleontologists like you can compare our animals with the fossil record to validate their growth sequence." Ellie asked, "But the animal we just saw, you said it's a Mongolian dinosaur?" "According to the location of the amber," Wu said, "it comes from China." "Interesting," Grant said. "I'm excavating a dinosaur like that. Are there any fully grown carnivorous dinosaurs here?" "Yes," Reggie answered without hesitation. "There are 8 adult female dinosaurs. These females are real hunters. You know, they're a pack of hunters. Will we meet them on the tour?" "No," Wu replied, his face suddenly looking uncomfortable, the conversation becoming awkward. Wu looked at Reggie. "Not for now," Reggie cheerfully said. "These velociraptors haven't migrated to the park yet. We keep them in a pen. Can we visit there?" Grant asked. "Oh, of course." He glanced at his watch. "In fact, why don't you take this opportunity to walk around and see them?" "I definitely want to go," Grant said. "Absolutely," Ellie replied. "I want to go too," Tim said eagerly. "Go around to the back of this building, and you can see the fence there, but don't get too close to the railing." He turned to the little girl. "Do you want to go too?" "No," Lex said, looking at Reggie with a curious gaze. "Do you want to play a little trick? Throw a few at them?" Sure," Reggie said. "Why don't we go downstairs to play for a while? After all, we're waiting for the control room to open." Grant, Ellie, and Malcolm went around to the back of the building, and the little boy followed them. Grant liked kids. He couldn't help but like anyone who openly showed enthusiasm for dinosaurs. He often watched children visiting museums, their mouths agape as they stared at the enormous skeletons standing before them. He wondered what was about these things that fascinated them so much. And he concluded, children love dinosaurs because these colossal creatures represent an uncontrollable and intimidating sense of authority. They symbolize parents. Like fathers, they both fascinate and frighten children. And children love dinosaurs just as they love their parents. Grant also wondered why even little kids know the names of dinosaurs. Whenever he heard a 3-year-old call out Stegosaurus, he was always amazed. Being able to name these complex creatures was a way of showing strength, indicating the ability to control them. Do you know about velociraptors? Grant asked him as they chatted. They're a small carnivorous species that hunt in packs, just like Deinonychus. That's right, Grant said. Although people now consider Deinonychus a type of velociraptor, their pack hunting is purely coincidental. They are called Deinonychus because of their appearance. They're strong and fast. But in terms of animals, they are a bit small, weighing only 150 to 300 pounds each. So we assume that if they were to hunt larger prey, they would do so in packs. Some discovered fossils show the skeletons of a large animal that had been preyed upon, along with several dinosaur skeletons, indicating they hunted in groups. Of course, this carnivore had a large brain, making it smarter than most dinosaurs. How smart? Malcolm asked. That depends on who you compare them to, Grant said, since paleontologists have once again considered that dinosaurs might have been warm-blooded. Many people now think that some dinosaurs could have been quite intelligent. However, no one is absolutely sure. They left the tour area and soon heard the rumbling of a generator and smelled a faint gasoline odor. They passed through a grove of palm trees and saw a low concrete building with a metal roof. The noise seemed to be coming from there. They looked into the house. This must be the generator, Ellie said. Not small, Grant said as he peered inside. The power plant actually extended 2 more levels underground, a large generator set and many pipes inserted underground, with several prominent light bulbs for illumination. The resort didn't need that much electricity. Malcolm said, the power generated here is enough for a small city. Maybe it's for the computers? Possible. Grant heard a bleating sound and walked a few steps north. He came to an animal pen where a flock of sheep was kept. He quickly counted and estimated there were about 50 to 60 sheep inside. What are these sheep for? Ellie asked. I don't know. Perhaps to feed the dinosaurs, Malcolm said. They continued walking along a dirty path through dense bamboo. In the distance, they came to a double fence locked with chains, standing 12 feet high, topped with spiraled barbed wire, and equipped with electronic buzzers along the outer fence. Grant saw that the lush ferns growing outside the fence were at least 5 feet tall. He heard a snorting sound, as if something was sniffing. Then came a creaking sound of footsteps approaching. I don't see anything, Tim finally said softly. Shoo. Grant waited. A few seconds passed, and the flies buzzed in the air, but he still saw nothing. Ellie tapped him on the shoulder and then pointed. Grant saw the head of an animal peeking out from among the ferns. It stood perfectly still, partially hidden by the fern leaves, with 2 large, dark eyes coldly staring at them. Its head was 2 feet long, with a row of teeth extending from its mouth to the auditory meatus. Its head reminded Grant of a monitor lizard or a crocodile. Its eyes didn't blink, and it didn't move at all. Its skin is very tough, with a texture reminiscent of pebbles, and its coloration is basically the same as that of a young velociraptor, featuring yellow-brown skin with dark red patterns, similar to the stripes on a tiger. As Grant was observing, the animal slowly lifted its front foot, brushing aside the leaves next to its face. Grant noticed that the muscles on its forelimbs were quite robust. The front foot had 3 toes, with curved claws at the tips. This front foot gently and slowly pushed aside the ferns. A chill ran through Grant's body as he thought, it is hunting us. For mammals like humans, reptiles have a uniquely indescribable way of pursuing their prey. It's no surprise that humans dislike reptiles. They're stiff, indifferent, and their rhythm is completely off. Being among crocodiles or other large reptiles always evokes thoughts of a vastly different life, a world that has completely disappeared from the earth. Of course, the animal was unaware that it had been spotted, and its attack came suddenly from both sides. The velociraptors charged forward at an astonishing speed, leaping 10 yards to the fence. Grant had a vague impression. A group of strong, 6-foot-tall bodies, with stiff tails used for balance, limbs with curved claws, and a mouth filled with uneven teeth. The beasts roared as they approached, then jumped up, raising their back feet with sword-like claws. Then they slammed into the fence, and with 2 brilliant sparks, fell down. The velociraptor landed on the ground, hissing. The spectators leaned forward, captivated. Just then, the velociraptor began its 3rd attack. It jumped up and charged at the chest-high fence. Sparks erupted around Tim, and he shouted in fear. The animals roared, emitting a low hissing sound characteristic of reptiles, and jumped back into the ferns. After that, they left, leaving behind a faint smell of decay and lingering choking smoke. Alas, Tim sighed in regret. That happened so quickly. Ellie said, coordinated hunting. Grant shook his head and said, it's astonishing how instinctive the attack is for pack hunting animals. I don't think they are very intelligent, Malcolm said. They then heard breathing sounds from the palm trees on the other side of the fence. Several dinosaur heads slowly emerged from the clusters of greenery. 3, 4, 5 of those dinosaurs stared at them with cold eyes. A black man in a jumpsuit ran up to them. "Are you all okay?" "We're fine," Grant replied. The alarm went off. The man saw the dents appearing on the fence, some of which were charred. "Did the dinosaurs attack you?" "Yes, 3 of them." The man nodded. "They can attack at any time, but they'll hit the fence and get shocked back. But it seems they never care." "Not very clever, are they?" Malcolm said. The man paused, squinting in the afternoon sun as he looked at Malcolm. "You should be grateful for the protection of the fence, sir." After saying this, he walked away. The entire attack process lasted no more than 6 seconds, and Grant was still trying to organize his impressions in his mind. The speed was astonishing. The animals moved so quickly that he could hardly see their movements. "They are indeed extraordinarily agile," Malcolm said as they walked back. "Yes," Grant replied. "More agile than any existing reptiles. Large crocodiles can move quickly, but only over very short distances, around 5 or 6 feet. Among giant lizards, the Komodo dragon from Indonesia can reach 5 feet long and is recorded to travel at 30 miles per hour, faster than a human can run. They often hunt humans. However, I think the animals behind the fence are at least twice as fast as them." "Cheetah speed," Malcolm said, "can reach 60 to 70 miles per hour. "Absolutely. But they seem to leap forward," Malcolm said, "very much like birds. In today's world, only small mammals like the mongoose, which confronts cobras, have such agile reactions. Small mammals, of course, also include birds. The African snake eagle or the cassowary." Grant had seen cassowaries, which are birds with feet like ostriches from New Guinea. In fact, the speed of the velociraptor, as if it were intent on killing, left Grant with the exact same impression as the cassowary. These velociraptors have the skin and appearance of reptiles, so they look like reptiles, yet they possess the speed and predatory skills of birds, moving like birds. "Isn't that so?" Malcolm asked. "Correct," Grant replied. "I mean, they exhibit a mix of characteristics." "Are you surprised by this?" "Not really," Grant replied. "In fact, this is quite close to the speculations made by paleontologists long ago. In the 1820s and 30s, when these enormous bones were first discovered, scientists could only refer to these bones as belonging to some large variant of a modern animal. This was because people believed that since God did not allow his creation to die, no species would ever go extinct. Eventually, people gradually understood that the concept of God was incorrect, and these bones belonged to animals that had disappeared. But what kind of animals were they? In 1842, the most authoritative anatomist in Britain, Owen, named these animals Dinosauria, meaning terrible lizard. Owen found that dinosaurs seemed to exhibit characteristics of lizards, crocodiles, and birds. Particularly, the hips of dinosaurs resembled those of birds rather than lizards. Moreover, many dinosaurs appear to be able to stand upright, which was also different from lizards. Owen imagined dinosaurs as fast-moving, active animals. His view was widely accepted for the next 40 years. However, when the truly gigantic bodies of these animals, weighing up to 100 tons, were unearthed, scientists' opinions changed. They began to view dinosaurs as stupid, slow-moving behemoths, destined for extinction. That image of sluggish reptiles gradually replaced the image of fast-moving birds in people's minds. In recent years, scientists like Grant have begun to return to earlier views, believing that dinosaurs were much more proactive in their behavior. Grant's colleagues considered his views on dinosaur behavior to be quite radical. Yet now he had to admit that there was still a significant gap between his own views and reality, as he never expected these large animals to be such agile predators. "In fact, what I want to know," Malcolm said, "is whether this animal is convincing to you. Is it really a dinosaur?" "I have to say yes." "What about the coordinated attack behavior? Was it anticipated?" Grant said, according to the fossil record, a group of velociraptors can kill animals weighing up to 1,000 pounds, like the tendon dragon, even though the tendon dragon can run as fast as a horse. This requires coordination. Without language, how do they coordinate? "Oh, coordinating a hunt does not require language," Ellie said. "Chimpanzees always do this. A group of chimpanzees will hunt a monkey together and then kill it. All coordination and communication rely on their eyes. Are those dinosaurs really going to attack us?" "Yes. If possible, will they kill us and eat us?" Malcolm pressed on. "I think so. The reason I ask these questions," Malcolm explained, "is that others tell me that large carnivores like lions and tigers are not naturally inclined to eat humans. Is that true? These animals must have figured out at some point that humans are easy to kill. Since then, they really have become capable of eating humans." "Yes, I think that's true," Grant replied. "Well, those dinosaurs certainly wouldn't prefer to eat humans more than lions and tigers. After all, they existed long before humans were born and even before large mammals went extinct a long time ago. God knows what they thought when they saw us. So, I wonder if they also figured out at some point in their growth that humans are easy to kill. They continued walking, and no one spoke again. Anyway, Malcolm said, I'm now very interested in visiting the control room. Version 4. 4. Is that group of people okay? Hammond asked. Yes, Wu said, there are no issues. Do they believe your explanation? Why wouldn't they? Wu said, I speak plainly and clearly. It's just that those details are a bit difficult to justify. I want to talk to you about those details today. You can consider it an aesthetic issue. Hammond wrinkled his nose as if he smelled something unpleasant. An aesthetic issue? He repeated. The two of them stood in the elegantly styled living room of Hammond's bungalow, which was located in the northern part of the park, nestled among palm trees. The living room was airy and comfortable, equipped with 6 television monitors displaying the activities of the animals in the park. The files Dr. Wu brought were on the coffee table, covered with a stamp that read Animal Evolution version 4. 4. Hammond looked at him with fatherly patience. Wu, 33, was very aware that his entire career had been in service of Hammond. Hammond had hired him right after he graduated from the Research Institute. Of course, there were practical results. Wu said, I think you really should consider my suggestions for Phase 2. We should move to version 4. 4. Do you want to replace all the existing animals? That's what I'm thinking. Why? Is there something wrong with them? There's nothing wrong, Wu said. It's just that they are real dinosaurs. That's exactly what I asked for, Wu, Hammond said with a smile, and it's what you provided me. I know, Wu said, but you see, he paused. How could he explain it clearly to Hammond? Hammond had hardly visited the island, and the situation Wu wanted to explain was very peculiar. At this moment, no one in the world had ever seen a real dinosaur. No one knew what they truly looked like. Yes, we currently have real dinosaurs, Wu said, pointing at the screens around the room, but in some ways, they are not only unsatisfactory, but also difficult to believe. I could modify them to be better. In what way better? For example, they run too fast. Wu said, people are not used to seeing large animals move so quickly. I'm worried that visitors will think these dinosaurs are like wind-up toys, like a fast-forwarded movie clip. But Wu, these are real dinosaurs. You said so yourself. I know, Wu said, but we could easily breed dinosaurs that move more slowly and are more docile. Docile dinosaurs? Hammond grunted. No one wants to see tame dinosaurs, Wu. They want to see the real deal. But that's exactly my point, Wu said. I believe they don't want to see real dinosaurs. They want to see imagined dinosaurs, and that is completely different. Hammond frowned. You said yourself. This park is an amusement park. Wu said, entertainment and reality are unrelated and in opposition. Hammond sighed. Forget it, Wu. Do we have to have another one of those abstract discussions? You know, I like to keep things simple and clear. The dinosaurs we have are real and, well, not entirely. Wu countered, pacing in the living room and then pointing at the monitors. I think we shouldn't deceive ourselves. We haven't recreated the past here. The past is gone forever and can never be recreated. What we have achieved is a reconstruction of the past, or at least a variation of it. In other words, we could create a better variation. Better than the real thing? Why not? Wu said. After all, these animals have been improved long ago. The genes we've injected give them patentable traits, and they depend on lysine. Also, we've done everything possible to promote their growth and accelerate their maturity. Hammond shrugged. That is unavoidable. We don't want to wait slowly. We have to consider the return on investment. That is true, but I'm just saying, why stay stagnant? Why not continue research and create the kind of dinosaur we truly desire? A dinosaur that is more acceptable to visitors. One that can be housed in our park and walk slowly and is more docile and gentle. Hammond furrowed his brow. But then the dinosaurs wouldn't be real. They aren't real now, Wu said. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. This place has no reality at all. He shrugged helplessly. He could see that after all his efforts, the other party still couldn't understand the reasoning. Hammond was never interested in technical details, and the essence of this argument was technical. How could he explain this fact to Hammond? How could he explain the incomplete repairs to the DNA and the gaps in the chemical structure sequence he once had to fill? He made the best assumptions he could, but assumptions are still assumptions. The DNA of the dinosaurs is like an old photograph that has been retouched. It is fundamentally the same as the original, with repairs made in some places to make a whole. So, forget it, Wu. Hammond said, putting his arm around Wu's shoulders, if you don't mind. I think you become timid. After a long time of hard work, your work is very, very difficult. And now you have finally made it, able to showcase your achievements to some people. It's natural to feel a bit nervous and doubtful at this time. But I'm sure, Wu, the whole world will be completely satisfied. Completely satisfied. Hammond said as he pushed him toward the door. But Wu said, do you remember back in 1987 when we started building the control devices? At that time, we didn't even have a fully developed dinosaur. So we had to speculate on what might be needed in the future. We bought large tasers, vehicles equipped with cattle prods, and guns that could fire electric nets. All of these were custom-made according to our technical requirements. Now we have a complete set of devices, but they are all too slow. We need to make some adjustments. Do you know that Marduk wants to get some military equipment? Light armored vehicles, missiles, and laser-guided weapons? Don't involve Marduk. Hammond said, I'm not worried. This is just a zoo, Henry. The phone rang, and Hammond walked over to answer it. Wu pondered another way to argue his case. But in fact, after a long 5 years, Jurassic Park was nearing completion, and Hammond was no longer listening to him. There was a time when Hammond heeded Wu's advice. Especially when Hammond first hired him, Wu was just a 28-year-old graduate student pursuing a Ph.D. at Stanford's Atherton Laboratory. Atherton's death plunged the laboratory into chaos and mourning. And no one knew how research funding or doctoral projects would change. The future of the lab was uncertain, and people were anxious about their own futures. 2 weeks after the funeral, Hammond came to visit Wu. Everyone in the lab knew that Atherton and Hammond had a bit of a relationship. Although the details were always murky, Hammond's directness with Wu at that time was unforgettable. Atherton always praised you as the best geneticist in his lab. Do you have any plans now? I don't know. Just doing some research. Do you want to work at university? Yes. Then you're wrong. Hammond's words were sharp. If you value your talents, you wouldn't do that. Wu blinked in confusion and asked why. Because let's face it, Hammond said. Universities are no longer the centers of knowledge in this country. The very idea of viewing them as such is absurd. Universities today are stagnant. You don't need to act so shocked. I'm not talking about something you know nothing about. Since World War II, all the truly necessary inventions have come from private labs. Lasers, semiconductors, polio vaccines, microchips, holography, personal computers, MRI, X-ray tomography. There's no end to the examples. These inventions have been absent from universities for 40 years. If you want to make a mark in computers or genetics, don't go to a university. Absolutely do not go. Wu was at a loss for words. My God, Hammond said, how many procedures do you have to go through to start a new research project? How many grant applications? How many forms? How many approvals? Then there's the procedures committee, the department chair, the university funding committee. What if you need to increase your workspace? What if you need to add assistants? Just applying for those takes so much time. A talented person cannot afford to waste precious time filling out forms and dealing with committees. Life is too short, and the process of researching DNA is too long. Everyone wants to make a name for themselves. If you want to achieve something, don't go to a university. At that time, Wu was eager to make a name for himself. Hammond's words captured his full attention. While I'm talking about his work, Hammond continued, real achievement. What does a scientist's work require? Time, money. What I want to discuss is providing you with a guaranteed fund of $1 million a year for 5 years, totaling $5 million with no one telling you how to spend it. You manage it yourself. No one else has the right to interfere. The offer sounded too good to be true. Wu pondered for a long time and finally said, is it possible to conduct an exploration in exchange? Hammond replied, to try something that might be impossible. What does that include? I won't discuss the details, but the general scope involves asexual reproduction in reptiles. I don't think that's impossible. Wu said, it's easier for reptiles to reproduce asexually than for mammals. If there are some fundamental reforms, asexual reproduction could be a reality within the next 10 to 15 years. I have 5 years, Hammond said, and a large sum of money for someone willing to try now. Can my work be published? At the end of the process. Can it be published immediately? No, but can be published in the end? Wu pressed on this point. Hammond laughed heartily. Rest assured, if you succeed, the whole world will know of your achievement. I can guarantee that. Now it seemed the whole world really was about to know, Wu thought. After 5 years of hard work, they would be opening the park to the public in a year. Of course, things over the years hadn't been exactly as Hammond had promised. There had been some people telling Wu what to do, and he had endured terrible pressure multiple times. Plus, the work itself had shifted. Once they began to realize how similar dinosaurs were to birds, this work was no longer about asexual reproduction in reptiles. It was about asexual reproduction in birds. A completely different subject, and far more difficult than originally anticipated. For the past 2 years, Wu had mostly acted as a manager, overseeing groups of researchers and a computer-controlled gene sequence database. Management was not something he was passionate about, nor was it what he had bargained to do. Nonetheless, he succeeded. He achieved what no one truly believed could be done. At least no one believed it could be done in such a short time. Wu thought that with his expertise and hard work, he should have some say in everything that was happening. But the opposite was true. He found his influence dwindling day by day. The dinosaurs were now a reality, and the procedures for creating dinosaurs had become routine. The technology had matured. Thus, Hammond would no longer need Wu. That's fine, Hammond said into the phone. He listened for a moment and smiled at Wu. Okay, good. Good. He hung up the phone. Where were we, Wu? We were discussing the mutations in the second phase, Wu said. Oh yes. We had previously made improvements to part of it, Wu said. I know, but you don't understand. Forgive me, Hammond said, his tone revealing impatience. I do understand, and I must honestly tell you, Wu, I see no reason to improve upon reality. Any changes we've made to the genome have been caused by natural laws or objective necessity. We will make other changes in the future to defend against diseases or for other purposes. But we do not believe that just because we think it would be better, we should alter reality. Now we have real dinosaurs in our park. That is our duty, Wu. This is honesty, Wu. With that, Hammond smiled and opened the door, letting him out. Control Grant stared at all the computer monitors in the dimly lit control room, finding them very distracting. Grant did not like computers. He knew this viewpoint made him seem outdated, like a relic of the past, but he didn't care. Some of the young people working for him had a genuine feel for computers and intuition. Grant, however, had never had that feeling. He only viewed computers as strange and mysterious machines. Even the basic distinction between operating systems and applications would leave him bewildered and disheartened, as if he were lost in a foreign land of ignorance. But he noticed that Jan Nero seemed relaxed at the moment, while Malcolm appeared self-satisfied, exhaling gently through his nostrils like a large hound sniffing for prey. Do you want to learn about the control devices? Jean Arnaud turned around in his swivel chair in the control room and asked. The chief engineer, 45 years old, slender, with a cigarette always in hand, appeared somewhat nervous. He glanced sideways at the others in the room. We have incredible control devices, Arnaud said, lighting another cigarette. For example, Jan Nero said, for tracking animals. Arnaud pressed a button on the console, and a vertical glass display lit up, showing a pattern made up of jagged blue lines. This is the path of a juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex over the past 24 hours in the park. Arnaud pressed the button again, going back 24 hours, then pressed it once more to go back another 24 hours. The lines on the display were intricately intertwined, resembling the scribbles of a mischievous child. But this was limited to an area on the southeastern side, near the lagoon. After some time, you'll get a sense of its range of activity, Arnaud said. It's young, so it stays close to the water and away from the adult T-Rexes. If you bring up both the adult and juvenile T-Rexes, you'll find that their ranges never overlap. Where's the adult T-Rex now? Jan Nero asked. Arnaud pressed another button. The image cleared, and then a flashing point and other codes appeared in the area northwest of the lagoon. It's right there. And the juvenile T-Rex? Don't rush. I will show you every animal in the park, Arnaud said. The image lit up again like a Christmas tree, dozens of bright points flashing simultaneously, each labeled with a code. This shows the locations of 238 animals at this moment. How accurate is this? Accurate to within 5 feet. Arnaud took a puff of his cigarette. Let's put it this way. If you drive out, you'll see the animals exactly where they're shown on the map. How often is the image updated? Every 30 seconds. Wow, that's pretty diligent, Jan Nero said. How is the image updated? We have motion sensors placed all over the park. Arnaud said, most of them hardwired, some using radio control. Of course, motion sensors can't usually identify the species of the animals, but we can recognize the images directly from the TV screen, even when we're not watching the TV monitors. The computer is still observing and checking the location of each animal. Has the computer ever made mistakes? Only with the juveniles. They are too small, sometimes causing confusion for the computer. But we're not concerned, as juveniles tend to stay near groups of adults, and we also have classification statistics. What is that? The computer counts each type of animal every 15 minutes, Arnaud said, like this. What you see here, Arnaud pointed out, is a self-contained statistical program. It doesn't rely on tracking data. Instead, it provides a whole new perspective. The overall idea is that the computer cannot make mistakes because it compares 2 different methods of data collection. If an animal goes missing, we will know within 5 minutes. I see, Malcolm said. Has this program been practically tested? In some ways you could say it has, Arnaud said. We've had a few incidents of animal deaths here. One oviraptor suffocated after getting tangled in branches. A stegosaurus had intestinal issues, and one died from severe illness. A ceratosaurus fell and broke its neck. In any case, whenever an animal stops moving, the numerical count stops, and the computer immediately sends out a notification signal. Within 5 minutes? Yes. What does the far right column display? Grant asked. The animal's version number. The latest version is 4. 4 or 4. 3. We're considering moving to version 4. 4. Version number? You mean like software? New release? Well, yes, Arnaud said. In a sense, it's like software. When we find technical flaws in the DNA, Dr. Wu's lab has to produce another new version. Grant felt quite confused thinking about numbering living animals like software, constantly receiving updates and revisions. He couldn't articulate exactly why. The idea was too novel, and he instinctively felt uneasy. After all, they were living beings. Arno must have noticed the expression on his face because he continued, Dr. Grant, it's pointless to hold any practical ideas about these animals. The important thing is that everyone should remember that these animals are manufactured. They are created by humans. And sometimes mistakes happen. When we discover a mistake, Dr. Wu's lab must develop another new version. We need to track and manage the versions we have. Yes. Of course, Malcolm said impatiently. But let's return to the counting issue. My understanding is that all counts are based on the motion sensors, right? Exactly. Do these sensors cover the whole park? They cover 92 of the land area, Arno said, with only a few places where we can't use them. For example, we can't use them over the rivers in the jungle because the water flow and gases rising from the surface can damage the sensors. But in other areas, they're almost everywhere. If the computer tracks an animal entering an area not covered by sensors, it will remember and continue to observe until it reappears. If it doesn't reappear, the computer will sound an alarm. Listen to me, Malcolm said. You show 49 Protoceratops. If I suspect that the numbers of some species are actually inaccurate, how can you prove me wrong? There are two methods, Arno said. First, I can track the movements of individual Protoceratops against other presumed Protoceratops. They are social animals. They often travel in groups. We have two groups of Protoceratops in the park. So each dinosaur should either be in Group A or Group B. I see. But what's the other method? He continued. Direct visual observation, he said. He pressed a button, and a monitor quickly flashed images of Protoceratops, numbered from 1 to 49. These images are the current identifiers from the last 5 minutes. If you want to see, you can view all the animals? Yes. Whenever I want to see, I can look at all the animals. How do you control their physical movements? Jan Nero asked. Will they leap out of the designated areas? Absolutely not, Arno said. These animals are expensive, Mr. Jan Nero, and we take great care of them. We have various barriers. First, there are deep trenches. He pressed a button, and a network made of orange bars lit up on the display board, with trenches that never dipped below 12 feet deep, filled with water. For larger animals, the trenches could reach 30 feet deep. Then there was the electric fence. Bright red lines flashed on the display board, indicating we now had a 50-mile-long, 12-foot-high electric fence with 2 miles surrounding the small island. All the fences in the park carried a voltage of 10,000 volts. The animals quickly learned not to approach the fence. But what if one of them actually managed to escape? Jan Nero asked. Ano snorted, extinguishing his cigarette. That's just a hypothetical. Jan Nero said, but what if it happens? Malcolm cleared his throat. We would go out and retrieve that animal, he said. We have many means, taser guns, electric fences, and tranquilizer guns. All non-lethal, because as Mr. Ano said, these animals are expensive. Jan Nero nodded. But what if one of them ran off the island? Then it would die within 24 hours, Ano said. They are genetically engineered animals, incapable of surviving in the real world. What about the control system itself? Jan Nero asked. Isn't there a chance someone might tamper with it? Ano shook his head. It's a fortified system. The computers are independent in every aspect, with independent power sources and backup power sources. The system has no communication link with the outside world, so it cannot be remotely affected through signal conversion devices, modems. The computer system is absolutely safe and reliable. The conversation paused for a moment. Ano took a deep drag on a cigarette. This system is truly amazing, he said. Truly amazing. So, Malcolm said, your system runs so well, with absolutely no problems? We have countless problems, Ano said, raising an eyebrow. But none of them are what you're worried about. I suspect you're concerned that these animals might escape and wreak havoc on the mainland. We don't worry about that at all. We think these animals are pampered and fragile. They've been brought back to a world 65 million years later. One that is entirely different from the world they left and adapted to. Caring for them has been quite a challenge for us. You have to understand, Ano continued, that humans have been keeping mammals and reptiles in zoos for hundreds of years, so we have a wealth of knowledge about caring for elephants and crocodiles. But no one has ever attempted to care for dinosaurs before. They are new animals, and we know nothing about them. The diseases these animals carry are our biggest concern. Diseases? Jan Nero perked up immediately. Is it possible for them to transmit their diseases to visitors? Ano snorted again. Have you ever caught a cold from a crocodile at the zoo? The zoo isn't concerned about that, and neither are we. What we worry about is the animals dying from illness or transmitting diseases to other animals, but we have monitoring programs in place for that. Would you like to see the health records of the T-Rex? Its vaccination records and dental records? It's worth a look. You should see how the vet cleans those large canines to prevent cavities. Not right now, Janiro said. What about your mechanical systems? Are you referring to the tour routes? Ano asked. Grant suddenly looked up. The tour routes? Those tour routes are already operational. Ano said, we have established a Jungle River tour route, with boats navigating along the river. We also have a Birdhouse Center tour route, but it hasn't been launched yet. The basic dinosaur tour route will be launched when the park opens, which is the tour you are about to start in a few minutes. The remaining tour routes will be developed 12 months after the park opens, with the 6th line being established then. Wait, Grant said, you're going to create tour routes? Like an amusement park? Ano replied, this is a wildlife park. We have arranged tour routes for different areas, which we refer to as tour routes. That is how it is. Grant frowned, feeling anxious again. He didn't like the idea of putting dinosaurs on display like they were in an amusement park. Malcolm kept asking questions. Can you control the entire park from this control room? Yes, Ano answered. If necessary, I can operate it all by myself. We have set up enough automation throughout the park. The computers can track the animals autonomously for 48 hours without supervision, feed them, and refill the water troughs. Is this the system designed by Mr. Ryder? Malcolm asked. Ryder was sitting at a computer terminal in the far corner of the room, chewing gum and typing. That's right, Ano said. Ryder glanced at the keyboard without looking up. This system is fantastic, Ano said proudly. That is true, Ryder said absently. Just a couple of minor glitches to fix. Well, Ano said, I see the tour is about to start. So unless you have any other questions, I have one more question, Malcolm said, regarding research. You showed us that you can track the velociraptors and can visualize them individually. Can you conduct studies on them as a group? Measure them or something like that. If I wanted to know their heights and weights, or Ano pressed a few buttons, and another screen appeared. We can do all that, and very quickly, Ano said. The computer captures measurement data while reading the display screen, so it can be quickly converted into charts. You can see here that we have a normal Gaussian distribution chart for the population of animals. According to this chart, most of the animals are close to the average, with a few larger or smaller than average, located at the tails of the curve. Is this the kind of chart you expect to see? Malcolm asked. Yes, any healthy biological population will show this normal distribution. Ano said, lighting another cigarette. So, are there any other questions? None, Malcolm said. I have all the information I need. As I walked out, Janiro said, I think this seems like a pretty good system. I don't see how these animals could escape from this island. Is that so? Malcolm said, I believe they can escape. It's quite obvious. Wait, Janiro said. Do you think some animals have already escaped? I know some animals have escaped, Janiro said. But how could that be? You've seen it with your own eyes. They can account for all the animals and monitor them directly. They know the location of all the animals at all times. How could any animal escape? Malcolm laughed. It's quite obvious, he said. The question is how you make the assumption. Malcolm continued. Listen to me. The basic situation at Jurassic Park is that scientists and technical experts have been trying to create an entirely new, complete biosphere. The scientists in the control room expect to see a natural world, just like they just showed in the charts. But with a little thought, one would realize that achieving an ideal normal distribution on this island is quite a challenging task. Is that so? Yes. According to Dr. Wu's previous introduction to us, such animal population distribution graphs should never appear. Why? Because that is a normal distribution chart of biological populations. And to be precise, the situation in Jurassic Park is quite the opposite. Jurassic Park is not a real world. People intend to turn it into a controlled world. It merely mimics nature. In this sense, it is a true park, quite similar to a Japanese garden laid out in regular geometric patterns. If you like, it can even be fabricated to appear more natural than the real thing. I think you are confusing me, Jan said, somewhat puzzled. I believe the upcoming tour will clarify everything. Tour this way, everyone, this way, said Ed Regis. A woman next to him distributed sun hats, the brims labeled with Jurassic Park tags and a small blue dinosaur emblem. A row of Toyota SUVs emerged from the underground garage below the visitor center. One by one, the cars stopped, driverless and silent. Two black men in tourist uniforms opened the doors for the passengers. This vehicle seats 2 to 4 people. This vehicle seats 2 to 4 people, a recorded voice announced. Children under 10 must be accompanied by an adult. This vehicle seats 2 to 4 people. Tim watched as Grant, Ellie, Malcolm, and Jan climbed into the first SUV. Tim glanced over at Lex, who stood there, pounding her baseball glove with her fist. Tim pointed to the first vehicle and asked, Can I ride with them? I'm afraid they have some issues to discuss. Regis said, Some technical issues. I'm very interested in technical issues, Tim replied. I'd rather sit with them. Well, you can listen to what they're saying, Regis said. We will connect a radio communication system between the vehicles. The second vehicle arrived. Tim and Lex got in, followed by Regis. These are electric vehicles, Regis said, guided by cables in the roadway. Tim was glad he was sitting in the front row, as the dashboard was equipped with two computer displays. A box that looked like a CD drive, a portable telephone, and some sort of radio transmitter. Two antennas were mounted on the roof. And a map case on the dashboard contained several pairs of strange glasses. The two black men closed the SUV doors. With a buzzing sound, the vehicle started. The three scientists and Jan were talking excitedly, gesturing with their hands. Let's listen to what they're saying, Regis said. The vehicle's communication system clicked on. I don't know. What do you think you're doing? Jan's voice came through the communication system, sounding quite angry. I know exactly why I'm here, Malcolm said. You're here to advise me, not to play intellectual games. I own 5 of this company, and I have a duty to determine whether Hammond has acted responsibly. Now you're here. Regis pressed the communication system button and said, in keeping with Jurassic Park's pollution-free policy, these lightweight electric SUVs have been specially manufactured for us by Toyota in Osaka. We hope to ultimately achieve vehicles that can roam freely among the animals, just like in hunting parks in Africa. But for now, let's sit tight in the vehicles and enjoy the tour that I will guide. He paused, by the way. We can hear your conversation. Oh my God, Jan said, I must speak frankly. I didn't bring those annoying kids. Regis smiled and pressed the button. The program is starting now, how about that? They immediately heard a loud horn. And then the welcome message appeared on the vehicle's display screen. A booming voice said, Welcome to Jurassic Park. You are now entering a prehistoric world that has long since vanished from the surface of the earth, a world filled with colossal creatures that have disappeared. You will have the privilege of witnessing them for the first time. The speaker was Richard Kiley. We spared no expense, Regis said. The SUV drove past low, stout palm trees. Kiley's voice continued. First, please take note of the striking plants around you. The trees to your left and right are known as cycads, the ancestors of palm trees from prehistoric times. This cycad is a favorite food of dinosaurs. You can also see plants from the Benedictals and ginkgo. The world of dinosaurs included many modern plants, such as pines, firs, and cedars, which you can also see behind you. The SUV moved slowly through the dense foliage. Tim noticed that fences and retaining walls were concealed among the lush greenery, enhancing the illusion of traveling through a jungle. We imagine, Richard Kiley's voice said, that the world of dinosaurs was filled with giant herbivores, grazing on leaves in the Jurassic and Cretaceous worlds 100 million years ago, roaming in primeval forests with towering trees and soft, moist ground. However, most dinosaurs were not as large as people imagine. The smallest dinosaurs were about the size of a house cat. The average dinosaur was roughly the size of a pony. We are going to visit a common-sized animal called the Hypsilophodon. If you look to your left now, you might catch a glimpse of them. They all turned their heads to the left. The SUV stopped on a small hill, and through a break in the trees, they could see the scenery to the east. They saw a slope covered with trees, followed by a patch of yellow grass about 3 feet deep, with no sign of dinosaurs. Where are they? Lex asked. Tim looked at the dashboard. The transmitter was blinking, and the drive was humming. Clearly, the disc was being accessed by some kind of natural system. It was used to track animal movements and also control the display screen in the SUV. At that moment, the screen displayed an image of the Hypsilophodon, along with relevant data. The voice said, the Hypsilophodon is the gazelle of the dinosaur world, small and quick, having roamed across the globe with footprints extending from England to Central Asia and even North America. We believe the success of this dinosaur's reproduction was due to its superior mouth and teeth for chewing plants compared to its contemporaries. In fact, Hypsilophodon means high-crested tooth, referring to the very sharp teeth unique to these dinosaurs. You can see them in the large open space in front of you and among the trees. In the trees? Lex asked, dinosaurs in the trees? Tim also searched carefully with binoculars. On the right, he said, in that big tree with a thick trunk and dense green leaves, under the dappled sunlight of the tree shade. There's a dinosaur the size of a baboon quietly perched on a branch. It looks like a lizard standing on its hind legs, balancing itself with a hanging tail. That's an Osbornosaurus, Tim said. The small animal you see now is called an Osbornosaurus. The voice said that this name is meant to commemorate the famous dinosaur hunter from the 19th century, Osborne Marsh of Yale University. Tim noticed that there were 2 more dinosaurs higher up on the branches of the same large tree. They were about the same size and remained completely still. How boring. Lex said, they're not moving. From the vast expanse of green grass below the vehicle, you could spot the main group of dinosaurs. The voice said, we can emit a simple mating call to stir them up. A large speaker next to the fence immediately let out a long, high-pitched scream, resembling a goose's honk. On the grassy area just to their left, the heads of 6 dinosaurs popped up one after another. The effect was quite amusing, causing Tim to burst into laughter. Then, the dinosaur heads disappeared. The speaker emitted another call, and the dinosaur heads appeared again in exactly the same way, one after another. The repetitive motion was quite striking. The iguanodon is not a particularly intelligent animal. The voice explained, its IQ is roughly comparable to that of a domesticated dairy cow. Their heads were dark green, splashed with deep brown and black spots, extending down to their long necks. Judging by the size of their heads, Tim guessed their length to be about 4 feet, roughly the size of a deer. A few iguanodons were chewing, their mouths moving. One of them stretched out a 5-toed claw and scratched its head. This posture added a touch of contemplative charm to the animal. If you see them scratching, it's because they have a skin disease, the voice said. The veterinarians at Jurassic Park believe it might be a fungal infection or an allergy, but they are not sure. After all, this is the first time in history that live dinosaurs are being studied. The electric motor of the off-road vehicle started up, making a harsh, grinding noise. Hearing this sudden sound, the iguanodon group suddenly took off, leaping across the grass like kangaroos, revealing their bulky bodies, strong hind limbs, and long tails in the afternoon sun. In no time, they disappeared without a trace. After seeing these fascinating herbivores, we were going to visit some larger dinosaurs, and in fact, much larger ones. The off-road vehicle continued to move forward, heading south through Jurassic Park. Control gear is grinding, John Arnold said in the dimly lit control room. After BB4 and BB5 return, send maintenance to check the electric clutch. Okay, Mr. Arnold, came the voice from the vehicle's intercom. No problem. Hammond paced in the room. Looking outside, he could see the 2 off-road vehicles entering the park to the south. Maldonado sat silently in the corner, observing. Arnold shifted his seat slightly from the central control console. This is not a small matter, Mr. Hammond, he said, lighting a cigarette. Arnold was usually anxious, but now he seemed particularly tense. He knew all too well that this was the first time tourists were truly visiting the park. In fact, Arnold's team did not often go into the park. Veterinarian Harding sometimes entered the park, and animal management personnel only went to their respective feeding buildings. Other than that, they just observed the entire park from the control room. And now, the tourists were right in the park, which was a lot for him to worry about. John Arnold had once been a systems engineer. In the late 1960s, he worked on the development of the Polaris missile, but after having his first child and growing tired of making weapons, he quit. At that time, Disney Parks began building amusement park attractions with cutting-edge technology, hiring a large number of technicians from the aerospace industry. Arnold helped build Disney World in Orlando and later participated in the construction of Magic Mountain in California, Old Country in Virginia, and Space World in Houston. He worked successively for these parks, which left him with a somewhat skewed perception of reality. Arnold half-jokingly believed that the entire world was increasingly suited to being metaphorically compared to a theme park. Paris is a theme park, he said after returning from a vacation, despite the huge expenses and the staff's terrible attitudes. For the past 2 years, Arnold had been dedicated to completing and opening Jurassic Park. As an engineer, he was accustomed to marathon-like timelines. He often mentioned a September opening, referring to the following year's September. But as the opening day approached, progress was not satisfactory. Experience taught him that sometimes it could take years to eliminate a flaw in a park tour, let alone to get the entire park running normally. You're being overly cautious, Hammond said. I don't think so, Arnold replied. You have to realize that from an engineering design perspective, Jurassic Park is the most ambitious theme park ever created. Tourists would never think of that, but I do. He listed his reasons one by one. First, Jurassic Park faces all the issues that amusement parks encounter: ride maintenance, queue control, transportation, food handling, accommodation, waste disposal, and security. Second, we have all the problems faced by large zoos: animal care, health, feeding and cleaning, pest prevention, allergies, and disease protection, as well as barrier maintenance, among others. Finally, we also face some unprecedented issues, namely how to care for a population of animals that has never been attempted to be domesticated before. Oh, it's not that bad, Hammond said. No, it really is bad. These are things you can't see here, Arnold said. Rex drinks from the lagoon and sometimes gets sick, and we can't figure out why. Female triceratops kill each other to fight for dominance, so we have to separate them into small groups of fewer than 6. We also don't understand why this happens. Stegosaurus often gets blisters on its tongue and diarrhea, the reasons for which are still unknown, but we've already lost 2 stegosauruses. Iguanodons have rashes. And velociraptors. Let's not talk about velociraptors, Hammond said. I hate hearing about velociraptors, saying they're the fiercest animals humans have ever seen. That's absolutely true, Maldonado whispered. They should be completely exterminated. At that time, you wanted to put radio collars on them, Hammond said, and I agreed. That's right, but they just bit the collars off in an instant. Even if these beasts have no freedom, I think we have to acknowledge that Jurassic Park has its inherent dangers. That's nonsense, Hammond said. Which side are you really on? We now have 15 extinct species, most of which are quite dangerous, Arnold said, because of the double-crested dinosaur. We had to delay the opening of the Jungle River tour. We also delayed the opening of the Pterosaur Center in the aviary because of the unpredictable behavior of the pterosaurs. These are not delays in engineering design, but rather due to issues with animal control. You've also delayed many aspects of engineering, Hammond said. Don't blame everything on the animals. Yes, the engineering has indeed been delayed a lot. In fact, we have done our utmost to make the most attractive park tour operate normally, using motion sensors to control the vehicle's optical drives. After weeks of repeated debugging, it finally works properly, but now the automatic transmission device in the car has malfunctioned again. Damn transmission device. Let's look at this matter objectively. Hammond said that as long as you get the engineering design right, the animals will naturally fall into place. That said, they can be tamed. From the beginning, this has been one of the fundamental beliefs of the planners. No matter how strange and unique these animals are, their behavior is ultimately just like any animal in a zoo. They can learn the feeding patterns of humans and respond accordingly. By the way, how's the computer doing? Hammond asked, glancing at Dennis Nedry, who was busy at a terminal in the corner of the room. This damn computer terminal is really a headache. We're about to succeed. Nedry said, it would have been better if you had fixed it properly from the start. Hammond started to grumble, but Ian put a hand on his arm to stop him from continuing. Ian understood that Nedry was working, and it was pointless to provoke him at that moment. It's a massive system, Ian said. It's inevitable that there will be some minor issues. In fact, the fault list had already exceeded 130 items at this point, including many bizarre problems. For instance, the animal feeding program resets every 12 hours instead of 24 hours, and it cannot log feeding data on Sundays, making it impossible for the staff to accurately calculate the animal's food intake. The safety system controls all the security card-operated doors, and whenever the main power goes out, the system is disabled, but it refuses to resume operation even after the auxiliary power is turned on. As a safety program can only work in conjunction with the main power, the ecological protection program is supposed to dim the lights after 10 p.m., but can only do so once a week. The automatic fecal analysis program is designed to check animal feces for parasites, but its records uniformly indicate that all types of animals carry bacteriophage-like parasites, whereas in reality, none of the animals have such parasites. And the program then automatically mixes medication into the animal's food. If the operator pours the medication out of the dispensing funnel to prevent it from being mixed into the food, an alarm will go off, which cannot be turned off. The fault list just kept going on and on. When Dennis Nedry first stepped into the control room, he thought he could independently resolve all the issues over a weekend. However, after seeing the entire fault list, his face turned pale. Now, he was calling his office at Cambridge University, telling his programming staff that they had to cancel their weekend plans and work overtime until Monday. He also informed Ian that he needed to use every phone line connecting Nublar Island and the mainland to transfer program data back and forth with his programmers. While Nedry was busy troubleshooting, Ian entered the program and divided a new window on his monitor. This way, he could see what Nedry was doing at the control panel in the corner. This wasn't because he didn't trust Nedry, but because he liked to know what was happening around him. He glanced at the circular display on the right console, which showed the location of the electric off-road vehicle. The vehicle was moving north of the aviary, driving along the riverbank around the ornithopod dinosaur enclosure. If you look to the left, the voice said, you will see the dome of the Jurassic Park aviary. The aviary was not yet completed and was not open to visitors. Tim saw the sunlight glinting on the aluminum support structure in the distance. Right below was our Mesozoic jungle river. If you're lucky, you might see a very rare carnivore here. Folks, stay tuned. The display screen in the vehicle showed a bird-like head adorned with a flame-like red crest. Unfortunately, everyone in Tim's car was looking out the window. The vehicle was driving along a steep ridge with a rushing river below. The banks of the river were almost completely covered with dense foliage. They're right there, the voice said. The animals you see are called Dilophosaurus. No matter what the recording said, Tim only saw one Dilophosaurus. This Dilophosaurus was curled up by the riverbank, crouching on its hind legs to drink water. Its body conformed to the basic shape of a carnivore, with a thick, sturdy tail, strong hind legs, and a long neck. Its 10-foot-tall body was covered in black and yellow spots, resembling a jaguar. But what caught Tim's attention was its head. Two broad, curved crests spread out from the top of its head, extending from its eyes to the bridge of its nose. The crests met at the center of the head, forming a V shape on the dinosaur's head. The crests had red and black, striped patterns, reminiscent of a parrot or toucan. This giant creature emitted a soft hooting sound, much like an owl. They're really beautiful, Lex said. Dilophosaurus, the voice in the recording explained, is one of the earliest carnivorous dinosaurs. Scientists used to think that their jaw muscles were too weak to hunt prey, so they were basically classified as scavengers. But now we know they're venomous. Hey, Tim grinned at Lex. It'll be fine. The Dilophosaurus's unique call drifted across the afternoon sky towards them. Lex began to fidget. Are they really venomous, Mr. Regis? Don't worry, Regis said. But are they really? Well, yes, Lex. Like the Gila monster and rattlesnake, the existing reptiles secrete a blood toxin from glands in their mouths. Just one bite, and you would be unconscious within minutes, and then that dinosaur would leisurely eat its prey. Dilophosaurus is a beautiful yet deadly animal in Jurassic Park. The off-road vehicle turned a corner, leaving the river behind. Tim looked back, wanting to catch another glimpse of the Dilophosaurus. How amazing! A venomous dinosaur. If only the vehicle could stop, but everything was under automatic control. He bet that Mr. Grant also wanted to stop the car. If you look to the right bank, you will see the location of our 3-star luxury restaurant, Giganotosaurus. Chef Alain Armai comes from the world-famous French restaurant, Le Bon Main. You can dial 4 from your hotel suite to reserve a meal. It's not visible yet, Regis said. The restaurant won't start construction until November. Continuing our prehistoric tour, we will next see ornithopod dinosaurs. If you look to the right, you might see them now. Tim saw two animals standing motionless in the shadow of a towering tree. Triceratops, with a massive body like an elephant and a grayish-white color, fierce like a rhinoceros. Above its eyes were a pair of horns, curved upwards and extending 5 feet, like inverted tusks. It also had a third horn resembling a rhinoceros horn on its nose. They also had a beak-like snout similar to that of a rhinoceros. Unlike other dinosaurs, the voice said they have poor eyesight. They are nearsighted, and like modern-day rhinoceroses, they are often easily startled by moving objects. If they got close enough to see our vehicle, they would charge at us. But please don't be nervous, friends. We are quite safe here. The back of the Triceratops' skull had a fan-shaped bony crest, which was very hard. This animal weighs about 7 tons. While they may not be particularly good-looking, they are actually quite gentle. They recognize the keepers and are eager to be close to them, especially enjoying having their hind legs scratched. Why aren't they moving? Lex said, rolling down her side of the car window. Hey, silly dinosaur. Move a little. Don't disturb the animals, Lex, Rage said. Why not? It's so boring. They never move. They look just like illustrations in a book, Lex replied. The voice continued. These easygoing beasts come from a world that has long since vanished. In stark contrast to the animals we are about to see next. That would be the most famous carnivore in history, the brutal and ferocious giant lizard, commonly known as Tyrannosaurus rex. Awesome. We're going to see a T-Rex, Tim said. I hope it behaves better than those big guys, Lex said, shifting her gaze away from the Triceratops. The SUV rolled forward. The T-Rex appeared later in the history of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs reigned on Earth for 120 million years, while the T-Rex only appeared in the last 15 million years. The SUV stopped at the top of a hill. They looked down at a vast forest area that stretched down to the lagoon. The sun slowly set, gradually disappearing below the misty horizon. Jurassic Park was bathed in the sunset's afterglow, casting long shadows. The surface of the lagoon gently rippled with pink, crescent-shaped waves. Further south, they saw the graceful neck of a Brachiosaurus standing by the water's edge, its body reflected in the gently rippling water. Aside from the monotonous, soft chirping of cicadas, the surroundings were silent. They gazed at the scene, almost believing they had indeed been transported back millions of years to a long-lost world. Isn't the effect great? They heard Ed Rage ask through the car's communication system. Sometimes I like to come here alone in the evening. Grant remained indifferent. Where's the T-Rex? Good question. We often see that little guy down in the lagoon. We have fish in the lagoon. The little guy has learned to catch fish. It's quite amusing. It doesn't use its hands, but dives its whole head into the water, just like a little bird. Little guy? You mean the juvenile T-Rex? It's not fully grown yet, just 2 years old, and now it's about 13 feet long, 8 feet tall, and weighs 5 tons. The other one is a mature T-Rex. But I don't see it right now. Maybe it's down there hunting Brachiosaurus, Grant said. Rage laughed, his voice sounding weak over the phone. If it can, it will do that, you can believe me. Sometimes it stands by the lake, staring blankly at other animals, swinging its short front limbs in frustration. But the T-Rex's territory is completely surrounded by moats and fences. The moats and fences are concealed and invisible, but trust me, it can't go anywhere. So where is it now? Hiding, Rage said. It's a bit shy. Shy? Malcolm asked. A T-Rex can be shy? Well, it usually hides itself, and you can almost never see it out in the open, especially during the day. Why? We suspect it's because its skin is very sensitive and can easily get sunburned. Malcolm couldn't help but laugh. Grant sighed. You've ruined so many fantasies. I think you won't be disappointed. Rage said, just wait and see. They heard a gentle bleating. In the center of an open area, a slowly rising iron cage came into view. The cage was raised from underground by hydraulic devices. At this moment, the iron bars of the cage automatically slid down, leaving a tethered goat in the center of the area, bleeding pitifully. Now please pay attention, Rage said again. They all stared out the window. Look at them, Hammond said, his eyes glued to the monitors in the control room. They're all sticking their heads out the window, so eager and impatient to see it. This is asking for trouble. That's exactly what I'm worried about, Maldu said. He quickly turned the key on his finger, watching the SUV intently. It was the first time tourists were touring Jurassic Park, and Maldu felt the anxiety of Ian as well. Robert Maldu was a tall, burly man in his 50s, with deep blue eyes and graying facial hair. He had grown up in Kenya and had spent most of his life providing consulting on wildlife for environmental organizations and zoo designers. He had become a well-known figure. The London Sunday Times had commented that Robert Maldu is to zoos what Robert Trent Jones is to golf courses. He is an unparalleled master in knowledge and skill. In 1986, he worked for a company in San Francisco, building a private wildlife park on an island in North America. Maldu designed boundaries for different animals, determining the necessary conditions for lions, elephants, zebras, and hippos to survive and thrive, identifying which species could live together and which needed to be separated. At that time, it was a routine job. He was more interested in constructing an Indian-style park called Tiger World in South Kashmir. A year ago, he received an opportunity to work as an animal keeper at Jurassic Park. Just as he wanted to leave Africa, the salary was very generous, so Maldu accepted the job. It had been a year now. He was surprised to find that this park was a gathering of prehistoric animals created through genetic engineering. The work was certainly fun, but during his years in Africa, Maldu had formed a steadfast view of animals, one devoid of romanticism, that often put him at odds with the management of Jurassic Park in California, especially with the little dwarf standing next to him in the control room. In Maldu's view, breeding dinosaurs asexually in a laboratory was one thing, but raising them in the wild was another. Maldu believed some dinosaurs were simply too dangerous to be kept in a park environment. The danger existed partly because they still knew so little about these animals. For example, no one even thought that Dilophosaurus was venomous until someone observed them killing native mice on the island, first biting the rodent, then stepping back to wait for it to die. Even then, no one believed that Dilophosaurus could spit venom until a keeper was nearly blinded by the venom. After the incident, Hammond agreed to study the venom of Dilophosaurus, which was found to contain 7 different toxic enzymes, and it was discovered that Dilophosaurus could spit saliva up to 50 feet away. Because this posed a risk of blinding visitors in the vehicle, the management quickly decided to remove the venom sacs from the Dilophosaurus. Veterinarians attempted the removal surgery on 2 animals twice, but it was unsuccessful each time. No one knew where the venom was being ejected from. Without dissecting a Dilophosaurus, no one could know, yet the management prohibited killing the Dilophosaurus. What worried Maldu even more was the velociraptor. They were inherently bloodthirsty, never letting their prey escape easily. Even when not hungry, they would still attack their prey. They hunt purely for the thrill of the kill. They move swiftly, run powerfully, and leap with astonishing skill. Their limbs are equipped with deadly claws, capable of ripping open a person's abdomen with a single powerful strike, causing internal organs to spill out. They also possess strong jaws designed for tearing flesh rather than just biting through it. Compared to other dinosaurs, they are smarter and seem to be born escape artists. Every zoo expert knows that certain animals are especially likely to escape their enclosures. Some animals, like monkeys and elephants, can even open cage doors. Other animals, such as wild boars, have extraordinary intelligence and can use their snouts to pry open locks. And who would doubt that the massive armadillo is also notorious for escaping enclosures? Who would question the moose? However, when moose use their snouts, they're just as skilled as elephants using their long trunks. Moose always manage to escape from enclosures. It's their specialty. The same goes for velociraptors. Velociraptors have at least the intelligence of a chimpanzee. They have dexterous hands like chimpanzees, capable of unlocking doors and manipulating objects. They can escape with ease. One velociraptor finally escaped, just as Marduk feared. It first killed 2 construction workers and then injured a third before being captured. After the incident, the visitor center reinstalled thick iron doors with bolts, along with a high circular fence and reinforced glass windows. Electronic sensors were reconfigured around the Velociraptor's enclosure to immediately alert if another escape attempt occurred. Marduk also hoped to be equipped with artillery. He needed a shoulder-fired lightweight anti-tank missile launcher. Hunters know how difficult it is to take down a 4-ton African elephant, while some dinosaurs weigh over 10 times that of an elephant. The management was horrified by this suggestion and firmly refused to allow any artillery on the island. When Marduk threatened to resign and claimed he would take the issue to the newspapers, both sides reached an agreement. Eventually, 2 specially designed laser-guided missile launchers were stored in a locked room in the basement, with only Marduk possessing the key to that room. At that moment, Marduk was fiddling with those keys. "I'm going downstairs for a bit," he said. Eno was watching the monitor screen and nodded. 2 off-road vehicles were parked on the hilltop, waiting for the T-Rex to show itself. "Hey," Ryder shouted from a distance at the control console, "since you're standing there, can you pass me a can of Coke?" Grant waited quietly in the vehicle, observing. The bleating of the goat grew louder and more frantic. The goat was frantically tugging at its rope, rushing back and forth. Grant heard Lex's terrified voice over the radio asking, "What will happen to the goat? Will it eat the goat?" "I think so," someone told her. Then Ellie turned down the volume of the radio. They then smelled a foul odor, the stench of rotting garbage wafting up the slope towards them. Grant whispered, "It's about to come out." "It's her," Malcolm corrected him. The goat was tied in the center of the enclosure, 30 yards away from the nearest tree. The dinosaur must be somewhere in the foliage. But Grant couldn't see it just yet. He soon realized that his line of sight was too low. The giant beast's head towered 20 feet above the ground, partially hidden among the palm trees. Malcolm whispered, "Wow, it's like a building that's ridiculously tall." Grant stared intently at the massive square head, which was 5 feet long, with reddish-brown spots and a huge mouth filled with sharp teeth. The T-Rex moved its mouth, opening and closing it. But the giant did not step out from its hiding place. Malcolm whispered, "How long will it wait?" "Maybe 3 or 4 minutes. Maybe." The T-Rex quietly leaped forward, fully revealing its massive body. In just 4 steps, it was in front of the goat, then bent down and took a bite out of the goat's neck. The bleeding stopped, and silence enveloped the area. The T-Rex stood over its slain prey, suddenly becoming hesitant. Its massive head turned on its muscular neck, looking around. It stared directly at the off-road vehicles parked high on the slope. Malcolm whispered, "Can it see us?" "It can," Rage replied through the vehicle's intercom. "Let us see if it's going to eat right here in front of us or drag the prey away." The T-Rex crouched down, sniffing the goat's carcass. A bird chirped. The T-Rex suddenly raised its head, alert and wary. It looked back and forth, its head twitching slightly, scanning the surroundings. "It really looks like a bird," Ellie said. The T-Rex was still hesitating. "What is it afraid of?" Malcolm whispered. "Maybe it's afraid of another T-Rex." Grant whispered back. Large carnivorous beasts like lions and tigers often become unusually cautious after killing prey, acting as though they're suddenly exposed to danger. 19th century zoologists described this as the beast feeling guilty for its actions. But contemporary zoologists have proven that it is because the effort behind every kill involves hours of patient stalking before the final pounce, often resulting in failure. The notion that nature runs red with blood beneath sharp teeth and claws is misleading. In most cases, prey escapes. When a carnivore finally manages to take down an animal, it will be on guard for the appearance of another predator that might suddenly attack and steal its catch. In this light, the T-Rex is likely worried about another T-Rex appearing. The giant once again bent down towards the goat. It used one massive hind leg to stabilize the goat's carcass and began to tear into the flesh. "It's staying put now," Rage said softly. "Great." The T-Rex raised its head again, a bloody chunk of meat in its mouth. It stared at the off-road vehicles and began to chew. They heard the disgusting crunching sound of bones being chewed. "Ugh," Lex said over the vehicle's intercom. "Gross." Just then, caution seemed to finally take precedence in the T-Rex's mind. It quietly picked up the remaining goat and silently carried it back into the foliage. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Tyrannosaurus Rex," the recording said. The 2 off-road vehicles started up and quietly drove through the trees. Malcolm sat back in his seat. "That was amazing," he said. Grant wiped his forehead. His face had turned pale with tension. In the control room, Henry Wu walked in to find everyone sitting in the dark, listening to the voices coming through the radio system. Goodness, if that kind of beast escapes, Grant said, his voice weak in the speakers. There would be nothing to stop it. Nothing to stop it. Immensely large, with no natural enemies. My God, it's unimaginable. In the control room, Hammond said, those people are really ridiculous, so pessimistic. Wu said, are they still talking about the animals escaping? I really don't understand. They must see by now that everything here is under our control. We designed and manufactured these animals, built this tourist attraction, and he shrugged. Wu held a deeply rooted belief that this park could be considered absolutely reliable, just as he firmly believed that the ancient DNA he discovered in his research was absolutely reliable. No matter what problems arose with the DNA, they were fundamentally issues within the genetic code, leading to specific problems in the interactions of genetic environments. Either some enzyme was not activated or some protein was not folded. No matter what difficulties arose, as long as minor adjustments were made in the next version, the problems could be resolved. Similarly, he knew that the issues faced by Jurassic Park were not fundamentally significant problems, not control issues. A basic and serious problem, like animals escaping, could not possibly occur. The fact that someone believed he would create a system where such dangerous accidents could happen offended Wu. It was all Malcolm's fault. Hammond was gloomy. He was the root cause. He has been opposing us from the beginning. He has his own theory, claiming that complex systems cannot be controlled and that nature cannot be replicated. I don't know what his problem is. It's ridiculous. We're just building a zoo here. Zoos exist all over the world, and they all operate just fine. Yet he insists on proving his theory correct. Otherwise, he wouldn't rest in peace even in death. I just hope he doesn't scare Sattler into closing the park. Wu asked, will he do that? No way, Hammond said, but he will try everything he can. For example, he might alarm Japanese investors to withdraw their funding. Maybe he will stir up some trouble with the Costa Rican government. In any case, he will cause trouble. Arnold extinguished his cigarette. Let's wait and see what happens, he said. We have confidence in the park. Let's see how it performs. Marduk stepped out of the elevator, nodded to the guard at the ground floor, and walked down the stairs to the basement. He carefully turned on the light. The basement was neatly filled with more than 20 all-terrain vehicles, crowding the room. These electric vehicles would eventually form a never-ending loop, driving around the park and returning to the visitor center. In the corner stood a Jeep painted with red stripes, one of 2 gasoline-powered vehicles. Veterinarian Harding had taken the other Jeep that morning. The Jeep could drive anywhere in the park, even among the animals. It had a diagonal red stripe painted on its body, which, for some reason, the Triceratops would not charge it upon sight. Marduk walked past the Jeep and headed toward the back. There were no markings on the steel door of the armory. He pulled out a key to unlock the door and pushed open the heavy steel door. The racks of firearms lined the walls inside. He took out a Randler shoulder-fired rocket launcher and a box of tranquilizer rounds, tucking 2 grayish-white rockets under his other arm. After locking the steel door, he placed the rocket launcher on the back seat of the Jeep. As he drove out of the garage, he heard distant thunder rumbling. It looks like it's going to rain, Ray said, looking up at the sky. The all-terrain vehicle stopped again, this time close to the swamp where the sauropods lived. A large group of Apatosaurus were feeding along the lagoon, chewing on the tender leaves of palm trees. In the same area, there were several smaller duck-billed dinosaurs, which seemed very small in comparison. Of course, Tim knew that the duck-billed dinosaurs were not actually small. It was just that the Apatosaurus were much larger. The small head of the Apatosaurus was held high on its long neck, reaching 50 feet into the air. These large dinosaurs you see are commonly referred to as Apatosaurus. The recording said, but their correct name is Brontosaurus, weighing over 30 tons. In other words, the weight of a single Apatosaurus could equal that of an entire herd of modern elephants. You would notice that their preferred habitat is along the shores of the lagoon, where the geology is not soft and wet. Regardless of what the books say, Apatosaurus always avoid swamps. They prefer to stay on dry land. Lex, the Apatosaurus is the largest dinosaur, Ed Ray said. Tim couldn't be bothered to argue with him. In fact, the Argentinosaurus is 3 times the size of the Apatosaurus. Some even believe that the Giganotosaurus and the Spinosaurus are even larger than the Argentinosaurus. The Spinosaurus might weigh as much as 100 tons. The duck-billed dinosaurs looked tiny next to the Apatosaurus. They stood on their hind legs, nibbling on leaves. For such massive creatures, their movements were quite graceful and charming. A few young duck-billed dinosaurs hopped around the adults, swallowing the leaves that fell from the mouths of the large dinosaurs. The dinosaurs in Jurassic Park do not reproduce. The recording said that the young dinosaurs you see were introduced a few months ago, having already hatched, while the adults are responsible for feeding them. The rumbling thunder grew louder, the sky darkened, and the clouds lowered, creating a frightening scene. Wow, it looks like it's going to rain. Okay, we need to go, Ray said. The all-terrain vehicle moved forward, and Tim looked back longingly at the duck-billed dinosaurs. Suddenly, he spotted a light yellow animal running in the distance. It had several brownish stripes on its back. He recognized it immediately. Hey, he shouted, stop the car. What's going on? Ray asked. Hurry, stop the car. We're moving forward to see the last batch of prehistoric giants, the Stegosaurus, the recording voice chimed in. What's wrong, Tim? I saw one over there in that area. What did you see? A velociraptor. Over there. The Stegosaurus belongs to the mid-Jurassic animals, having evolved around 170 million years ago. The recording said that a few of these very peculiar herbivorous dinosaurs lived in Jurassic Park. Oh, I don't think so, Tim, Ray said. That can't be a velociraptor. I definitely saw it. Stop the car. The intercom system buzzed as the astonishing news was relayed to Grant and Malcolm. Tim said he saw a velociraptor. Where? Back in that area. We can't go back, Ray said. We can only move forward. The all-terrain vehicle is controlled by the program. You mean we can't go back? Grant asked. Yes, Ray said, I'm really sorry. You see, this tour route. Tim, this is Professor Malcolm. A voice interjected on the intercom. I just have one question for you about the velociraptor. How old do you think it is? Older than the young one we saw today, Tim said, but younger than those adult dinosaurs in the enclosure. The adults are all about 6 feet tall, and this guy is only half their height. Good answer, Malcolm said. I'm sure that's not a velociraptor. Ray said, it can't be a velociraptor. It must be an oviraptor. These dinosaurs always manage to jump over fences and run around. They've been a real pain for us. I'm sure what I saw was a velociraptor, Tim insisted. I'm hungry, Lex said. She began to mutter. In the control room, Ian turned to Wu and said, what do you think about that child's statement? I think it must be an oviraptor. Ian nodded. We've encountered a lot of trouble tracking oviraptors because they spend so much time in the thickets. They usually exert a relentless control over animals. But oviraptors are an exception. The computer keeps losing and then finding the oviraptor again because they're constantly going in and out of the woods. What frustrates me, Hammond said, is that we've built this wonderful park, this fairy tale park, but the first visitors we invited are picking it apart like accountants. They're not experiencing the wonder of the park at all. That's their problem, Ian said. We can't force them to appreciate its intricacies. The internal communication system crackled, and Ian heard a voice slowly say, Hammond, this isn't B at the dock. We haven't finished unloading yet. However, I'm looking at the storm cloud map to the south. If big waves kick up on the sea, I don't want to be stuck here. Ian turned to the monitor showing the cargo ship, which was docked at the island's eastern pier. He pressed the button on the radio communication system. How much cargo is left to unload? Jim, only 3 containers of equipment left. I haven't checked the cargo list, but I think you can wait another 2 weeks. We're not anchored securely here, and we're still 100 nautical miles from shore. Are you requesting permission to leave? Yes, Hammond. But I need that batch of equipment, Hammond said. Those are specialized lab equipment that we really need. Yes, Ian said, but you wouldn't spend the money to build a storm protection breakwater for the dock. So we don't have a good dock. If the storm intensifies, the cargo ship will hit the dock. I've seen plenty of ships meet their end this way. And then you'll have to spend a lot more money on ship resetting fees, plus the maritime rescue fees needed to clear the dock. And you want to be able to use the dock until you. Hammond waved his hand, signaling to stop. Let them go. And B, permission granted to leave. Ian said into the radio communication system. See you in 2 weeks, the other party replied. On the video monitor, they saw sailors on the deck busily untangling ropes. Ian turned back to the main control panel and saw the off-road vehicle traversing a fog-covered area. Where are they now? Hammond asked. Looks like they're in the southern section. Ian replied. The volcanic activity at the southern end of the island is more frequent than at the northern end. They must be getting close to the Stegosaurus location. I believe they will stop to see what Harding is doing. Stegosaurus. When the off-road vehicle stopped, Ellie peered through the swirling fog at the Stegosaurus. It stood quietly, completely still. A red-striped Jeep pulled up next to it. I have to admit, that's a comically odd-looking animal, Malcolm said. The Stegosaurus was 20 feet long, its body bulky and massive, with plates of armor standing upright along its back. It had some 3-foot-long bony protrusions on its tail that looked quite dangerous. However, its neck tapered upward, ending in a ridiculous little head with a vacant gaze resembling that of a dim-witted horse. Just as they were intently watching, a person walked out from behind the Stegosaurus. This is our veterinarian, Dr. Harding. Ray's voice came through the vehicle's communication system. He just gave the Stegosaurus a sedative, which is why it's so still. It's sick. At that moment, Grant had already gotten out of the vehicle and was hurrying toward the immobile Stegosaurus. Ellie climbed down and looked back to see a second off-road vehicle abruptly stop, and 2 children jumped out. What kind of illness does it have? Tim asked. They can't determine that yet, Ellie replied. The large, tough plates on the Stegosaurus's back had slightly drooped. Its breathing was slow and labored, each breath accompanied by a weak groan. Is its illness contagious? Lex asked. They approached the Stegosaurus's small head, where Grant and the veterinarian were kneeling. Peering deep into the creature's mouth, Lex wrinkled her nose. This guy's really big, she said, and it smells terrible. Yeah, Ellie had already noticed that the Stegosaurus had a unique odor reminiscent of rotten fish. It reminded her of something she knew, but she couldn't pinpoint it. In any case, she had never smelled a Stegosaurus before. Perhaps this was its distinctive scent. However, she had doubts. Most herbivores do not have a strong, pungent smell, not even their droppings. The overwhelming stench seemed to be a characteristic exclusive to carnivores. Is it this smelly because it's sick? Lex asked. Maybe, but don't forget the veterinarian has sedated it. Ellie, look at this tongue, Grant said. The dark purple tongue hung limply out of the Stegosaurus's mouth. The veterinarian shone a light on the tongue, so she could see the tiny silver blisters on it. Little blisters, Ellie said. How interesting. These Stegosauruses are giving us a tough time, the veterinarian said. They keep getting sick. What symptoms do they have? Ellie asked, gently scraping the Stegosaurus's tongue with her fingernail, causing a clear liquid to ooze from the burst blisters. Ouch! Lex exclaimed. Muscle endocrine imbalance, loss of spatial awareness, labored breathing, and severe diarrhea, Harding said. It occurs about every 6 weeks. Do they eat constantly? Yes, Harding replied. An animal this size needs to consume at least 500 to 600 pounds of vegetation daily to sustain its energy needs. They graze all day long. In that case, poisoning from plants seems unlikely, Ellie said. An animal that eats continuously would remain sick if it ingested a toxic plant. It wouldn't just become ill every 6 weeks. Indeed, the veterinarian said. Can I take a look? Ellie asked. She took the flashlight from a veterinarian and asked, is the sedative causing any pupil reaction? As she spoke, she shone the flashlight on the Stegosaurus's eyes. Yes, there is a constriction response. The pupils are shrinking. But its pupils are dilated, she said. Harding took a look, and without a doubt, the Stegosaurus's pupils were dilated, and even the light shining on them didn't cause them to shrink. I should be damned, he said. That's a drug reaction. Exactly. Ellie stood up and looked around. What is the range of movement for this animal? About 5 miles in diameter, he said. In this integrated area? She asked. They were standing in an open grassy field, with rocks sporadically showing above the surface and wisps of fog intermittently rising from the ground. It was dusk, and a faint red hue peeked through the low dark clouds in the sky. Most of their range is to the north and east of here, Harding said, but whenever they get sick, they usually come to a specific area in this region. This is quite an interesting puzzle, she pondered. How should the periodicity of the poisoning be explained? She pointed to the other side of the grass. Do you see those low, tender-looking shrubs? Those are West Indian lilac trees. Harding nodded and said, we know they're toxic. Animals won't eat them. Are you sure? Sure. We monitor them through the screens. And to confirm, I even check their droppings. Stegosaurus never eats lilac. The West Indian lilac, also known as the lead tree, contains several toxic alkaloids. The Chinese use this plant to poison fish. They don't eat lilac, the veterinarian added. Interesting, Ellie said. If you hadn't said that, I would have thought the Stegosaurus was showing all the typical symptoms of lead tree poisoning. Lethargy, blistering mucous membranes, and dilated pupils. With that, she walked over to the shrubs for a closer look. She bent low toward the ground. You're right, she said. These plants are thriving, with no signs of being eaten. Not a single sign. In the 6-week cycle, the veterinarian reminded her. How often do these Stegosaurus come here? About once a week. He replied. The Stegosaurus slowly circles their nesting area, grazing as they go. They usually complete the circle in about a week, but they only get sick every 6 weeks. Yes, Harding said. Boring, Lex said. Shoo, Tim said. Dr. Ellie is thinking. Not coming to any conclusions, Ellie said as she walked deeper into the area. She heard Lex behind her say, who wants to play a little mischief game? Ellie stared at the ground. In many places there were rocks. She could hear the sound of waves crashing from somewhere to the left. Among the piles of rocks were a number of berries, bitter as can be, and no animal would like to eat them. Any discoveries? Grant walked over to join her. Ellie sighed. Just rocks, she replied. We must be close to the beach because the surfaces of the stones are very smooth. And the stones are in small piles. How interesting. Interesting little stone piles? Grant asked. They're everywhere. There's a pile over there, she pointed. As Ellie raised her arm, she understood what she was looking at. The stones were eroded, but had nothing to do with the waves. These stones were piled into many small heaps, as if they had been thrown there in some way. These are gastroliths. Many birds and crocodiles have the habit of swallowing small stones. These stones accumulate in a digestive pouch, known as the gizzard. Under the pressure of the gizzard muscles, the stones help grind down hard plant material before it reaches the stomach, thus aiding digestion. Some scientists believe that dinosaurs also had gastroliths. One reason is that dinosaur teeth are too small and were down too little to chew food effectively. It is speculated that dinosaurs swallowed food whole and relied on gastroliths to grind plant fibers. Some dinosaur remains have been found containing a pile of small stones in their abdomen. However, this has never been confirmed. Gastroliths, Grant said. Exactly, I think so too. They swallow these stones and, after a few weeks, the stones become smooth, then they spit them out, leaving a small pile, and go swallow new stones. In the process, they also swallow berries, and then they get sick. I should be damned, Grant said. I believe you're right. He looked down at the pile of stones, rubbing them with his hand, following the paleontologist's intuition. He suddenly stopped. Ellie, he said, look at this. Throw it over there. Throw into this old baseball glove. Lex shouted as Grant threw the ball to her. She threw it back hard, causing his palm to sting. Be gentle. I'm not wearing a glove. Useless, she said disdainfully. He angrily threw the ball at her, and all they heard was the leather glove making a pop. Now that's more like it, she said. Grant stood next to the dinosaur, continuing to play catch while talking to Malcolm. How would your theory explain this sick dinosaur? That was predictable, Malcolm said. Grant shook his head. Is there anything that your theory didn't predict? Hey, Malcolm explained, this has nothing to do with me. I'm working on chaos theory. But I find that no one is willing to listen to the implications of this mathematical theory. It suggests many significant meanings for human life, meanings that far exceed the Heisenberg principle or Gödel's theorem, which everyone keeps chattering about. These theories are, in fact, very academic and philosophical. Chaos theory, however, relates to human daily life. Do you know why people initially created computers? No, grand triple. Give me a good throw, Lex shouted. Computers originated in the late 1940s because scientists like Newman believed that if you had a machine that could process many variables simultaneously, you could predict the weather. Weather would ultimately be understood by humans. For the next 40 years, people believed deeply in this dream. They were convinced that prediction was just a matter of tracking the development of events. As long as you have enough understanding, you can predict anything. This has been a scientific belief held since Newton. And chaos theory completely discards this belief. It holds that you cannot predict certain phenomena at all. You can never predict the weather a few days in advance. Spending so much money on long-term weather forecasting, which has amounted to $500 million in recent decades, is actually a total waste. It's something only a fool would do, as pointless as trying to turn lead into gold. When we look back at those alchemists, we laugh at what they did, but future people will mock us in the same way. We have been trying to do the impossible and have spent vast sums to do so, because in fact, the range of inherently unpredictable phenomena is too great. Is that what chaos theory says? Yes, but surprisingly, very few people are willing to sit down and listen. Malcolm said, long before Hammond broke ground. I told him this. You plan to use genetic engineering to breed a batch of prehistoric animals and place them on a small island? Great. That's a beautiful dream. Very charming, but it won't develop according to your plan. It's like the weather. It involves inherent unpredictability. Did you tell him that? Grant asked. I did. I also told him where the deviations would occur. Obviously, the animal's adaptation to the environment is one factor. This stegosaurus is 100 million years old. It doesn't fit into our world. The air has changed, the amount of solar radiation has changed, the land has changed, the insects have changed, the sounds have changed, and the plants have changed. The oxygen content in the air has decreased. The plight of this poor animal is like a person being stranded at 10,000 feet. Listen to it gasping so heavily. Are there other factors? Generally speaking, there's also the park's ability to control the spread of life forms. This is because the history of evolution is a history of life escaping all obstacles. Life breaks free, gains freedom, and thus expands into new territories. This process is painful, perhaps even dangerous, but life finds a way. Malcolm shook his head. I don't want to sound philosophical, but that's just how it is. Alan looked into the distance. Ellie and Grant were at the far end of the clearing, waving their arms and shouting loudly. Did you give me a Coke? Reed asked when Marduk returned to the control room. Marduk couldn't be bothered to answer. He walked straight to the monitor, watching everything that was happening. He heard Harding's voice on the radio saying, the Stegosaurus is finally under control. What does that mean? Marduk asked. They've reached the southern end, Ian said. so their voices were a bit intermittent. I'll switch them to another channel. But they've already discovered the cause of the Stegosaurus's illness. It's due to eating some kind of berry. Hammond nodded. I knew that problem would be solved sooner or later, he said. It's not very noticeable, Alan said. In the deepening twilight, he held the white shell fragment, the size of a postage stamp, on the tip of his finger, examining it closely. Grant, are you sure about this? Absolutely, Grant said. The circular shape on the inner surface, which is the inner curve, reveals its truth. Turn it over, and you'll find subtle patterns made up of convex lines, roughly triangular. Yes, I see it. Well, I once dug up 2 eggs with similar patterns in an archaeological site in Montana. Are you saying this is a dinosaur eggshell? Not a doubt about it, Grant said. Harding shook his head. These dinosaurs can't reproduce. Clearly, they can reproduce, Alan said. It must be a bird egg, Harding said. There are at least dozens of bird species on our island. Grant shook his head. Look at that curvature. The shell is almost flat. So this is a fragment of a very large egg. Also, notice the thickness of the shell. Unless there are ostriches on the island, this is definitely a dinosaur egg. But they could never have reproductive capabilities, Harding insisted. All the dinosaurs are female. All I know, Grant said, is that this is a dinosaur egg. Malcolm said, can you identify its species? Yes, Grant said, this is a velociraptor egg. This is utterly ridiculous. Hammond said, while listening to the reports coming through the radio in the control room. It must be a bird egg. That's the only possibility. The radio crackled. He heard Malcolm's voice. Let's conduct a little experiment, shall we? Please have Mr. Ian run a computer count. Now? Yes, right now. I think you can transmit it to Dr. Harding's display in his vehicle. Please do that, all right? No problem, Ian said. Moments later. The display in the control room showed. I hope you're satisfied now. Hammond said, did you receive that on your end? We saw it, Malcolm said. As usual, clearly listed. His tone concealed a sense of smugness. Wait a minute, Malcolm said. Can you have the computer search for a different animal count? For example? Ian asked. Why not try 239? Just a moment, Ian said, frowning. Moments later, the screen displayed. Hammond leaned forward in his seat and said, what on earth is going on? We've tracked another Protoceratops. Where did it come from? I don't know. The radio crackled again. Now, listen carefully. Can you have the computer search for, let's say, 300 animals? What's he talking about? Hammond raised his voice. 300 animals? What's he talking about? Please hold on, Ian said. This will take a few minutes. He tapped the keys beside the screen. The first line of the total number displayed. Total animals, 239. I don't understand what he's trying to do, Hammond said. I think I do, Ian said, watching the screen. The numbers on the first line were changing rapidly. Total animals, 244. 244? Hammond said, what happened? The computer is counting the number of animals in the park, Wu replied. The total number of all animals. I thought that was what it always did. He turned sharply. Reed, did you mess up again? No, Reed said. Looking up from the console, the computer allows the operator to input a projected animal count to expedite the counting process. It's a convenience, not a flaw. He's right, Ian said. We always use 238 as the baseline because we assumed there couldn't be more animals. Total animals, 262. Wait a minute, Hammond said. These animals can't reproduce. The computer must be counting field mice or something else. I think so too, Ian said. It must be a visual tracking program error, but we'll figure out soon. Hammond turned to Wu. They can't reproduce, right? Yes, Wu said. Total animals, 270. Where are they coming from? Ian said. I wish I knew, Wu said. They watched the number keep rising. Total animals, 283. They heard Alan say over the radio, my God, how much higher can it go? Then they heard the little girl say, I'm hungry. When are we going home? Soon. Lex. On the screen, an error message was flashing. Error. Search parameter. 300 animals not found. An error. Hammond nodded. I thought of that. I've had this feeling that something is wrong. But moments later, the screen displayed. Total animals. 292. The radio communications system crackled again. Now you see the flaw in your program, Malcolm said. You're only tracking the estimated number of dinosaurs, worried about losing animals. So you designed the program to alert you immediately if the animals were fewer than the estimated number. But that's not the issue. The real problem is that you have more animals than the estimated number. My God, Ian said. There can't be extra dinosaurs. Wu said, we know how many we released. It can't exceed that number. I'm afraid it is possible. Malcolm said, they are reproducing. Impossible. Even if you don't believe the eggshell that Grant found, you can prove it with your own data. Just look at the height coordinate chart for the Protoceratops. Ian will pull up the data for you. Notice anything? Malcolm asked. This is a Gaussian distribution graph, Wu said in normal curve. But didn't you say you introduced the Protoceratops in 3 batches? With an interval of 6 months between each batch? Yes. Then you should have a coordinate graph marking the peaks of these 3 batches. Malcolm tapped at the keyboard and said like this. But you didn't get this coordinate graph, Malcolm said. In fact, what you got is a coordinate graph of a breeding population. Your Protoceratops are breeding. Wu shook his head and said, I really don't understand how this could happen. They are breeding, and the velociraptors, oviraptors, therizinosaurus, and others are also breeding. Oh my god. Marduk said, there are some velociraptors roaming freely in the park. Wait, it's not that bad. Hammond looked at the screen and said, we only have 3 species increasing, 5 species, of which 2 are increasing very little. What are you talking about? Wu shouted, do you know what this means? I certainly know what this means, Wu, Hammond said. It means you messed up. Absolutely not. You have some breeding dinosaurs there, Wu. But they're all female. Wu said, this is impossible. Something must be wrong. Look at these numbers. Large animals like the therizinosaurus and oviraptor are increasing little, while smaller animals are increasing a lot. This doesn't make sense. There must be a problem. The radio communication system clicked. In fact, that's right. Grant said, I think these numbers confirm that breeding is happening. It's happening at 7 different locations on the island. Breeding locations. The sky was getting darker, and thunder rumbled in the distance. Grant and several others leaned against the door of the Jeep, staring intently at the display on the dashboard. Breeding locations? Wu said on the radio communication system. Nests, Grant said, assuming an average nest hatches 8 to 12 eggs. These data suggest that the Protoceratops has 2 nests, the Velociraptor has 2 nests, the Oviraptor has 1 nest, and the Therizinosaurus and the Oviraptor each have 1 nest. Where are these nests? We need to find them, Grant said. Dinosaurs nest in hidden places. But why are there so few large animals? Wu asked. If there's an Oviraptor nest with 8 to 12 eggs, there should be 8 to 12 newly hatched Oviraptors, not just 1. That's right, Grant said. Unless those unrestrained Velociraptors and Protoceratops in the park might be eating the eggs of larger animals, and probably also eating the newly hatched small dinosaurs. But we've never observed this situation, Ano said through the radio system. Velociraptors are nocturnal, he said. Is anyone monitoring the park at night? There was a long silence. I don't think so, Grant said. This still doesn't make sense. Wu said, you can't feed 50 newly added animals with just a few nests of eggs. No, Grant said. I guess they also eat some other things. Maybe small rodents like mice and shrews? Another silence. Let me think, Grant said when you first arrived on the island. You encountered a mouse problem, but over time, this problem gradually disappeared. Yes, indeed. And you never thought to investigate the cause. Well, we just speculated, Ano said. Remember, Wu said, the fact remains unchanged. All the animals are female. They cannot reproduce. Grant had been pondering this point. Recently, he had heard of an interesting German study, and he suspected it contained the answer to this problem. When you create dinosaur DNA, Grant said, you do so with fragments, right? Yes, Wu said. To create a complete DNA strand, would you need to use DNA fragments from other species? Yes, occasionally, Wu said, that's the only way to get the job done. Sometimes we use DNA from various birds. Sometimes we use DNA from reptiles. Have you ever used DNA from amphibians? Especially from frogs? It's possible. I'll have to check. Check it out. Grant said, I think you'll find the answer in there. Malcolm said, frog DNA? Why is it related to frog DNA? Jan said impatiently. Listen, this is all very interesting, but we've missed the main question. Are there any animals that have escaped the island? Grant said, we can't tell from these data yet. So how we find out the truth? I know only one way. Grant said, we must find the various dinosaur nests and check, counting the remaining eggshell fragments. This way we might determine how many animals were originally hatched. Then we can start estimating if there are missing dinosaurs. Malcolm said, but even then, you still can't know if these animals were killed, died of natural causes, or left the island. It can't be known, Grant said, but it's a start. And I think we can gain more information from closely studying the population coordinate graph. How are we going to look for these nests? In fact, Grant said, I think computers can help us with this. Can we go back now? Lex said, I'm hungry. All right, let's go, Grant said with a slight smile at her. You've been very patient. You can eat in about 20 minutes. Reggie said as he walked toward the 2 SUVs. I want to stay a little longer, Ellie said, to take some pictures of this stegosaurus with Dr. Harding's camera. Tomorrow those bubbles in its mouth will be gone. I want to go back, Grant said. I want to go with the kids. I want to go too, Malcolm said. I think I'll stay, Jan said, and then take the Jeep back with Harding and Ellie. All right, let's go. They started to leave one by one. When they reached the front of the SUVs, Tim said, this time I want to sit in the front car. With Dr. Grant. Malcolm said, unfortunately, Dr. Grant and I need to talk, so there's no room for you. I'll just sit there and not say a word, Tim said. This is a private conversation, Malcolm said. I tell you, Tim, Reggie said, let them sit in the back car. We'll take the front car, and you can use the night vision goggles. Have you ever used night vision goggles, Tim? This night vision goggles have a very precise display controlled by a computer, allowing you to see clearly even at night. Great, he said as he walked toward the first car. Hey, Lex said, I want to wear it too. No way, Tim said. Not fair, not fair. You can do anything, Tim. Ed Regis watched them leave and then said to Grant, I can imagine what the trip back will be like. Grant and Malcolm climbed into the second car, and a few drops of rain splashed onto the windshield. Let's go, Ed Regis said. I'm ready for dinner. How about a nice sweet cocktail, buddy? Sound good, right? He tapped on the metal of the car. See you in a bit. With that, he turned and ran towards the first car, climbing in. A red light flashed on the dashboard. With a roar, the SUV started up. On the drive back, the light faded, and Malcolm seemed unusually glum. You must feel validated. Your theory is correct, Grant said. In fact, I feel a bit fearful. I suspect we are at a precarious moment. Why? It's my intuition. Do mathematicians believe in intuition? Absolutely. Intuition is very important. In fact, I've been thinking about fractals. Malcolm said, do you know what fractal is? Grant shook his head, not a clue. A fractal is a kind of geometry related to a man named Mandelbrot. It's different from the Euclidean geometry of squares, cubes, and spheres that everyone learns in school. Fractal geometry is used to describe real-world objects in nature, like mountains and clouds. So, fractals are related to reality in some sense. Mandelbrot used his geometrical tools to discover a very notable phenomenon. He found that objects at different scales look almost exactly the same. At different scales? Grant asked. For example, Malcolm said, a large mountain has a certain undulating shape when viewed from afar. If you get closer and examine a small peak of that mountain, it will have the same shape. In fact, you can keep observing down through the scales until you look at a tiny rock under a microscope, and it will have the same basic fractal structure as the mountain. I really don't understand why people would worry about this, Grant said. He smelled the sulfur from volcanic steam. They were now driving on a road near the coastline, overlooking the beach and the sea. It's a way of looking at things. Malcolm said, Mandelbrot discovered a sameness from the smallest to the largest, and this scale invariance also appears in events. Events? Think about the price of cotton, Malcolm said. For over 100 years, we have had comprehensive records of cotton prices. When you study the fluctuations in cotton prices, you find that the price curves for a day look basically the same as those for a week. And a week's curves are similar to those for a year or 10 years. That is how it is. A day is like a whole life. You start doing one thing and end up doing another, planning to go on a business trip, but never making it until your life comes to an end. Your entire life has that same random nature, governed by the same rules as a day. I think that is indeed a way of looking at things, Grant said. No, Malcolm said, it's the only way to look at things. At least, it's the only way that is true to reality. You have to understand that this sameness of fractals creates a kind of cycle, a return to the original place, which signifies the unpredictable nature of events. This means they can change suddenly and without warning. Well, we have managed to comfort ourselves into imagining that mutations are things that happen outside the normal order of things. An accident, like a car crash, or something beyond our control, like an incurable disease. We don't conceive of that sudden, fundamental, irrational change as being built into the structure of existence itself. It is exactly that, Malcolm said. Chaos theory tells us that everything we take for granted, from physics to fictional narratives, this linearity has never existed. Linearity is a contrived way of observing the world. Real life isn't like a string of beads on a necklace, a series of events that happen one after another and are connected. Life is actually a series of encounters, in which one event may change subsequent events in a completely unpredictable, even destructive way. Malcolm leaned back in his chair, looking at another SUV parked a few yards ahead. That is a profound truth about the structure of our universe. Yet for some reason, we insist on behaving as if it isn't true. Just then, the car jolted to a stop. What happened? Grant asked. Ahead of them, they saw children in the car, pointing towards the sea. On the water, beneath the low-hanging clouds, Grant saw the dark silhouette of a supply ship heading back to Punta Arenas. Why don't we stop and take a look? Malcolm asked. Grant turned on the radio and heard a girl excitedly saying, Look over there, Tim. Do you see it? It's right there. Malcolm glanced at the ship. Are they talking about that ship? Apparently so. Regis climbed out of the front car, facing their window. Sorry, he said, but the kids are really excited. Do you have any binoculars over there? For what? A little girl said. She said she saw something on the ship. Something like an animal, Regis said. Grant grabbed the binoculars and rested his elbows on the SUV's window. It looked almost like a shadow, and, as he was observing, the navigation lights on the ship turned on. "Did you see anything?" Regis asked. "Nothing," Grant replied. "Their position too low," Lex said over the radio. "Look lower." Grant tilted the binoculars down, scanning the hull of the ship just above the waterline. The supply ship was wide, with a splash guard running from bow to stern. But it was getting dark, and he couldn't make out any details. "No, nothing," he said. "I can see them," Lex said impatiently, closer to the back. "Look near the back." "How can she see anything in this light?" Malcolm asked. "Kids can see," Grant said. "They have the visual acuity we've forgotten we once had." He moved the binoculars to the back of the ship, slowly panning, and suddenly he saw the animals. They were frolicking, weaving between the blurred structures at the stern of the ship. He could only catch a fleeting glimpse of them, but even in the fading light, he could make out that they were bipedal creatures, about 2 feet tall, standing on a hardtail for balance. "Do you see them now?" Lex asked. "I see them," he replied. "What are they?" "Velociraptors," Grant said, "at least 2, maybe more. They're juvenile dinosaurs." "Oh my God," Regis said. "That ship is heading to the mainland." Malcolm shrugged. "Don't get excited. Talk to the control room and have them recall that ship." Regis reached into the car and grabbed the radio. They heard the crackling static and the clicking sounds as he rapidly changed channels. "This thing is acting up," he said. "It's malfunctioning." He ran towards the first off-road vehicle. They saw him dive into the car. Then he turned back to look at them. Both radio communicators were malfunctioning. He said, "I can't contact the control room." "Then let's leave. We'll go back and tell them," Grant said. In the control room, Maldu stood in front of a huge window overlooking the park. At exactly 7 o'clock, the searchlights across the island turned on, illuminating the entire landscape like a dazzling gem. This was his favorite moment of the day. He heard the radio communicator crackling with static. The off-road vehicle started moving again. Ano said, "They're on their way home." "But why did they stop?" Hammond said. "And why can't we talk to them?" "I don't know," Ano said. "Maybe they turned off the radio communicator in the car." "It's probably due to the storm," Maldu said. "The interference caused by the storm. They'll be here in 20 minutes. Hammond said, "You'd better call downstairs to have the restaurant prepare meals for them. Those kids must be starving." Ano picked up the phone receiver, hearing a monotonous hissing sound. "What is this? What is going on?" "Oh my God, hang up," Ryder said. "You'll mess up the data stream. You've occupied all the phone lines, even the internal lines." "I've occupied all the lines for external communication," Ryder said. "Your internal lines should still be operational." Ano pressed the buttons on the console one by one. All he heard was a hissing sound on all lines. "Looks like you've occupied them all." "I'm really sorry about that," Ryder said. "I'll clear a few lines for you when the next transmission ends. It'll take about 15 minutes. Beyond, this weekend feels really long for me. I think I'll go grab that can of Coke." He picked up his backpack and walked towards the door. "Don't touch my console, okay?" The door closed. "Well, lazy guy," Hammond said. "Yeah," Ano said. "But I think he knows what he's doing." The volcanic steam turned into rainbows under the dazzling searchlights on both sides of the road. Grant spoke into the radio communicator. "How long until that ship reaches the mainland?" "About 18 hours, Ranger said, quite on time." He glanced at his watch. "It should arrive around 11 o'clock tomorrow morning." Grant frowned. "Still can't contact the control room?" "Not so far." "How about Harding? Can you reach him?" "No, I tried. He might have turned off the radio communicator." Malcolm shook his head. "So we're the only ones who know there are animals on that ship." "I'm trying to reach the others," Ranger said. "I mean, oh my God, we don't want those animals to get to the mainland." "How much longer until we can get back to the base?" "From now, about 16 or 17 minutes, Ranger said. The entire road was brightly lit by the huge searchlights at night, making Grant feel like they were driving through a bright green leaf tunnel. Big raindrops splattered on the windshield. Grant felt the off-road vehicle slow down, then stop. "What is going on now?" Lex said, "I don't want to stop." "Why are we stopping?" Then, suddenly, all the searchlights went out. The road plunged into darkness. Lex cried out, "Hey, it might just be a power outage," Ranger said. "I guarantee the lights will come back on soon." "What's going on?" Ano said, staring at the monitor. "What happened?" Maldu asked. "Did you lose power?" "Yes, but only the power to the peripheral devices is out. Everything inside the building is still functioning normally. But outside, in the park, the power is completely off. Lights, TV cameras, everything." His remote video monitor turned pitch black. "What about the 2 off-road vehicles?" "They're parked somewhere near the T-Rex enclosure." "All right," Maldu said. "Call maintenance. Let us get the power back on." Ano picked up one of the phone receivers, hearing the hissing of Ryder's computer communicating with each other. "No phones available." "Damn Ryder. Ryder, where the hell is he?" Dennis Ryder pushed open the door marked with the fertilization room sign. When the power to the peripheral devices was cut, all the security car control locks were released. Every door in the building could be opened with a light touch. The issue with the security system was listed as a priority to be resolved on Jurassic Park's defect list. Ryder didn't know if anyone had considered that this was not a defect, but rather that he had deliberately programmed it that way. He had included a standard trapdoor in the program. Programmers of large computer systems rarely resist the temptation to leave themselves a secret entrance. On one hand, it's a consensus that if an incompetent user locks the system and then calls for help, there is always a way to get in and clean up the mess. On the other hand, it's a signature of having been there. Additionally, it's a safeguard for the future. Ryder was frustrated with the Jurassic Park project. Having fallen behind schedule, International Genetic Technologies demanded extensive modifications to the system without wanting to pay for it, claiming it should have been included in the original contract. They threatened with legal action and sent letters to Ryder's other clients implying that he was unreliable. This was pure extortion, and in the end, he was forced to take on the extra work on Jurassic Park to make the modifications Hammond desired. Later, when Dodgson from Biosyn approached him, Ryder listened intently and said he could indeed bypass the security system of Jurassic Park. He could access any room, any system, anywhere in the park, because he had programmed it that way, just in case. He walked into the fertilization room. As expected, the lab was empty. All the staff were having dinner. He unzipped his backpack and took out a Gillette shaving cream box. He removed the bottom of the box and saw that the interior was divided into a series of cylindrical slots. He put on a pair of bulky thermal gloves and opened a large refrigerator labeled with minimum storage temperature for viable biological materials, 10°C. The refrigerator was about the size of a small closet, with shelves running from the floor to the ceiling. Most shelves contained reagents and liquids stored in plastic capsules. He saw a smaller nitrogen cold freezer beside it, which had a heavy ceramic door. He opened the door, revealing a rack of small test tubes surrounded by a cloud of white liquid nitrogen vapor. The embryos were arranged by type: Stegosaurus, Brachiosaurus, duck-billed dinosaur, Tyrannosaurus rex. Each embryo was placed in a thin glass container, wrapped in silver foil and sealed with polyethylene. Ryder quickly took 2 of each type and stuffed them into the shaving cream box. Then he closed the bottom of the box, twisted the lid, and with a hiss released the gas inside, causing the box to freeze in his hand. Dodgson said the refrigerant would last for 36 hours, which was more than enough time to get back to San Jose. Ryder walked away from the refrigerator and returned to the main lab. He tossed the box in his backpack and zipped it up. He retraced his steps down the corridor. The entire theft process took less than 2 minutes. He could imagine the panic in the control room upstairs when they started to realize what had happened. All their security codes were scrambled, and all the phone lines were busy. Without his help, it would take hours to untangle this mess. But Ryder would be back in the control room in minutes to sort things out. No one would ever suspect he was involved. Ryder walked cheerfully to the ground floor, nodded at the security guard, and then headed toward the basement. He passed rows of neatly parked electric SUVs and arrived at a gas-powered Jeep parked against the wall. He climbed into the vehicle and noticed some strange gray tubular objects in the passenger seat. It looked like a rocket launcher. He thought as he turned the key and started the Jeep. Ryder glanced at his watch. It would take 3 minutes to drive from here into the park and another 3 minutes to return to the control room from there. Easy. Damn it, Ano shouted, slamming his hand on the console buttons. We messed it all up. Marduk stood by the window, gazing out at the park. The lights were out across the entire island, except for the area directly surrounding the main building. He saw several staff members hurriedly running to escape the rain, but it seemed no one noticed that something was wrong. Marduk looked at the visitor center, which was brightly lit. Oh boy, Ano said, we're in real trouble. What's wrong? Marduk asked. He turned away from the window, and therefore did not see the Jeep drive out of the underground garage and head east along the maintenance road into the park. That idiot Ryder cut the security system. Ano said, the whole building is wide open. Not a single door is locked. I'll notify the guards, Marduk said. That's not all, Ano said. When you cut the security system, you also cut the electric grid on all the perimeter fences. The fences? Marduk asked. The electric fences, Ano said, they're powered down. The whole island is out. You mean? That's right, Ano said, the animals can get out now. Ano lit a cigarette. Nothing might happen, but who knows? Marduk walked toward the door. I better drive over and pick up the people in those 2 SUVs, just in case, he said, quickly heading down to the garage. He wasn't really worried about the power being cut to the fences. Most of the dinosaurs had been in the enclosures for over 9 months, and they had bumped against the fences more than once with clear results. Marduk knew the animals quickly learned to avoid electric shocks. You could train a lab pigeon to succeed with just 2 or 3 stimulations. So, it was unlikely the dinosaurs would approach the fences now. What Marduk was worried about was what the people in the vehicles would do. He didn't want them to leave the SUVs because once the power was restored, the vehicles would start up again, regardless of whether those people were inside or not. They could be left behind. Of course, with the heavy rain, they were unlikely to leave the vehicles, but you could never be sure. He arrived at the garage and hurried toward the Jeep. He thought, thankfully, he had the foresight to put the rocket launcher in the vehicle. He could leave immediately, it only took. It's gone. What happened? Marduk stared at the empty parking space, bewildered. The Jeep was missing. What the hell happened? Chapter 4, untitled, The Potential Instability, began to show itself inevitably. Ian Malcolm Main Road raindrops pounded loudly on the SUV's roof. Tim felt the night vision goggles pressing heavily on his forehead. A phosphorescent flash appeared, and then, in the green and black tones of the electronic equipment, he saw the other SUV behind them, where Dr. Grant and Dr. Malcolm were sitting. Awesome, Doctor. Grant was staring at him through the front windshield. Tim saw him pick up the radio transmitter from the dashboard. After a crackling burst of static, he heard Dr. Grant's voice say, "Can you see us?" Tim took the radio from Reggie. "I see you. Is everything okay?" "We're fine, Dr. Grant. We'll stay in the car." "We will. Don't worry." He clicked off the radio. Reggie huffed through his nose. "It's pouring rain. Of course we're going to stay in the car," he muttered. Tim turned to look at the leaves by the roadside. Through the night vision goggles, the leaves appeared a bright green, and further along, he could see segments of the green grid-like fence. The SUV was parked on a downhill slope, which meant they were somewhere near the T-Rex area. Witnessing a T-Rex through these night vision goggles would be an incredible sight, a truly chilling experience. Maybe the T-Rex would come to the fence and look at them. Tim wondered if its eyes would shine in the dark when he saw it. That would be so cool. But he saw nothing and finally stopped watching. Everyone in the vehicle was silent. The raindrops beat chaotically on the roof. Water cascaded down the sides of the car windows. Tim couldn't see outside, even with the night vision goggles. "How long have we been sitting here?" Malcolm asked. "I don't know. Maybe 4 or 5 minutes. I wonder what the problem is. Maybe a short circuit from the heavy rain." But it happened before the rain started. Another silence. Lex's voice was tense, but there won't be any lightning, right? She had always been afraid of lightning. She was sitting nervously, twisting her leather gloves in her hands. Dr. Grant said, "What? We didn't hear what you said." "It's my sister talking." "Oh." Tim scanned the leafy thicket again, but saw nothing. Nothing could be as large as a T-Rex. He began to doubt whether the T-Rex would come out at night. Were they nocturnal animals? Tim wasn't sure if he had read anything about that. He thought T-Rexes were active day and night, and the time of day made no difference to them. The rain continued to pour down. "Damn this rain," Reggie said. "It's really coming down." Lex said, "I'm hungry." "I know, Lex," Reggie said, "but we're stuck here, sweetheart. The vehicle is powered by buried cables in the road. How long do we have to wait?" "Until they fix the power." Tim listened to the sound of the rain outside and felt sleepy. He yawned and turned to look at the palm trees on the left side of the road when he suddenly heard a dull thud and the ground shook, startling him. He whipped around, just in time to glimpse a dark shape darting across the road between the two vehicles. My God, what was that? It was huge, the size of a car. "Tim, are you there?" He picked up the radio transmitter. "Yes, I'm here." "Did you see it, Tim?" "No," Tim said. "I didn't see it." "What the hell is it?" Malcolm asked. "Are you wearing night vision goggles, Tim?" "Yes, I'll keep watching," Tim said. "Is it a T-Rex?" Lex asked. "I don't think so. It's on the road." "But you didn't see it?" Lex said. "No." Tim felt frustrated for not seeing the animal, whatever it was. A white flash of lightning split the sky, and his night vision goggles glowed a brilliant green. He blinked and began to count. 1001, 1002. A roar thundered, deafeningly close. Lex screamed, "Oh no." "Don't be afraid, dear," Lex said. "It's just thunder." Tim scanned the roadside. The rain was now pouring down heavily, and the leaves trembled under the pounding raindrops. Everything was moving. Everything seemed alive. He scanned the leaves. He stopped. There was something beyond the leaves. Tim looked up, higher. Behind the foliage beyond the fence, he saw a massive body, covered in bark-like pebbled skin. But it wasn't a tree. He continued to look up, pushing the night vision goggles higher. He saw the enormous head of a T-Rex. It stood there, looking over the fence at the two SUVs. Lightning flashed across the sky again with a roar. Then there was darkness, silent except for the pouring rain. "Tim?" "Yes, Dr. Grant. Did you see what it is?" "I did, Dr. Grant." Tim sensed that Dr. Grant was trying to communicate in a way that wouldn't scare his sister. "What's the situation?" "Nothing," Tim said, looking through the night vision goggles at the T-Rex, which was standing on the other side of the fence. "I can't see it very clearly from here, Tim." "I can see it very clearly, Dr. Grant. It's right there." "Okay." Lex continued to cry, sniffing. Another pause. Tim stared at the T-Rex. That head was enormous. It looked from one vehicle to the other and then back again. It seemed to be staring directly at Tim. In the night vision goggles, those eyes glowed a brilliant green. Tim shivered. and as he looked down the animal's body, his gaze swept past its huge head and jaw, and he saw its shorter, muscular forelimbs. It waved them in the air a few times and then grasped the fence. "My God," Ed Regis said, staring out the window. "The largest carnivore ever seen in the world. The most horrific attack in human history." Regis, in the depths of his advertising mind, was still writing the ad copy. But he could feel his knees begin to tremble uncontrollably, his pants fluttering like flags. Oh God, he was terrified. He didn't want to be there. Only Regis knew what a dinosaur attack was like. He knew what humans would face. He had witnessed the bloody, mangled bodies after a raptor attack. He could picture it in his mind. And this was a T-Rex. Much larger. The biggest carnivore ever to walk the earth. Oh God, the T-Rex's roar was terrifying. The ear-piercing scream seemed to come from another world. Regis felt a warm sensation spreading in his pants. He had wet himself. He was both embarrassed and panicked. But he understood he had to do something. He couldn't just stay there. He had to do something, anything. His hands trembled as they reached for the dashboard. "Oh God," he said again. "That's not good," Lex said, shaking her finger at him. Tim heard a thud and turned his head away from the T-Rex, the night vision goggles showing stripes on the side. Just as he saw Regis step out of the open car door and dash into the rain. "Hey," Lex said, "where are you going?" Regis turned and ran in the opposite direction of the T-Rex, disappearing into the woods. The SUV doors were left open, and the panels were getting soaked. "He gone," Lex said. "Where'd he go?" "He left us." "Close the door," Tim said. But she began to scream hysterically. "He left us. He left us." "Tim, what's wrong?" Dr. Grant's voice came through the radio. Tim leaned forward, trying to close the car door, but he couldn't reach the handle from the back seat. Another flash of lightning struck, and he looked back at the T-Rex, only to see its enormous black silhouette momentarily illuminated against the bright sky. "Tim, what's happening?" "He left us. He left us." Tim blinked to regain his vision. When he looked again, the T-Rex was still standing there, just as before, motionless and massive. Rainwater dripped down its chin. Its forelimbs gripped the fence. At that moment, Tim realized the T-Rex was leaning on the fence. The fence was no longer electrified. "Lex, close the door." The radio crackled. "Tim, I'm here, Dr. Grant. What's the situation?" "Regis ran away," Tim said. "What?" "He ran away. I think he saw the fence wasn't electrified," Tim said. "The fence isn't electrified?" Malcolm said over the radio. "Did he say the fence isn't electrified?" "Lex," Tim said. "Close the door." But Lex was still screaming. "He left us. He left us," accompanied by her monotonous wailing. Tim had no choice but to crawl out the back door into the pouring rain to close the front door for her. Thunder rumbled as lightning flashed across the sky again. Tim looked up and saw the T-Rex using one of its massive hind legs to crush the storm fence. "Tim!" He jumped back into the car, closed the door, the sound of it fading into the thunder. The radio crackled. "Tim, are you there?" He grabbed the transmitter. "I'm here." He turned to Lex, locked the car doors, and moved to the middle of the car. "Shut your mouth." Outside, the T-Rex turned its head and cautiously took a small step forward. Its claws were caught in the flattened fence grid. Lex finally saw the animal and fell silent, frozen in shock. She stared at it with wide eyes. The radio crackled. "Tim." "Yes, Dr. Grant." "Stay in the car, hide, and be quiet. Don't move or make a sound." "Okay. You want to be harmed. I don't think it can open the car doors." "Okay. Stay quiet. And you want to draw unnecessary attention." "Okay." Tim clicked off the radio. "Did you hear that, Lex?" His sister nodded. She had never taken her eyes off the dinosaur. The T-Rex roared. With a brilliant flash of lightning, they saw it break free from the fence and leap forward. Then it stood between the two cars. Tim could no longer see Dr. Grant's car because the massive body blocked his view. Rainwater flowed down its muscular hind legs like a small river along the pebbled skin. He couldn't see the head of the giant beast. It was far above the car's roof. The Tyrannosaurus Rex circled around their vehicle. It reached the spot where Tim had exited the car, the same place where Lex had gotten out. The creature stopped there, its enormous head drooping down towards the muddy ground. Tim glanced back at Dr. Grant and Dr. Malcolm in the car behind them, their faces tense as they peered ahead through the windshield. The massive head lifted again, its mouth opening, stopping beside the car window. In a flash of lightning, they saw the small, bead-like, expressionless eyes rolling around in their sockets. It was looking into the car. His sister's breathing turned into exhausted, fearful sobs. He reached out to grip her arm, hoping she would stay quiet. The dinosaur continued to stare through the side window for a long time. Maybe the dinosaur couldn't really see them, he thought. Finally, the head lifted again and disappeared from view. "It's okay," Tim whispered. I think it didn't see us. Just as he turned back to look at Dr. Grant, a ground-shaking impact violently rocked the SUV, shattering the windshield into a spiderweb pattern. The T. Rex had slammed down onto the hood of the vehicle. Tim was thrown back in his seat, legs in the air. The night vision goggles slipped off his forehead. He quickly scrambled up, blinking in the darkness, his mouth full of warm blood. Lex? He couldn't see his sister anywhere. The T. Rex stood near the front of the SUV, its chest heaving with each breath, its forelimbs thrashing in the air. Lex, Tim whispered, and then he heard her groaning, lying at the footwell of the front seats. Then the massive head drooped down, completely blocking the shattered windshield. The T. Rex began to slam against the SUV's hood again. The car shook violently as Tim held tightly to his seat. The T. Rex struck 2 more times, denting the metal. Then it moved to the side of the car, its raised, thick tail blocking its view, preventing it from seeing all the side windows. At the rear of the vehicle, the animal huffed, its low growl mixing with the rumbling thunder. It opened its mouth and bit down on the spare tire at the back of the SUV, shaking its head to toss it away. The rear of the vehicle lifted for a moment and then dropped heavily, splattering mud everywhere. Tim! Grant shouted. Tim, are you there? Tim grabbed the radio. We're okay, he said. The dinosaur's claws scraped the roof, producing a sharp, grating sound. Tim's heart raced in his chest. He couldn't see anything outside the right window except the rugged, pebbled skin. The T. Rex leaned against the car, which shook back and forth with each of its breaths, the springs and metal creaking loudly. Lex groaned again. Tim put down the radio and began to crawl toward the front seats. The T. Rex roared, and the metal roof caved in. Tim felt a sharp pain in his head and then rolled down, landing on the protruding part of the transmission. He found himself lying next to Lex, horrified to see one side of her head soaked in blood. She appeared to have lost consciousness. Another ground-shaking impact sent shards of glass flying around him. Tim felt rainwater falling on him. He looked up to see the front windshield shattered, leaving only jagged glass edges, beside which was the giant head of the dinosaur. It was looking down at him. Tim suddenly shivered, and then the head lunged straight at him, mouth wide open. A screech of teeth scraping against metal. He felt the animal's foul, hot breath, followed by a thick tongue pushing through the windshield, opening into the car. The wet tongue slapped around the interior, leaving foam covered in dinosaur saliva. Then the T. Rex roared, and the car was filled with a deafening sound. The head suddenly pulled back. Tim got up, avoiding the dent in the roof. There was still space to sit in the front seat next to the door. The T. Rex stood in the rain, leaning against the front fender. It seemed confused by its predicament. Blood dripped steadily from its claws. The T. Rex looked at Tim, tilting its head, staring at him with one big eye. The head leaned closer to the car, peering inside. Blood splattered onto the dented roof of the SUV, mixing with the rainwater. It can't reach me, Tim thought. It's too big. Then the head turned away, and in a flash of lightning, he saw its hind leg lift. Suddenly, the SUV flipped over to the side with a bang. The entire world tilted wildly, and the windows smashed into the mud. He saw Lex helplessly fall against the side window, and he followed, landing beside her with a bump to his head. Tim felt dizzy. Then the T. Rex grabbed the window frame with its claw, lifting the entire SUV into the air and shaking it violently. Tim! Lex screamed, her voice piercing his ears. She suddenly woke up, and as the T. Rex slammed the car down again, he held on her tightly. Tim felt a sharp pain in his ribs as his sister fell onto him. The car lifted again, tilting crazily. With Lex shouting Tim, he saw the door open beneath her. She rolled out of the car and fell into the mud, but Tim couldn't respond because everything was shaking madly. He saw palm tree trunks sliding past him, moving sideways in the air, and he caught a glimpse of the ground far below, the T-Rex's furious roar, its fiery eyes in the palm canopy. Then, with a sharp, screeching metal sound, the car fell from the T-Rex's claws, a nauseating drop. And just as Tim braced himself, the world plunged into darkness, and he heard nothing. In another vehicle, Malcolm gasped, "Oh my God, what happened to that car?" As the lightning faded, Grant blinked. The other vehicle was gone. Grant couldn't believe it. He stared ahead, trying to see outside through the rain-soaked windshield. The dinosaur's body was so large that it likely blocked the view. No. With another flash of lightning, he saw clearly. The vehicle was gone. What happened? Malcolm asked. I don't know. Grant heard the girl scream faintly through the rain. The dinosaur stood on the road ahead in the darkness, but they could see it bending down to sniff the ground. Or perhaps it was eating something on the ground. Can you see? Malcolm said, squinting. Not very clearly. Grant replied. Rain poured on the roof of the car. He was listening for the girl's movements, but could no longer hear her voice. The two men sat in the car, listening intently. Was that the girl, just now? Malcolm finally said. It sounded like her. Yes, it really did. Was it her? I don't know, Grant said. He suddenly felt dizzy. The dinosaur was approaching their car, appearing blurry through the wet windshield. It strode toward them with slow, ominous steps. Malcolm said, at times like this you think maybe some animals should just go extinct. Do you feel that way now? Yeah, Grant said, feeling his heart racing. Can you, suggest what we should do now? I can't think of anything, Grant said. Malcolm twisted the door handle, kicked the car door open, and started to run. However, just as he did this, Grant realized it was too late. The T-Rex had closed in too fast. Lightning struck again, and in that fleeting, blinding white light, Grant watched in terror as the T-Rex roared and leaped forward. What happened next was a blur for Grant. Malcolm was running, his feet splashing in the mud. The T-Rex leaped beside him and lowered its massive head, and Malcolm was thrown into the air like a rag doll. At that moment, Grant also got out of the car, the cold rain pouring down on his face and body. The T-Rex's back was to him, its thick tail swinging in the air. As Grant gathered his strength to run toward the woods, the T-Rex suddenly turned to face him and roared again. Grant was frozen in shock. He stood beside the rear door of the SUV, drenched in rain. He was completely exposed, the T-Rex less than 8 feet away. The beast roared again, so close that the sound was terrifying. Grant felt cold and scared, shivering. He pressed his trembling hands against the metal of the car door, trying to steady himself. The T-Rex roared once more, but did not attack. It tilted its head, first looking with one eye, then both eyes staring at the SUV. But it made no move. It just stood there. What was happening? Those powerful claws opened and closed. The T-Rex roared, lifted its massive hind leg, and placed a foot on top of the car. Its claws slipped down, making a sharp, piercing metallic screech, almost catching Grant, who remained completely still. The foot hit the ground, splattering mud. This giant slowly lowered its head, snorting as it inspected the car. It peered into the windshield. Then it moved toward the rear of the car, slammed the rear door shut, and charged toward the frozen Grant. Grant felt dizzy with fear, his heart pounding in his chest. The creature was so close he could smell the stench of rotting flesh, fresh blood, and the foul odor of a carnivore. He tensed up, waiting for the inevitable fate. The massive head brushed past him, reaching for the back of the car. Grant blinked. What just happened? Could the T-Rex not see him? It seemed like it didn't see him. But how could that be? Grant turned to see the animal sniffing the tire at the back of the car. It gently nudged the tire with its mouth, then turned back and approached Grant once more. This time the giant stopped, its dark, flaring nostrils just inches from him. Grant felt the animal's hot breath on his face. But the T-Rex was not sniffing like a dog. It was just breathing, and if there was any difference, it seemed a bit confused. No, the T-Rex couldn't see him. As long as he stood still, it couldn't see him. In a remote academic corner of his mind, he thought of an explanation for this, explaining why. The giant claws opened in front of him, the massive head raised high. Grant clenched his fists, bit his lip, and desperately remained motionless, silent. The T-Rex roared into the night sky. But at that moment, Grant began to understand. This animal couldn't see him, but suspected he was somewhere. So it attempted to scare Grant into making some movement that would reveal his position with its roar. Grant realized that as long as he held on, he wouldn't be discovered. In a last gesture of frustration, the thick hind leg lifted, and with a kick, it overturned the SUV. Grant suddenly felt a tearing pain and the shocking sensation of his body flying through the air. Everything seemed to happen slowly, and he had enough time to feel the world growing colder. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Oh damn, Harding said, look at that. They sat in Harding's gasoline-powered Jeep, looking through the swishing windshield wipers ahead. Under the yellow light of the headlights, a fallen tree blocked the way. It must be the lightning, Gennaro said, damn tree. We can't get around it. Harding said, I'd better notify InGen in the control room. He picked up the radio and adjusted the channel. Hello, Hammond. Are you there, Hammond? There was only the steady hiss of static. I don't understand, he said. The radio seems to be down. It must be the storm, Gennaro said. I think so too, Harding replied. Try the off-road vehicle, Ellie suggested. Harding switched to other channels. But there was no response. Nothing, he said. They're probably back at the lodge, out of range for our little device. Anyway, I don't think we should stay here. It will take the maintenance team hours to get a crew to move that tree. He turned off the radio, starting to back up. What are you doing? Ellie asked, going back to the fork and turning onto the maintenance road. Luckily, there's a second road system. Harding explained. We have one road for tourists and another for animal handlers and food trucks, etc. We'll return via that maintenance road. It's a bit longer. The scenery isn't as good. but you might find it interesting. If the rain stops for a while, we can check out some of the night animals. We should be back at the control room in 30 to 40 minutes, Harding said, if I don't get lost. He turned the vehicle around in the dark and headed south again. A flash of lightning illuminated the control room, and every monitor went dark in an instant. InGen leaned forward, tense and rigid. Oh God, not now, not now. All he needed was for everything to safely get through this storm. Of course, all the main circuits were protected from lightning, but InGen didn't understand the modem used for data transmission. Most people didn't know that it's possible for a lightning pulse to travel through phone lines into the computer via a modem. And then bam, the motherboard is fried. The RAM is fried, the file server is fried, the computer is fried. The screens flickered back on. Then one by one they reconnected. InGen sighed with relief. Slumping back in his seat, he wondered again where Nedry had gone. 5 minutes ago, he had sent guards into the building to look for him. That fat bastard was probably hiding in the bathroom reading comic books. But the guards hadn't returned or called in. 5 minutes. If Nedry was in the building, they should have found him by now. Someone drove off with that damn Jeep, Marduk said as he returned to the control room. Did he get through to the off-road vehicle? I couldn't reach them on the radio. InGen said, I had to use this. The motherboard has been cut off. The signal is weak, but it should work. I tried all 6 channels. I know they have radio communicators in their cars, but they aren't responding. That's not good. Marduk said, if you want to go there, take a maintenance vehicle. I will, Marduk said, but they're all parked in the east garage, over a mile away from here. Where's Harding? I think he's on his way back. Then he'll be bringing the people in the SUV back on the road. I think so too. Has anyone told Hammond that the kids haven't come back? Damn, not yet. Eno said, I don't want that bitch's kids running around here, yelling at me. Everything is fine now. The SUV is stuck in the rain. They can sit for a while until Harding brings them back. Otherwise, we have to wait until we find Ridley and have that little bastard reset the system. Can't you reconnect the system? Marduk asked. Eno shook his head. I tried, but Ridley tampered with the system, and I can't figure out where. It would take hours if I had to access the code itself. We need Ridley. We have to find that bitch right away. Ridley, the sign said electric fence 10,000 volts do not touch. But Ridley opened it with one hand and swung the gate wide open. He got back into the Jeep, drove through the gate, and walked back to close it. At this moment, he was inside the park, less than a mile from the East Dock. He pressed the accelerator, hunched over the steering wheel, and strained to see through the rain-splattered windshield as he drove down the narrow road. The speed was fast, too fast, but he had to stick to his schedule. He was surrounded by thick jungle, but he should soon see the beach and the sea on his left. Damn this storm, he thought. It might ruin everything. Because if when Ridley arrives, Dodgson isn't waiting at the East Dock, the whole plan would be ruined. Ridley couldn't wait too long, otherwise. The people in the control room would notice he was missing. The whole idea was to drive to the East Dock for a few minutes without being detected, drop off the embryos, and rush back. It was a good plan, clever. Ridley had meticulously planned every detail. This plan would earn him $5 million. That was a tax-free fortune equivalent to 10 years of his income. It would change his life. Ridley had been careful, even having Dodgson pick him up at San Francisco airport at the last minute, using the excuse of wanting to see the money. In fact, Ridley wanted to record his conversation with Dodgson and mention his name on the tape, so Dodgson wouldn't forget that he still owed the remaining unpaid money. Ridley would present a copy of the recording along with the embryos. Ridley had considered every detail, except for this damn storm. Something suddenly darted across the road, flashing white under the headlights. It looked like a big rat. It hurriedly dived into the underbrush, dragging a fat tail behind it. It was an opossum. How strange. He thought that an opossum could survive here. People always thought dinosaurs would eat such animals. Where the hell is the dock? He was speeding ahead, and he'd been out for 5 minutes. He should have reached the East Dock by now. Did he take a wrong turn? He didn't think so. There hadn't been a fork in the road all the way. So where was the dock? He turned a corner and was startled to see the road ending at a gray-white concrete barrier, 6 feet high, with dark rainwater flowing down it. He slammed on the brakes, and the Jeep began to lose stability, sliding in a wild turn, and in a terrifying moment. He thought he was going to crash into the barrier. He knew he was about to hit it, so he frantically turned the steering wheel, and the Jeep finally stopped just 1 foot away from the concrete wall. He paused there, listening to the rhythmic clattering of the windshield wipers. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, looking back along the road. Clearly, he had taken a wrong turn somewhere. He could go back the way he came, but that would take too long. He jumped out of the Jeep, feeling the heavy raindrops pounding on his head. This was a real tropical storm. The rain fell hard, stinging. He glanced at his watch and pressed a button to illuminate the surface. 6 minutes had passed. Where the hell was he? He walked around the concrete barrier, and on the other side, through the sound of the pouring rain, He heard the gurgling sound of flowing water. Could it be the sea? Ridley hurried forward, trying to adjust his eyes to the darkness. The surroundings were dense jungle, with raindrops pattering on the leaves. The gurgling sound of water grew louder, drawing him forward. And suddenly he stepped out of the thicket, his feet sinking into the soft mud, and saw the rushing black river water. A river. He was on the bank of a jungle river. Damn, he thought. We're on the river. This river runs for miles through the island. He glanced at his watch again. 6 minutes had passed. Trouble, Ridley, he said aloud. An owl seemed to answer him with a soft call from the forest. Ridley hardly noticed. He was worrying about his plan. The fact was simple. There was no time left, no chance left. He had to abandon the original plan. The only thing he could do now was return to the control room, restore the computer, and try to contact Dodgson to reschedule the delivery at the East Dock for tomorrow night. Ridley would be in a scramble, but he thought he would succeed. The computer automatically recorded all calls, and after talking to Dodgson, Ridley would have to access the computer again to erase their call record. But one thing was certain. He could no longer stay in the park. Otherwise, they would discover he was missing. Ridley turned back, heading toward the light of the headlights. He was soaked to the skin, feeling dejected. He heard another soft call and stopped in his tracks. The sound didn't quite resemble an owl, and it seemed very close, somewhere in the jungle to his right. He listened intently, and suddenly there was a loud crash from the underbrush. Then there was silence. He waited and heard another sound. It clearly sounded like some massive creature slowly moving through the jungle, coming toward him. A massive creature. Close a hand. A giant dinosaur. Get out of here. Ridley began to run. He made a lot of noise as he ran, but even so, he could still hear the animal thundering through the underbrush. And it was calling. It was getting closer. Ridley stumbled in the dark, tripping over tree roots, scrambling through the wet, tangled branches, and finally saw the Jeep appear in front of him, the headlights shining around the barrier, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. In an instant, he could get in the car and leave. He hurried around the barrier, only to freeze. The animal had gotten there first, but it wasn't too close. The dinosaur stood over 40 feet away, at the edge of the headlights' illumination. Ridley had never toured the park, so he hadn't seen the various types of dinosaurs. But this one looked strange. Its 10-foot-high body was yellow, covered in black spots, with a pair of red V-shaped fleshy crests on its head. The dinosaur did not move, but let out a call soft as an owl's. Ridley waited to see if it would attack. It did not attack. Perhaps the headlights of the Jeep scared it off, like fire, forcing it to keep a certain distance. The dinosaur stared at him, then quickly shook its head. Ryder felt something wet splatter against his chest. He looked down to see a glob of foam on his rain-soaked shirt. Curiously, he touched it, feeling confused. It was saliva. The dinosaur had spit on him. How creepy, he thought. He turned back to look at the dinosaur, only to see its head jerk suddenly again. And then he felt another wet splatter hit his neck, right next to the collar of his shirt. He wiped it away with his hand. God, that's disgusting. At that moment, he began to feel a stinging, burning sensation on his neck, and his hand was also stinging, as if it had come into contact with concentrated acid. Ryder opened the car door and glanced back to confirm the dinosaur had not attacked, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if sharp nails were piercing the back of his head. He squeezed his eyes shut, gasping in pain, then raised his hands to cover his eyes tightly, feeling the slippery foam flow down the sides of his nose. Saliva. The dinosaur had spit in his eyes. Just as he realized this, the pain overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground, dizzy and gasping for breath. He fell sideways onto the damp ground, his cheek pressed against it, his breathing sharp and whistling, mingled with the constant, piercing pain, which made flashes of light appear behind his tightly closed eyelids. The ground trembled beneath him. Ryder knew the dinosaur was moving. He could distinctly hear its owl-like soft hoots, so he forced himself to open his eyes despite the pain, yet still saw nothing, only the flickering lights in the darkness. He slowly came to understand. His eyes were blind. The hooting grew louder, and Ryder hurriedly stood up, swaying against the side of the car, feeling nauseous and dizzy. The dinosaur was close. He could sense its proximity, faintly perceiving the breath that came from its nose. But he could not see. He saw nothing. The terror was overwhelming. He flailed his hands wildly in the air, trying to block the impending attack he knew was coming. Then a new, heart-wrenching pain struck him, as if a red-hot dagger had been plunged into his abdomen. Ryder staggered, reaching down, only to touch the torn edge of his shirt and a large, shockingly hot, sticky, slimy mass. And in an instant, he understood with terror that he was holding his own intestines. The dinosaur had ripped him open, and his abdominal organs were spilling out. Ryder collapsed, falling onto something cold and scaly, an animal's foot, and then another wave of excruciating pain struck the sides of his head. The pain intensified. He realized the dinosaur was gripping his head with its claws, and in the fearful realization of this, he had only one last wish. May all this end soon. Another cup of coffee? Hammond asked politely. No, thank you, Wu said, leaning back in his chair. I can't eat. They were sitting in the dining room of Hammond's small bungalow, which was located in a secluded corner of the park not far from the laboratory. Wu had to admit that the bungalow Hammond had built for himself was quite elegant, its design simple, almost Japanese in style. If not for the question of whether the restaurant staff was complete, this dinner could be considered perfect. However, there was something about Hammond that made Wu feel uneasy. There was a subtly strange aspect to this old man. Throughout the dinner, Wu tried to determine what it was. On one hand, he was always chatting aimlessly, unable to stop his rambling. His emotions were unstable, sometimes bursting with anger, other times becoming sentimental. All of this could be seen as a natural result of aging. After all, Hammond was nearly 77 years old. Yet there was something else. He was evading something, stubbornly doing as he pleased, and, ultimately, completely refusing to deal with the predicament facing the park now. Wu was stunned by the evidence that dinosaurs were breeding. He had not yet allowed himself to believe this had been confirmed. When Grant inquired about the DNA of amphibians, Wu had wanted to go directly to the lab to check the computer records of various DNA combinations. Because if the dinosaurs were indeed breeding, then the entire Jurassic Park was in trouble, including their genetic development methods, their genetic control methods, and everything else, even their reliance on lysine, could be called into question. Moreover, if these animals could actually reproduce and survive in the wild. Henry Wu wanted to check the data immediately. However, Hammond insisted stubbornly that Wu join him for dinner. Hey, Henry, you must save some room for ice cream, Hammond said, pushing back from the table. Maria makes the best ginger ice cream. All right, Wu said, watching the lovely and graceful waitress. He watched her leave the room, then glanced at the video monitor mounted on the wall. The monitor was black. Your monitor's power has been cut, Wu said. Really? Hammond glanced at it. It must be the storm. He reached behind him to grab the phone. I'll check with Arnold in the control room. Wu could hear the crackling static on the phone line. Hammond shrugged and put the receiver back on the phone. It must be a line outage, he said. Or maybe Ryder is still transferring data. He has several bugs to fix this weekend. That genius Ryder has his ways. But we need to put pressure on him until the end to ensure he gets it right. Maybe I should go check the control room, Wu said. No. Hammond said, there's no reason to do that. If there really is a problem, we'll hear about it. Maria returned to the dining room, carrying 2 dishes of ice cream. You must have some more ice cream, Henry, Hammond said. It's made with fresh ginger from the eastern side of the island. Eating ice cream is an old man's vice. But Wu dutifully dipped the small spoon into the dish. Outside, a flash of lightning crossed the sky, followed by a loud clap of thunder. The storm was close. I hope the storm doesn't scare the kids, Wu said. I shouldn't think like that, Hammond said, tasting the ice cream. But I can't help but have certain worries about this park, Henry. Wu felt a wave of relief. Maybe this old man was finally planning to face reality. What kind of worries? Jurassic Park was actually built for children. Kids all over the world love dinosaurs. And they will find joy here, only joy. Their little faces will be thrilled to finally see these amazing animals. But I'm afraid I won't live to see that, Henry. I'm afraid I won't live to see the joy on their faces. I think there are other problems too, Wu said, frowning. But nothing weighs so heavily on my heart as this problem, Hammond said, that I'm afraid I won't live to see their excited faces. This park is our victory. We have completed what we set out to do. And you remember, our original intention was to make a lot of money using the emerging genetic engineering technology. Wu knew Hammond was about to start another one of his old speeches, and he raised a hand. I'm familiar with this, John. If you're going to start a bioengineering company, Wu, what do you plan to do? Make products to help humanity to fight diseases? Oh no, that's a terrible idea. A very poor use of new technology. Hammond shook his head sadly. However, he continued, you'll remember that the original genetic engineering companies like Genetic Engineering Technologies and Cetus were created to manufacture drugs for developing new types of medicines for humans. A very noble goal. Unfortunately, drugs face numerous obstacles. If you're lucky, just the FDA trials will take 5 to 8 years, and worse, there are certain forces at play in the market. Suppose you create a miracle drug for cancer or heart disease, just like Genetic Engineering Technologies did. Suppose you intend to charge 1,000 or 2,000 per dose. You might think that's your prerogative. After all, you invented the drug, you funded its development and testing, you should be able to price it as you wish. But do you really think the government will let you do that? No, Wu, they won't. Patients aren't going to pay 1,000 for every dose of an essential drug. They want to be grateful. They LL be furious. Blue Cross ISN, T gonna pay that. They LL scream robbery and all sorts of things. And certain things will happen. Your patent application will be denied. Your licensing will be delayed. Certain things will force you to see the reasons and sell your drug at a lower price. From a business perspective, this situation makes helping humanity a very risky venture. Personally, I would never help humanity. Wu had heard this eloquence before. He knew Hammond was right. Some new bioengineering drugs had indeed suffered inexplicable delays and patent application blocks. Now, Hammond said, think about how different things are when you are in the entertainment industry. No one lacks for entertainment. That is not something the government can interfere with. If my park charges $5,000 a day, who is going to stop me? After all, it's not a necessity, so a high-price ISNT seen as robbery. It actually enhances the park's appeal. A visit becomes a symbol of high social status, and all Americans love that. The Japanese do too, of course, and they have much more money. Hammond finished his ice cream, and Maria quietly took the plate away. She is not from here, you know, he said. She's Haitian, and her mother is American. But anyway, Henry, you should remember what our initial purpose was when we aimed the company in this direction, to have the freedom from government interference, so that no government in the world can interfere. Speaking of other parts of the world, Hammond smiled slightly. We rented a large piece of land in the Azores to build a Jurassic Park in Europe. And you know, we acquired a small island near Guam a long time ago, intending to build a Jurassic Park in Japan. The construction for these two parks will begin next year, and both will open within 4 years. By then, direct revenue will exceed $10 billion a year, and with merchandise sales, television, and other ancillary rights, the income will double. I see no reason to worry about the kids' pets. Someone told me Dodgson thinks we're planning to do that. $20 billion a year. Wu shook his head softly. That is still a conservative estimate. Hammond smiled. No reason to let your imagination run wild. Want some more ice cream, Henry? Did you find him? Ano hurriedly asked as the guard walked into the control room. No, Mr. Ano. Find him. I don't think he is in the building, Mr. Ano. Then go look at the aquarium. Ano said, go look in the maintenance building, go look in the utility shed, look everywhere, just find him. The thing is, the guard hesitantly said, is Mr. Rydell a big fat guy? Yeah. Ano said, he is fat. A big fat pig. Well, Jimmy at the main entrance said he saw that fat guy go into the garage. Malden spun around. Into the garage? When? About 10 to 15 minutes ago. Oh my God, Malden said. The Jeep came to a sudden stop. Sorry, Harding said. In the headlights. Ellie saw a herd of brachiosaurs lumbering across the road. There were 6 of them, each the size of a house, and one juvenile was about the size of an adult horse. The brachiosaurs moved slowly and silently, never turning to look at the Jeep and its shining headlights. At one point, the young dinosaur stopped to greedily drink from a small puddle on the road, then caught up with the others. If it had been a herd of elephants of comparable size, they would have been frightened by the approaching vehicle, trumpeting and forming a circle to protect their young. But these animals showed no fear. Can't they see us? She asked. Not exactly, Harding said. Of course, strictly speaking, they did see us, but we are insignificant in their eyes. We rarely drive out at night, so they have no experience with it. We are merely a bizarre, odoriferous object existing in their environment. Without a sense of threat, we don't attract attention. I occasionally come out at night to check on a sick animal, and on the way back, these guys have blocked the road for an hour or more. What do you do? Harding grinned. Play a recording of A.T. Rex roaring to scare them off. Not that they care much about the T-Rex. These brachiosaurs are enormous. In fact, there is really no carnivore that can eat them. They could snap A.T. Rex's neck with their tails. They know that, and so does the T-Rex. But they did see us. I mean, if we were to get out. Harding shrugged. They'd probably not react. Dinosaurs have extremely keen eyesight, but they also have a basic amphibian visual system that adjusts to movement. They can't see stationary things at all. The herd continued to move on, their skin glistening in the rain. Harding started the car. I think we can continue now, he said. Dr. Wu said, I think you'll find your park is under pressure. Just as genetic engineering technologies drugs are under pressure. He and Hammond entered the living room, and the storm lashed violently against the huge glass windows. I can't see it now, Hammond said. The scientists may want to stifle you, even stop you. Well, they can't, Hammond said, extending a finger and shaking it at Wu. Do you know why the scientists are trying to do that? Because they want to do research. Of course. That is what they always wanted to do. Conduct research, not to accomplish something or make progress, just to conduct research. Well, now they're in for a surprise. I'm not talking about that, Wu said. Hammond sighed. I'm sure it's fun for scientists to do research, but we've already made it this far, and animals are simply too expensive to be used for research. This is a remarkable technology, Wu. but it is also an astonishingly costly one, and it can only be sustained by the entertainment industry. Hammond shrugged. That's just the way it is. But if they try to shut it down, face the damn facts. Woo. Hammond became irritated. This is not America, nor even Costa Rica. This is my island. I own it. Nothing can stop me from opening Jurassic Park to children all over the world. He smiled to himself, or at least to those wealthy kids. I tell you, they will love it. Ellie sat in the back seat of the Jeep, gazing out the window. They had been driving through the pouring rain in the jungle for 20 minutes, and since the Brachiosaurus crossed the road, they hadn't seen anything else. We're very close to the jungle river now, Harding said while driving. It's somewhere to our left. He suddenly slammed on the brakes again. The car slid forward and stopped in front of a group of small green animals. Wow, you guys are in for a treat tonight, he said. Those are the Compsognathus. Compsognathus, Ellie thought, if only Grant could see them here. This is the kind of animal they saw in the facts when they were in Montana. The small dark green Compsognathus dashed across the road, squatted on its hind legs to look at the car, chirped a few times, and then hurriedly disappeared into the night. Strange, Harding said. I wonder where they're going? You know, Compsognathus usually don't move around at night. They typically climb up trees and wait for dawn. So why are they out now? Ellie asked. I can't imagine. You know, Compsognathus are scavengers like vultures. They are attracted to dying animals, and their sense of smell is extremely acute. They can smell a dying animal from miles away, and then they go to the dying animals. Dying, or already dead. Should we follow them to see? Ellie asked. I'm curious too. Harding said, sure, why not? Let's see where they're headed. He turned the car around and drove toward the Compsognathus. Tim Murphy lay in the SUV, his cheek pressed against the car door handle. He was slowly regaining consciousness and just wanted to sleep. He shifted his body and felt a sharp pain in his cheekbone pressed against the metal door. His whole body ached. His arms, legs, and most of his head throbbed with intense pain. All the pain made him wish he could fall asleep again. He propped himself up with his elbow, opened his eyes, felt nauseous, and vomited all over his shirt. He tasted the bitter bile, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. His head throbbed, feeling dizzy and nauseated, as if the world was swaying, as if he were on a boat rocking back and forth. Tim groaned and rolled over to avoid the pile of vomit. The intense pain in his head made him breathe shallowly. He still felt nauseous, as if everything were spinning. He opened his eyes and looked around, trying to figure out where he was. He was in the SUV, but the vehicle must have been overturned because he was lying on his back, looking up at the steering wheel, watching branches sway in the wind. The rain had almost stopped, but raindrops still fell on him through the shattered windshield. He curiously gazed at the glass shards. He couldn't remember how the windshield had been broken. He couldn't remember anything, only that they had stopped on the road. And just as he was talking to Dr. Grant, the T-Rex had come toward them. That was the last thing he remembered. After another wave of nausea passed, he noticed a rhythmic creaking sound, like the sound of ropes on a ship. He felt dizzy and extremely nauseous, as if the whole vehicle were actually moving beneath him. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that it was true. The SUV was swaying, overturned, rocking back and forth. The whole vehicle was moving. Tim tried to stand up. He stood on the back door, straining to look out through the shattered windshield above the dashboard. At first, he only saw dense leaves swaying in the wind. But he could see gaps here and there, beyond the thicket. The ground was 20 feet below him. He stared in confusion. The SUV was overturned on the branches of a large tree, 20 feet off the ground, swaying back and forth in the wind. Oh, damn it, he said. What should I do? He stood on tiptoe, straining to look out more clearly, while holding onto the steering wheel for support. Suddenly, the steering wheel slipped from his hands, and with a loud crack, the SUV dropped a few feet from its original position, and he looked down through the shattered glass of the back door at the ground below. Damn it, damn it. He kept repeating, damn it, damn it. Another loud crack, and the SUV dropped another foot. He had to get out of here. He glanced down at his feet. He was standing on the door handle. He crouched down, bracing himself on his hands and feet, looking at the door handle. It was hard to see in the dark, but he could see that the door was dented outward, making it impossible to turn the handle. He couldn't open the door at all. He tried to roll down the window, but the window was stuck. So he thought of the back door. Maybe he could open that. He leaned against the front seat, and the SUV suddenly tilted as the center of gravity shifted. Tim carefully reached back, twisted the door handle. It was stuck too. How was he going to get out? He heard a snuffling sound and quickly looked down, seeing a dark shape pass below him. It wasn't the T-Rex. This animal was round and plump, waddling as it made a snorting sound. Its tail swung back and forth, and Tim could see the long, bony protrusions. It was a stegosaurus, obviously healed. Tim didn't know where the others were, Sarah, Ellie, and the vet. The last time he saw them was near the stegosaurus. How long ago was that? He looked at his watch. but the face was shattered, and he couldn't see the numbers, so he took off the watch and tossed it aside. The Stegosaurus snorted and walked away. Now only the wind whistled through the thicket, and the SUV creaked back and forth. He had to get out of here. Tim grabbed the handle and pushed hard, but the handle was completely stuck and wouldn't move at all. Now he understood what was going on. The back door was locked. Tim pulled up the door lock, twisted the handle, and the back door swung down, resting on the branches a few feet below. The opening was narrow, but Tim thought he could squeeze out sideways. He held his breath, slowly crawled back to the back seat. The SUV creaked but stayed in place. Tim clutched the doorposts tightly, slowly lowered himself through the narrow gap the door had opened. Soon he was belly down, pressed against the slanted door, his legs sticking out of the vehicle. He kicked his legs in the air, his feet touched something hard, a branch, so he let his full weight fall onto it. He hadn't even steadied himself when the branch bent down, and the door opened a bit more, causing him to roll out of the SUV. He fell down. Leaves scratched his cheek, his body bounced from one branch to another, jolting him painfully, a flash of light in his mind. He came to stop, gasping for breath. Tim's body hung down from a large tree branch, his stomach burning. He heard a crack, looked up at the SUV, and saw a huge shadow hovering about 5 feet above him. Another crack echoed, and the vehicle shifted. Tim forced himself to move, climbing down. He used to love climbing trees and was quite good at it. This tree was easy to climb. The branches were spaced closely together, almost like a staircase. Crack, crack. The SUV finally moved. Tim hurried down, sliding over the wet branches, feeling some sticky sap on his hands. Just as he descended a few feet, the SUV let out one last creak before slowly, very slowly, rolling over head first. Tim could see the massive green window frame and 2 headlights swaying down toward where he was, and then the SUV broke free and fell freely, speeding down toward him. Crashing onto the branch he had just stood on. He froze. His face was mere inches from the dented window frame, which curved inward like a devil's mouth, with the headlights serving as its eyes. Oil dripped onto Tim's face. There were still 12 feet to the ground, and he reached out his foot, finding another branch, and moved down. Above him, he saw the branch bending heavily under the weight of the SUV, and then he heard another crack as the SUV came crashing down again. Knowing he couldn't escape, he let go. He fell all the way down, rolling, crashing, feeling pain in every part of his body. He heard the SUV like a relentless beast behind him, breaking branches as it fell. Finally, Tim landed shoulder first on the soft, muddy ground. He rolled frantically, pressing his body tightly against the tree trunk as the SUV rolled and crashed, making a loud metallic sound, bursting forth a shower of sparks that stung his skin, crackling as they fell onto the damp ground around him, and finally sputtering out. Tim slowly stood up. In the darkness, he heard the sound of sniffling and saw the Stegosaurus walking back, clearly drawn by the sound of the SUV crashing to the ground. The dinosaur walked silently, its low head extending forward, huge bony plates along its back arranged in 2 rows. Its movement resembled that of an oversized turtle, clumsy and slow. Tim picked up a rock and threw it at it. Go away. The rock hit one of the bony plates with a dull thud, but the Stegosaurus continued to approach. Go away. Go. He threw another rock, hitting the dinosaur on the head. It let out a grunt, slowly turned around, and sniffed as it walked back the way it had come. Tim leaned against the tilted SUV, looking around in the darkness. He had to get back to the others, but he didn't want to lose his way. He knew he was somewhere in the park, perhaps not far from the main road. If only he could figure out his bearings, but everything was unclear in the dark. Then he remembered the night vision goggles. He crawled into the SUV through the shattered windshield and found the goggles and the radio communicator. The communicator was broken and silent, so he discarded it. But the night vision goggles still worked. He gently put them on and saw the reassuring and familiar green phosphorescent image. With the goggles on, he saw the trampled fence to his left and walked over to it. The fence was 12 feet high, but the T-Rex had easily crushed it. Tim climbed over the fence and made his way through a dense thicket to the main road. Through the night vision goggles, he saw another SUV flipped over there. He hurried over, took a breath, and looked inside. The car was empty. There was no sign of Dr. Grant or Dr. Malcolm. Where had they gone? Where had everyone gone? Alone in the dark night, standing by an empty vehicle in the jungle, he suddenly felt a wave of panic and spun around, only to see the bright green world in the goggles swirling around him. Something white caught his attention by the roadside. It was Lex's baseball. He wiped the mud off the ball. Lex! Tim shouted with all his might, not caring whether the animals could hear him. He listened, but all he could hear was the sound of the wind and the raindrops falling from the trees. Lex! He vaguely remembered that during the T-Rex attack, she had been in the SUV. Had she stayed there? Or had she run away? The events of the attack were a jumble in his mind. He wasn't quite sure what had happened. Just thinking about it made him feel sick. He stood in the middle of the road, panting in panic. Lex. The night seemed to weigh heavily upon him. Feeling sorry for himself, he sat down in the cold puddle in the road and sobbed for a while. When he stopped crying, he still heard a whimpering sound. It was faint, coming from somewhere further down the road. How long had it been? Maldo was saying as he returned to the control room, carrying a black metal box. Half an hour. Hardin's jeep should be back by now. Eno stubbed out his cigarette. I'm sure they'll arrive any minute. Still no sign of Ryder? Maldo asked. Not yet. Maldo opened the box, revealing 6 handheld phones. I plan to distribute these to the people in the building. He handed one to Eno, along with the charger. These are our emergency communicators, but of course, they need to be plugged in to charge for 20 minutes before we can try to contact that vehicle. Henry Wu pushed open the door marked fertilization room and entered a dimly lit laboratory. It was empty. Clearly, all the technicians were still at dinner. Wu walked directly to the computer terminal and typed in to bring up the DNA records. The records had to be stored in the computer. DNA is a large molecule, so each type requires a billion bytes of disk space to store all the repetitive details. He had to check all 15 types. That would involve searching through a massive amount of information. He still wasn't clear why Grant thought the DNA of frogs was important. We didn't often compare one type of DNA with another. After all, most of the DNA in animals is pretty much identical. DNA is an incredibly ancient substance. Humans, when they strolled down the modern streets, cradling their pink newborns, hardly ever stop to think that at the center of all this is a substance that is almost as ancient as the Earth itself. A chemical that sparks the movement of life. The DNA molecule is so ancient that its basic evolution essentially ended over 2 billion years ago. Since then, there has been little new evolution. Only a few old genes have recently recombined, and even that is rare. When you compare human DNA with that of simple bacteria, you find that only about 10% is different. This inherent conservatism of DNA made Wu bolder in using any DNA he wanted. In the process of creating dinosaurs, Wu manipulated DNA as freely as a sculptor shapes clay and marble. He engaged in free creation. He initiated the computer search program, which would run for 2 to 3 minutes. He stood up and wandered around the laboratory, checking various instruments out of a long-standing habit. He noticed the recorder outside the refrigerator, which was used to track the temperature changes of the fridge. He saw a spike on the graph. Strange, he thought. This means someone has accessed the refrigerator, and it was recently, within the last half hour. But who would open the fridge at night? The computer beeped, signaling that the first batch of data search was complete. Wu walked over to see what the computer had found, and as soon as he saw the screen, he completely forgot about the refrigerator and the spike on the graph. Let's get DNA, search algorithm DNA. Version search criteria. Genus frog, all. Fragment length greater than 0. Includes DNA fragments of the genus frog Cretaceous mother dragon 2. 1-2. 9 early Shiwame dragon 3. 0-3. 7 Osneal dragon 3. 1-3. 3 Velociraptor 1. 0-3. 0 Crested lizard 2. 4-2. 7 The results were clear. All breeding dinosaurs contained DNA from the genus frog. Or in other words, frog DNA, and no other animal DNA was included. Wu still didn't understand why this would lead to the breeding of dinosaurs. But he could no longer deny that Grant was right. Dinosaurs were breeding. He hurried towards the control room. Lex was curled up inside a 1-meter diameter sewer pipe beneath the road. She had her baseball glove in her mouth, rocking back and forth, repeatedly banging her head against the pipe wall. It was dark inside, but Tim could see her clearly with his night vision goggles. She seemed to be fine, and he let out a big sigh of relief. Lex, it's me, Tim. She didn't respond, continuing to bang her head against the pipe. Come out. She shook her head to indicate she didn't want to. He could tell she was scared. Lex, he said, if you come out, I'll let you wear the night vision goggles. She just shook her head. Look what I've got, he said, lifting his hand. She stared at him in confusion. Maybe it was too dark for her to see clearly. This is your ball, Lex. I found your ball. So what? He tried another approach. It must be uncomfortable in there and cold. Don't you want to come out? She banged her head against the pipe again. Why won't you come out? There are beasts over there. He froze. It had been years since she had used the word beast. The beasts are gone, he said. There's a big one, a T-Rex. It's gone. Where did it go? I don't know, but it's not here now, Tim said, hoping it was true. Lex didn't move. He heard her banging her head again. Tim sat down on the grass outside the pipe so she could see him. The place he sat was damp. He hugged his knees, sitting there waiting, unable to think of anything else to do. I'll just sit here, he said for a while. Is Dad outside? No, he said. Feeling strange. He has a home, Lex. Is Mom there? She is not here either, Lex. Are there any adults outside? Lex asked. Not yet, but I'm sure they'll be here soon. They might be on their way right now. He heard her moving inside the pipe, then she crawled out. She was shivering from the cold, with dried blood on her forehead, but otherwise everything seemed normal. She looked around in surprise and asked, "Where's Dr. Grant?" "I don't know." "Well, he was here before." "He was here? When?" "Earlier, Lex said. I saw him when I was in the pipe." "Where'd he go?" "How would I know?" Lex said, wrinkling her nose. She shouted, "Hey, Dr. Grant? Dr. Grant!" Tim felt uneasy about the noise she was making. It could attract the T-Rex back. But a moment later, he heard a responding shout. The voice came from the right, from the SUV that Tim had just left a few minutes ago. Tim looked through the night vision goggles and was relieved to see Dr. Grant walking toward them. His shirt had a large tear at the shoulder, but otherwise he seemed fine. "Thank God," he said. "I've been looking for you." Ed Regis was shivering as he stood up, wiping the cold mud off his face and hands. He had spent an extremely terrible half-hour trapped in a huge pile of gravel on the hillside beneath the road, unable to move. He knew this was not a good hiding place, but he was terrified and his thoughts were muddled. He lay there in the cold, muddy ground, trying to control himself, but images of dinosaurs kept appearing in his mind. The dinosaurs were coming toward him, coming toward the car. Regis didn't remember much of what happened afterward. He only remembered Lex saying something, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. He just kept running. At the roadside, he missed his footing, rolled down the slope, and tumbled next to a pile of gravel. He thought he could hide in the gravel pile, where there was enough room to take cover, so he did. He was panting, terrified, with only one thought in his mind, to escape from the T-Rex. Finally, as he squeezed into the gravel like a mouse, he calmed down a little. At that moment, he was filled with fear and shame because he had abandoned the kids. He had only thought of running away, of saving his own life. He knew he should go back to the road. He should find a way to rescue them, because he had always thought he could remain calm and collected in a crisis. Yet no matter how hard he tried to control himself and return there, he just couldn't do it. He began to feel panicked, his breathing becoming difficult, so he remained completely still. He told himself that it was hopeless anyway. If the kids were still on the road, they would surely not survive. Regis felt he could do nothing for them, so it was better to stay where he was. No one would know what had happened except for him. Now, he was powerless, just as he had been before. So Regis stayed in the gravel pile for half an hour, trying to shake off the panic, carefully not allowing himself to think about whether the kids were dead, or what Hammond would say if he found out. Finally, what got him moving was a strange sensation in his mouth. One side of his mouth felt odd, a bit numb and tingling. He wondered if he had cut his mouth when he fell. Regis touched his cheek and felt a swollen piece of flesh by his lips. It was quite funny, but it didn't hurt at all. Then he realized that the swollen piece of flesh was actually a leech, which had become engorged from sucking blood from his lip. In fact, it was in his mouth. Regis felt nauseated and trembling as he forcefully pulled out the leech, and felt a warm rush of blood fill his mouth as he tore it from the flesh of his lip. He spat it out, disgusted, and flung it into the forest. He saw another leech clinging to his forearm, and after pulling it off, it left a deep blood mark on his arm. My God, he thought, I'm probably covered in these things. He had rolled down the slope. These jungle hills were full of leeches. They were everywhere in the dark rock crevices. What had the workers said? The leeches crawled into his underwear. They liked dark, warm places. They liked to crawl right up. Hey, he stopped. It was a human voice, coming from the wind. Hey, Dr. Grant. Oh my God, it's that little girl. Rage heard her voice. She didn't sound scared or in pain. She was calling out in her determined way. Gradually, he began to understand. Something else must have happened. The T-Rex must have moved on, or at least hadn't attacked. And perhaps the others were still alive. Grant and Malcolm, maybe everyone was alive. With that thought, he instantly perked up. He felt much better, as he now knew what he had to do. As he crawled out from the gravel pile, he was already formulating his next steps, planning what he would say and how to approach the problem from this angle. Rage wiped the cold mud off his face and hands, the evidence of his previous hiding. He didn't feel ashamed for having hidden, but now he had to take responsibility. He crawled back to the road, and as he emerged from the foliage, he momentarily lost his sense of direction. He couldn't see the car at all. He didn't know how he had ended up at the foot of the mountain, while the SUV must have been at the top. He stepped toward the mountain, heading back to the SUV. The surroundings were eerily silent. His feet squelched in the muddy puddles. He could no longer hear the little girl's voice. Why had she stopped calling? As he walked, he thought that maybe something had happened to her. In that case, he shouldn't go back. Perhaps the T-Rex was still lurking nearby. He was here, at the foot of the mountain now, much closer to home, and it was so quiet around. Ominously quiet. Ed Rage turned around and headed toward the lodge. Grant touched her limbs, gently pinching her arms and legs. She didn't seem to be in pain anywhere. Incredible. Aside from a scratch on her head, she was perfectly fine. I told you I'm fine, she said. Oh, I have to check, Grant replied. The boy wasn't so lucky. Tim's nose was swollen and hurting. Grant suspected it might be broken. His right shoulder was severely scraped and very swollen. However, his legs seemed to be unscathed. Both kids could walk, which was important. Grant himself was fine, but he had a wound on his right chest from the T-Rex's kick, which burned with every breath. But it didn't seem serious and didn't hinder his movement. He wondered if he had been knocked out, because he only vaguely remembered something happening before he sat up, groaning, in the woods about 10 yards from the SUV. At first, his chest was bleeding, so he pressed some leaves onto the wound, and after a while the bleeding stopped. Later, he wandered around looking for Malcolm and the kids. Grant couldn't believe he was still alive, and when the scattered figures came back into view, he tried to understand what they were. The T-Rex should have easily killed them all. Why were they still alive? I'm hungry, Lex said. I'm hungry too, Grant replied. We have to find a way back to civilization. We need to tell them about the ship. Are we the only ones who know? Tim asked. Yes. We have to go back and tell them. Then let's follow this road down to the lodge, Tim said, pointing downhill. And we can meet them when they come looking for us. Grant considered it. He kept thinking about one thing, the shadow that had crossed the road before the attack. What kind of animal was that? He could only think of one possibility, a juvenile T-Rex. I don't think so, Tim. There are tall fences on either side of the road, Grant said. If there's a T-Rex on the road ahead, we won't be able to escape. So should we wait here? Tim asked. Yes, Grant replied. We'll stay here until someone comes. I'm hungry, Lex said. I hope we won't have to wait too long. Grant said. I don't want to stay here, Lex said. At that moment, they heard a cough from down at the foot of the mountain. Stay here, Grant said. He ran forward and looked down the mountain. Stay here, Tim said, then he ran off. Lex followed her brother. Don't leave me here, you guys. Grant covered her mouth with his hand. She struggled to break free, and he shook his head, pointing down the mountain to show her. At the foot of the mountain, Grant saw Ed Rage standing there perfectly still. The surrounding forest had become eerily silent. The continuous buzzing background noise of cicadas and frogs abruptly stopped, leaving only the soft rustle of leaves and the wind blowing. Just as Lex was about to speak, Grant quickly pulled her to the nearest tree, crouching down among the gnarled roots. Tim followed closely behind. Grant put his finger to his lips, signaling them to be quiet, then slowly turned to look toward the tree. The road below was dark, with large branches swaying in the wind, filtering the moonlight into dappled patterns. Rage was gone. It took Grant a moment to spot him. The publicist was pressed against a large tree trunk, holding on tightly. Rage stood there motionless. The forest remained eerily silent. Lex impatiently tugged at Grant's shirt, wanted to know what was happening. At that moment, a soft breathing sound, mixed with a snorting sound, came from very close by, almost like the wind. Lex heard it too and stopped struggling. The sound floated toward them again, soft as a sigh. Grant thought it sounded just like a horse breathing. Grant looked at Rage and saw the moonlight casting shifting shadows on the trunk. Then he noticed another shadow, stationary and overlapping the others, a curved, strong neck and a square head. The breathing sound came again. They heard a branch snap, and Rex stepped onto the path. It was the juvenile dinosaur, about 8 feet tall, walking with the clumsy gait of a young animal, like a puppy. The juvenile dinosaur ambled down the path, stopping to sniff the air with each step. It passed by the large tree where Rage was hiding, completely unaware of him. Grant saw Rage's body relax slightly. Rage turned his head, trying to observe the T-Rex far beyond the tree. The T-Rex was now gone from the end of the road. Rage relaxed and released his grip on the tree, but the forest remained silent. Rage stayed pressed against the trunk for another half-minute. Then the sounds of the forest began again. A tree frog's tentative croak, a male bee buzzing, followed by a full chorus. Rage stepped away from the tree, shaking off his tension. He walked to the center of the road, watching the direction the T-Rex had gone. The attack suddenly came from the left. The juvenile dinosaur roared and swung its head forward, knocking Rage onto his back. He screamed as he got up, but the T-Rex lunged at him, presumably pinning him down with its hind legs because Rage suddenly found himself unable to move, sitting in the road yelling at the dinosaur, waving his arms as if he could scare it away. The young dinosaur seemed confused by the sounds and movements coming from this small prey. The juvenile T-Rex lowered its head, curiously sniffing, while Rage swung his fists, striking at its snout. Get away! Back off! Go on, back off! Reggie shouted at the top of his lungs, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex backed off, allowing Reggie to stand up. As he moved away from the dinosaur, he yelled, "Hey, did you hear that? Step back! Get away!" The juvenile dinosaur continued to curiously stare at this strange, noisy little creature, but just as Reggie took a few steps, it lunged forward and knocked him down again. It was playing with him, Grant thought. "Hey!" Reggie shouted as he fell to the ground. But the juvenile dinosaur did not pursue him. Instead, it let him get back up. He jumped up and kept backing away. "Back off, you fool! Back off! Did you hear me? Back off!" He shouted like a trainer. The juvenile dinosaur roared but did not attack. Now Reggie was gradually getting closer to the tall foliage on his right. Just a few more steps and he could hide. "Back off! You! Back off!" Reggie yelled. Then, at the last moment, the juvenile dinosaur lunged forward again, knocking Reggie down to the ground. "Stop it!" Reggie screamed. The juvenile dinosaur lowered its head, and Reggie began to scream. No words, just sharp cries. The screams suddenly stopped when the juvenile dinosaur lifted its head, and Grant saw it holding torn flesh in its mouth. "Oh no," Lex said softly. Tim turned his head away, suddenly feeling nauseous. His night vision goggles slipped from his forehead and clattered to the ground. The juvenile dinosaur abruptly looked up toward the mountain. Tim picked up his night vision goggles, and Grant tightly held the hands of the two children, starting to run. Control at night. The velociraptor was rushing along the roadside. Harding's Jeep was trailing not far behind. Ellie pointed ahead. "Is that light?" "It could be," Harding said. "It looks almost like headlights." The radio communicator suddenly buzzed with crackles. They heard John Arnold's voice. "Are you there?" "Ah, it's him," Harding said, finally. He pressed a button. "Yes, John, we're here. We're near the river, tracking some velociraptors. It's quite interesting." Another crackle. "Then, what about your vehicle?" "What did he say?" asked Jono. "Something about the vehicle," Ellie said. "At the excavation site in Montana." Ellie was responsible for operating the radiophone. Years of experience allowed her to skillfully detect distorted signals. "I think he said he needs your vehicle." Harding pressed the button. "John, are you there?" "We can't hear very well." "John?" A lightning bolt flashed, followed by a series of crackly static sounds, and Arnold's voice came through. "Where are you?" "We're a mile north of the Baryonyx enclosure, near the river, tracking some velociraptors." "You shouldn't have come back here." It sounded like he was in trouble. Ellie said, frowning, her voice undoubtedly revealing tension. "Maybe we should go back." Harding shrugged. "Arnold often gets into trouble. You know how engineers are. They want everything to go by the book." He pressed the radio communicator button. "John, please repeat." Another crackle. More static. Then, "Maldon needs your vehicle." Jono frowned. "Did he say Maldon needs our vehicle?" "Sounds like it." Ellie said. "Well, that doesn't make any sense," Harding said. "Besides, trapping Maldon wants a vehicle." "I get it," Ellie said. "The other vehicles are stuck on the road because of the storm, and Maldon needs to pick them up." Harding shrugged. "Why doesn't Maldon use another vehicle?" "You press the button, John. Tell Maldon to take another vehicle." "It's in the garage." The communicator crackled. "I said it's in the garage, John. The vehicle's in the garage." More static. "Dare I say we won't find out what happened?" Harding said. "All right, John, we're coming." He turned off the radio communicator and turned the car around, hoping he could understand what urgent situation had occurred. Harding started the car, and they drove down the road in the dark. After another 10 minutes, they saw the welcoming lights of the lodge. When Harding stopped in front of the visitor center, they saw Maldon approaching them, shouting and waving his arms. "Arnold, you bastard. Get this park back on track. Hurry. Get my grandkids back. Now." John Hammond stood in the control room, shouting and stamping his feet. He had been ranting for 2 minutes, while Henry Wu stood in the corner of the room, stunned and terrified. Mr. Hammond," Arnold said. "Maldon is already on the way to handle this." Arnold turned around and lit another cigarette. Hammond and the other managers Arnold had encountered were all the same. Whether in Disney or the Navy, managers always behaved in the same way. They never understood technical issues. They thought yelling would push things along. Maybe it would, if you were yelling at a secretary to bring you a luxury car. But shouting would not help with the problems Arnold was currently facing. Computers don't care if someone is yelling at them. The power grid doesn't care if someone is shouting at it. Technical systems are indifferent to all these outbursts of human emotion. If anything, shouting would only have the opposite effect, because there was now a definite fact facing them. Ryder would not be coming back, which meant Arnold had to figure out the computer code himself and find out what went wrong. This was a tedious job that required a clear head and careful attention. "Why don't you go downstairs to the restaurant for a cup of coffee?" Arnold said. "We'll call you when we have new information. I don't want a Malcolm effect here." Hammond said. "Don't worry about any Malcolm effect," Arnold said. "Can I go to work?" "Go ahead," Hammond said. "Mr. Hammond, I'll call you as soon as I have news about Maldon," Arnold said. He pressed a button on the control panel and saw the familiar control screen changing. He moved to the next step to check the code, looking at the lines of instructions that told the computer how to operate. Arnold was frustrated to realize that the entire Jurassic Park program contained over 500,000 lines of code, most of which had no documentation and were not explained. Wu stepped forward. What are you doing, Arnold? Checking the code. Checking? That could take forever. Tell me, Arnold said. Tell me what to do. On the way. Maldon quickly turned a corner, and the jeep skidded on the muddy ground. Jono sat beside him, clenching his fists tightly. They were driving fast along the cliff road high above the river, which was now hidden in the dark of night. Maldon pressed the gas pedal harder. His face was tight. How far is it? Jono asked. 2 miles, maybe 3. Ellie and Harding had returned to the visitor center. Jono had volunteered to go out with Maldon. The car made a sharp turn. It's been an hour, Mardu said, a full hour without a single word about that car. But they have a radio, Gienro said. We've been unable to reach them, Mardu replied. Gienro frowned and said, if I were in that car, waiting in the rain for an hour, I'd find a way to call on the radio. I would too, Mardu said. Gienro shook his head. Do you really think something happened to them? It's possible, Mardu said, but they might be just fine. However, I'll feel a lot better when I see them with my own eyes. We should be able to see them any moment now. The road turned and led to the top of a small hill. At the foot of the hill, Gienro spotted something white in the ferns by the roadside. Stop, Gienro said. Mardu slammed on the brakes. Gienro jumped out and ran over to see what it was, illuminated by the jeep's headlights. It looked like a piece of fabric. But Gienro stopped. Even at 6 feet away, he could clearly see what it was. He slowed his pace and moved closer. Mardu leaned out of the car and asked, what is it? It's a human leg, Gienro replied. The flesh on the leg was a pale blue, and the end where the knee used to be was shredded and bloody. Below the calf was a white sock and a brown strapless shoe. Edrigier wore those kinds of shoes. At that moment, Mardu also got out of the car, ran in front of Gienro, and crouched down to look at the leg. My God! He picked the leg up from the bushes and held it up to the light. Blood flowed from the knee, slowly trickling down his hand. Gienro stood 3 feet away, quickly bent over, braced himself on his knees, closed his eyes, and took deep breaths, trying hard not to vomit. Gienro! Mardu's tone was very severe. What is it? Step aside. You're blocking the light. Gienro gasped and moved aside. He opened his eyes and saw Mardu carefully examining the break in the severed limb. It was tore at the joint, Mardu said. It wasn't bitten off. It was twisted off and then pulled apart. Mardu stood up, holding the severed leg upside down, letting the remaining blood drip onto the ferns. He grasped the ankle with his blood-stained hand, the white sock now splattered with blood. Gienro felt another wave of nausea. There's no doubt something happened here, Mardu said. The T. Rex attacked him. He looked up the hill, then back at Gienro. Are you okay? Can you hold it together? Nothing's wrong, Gienro replied. I can hold it together. Mardu walked back to the jeep with the severed leg. I think we better take it with us, he said, as if it shouldn't be left here. My God, it's going to make a mess of this car. Go check if there's anything in the back, will you? A tarp or newspaper or something. Gienro opened the back door and rummaged behind the seat for a bit. His mind was consumed with how to wrap up the severed leg, leaving no energy to consider other issues. At that moment, he would have been very grateful for a chance to think about something else. He found a canvas bag containing a toolkit, a tire net, a cardboard box, and 2 pieces of plastic sheeting, he said. 2 pieces of plastic sheeting neatly folded there. Give me one, Mardu said, still standing outside the car. Mardu wrapped the severed leg and then handed the shapeless bundle to Gienro. Gienro was surprised at how heavy it was. Put in the back, Mardu said. Better find a way to secure it so it doesn't roll around. Okay. Gienro placed the bundle in the back. Mardu got into the driver's seat and started the engine. He pressed the gas pedal, and the car spun and slid in the mud before lurching forward. The jeep sped up the hill, and just as they reached the top, the headlights still illuminated the branches above before dipping down. At that point, Gienro could see the road ahead. My God, Mardu said. Gienro should have seen 2 SUVs overturned in the middle of the road, but he didn't see the other vehicle at all. Where did the other car go? Mardu quickly looked around and pointed to the right. There. The other SUV was 20 feet away, under a tree, crumpled. How did it end up there? The T. Rex must have thrown it. Thrown it? Gienro asked. Mardu's face looked terrible. Let's handle this, he said as he climbed out of the jeep. They hurried toward the second SUV, their flashlights flickering back and forth in the darkness. As they got closer, Gienro realized the vehicle was severely damaged. He was very cautious and let Mardu look inside first. I don't need to worry about that, Mardu said. It's unlikely we'll find anyone inside. No one. No one, Mardu said. Then he explained to Gienro that during his years in Africa, he had seen several sites where wild animals attacked humans in the jungle. Once it was a leopard that tore open a tent at night and carried off a 3-year-old child. Another time, a buffalo in Amboseli. Twice it was lions. And once a crocodile near Meru in North Africa. Strange enough, each time there were almost no traces left. Those without such experience always think that after a wild animal attacks a human, it leaves horrific signs, severed limbs torn from tents, blood trails leading into the bushes, clothing stained with blood not far from the campsite. But in reality, usually nothing is left. If the victim is small, like an infant or minor, it's even more so. The person seems to just vanish, as if they walked into the jungle and never returned. A carnivore can bite a child's neck, shake it a few times, and it can die without leaving blood traces. Moreover, in most cases, you won't find other belongings of the victim. Sometimes there might be a shirt button or a small piece of rubber from shoe. But the vast majority of the time, there are no traces at all. Carnivores carry off children because they like children and leave no trace. Thus, Mardu believed they would likely find no sign of the child at all. However, when he looked into the car, he was taken aback. How strange, he said. Mardu struggled to make sense of the scene before him. The windshield of the SUV was shattered, but there didn't seem to be much glass around. However, he had seen glass shards on the way here. This indicated that the windshield must have already been broken before the T. Rex picked up the car and threw it here. The car had been thrown down hard. Mardu shone his flashlight into the car. No one? Jianro asked, his tone tense. Not entirely, Mardu replied. His flashlight illuminated a crushed radio receiver. He noticed a small object under the car, black and curved. The front door was caved in and stuck tight, unable to open. But he crawled in through the back door, climbed over the seats, and grabbed the black object. It's a watch, he said, carefully examining it in the flashlight's beam. It was a cheap digital watch with a black plastic strap, and the LCD display was shattered. He thought to himself, maybe this is the watch that boy was wearing. Although he couldn't be sure, it was indeed a type of watch commonly worn by boys. What is it? A wristwatch? Asked Jianluo. Yes, and a wireless microphone, which is already broken. What does this indicate? Of course it does. And Mardu sniffed. There's a sour, foul smell in the car. He shone his flashlight around and found vomit dripping down from the side window. He touched it with his hand. It was still wet. A child might still be alive, Mardu said. Jianluo glanced at him sideways. Why do you think so? This watch, Mardu said, it indicates that. He handed the watch to Jianluo. Jianluo held it in his hand and shone the flashlight on it, then turned it over. The glass on the surface is broken, Jianluo said. That's right, Mardu said, but the strap is intact. What does that mean? It means the boy took it off himself. He could have taken it off at any time, Jianluo said. Maybe before the dinosaur attack. No, Mardu replied. The glass on a digital watch is very sturdy. It would take a lot of force to shatter it. The surface was broken during the dinosaur attack, so the little boy took it off. Think about it, Mardu said. If a T-Rex was attacking you, would you stop to take off your watch? Maybe it was torn off. To rip a watch off someone's wrist without breaking the strap is nearly impossible. In any case, the strap is completely undamaged, Mardu said, so it was taken off by the child himself. He saw that the watch was broken and took it off. He had time to do that. When? Only after the dinosaur attack, Mardu said. After the attack, the little boy must still be in the car. The wireless phone was broken, so he left that behind too. He is a smart kid. He knows those things are useless. If he was really that smart, Jianluo said. Where'd he go? If it were me, I would stay here and wait for someone to rescue me. Yes, Mardu replied, but maybe he couldn't stay here. Maybe the T-Rex came back, or another beast. Anyway, there must have been something that forced him to leave. Where would he go? Jianluo asked. Let us see if we can find some clues, Mardu said as he strode toward the main road. Jianluo watched Mardu carefully examine the ground with the flashlight. His face was only a few inches from the ground, completely focused on searching. Mardu believed he understood some things. At least one child was still alive. Jianluo, however, was unmoved. The broken leg shocked him. He had made up his mind to shut down the park and destroy it. No matter what Mardu said, Jianluo felt he didn't need to be so enthusiastic and believed he was without hope. Do you see these footprints? Mardu asked, still staring at the ground. What footprints? Jianluo asked. These footprints, see? They are adult footprints coming along the main road. They were wearing rubber-soled shoes. Notice this particular footprint. Jianluo only saw a patch of mud, the uneven ground illuminated by the flashlight. Look, Mardu continued, the adult footprints come here, and then new footprints appear. Smaller, medium-sized ones. Circling here, overlapping each other as if they stood together, talking for a while. But, right, they seem to have run. He pointed to the side, ran over there, and entered the park. Jianluo shook his head. In this muddy ground, you can see whatever you want to imagine. Mardu stood up and took a step back. He looked down at the road and sighed. No matter what you say, I can guarantee that there is definitely a child still alive, maybe two. If these adult footprints weren't left by Rager, then perhaps another adult is also alive. We must search the entire park. Tonight? Jianluo asked. But Mardu ignored him. He walked toward the muddy embankment next to the drainage pipe. He squatted down again. What was the little girl wearing? He asked. Goodness. Jinluo replied, I don't know. Mardu slowly moved his feet to one side of the road. Just then, he heard a gasp. It must have been a sound made by some animal. You listen. Jinluo felt a wave of fear. I think we better shoot. Mardu said. Just the wind, Jinluo said. They heard that gasp again, this time very clearly. It wasn't the wind. The sound came from the bushes in front of him by the roadside. It didn't sound like an animal, but Mardu was still cautiously moving forward. He waved the flashlight back and forth and shouted a few times, but the gasp didn't change. Mardu pushed aside the palm branches. What is it? Jinluo asked. It's Malcolm, Mardu replied. Malcolm was lying on his back, his face pale, his mouth weakly open. He was breathing rapidly. Mardu handed the flashlight to Jinluo, then bent down to examine his body. I can't find his wounds, he said. His head seems fine, chest and arms. Jinluo moved the flashlight S-beam down to his legs. He had a tourniquet. Malcolm's belt was tightly wrapped around his right thigh. Jinluo moved the flashlight down his leg. The right ankle twisted at an abnormal angle. The pant leg clung to his body, soaked in blood. Mardu gently touched his ankle, and Malcolm groaned. Mardu took a step back, calculating what to do next. Malcolm might have other injuries. Perhaps his spine was fractured. Maybe moving him would cost him his life. But if they left him here, he would go into shock and die. Fortunately, he was still able to think to put a tourniquet on his leg, or he would have died from blood loss. Maybe he has no hope left, but they better take him away. Jinluo helped Mardu lift Malcolm up, and the two of them awkwardly hoisted him onto their shoulders. Malcolm groaned, breathing heavily. Lex, he said. Lex is gone. Lex? Who is Lex? Mardu asked. That little girl, Jinluo replied. They lifted Malcolm into the jeep, struggling to settle him in the back seat. Jinluo tightened the tourniquet on his leg, and Malcolm groaned again. Mardu rolled up his pant leg and saw the flesh inside was rotten, with bone exposed, stark and quite frightening. We have to take him back, Mardu said. You're going now without looking for the kids? Jinluo asked. If they went into the park, there could be 20 square miles of it. Mardu said, shaking his head. To find anything in there, we would have to rely on motion sensors. If the kids are still alive and moving around inside, the motion sensors would show them, and we could go directly there and bring them out. But if we don't get Dr. Malcolm back immediately, he will surely die. Then we must go back. Jinluo said. I think so. They got into the car. Jinluo asked. Are you going to tell Hammond that the kids are missing? No, Mardu said. You go tell. Control. Donald Jianro stared blankly at Hammond. They were sitting in an empty cafeteria. Hammond was casually eating ice cream with a small spoon. So, Mardu thinks the kids are somewhere in the park, right? Yes, that's what he thinks. Then we believe we can definitely find them. Let's hope so, Jianro said. He looked at the old man leisurely eating ice cream and couldn't help but feel a chill. Oh, I believe we will find them for sure. I often tell everyone, after all, this park was built for children. Jianro said. So you understand that they are missing, Mr. Hammond. Missing? He said sharply. I certainly know they are missing. I'm not senile. He sighed, and his tone softened. Listen, Jianro, Hammond said, let's not get too excited. This heavy rain might be due to something else. We've had a problem here that resulted in an unfortunate incident. That's the situation. We are handling it. Ano will get the computer back to normal, and Mardu will bring the kids back. I believe that by the time we finish this ice cream, he will return with the kids. So we just need to wait and see how things develop, don't you think? Let's do as you say, Mr. Hammond, Jianro said. Why? Henry Wu asked, looking at the console's display screen. Because I think Radler tampered with the code, Ano said, so I'm checking it. All right, Wu said, but have you tried other options? Like what? Ano asked. I don't know. Is the security system still running? Wu asked. How about a key test? Can it be done? My God. Ano pressed his fingers, making a snapping sound. It definitely can. The security system can only be turned off at the main control panel. Well then, Wu said, if the key test is valid, you can find out what Radler did. Absolutely, Ano said, starting to press the buttons. Why didn't he think of this sooner? It was so obvious. The Jurassic Park computer system had several levels of security, one of which was a key test program that monitored all the keys the operator had entered to access the system. It was originally set up as an error-checking device, but was retained later for its security value. In no time, all the keys Radler had entered into the computer earlier that day appeared in a window on the screen. Is this it? Ano said. It seems like he was here for several hours. Maybe just killing time, Wu said, only to end up doing something at the last minute. The initial numbers represented the keys Radler pressed on the control panel in American Standard Code for information interchange, ASCII. These numbers indicated that he was still in the standard user interface, just like any ordinary computer user. This suggested that at first, Radler was just browsing. A programmer who designed this system wouldn't do that. Maybe he wanted to see if there were any changes first, Wu said. Maybe, Ano said. He looked at the command list, and from a list, he could trace Radler's progress through the system line by line from start to finish. At least we know what he did. The system, which allowed Radler to exit the normal user interface and enter the code section, prompted the computer to know his name. He answered, Radler. This name was authorized to access the code section, so the computer allowed him into the system. Radler requested to enter the command layer, which was the highest control layer of the computer. The command layer required extra confidentiality, asking Radler for his name, entry number, and instructions. These inputs allowed Radler to enter the command layer. He requested confidentiality. Since he had been authorized, the computer allowed him to reach there. Once in the confidential layer, Radler tried 3 different commands. He wanted to shut down the security system. Wu said he didn't want anyone to see what he was about to do. Exactly, Ano said. Clearly he didn't know the security system couldn't be turned off unless the switch was physically pulled at the control panel. After 3 failed commands, the computer began to respond automatically to Radler. However, since he had been authorized before entering, the computer assumed Radler was lost and was trying to accomplish something he couldn't manage. Therefore, the computer asked him again where he wanted to go, and Radler answered, confidential. He was then permitted to stay there. In the end, Wu said, this is quite a puzzle. He pointed to the last line of command Radler entered, WHT-RBT. Obi, what is this? Ano asked White Rabbit. Is this some kind of joke he made? It's a marker for the destination code, Wu replied. In computer terminology, a destination code is a movable code, just like you can move a chair around a room. The destination code could be a set of commands for drawing a picture, refreshing a display, or performing some calculations. Let's see where the destination code is in the code. Ano said, maybe we can figure out what it's for. He entered the utility program and typed, find WHT-RBT 0BJ. The computer display showed, destination code not found in memory. It doesn't exist, Ano said. Then check the code catalog again, Wu said. Ano typed a line on the keyboard. Check catalog, WHT-RBT 0BJ. The screen data flew by. The lines of code flashing before his eyes, making it hard to see. The screen ran like this for about a minute and then suddenly stopped. That's it, Wu said. This isn't a destination code, but a command. An arrow appeared on the screen, pointing to a line of code. Son of a bitch, Ano cursed. Wu shook his head. This is not an error in the code at all. Yes, Ano said, this is a trapdoor. That fat bastard entered a command that looks like a destination code, but it's actually a command that can connect the confidential system and the surrounding systems, and then shut them down. This allows him to access any part of the park at will. So we need to be able to restart them, Wu said. Right? We have to do that. Ano frowned at the display screen. What we need to do is figure out that command. I will execute a tracing program on the connection device. He said, let's see if this helps. Wu stood up from his chair. Just now, he said, about an hour ago, someone entered the cold storage room. I think I should go count the embryos there. Ellie was in her room, preparing to change out of her wet clothes when there was a knock at the door. Is it Grant? She asked, but when the door opened, she found Mardu standing at the door, a plastic package tucked under his arm. Mardu was wet, his clothes stained with spots of mud. I'm sorry. They really need your help, Mardu said quickly. The SUV was attacked an hour ago. We brought Malcolm back, but he is still in shock. His leg is badly injured, and he hasn't regained consciousness. I got him to his own room and laid him on the bed. Harding is on the way. He'll be here soon. Harding? She asked. What about the others? We haven't found the others yet, Dr. Ellie, Maldu replied. He was speaking much slower now than before. Oh my God, but we believe Dr. Grant and the child are still alive. I think they went into the park, Dr. Ellie. Into the park? That's what we think. Meanwhile, Malcolm needs help. I've called Harding. Shouldn't you call a doctor? There are no doctors on the island. Harding is the best we can find. But you must get a doctor, she said. No. Maldu shook his head. The phone lines are down. The calls can't go out. He tucked the plastic bag under his arm. It's nothing. If you'd like, please go to Malcolm's room and assist Harding. Maldu left. She sat on the bed in a daze. Ellie was not a woman easily frightened, and she knew Grant had faced adversity before. Once he had been lost for 4 days in a desolate wasteland, and a rock had rolled down beneath his truck, sending it tumbling into a 100-foot ravine. Grant had broken his right leg with no water to drink, but he had dragged himself back with a broken leg. But the child, she shook her head, trying to dispel those thoughts. Perhaps the child was with Grant. If Grant was in the park, who better than a dinosaur expert to safely lead the child out of Jurassic Park? In the park, I'm tired, Lex said. Carry me, Dr. Grant. You're too big for that now, Tim said. But I'm tired, Lex insisted. All right, Grant said as he picked her up. Ouch, you're heavy. It was nearing 9 p.m. The moving night mist blurred the round moon. Three faint figures crossed an open area toward the ominous woods ahead. Grant racked his brain, trying to determine their location. Since they had crossed the fence trampled by the T-Rex, Grant knew they were somewhere inside the T-Rex enclosure. This was not a place he wanted to be. His mind kept recalling the computer tracking map of the T-Rex's activity range, the wavy lines that closely monitored its movements. He, along with the two kids, was now within that range. But Grant also remembered that the T-Rex was separated from all other animals, meaning if they could cross this barrier, a fence, a deep trench, or both, they could be sure they had left the T-Rex enclosure. But so far, they had not encountered a barrier. Lex leaned her head against his shoulder, twirling her hair with her fingers. Soon, she fell asleep. Tim trudged along beside Grant. "Are you okay, Tim?" "I'm fine," he replied. "But I think we might be inside the T-Rex enclosure. I can guarantee we are inside. I just hope we can get out soon." "Are you ready to enter the woods?" Tim asked. As they approached the woods, it looked dark and menacing. "Yes," Grant said. "I think we can determine our position based on the motion sensor numbers." The motion sensors were placed 4 feet off the ground in green boxes. Some were standalone, while most were fixed to trees. None were operational. Clearly, the power was still off. Each sensor box had a glass lens in the middle, with a number painted below it. Through the misty moonlight, Grant could see a box ahead, marked TS-04. They entered the woods, surrounded by towering trees. In the moonlight, the mist hung low to the ground, swirling around the tree roots. It was a beautiful sight, but walking through such a place felt fraught with danger. Grant kept a keen eye on the sensors. They seemed to be numbered in descending order. He passed TS-03 and TS-02, finally arriving at TS-01. Holding Lex, he felt exhausted. He wished this was the edge of the T-Rex enclosure, but in fact, it was just another box in the woods. Next, he saw a box marked TN-01, then TN-02. Grant realized these numbers must be arranged based on a central point, similar to how a compass works. They were moving from south to north. So as they approached the midpoint, the numbers gradually decreased, then increased again. "At least our route is correct," Tim said. "Yes," Grant replied. Tim smiled but tripped over a vine, quickly getting back up. They continued walking for a while. "My parents are going through a divorce," he said. "Really?" Grant asked. "My dad moved out last month. He has his own place in Mill Valley now." "Oh, he doesn't take my sister out anymore. He doesn't even hold her. He said your head is full of dinosaurs," Grant said. Tim sighed. "Yeah. Do you miss him?" Grant asked. "Not really," Tim replied. "Just sometimes I think of him." "But she misses him." "Who? Your mom?" "No, Lex does. My mom has a boyfriend she met at work." They walked in silence for a while, passing TN-03 and TN-04. "Have you met him?" Grant asked. "Yeah. What's he like?" "He's okay," Tim replied. "He's younger than my dad, but he's bald." "How does he treat you?" "I don't know. He's okay, I guess. I think he just wants to win my favor. I don't know what will happen later. Sometimes my mom says we have to sell the house and move, and sometimes he and my mom fight late at night. I play on the computer in my room, but I can still hear." "Really?" Grant said. "Are you divorced?" "No," Grant answered. "My wife passed away a long time ago." "Are you with Dr. Sattler now?" Grant chuckled in the dark. "No, she is my student." "You mean she is still in school?" "Yes, she is a graduate student." Grant paused, shifting Lex to the other shoulder. Then they continued walking, passing TN-05 and TN-06. In the distance, thunder rumbled. The storm had moved to the south. Aside from the monotonous sound of cicadas and the faint calls of tree frogs, the woods were silent. "Do you have kids?" Tim asked. "No, grand triple." "Are you planning to marry Dr. Sattler?" "No, she's getting married next year to a pretty decent doctor in Chicago." "Oh," Tim said, sounding surprised by the news. They walked a bit longer. "So who do you plan to marry?" "I don't think I'll marry anyone," Grant said. "Me neither," Tim replied. They walked a bit longer. "Are we going to walk all night?" "I don't think so," Grant said. "We need to stop and rest for at least a few hours." He glanced at his watch. "It's okay. We still have nearly 15 hours before we need to hurry back to the ship when it arrives on the mainland." "Where should we stop to rest?" Tim asked immediately. Grant was also thinking about this. The first thing that came to his mind was that they could climb up a tree and sleep there, but they would have to climb high enough to ensure safety, to avoid being attacked by animals. Lex might fall while sleeping. Besides, the tree trunk was hard, and they wouldn't be able to rest properly. At least, he couldn't. They needed a real safe place. He recalled the blueprints he had seen on the way here by plane. He remembered that there were some buildings around the perimeter of each area in the park. Grant didn't know the exact shapes of these buildings because he had never seen the floor plans, and he couldn't clearly remember their exact locations. But he remembered they were scattered throughout the park. Perhaps there was such a building nearby. However, this was completely different from crossing an obstacle and getting out of the T-Rex enclosure. To find a building meant they had to have some way of searching. And the best way was, Tim, can you help me hold your sister? I'll climb up the tree to see around. From the high branches, he could get a clear view of the forest. Looking left and right, there were treetops on both sides. To his surprise, they were almost at the edge of the woods. Ahead was an open area with an electrified fence and a grayish-white concrete trench, beyond which was a vast wilderness. He guessed that was the sauropod enclosure. In the distance, he could see more trees and the hazy moonlight shimmering on the sea. He heard the roar of a dinosaur coming from somewhere, but the sound was far away. He put on Tim's night vision goggles and looked around again. Following the winding gray trench, he found the place he was looking for. It was a narrow, black walkway leading to a flat rectangular roof. The roof was slightly elevated above the ground, but it was indeed there and not far from here. It was perhaps only about 14 miles from this tree. He climbed down from the tree and found Lex sniffing around. What's wrong? I heard animal noises. It's okay. Are you awake now? Let's go. He pulled her toward the fence. The fence was 20 feet high, topped with spiral barbed wire. In the moonlight, the wire looked very high and far away from them. The trench was just beyond the fence. Lex looked up at the fence with confusion. Can you climb over it? Grant asked her. She handed him her glove and baseball, saying, of course it's easy. She started to climb, but I bet Tim won't be able to make it. Tim turned around and shouted angrily, shut up. Tim has a fear of heights. I don't. She had already climbed to the top. You really do. No, I don't. Then come up and catch up with me. Grant turned to Tim. Tim's face looked very pale in the darkness. The kid stood still. Can you climb over this fence, Tim? No problem. Do you need me to help you? Tim is a coward, Lex shouted. You're wrong, you big idiot. Tim said as he began to climb the fence. It's freezing. Lex said. The three of them stood in the stinky water of the concrete trench, waist deep. They had safely climbed over the fence. But Tim's shirt got snagged by the top wire. Then they all slid into the trench. Grant was thinking about how to get out of the trench. At least I helped you get Tim over the fence, Lex said. Normally he wouldn't dare to climb this high. Thanks for the big help, Tim said sarcastically. In the moonlight, he saw pieces of things floating on the water surface. He moved his feet along the trench while looking at the concrete trench wall opposite. The concrete wall was smooth and flat, and they couldn't climb over it. Ouch! Lex pointed at the water surface. That won't hurt you, Lex. Grant finally noticed a crack in the concrete wall, with a vine hanging down from above, reaching all the way to the water surface. He tugged at the vine and found it could support his weight. Kids, let's go up. They climbed up the vine and reached a clearing. A few minutes later, they crossed this clearing and reached the embankment leading to the makeshift access road, with the feeding building to the right. They passed 2 motion sensors. Grant noticed that the sensors still weren't working and the lights weren't on, which made him feel a bit uneasy. The power had been out for over 2 hours, and it still wasn't fixed. They heard the roar of A.T. Rex from somewhere in the distance. Is it nearby? Lex asked. No, Grand Triplaive. We're not in the same area as it. They quietly walked down the overgrown embankment towards the concrete building. In the dark, the house looked like a bunker, appearing eerie and frightening. What is this place? Lex asked. It's safe here, Grant said, secretly hoping it really was safe. The entrance was wide enough for a truck to pass through, with heavy wooden bars at the entrance. They could see that the interior of the building was a large shed, filled with equipment, with stacks of fresh grass and bales of hay piled between the equipment. A heavy padlock hung on the gate. Grant carefully inspected the padlock, but Lex had already squeezed through between the wooden bars. All right, come on, you two. Tim followed her through. I think you can make it, Dr. Grant. Tim was right. Although the gap was small, Grant was still able to turn sideways and enter the shed between the 2 wooden bars. As soon as he got inside, he felt a wave of mild fatigue wash over him. I wonder if there's any food. Lex said, only hay. Grant opened a package of hay and spread it on the ground. The hay in the middle felt warm. They lay down, feeling the warmth of the hay. Lex curled up next to him and closed her eyes. Tim wrapped his arms around his sister. He heard the distant roar of a sauropod, but neither of the kids made a sound. They almost immediately fell asleep. Grant raised his arm to check his watch, but it was too dark to see. He felt the body heat coming from the kids. Grant closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Control Mardu and Janlo walked into the control room, only to hear Eno clapping his hands and saying, Finally found you, you little pest. What did you say? Janlo asked. Eno pointed at the computer screen. It's this, Eno said happily. What is it? Janlo stared at the screen, confused. I finally found the command to restore the original code. There, S.A. Feeney. OB command that can reset the connection parameters, allowing the fence and power to reset. That's great, Mardu said. But this command will also have other consequences, Eno continued. It will delete the code lines that can trace and query it, completely destroy all traces of its existence. Very cunning. Janlo shook his head. I don't know much about computers. But at least he knows what it means for a high-tech company to revert to the original code. It means there are huge problems. Come, take a look at this. Ano said as he typed the command. FN0BJ. The screen flickered, and the program above changed immediately. Marduk pointed out the window. Look, the huge quartz lights outside lit up all over the park. They walked to the window and looked out. Awesome, Ano said. Jianluo asked. Does this mean the power to the fences has been restored? No doubt about it, Ano said. It takes a few seconds for the entire power supply to come back on because the fences in the park are 50 miles long, and the generator has to recharge the capacitors along the way. But in just half a minute, everything can return to normal operation. Ano pointed to the park map, which was vertically suspended and covered with transparent glass. On the park map, bright red lines twisted and turned from the power positions, leading to every part of the park, indicating that the current was flowing to the fences everywhere. What about the motion sensors? Jianluo asked. The sensors too? Yes, the computer's count takes a few minutes. But everything is operational now, Ano said. Before 9:30, that damn thing will be back to normal and start working again. Grant opened his eyes, and bright blue light streamed through the wooden fence of the gate. It was the quartz light. The power is back. He sleepily glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was exactly 9:30. He had only been asleep for a few minutes. He thought he could sleep a few more minutes, then return to the clearing, stand in front of the motion sensor, wave his hand, and send out the signal. The control room people would see them, and they would send a vehicle to pick him and the two kids up. He would tell Ano to call back the supply ship. Then they could return to the resort and sleep comfortably in their own beds for the night. He had to act immediately as planned. In a few minutes, he would get up. He yawned and closed his eyes again. Good. Ano was still in the control room, staring at the bright park map, and there were only 3 outages in the entire park, much better than I had expected. Outages? Jianluo asked. If the current in a fence in a certain area shorts out, it will automatically cut off the power. He explained. You can see there's a major outage near the main road in Zone 12. That's where the T-Rex knocked down the fence, Marduk said. That's right. Another one is here in Zone 11, not far from the sauropod feeding building. Why would that place lose power? Jianluo asked. Who knows? Ano said. Maybe because of the storm or a branch got blown down by the wind. We can check on the monitor. The third one is over there by the Jungle River. I don't know what's going on there. Jianluo watched as the park map became more complex, filled with green dots and numbers. What do these mean? They indicate animals. The motion sensors are working too. The computer is beginning to analyze the locations of all the animals in the park. Of course, it also includes everyone who has entered. Jianluo stared at the park map and said, You mean Grant and the kids? Yes, we have reset the query number above 400. So as long as they're moving around, Ano said, the motion sensors will display them as additional movements. He stared at the park map and said, But I still don't see any extra animal signals. Why is it taking so long? Jianluo asked. You have to understand, Mr. Jianluo, Ano said. There are always many extra motion signals over there, like branches swaying in the wind, birds flying in the air, and so on. The computer has to eliminate all the background movements first. This might take a while, all right. Counting is done. Jianluo asked, You didn't see the kids? Ano shifted in his chair and looked at the map again. No, he said. At this moment, there are no extra signals appearing on the map. Everything there's still being counted as dinosaurs. They might be staying in the trees or in some other place we can't see. We don't need to worry. Some animals, like that big T-Rex, haven't shown up yet. This might be because it's sleeping somewhere and hasn't moved. Grant and the others might be sleeping too. We just don't know. Marduk shook his head. We better make the most of our time, he said. We need to fix the fences and get the animals back to their enclosures. From that computer, we can see that 5 dinosaurs need to be herded back to their enclosures. I'll take the logistics team over there now. Ano turned to Jianluo and said, You might want to check on how Dr. Malcolm is doing now. Tell Dr. Harding that Marduk will need his help to herd the dinosaurs back to the enclosures in an hour. I'll inform Mr. Hammond that we will begin the final adjustments immediately. Jianluo walked through the iron gate and entered the front door of the resort. He saw Ellie Sattler coming from the other end of the hallway, holding a towel and a basin of steaming water. There's a kitchen over there, she said. We are boiling water and sterilizing bandages. How is he? Jianluo asked. Doing very well, she replied. Jianluo followed Ellie to Malcolm's room and heard laughter coming from inside, which surprised him. The mathematician was lying on his back in bed, and Harding was adjusting the 4-line. Then another person said, I'll tell you honestly, Bill, I don't like this. I think I'll stick with toilet paper. Harding laughed heartily. Not bad at all, right? Malcolm said with a smile, Ah, Mr. Jianluo, you came to see me. Now you understand what it's like to get a human leg back in this situation, don't you? Jinluo hesitated slightly as he entered the room. Harding said, he used a lot of morphine. I can tell you it's not enough. Malcolm said, God, he is reluctant to use the medication. Have they found anyone else? No, not yet, Jinluo replied, but I'm glad to see you recovering so quickly. What else could it be? Malcolm said, my leg is a compound fracture. The flesh may be rotting, starting to emit quite a foul odor. But I always say, if you can't maintain a little sense of humor, Jinluo smiled and asked, do you remember what happened? Of course I remember, Malcolm said. Do you think you would forget after being bitten by a T-Rex? Absolutely not. I tell you, you will never forget it for the rest of your life. As for me, maybe I won't remember for long. But yes, I still remember quite clearly. Malcolm recounted how he had run out of the Jeep in the rain, and how the T-Rex had chased him relentlessly. That was my own fault. It was too close to me, but I was scared out of my wits. Anyway, it picked me up with its mouth. How did it pick you up? Jinluo asked. It bit down on my body, Malcolm said as he lifted his shirt. A row of bruised bite marks formed a large semicircle extending from his shoulder to his navel. It bit me, lifted me up, shook my body violently, and then threw me to the ground. I was lucky. Of course, I was knocked out from the fright, but I was fine until it threw me to the ground. That throw broke my leg. The bite was not as severe as the fall. He took a breath and thought about it. Harding said, most large carnivores don't have very powerful jaws. Their real strength lies in their neck muscles. Their jaws just hold on, but they use their neck to twist and tear. However, when they encounter a smaller animal like Dr. Malcolm, the T-Rex just needs to shake him and toss him to the ground. That's probably true, Malcolm said. If that massive creature hadn't been completely distracted, I doubt I would have survived. To be honest, it felt quite clumsy to me. Like something smaller than a car or a small apartment. Are you saying it wasn't fully focused when it attacked you? I don't like saying that, Malcolm replied, but I did feel its attention wasn't entirely on me. Of course, my attention was fully on it, but it weighs 8 tons, and I don't weigh that much. Jinluo turned to Harding and said, they're going to repair the fence now. Ano said, Marduk needs your help to herd the animals back to their enclosure. Okay, Harding agreed. As long as you let Dr. Ellie stay with me and have enough morphine. Malcolm said, as long as we don't have a Malcolm effect here. What is the Malcolm effect? Jinluo asked. The virtue of humility, Malcolm said, prevents me from explaining in detail a phenomenon named after me. He sighed again and closed his eyes. Soon, he fell asleep. Ellie walked out to the corridor with Jinluo. Don't listen to his nonsense, she said. He's overly tense. When is the helicopter coming? Helicopter? His leg needs surgery. You need to contact them to send a helicopter to get him off this island. The park's portable generator clicked and then roared to life. The quartz floodlight at the end of the retractable pole flashed bright light. Marduk heard the gentle flow of the river in the jungle not far to the north, and he turned back to the maintenance vehicle, seeing a worker come out with a large power saw. No, he said, just the rope, Carlos. We don't need to saw the fence. He turned back to look at the fence. At first, they had a hard time finding the shorted section because they couldn't see clearly. A small primitive fruit tree was leaning against the fence. It was one of several primitive fruit trees in the plantation. These trees were lush, planted to obscure the fence. This tree had been specifically secured with wire and metal fasteners. But the wire broke in the storm, and the metal fastener happened to hit the fence, shorting the fence's current. Of course, this shouldn't have happened. Near the fence, park staff should have used insulated wires and ceramic fasteners. But this still occurred. Anyway, the work wasn't difficult. They just needed to drag the tree away from the fence, remove the metal fasteners, and leave a marker for the gardener to clean up in the morning. This would take at most 20 minutes, which was good because Marduk knew that the Spinosaurus always liked to stay near the jungle river. Even if there was a fence separating the workers from the river, the Spinosaurus could still spray its blinding venom over the fence. A worker named Ramon walked over. Mr. Marduk, he said, did you just see a light? What light? Ramon pointed to the east of the jungle and said, I saw it when I came out of the vehicle. Right there, it was a faint light. Did you see it? It looked like a car light, but it didn't move. Marduk squinted to take a closer look. It might just be a maintenance light. Anyway, there was power again. Let's deal with that later, he said. Now, let's move the tree away from the fence. Anna was in a great mood. The parks order was almost restored. Marduk was repairing the fence while Hammond and Harding went to supervise the animals being herded back to their designated places. Despite being tired, Ano felt good and even wanted to cheer up Jinluo, the lawyer. Malcolm effect? Ano asked. Are you worried about that? I'm just curious, Jinluo said. You mean you wanted to tell you why Ian Malcolm is wrong? Exactly. Ano lit a cigarette and said, it's a technical issue. I'm all ears. Well, Ano said, chaos theory describes nonlinear systems. It's become a widely used theory for studying everything from stock markets to heartbeat rhythms. It's a very popular theory. Applying it to any complex system with unpredictability is a common practice. Understand? Got it, Jian Luo replied. Ian Malcolm is a mathematician specializing in chaos theory. Quite interesting and charming, but what he does, apart from liking to wear black, is basically using computer simulations of complex systems. Hammond is keen on the latest scientific fads, so he asked Malcolm to simulate this system in Jurassic Park. Malcolm complied. Malcolm's models appear as phase space shapes on computer screens. Have you seen them? No, Jian Luo answered. Well, they look like a bizarrely twisted boat propeller. According to Malcolm, the behavior of any system follows the surface of this propeller-shaped object. Do you understand? Not really, Jian Luo said. Ano held his hand flat in the air. Let's put it this way. If I place a drop of water on my hand, that drop will slide off my hand's back. Maybe it will flow down my wrist. Maybe it will slide to my thumb. Or maybe it will roll off from between my fingers. I don't know exactly where it will slide to, but I know it will slide to some part of my hand's surface with no other choice. I understand that, Jian Luo said. The way chaos theory treats the entire system is like a drop rolling off the surface of a complex propeller. That drop will keep rolling down, maybe sliding outward to the side, with many different possibilities depending on the specific situation. But it always moves on the surface of the propeller-shaped object. Exactly. Malcolm's models often have a protrusion or steep slope, where the drop sliding is greatly accelerated. He humbly calls this accelerated sliding phenomenon the Malcolm effect. The entire system may suddenly collapse. That's what he said about Jurassic Park, claiming it has potential instability. Potential instability? Jian Luo asked. What was your reaction after seeing his report? We certainly disagreed and ignored his report, Ano said. Was that wise? That's self-evident, Ano said. After all, we're dealing with biological systems. It's life, not a computer model. Through the blinding quartz light, the green head of the baryonyx emerged from the chain, its tongue hanging out and eyes glazed over. Careful, careful, Hammond shouted loudly as the crane lifted. Harding muttered under his breath and gently slipped the leather collar around the dinosaur's neck again. He didn't want to obstruct the blood circulation in its carotid artery. The crane buzzed as it lifted the dinosaur high into the air and then unloaded it onto the waiting truck. This iguanodon was a small dinosaur, measuring 7 feet long and weighing about 500 pounds. It was deep green with brown spots. At that moment, it was breathing slowly, but it seemed to be fine. Hardin had just hit it with a tranquilizer gun. Clearly, the dose Hardin chose was just right. It was always nerve-wracking to anesthetize large animals. If too little was used, they would run away and collapse somewhere in the woods where you couldn't find them. If too much was used, their hearts would stop beating forever. This iguanodon simply jumped once and then fell to the ground, perfectly anesthetized. Watch out. Be careful, Hammond shouted at the workers. Mr. Hammond, please, Hardin said. Well, they should be careful. They are being careful, Hardin replied. He climbed to the back of the truck's cargo platform, where the iguanodon was being lowered. He fitted it with a control mask. Hardin placed a telemetry EKG collar around its neck to monitor its heart rate, then picked up a large electronic thermometer and inserted it into its rectum. The temperature was displayed, 96.2 degrees Fahrenheit. How is it? Hammond asked impatiently. It's fine, Hardin replied. Its temperature has only dropped 1.5 degrees. That's too much, Hammond said. It's too deeply anesthetized. You wouldn't want to wake up and jump off the truck right now, would you? Hardin retorted. Before coming to the park, Hardin had been the chief veterinarian at the San Diego Zoo and a prominent expert in global bird conservation. He had traveled the world, discussing foreign bird conservation issues with animal experts from Europe, India, Japan, and other countries. When this eccentric little man appeared before him, offering him a position at a private amusement park, he was not interested at all. However, when he learned what Hammond was doing, he found it hard to resist. Hardin had a natural academic inclination, and the possibility of writing the first veterinary textbook on dinosaur diseases was an irresistible attraction. In the late 20th century, veterinary medicine advanced technologically, with top-tier zoos establishing veterinary clinics that were almost indistinguishable from hospitals. However, new textbooks were merely revisions of old ones. As a world-class veterinarian, Hardin had no field left to conquer, but being the first person to care for a brand new species of animal was indeed extraordinary. Hardin had never regretted his choice. He had gained a wealth of specialized knowledge about these animals. Now, he didn't want Hammond directing him. The iguanodon snorted through its nostrils and twitched its body. Its breathing remained slow, and its visual responses had not yet returned. However, it was time to drive. Get in the car, Hardin shouted. Let's take this lady back to her enclosure. Biological systems, Igo said, are different from mechanical systems. Biological systems are never in a state of equilibrium. Their nature is inherently unstable. They may appear stable on the surface, but that's not the case. Everything is in constant motion and change. In a sense, everything is on the brink of collapse. Ian frowned, but many things are constant. Body temperature is constant. Body temperature is always changing, Igo said, always changing. It changes in a 24-hour cycle, lowest in the morning, highest in the afternoon. It varies with emotions, physical condition, exercise, external temperature, and the food consumed. It fluctuates continuously. Even a light laugh can show up on the temperature curve. At any given moment, there are factors that raise body temperature and others that lower it. Body temperature is inherently unstable, and all other aspects of biological systems are just like body temperature. Are you saying Malcolm is just another theorist? Igo said, yes, always in the office. When we created an ideal missile, we encountered something called resonantia. Resonantia means that if a missile is even slightly off when it leaves the launch pad, it will inevitably lose control and cannot be recovered. That's a characteristic of mechanical systems. Insignificant instability can escalate until the entire system is destroyed. However, the same insignificance of instability is essential for biological systems. This means the system's responses are moderate and healthy, but Malcolm never understands this. Are you sure he doesn't understand? He seems quite clear about the difference between biological and non-biological. Watch out, Igo said, the evidence is right here. He pointed to the computer screen. In less than an hour, the park will be back to normal. The only thing I need to figure out is the phone. For some reason, the phone still isn't working, which shouldn't be the case. But everything else is functioning, that's a fact. The needle plunged deep into the dinosaur's neck. The anesthetized female Stegosaurus lay on its side on the ground. Hardin injected the solution into its body. The dinosaur immediately began to wake up, snorting and kicking its powerful hind legs. Everyone get back, Hardin said as he quickly retreated. Get away. The dinosaur staggered to its feet, standing there like it was drunk. It swayed its lizard-like head, looking at the people retreating under the quartz lights, blinking its eyes. It's a bit lethargic, Hammond said worriedly. Temporarily, Hardin said. It'll be fine in a bit. The dinosaur coughed and slowly made its way across the clearing, moving to a spot where the light couldn't reach. Why isn't it active? It will be, Hardin said. It will take about an hour for it to fully recover. It's fine. He turned and walked toward the truck. All right, let's go get another dinosaur. Malcolm watched as the last stake was driven into the ground. The rope tightened, and the primitive fruit tree was moved away from the fence. Malcolm saw charred spots appear on the short-circuit section of the silver fence, and several ceramic insulators underneath the fence were broken and needed to be replaced. However, to do this, Igo had to first cut the power to all the fences. In the control room, this is Malcolm. We are ready to start repairs. Okay, Igo replied. Now turn off your section. Malcolm glanced at his watch. In the distance, the gentle sounds of animals could be heard, which sounded like an owl, but he knew it was a double-crested dinosaur. He walked over to Ramon and said, let's hurry up and get this done. I want to work on the other fences. An hour passed, and Ian stared intently at the glowing park map in the control room, the lights and numbers flickering and changing. What's going on now? Igo was busy at the console. I'm trying to get the phone working again. That way we can call someone to come help Malcolm. Not that. I mean over at the park. Igo looked up at the control panel and said, it seems they've almost settled those animals, and the 2 sections of the fence have been repaired. I told you, the park has regained control, and there hasn't been a tragic outcome like the Malcolm effect. In fact, only the fence in Zone 3. Igo, this is Marduk's voice. What's going on? Did you see that damn fence? Wait a minute. Jamro saw on one of the monitors a low view of the grass swaying in the wind, with a low concrete roof in the distance. That's the sauropod feeding barn. Ano explained, a storage room we use for equipment, storing feed, and so on. There are buildings like this all over the park. Each paddock has one. The image on the monitor is moving. We're now switching the camera to look at the fence. Janro saw a metal mesh wall glinting in the lights. One side flattened by being trampled. Marduk's jeep and staff were right there. Hey, Ano said, it looks like the T-Rex has entered the sauropod paddock. Marduk said, it can have a feast tonight. We need to find a way to get it out of there, Ano said. What are we going to use? Marduk asked. We have nothing to subdue a T-Rex. I will repair the fence, but we have to wait until tomorrow morning to go in. Hammond won't be happy about that. We'll discuss this when I get back, Marduk said. How many sauropods will that T-Rex kill? Hammond said as he paced back and forth in the control room. Maybe just one, Harding said. The sauropods are large. One kill is enough for the T-Rex to eat for several days. We have to go out tonight and catch it. Hammond said, Marduk shook his head and said, I'm not going. Let's wait until tomorrow morning. Hammond kept rising on his toes. He always did this when he was angry. Have you forgotten that you work for me? No, Mr. Hammond, I haven't forgotten. But there's an adult T-Rex over there. How do you plan to catch it? We have tranquilizer guns. We only have a tranquilizer gun with a 20cc dart. It's effective for animals weighing 400 to 500 pounds. But that T-Rex weighs 8 tons. It wouldn't feel that little bit of tranquilizer. But you ordered a large number of tranquilizer guns. I requested 3 high-dose guns, Mr. Hammond. But you reduced the number, and as a result, we only have one, and that one is currently missing. Ridley took it when he left. This is ridiculous. Who allowed him to do that? Ridley has nothing to do with me, Mr. Hammond, Marduk said. Are you saying, Hammond asked, that in this situation, there is absolutely no way to subdue the T-Rex? That's exactly what I'm saying, Marduk replied. This is absurd, ridiculous, Hammond said. It's your park, Mr. Hammond. You wouldn't want anyone to harm your precious dinosaurs. Now, one of your T-Rexes has entered the sauropod territory, and you are powerless to do anything about it. He left the control room. Wait a minute. Hammond hurriedly followed him out. Janro stared at the monitor, hearing the shouting and arguing in the hallway outside. He said to Ano, I don't think you have control of the park. Don't be ridiculous. Ano lit another cigarette. We are the masters of this park. A few hours later, dawn broke. A loud creaking noise woke Grant from his sleep, followed by the rumbling of machinery. He opened his eyes to see a large bundle of hay moving up the conveyor belt towards the roof, then another 2 large bundles. Afterward, the rumbling stopped abruptly, just as it had started. The concrete building fell silent again. Grant yawned, stretching sleepily, grimacing in pain, then sat up. Pale yellow light streamed in through the side window. It was morning now. He had slept all night. He looked at his watch. It was already 5 a.m. There were almost 6 hours left before the boat would be called back. He groaned and lay back down, feeling a throbbing pain in his head and aching all over, as if he had been beaten. He heard a rustling noise from around the corner, like a rusty vehicle, followed by Lex's giggles. Grant slowly stood up, looking around the building. It was now bright outside. He realized this was a feeding barn, filled with hay, feed, and equipment. There was a gray metal box on the wall and a sign printed with a template that read Sauropod Feeding Barn 04. Just as he had expected. This must be the sauropod paddock. He opened the metal box to find a telephone, but when he picked up the receiver, all he heard was static. Clearly, the phone system was still down. Stop chewing your food. Lex said, Don't be so greedy, Ralph. Grant turned the corner and saw Lex standing by the railing, feeding a large animal outside. The animal looked like a pink giant pig, and the creaking noise he had heard earlier was coming from it. In fact, it was a small triceratops about the size of a horse. It had no horns yet, just a large bony frill behind its gentle big eyes. It reached its mouth through the gaps in the railing, and as Lex handed it more hay, its 2 eyes looked at her. That's right, Lex said. There's plenty of hay. Take your time. She gently patted the small triceratops on the head twice. You love hay, don't you, Ralph? Lex turned around and saw Grant. This is Ralph, Lex said. He's my friend and loves to eat hay. Grant stepped closer, furrowing his brow and then stopping. You seem uncomfortable, Lex said. I do feel quite uncomfortable. Tim does too. His nose is all swollen. Where's Tim? He's peeing. She said, Would you help me feed Ralph? The small triceratops looked at Grant, hay spilling out from the sides of its mouth as it chewed, dropping bits of grass with every bite. It's messy when it eats, Lex said, and it's really hungry. After finishing its food, the small triceratops licked its lips and opened its mouth for more. Grant saw its long, sharp teeth and parrot-like beak. Okay, wait a minute. Lex picked up some hay from the concrete floor. Seriously, Ralph, she said. Your mom must have never fed you. Why is it called Ralph? Because it looks like Ralph from our school. Grant walked over and gently stroked the skin on its neck. It's okay, you can pet it, Lex said. He likes people to pet him, right, Ralph? Its skin was dry and smooth, with patterns like a football. As Grant touched it, it let out a gentle sound. Outside the railing, its thick tail wagged joyfully. It was quite docile. Ralph looked at Lex while eating and then at Grant, showing no signs of fear. This made Grant think. The reaction of dinosaurs to humans must be different from that of ordinary animals. Perhaps I could ride on its back. Lex said, Don't ride it. I'm sure it will let me ride it. Lex said riding on the back of a dinosaur must be quite fun. Grant's gaze crossed over the dinosaur at the railing and looked out towards the open area where the sauropods were. The sky was getting brighter. Grant thought they should go outside to the open space to activate the sensors above. After all, it would take about an hour for the people in the control room to reach him. He felt quite displeased at the thought that the phone still couldn't be used. He heard a deep snorting sound, like that of a large horse. Suddenly, the triceratops became restless, trying hard to pull its head back from the railing. but its large neck was stuck in the middle of the railing, and it began to call out in panic. The snorting sound came again, this time much closer. Ralph's front legs were off the ground, frantically trying to escape from the railing. Its head was thrusting forward and pulling back, rubbing against the railing. "Don't rush, Ralph," Lex said. "Push it out," Grant said. He reached out to hold the little Triceratops's head, bracing his body against it while pulling it back at an angle. The large neck shield finally slipped free from the railing, and the little Triceratops lost its balance, falling sideways outside the railing. Then they saw something blocking the sunlight on it. A giant foot, thicker than a tree trunk, appeared before them, with 5 curved toes like an elephant's. Ralph lifted its head and called out. Another head lowered from above, appearing in front of it. That head was 6 feet long and had 3 long white horns, 2 above a pair of brown eyes, and 1 smaller horn at the tip of its nose. This was an adult Triceratops. The massive creature stared at Lex and Grant, slowly blinking its eyes, then shifted its gaze to Ralph. It extended its tongue and licked the little Triceratops. The little one happily rubbed against its mother's thigh, occasionally making squeaking sounds of joy. "Is that its mom?" Lex asked. "Looks like it," Grant replied. "Do we need to feed the mom too?" The large Triceratops had already started gently pushing Ralph with its mouth and nose, moving it away from the railing. It seemed there was no need to feed it. The little Triceratops turned and walked away from the railing. The mother and child walked together towards the open space, the mother occasionally nudging her child to guide it. "Goodbye, Ralph," Lex waved. Tim walked out from behind the building. "Listen to me," Grant said. "I'm going up the hill to activate the sensors to let them know we're here, so they can come and get us. You all have to stay here and wait." "No way," Lex disagreed. "Why? Stay here. It's safe. Don't leave us," she said, "right?" "Tim?" "Yeah," Tim replied. "Okay then," Grant said. They crawled out from between the railings and went outside. The sky was about to brighten. The air was warm and humid. The sky showed a faint purplish-red hue. White mist swirled around the ground. They saw the Triceratops' mother and Ralph not far from them, munching on the leaves of a tree by the lake while walking towards a large group of hadrosaurs. Some hadrosaurs stood in knee-deep water. They lowered their flat heads to drink from the calm lake, their reflections clearly visible in the water. After a while, they raised their heads and looked around. A small hadrosaur by the lake tried to stretch out its foot, squeaking, then hurriedly pulled it back. A nearby large hadrosaur looked at it encouragingly. Further south, some hadrosaurs were eating the low shrubs, sometimes standing on their hind legs, resting their front legs on tree trunks to reach the leaves on higher branches. From above the treetops, a gigantic Brachiosaurus stood there, its body taller than the treetops, its small head turning atop its long neck. It was truly a harmonious and peaceful scene. Grant could hardly imagine any danger here. "Ouch!" Lex exclaimed, quickly ducking her head. 2 enormous red dragonflies buzzed past them, each wing measuring a full 3 feet long. "What are those?" "Dragonflies," he said. "The Jurassic was a time of giant insects." "Do they bite?" Lex asked. "I don't think so," Grant replied. Tim reached out, and a red dragonfly landed on his hand. He could feel the heavy weight of the giant insect. "It'll bite you," Lex warned Tim. But the dragonfly just slowly flapped its pink-patterned transparent wings a few times. Then, when Tim moved his arm, it flew away. "Which way do we go?" Lex asked. "That way." They began to cross the open space, arriving at a small black box set on a heavy metal tripod. This was a motion sensor. Grant stopped, waving his hands in front of the box, but there was no response. Since the phone was still out of order, the sensor might not be functioning properly either. "Let's find another sensor to try," he said, pointing to the other side of the open area. At that moment, they heard the roar of a large animal in the distance. "Damn it," Arnold said. "I can't find it." He took a sip of coffee, staring intently at the display screen. He had turned off all the video monitors and was searching the computer code in the control room. He felt exhausted, having worked for 12 hours straight. He turned to face Dr. Wu, who had just come out of the lab. "Find anything?" "The phone still doesn't work. I can't get it back to normal. I think Rydell must have tampered with the phone." Wu picked up the receiver and heard a hissing sound inside. It seemed to be the sound of modem. "So, the phone lines are disrupted?" "Yes, that's probably the case. Rydell is quite something. He inserted a lockout device into the code. But I can't find it now because I erased part of the program when I issued the restore command. However, it's clear that the command to shut down the phone is still in the computer's memory." Wu shrugged. "So what? It just needs to be rebooted. Shut down the system, and then you can clear the memory." "I've never done that before," Arnold said. "I don't want to. Maybe after rebooting, all the systems will return to normal. But maybe they won't. I'm not a computer expert, and neither are you, at least not a real one. Without the phone lines, we can't contact anyone. If the command is in random access memory, it won't appear in the code. You could do a ram clear while searching, but you don't know what you're searching for. So I think you have to reboot. Janice rushed in, shouting, "Our phone still isn't working. I'm trying to solve the problem. You've been trying to solve it since midnight. Malcolm's condition has worsened. He needs treatment. So, I have to shut it down temporarily," Arnold said. "I can't be sure everything will return to normal." "Listen," Janice said. "There's a patient in the hotel over there who needs a doctor, or he'll definitely die. We can only call a doctor through the phone. Maybe 4 people have already died. You should turn off the computer right now and get the phone connected." Ano hesitated. "What's wrong?" Jan asked. "Well, the security system doesn't allow the computer to be turned off and then shut down that damn security system. Do you understand? If help isn't received, he will die." "All right," Ano said. He stood up, walked to the main board, opened several small doors on it, removed the metal cover from the security switch, and turned off the security switches one by one. "This is what you wanted to do," Ano said. "You got your wish now." He suddenly flipped the master switch. The control room was pitch black. All the monitor screens went dark. The two of them stood in the darkness. "How long do we have to wait?" Jan asked. 30 seconds, Ano said. "Ugh." As they crossed the open space, Lex let out a breath. "What's wrong?" Grant asked. "What does that smell?" Lex said. "It stinks like rotten garbage." Grant hesitated. He gazed into the woods across the open space, looking for any movement, but he saw nothing, not even a breeze. The leaves were completely still. Everything felt so quiet in the morning. "I think it's your imagination," he said. No, suddenly he heard animal calls, coming from a group of hadrosaurs behind them. At first, only one was calling, then a second, a third, and finally, the whole group of hadrosaurs began to call out loudly. They seemed restless, twisting their bodies, hurriedly coming out of the lake, forming a circle to protect their young in the middle. They must have smelled that stench, Grant thought. With a roar, a T-Rex suddenly burst from the woods by the lake, charging across the open space like a bolt of lightning. It ignored Grant and the others, heading straight for the group of hadrosaurs. "I told you so," Lex screamed, but no one believed me. In the distance, the hadrosaurs began to scatter in panic. Grant felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. "Run, kids." He grabbed Lex and lifted her up, quickly running across the grass with him. He saw the T-Rex reach the lake's edge, crashing through the hadrosaurs. The hadrosaurs swung their large tails to fend off the T-Rex's charge, loudly calling out. He heard the rustling of leaves, and when he looked back again, he saw the hadrosaurs desperately running in all directions. In the pitch-black control room, Ano looked at his watch. 30 seconds. The memory should have been cleared by now. He pushed the master power switch up. Nothing happened. Ano's breathing became rapid. He flipped the switch down, then pushed it up again, but still nothing happened. He felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "What's going on?" Jan asked. "Damn it," Ano said. Then he remembered that to reconnect the power, he first had to turn on the security switches. He flipped all 3 security switches back on, then covered them with the spring lock cover. He held his breath and turned the power switch back on. The lights in the room came on. The computer began to hum to life. The display screens emitted soft sounds. "Thank God," Ano said. He hurried to the main monitor, and rows of symbols appeared on the screen. Jan reached for the receiver, but there was no sound, not even the hissing of static, just silence. "What's going on?" "Wait a minute," Ano said. "After a reboot, all modules have to be started manually." Saying this, he quickly turned around and got busy. "Why do they have to be started manually?" Jan asked. "For heaven's sake, can you let me concentrate on my work?" Ano said. "This system was designed to never be turned off. So, once it really is turned off, it thinks there's a malfunction somewhere. And it requires you to manually start all modules. Otherwise, if there's a short circuit somewhere, the system will trigger, short circuit, trigger again, short circuit, and so on in an endless vicious cycle." "All right," Ano said. "It's ready." Jan picked up the receiver and started dialing, but suddenly he stopped. "Oh my God, look at that," he said, pointing at one of the display screens. But Ano wasn't listening to him. He was staring at the park map. There, a cluster of small black dots along the lakeshore was moving in the same direction at incredible speed, like a whirlwind. "What is happening?" Jan asked. "It's the hadrosaurs," Ano said in a calm tone. They had been frightened away. The hadrosaurs were calling loudly, charging forward at an astonishing speed. Their massive bodies were tightly packed together. The little hadrosaurs screamed to avoid being trampled, and the stampede kicked up a cloud of dust. Grant could not see the T-Rex. The hadrosaurs were charging straight towards them. Grant was still holding Lex, and together with Tim, they ran towards a rocky area where there were tall, lush coniferous trees. They ran desperately, feeling the ground tremble beneath their feet. The sound of dinosaurs grew closer, deafening, like the roar of jet engines at an airport. The noise echoed in the sky, almost tearing their eardrums apart. Lex was shouting, but he couldn't hear what she was saying. Just as they climbed onto the rocks, the herd of animals reached them. Grant saw several dinosaurs rush past them, each weighing 5 tons, but he only saw their massive legs. Then dust swirled, immediately enveloping the dinosaurs, and Grant saw nothing. He only felt their enormous bodies, thick limbs, and the sounds of their painful cries. One hadrosaur collided with a large boulder and flipped over onto the opposite field. Thick dust made it almost impossible to see what was happening on the other side of the rocks. They pressed tightly against the stone, listening to the angry screams of the hadrosaurs and the terrifying roars of the T-Rex. Lex's fingers dug into Grant's shoulder. Another hadrosaur's thick tail struck the rocks hard, splattering blood everywhere. As the sounds of the struggle moved to the left, Grant pushed the 2 kids to climb up the largest tree. They quickly climbed up the branches, surrounded by swirling dust, as the dinosaurs panicked and ran around. When they reached 20 feet high, Lex grabbed Grant and refused to climb any higher. Tim also felt extremely tired. Grant thought they had climbed high enough. Through the dust, they could see the wide backs of the dinosaurs below, turning in circles and roaring. Grant leaned against the rough trunk, coughing. He closed his eyes and waited. Ano adjusted the camera to follow the movement of the dinosaurs. The dust slowly cleared. He saw the hadrosaurs scattering, and the T-Rex had also stopped chasing, which could only mean it had caught a prey, and now the T-Rex was by the lake. Ano looked at the video monitor and said, "It's best to send Maldonado there to see how bad things are. I'll go find him," Jan said as he left the control room. In the park, a faint crackling sound, like the explosion of flames in a fireplace. Something warm and wet brushed against Grant's ankle, making him feel itchy. He opened his eyes and saw a huge light brown head. This head gradually tapered to a flat, duck-like beak at the bottom, with bulging eyes above the flat beak, gentle and kind of like a cow's eyes. The duck-billed dinosaur was chewing on a branch from the large tree trunk where Grant was sitting. He noticed that it had broad, flat teeth in its mouth. As it chewed on the branch, its warm lips brushed against his ankle once again. A duck-billed dinosaur. He was shocked to see it so close to him. It wasn't out of fear. All duck-billed dinosaurs were herbivores, and this one was behaving just like a cow. Although its body was massive, its demeanor was calm and peaceful. And Grant was not afraid. He sat still in his original position, carefully watching it eat leaves. Grant felt shocked because he had a sense of ownership over this animal. It might be a Maiasaura, living in the Cretaceous period of Montana. Grant had collaborated with John Horner in the first description of this animal. The name Maiasaura means good mother lizard. People believe that Maiasaura carefully protected its eggs until the baby Maiasaura hatched and took care of them until they could fend for themselves. Grant heard a series of urgent chirps, and the big head immediately lowered. When he shifted slightly, he saw a small duck-billed dinosaur hopping around the feet of the big one. The baby duck-billed dinosaur was deep brown with black spots. The big duck-billed dinosaur had its head lowered to the ground, standing still while the baby stood on its hind legs, resting its front legs on its mother's chin, eating branches that extended from the sides of its mother's mouth. The duck-billed dinosaur mother patiently waited for her child to finish eating, then put her front legs back on the ground, and surprisingly, her big head stretched up towards the place where Grant was sitting. The duck-billed dinosaur continued to eat branches, just a few feet away from Grant. Grant observed the elongated nostrils above its flat mouth. Clearly, the duck-billed dinosaur could not smell Grant, even though its left eye was facing him. Somehow, these 2 duck-billed dinosaurs did not react to him. He remembered that the Tyrannosaurus Rex had not seen him last night either. Grant decided to conduct an experiment. He cleared his throat. Immediately, the duck-billed dinosaur froze. Its big head suddenly stopped moving, and its jaws ceased to chew. Only its eyes moved, searching for the source of the sound. After a moment, it seemed to detect no danger and resumed chewing. How fascinating, Grant thought. Lex, who had been sitting in his lap, opened her eyes and asked, "Hi, what is that?" The duck-billed dinosaur panicked and let out a loud roar, startling Lex so much that she almost fell from the tree. The duck-billed dinosaur's head pulled away from the branch and roared again. "Don't provoke it," Tim said from the branch above. As the big duck-billed dinosaur walked away from the tree, the little duck-billed dinosaur chirped, circling around its mother's legs. The big duck-billed dinosaur tilted its head, curiously examining the branch where Grant and Lex were sitting. Its upturned lips gave the duck-billed dinosaur a comical expression. "Is it frozen in fear?" Lex asked. "No," Grant said. "It's just a bit surprised." So, Lex asked again, "Will it let us down or what?" The duck-billed dinosaur had moved dozens of feet away from the tree they were hiding in when it roared again. Grant sensed it was trying to scare them away. However, the duck-billed dinosaur seemed genuinely confused about what to do, its behavior appearing anxious and restless. They waited quietly, and after a moment, the duck-billed dinosaur approached the branch again, moving its mouth, hoping to find something. Clearly, it was preparing to start eating again. Forget it, Lex said, I don't want to stay here. She began to climb down the branch. Her movement startled the duck-billed dinosaur once more. Grant was surprised. He thought, as long as we don't move, it won't see us. And after a while, it will forget we exist. This was just like the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was a typical example of amphibian visual cortex. Studies on amphibians have shown that they can only see moving objects like insects. If something is still, they cannot see it at all. The duck-billed dinosaur seemed to be the same. In any case, the Maiasaura was now highly agitated to see these creatures climbing down the tree. It finally let out a loud call and gently nudged its baby to walk away. It paused for a moment, looked back at them, and then continued on. They reached the ground. Lex shook off the dust from her clothes. Both children were covered in a fine layer of dust. The surrounding grass was flattened, with streaks of blood and a sour smell. Grant looked at his watch. We better leave here, kids, he said. I'm not going, Lex said. We have to go. Why? Because, Grant said, we need to tell them about the situation on the ship. Since they can't see us on the motion sensors, we have to make our way back ourselves. It's the only way. Why don't we use a raft? What raft? Tim pointed to the low feeding tower with railings, where they had spent the night, 20 yards away, having to cross the clearing. I saw a rubber raft over there, he said. Grant immediately understood the benefits of the raft. It was now 7 a.m., and they had at least 8 miles to travel. If they could take the raft down the waterway, they would travel much faster than on land. Let's use the rubber raft, Grant said. Eno pressed a button to activate the visual search device. He watched as the monitor began scanning the entire park, changing images every 2 seconds. Staring at the screen for so long was tiring, but it was the fastest way to find Rydell's Jeep. Maldo was very insistent on this. He had already driven with Jan to see the situation of the dinosaurs panicking and running around, but now that it was daytime, he hoped to locate the vehicle. He needed those weapons. His internal communication system crackled to life. Mr. Eno, I speak with you? It was Hammond's voice, sounding as if God was speaking, drifting from far away. Are you coming over, Mr. Hammond? No, Mr. Eno, Hammond said, you come to me. Dr. Wu and I are in the genetics lab, waiting for you. Eno took a breath and walked away from the screen. Grant stumbled through the dark corners of the building. There were 5-gallon containers of rust remover, tree trimming equipment, spare tires for the Jeep, anti-tornado fence rope loops, hundreds of pounds of fertilizer bags, piles of brown ceramic insulators, air oil tanks, work lights, and cables. As he struggled to navigate through the clutter, I don't see the raft. Keep looking. A bag of cement, a section of copper pipe, green metal mesh, and 2 plastic paddles hung in the spring clips on the cement wall. Okay, he said, but where is the raft? It must be somewhere here, Tim said. You didn't see the raft just now, did you? No, I just guessed the raft would be here. Grant rummaged through the clutter, but found no raft. However, he did discover a set of blueprints. These plans were rolled up and stuffed in a metal cabinet in the wall, showing signs of dampness and mold. He spread the map on the floor and shook off a large spider from it. He stared at it for a while. I'm hungry. Wait a second. This is a detailed topographic map of the main area on the island. They're in this area. From the map, the large lake narrows down gradually, leading to the river they had seen earlier, which winds northward, passing through the birdhouse, and continues flowing, coming within less than a mile of the resort. He flipped the map over again. How can they get to the lake? According to the map, there should be a door behind the house they are in. Grant looked up and saw a door set in a concrete wall. The door was wide enough for a small car to pass through. He opened the door and saw a small gravel path leading down to the lakeshore. The path was below the ground level, so it couldn't be seen from above. It must be a service road. It led to a dock by the lake. A sign clearly hung on the dock, indicating the location of the raft storage. Hey, Tim said, look at this. He handed a metal box to Grant. Grant opened the box and found a compressed air gun and a cloth strip wrapped around some tranquilizer darts. There were 6 darts in total, each the thickness of his finger. Mark Marolo, 709. Well done, Tim. He slung the cloth strip over his shoulder and tucked the air gun into his waistband. Is this for tranquilizing? I think so. What about the raft? Lex asked. I think it's at the dock, Grant said. They walked together along the gravel path, with Grant carrying the paddles on his shoulder. I hope it's a big raft, Lex said, because I can't swim. Don't worry, Grant said. Maybe we can catch some fish. Lex said. They walked along the path, the sloping banks rising gradually on both sides. They heard a heavy and rhythmic breathing sound, but Grant couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Are you sure there's a raft there? Lex asked. Maybe, Grant replied. They continued forward, and the breathing sound grew louder. However, they also heard a continuous and noisy buzzing sound. When they reached the end of the path, arriving at the small concrete dock. Grant was stunned. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was right there. It sat upright in the shade, its front legs stretched out in front of it, eyes wide open, its body completely still, only its head gently bobbing up and down with each breath. The buzzing sound came from a large swarm of flies crawling all over its face, its open mouth, and its bloody teeth. Next to the T, Rex lay a dead hadrosaur, its blood-red sides and legs covered in flies. The T, Rex was only 20 yards away from them. Grant guessed it must have seen them, but the massive creature showed no reaction, just sitting there. After a moment, he realized that the T, Rex was sleeping. It was sitting there, but it was asleep. Grant signaled for Tim and Lex to stay where they were and slowly moved toward the dock, now fully exposed to the T-Rex's line of sight. The T-Rex continued to sleep, softly snoring. There was a small green-painted shed on the dock, blending in with the foliage. Grant gently pushed the door open and looked inside. He saw 6 or 7 orange life jackets hanging on the wall, several rolls of fencing wire, some bundles of rope, and 2 large pieces of rubber. The rubber pieces were tightly bound together with flat rubber straps. It's the raft. He turned back to look at Lex. Her mouth moved, indicating she was asking, "No boat?" He nodded, indicating, "There is one." The T-Rex raised its front limbs, swatting at the buzzing flies around its mouth and nose. But apart from that, it remained motionless. Grant dragged a piece of rubber from the shed to the dock. It was surprisingly heavy. He loosened the rubber straps and found the pump. With a hissing sound, the rubber began to inflate, and then, with a loud pop, it was fully inflated. The sound was terrifying to them. The T-Rex let out a grunt and snorted. It began to move, and Grant prepared to run, but the massive creature shifted its position and then leaned back against the tree trunk, comfortably sitting there and letting out a long, loud belch. Lex waved her hands in front of her face with a look of disgust. Grant was sweating nervously all over. He dragged the raft to the water's edge, and with a splash, it fell into the water, sending up a spray. The T-Rex was still sound asleep. Grant stopped the raft at the dock and went back to the shed to retrieve 2 life jackets. He placed the life jackets inside the raft and then waved to the 2 kids, calling them to the dock. Lex looked terrified, her face pale, and she shook her head, indicating no. He gestured for her to come over. The T-Rex continued to sleep. Grant pointed sharply in the air. Lex tiptoed toward him, and he gestured for her to get on the raft. Then Tim followed onto the raft, and they both put on life jackets. Once Grant got on the raft, he pushed it away from the shore. The raft drifted silently into the lake. Grant picked up the paddles and placed them in the holders. They were getting farther and farther from the dock. Lex leaned to the right, letting out a deep breath of relief. But she immediately showed a look of extreme terror and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Her body trembled as she struggled to keep her voice down. She was trying not to cough. She always coughed at the worst times. "Lex," Tim called in a low voice, looking back toward the shore. She shook her head in agony and pointed to her throat. He understood what she meant. Her throat was itchy, and she needed a drink of water. Grant was paddling, and Tim leaned against the raft, scooping a handful of water from the lake with his hand and cupping it to give to her. Lex suddenly let out a loud cough. To Tim, it sounded like a bullet ricocheting off the water surface. The T-Rex lazily yawned and scratched its ear with its back foot like a dog. It yawned again. After a big meal, it felt a bit drowsy and now was slowly waking up. On the raft, Lex made a soft, gurgling sound as she swished water in her mouth. "Lex, shut up," Tim said. "I can't help it," she whispered, then coughed again. Grant paddled quickly, straining to get the raft to the middle of the water. The T-Rex on the shore swayed and stood up. "I can't help it, Tim," Lex cried out in distress. "I can't control it." "Shoo." Grant paddled the raft as fast as he could. "It doesn't matter now," she said. "We're far enough away." "It can't swim." "Of course it can swim, you idiot," Tim shouted at her. The T-Rex reached the lakeshore and jumped into the water. It suddenly swam toward them. "But how do I know it can swim?" she said. "Everyone knows T-Rex can swim. It's in the books. At least all amphibians can swim. Snakes can't." "Of course snakes can." "You idiot. Be quiet," Grant said, grabbing the raft. Grant stared intently at the T-Rex, observing its swimming posture in the water. The Tyrannosaurus stood in water up to its chest, but its massive head was high above the surface. Then Grant realized it wasn't swimming. It was walking along the bottom of the lake, because after a while, only its eyes and nostrils remained above the water. At that moment, it looked like a crocodile, and its swimming posture was similar, with its large tail swaying back and forth, churning up waves behind it, when the Tyrannosaurus occasionally slapped the water surface. Grant saw the bulging muscles beneath the back of its head and along the length of its exposed spine. Just like a crocodile, he thought, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. This was the largest crocodile in the world. "I'm sorry, Dr. Grant." Lex cried, "I didn't mean to." Grant glanced back. The lake here was only about 100 yards wide at most, and they were almost in the center. If he continued paddling forward, the water would gradually become shallower, allowing the Tyrannosaurus to walk again, and it would move faster in shallow water. Grant turned the boat around and began to paddle back. "What are you doing?" At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus was only a few yards away from them. Grant could hear the harsh panting sound it made as it approached. He looked at the paddles in his hands. They were just two lightweight plastic paddles, not weapons at all. The Tyrannosaurus tossed its head back, opened its massive jaws, revealing 2 rows of curved teeth, and then its muscles suddenly tensed as it lunged toward the inflatable raft. It missed at the edge, its gigantic head crashing into the water, creating heavy waves that rocked the raft. The Tyrannosaurus submerged, and bubbles began to rise to the surface. The lake returned to calm. Lex clutched the edge of the raft tightly, looking back. "Did it drown?" "No," Grant said. He saw bubbles, then slight ripples on the water approaching the raft. "Don't let go," he shouted. The Tyrannosaurus pushed its head against the bottom of the raft, tilting it up out of the water. The raft began to wobble in the air, and then splashed back down into the water. "Think of something." Lex screamed, "Think of something." Grant pulled the air gun from his belt. It felt small and pathetic in his hand, but if he could hit the sensitive spots on the Tyrannosaurus, its eyes or nose, there might be a chance. The Tyrannosaurus emerged next to the raft, opening its mouth and roaring. Grant aimed and fired. The tranquilizer dart flashed through the air and struck the Tyrannosaurus in the face. It shook its head and roared again. Suddenly, they heard another roar from the other side of the lake. Grant turned to see a smaller Tyrannosaurus on the shore, crouched over a dead hadrosaur, trying to claim the prey for itself. The smaller Tyrannosaurus gnawed on the carcass, then raised its head high and roared, and the larger Tyrannosaurus saw everything and immediately reacted, turning and swimming fiercely toward the shore to protect its prey. "It's gone," Lex shouted excitedly, clapping her hands and screaming, "It's gone. La 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 la, stupid dinosaur." The smaller Tyrannosaurus challenged from the shore, and the larger Tyrannosaurus became furious, paddling with all its strength toward the shore. It charged up the dock and ran up the hill, water dripping off its massive body. The smaller Tyrannosaurus quickly ran away, its mouth stuffed with chewed hadrosaur meat. The larger Tyrannosaurus chased after it, passing by the dead hadrosaur, then disappearing over the hill. They heard a few last terrifying roars, and then the raft paddled north, rounding a bend into the river. Grant was exhausted. He slumped back, his chest heaving violently, almost out of breath. He lay on the raft, gasping for air. "Are you okay, Dr. Grant?" Lex asked. "From now on, please do as I say, okay?" "Oh, fine." She took a breath, as if his request was the most unreasonable thing in the world. She dipped her arms into the water, soaking them for a moment. "You're not paddling," she said. "I'm tired," Grant replied. "Then why are we still moving?" Grant sat up. She was right. The raft was drifting steadily north. There must be a current. This current was carrying them toward the lodge in the north. He looked at his watch and was surprised to find it was only 7:15. Just 15 minutes since he last checked, but it felt like it had been 2 hours. Grant lay back against the edge of the inflatable raft, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 5. Untitled system flaws can lead to serious consequences later. Ian Malcolm searched. Gennaro sat in the Jeep, flies buzzing around his ears, staring at the palm trees swaying in the hot wind in the distance. He was shocked at the scene before him, as it looked like a war had just taken place. The grass within a 100-yard radius was trampled flat. A giant palm tree had been uprooted. Blood splattered across the ground and on the protruding rocks to his right. Maldo sat beside him and said, "There's no doubt the Tyrannosaurus just attacked a herd of hadrosaurs." He took another sip of whiskey, then capped the bottle. "Damn, why are there so many flies?" he said. They waited quietly, observing. Gennaro's fingers tapped rhythmically on the dashboard. "What are we waiting for?" Maldo didn't answer immediately. "The Tyrannosaurus is somewhere over there," he said, squinting at the land bathed in morning light, "and we have no weapons to use. We're safe in the Jeep." "Oh, Mr. Gennaro, it runs faster than the Jeep." Maldo shook his head. "A four-wheel drive vehicle can only go 30 or 40 miles per hour at best. Once we leave this road and hit the mud, it'll catch up to us quickly and smash the door down." Maldo sighed, "But I don't see any movement over there right now. Are you ready to take the risk?" "Of course," Gennaro replied. Maldo started the engine. At the sudden noise, two small oviraptors jumped up from the nearby thicket. Maldo drove the vehicle, making a large circle around the trampled grass, then gradually tightened the circle until they reached the spot where the small oviraptors had been. He got out of the car and walked toward the grassy area ahead. A dark cloud of flies rose from the ground into the air, and he stopped. "What is that?" Gennaro asked. With a radio phone, Maldo said. Gennaro hurried out of the jeep to catch up. Even from a distance, he could smell the sour odor of decay that had previously been present. He saw something dark among the grass, covered in dried blood, with twisted limbs. "It's a small hadrosaur," Maldo said, examining the corpse on the ground. The entire herd was scared off, and this small hadrosaur got separated, so the Tyrannosaurus caught it. "How do you know?" Gennaro asked. "That small hadrosaur is torn to pieces. You can tell from the droppings." Maldo pointed to a little white spot in the grass. "That has hadrosaur droppings. The uric acid makes it white. But look over there." He pointed to a large pile of something knee-high in the grass. "That is Tyrannosaurus feces. How can you determine that the Tyrannosaurus rex wasn't here later?" "It can be inferred from the bite marks." Marduk said, "Did you see those smaller bite wounds?" He pointed to the abdomen. "These wounds were made by the Osneosaurus, and since there was no blood, we can conclude that they were made after the hadrosaur died," indicating scavenger activity. The Osneosaurus is a scavenger. The real fatal wound on the hadrosaur is the one on its neck. Look there, a large wound above the scapula, which is undoubtedly left by the Tyrannosaurus. Jinlu bent down to closely examine the hadrosaur's mangled limbs, feeling it was simply unbelievable. Marduk next to him opened the radio phone and said, "Control room. This is the control room." Ano's voice came through the radio. "We have found another hadrosaur, an immature one." Ignoring the annoying flies, Marduk crouched down to inspect its right foot. He saw a line of words inscribed on the sole, specimen HD09. The radio phone rang. "I have news to tell you," Ano said. "Oh, what is it?" "I found Raidry." The jeep passed through a row of palm trees, arriving at the narrow auxiliary road leading to the jungle river along the eastern path. This area of the park was very hot, stuffy, and reeked. Marduk fiddled with the computer monitor in the jeep, and a landscape tour map with grid lines appeared on the screen. They found him through remote recording. He said, "Sector 1104 is just ahead." Jinlu saw a concrete barrier on the road ahead, and Marduk stopped the vehicle next to the barrier. "He must have taken a wrong turn." He said, "That little bastard." "What did he take?" Jinlu asked. "We said he took 15 embryos. Do you know how much that's worth?" Jinlu shook his head. "Between 2 million and 10 million. He shook his head and said, "That's no small sum." As they got closer, Jinlu saw the body lying next to the car. The body looked blurry and green, but as soon as the jeep stopped, the green mass scattered. "It's a Shijalong," Marduk said. The Shijalong found him. 19 clever Shijalongs stood at the edge of the jungle. These small scavengers, about the size of ducks, began to chirp anxiously as they saw the two men getting out of the car. Raidry was lying on his back, his chubby baby face now red and swollen. Flies buzzed around his open mouth and thick tongue, and his body was a bloody mess with intestines dragged out, one leg bitten through. Jinlu quickly turned his head and saw the small Shijalongs crouching, curiously watching them from not far away. He noticed that these little dinosaurs had 5 toes on their front feet, and they rubbed their faces and chins with their forelimbs, looking somewhat human-like. "Strange," Marduk said. "It's not a Shijalong." "What?" Marduk shook his head and said, "Did you see those spots? On his shirt and face? Smell that odor like dried vomit?" Jinlu rolled his eyes. He smelled it. "That's saliva," Marduk said. "It's the saliva of the Dilophosaurus. Look at his red corneas. Getting Dilophosaurus saliva in your eyes is very painful, but it's not fatal. You have to wash it off with anti-venom for 2 hours to get rid of it. Just in case, we have anti-venom stocked throughout the park, but that's not considering what it would do for that bastard Raidry." The Dilophosaurus first blinded his eyes and then bit him hard in half. That is quite an unpleasant way to die. Maybe there is still a bit of justice in this world. Jinlu opened the back door and took out a gray metal tube and a stainless steel box. At that moment, the Shijalongs began to chirp and bounce around. "They're still inside," Marduk said, handing Jinlu 2 black cylinders. "What is this?" Jinlu asked. "Just like it looks," Marduk said. "It's a rocket." Jinlu stepped back, and he added, "Be careful. You wouldn't want to step on something." Jinlu carefully stepped over Raidry's body. Marduk walked toward their jeep with the air gun and placed it in the back seat. He got in the car and sat in the driver's seat. "Let us go." "What about him?" Jinlu pointed to the body and asked. "What about him?" Marduk said, "We have things to do." He started the vehicle. Jinlu turned back and saw the Shijalong starting to eat again. One jumped onto Raidry's body, crouching on his open mouth, slowly gnawing at his nose. The jungle river grew narrower. The banks on both sides came closer, and the branches and leaves from both sides intertwined overhead, thickly obscuring the sunlight. Tim heard the chirping of small birds and saw small dinosaurs jumping and chirping among the branches. Overall, it was quiet. The air was stuffy under the dense shade, and there was not a breath of wind. Grant looked at his watch. It was 8 o'clock. They drifted silently downstream, occasionally a little sunlight filtering through the branches. If there was any difference from before, it was that the raft seemed to be drifting a bit faster now. Grant woke up. He was lying on his back on the raft, looking up at the branches overhead. He saw Lex reaching up to pick something from above the front of the raft. "Hey, what are you doing?" he asked. "Do you think these berries are edible?" She pointed at the tree. Some branches hanging down were very close to them, easily within reach. Tim saw clusters of bright red berries hanging from the branches. "No," Grant said. "Why not? Those little dinosaurs are eating them." She pointed at the small dinosaurs jumping around on the branches. "No, Lex." She sighed, dissatisfied with his authority. "I wish Dad were here." She said, "Dad always knows what to do." "What are you talking about?" Tim said, "He never knows what to do." "No, he knows." She sighed again. The raft glided past, and Lex watched the trees rush by in front of her, their roots intertwined, extending all the way to the water's edge. "Just because you're not his favorite," Tim turned away and said nothing. "But don't worry, Dad still likes you, even though you're into computers, not sports." "My dad is a real sports fan," Tim explained to Grant. Grant nodded. Among the branches above, some pale yellow, small dinosaurs, only 2 feet tall, jumped from one tree to another. They had beaked heads like parrots. "Do you know what they're called?" Tim said. "They're called protoceratops." "Don't be so angry," Lex said. "I thought you might be interested." "Only really little boys," she said, "are interested in dinosaurs." "Who said that?" Dad said. Tim shouted, but Grant raised his hand. "Kid," he said, "be quiet." "What for?" Lex said, "I can do whatever I want, and if I suddenly stop talking, it's because I heard it too." The chilling scream coming from downstream. "Where the hell did that Tyrannosaurus go?" Maldonado said into the radio, "We haven't seen any sign of it here." They returned to the sauropod enclosure, looking at the patch of grass trampled by the fleeing hadrosaur, but there was no trace of the T-Rex. "Let's check it out right away." Eno turned off the radio. Maldonado walked over to Gennaro. "Check it out right away," he repeated sarcastically. "Why didn't he check it earlier? Why didn't he track the T-Rex? What is the reason?" "I don't know," Gennaro replied. "It hasn't appeared." After a while, Eno's voice came back. "It hasn't appeared? What do you mean? It's not on the sensor. The motion sensor didn't pick it up." "Damn," Maldonado said. "The motion sensor is not that great after all. Have you seen Grant and kids? The motion sensor didn't detect them either." "Well, what do we do now?" Maldonado asked. "Be patient," Eno replied. "Look, you see." A massive birdhouse dome appeared in the sky before them. Grant had seen it before, but only from a distance. Now he could see how large the dome was, with a diameter of 14 miles, maybe even larger. The grid framework glowed faintly in the mist. His first thought was that the glass on top must weigh a ton. However, as they got closer, they realized there was no glass, just the framework. A thin mesh was hanging inside. "It's not finished yet," Lex said. "I think it was meant to be built like that," Grant said. "In that case, the small birds could fly out." "The large birds can't get out," Grant said. The raft drifted to the edge of the dome. They looked up and soon found themselves beneath the dome, and the raft continued to drift downstream. In just a few minutes, they reached the center of the dome. The dome loomed high above, almost invisible in the thick mist. Grant said, "I seem to remember there's a lodge nearby." After a while, he saw the roof of a building peeking out above the treetops to the north. "Do you want to stop?" Tim asked. "Maybe there's a phone or a motion sensor there." Grant paddled the raft toward the shore. "We need to find a way to contact the control room. Time is running out." They left the raft and walked carefully on the muddy riverbank. Grant pulled the raft onto the shore with effort, tied it to a tree, and then they began to make their way through the dense palm forest toward the building. "Birdhouse, I just don't understand," John Eno said into the microphone. "Neither the T-Rex is visible, nor can we find Grant and the 2 kids anywhere." He sat in front of the main control panel, downing another cup of coffee. Around him were scattered paper boxes and half-eaten sandwiches. Eno felt exhausted. It was now Saturday morning at 8 a.m. For the past 14 hours since Ryder damaged the computer data managing Jurassic Park, Eno had been patiently working to restore the systems one by one. All the systems in the park were back online, and the phone was working. "I've already called a doctor for you." On the other end of the line, Malcolm cleared his throat. He was in his hotel room. Eno was on the phone with him from the control room. "But hasn't your motion sensor run into trouble?" I haven't found what I'm looking for." "Like the T-Rex?" "It hasn't appeared at all. About 20 minutes ago, it ran north along the lake, and then we lost sight of it. I don't know what is going on, unless it went to sleep." "You haven't found Grant and the kids either?" "No. I think it's simple," Malcolm said. "The motion sensors don't cover enough area." "Not enough?" Eno said angrily. They'd cover 92% of the area, I know that. Malcolm said, but if you draw the uncovered areas on the board, I think you'll find that those 8% are contiguous in terms of geography. In other words, those areas are connected. In fact, an animal could move freely in the park along maintenance routes, jungle rivers, loch shores, or other places without us detecting it. Even so, Eno said, animals are stupid. They wouldn't understand that. We don't know how stupid these animals really are, Malcolm said. Do you think Grant and the kids are moving along those areas now? Eno asked. Of course not, Malcolm replied, coughing continuously. Grant is no fool. He certainly wants you to find him. He and the kids might wave frantically every time they see a motion sensor. But maybe they ran into other problems that we don't know about. Or maybe they're on the river. I can't imagine how they could be on the river. The river banks are too narrow. It's impossible to travel by water. Isn't the river able to take them all the way here? Yes, but that route isn't very safe because they would have to pass through the birdhouse. Why isn't the birdhouse on the tour line? Malcolm asked. Because there were some difficulties during construction. When designing the park, there was originally a center building above the treetops, which stood tall on the flat ground, allowing visitors to view the pterosaurs from the air. There are now 4 pterosaurs in the birdhouse. They are large fish-eating pterosaurs. What happened to them? After the center building was completed, we put the pterosaurs into the birdhouse to acclimate to the new environment, but we made a huge mistake. It seems our fish-eating animals have a very strong territory concept. Territory concept? Yes, a very strong territory concept, Eno said. They fought each other for territory and attacked any animals that entered their territory. How did they attack? The scene was truly unforgettable, Eno said. The pterosaurs flew to the top of the birdhouse, folded their wings, and then dove down. An animal weighing 30 pounds comes down like a brick hitting a person. They knocked the workers unconscious and left them battered. But wouldn't the pterosaurs hurt themselves in the process? They haven't been hurt yet. Then if the 3 of them were in the birdhouse. They're not there, Eno said. At least I hope they're not in the birdhouse. Is that the center building? Lex asked. It's so dirty. The pterosaur viewing center is built high in the air under the birdhouse dome, supported by some massive wooden pillars, surrounded by a cold fir forest. However, the building itself was not completed, nor was it painted, and the windows were boarded up. The trees and the building were splattered with large white stains everywhere. I think this building hasn't been completed for some reason. Grant tried hard not to show his inner disappointment. He glanced at his watch and said, "Let us go back to the raft." They turned back. At that moment, the sun came out, and the morning became more vibrant. Grant looked at the dome in the sky, casting striped shadows on the ground, and noticed that the ground and the leaves were splattered with the same spots he had seen earlier from upstairs. There was a peculiar sour smell in the morning air. "It stinks here," Lex said. "What are those white things? They look like amphibian droppings, or maybe bird droppings." Grant replied, "Why haven't they finished building the central building?" "I don't know." They arrived at a clearing in the forest, where the ground was covered with low weeds and dotted with wildflowers. Suddenly, they heard a long, low whistle, followed by a responding call that echoed through the trees. "What is that sound?" "I don't know." Then, Grant saw a shadow appear on the grass in front of them, moving quickly and soon enveloping them. He looked up to see a gigantic shadow gliding overhead, blocking out the sky. "Wow!" Lex exclaimed. "Is it a pterosaur?" "Yes," Tim answered. Grant didn't respond. He was mesmerized by the enormous flying creature. The pterosaur let out a deep call and gracefully circled in the air before turning to fly towards them. "Why aren't they on the tour path?" Tim asked. Grant was pondering the same question. The flying dinosaurs were so graceful in the air, it was beautiful. Grant looked up and soon saw another dinosaur appear in the sky, followed by a third and a fourth. "Maybe they didn't finish building the central building," Lex said. Grant thought to himself that these were definitely not ordinary pterosaurs. They were too large and must be large flying reptiles from the early Cretaceous. When they soared high in the sky, they looked like small airplanes. As they flew closer, Grant saw that these creatures had a wingspan of 15 feet, covered in fur, with crocodile-like heads. He remembered that they fed on fish and lived in South America and Mexico. Lex shaded her eyes with her hand and looked up at the sky. "Will they hurt us?" "I don't think so. They eat fish." One of the pterosaurs suddenly swooped down, and a shadow of its wings whooshed past them, accompanied by a rush of warm air and a lingering sour smell. "Wow!" Lex shouted. "They're huge." Then she asked, "Are you sure they won't hurt us?" "Very sure." Another pterosaur swooped down, moving even more swiftly than the last. It came from behind and zipped over their heads. Grant caught a glimpse of its teeth and furry body, thinking it really looked like a giant bat. However, what left a deep impression on Grant was how fragile it appeared. Its enormous wings were covered in delicate pink membranes. thin as gossamer and nearly transparent, which made the pterosaur seem even more graceful. Ouch! Lex cried, clutching her head. It bit me. What? Grant asked. It bit me. It bit me. She took her hand away from her head, and Grant saw that her fingers were bleeding. In the sky, two other pterosaurs folded their wings and turned into two small black blobs, diving straight towards the ground. Run! Grant shouted, grabbing their hands and sprinting across the grass. They heard the shrill calls getting closer, and at the last moment, Grant suddenly dropped to the ground, pulling the two kids down with him. Almost simultaneously, the two pterosaurs screeched and flew past them, their wings brushing against Grant's shirt on his right side. He quickly stood up, pulled Lex off the ground, and ran a few steps forward with Tim. Just then, the two pterosaurs overhead turned and screeched towards them. At the last second, he pushed the two kids down to the ground, and two large shadows flashed past. Ouch! Lex said disgustedly. She saw white droppings on her body. Grant quickly got up. Run. Just as he was about to run, he heard Lex scream in terror. He turned to see a pterosaur's hind claw gripping her shoulder, its massive, resilient wings flapping beside her in the sunlight, translucent and wide. The pterosaur struggled to take off, but Lex was too heavy. As it tried to fly, it kept jabbing its long, pointed beak at her head. Lex screamed, wildly waving her arms. In a split second, Grant rushed forward without thinking, jumped up, and slammed his body into the pterosaur. He hit its back, causing its furry body to fall backward onto the ground. The giant bird screeched and lunged at him, and Grant quickly ducked to avoid its beak while stepping back. The pterosaur's enormous wings slapped against him. It was like being attacked by a raging storm in a tent. He couldn't see anything, hear anything. Everything was gone. Only the sound of flapping wings, the pterosaur's screeching, and the beating of its resilient wing membrane surrounded him. Its claws clawed desperately at his chest. Lex kept screaming. Grant pushed with his hands, shoving the pterosaur away. It screeched while flapping its wings, struggling to turn over. Finally, it folded its wings like a bat, flipped over, and used its small wing claws to prop itself up and walked away. Grant stopped in his tracks, dumbfounded. It can walk with its wings. Ryder's hypothesis was indeed correct. However, the other pterosaurs were also diving down towards them, and Grant felt dizzy and lost his balance. In extreme fear, he saw Lex running up, protecting her head with her arms, while Tim was screaming desperately. The first pterosaur swooped down, and Lex threw something. Suddenly, it screeched and soared into the air. The other pterosaurs immediately followed, chasing after the first one. The last one awkwardly flapped its wings and flew up into the sky as well. Grant looked up, squinting to see closely, trying to understand what was happening. 3 pterosaurs were tightly chasing the first one, making angry calls. They stood alone on the ground. What's going on? Grant asked. They took one of my gloves. Lex said, my special edition Daryl Strawberry glove. They began to move forward again. Tim wrapped his arm around her shoulder and asked, Are you okay? Of course I'm fine. You fool, she said, shaking off his arm and looking up at the sky. I hope they choke. Yeah, Tim said, I hope so too. They saw the raft just ahead by the riverbank. Grant checked his watch. It was already 8:30, and they had 2.5 hours left to get back. The raft floated past the silver birdhouse dome, and Lex cheered with joy. After a while, the riverbanks drew closer, and the branches overhead intertwined again. The river was much narrower than before, with some sections only 10 feet wide and the current very swift. As they passed, Lex reached up to touch the branches overhead. Grant leaned against the raft, listening to the sound of the river hitting the rubber raft. Their speed was much faster than before, and the branches above moved back more quickly. It felt really comfortable and refreshing. The inflatable raft drifted swiftly, sending a gust of cool air into the stifling space created by the drooping tree branches, which also meant they could return sooner. Grant didn't know how far they had traveled, but he was sure they were at least several miles away from the sauropod feeding building where they had spent the night. It could be 4 or 5 miles, maybe more. This meant that once they got off the raft, they would only need to walk for another hour to reach the lodge. However, since they had passed the birdhouse, Grant wasn't in a hurry to abandon the raft. They had spent less time than expected. I don't know how Ralph is doing, Lex said. It might be dead, or something happened to it. I think it's probably fine. I just don't know if it will let me ride on its back. She sighed, feeling drowsy in the warm sun. Riding on Ralph would surely be fun. Tim asked Grant, Do you remember the stegosaur area from last night? Yes. How did you come to ask about them being hybrids with frog DNA? Because of their reproductive method, Grant replied. They can't explain why the dinosaurs are breeding because they irradiated them, and they're all female. Right. But everyone knows radiation isn't completely reliable and might not work. I believe that will ultimately be understood. But there's another problem. since all the dinosaurs are female, how can they reproduce? Of course, in the animal kingdom, there are many forms of sexual reproduction, Lex said. Tim is always interested in sex, she added. No one paid her any mind. For example, Grant said, many animal sexual reproduction doesn't involve the intercourse process we think of. Male animals first release a spermatophore, which the female picks up. This kind of interaction doesn't require significant physical differences between the sexes, which is different from what we usually imagine. Some animals don't have as obvious differences in appearance between males and females as we humans do. Tim nodded, but what about frogs? Suddenly, Grant heard a scream from above in the trees. The Triceratops panicked and scattered, causing the branches to sway. A massive T-Rex shoved its head out from the branches on the left bank, snapping its jaws at the raft. Lex screamed in terror. Grant grabbed the paddle and steered the raft towards the opposite bank, but the river was only 10 feet wide. The T-Rex was tangled in thick branches and vines, pushing and thrashing with its head, and finally it let out a roar and pulled its head back with all its might. Through the trees along the bank, they could see the massive figure of the T-Rex moving north. It must have been trying to find a gap in the dense underbrush along the shore. The Triceratops had all escaped to the opposite bank, shrieking as they jumped between the branches. On the raft, Grant, Tim, and Lex watched helplessly as the T-Rex made another attempt to charge at them. But the trees along the bank were too thick and dense, so the T-Rex continued to run downstream, rushing ahead of the raft and shaking the branches violently again, but still didn't succeed. Then it moved away, still running downstream. I hate it, Lex said. Grant sat back on the raft, feeling extremely tense. If the T-Rex charged, he wouldn't be able to save their little lives. The river channel was narrow, about the width of the raft. It felt like they were walking through a tunnel. The raft was pushed forward by the swift current, with the edges occasionally scraping against the muddy bank. He glanced at his watch. It was almost 9 o'clock. The raft continued, drifting downstream. Hey, Lex said, listen. Grant heard a series of howls, interspersed with owl-like calls, coming from around the bend in the river ahead. He listened intently and heard that calling sound again. What is that? Lex asked. I don't know, Grant replied, but there must be more than one. He paddled the raft to the opposite bank, grabbed a branch to stop, and the howling resumed, followed by another call. It sounds like a group of owls, Tim said. Malcolm groaned and asked, isn't it time to give me some more morphine? Not yet, Ellie replied. Malcolm sighed and asked, how much water do we have? I'm not sure. The tap water is plentiful. No, I mean, how much is stocked? Do we have any? Ellie shrugged, not at all. Go to every room on this floor, Malcolm said, and fill every bathtub with water. Ellie frowned, and Malcolm continued. Do we have any cordless phones, flashlights, matches? Do we have these things? Wait a minute, I'll go check. Do you think there's going to be an earthquake? Something like that, Malcolm said. The Malcolm effect is bound to cause mutations. But Ian said all systems are functioning normally. That's how it is when things like this happen. Malcolm said. Ellie asked, you don't think much of Ian, do you? He's okay. He's an engineer, like Wu. They're both technicians and lack creativity. They have what we call common sense. They only see a little bit of what's right under their noses. Their thinking is narrow, and they call it focus. They can't see the surrounding environment, nor can they foresee the consequences of the future. This little island is a product of that. It's the result of their cleverness. Because you can't create an animal and simultaneously hope it won't be lively or escape. But they don't understand that. Don't you think that's human nature? Ellie said. Oh God. Of course not, Malcolm said. That's like saying having scrambled eggs and bacon for breakfast is human nature. It's not like that at all. This is entirely a Western notion. Many people in other parts of the world would feel sick just thinking about eating such things. He grimaced in pain. The morphine was making him philosophical. Do you want some water? No. Let me tell you the problem engineers and scientists encounter. Scientists have a whole set of complex, beautiful nonsense about how they are seeking the truth of nature. That's true, but that's not their motivation. No one becomes a scientist because they're driven by an abstract concept like the pursuit of truth. What scientists are really focused on is how to become famous. So they care about whether they can produce something. They never stop to ask themselves if they should be doing something. They simply dismiss those considerations as meaningless. If they don't, others will. They think discovery is inevitable and unavoidable, so they just want to be the first to make a move. That's the game of scientists. Even discoveries in theoretical science are influential, aggressive, and invasive actions. They require a lot of equipment and will indeed change the world in the future. For example, particle accelerators cause injuries to the Earth, leaving behind radioactive byproducts. Astronauts leave trash on the moon, as if there would be something to prove the scientists' existence, showing that they have made discoveries. But it is always a kind of destruction of nature and it always will be. Scientists hope for this. They have to use their instruments and must leave their mark. They cannot just be bystanders, cannot just admire, cannot just adapt to the natural order. They cannot be satisfied that way. They want to create things that are unnatural and unusual. This is the work of scientists. And now we have a group of partners trying to conform to science. He sighed and leaned back. Don't you think you're exaggerating? Ellie said. What do the caves you excavated look like a year later? Pretty terrible, she admitted. Was there no replanting after the excavation? No restoration of the land? No. Why not? She shrugged and said, I guess it's because there's no money. So you have a money to excavate, but not to restore? Well, we're just working on barren land. Just on barren land, Malcolm said, shaking his head. Just a bit of garbage, just some byproducts, just some side effects. I want you to know, scientists hope for this. They want byproducts, garbage, scars, and side effects. This is a way to reassure themselves, an inseparable part of science, and it's increasingly becoming a disaster. Is there any countermeasure? Get rid of those clever little people, take away their power. But then all our progress would be gone. What progress? Malcolm said, exasperated. Despite so much progress, housewives have not spent much less time on housework since 1930. With vacuum cleaners, washers and dryers, garbage compactors, waste disposers, and wrinkle-free fabrics. Why is the time spent cleaning houses still the same as in 1930? Ellie was silent. Because there's no progress, Malcolm continued, no real progress. 30,000 years ago, when people were painting the walls of Lascaux Cave, they only needed to work 20 hours a week to make a living, eat well, dress warmly, and live comfortably. The rest of the time they could play, sleep, or do whatever they liked. And they lived in nature, with fresh air, clear water, lush trees, and beautiful sunsets. Just think about it, 20 hours a week, 30,000 years ago. Do you wish time could go back? Ellie asked. No, Malcolm said. I just wish people would wake up. We have had 400 years of modern science. By now, we should know its benefits and drawbacks. It's time for a change. Before we destroy this planet? Ellie asked again. He sighed and closed his eyes. Oh, dear lady, he said, I certainly wouldn't worry about that. In the dark tunnels of the jungle river, Grant carefully maneuvered the raft forward, alternating his grip on the branches. He still heard those sounds, and, finally, he saw the dinosaurs. Aren't those the poisonous dinosaurs? Yes, Grant replied. They're the Dilophosaurus. Two Dilophosaurus stood on the riverbank, 10 feet tall, with yellow and black spots on their bodies, and looking down, their bellies were bright green like lizards. Two red cross crests extended from the eye area on top of their heads to their noses, forming a V shape. They lowered their heads to drink from the river and then raised their heads to roar, making their actions seem very bird-like. Lex whispered, should we go ashore and walk? Grant shook his head. The bodies of the Dilophosaurus were smaller than that of the T. Rex, and they could easily squeeze through the thick branches on the shore. Watching them call out to each other, their movements seemed very agile. But how we get past them on the raft? Lex asked they can spit venom. Grant said, we have to find a way to get past. The Dilophosaurus continued drinking and calling, seemingly engaged in some strange ritual. The one on the left bent down to drink, opening its mouth to reveal 2 rows of long, sharp teeth, and then roared. The dinosaur on the right called back, then bent down to drink, mimicking the action of the one on the left precisely. This series of actions monotonously repeated itself. Grant noticed that the Dilophosaurus on the right was smaller, with smaller spots on its back and slightly lighter crests. How convenient, he said. This is their mating ritual. Can we get past? Tim asked. Not like this. They are right by the water. Grant knew that animal mating rituals often lasted several hours. At that moment, they tended to forget about everything else, wholly consumed by it. He glanced at his watch. 9:20. What should we do? Tim asked. Grant sighed and said, I don't know. He sat down on the raft. Suddenly, the Dilophosaurus began to roar anxiously, one after another. He looked up to find them facing away from the river. What's happening? Lex asked. A smile appeared on Grant's face. I think we're finally saved. He pushed hard against the riverbank. You two lie flat on the raft. We'll get past quickly. But remember, no matter what happens, stay silent and don't move, okay? The raft began to drift downstream towards the roaring Dilophosaurus. It floated faster and faster. Lex lay at Grant's feet, watching him with terrified eyes, not blinking. They were getting closer to the Dilophosaurus, who were still facing away from the river. However, Grant took out the air gun and checked the chamber. The raft continued floating forward, unexpectedly drifting into a strange smell, sweet yet nauseating, like dried vomit. The roars of the Dilophosaurus grew louder, and as the raft rounded the last bend, Grant finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Dilophosaurus was only a few feet away, roaring at the trees behind them. Just as Grant had predicted, They were roaring at the T-Rex. The T-Rex was trying to push through the trees, and the Dilophosaurus shouted and stomped on the ground. The raft floated past them. The smell was truly disgusting. The T-Rex was roaring, perhaps because it saw the raft. But then suddenly, bang, the raft stopped. They crashed into the riverbank and ran aground, with the raft only a few feet from the Dilophosaurus. Lex whispered, "Oh, this is great." The raft slowly scraped over the mud, producing a long, grinding sound, and then floated forward again. They drifted downstream, and after the T-Rex let out one last roar, it walked away. One of the Dilophosaurus looked quite surprised and then began to call out, while the other responded. The raft continued downstream. The T-Rex. The Jeep bounced forward under the scorching, blinding sunlight. Marduk drove the Jeep, and Jim sat beside him. They left a row of long shrubs and palm trees about 100 yards from the riverbank on the east side and came to an open area. After driving up a slope for a while, Marduk stopped the vehicle. "My God, it's so hot," he said, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. He took a sip of whiskey from the bottle wedged between his knees and handed it to Jian-Luo. Jian-Luo shook his head. He gazed at the shimmering landscape in the morning heat, then looked down at the onboard computer and monitor mounted on the dashboard. The monitor displayed a view of the park captured by a remote camera. Still no sign of Grant and the kids, nor any sight of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The radio phone rang. Mardu. Mardu picked up the receiver. "Yes. Did you receive anything from the monitor in your car?" "I spotted the T-Rex. It's currently at grid 442 and moving towards grid 443. "Hold on." As Mardu spoke, he adjusted the monitor. "Yes, I see it. It's walking along the riverbank. The T-Rex is moving north through the woods along the river. Be careful with it. Just incapacitate it." "Don't worry." Mardu squinted in the sunlight. "I won't harm it. Remember, Eno said, the T-Rex is our main attraction for visitors." Mardu abruptly turned off the radio. "Damn idiot," he said at this point. "They're still worrying about visitor issues." Mardu started the car. "Let us go find the T-Rex and give it some tranquilizers." The Jeep lurched forward on the muddy ground. "You've always hoped for this opportunity, haven't you?" Jian-Luo asked. "During this time, I've been hoping to give that massive creature a shot of tranquilizer," Mardu replied, "and now it's finally here." The vehicle shook violently a few times and then stopped. Through the windshield, Jian-Luo saw the T-Rex not far ahead, moving north along the jungle river among the palm trees. Mardu finished the remaining whiskey in the bottle and tossed the empty bottle into the back seat. He reached behind to grab his air gun. Jian-Luo watched the video monitor. At that moment, it displayed their Jeep and the T-Rex. There must be a closed-circuit camera hidden in the woods behind them. "If you're willing to help," Mardu said, "you can open the shotgun box at your feet and take out what's inside." Jian-Luo leaned down and opened a stainless steel box. The box was lined with foam, and 4 rotating chambers the size of quart milk bottles were neatly stacked inside. Each was labeled Marolo 709. He took one out. "You pull off the top and screw on a firing pin," Mardu explained. Jian-Luo found a large plastic bag containing firing pins, each about as thick as his fingertip. He took one and screwed it onto the shotgun shell, which had a round lead tip on the other end. "That's the firing pin rod. It will bounce back once struck." Mardu rested the air gun across his knees and leaned forward in the car. "What does Marolo 709 mean?" "It's a universal animal tranquilizer," Mardu replied, "used by zoos around the world. Let us start with a 1,000 milliliter tranquilizer shell." Mardu opened the chamber, which was large enough to fit his fist. He quickly loaded the tranquilizer shell and closed the chamber. "That should be enough," Mardu said. "Usually about 200 milliliters is sufficient for an elephant. But an elephant weighs 2 to 3 tons, while a T-Rex weighs up to 8 tons and is much more aggressive, which affects the dosage choice." "Why?" "The dosage of animal tranquilizers is related to weight, but it also depends on the animal's temperament. If you give the same dose of 709 tranquilizer to an elephant, a hippopotamus, and a rhinoceros, the elephant will become incapacitated and stand still. The hippo will slow down and appear drowsy but can still move, while the rhino will go into a rage. However, conversely, if you chase a rhino in a car, it will collapse and die from shock within 5 minutes. It's a strange combination of ferocity and fragility." Mardu slowly drove the car towards the riverbank, gradually approaching the T-Rex. "But what I just mentioned was all about mammals. We know how to deal with mammals because zoos have many of them. Lions, tigers, bears, elephants, and so on. Our understanding of amphibians is much less, and we know nothing about dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are new animals. Do you think dinosaurs are amphibians?" Jian-Luo asked. "No," Mardu said, while shifting gears. "Dinosaurs cannot be classified into any existing category of animals." He turned to avoid a rock ahead. In fact, we find that dinosaurs are as diverse as existing mammals. Some are quite gentle and adorable, while others are fierce and dreadful. Some have excellent vision, while others are dull-eyed. Some are utterly foolish, while others are very intelligent. Just like carnivorous dinosaurs? Jian Luo asked. Mardu nodded. Carnivorous dinosaurs are very smart, extremely smart. Honestly, the problem we're facing now, he said, pales in comparison to the potential issues that could arise if those confined carnivorous dinosaurs escaped from their enclosures. Oh, I think we can't get any closer to the T-Rex. Directly ahead, the T-Rex's head was poking through the branches, its eyes peering out at the river. It seemed to want to push through the thicket. After a moment, it took a few steps downstream and tried again. I wonder what it saw, Jian Luo asked. I don't know, Mardu replied. Maybe it's trying to catch a ceratopsian crawling between the branches. They'll make it a fruitless effort. Mardu parked the jeep about 50 yards from the T-Rex and turned the vehicle around, keeping the engine running. Sitting in the driver's seat, Mardu told Jian Luo to fasten his seatbelt. He took another tranquilizer shell, clipped it to his shirt, and then got out of the car. Jian Luo sat behind the steering wheel and asked, "Have you done this kind of thing often before?" Mardu replied immediately, "Never. I need to make sure the tranquilizer shell hits it right in the ear. Let us see what happens." He walked 10 yards behind the jeep and then knelt on one leg on the grass. He steadied the massive gun against his shoulder and gently opened the thick scope. Mardu aimed at the T-Rex, but it was completely unaware. Suddenly, a grayish-white gas erupted from the gun, and Jian Luo saw a white beam shoot towards the T-Rex, but it seemed nothing happened. After a while, the T-Rex slowly turned around, curiously staring at them. Its head swayed side to side, as if it were alternating between looking at them with both eyes. At this point, Mardu had taken off the launcher and was loading another tranquilizer shell. "Did you hit it?" Jian Luo asked. Mardu shook his head. "No. This damn laser sight. Check if there are any batteries in the box." "Is there anything?" Jian Luo asked. "The battery," Mardu said, "is about the size of your finger with a gray mark on it." Jian Luo leaned down and searched in the box. He felt the jeep vibrating and heard the engine idling. He couldn't find the battery. The T-Rex roared, and to Jian Luo, the roar sounded earth-shattering. The rumbling sound emanating from the dinosaur's massive chest echoed across the land. He immediately sat up straight, gripping the steering wheel with one hand on the gear shift. A voice came from the wireless phone. "Mardu, it's Eno. Get out of there and come back. I know what I'm doing," Mardu said. The Tyrannosaurus was charging at him. Mardu remained in place. Although the Tyrannosaurus was rushing towards him, he calmly raised the launcher, aimed, and then fired. Jian Luo saw a puff of smoke again, and the tranquilizer dart shot towards the Tyrannosaurus with a white light. No reaction. The Tyrannosaurus continued to charge at him. Mardu stood up, running and shouting, "Hurry! Get the car!" Jian Luo started the vehicle, and Mardu jumped in, grabbing the car door, and the jeep shot out. The Tyrannosaurus quickly closed in. Mardu swung the car door open and crawled in. "Hurry, damn it! Hurry!" Jian Luo stepped on the gas. The jeep bounced crazily off the ground. The front end lifted high, and, through the windshield, all they could see was sky. Then the jeep came crashing back down to the ground, racing forward. Jian Luo headed towards a patch of woods on the left, and in the rearview mirror, he saw the Tyrannosaurus let out one last roar before turning away. Jian Luo slowed down. "My God!" Mardu shook his head and said, "I bet I hit it the second time." "I have to say, you definitely didn't hit it," Jian Luo replied. "The firing pin must have dropped before the tranquilizer dart was triggered." "Admit it, you didn't hit it." "Yes," Mardu said, then sighed, "I missed. Damn it. The battery in that laser sight is dead. It's all my fault. I left it outside all night. I should have checked it beforehand. Let's go back and get some more ammo." The jeep headed north towards the motel. Mardu picked up the wireless phone. "Control room." "Yes," Eno replied. "We're on our way back to base." The river was narrow, and the current was swift. The raft sped up, and sitting on it felt like riding on a carousel at an amusement park. "Wow." Lex tightly grasped the side, shouting, "Faster, faster." Grant squinted ahead. The river was still as narrow and dim, but looking further ahead, they found the trees were gone, replaced by bright sunlight, and they could hear the sound of rushing water in the distance. The river seemed to strangely vanish ahead. The inflatable raft sped forward even faster. Grant grabbed the paddle. "What is that?" "It's a waterfall," Grant replied. The raft left the dim, naturally formed tunnel of branches and suddenly emerged into dazzling sunlight, hurtling towards the waterfall with the rushing current. The sound of the waterfall was deafening. Grant paddled with all his might, but the raft just spun in circles, still barreling towards the waterfall without any hindrance. Lex leaned closer to him. I can't swim. Grant saw that her life jacket was not fastened properly, but there was nothing he could do. The raft was hurtling towards the edge of the waterfall at a terrifying speed, and the sound of the waterfall seemed to fill the entire sky. Grant plunged the paddle deep into the water, feeling it hit the riverbed. Pushing against it with all his strength, the inflatable raft trembled in the torrent, but it did not capsize. Grant struggled to hold the paddle. Looking over the edge of the waterfall, he saw the water plummeting vertically from a height of 50 feet into the raging pool below. And waiting for them, there was the Tyrannosaurus. Lex screamed in terror, and then the raft spun wildly, the back end flinging off, and they were thrown into the sky, plunging into the roaring waterfall, feeling a wave of nausea as their stomachs churned. Grant flailed his arms in the air, and everything around him suddenly fell silent. It felt like several minutes had passed. He remembered seeing Lex clutching her orange life jacket, falling down with him. He remembered seeing Tim staring wide-eyed downwards. He remembered the opaque white waterfall, and he also remembered slowly and silently falling down into the churning pool below. Then, with a loud splash, Grant felt a sharp pain as he plunged into the icy water, immediately surrounded by the churning white spray. He rolled and spun in the water. The current swept him past the Tyrannosaurus, and he caught a glimpse of its legs. He was thrust out of the pool, reaching the creek at its end. Grant swam towards the shore, grabbing a hot rock, but lost his grip again, then clutched a branch, finally managing to free himself from the current. Gasping for breath, he lay on the rock, struggling to climb up. He looked into the river just in time to see the brown, inflatable raft tumbling past him. Then, he saw Tim struggling in the current, reaching out to pull Tim onto the shore. Tim coughed and shivered uncontrollably. Grant looked back towards the waterfall and saw the Tyrannosaurus's head submerged in the water at its feet. The massive head was shaking, pushing the water aside. Something was caught between its teeth. Soon, the Tyrannosaurus's head emerged from the water. Dangling between its teeth was Lex's orange life jacket. Lex surfaced beside the dinosaur's long tail. She lay in the water, face down, her small body swept downstream by the current. Grant jumped back into the water, once again swallowed by the roaring current. After a while, he finally pulled her onto the rock. Her body was limp and heavy like a dead weight, her face pale, and water sprayed from her mouth. Grant leaned down to give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. She coughed once, then vomited a yellow-green liquid, and then started coughing again. Her eyelids fluttered a few times. "Hi," she said. Weakly smiling, "We made it." Tim began to cry. She coughed again. "Please don't do that." "Why are you crying?" "Because we're all worried about you," Grant said. White pieces of something floated down the river. The Tyrannosaurus was tearing at that life jacket. It was still facing the waterfall, with its back to them, but it could turn around at any moment and discover them. "Let's go, kids," Grant said. "Where are we going?" Lex coughed and asked. "Forward." He hoped to find a hiding place. Downstream was just two open, flat grass fields with no cover. Upstream was the dinosaur. Just then, Grant noticed a small muddy path that seemed to lead towards the waterfall. He saw clear footprints on the ground leading to that path. The Tyrannosaurus finally turned around, roaring and glancing toward the grassland. It seemed to realize they had escaped, then looked downstream, searching for them. Grant and the kids crouched low among the tall ferns by the river, carefully moving upstream with them. "Where are we going?" Lex asked. "We're going back." "I understand." They were closer to the waterfall now, and the sound of the rushing water grew louder. The rocks were slippery, and the path was muddy. A thin mist swirled around them, making it feel like they were walking through clouds. This muddy path seemed to lead directly to the cascading waterfall, but as they got closer, they realized it actually led behind the waterfall. The Tyrannosaurus was still facing downstream, looking towards them. They hurried along the path towards the waterfall. Just as they hid behind the white curtain of water, Grant saw the Tyrannosaurus's body turn around again. They were quickly completely obscured by the waterfall, and Grant couldn't see anything outside the silvery curtain of water. Tim looked around in amazement. There was a small alcove, not much bigger than a closet, filled with machinery, a roaring pump, a huge filter, and pipes, all wet and cold. "Did it see us?" Lex asked. She had a shout to be heard over the sound of the waterfall. "Where are we? What is this place? Did it see us?" "Wait a second," Grant said. He looked at the equipment, clearly meant for use in the park, and probably electric, so there might be a phone for communication here. He began rummaging through the filter and pipes. "What are you looking for?" Lex asked loudly. "A phone. It's almost noon, and we only have a little over an hour to contact the ship before it reaches the mainland." Behind the alcove, he found a metal door labeled Maintenance 04, but it was tightly shut. Next to the door was a narrow slot for a security card, and there was a row of metal boxes at the entrance. He opened each box one by one, but they only contained switches and timers. No phone or anything to open the door. He almost overlooked the box to the left of the door. When he opened it, he saw a small keypad with 9 buttons covered in green mold. But it looked like it could open the door, and he felt sure there was a phone inside. The metal plate on the box was engraved with a number, 1023. He pressed the number once. With a hiss, the door opened. Inside was pitch black, with concrete steps leading down. The back wall had the words Maintenance Service Vehicle 042, charger and an arrow pointing down the stairs. Could there really be a vehicle inside? Come on, kids. Forget it, Lex said. I'm not going in. Come on, Lex, Tim said. Forget it, Lex said. It's dark inside, I'm not going. All right, Grant said. There's no time to argue now. You stay outside, I'll be back soon. Where you going? Lex suddenly jumped up and asked. Grant walked in, the electronic device on the door beeped, and then the door slammed shut behind him. Grant was plunged into darkness. After panicking for a moment, he turned and felt the damn metal door, which had no handle or latch. He turned to the walls on either side of the door, hoping to feel a switch, control box, or anything. But he found nothing. He was struggling to overcome his inner fear when suddenly his fingers touched a cold metal cylinder. His hand found a protruding object and a flat surface. It was a flashlight. He clicked it on, and the beam was surprisingly bright. He turned to look back at the door, but found it couldn't be opened. He had to wait for the kids to open the door. At the same time, he walked up the steps. The steps were very damp, covered with moss, and easy to slip on. He carefully descended, and just as he reached the middle of the steps, he suddenly heard a sound of breathing and claws scraping on the concrete. He raised his gun with the tranquilizer darts and continued down. The steps turned at a corner. When he shone the flashlight, a strange reflection came into view. After a moment, he could see clearly. It was a car, like a golf cart. It was an electric vehicle. In front of it was a long tunnel, seemingly extending for miles. A small red light was blinking next to the steering wheel, perhaps indicating the vehicle was fully charged. Grant heard the breathing sound again. He turned around and saw a gray shadow lunging at him from the air, its mouth wide open. Grant didn't even have time to think before he fired. The animal landed on him, knocking him to the ground. Grant was taken by surprise and quickly rolled over, the flashlight flying out his hand and rolling on the ground. But the animal didn't get up, and when he saw it clearly, he couldn't help but feel it was quite funny. It was a velociraptor, but still very small, probably under a year old. About 2 feet tall, the size of a medium dog. At that moment, it lay on the ground, breathing weakly. The tranquilizer dart had struck its lower jaw, and perhaps the dosage was too much for its weight. Grant quickly removed the dart, and the velociraptor looked at him with a slightly dazed expression. Grant felt a certain spirit in this animal, a gentle feeling. Strangely, it was completely different from the threat he felt with the adult velociraptors in the enclosure. He gently stroked the velociraptor's head, hoping to calm it down. He leaned down to look at it, and the tranquilizer took effect. Its body trembled slightly. Then he realized it was a male velociraptor, a male little dinosaur. No doubt about it, he had seen it with his own eyes. So this velociraptor was wild. This new discovery thrilled him, and he immediately turned around and walked back up the steps toward the door. He held a flashlight and shone it over the smooth, unremarkable door and inner wall. He felt around the door with his hands, gradually realizing he was locked inside. He couldn't open the door unless the kids outside could calm down and figure out how to get open. He vaguely heard their voices outside. Dr. Grant. Lex shouted while banging on the door. Dr. Grant. Don't worry, Tim said. He'll be back. But where'd he go? Listen to me. Dr. Grant knows what he's doing. Tim said. He'll be back soon. You should be back by now, Lex said. She placed her small fists on her hips, elbows sticking out, and stomped her feet. Just then, with a loud roar, the head of the Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged through the waterfall, reaching towards them. The T-Rex opened its massive mouth, and Tim stared at it in terror. Lex screamed and fell to the ground. The T-Rex's head bobbed back and forth for a moment before retracting again. But Tim could see its shadow reflected on the waterfall. He pulled Lex into the alcove. The big mouth reached in again, roaring, while its thick tongue flicked in and out like a snake. Water droplets flew everywhere, and then it retracted again. Lex huddled against Tim, trembling all over. I hate it, she said. She tried to shrink back further, but the alcove was only a few feet deep and filled with machinery, leaving little space for them to hide. The head came back from the water, but this time it moved slowly, its mouth close to the ground, huffing, nostrils flaring and contracting as it breathed, though its eyes remained outside the waterfall. Tim thought, it can't see us. It knows we're here, but its eyes are outside the waterfall. It can't see us. The T-Rex sniffed. What is it doing? Lex asked again. Shoo. With a low growl, its mouth slowly opened, and its tongue quietly extended. The tongue was thick and large, a dark blue-black color, with a forked tip measuring a full 4 feet long, easily reaching the back wall of the alcove. The tongue slid toward the filter, making a harsh scraping sound. Tim and Lex's bodies were pressed tightly against the pipes. The tongue slowly moved to the left, then slid to the right, licking the machines inside until they were wet. The tip of the tongue curled around the pipes and valves, wanting to feel what they were. Tim saw the movement of the tongue tip, resembling an elephant's trunk, very powerful. The tongue retracted along the right side of the hollow and bumped into Lex's leg. "Oh!" Lex exclaimed. The tongue stopped moving, then curled up and began to crawl over her body like a snake. "Don't move," Tim gently reminded her. It moved past her face, then slid onto Tim's shoulder, finally wrapping around his head. Tim tightly closed his eyes as the slimy, slippery thing covered his face, warm, wet, and smelling of urine. The tongue coiled around Tim and slowly began to drag him toward the gaping mouth. Tim couldn't respond. His mouth was covered by that flat, black tongue. He could see but couldn't speak. Lex was desperately pulling on his hand. "Tim, hurry!" The tongue dragged him toward the mouth that was huffing. Tim felt the hot breath coming from it on his legs. Lex was pulling him hard, but she couldn't compete with the strength that had him in its grip. Tim let go of her, both hands pushing against the tongue, trying to push it off his head, but he couldn't budge it at all. He dug his feet into the mud, but he was still being pulled toward the T-Rex's mouth. Lex wrapped her arms around his waist, pulling him back, shouting something at him, but he was powerless. Stars began to burst in front of his eyes. A sense of tranquility, a feeling that reality was inescapable, spread through his body. He was slowly being dragged away. "Tim?" Suddenly, the tongue relaxed and slowly unfurled. Tim felt it slide off his face. He was covered in sticky white foam, and the tongue dangled limply on the ground. Its mouth snapped shut, biting down on its own tongue. Black blood gushed out, mixing with the muck. The nostrils continued to breathe in intermittent gasps. "What's wrong with it?" Lex shouted. Then that head slowly slid back, away from the hollow, making a long scraping sound on the ground. Finally, it completely disappeared. They only saw a silvery waterfall. "Control," Ano said in the control room. "The T-Rex has finally fallen." He leaned back in his chair, smiling as he lit up the last cigarette, crumpling the pack. "Finally succeeded. That's the last step to restore order in the park. Now we just need to go out and move it." "Damn it," Maldu said. Looking at the display screen, "I still hit it after all." He turned to Janro and said, "It took an hour for it to feel the effects of the tranquilizer." Wu frowned at the display screen, but in that environment, "It will drown." "It won't drown," Maldu said. "I've never seen such a difficult animal to subdue. I think we need to go get it out." "We will," Ano said. His response sounded devoid of excitement. "That's a precious animal." "I know it's a precious animal," Maldu said. Ano turned to Janro. At this victorious moment, he couldn't control himself. "I told you long ago," he said. "The park is back to normal now. Regardless of what Malcolm's mathematical model predicts will happen, we have once again regained control." Janro pointed at the display screen behind Ano and asked, "What's that?" Ano turned around. "That's the system status window on the display screen." Usually it was blank, and Ano was surprised to see it flashing a yellow signal, auxiliary power too low. At first, he didn't understand what was going on. Why would the auxiliary power be too low? They were using main power, not auxiliary power. He thought perhaps it was just a routine check on the auxiliary power status, like checking the fuel level in the tank or the battery charge. "Wu," Ano said to Wu, "look at this." Wu replied, "Why are you using auxiliary power?" "I'm not," Ano answered. "But looks like you are." "That's impossible." "Print out the system operation log," Wu said. The operation log could indicate the system's status over the past few hours. Ano pressed a button, and they heard the printer in the corner of the room making a slight sound. Wu walked over. Ano stared intently at the display screen. The flashing yellow signal turned to red. Auxiliary power interrupted. The numbers began to count down from 20. "What the hell is going on?" Ano said. Tim cautiously took a few steps along the muddy path into the sunlight. He peeked out from beside the waterfall and saw the T-Rex lying on its side, floating in the pool below. "I hope it's dead," Lex said. Tim could tell it wasn't dead. The T-Rex's chest was still heaving, and one of its front legs was twitching, but something was definitely wrong. At that moment, Tim saw a white tranquilizer dart lodged in the top of its head, right where its ear was close to its face. "It got hit by a tranquilizer dart," Tim said. "Great," Lex replied. "It almost ate us all." Tim observed the T-Rex struggling to breathe. Somehow, seeing the giant creature in this state made him feel uneasy. He didn't want it to die. "You can't blame it," he said. "Oh, of course you can blame it," Lex retorted. "It almost ate us, and you're saying you can't blame it. It's a carnivore. It was just doing something completely normal for it. If you were in its belly right now," Lex said, "you wouldn't be saying that." Suddenly, the sound of the waterfall changed. The deafening roar gradually softened and weakened. The crashing curtain of water became smaller and smaller, until it turned into a small trickle of dripping water. Then the flow stopped. "Tim, the waterfall's gone," Lex said. At that moment, only a few drops of water were falling, as if the faucet wasn't turned off properly. The pool below the waterfall became calm. They were almost standing on top, looking down into a hollow filled with machines. This hollow looked like a cave. "The waterfall shouldn't stop," Lex said. Tim shook his head. "It must be a power issue." Someone turned off the power. The pumps and filters behind them also stopped one by one. The lights went out, and the machines fell silent. Then, the solenoid made a metallic sound, and the door marked Maintenance 04 slowly rotated open. Grant stepped out, blinking in the bright light. "Well done, kids. You opened the door." "We didn't do anything," Lex said. "It was a power outage," Tim said. "Forget it," Grant said. "Come see what I found." Ano looked on in shock. The images on the monitor disappeared one after another. The lights went out, and the control room was plunged into darkness and chaos. Everyone began to scream. Maldu pulled back the curtains to let light in, and Wu brought over the output data. "Look at this." Wu said, "You shut down at 5:13 this morning, and when you restarted, you used auxiliary power." "Oh my God," said Ano. Clearly, the main power had not been restored since the shutdown. When it restarted, it was only using auxiliary power. Ano felt puzzled. This was too strange, but he suddenly realized that this was actually normal. Things should have been this way. It was completely reasonable for the auxiliary generator to start first, as it was used to start the main generator, which required a significant amount of electricity to start. This system was designed that way from the beginning. However, Ano had never turned off the main power before, so when the lights and displays in the control room came back on, he did not think at all that the main power had not been restored. But it indeed had not been restored, and it hadn't been since then. While they were searching for the Tyrannosaurus, busy with this and that, the park had been running solely on auxiliary power. This was not good. In fact, he was just starting to think about what consequences this might bring. "What does this line mean?" Marduk asked, pointing at the form. "It says that a system status warning was sent to the monitoring screen in the control room," Ano replied. "It's about the fences." "So did you see that warning?" Ano shook his head. "No. I must have been talking to you. You were out in the field. Anyway, I didn't see it. So what does warning fence status mean?" "That's unclear, but we're using auxiliary power," Ano said. "The current from the auxiliary generator is insufficient to power the electric fences, so the electricity to the fences was automatically shut off." Marduk said angrily, "Are you saying the current to the electric fences has been cut off?" "Yes. All the fences have been without power, from 5 o'clock this morning until now." "For the past 5 hours?" "Yes." "Including the Velociraptor enclosure?" Ano sighed and replied, "Yes." "Oh my God," Marduk exclaimed, 5 hours. Those dinosaurs could have all escaped. Just then, they heard a scream from somewhere in the distance. Marduk quickly began assigning tasks while pacing around the room, distributing radios to everyone. "Mr. Ano, go to the maintenance building and turn on the main generator. Dr. Wu, you stay in the control room. Besides Ano, only you can operate the computer. Mr. Hammond, you go back to the lodge. Don't argue with me, go now. Lock the door, stay with them, and wait for my news. I'm going to help Ano deal with the Velociraptors." He turned to Jane and asked, "Do you want to go on an adventure again?" "Not really," Jane replied, her face pale. "All right, then you can go with the others to the lodge." Marduk turned back. "All right, everyone move out." Hammond muttered, "But how do you plan to handle my precious animals?" "Mr. Hammond, that's not the issue right now," Marduk said. "The issue is how they will handle us." He walked out, hurriedly crossing the hall toward his office. Jane followed closely behind him. "Change your mind?" Marduk shouted. "You might need help," Jane said. "Maybe." Marduk entered the room marked with the administrator's sign, picked up a gray shoulder-mounted launcher, and opened a panel on the wall behind the desk, revealing 6 magazines and 6 rounds of buckshot. "The trouble with these dinosaurs," Marduk said, "is that they have a decentralized nervous system. Even if you hit the brain directly, they won't die immediately. Moreover, they are strong, and their thick ribs make it difficult for bullets to hit the heart. It's also hard to take out their limbs or hindquarters. They bleed slowly and die slowly." He opened the magazines one by one and loaded them with buckshot, then tossed Jane a web belt. "Put this on." Jane tightened the belt, and Marduk handed him the buckshot. "We just hope we can drive them off. Unfortunately, we only have 6 rounds of buckshot, and there are 8 Velociraptors in that enclosure. Let us go. Stick close to me. All the buckshot is on you." Marduk exited the room, running down the hall while glancing at the path leading to the maintenance building from the balcony. Jane was panting heavily as she followed him. When they reached the ground floor and passed through the glass doors, Marduk suddenly stopped. Ano was standing with his back to the maintenance building as 3 Velociraptors approached him. Ano was wielding a stick, swinging it at them while shouting. The velociraptors surrounded him in a fan shape, one in the middle and two on the sides, slowly closing in. They moved in unison with practiced movements. Jane shivered. They are acting as a group. Marduk was already crouched down, resting the launcher on his shoulder. Load the ammo, he said. Jane loaded the buckshot into the back of the launcher, which emitted a series of beeps. There was no response. Oh no, you loaded it the wrong way, Marduk said. He turned the barrel sideways and poured the buckshot into Jane's hands. Jane loaded it again. Just as the velociraptors were roaring at Ano, there was a sudden explosion, and the dinosaur on the left was blown apart. Its upper body flew into the air, blood splattering everywhere, as if someone had smashed a tomato against the wall. The lower half collapsed to the ground, its limbs flailing, and its tail thrashing. That will wake up its companions, Marduk said. Ano ran toward the door of the maintenance building. The velociraptors turned and lunged at Marduk and Jane, closing in on them. In the distance, it sounded like screams were coming from the lodge. This could turn into a disaster, Jane said. Load the ammo, Marduk commanded. Wu heard the explosion and looked toward the control room door. He walked around the console and then stopped. He wanted to go out, but he knew he should stay in the control room. If Ano could restore power, even for just a minute, then Wu could restart the main generator. He had to stay in the room. He heard someone screaming. It sounded like Marduk. Marduk felt a twist in his ankle and then fell down the embankment. As soon as he hit the ground, he got up and ran, turning back just in time to see Jane running in the opposite direction into the woods. The velociraptors ignored Jane and chased Marduk relentlessly. They were less than 20 yards away from him, and as Marduk ran, he shouted loudly, doubting how far he could run because he knew that they could catch up to him in less than 10 seconds. 10 seconds, maybe even faster. As Harding injected morphine into Malcolm, Ellie had to help Malcolm turn his body over. Malcolm groaned and collapsed onto the bed. He seemed to be growing weaker. They heard sharp screams from the radio, along with a dull explosion from the visitor center. Hammond walked into the room and asked, "How is he?" "His condition is stable," Harding said, "but he is a bit disoriented." "Not at all," Malcolm said. "I'm very awake." He listened for a moment to the radio. It sounded like a war was happening outside. "The velociraptors have gotten out," Hammond said. "Really?" Malcolm asked, his breathing very weak. "How could this happen?" "The system malfunctioned, and Ian didn't notice that we were only using auxiliary power, so the fence's electricity was cut off. So that's what happened." "Damn it, you arrogant bastard." "If I remember correctly," Malcolm said, "I had predicted the fence was unreliable." Hammond sighed and sat heavily in his chair. "Damn it." He shook his head and said, "You must have noticed that what we're trying to do here is actually a very simple idea. A few years ago, my partners and I thought we could use the DNA of an extinct animal for asexual reproduction and cultivate it. We thought this idea was wonderful, a unique kind of time travel that could be described as bringing them back to life. Because this project was so thrilling and had a high chance of success, we decided to go ahead with it. We acquired this island and started our operation. It was that simple." "Simple?" Malcolm retorted, somehow finding the strength to sit up from the bed. "You call it simple? I thought you were a complete idiot. But it seems you're even more foolish than I initially thought." Ellie shouted, "Dr. Malcolm," and tried to get him to lie back down, but Malcolm completely ignored her. He pointed at the wireless phone, which was still emitting a series of loud beeps. "So what is happening outside?" he asked. "That's your simple idea." "Simple. You created new life forms, but you know nothing about them. Your Dr. Wu doesn't even know what he created. He doesn't have time to worry about what do we call this thing or what kind of animal it is. You created many of these animals in a short period. You didn't bother to understand them, and yet you expect them to obey you and serve you. Just because you made them, you assume you're their masters. You forgot they have their own lives, their own intelligence, and they might not obey you. And you also forgot how little you understand them. When you try to do what you rashly call simple, how powerless you really are." "Oh my God," he fell back, coughing. "Do you know what the problem with scientific power is?" Malcolm continued, "It's inherited wealth. You know what those born into wealth are like, complete fools. This is an eternal truth." Hammond said, "What is he talking about?" Hardin gestured, indicating that he was out of his mind. Malcolm's eyes darted towards him. "Let me tell you what I'm talking about." He continued, "Most power requires those who wish to obtain it to pay a significant price, such as going through an apprenticeship and many years of hard training. No matter what kind of power you want, whether it's becoming a company president, a black belt in karate, or a religious leader, whatever you pursue, you have to invest time, training, and effort. You must give up a lot to gain it. This power must be crucial for you, and once you have it, it belongs to you. You won't lose it. It's with you because it's the result of your hard training. Interestingly, once someone gains the power to kill with bare hands, they also have the ability not to use that power recklessly. In other words, this power carries an inherent control. The training to gain power simultaneously changes you, preventing you from abusing that power. However, scientific power is like inherited wealth. It is not obtained through hard work. You just have to read to know what others have done, and then you can take the next step. You can take action at a very young age. You can progress rapidly without decades of hard training. No one will control you. You can ignore past scientists and not feel humble in front of nature. There is only a philosophy of quick wealth and rapid fame. Deception, lies, and distortions don't matter. It doesn't matter to you or your colleagues. No one will criticize you. There are no standards. Everyone is striving to do something big and complete it quickly, because you can stand on the shoulders of giants. You can succeed quickly. You might not even fully understand what you've done when you publish reports, apply for patents, and sell them to others. The buyer has received less training than you. They just buy this power like any product. They even think there is no need for any training. Hammond asked, "Do you know what he is talking about?" Ellie nodded. "But I don't understand at all," Hammond said. To put it simply, Malcolm continued. A karate expert wouldn't kill someone with bare hands. They wouldn't fly into a rage and kill their wife. The killers are those who are untrained and unrestrained. Buying such power is like purchasing auction items at a weekend night market. And what science fosters and allows is this kind of power, which is why you think building a place like this is so simple. It really is simple, Hammond insisted. Then why are the problems? John Ian felt extremely tense, his head spinning as he pushed open the door to the maintenance building and stepped inside. It was pitch black. Oh my God, it's so dark. He should have thought that there were no lights here. He felt the cool air inside, the 2 floors below like a vast cavern. He had to find a small passage and had to be very careful, otherwise he could break his neck. He groped around like a blind man, finally realizing it was just a waste of effort. Anyway, he had to let the light in from outside. He walked to the door, pulled it open 4 inches. The light was enough, but how could he keep the door open like that? He immediately took off one shoe and wedged it in the door crack. He could see the narrow passage clearly now, so he walked over. He stepped on the wavy metal plate, hearing the different sounds of his 2 feet, one loud, one soft. But at least he could see. The stairs leading down to the power generation building were right ahead, just 10 yards away. Suddenly, it was dark again. The light was gone. Ian turned back to look at the door, realizing the light was blocked by the body of a velociraptor. It lowered its head, carefully sniffing at the shoe. Henry Wu paced around the room. He ran his hands over the computer control panel, then touched the display screen. He was moving constantly, nearly going crazy with tension. He went over every step he needed to take again. His actions had to be swift. Once the first display lit up, he would press the button. Whoa! The wireless phone crackled to life. He grabbed it. "It's me, I'm here. Is that damn power back on?" That was Maldu's voice. His voice sounded strange, hollow. "No, goody play." He laughed, pleased that Maldu was still alive. "I think Ian has made it to the maintenance building," Maldu said. "I don't know what happens next." "Where are you?" Wu asked. "I'm cornered." "What?" "Cornered in this damn tube," Maldu said. "Now I'm quite popular." More precisely, he thought, he must be stuck in the pipe. Behind the visitor center was a large pile of drainage pipes. He ran to the nearest one and stumbled into it, feeling utterly pathetic. The 1-meter diameter pipe was just big enough for him to squeeze into, but the velociraptors couldn't follow him inside. At least, they wouldn't come in after he shot one of their legs. The foul-smelling creature was too close to the pipe, and it howled before fleeing, leaving its companions too scared to act. His only regret was that he hadn't waited for its nose to appear at the other end of the pipe before he pulled the trigger. However, he might still have a chance since 3 velociraptors were outside, roaring around him. "Yes, you're quite popular," he said into the radio. Wu asked, "Does Eno have a radio?" "Probably not," Mardu replied. "Just sit tight and wait for the outcome." He hadn't seen what the other end of the pipe looked like. He had been too eager to get in, and now he couldn't turn back. He was wedged in too tightly. His only hope was that the other end was blocked. Goodness, he really didn't want those hybrids biting his backside. Eno moved cautiously down the narrow passage. The velociraptor was almost within 10 feet of him, quietly creeping closer in the dark. Eno could hear the dreadful sound of its claws clicking on the metal floor. Yet Eno moved slowly. He knew the velociraptor could see very well, but the strange smell of the iron bars made him cautious. This cautious habit was his only chance for survival. Eno thought that as long as he could reach the stairs and get downstairs, he would be fine. He was quite sure the velociraptor wouldn't climb stairs, let alone a narrow, steep one. Eno quickly glanced back. The stairs were only a few feet away, just a few more steps. Finally, he made it. He reached out and touched the railing, hurriedly walking down the nearly vertical stairs. His feet hit the flat concrete floor. The velociraptor howled in disappointment from the 20-foot-high passage. Too bad, buddy, Eno said as he turned around. The auxiliary generator was now very close to him. Although the light was dim, he just needed to move a few more steps to see it. Suddenly, a dull sound came from behind him. Eno turned around. The velociraptor was standing on the concrete floor, roaring. It had jumped down. He hurriedly looked for a weapon, but suddenly found himself pushed onto his back on the concrete. A heavy weight pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He knew the velociraptor was standing on him. He felt its massive claws digging into his chest and smelled the foul breath coming from its mouth. He opened his mouth and screamed. Ailey was holding the radio, listening carefully. 2 more workers had just entered the resort. They seemed to know it was safer here. However, no one had come in for a few minutes, and it seemed quiet outside. Mardu's voice came through the radio. How long has it been? Wu replied, 4 or 5 minutes. Eno should have finished by now, Mardu said, if he was going to do something. Do you have any news? No, Wu answered. Any news from Jianluo? Jianluo pressed the button. I'm here. Where exactly are you? Mardu asked. I'm heading to the maintenance building, Jianluo said. Wish me luck. Jianluo crouched in the leaves, listening carefully to the sounds around him. He saw a path leading to the visitor center ahead. He knew the maintenance building was somewhere to the east of him. He heard birds chirping in the woods and saw a light mist drifting. A velociraptor roared from a distance to his right. Jianluo began to move, leaving the path and diving into the woods. Willing to take risks? Not really. Indeed, he was reluctant. But Jianluo felt he had a feasible plan, or at least a chance of success. If he was on the north side of the main building, he could approach the maintenance building from behind. The velociraptors were likely at the sides of the other buildings to the south. They wouldn't be hiding in the woods, would they? At least he hoped not. He moved forward stealthily, trying not to make noise, but he still heard himself making quite a few sounds. He felt his heart racing, forcing himself to slow down. The woods were very dense, and he couldn't see more than 6 or 7 feet ahead. He began to worry he might not find the maintenance building at all. Just then, he spotted the roof of the maintenance building above the tops of some palm trees to his right. He moved around the side and slowly approached the building. He found a door, opened it, and walked inside. It was very dark. His foot tripped over something. It was a man's shoe. Jianluo frowned, pushed the door, and continued inward. A narrow passage appeared ahead. He suddenly remembered that he actually didn't know where to go, and he had forgotten to bring his radio. Maybe there was a radio somewhere in the maintenance building, or he just needed to find the generator. He knew what a generator looked like. It might be on the lower floors. At that moment, he discovered a staircase leading down. It was darker below, and he couldn't see anything. He groped forward along the pipes, extending his hands in front of him to avoid hitting his head on anything. He heard an animal's howl, which startled him and made him stop. He listened intently, but the sound didn't return. He quietly moved forward. Suddenly, something dripped onto his shoulder and bare arms. It was warm and water-like. He touched it in the dark. It was sticky. He sniffed. It was blood. He looked up and saw the velociraptor standing on the pipe, just a few feet above his head. Blood dripped from its mouth. Jianluo suddenly felt a strange sense of detachment. He wondered if the dinosaur was injured. Then he started running, but the velociraptor jumped onto his back, knocking him to the ground. Jianluo was strong. He pushed hard and shoved the velociraptor away, rolling to the side on the concrete floor. He turned around to see the velociraptor lying on its side, gasping for breath. Yes, it was injured. There was a wound on its leg. He didn't know how it had happened. Kill it. Jianluo hurriedly got up, looking for something to use as a weapon. The velociraptor was still gasping on the ground. He desperately tried to find something, anything, to use as a weapon. When he turned around, the velociraptor was gone. It let out an angry roar that echoed in the darkness. Jianluo reached out his hands, feeling around, turning in place. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his right hand. It was teeth. It was biting him. The velociraptor twisted its head, lifting Jianluo into the air, then dropping him to the ground. Malcolm lay in bed, drenched in sweat. He heard the radio click. Any news? Mardu asked. Do you have any news? No news at all, Wu said. Damn it, Mardu exclaimed. The radio was silent for a moment. Malcolm sighed and said, I can't wait to hear what new plan he has. I hope, Mardu said, that everyone goes to the hotel and gathers together again. But I don't know how to get there. A jeep was parked in front of the visitor center. Wu said, if I drive the car over, can you get in? Maybe, came the reply. But you can't leave the control room. Anyway, I can't get anything done here. That's true, Malcolm said. A control room without power can't be considered a real control room. Well, Maldu said, let's give it a try. Things didn't seem to be going well. Malcolm lay in bed and said, you're right, it's not looking good. It seems like disaster is approaching. Wu said, the raptors will chase us. For now, we still have the advantage, Maldu said. Let's start the plan. The mobile phone was then turned off. Malcolm closed his eyes, took a slow breath, and concentrated all his strength. Relax, Ellie said. Don't be nervous. Do you know what we're talking about here? Malcolm replied. All those attempts to control are the views of Westerners that have existed for over 500 years. These views emerged a long time ago when Florence was the most important city in the world. The fundamental viewpoint of science is to look at reality in a new way. It is objective, it does not depend on your beliefs or nationality, and it is rational. This idea was fresh and exciting at the time. It filled people with hope for the future and ended the centuries-old conservative medieval system. In the face of science, the feudal politics of the Middle Ages, religious doctrines, and vile superstitions crumbled. However, in fact, this was simply because the Middle Ages could no longer sustain themselves. It was economically backward, irrational, and unable to adapt to the new trends that were rising at the time. Malcolm coughed, but now he continued. Science has become a belief system that has existed for hundreds of years. Like the medieval system that preceded it, science has begun to clash with the world. Science has gained too much power, and as a result, its limitations and application have become increasingly apparent. Although thanks to science, billions of people on Earth can live in a small world, gather together, and communicate with each other. Science cannot decide how we should treat this world or how we should live. Science can develop a nuclear reactor, but cannot tell us not to build it. Science can produce pesticides, but cannot tell us not to use them. Therefore, many critical aspects of our world are polluted: air, water, and land, all because science cannot control them. He sighed. All of this was clear enough to individuals. A moment of silence followed. Malcolm lay in bed, his eyes closed, and his breathing appeared very labored. No one spoke. Ellie felt that Malcolm seemed to have fallen asleep. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly. At the same time, the legitimate reasons for the rational knowledge of science gradually disappeared. Since Newton and Descartes, science has clearly given us the prospect of being able to control everything. Science, believing that with its understanding of natural laws, could ultimately control everything. But by the 20th century, this claim completely collapsed. First, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle set limits on our understanding of the subatomic world. We said that's okay. After all, no one lives in the subatomic world. Later, Gödel's theorem placed similar restrictions on mathematics as a formal language of science. Mathematicians had always believed that their language had a special, intrinsic reliability that stemmed from logical theorems. Now we finally know that what we call reasoning is actually just a whimsical game. It is not as different as we imagined. Chaos theory has demonstrated that this unpredictability is inherent in our daily lives, just as storms are unpredictable. Therefore, for hundreds of years, the grand prospect of science providing control over everything has shattered in this century. Along with it, the legitimate reasons for everything science has done have disappeared. Let's listen to what it says. Science always claims that it may not know everything now, but it will in the future, eventually. But now we know that this is not true. This is just unfounded boasting, as foolish as a child jumping off a building because they believe they can fly. Utterly mistaken. That's too extreme, Hammond said, shaking his head. We are witnessing the end of the scientific age. Science, like other outdated systems, is destroying itself. As its power grows stronger, it shows an inability to control that very power. Because in this era, things are changing rapidly. 50 years ago, people were ecstatic about the atomic bomb. That was power, and no one thought anything could be more powerful than that. However, just 10 years later, we had genetic engineering, which is far more powerful than the atomic bomb, and soon everyone will be using it. It will appear in the toolboxes of backyard gardeners, be applied in children's experiments, and show up in the makeshift laboratories of terrorists and dictators. Thus, everyone will ask in unison, how should I use my power? And this is precisely the question science believes it cannot answer. So what will happen? Ellie asked. Malcolm shrugged and said, a change. What kind of change? Any significant change is like death, he said. You can only see what the other side is like when you get there. With that, he closed his eyes. That poor man, Hammond said, shaking his head. Malcolm sighed. Do you know, he asked, how likely you, and all of us, are to leave this island alive? Chapter 6, untitled The Restoration of the System, proved to be perhaps impossible. Ian Malcolm returns. The electric motor buzzed as the truck sped through the dark underground tunnel. Grant was driving, his feet resting on the base of the vehicle. The tunnel was unremarkable, with only occasional ventilation shafts above, protected by rain shields, allowing minimal light into the tunnel. But he noticed that many places had hardened white animal droppings, indicating that many animals had been here. Lex sat beside him, shining a flashlight backward where a raptor lay, Why is it having trouble breathing? Because I injected it with anesthetic, he said. Will it die? She asked. I hope not. Why do we catch it? Lex asked again. To prove to the people in the control room that dinosaurs are indeed breeding, Grant said. How do you know they're breeding? Because this is a juvenile raptor, Grant said, and it is a male juvenile. Is it? Lex said, examining it under the beam of the flashlight. Yes. Now, can you shine the flashlight forward? Can you turn your wrist and tell me what time it is? It's 1:15. Good, Tim said. That means we have 45 minutes left to contact the ship. We should be getting close. Grant said, I estimate we should be at the visitor center now. He felt the tunnel slowly ascending, bringing them back to the surface. And then, wow, Tim exclaimed. They burst into a sunlit world at an astonishing speed. Light mist floated around, obscuring the buildings that suddenly appeared before them, making them seem hazy. Grant immediately recognized that this was the visitor center, and they headed straight for the garage door. Wow, Lex shouted, we made it. Wow. As the car parked in the garage, she was bouncing in her seat. Against one wall of the garage were stacked animal cages. They placed a raptor in one cage and gave it a bowl of water. Then they climbed the steps leading to the entrance of the visitor center's ground floor. I want a big hamburger and some fries, chocolate milk ice cream. Forget about the dinosaurs, wow. They reached the front of the hallway and opened the large door. They all froze. Inside the visitor center's hallway, the glass doors had been shattered and a gray, cold mist drifted through the empty lobby. A sign reading, When Dinosaurs Ruled the Earth, hung from a hinge, swaying and creaking in the wind. The massive mechanical T-Rex had been toppled over, lying on its back, with its internal circuitry and metal parts exposed. They saw rows of palm trees faintly visible through the mist. Tim and Lex squeezed in front of the security guard's metal desk. Grant picked up the guard's radio, trying all the channels. Hello, this is Grant. Is anyone there? Hello, this is Grant. Lex looked at the guard's body, which was lying on the floor to the right. She saw nothing but his legs and feet. Hello, this is Grant, hello. Lex leaned over, carefully inspecting around the desk. Grant grabbed her sleeve. Hey, don't do that. Is he dead? What's that on the floor? Blood? Yes. Why doesn't it look as red as real blood? You're crazy, Tim said. What do you mean crazy? I'm not. The radio clicked. Oh my God. A voice came through. Grant, is that you? Then, Alan? Is that Alan? It was Ellie speaking. I'm here, Grant said. Thank God. Ellie said, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. How are the kids? Have you seen them? The kids are with me, Grant said. They're all fine. Thank God. Lex stealthily crawled along the side of the desk. Grant patted her on the calf. Come back. The radio rang again. Where are you? In the hallway here. In the main building's hallway. From the radio, he heard Wu speaking. My God, they're here. Grant, listen. Ellie said the raptors have escaped. They can open doors. They might be in the same building as you. Really? Where are you? Grant said. Grant asked again, what about the others? Maldonado, what about everyone else? We've lost a few people, but we've gathered everyone else in the hotel. Is the phone working? Not anymore. The whole system has been shut down. Nothing is operational. How can we get the system back up? We've been trying to figure that out. We need to get it back up, Grant said, and we need to move fast. If we don't hurry, the dinosaurs will reach the mainland in half an hour. He started explaining about the ship when Maldonado interrupted him. I don't think you understand the situation, Dr. Grant. We have less than half an hour left. What's going on? A couple of raptors have set their sights on us. Right now, there are 2 on our roof. So what? The building is impenetrable. Maldonado was coughing. Of course, it is impenetrable, but we never dreamed those beasts would climb onto the roof. The radio clicked again. It must be a tree too close to the fence. The dinosaurs climbed over the fence and got onto the roof. Anyway, the steel bars on the skylight should have been electrified, but the current is down now. They're biting through the bars on the skylight. Grant said, they're biting through the bars? He frowned, tried to imagine the consequences. Could it be that fast? Yes, Maldonado said. Once they start biting, there's an average of 15,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. They're like coyotes, able to bite through steel, and the radio cut out for a moment. How fast? Grant asked again. Maldonado said, I estimate we have 10 to 15 minutes before they completely bite through and get into the building through the skylight. Once they get in, wait, Dr. Grant. The radio clicked off. Above Malcolm's bed, a raptor had already bitten through a steel bar. One raptor grasped one end of the bar and pulled back hard. Its powerful hind legs pressed against the skylight, shattering the glass, which scattered down onto Malcolm's bed. Ellie reached out to clear the large shards from the sheets. Oh my God, they look terrible, Malcolm said, looking up. The glass shattered, and they could hear the dinosaurs' breaths and roars, as well as the sharp sounds of their teeth scraping against the metal as they bit through the bars. Where they had bitten, some parts had become thinner, revealing a silvery color. Foamy saliva splattered onto the sheets and nightstand. At least they can't get in right now, Ellie said, unless they bite through another steel bar. Wu said, if Grant could manage to get to the maintenance building, he would be done for. Maldonado said, limping around the room with a sprained ankle. He wouldn't make it there in time, let alone restore power. He couldn't stop them from getting in. Malcolm coughed a few more times. That's right. His voice was weak, almost a wheeze. What did he say? Maldonado asked. Just that, Malcolm repeated. Can what? Led them away, he said hesitantly. How do you lead them away? To the fence. Okay, then what? Malcolm smiled weakly. Stick your hand out beyond the fence. Oh God, I can't stand you. Maldonado said, turning away. Don't rush. Wu said. He's right. There are only 2 dinosaurs here, which means there are at least 4 outside. We can go out and lead them away. And then what? Then Grant can slip away to the feeding building and start the generator. And then back to the control room to start the whole system? Exactly. There's no time. Maldonado said, no time. But if we can lure the dinosaurs over here, Wu said, maybe we can draw them away from the skylight. This plan might work. It's worth a try. We need a bait. Maldonado said, that's right. But who will be the bait? I can't, my ankle is injured. I can go, Wu said. No. Maldonado said, you're the only one who knows how to operate the computer. You have to call Grant using the wireless phone. Then I'll go, Harding said. No, Ellie said. Malcolm needs you, let me go. Damn it, that's not what I meant, Maldonado said. You'll be surrounded by dinosaurs on the roof. But she was already bending down to tie her shoelaces. Don't tell Grant, she said, it'll worry him. The corridor was silent. Cold mist floated past them. And the wireless phone had been silent for a few minutes. Tim asked, why aren't they talking to us? I'm hungry, Lex said. They're thinking of a way, Grant said. A clicking sound came from the wireless phone. Grant, is that you? Are you there? I'm here, Grant said. Listen, Wu said. Can you see behind the visitor center from there? Grant's gaze crossed through the back glass doors, all the way to the palm trees and the mist. I can. Grant said. There's a passage that goes straight through the palm trees to the maintenance building. The power equipment and generator are there. I think you saw that maintenance building yesterday. Yes, Grant replied, although he felt puzzled for a moment. Had he seen that building? Was that yesterday? It felt like it had been years ago. Now listen, Wu said, we think we can draw all the dinosaurs to the hotel, but we're not very sure. So be careful. Give us 5 minutes. Okay, Grant said. You can leave the kids in the cafeteria. They should be fine. Remember to take the wireless phone with you when you leave. Okay, before you go, turn off the wireless phone so it doesn't make any noise once you're out of the building. Remember to contact me when you get to the maintenance building. Okay. Grant turned off the wireless phone. Lex leaned over. Are we going to the cafeteria? She asked. Yes, Grant said. They stood up and walked through the mist floating in the corridor. I want a hamburger, Lex said. I don't think there's power to make hamburgers. Then ice cream instead. Tim, you need to stay with her, help her out. I will. I'm going to leave for a bit, Grant said. I know. They reached the cafeteria door. And when Grant opened it, he saw square tables and chairs with a stainless steel spring door behind them. And nearby was a cash register and a rack of gum and candy. Listen to me, kids. I want you to stay here no matter what happens. Understand? Leave the wireless phone with us, Lex said. No, I need it. Stay here. I'll just be gone for about 5 minutes, okay? Okay. Grant closed the door. The cafeteria was instantly dark, and Lex grabbed Tim's hand. Turn on the lights, she said. No, Tim said there's no power. But he put on his night vision goggles. You're fine like that, what about me? Hold my hand. Let's go get something to eat. He led her forward. In the green phosphorescence, he saw the tables and chairs. To the right was the cash register flickering with green light, along with a rack of gum and candy. He grabbed a handful of candy. I told you, Lex said. I want ice cream, not candy. Just make do with it. I want ice cream, Tim. Okay. Tim stuffed the candy into his pocket and led Lex into the cafeteria. She held his hand. I can't see anything, she said. Just follow me, hold my hand. Then go slower. At the other end of the tables and chairs were 2 spring doors with small round windows. They might lead to the kitchen. He pushed one door open wide. Ellie stepped out of the hotel's front door. She felt the cool mist soaking her face and legs. Her heart raced. Even though she understood it was quite safe behind the fence. Right in front of her, she saw the thick railing in the mist. But beyond the fence, she couldn't see anything. Another 20 yards ahead, the scenery turned milky white. She could see no raptors at all. In fact, the garden and woods were so quiet it was almost eerie. Hey, she called out nervously into the mist. Maldonado leaned against the threshold. I doubt this will work. He said, you need to make some noise. He staggered out, taking a steel bar from the building inside. He banged the bar against the railing, making noise like banging a gong for dinner. Come and get it. Dinner's ready. That's funny, Ellie said. She glanced nervously at the roof. She didn't see any raptors. They don't understand English, Maldonado grinned, but I guess they get the general idea. She still felt anxious, finding his humor disturbing. She looked towards the visitor center, the building shrouded in mist. Maldonado started banging the railing again. She squinted into the distance, almost in a haze, and saw a pale, terrifying creature. It was a raptor. The first guest, Maldonado said. The raptor's white figure disappeared, leaving only a white shadow. Then it returned, but no longer approached. Strangely, it seemed oblivious to the noise coming from the hotel. She began to worry. Unless she could lure the raptor to the hotel, Grant would be in serious trouble. You're making too much noise, Ellie said. I'm not, Maldonado replied. Come on, you're really banging too loudly. You're drunk, Ellie said. Let me handle it. And how are you going to do that? He ignored him and went straight to the front gate. They say raptors are smart. That's right. At least as smart as chimpanzees. Are their ears sensitive? Yes, very sensitive. Maybe they can distinguish this sound. Saying that, she opened the gate, which creaked loudly. The metal hinge had rusted from the moisture brought by the mist. She closed it again, and when she opened it, it creaked again. She left the door open. I don't want to do that, Maldonado said. Since you're going to do it, let me get the launcher ready. Get the launcher ready. He sighed, remembering something. Shotgun on Giro. Okay then, she said, pay attention to the noise outside. She stepped out the door, crossing over the fence. Her heart pounded fiercely. She could hardly feel her feet touching the ground. She walked away from the fence, and then it quickly vanished into the mist, which was truly terrifying. It quickly disappeared behind her. Just as she expected, Mardu was now shouting at her like a drunken man. Damn it, little girl, don't do that. He yelled. Don't call me little girl, she shouted back. What should I call you? That's none of your business, Mardu shouted. Ignoring him, she slowly turned her body, watching her surroundings cautiously. Now, she was at least 20 yards away from the fence, and she could see the mist swirling among the leaves like fine rain pattering against them. She stayed far away from the leaves, moving in a gray shadow world. The muscles in her legs and shoulders ached from tension. She stared wide-eyed at her surroundings. Can you hear my voice, damn it? Mardu yelled. How capable are these animals? She wondered. Smart enough to cut off my escape route? It's really not far back to the fence. They attacked, without making a sound. The first raptor lunged from the left, bursting through the branches of a tree. It leaped at her, and she turned and ran. The second raptor approached from the other side, clearly trying to intercept her as she ran. It jumped into the air, claws extended, lunging at her. She ran forward desperately like an exhausted racer, the beast closing in from the mud. Now she was sprinting at full speed, not daring to look back, gasping for breath. Finally seeing the fence revealed in the mist, seeing Mardu opening the gate, seeing him reaching out to her, shouting, grabbing her arm, and pulling her in. He yanked her so hard that she tumbled to the ground. She turned just in time to see the first raptor, followed by the second and third, crashing against the fence, roaring loudly. Well done, Mardu shouted. At that moment, he was mocking the beasts, responding to their roars, provoking them to rage. They lunged at the fence, leaping up, one almost clearing it. My God, how thrilling. Those bastards can jump. She got up, looking at the scrapes and bruises on her body, blood running down her leg. At that moment, all she could think was, there are 3 raptors here, and 2 on the roof. That means 1 is still unaccounted for. Come on, help me, Mardu said. We need to keep their attention. Grant left the visitor center, moving quickly into the fog. He found a passage between the palm trees and headed north along it. Further ahead, a rectangular maintenance building emerged from a mist. He couldn't see any doors. He continued walking, turning around the corner. At the back of the building, hidden by the trees, Grant saw a cement platform used for loading trucks. He climbed up to the platform, facing a revolving door made of corrugated steel, which was locked. He jumped down again and continued to wander around the building. Further ahead, to his right, Grant saw a regular door propped open by a man's shoe. Grant walked inside, squinting in the darkness. He listened but heard no sounds. He picked up the radio and turned it on. This is Grant, he said. I'm inside now. Will looked up at the skylight. The 2 raptors were still staring down at Malcolm's room, but their attention seemed partly distracted by the chaotic sounds outside. He walked to the hotel window. Outside, the 3 raptors were still attacking the fence. Ellie was running back and forth, safe behind the fence. But the raptors seemed less intent on taking her down. They appeared to be playing, rolling back from the fence, standing on their hind legs, roaring, then dropping down and rolling again, finally lunging back. Their movements clearly had a show-off quality rather than a serious attack. It's like birds putting on a performance. Mardu said. Wu nodded. They're smart. They know they can't catch her, so they're not really trying. The radio beeped. Please repeat. Is this Dr. Grant? I'm already inside, Grant said. Dr. Grant, have you entered the maintenance building? Yes, Grant replied. Then he added, maybe you should call me Alan. Okay, Alan. If you're standing inside the east side door, You should see a lot of pipe equipment. Wu closed his eyes, imagining the scene, moving forward. In the center of the building, a large atrium went down 2 stories deep. On your left is a metal walkway with railings. I see it. Walk along the walkway. I'm walking. The sound of his footsteps on the metal plates faintly came through the radio. After you walk 20 to 30 feet, you'll see another passage to the right. I see it, Grant said. Walk down that passage. Okay, keep going straight. And you should come to a stairway on your left. Go down it. I see it. Going down the stairway. Then there was a long silence. Wu ran his fingers through his damp hair. Mardu frowned. Okay, I went down the stairway, Grant said. Good, Wu replied. Listen, there should be 2 large yellow barrels ahead, labeled flammable. There are some text below in Spanish. Those are the ones, Wu said. They are 2 oil barrels for the engine. One is dry, so we have to use the other one. If you look at the bottom of the barrel, you'll see a white tube sticking out. A 4-inch diameter plastic tube? Yes, that's the plastic tube. Follow that tube. Okay, I'm following the tube. What's wrong? Nothing, I bumped my head. A pause. Are you okay? Yeah. I'm fine, just hurt my head. I'm so stupid. Keep following the tube. All right, Grant said, sounding a bit impatient. Okay. That tube leads to a large aluminum box with vents, label Honda. It looks like a generator. Yes, Wu said, that's the generator. If you go to its side, you'll see a panel with 2 buttons. I see them. Are they yellow and red? That's right. Wu said, press the yellow button first. And after you press it, then press the red one. Okay. Another pause, lasting almost a minute. Wu and Mardu exchanged glances. Grant? It malfunctioned, Grant said. Did you press the yellow button first, then the red button? Wu asked. Yes, I did, Grant said, sounding a bit frustrated. I followed your instructions perfectly. First there was a buzzing sound, then a clicking noise very quickly, then the buzzing stopped, and then nothing. Try again. I've already tried, Grant said, but it's not working. Okay, wait. Wu frowned. It sounded like the generator was trying to start, but couldn't for some reason. Grant? I'm here. Go around to the back of the generator. That's where the plastic tube goes in. Okay. Another pause followed. Then Grant said, the tube connects to a round black cylinder. It looks like a fuel pump. That's right, Wu said, that's the fuel pump. Look for a small valve at the top. A valve? It should stick out at the top, with a little metal ring that you can turn. I found it, but it's on the side, not at the top. All right. Twist it open. Air is coming out. Good. Keep waiting until liquid comes out. It smells like gasoline. Okay, close the valve. Wu turned to Mardu and shook his head. The fuel pump won't start automatically. Alan? Yes. Try the button again. After a moment, Wu heard the faint sound of machinery grinding as the generator started, followed by a steady puttering noise. It started, Grant said. Well done, Alan. Good job. What do we do next? Grant asked, his voice sounding listless. The lights here still aren't on. Go back to the control room. I'll keep in touch while you fix those systems. Is that all I need to do now? Yes. All right, Grant said. I'll talk to you when I get there. The radio emitted a final hiss, then fell silent. Grant? The radio was dead silent. Tim walked through the spring door at the back of the dining room into the kitchen. In the middle of the kitchen was a large stainless steel table. To the left was a stove with many burners, and further on were some giant freezers large enough to fit a person. Tim approached and opened the freezer, looking for ice cream. As he opened them one by one, clouds of mist billowed out. Why is the stove on? Lex said, letting go of his hand. It's not on. They all have blue flames. Those are indicator lights. What's an indicator light? They had an electric stove at home. Never mind, Tim said, opening another freezer. But that means I can make you something to eat. In the first freezer, he found various foods, including boxed milk and a pile of T-bone steaks. But no ice cream. Still want ice cream? I told you, didn't I? The next freezer was very large. The stainless steel door had a wide horizontal handle. He grabbed the handle, opened the door, and saw a big freezer. This freezer was like a room, cold to the bone. Tim, can't you wait a second? He said impatiently, I'm looking for ice cream for you. Tim has something here. She whispered, and for a moment, her last few words barely caught the other's attention. Then Tim ran out of the freezer, seeing the door shrouded in green mist. Lex stood by the steel workbench, looking back at the kitchen door. He heard a low hissing sound, like a giant snake. It rose and fell softly, almost inaudible. Maybe it was the wind, but his instinct told him it wasn't. Tim, she whispered, I'm scared. He quietly walked to the kitchen door and looked outside. In the pitch-black dining room, he saw neatly arranged green rectangular tables. Among them, moving smoothly, aside from the hissing of breathing, was a ghostly velociraptor. In the darkness of the maintenance room, Grant groped his way along the pipes, heading back toward the staircase. It was quite difficult to walk in the dark, and somehow he found the sound of the generator disorienting. He reached the edge of the staircase, just about to climb up when he suddenly felt something else in the room besides the sound of the generator. Grant stopped and listened. Someone was calling. It sounded like Shiro. "Where are you?" Grant shouted. "I'm here," Shiro said in the truck. Grant couldn't see any truck. He squinted into the darkness, glancing around. He saw a green, glowing shape moving in the dark. Then he saw the truck and turned to walk toward it. Tim felt the cold silence was eerie. The velociraptor was 6 feet tall and muscular, although its sturdy legs and tail were obscured by the table. Tim could only see its robust body, with its 2 forelimbs pressed tightly against its sides, claws hanging down, but he could see the shiny patterns on its back. This velociraptor was very alert, moving forward while glancing around, its head extending like a bird, swaying up and down as it walked, its long, straight tail hanging down, making it look even more like a bird. A huge, silent beast. The dining room was dim, but this velociraptor clearly saw everything, moving steadily forward, occasionally bending down to peek under the tables. Tim heard a series of rapid, inhaling sounds. Then its head suddenly shot up, alertly looking around like a bird. Tim watched it, finally confirming that this velociraptor was heading toward the kitchen. Was it searching forward, following their scent? All the books said velociraptors had poor sense of smell, but this one seemed to have a keen nose. Regardless, how much true insight could there really be in books? Here was a living creature. It was getting closer to him. He hurried back into the kitchen. "Is there something out there?" Lex asked. Tim didn't answer. He pushed her under a table in the corner, right behind a large garbage can. He leaned down close to her and whispered sternly, "Stay here." Then he dashed toward the freezer. He grabbed a frozen steak and ran back to the door, casually placing the first steak on the floor, then stepping back a few paces to lay down the second one. Through the night vision goggles, he saw Lex peering around the garbage can. He waved his hand for her to come back. He placed the third steak down, then the fourth, and retreated back into the kitchen. The hissing grew louder, and then a clawed forelimb gripped the door, the large head cautiously looking around. The velociraptor stopped at the kitchen door. Tim crouched at the back of the kitchen, near the table leg of the steel workbench farther from the door. But he didn't have time to hide. His head and shoulders still protruded from the tabletop. He could see the velociraptor clearly. Tim slowly lowered himself, trying to hide under the table, but the velociraptor suddenly turned its head, staring directly at Tim. The velociraptor stood at the door, completely still. Tim thought, here it's darker, it's harder for it to see clearly, which made it more cautious. But at that moment, he could smell the rancid odor of the large reptile. Through the night vision goggles, he saw the velociraptor quietly yawning, its nose tilted back, revealing rows of sharp teeth. The velociraptor looked ahead again, raising its head to glance around, its large eyes rolling in the bony sockets. Tim felt his heart racing. After all, confronting a beast like this in the kitchen was far more terrifying than facing it in the open woods. That physique, those swift movements, that pungent smell, and the hissing breaths. Up close, it looked even more frightening than the T-Rex. The T-Rex was tall and strong, but not very clever. The velociraptor was about the size of a person, but it had an agile and intelligent appearance at first glance. Tim thought its sharp gaze was almost as frightening as its sharp teeth. The velociraptor sniffed and stepped forward directly toward Lex. Somehow, it must have caught her scent. Tim's heart raced even faster. The velociraptor stopped, slowly bending down. It had spotted the steak. Tim wanted to crouch down and peek from under the table, but he didn't dare move. He remained half squatting, listening to the crunching sound. It was eating the steak, swallowing both meat and bone. It lifted its long head, looking around and sniffing. It saw the second steak and quickly moved forward. It bent down. Silence. The velociraptor did not eat it. Its head raised again. Tim's legs had been crouched for too long, feeling almost numb, but he didn't move. Why hadn't the animal eaten the second steak? 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind. It didn't like the taste of beef. It didn't like the cold feeling. It didn't like the stale meat. Then it realized this was a trap. It sensed Lex, smelled Tim. It saw Tim. At that moment, the velociraptor ran over quickly. It discovered the third steak, lowered its head, looked up again, and moved forward. Tim held his breath. The velociraptor was now only a few feet away from him. Tim could see the muscles twitching on its sides and the dried blood on its front claws. He could also see its beautiful stripes and the folds of skin under its chin and neck. The velociraptor sniffed. It suddenly raised its head and stared directly at Tim. Tim was so scared he could hardly breathe, his whole body stiff and tense. He noticed the velociraptor's eyes scanning the room. It sniffed again. It found me, Tim thought. Then he raised his head to look forward, and the animal continued moving toward the fourth steak. Tim thought, Lex, you must not move, no matter what. You must not move. The velociraptor sniffed the steak and continued forward, arriving at the open freezer door. Tim could see the cold air rolling out, swirling along the floor toward the animal's feet. A claw lifted and then lowered silently. The velociraptor hesitated. Too cold. Tim thought, it won't go in, it's too cold. It won't go in, it won't go in, it won't go in. The velociraptor went in. First its head disappeared, then its body, and finally its stiff tail. Tim lunged forward with all his strength, pressing his entire weight against the stainless steel door of the freezer, slamming it shut. But the door trapped the tip of its tail. The door wouldn't close. The velociraptor roared, the sound terrifyingly loud. Tim instinctively took a step back. Its tail was gone. He slammed the door shut and heard a click. It was closed. Lex! Lex! He shouted sharply. He heard the velociraptor banging against the door, feeling it thudding against the steel. He knew there was a flat iron round button inside, and if the velociraptor hit this button, it could open the door. They had to lock the door no matter what. Lex! Lex was right next to him. What are you doing? Tim pressed his body against the door as horizontal handle, blocking it. There's a latch. A small latch. Get it. The velociraptor roared like a lion, its voice trapped behind thick steel, using its whole body to slam against the door. I can't see anything, Lex shouted. The latch hung under the door handle, attached to a metal chain. It's right there. I can't see it, she cried. Tim suddenly remembered she wasn't wearing the night vision goggles. Feel for it. He saw her small hand reach out, touching his hand, feeling around for the latch. She was so close to him, he could feel her panic. She was breathless with anxiety as the velociraptor banged against the door. The door was actually opening. Oh no, the door opened. But the animal hadn't expected the door to be flung open and was already turning to prepare for another charge. At that moment, Tim quickly slammed the door shut. Lex reached back, extending her hand in the darkness. I found it, Lex shouted, gripping the latch tightly. Try to insert it into the lock, but it slipped out again. From the top. Insert it from the top. She grabbed it again, lifted the chain, and swung both the chain and the latch onto the handle. They fell down, fitting into the hole. Locked. The velociraptor roared loudly as it slammed against the door again. Tim and Lex both stepped back. With each impact, the heavy steel hinges creaked, but they held firm. Tim thought the animal couldn't break the door now. This velociraptor was locked inside. He let out a long breath. Let's go, he said. He took her hand, and the two of them escaped together. You really should have seen them, Dr. Sattler said. As Grant was leading him out of the maintenance building, there must have been more than 20 small raptors. I had to climb into the truck to avoid them. They all huddled above the windshield, just sitting there like vultures waiting. But once you came over, they all ran away. They are scavengers, Grant said. They won't attack anything that can move or look strong, only those that are sick or about to die. In short, they only attack animals that can't move. Now, they were climbing the escalator back up to the door at the entrance. What about the velociraptor that charged at you? Grant asked. I don't know, Dr. Sattler said. Did it run away? I didn't see. I ran away. I think it was injured. Muldoon shot its leg. It was bleeding while it was here. After that, I don't know. Maybe it turned around and went out again, or maybe it died here. I didn't see. It might still be here, Grant said. Will looked out the window of the hotel at the velociraptors outside the fence. They seemed to be having fun, constantly making aggressive gestures toward Ellie. This behavior had been going on for quite some time, and he suddenly felt it might have been too long. It seemed they were desperately trying to get Ellie's attention, and, similarly, she was trying every way to attract their attention. The behavior of the dinosaurs was often a less considered aspect for Wu. And indeed, behavior is an effect of the secondary sequence of DNA, much like the folding of proteins. You cannot accurately predict it, nor can you truly control it, unless through some crude means, such as suppressing an enzyme within the animal's bodies, forcing them to rely on a specific food to survive. Generally speaking, behavioral effects are fundamentally beyond human understanding. You cannot look at a set of DNA sequences and predict behavior. That's impossible. This situation renders Wu's DNA research purely experimental. It is akin to a reparative task, much like a modern craftsman repairing a very old clock, almost treating something from ancient times, something made from ancient materials according to ancient rules. You cannot ascertain the principles of activity. Over a long period, it has been reshaped and transformed countless times by the forces of evolution. Therefore, just as a craftsman checks the clock for accuracy after repair, Wu must make some adjustments and then see if the animals behave more properly. He only intends to correct those undesirable behaviors, recklessly crashing into the electric fence or rubbing wounds on tree trunks. The study of these behaviors brings him back to the drawing board. His scientific knowledge is indeed limited, making him feel that the dinosaurs in the park are enigmatic. He can never truly determine whether the behaviors of these animals have genuine accuracy or if they really act like ancient dinosaurs. This is an unresolved question that will never have an answer, although Wu never admits it. The fact that the dinosaurs are reproducing is a strong confirmation of his work's results. A breeding animal is the most fundamentally persuasive evidence. It indicates that Wu has accurately combined various aspects. He has replicated an animal from millions of years ago with such precision that these animals can actually reproduce the next generation. Nevertheless, as he gazes at the dinosaurs outside, he is still troubled by their stubborn behaviors. Dinosaurs are intelligent, and intelligent animals quickly become bored, and they will plan and arrange. Harding walked from Malcolm's room into the corridor. Where is Ellie? Still outside. Just call her in. The dinosaurs have left the skylight. When did they leave? Wu asked as he walked towards the door. They just left a short while ago, Harding said. Wu suddenly opened the front door. Ellie. Come quick. She turned back to look at him, puzzled. Everything's fine here. It's all under control. Come back. She shook her head. I know what to do, Ellie said. Get in. Ellie, damn it. Maldu doesn't like standing there with the door wide open. Just as he was about to say this, he suddenly saw a shadow fall from above, and he immediately realized what was happening. Wu's entire body was violently pulled out the door, and Maldu heard Ellie scream. He ran to the door and looked outside, only to see Wu lying on his back on the ground, his body torn apart by a giant claw, with the velociraptor fiercely thrashing its head, tearing at Wu's intestines. Even though Wu was not dead yet and was struggling to push its massive head away, he was being devoured alive by the velociraptor. At that moment, Ellie stopped screaming and began to run along the inside of the fence, while Maldu desperately tried to close the door, dizzy with fear. All of this happened in an instant. Harding asked, did it jump down from the roof? Maldu nodded. He walked to the window and looked outside, seeing 3 velociraptors running away from the fence. But they did not chase after Ellie. The velociraptors were heading back toward the visitor center. Grant arrived beside the maintenance building, gazing into the misty distance. He could hear the roars of the velociraptors, which seemed to be getting closer. At that moment, he caught sight of their figures running past him. They were heading toward the visitor center. He turned back to look at Sarah. Sarah shook her head, indicating disagreement. Grant leaned closer and whispered in her ear, we have no choice. We have to turn on the computer. Grant stood up and walked into the mist. After a while, Sarah followed him. Ellie did not stop to think. When the velociraptor jumped into the enclosure to attack Wu, she happened to turn around and immediately sprinted toward the other end of the hotel with all her might. There was a 15-foot wide clearing between the fence and the hotel. She ran, not hearing the dinosaurs pursuing her, only the sound of her own breathing. She rounded a corner and saw a tree growing beside the building, leapt up, grabbed a branch, and swung her body upward. She did not feel panic as she kicked her legs back to swing, seeing her 2 legs dangling in front of her. She only felt a sense of exhilaration, hooking her legs onto a higher branch, tightening her abdomen, and quickly climbing up. She was 13 feet off the ground, and the velociraptors had not caught up yet. When she saw the first velociraptor below the tree, she began to feel quite capable. The beast opened its massive jaws, with exposed muscle and flesh hanging down from its chin. She continued to climb quickly, alternating her hands upward, finally nearing the top of the building. She looked down again. 2 dinosaurs were climbing the tree. Now, she was as high as the roof, and she saw that the roof was only 4 feet above her, with a pyramid-shaped glass skylight on top. There was a door on the roof, and she could enter from there. She concentrated her strength and leapt into the air, landing on the roof. Her face was scraped, but somehow she only felt exhilarated, as if she were playing a game, a match she was destined to win. She ran toward the door leading to the stairs, hearing the velociraptors shaking the branches behind her. They were still in the tree. She reached the door and turned the doorknob. The door was locked. After a moment, she realized her situation was dangerous, coming down from the joy of success. The door was locked. She was on the roof, unable to get down. The door was locked. She was distressed, banging hard on the door, then ran to the other end of the roof, hoping to find a way down, but through the floating mist, she only saw the green outline of the swimming pool, surrounded by a 10 to 12 foot wide concrete surface, too far for her to jump. There were no other trees to climb down, no stairs, no escape doors. Nothing. Ellie turned around and saw the velociraptors easily jumping onto the roof. She ran toward the other end of the building, hoping there would be another door. But there wasn't. The velociraptors were slowly closing in on her, creeping toward her quietly, moving silently among the conical glass skylights. She looked down. The edge of the pool was far more than 10 feet away. Too far. The velociraptors were getting closer, beginning to split and advance. Her mind was racing. Is this how things often go? A small mistake can lead to a catastrophic disaster? The earlier exhilaration still lingered. She couldn't believe these beasts were about to invade her. She didn't believe her life was about to end at this moment. It seemed impossible. She was immersed in a self-deceptive optimism, unwilling to believe such a thing could happen. The velociraptors roared. Ellie backed away, moving toward the other end of the roof. She took a deep breath and then dashed toward the roof's edge. As she rushed toward the edge, she saw the swimming pool. She knew it was too far away. But she thought, whatever, and then leapt into the air. Then came a fall. With a jolt that stung her skin, she felt herself plunge into icy water. She was underwater. She had succeeded. She emerged from the water, looking up at the roof, seeing the raptors staring down at her. She knew that if she could do it, the raptors could too. As she bravely swam forward, she wondered if raptors could swim. But she believed they could, perhaps even as well as crocodiles. The raptors turned away from the edge of the roof, and then she heard Hayden calling. "Is that you, Ellie?" She realized he had opened the roof door. The raptors were walking towards him. She quickly climbed out of the pool and rushed toward the hotel. Hayden ran up the stairs to the roof in 2 steps, opening the door without hesitation. "Ellie," he shouted. Then he stopped. The mist floated between the conical windows on the roof, and there was no sign of the raptors. "Ellie." He was so focused on Ellie that he didn't realize his oversight until a moment later. He thought he should have seen those beasts. Just then, a clawed forearm suddenly slammed against the edge of the door, grabbing his chest, causing him tearing pain. He used all his strength to pull back, slamming the door shut, pinning the dinosaur's forearm. He heard Marduk shouting from downstairs. "She's here. She's inside." A roar from the dinosaur came from the other side of the door, and Hayden pushed the door shut again with force. The claw retracted, and with a bang of metal, he closed the door, immediately collapsing onto the ground, coughing uncontrollably. "Where are we going?" Lex asked. They were on the 2nd floor of the visitor center, a corridor with glass windows running straight through the building. "To the control room," Tim said. "Where?" "Somewhere ahead." Tim walked forward, looking at the names engraved on the various doors. They all seemed to be offices: park manager, visitor services, general manager, accountant. They came to a glass panel with a sign that read, "Restricted area. No entry without permission." There was a slot for a security card, but Tim just pushed gently, and the door opened. "How did it open?" "There's no power," Tim said. "What are we going to do in the control room?" She asked. "To find a wireless phone. We need to talk to the others." On the other side of the glass door, the corridor continued to extend forward. Tim remembered this area. He had seen it during the tour yesterday. Lex hurried to keep up with him. They heard the distant roars of dinosaurs, and the animals seemed to be getting closer. Then Tim heard them banging against the glass downstairs. "They're outside," Lex whispered. "Don't worry. What are they doing here?" "Don't worry about that now. Park Management Operation Control Room. Right here," Tim said. He pushed open the door, and the control room looked just as he had seen it before. In the center of the room was a console with 4 chairs and 4 computer monitors. The room was dark except for the monitors, which displayed a row of colored rectangles. "So where's the wireless phone?" Lex asked. But Tim had completely forgotten about the wireless phone. He moved forward, staring at the computer screen. The screen was lit up. This could only mean that the power had been restored. "Damn it," Lex said, shifting her position. "What's wrong?" "I stepped on someone's ear," she said. After they entered, Tim didn't see any bodies. He looked back and saw an ear lying on the floor. "Goose," Lex said. "Don't worry about it." He turned back to the monitors. "Where's the rest of this person?" she asked. "Don't worry about that now." He focused intently on the monitors. Rows of colorful bars appeared on the screen. "You might as well not touch that thing, Tim," she said. "Don't worry. I won't mess with it." He had seen complex computers before, like those installed in buildings operated by his father. These computers controlled everything from elevators and security guards to heating and air conditioning systems. Their appearance was generally like this, with many colorful indicators, but they were usually more straightforward, almost always having a help program indicator if you needed to understand that kind of system. But he didn't see a help indicator here. To make sure, he took another look, but then he noticed something else. Numbers were flashing in the upper left corner of the screen. Their reading was 10:47:22. At that moment, Tim realized it indicated the time. Only 13 minutes left to call back that boat, but he was more worried about the people in the hotel. A burst of static interference sounded. He turned to see Lex holding a wireless phone, turning knobs and dials. "How does this thing ring?" she said. "I don't know how to use it." "Give it to me. It's mine. I found it. Give it to me, Lex. I need to use it first." "Lex." Suddenly, the wireless phone rang. "What happened?" came Marduk's voice. Lex jumped, and the wireless phone fell from her hand to the ground. Grant ducked back, curling up among the palm leaves. Through the mist ahead, he could see the dinosaurs jumping and roaring, slamming their heads against the glass of the visitor center. But in the pauses of their roars, they would quiet down, lifting their heads as if listening to some distant sound. then they would emit mournful wails. What are they doing? Ian asked. It seems they want to go to the buffet, Grant said. What's in the buffet? I left the kids there, Grant said. Can they break through the glass? I don't think so, no. Grant watched carefully, and at that moment he heard the distant click of the wireless phone. The dinosaurs became more agitated. They jumped up and down, each one jumping higher than the last, and finally he saw one of them agilely leap onto the second-floor balcony, from where it entered the visitor center's second floor. In the control room on the second floor, Tim picked up the wireless phone that Lex had dropped. He pressed the button. Hello? Hello. Is that you? Tim? This is Marduk's voice. Yes, it's me. Where are you? In the control room. The power's on. Great, Tim. Marduk said. If someone could teach me how to start this computer, I could operate it. A silence followed. Hello? Tim asked. Can you hear me? We have a bit of a problem, Marduk said. No one here, knows how to do it. How to start the computer. Tim asked what? You're not joking. Are you? No one knows. It seems unbelievable. Yes. A silence followed. I think it's something about the main network. Open the main network, Tim. Don't you know a little about computers? Tim stared at the screen. Lex elbowed him. Tim, tell him you don't understand, she said. Yes, I know a little. I know a little about computers, Tim said. Then give it a try, Marduk said. No one here knows how to operate it. Grant doesn't know either. Okay, Tim said. I'll give it a try. He clicked off the wireless phone, stared at the screen, and pondered carefully. Tim, Lex said you don't know how to do it. I know. Well, if you know, then give it a try, Lex said. Wait a minute. He positioned himself to take action, pulled the chair closer to the keyboard, pressed the cursor keys, which could move the cursor on the screen, but nothing appeared. He pressed some other keys, and the screen still didn't change. What's wrong? She asked. There's a bit of a problem, Tim said, frowning. You don't understand at all, Tim, she said. He checked the computer again, examining it closely. Above the keyboard, there was a row of function keys, just like a regular C keyboard, and the monitor was large in color. However, the casing of the monitor was somewhat unusual. Tim looked at the edge of the screen and saw many blurry red dots. What could those flashing red dots around the edges of the screen be? He moved his finger toward the light spots and saw a soft glow flickering on his skin. He touched the screen with a beep. After a moment, the information bar disappeared and the original screen returned. What happened? Lex asked. What did you just do? You touched something. Of course. He thought. He touched the screen. This is a touch screen. The red light around the edges must be infrared sensors. Tim had never seen a screen like this, but he had read about it in magazines. He touched the reset signal again. The screen changed immediately. He received a new message. Computer has been reset. Make your selection from the main screen. From the wireless phone, they heard the roar of dinosaurs. I want to see. Lex said, you should try drawing. No, Lex. But I want to draw, she said. Before he could grab her hand, she had already touched the screen. The screen changed. Ouch, she exclaimed. Lex, can you be quiet? Look, she shouted, it's working. Huh. Around the room, the monitor quickly displayed different scenes from various areas of the park. Most were gray and hazy images because the outside was foggy, but one monitor showed the exterior of the hotel with a dinosaur on the roof. Then another monitor switched to a sunny scene showing the bow of a ship bathed in brilliant sunlight. What is that? Tim asked, leaning forward. What? That image. But the image had already passed, and now they saw the inside of the hotel, room after room, and then they saw Malcolm lying on a bed. Stop, Lex said. I see them. Tim touched several places on the screen, bringing up a submenu, and then more submenus appeared. Wait, Lex said, you messed it up. Can you shut up? You don't understand anything about computers. At that moment, he brought up a list of monitors on the screen. One of them was labeled Resort Hotel LV214. Another was labeled in the distance, on the ship. He tapped the screen several times. Video images appeared on the monitors around the room, one showing the bow of the supply ship with the ocean in front. In the distance, Tim saw buildings along the coast and a harbor. He recognized that harbor because he had flown over it by helicopter the day before. That was Punta Arenas. It seemed the ship had just left the dock. But his attention was drawn to the next image, showing the roof of the resort hotel in the gray fog, where the dinosaurs mostly hid behind the conical skylights, but their heads peeked in and out of view. Next, on the third monitor, he saw the interior of a room. Malcolm was lying on a bed, and Ellie stood beside him. They both looked up. Just then, Marduk walked into the room, looking concerned as he gazed upward. They saw us, Lex said. I don't think so. With a click, the wireless phone displayed Marduk bringing the phone to his mouth. Hello, is this Tim? I'm here, Tim replied. We don't have much time. Marduk said dejectedly. It would be best to power up the network. Then Tim heard the roar of a dinosaur and saw a long neck hanging down from the glass, suddenly entering the frame from above, its mouth snapping open. Hurry, Tim, Lex shouted. Power up the network. As Tim tried to return to the main screen, he suddenly found himself lost in a complex and chaotic system of monitor screens. Most systems had a single button or command to return to the previous screen or the main menu. But this system either didn't have one, or at least he didn't understand the rules. Furthermore, he was sure that help commands had also been input into the system, but he couldn't find them. And Lex was jumping around beside him, shouting loudly, making him anxious. Finally, he found the main screen again. He wasn't sure how it happened, but it was back. He paused to look for instructions. Think of something, Tim. Can you be quiet? I'm trying to find help. He pressed the main board, template main. And the screen immediately filled with complex charts and interconnected boxes and arrows. No use. Not helpful at all. He pressed the common interface. The screen changed to. What is that? Lex asked. Why don't you power up the system, Tim? He ignored her. Maybe the help on this system was called information. He pressed information, info, and the screen changed. Tim! Lex screamed, but he had already pressed the find statement, find, thus getting another useless window. He pressed go back, and the screen changed again. From the wireless phone, he heard Marduk say, how's it going, Tim? He didn't want to bother answering. Just frantically pressed button after button. Suddenly, without any warning, the main screen returned. He studied this screen. Electrical main and set grid DNL seemed to relate to the electric fence, while safe health and critical locks might also be important. He heard the roar of dinosaurs from the screen again. He had to make a choice, so he pressed set grid DNL, and then he saw the screen change again, emitting a series of beeping sounds. Not knowing what to do, he pressed standard parameters. The screen changed again. Standard parameters. Park network B4, C6, external network C2, D2, zoo network BB07. Livestock network R4, hotel network F4, D4, maintenance network E5, L6, main network C4, G7, induction network D5, G4, service network AH, B5, core network A1, L1. Line integration untested. Security network remains automatic. Tim shook his head in frustration. After a while, he realized he had obtained valuable information. He now knew this was the hotel's internal network. He pressed network F4. Power network F4. Resort hotel. Command could not be executed. Error 505. Command error. Incompatible with power. Refer to manual pages 4 to 11. It didn't work. Lex said, I know. He pressed another key. The screen flickered again. Power network D4. Resort hotel. Command could not be executed. Error minus 505. Command error. Incompatible with power. Refer to manual pages 4-09 to 4 to 11. Tim struggled to remain calm, hoping to think it through. For some reason, whenever he tried to activate a network, he always received the command error message. The screen indicated that the power was incompatible with the command he entered. But what did that mean? Why was it incompatible with the power? Tim, Lex said, tugging at his arm. Don't mess around now, Lex. Hurry up, she said, pulling him away from the screen and console. Then he heard the roar of the dinosaurs. The sound was coming from down the hallway, above Malcolm's bed. The dinosaurs were about to bite through the second steel bar. Now they could stick their whole heads into the broken glass, demonstrating their power to the people below, roaring. After a while, they would retreat again to gnaw at the steel bar. Malcolm said, it won't be long now, just 3 or 4 minutes. And they bite through the bar completely. He pressed the button on the wireless phone. Tim, are you there? Tim? No response. Tim slipped out of the control room and saw the velociraptor at the far end of the hallway, standing by the balcony. He stared in astonishment, wondering how it had gotten out of the freezer. Then, as he focused, a second dinosaur suddenly appeared on the balcony, and he realized that the first dinosaur hadn't come from the freezer at all. It had come from outside. It had jumped up from the ground below. The second dinosaur quietly descended and landed smoothly on the railing. Tim could hardly believe that such a massive animal could jump 10 feet high, perhaps even more. Their legs must be incredibly strong, which was truly astonishing. Lex whispered, I thought you said they couldn't sure. Tim struggled to concentrate, but couldn't help but feel both confused and terrified as a third dinosaur leaped onto the balcony. These creatures wandered aimlessly in the hallway for a while, then began to line up, approaching him and Lex. Tim quietly pressed against the door behind him, preparing to re-enter the control room, but the door wouldn't budge. He pushed harder. We're locked out. Lex whispered, look. She pointed at the gap where the security card was inserted in the door, and a bright red light was blinking. Somehow, the security door had regained functionality. You idiot. You locked us out. Tim looked down the hallway. He saw other doors, but each door had a red light blinking, indicating that all doors were locked. They had no way to go. And he saw a heap of limp things on the floor at the far end of the hallway. It was a dead guard. with a white security card clipped to his belt. "Hurry," he whispered. They rushed towards the guard. Tim grabbed the security card and turned back. But the dinosaurs had, of course, spotted them. They roared, blocking the way back to the control room. At that moment, they began to spread out, forming a fan shape in the hallway, closing in on Tim and Lex. Their heads began to lower rhythmically. They were about to attack. Tim did the only thing he could do. He used the card to open the nearest door to the hallway and push Lex inside. As the doors slowly closed behind them, the dinosaurs hissed and charged forward. Hotel Ian Malcolm felt as if each breath could be his last. He stared blankly at the dinosaurs. Harding was taking his blood pressure, frowning, and took another reading. Ellie Sattler was wrapped in a blanket, shivering. Maldo was sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall. Hammond looked up in silence. They all listened intently to the wireless phone. "What has happened to Tim?" Hammond asked. "Why is there still no news?" "I don't know." Malcolm said. "They really look ugly, don't they?" "Really ugly." Hammond shook his head. "Who would have thought things would turn out like this?" Ellie said. "Apparently." Malcolm thought of it. "Why didn't he think of it?" Malcolm said. "I predicted it." Hammond sighed. "Please stop saying that." He had been saying, "I told you this would happen, but no one expected this to occur." "It's not a matter of expectation." Malcolm closed his eyes, relying on the medication. He slowly said, "But a matter of what you think you can do. When a hunter goes into the rainforest to find food for his family, does he hope to control nature? No. He thinks of nature as something beyond his reach, far outside his knowledge and control. Perhaps he prays to nature, prays to the forest that supplies his needs for life. He prays because he knows he cannot control nature, but can only plead for its mercy. But you have resolved to break free from nature's constraints, determined to control nature. From that moment on, you have plunged into misfortune, because you cannot do what you have never been able to do and will never be able to do. Don't get it wrong. You can build a boat, but you cannot create the ocean. You can build a plane, but you cannot create the sky. Your abilities are vastly inferior to your bizarre dreams. I can't understand what he is saying. Hammond said, sighing. "Where has Tim gone? He should be a responsible kid. I believe he has tried to regain control of the situation." Malcolm said, "Like everyone else." Grant, too, what has happened to him? Grant arrived at the back door of the visitor center, the same door he had left 20 minutes ago. He turned the handle. The door was locked. Then he saw the little red light. The security door had regained functionality. Damn it. He turned to the front of the building, entered the main hall through the damaged front door, and paused by the table where the guard he had previously stayed was. He could hear his wireless phone making a dry hissing sound. He went to the kitchen, searching for the kids. The kitchen door was open, but the kids were nowhere to be seen. He went upstairs, arrived at the glass partition marked with a closed area sign, but the door was locked. He needs a security card to proceed. Grant couldn't get in. He heard the roar of a dinosaur coming from somewhere in the hallway. The leathery-skinned reptile brushed against Tim's face, its claws tearing at his shirt, and Tim fell backward, screaming in terror. "Tim!" Lex screamed. Tim struggled to get back on his feet. The young raptor climbed onto his shoulder, squeaking in panic. Tim and Lex were in the white nursery room, with various toys scattered across the floor, yellow balls, dolls, plastic rattles, and so on. "That's a baby raptor," Lex said, pointing at the creature gripping Tim's shoulder. The little raptor leaned its head against Tim's neck. Tim thought this poor thing might be hungry. Lex leaned closer, and the little creature jumped on her shoulder. It rubbed against her neck. "Why is it doing that?" she asked. "Is it scared?" "I don't know," Tim replied. She handed the raptor back to Tim. The little creature squeaked, bouncing on his shoulder, constantly looking around, its head spinning rapidly. There was no doubt that it must have been startled, and "Tim," Lex whispered. After they entered the nursery, the door leading to the hallway was left open. At that moment, a huge raptor came in, followed by another one. The little creature was clearly very excited, squeaking on Tim's shoulder, bouncing around. Tim realized he needed to get out of there. Perhaps the little guy could distract them, since it was just a baby raptor. He pulled the little creature off his shoulder and threw it away. The little thing darted between the legs of the large dinosaurs. The first dinosaur lowered its head, cautiously sniffing the little raptor. Tim grabbed Lex's hand and pulled her toward the back of the nursery. He had to find a door, a way out. A sharp, piercing scream echoed. Tim turned to see the baby raptor being snatched up in the mouth of the large dinosaur. The second dinosaur approached, tearing at the little creature's limbs, trying to pull it from the jaws of the first dinosaur. The two dinosaurs were screeching and fighting over the little raptor, blood splattering onto the floor. "They ate it," Lex said. The dinosaurs were still battling over the remains, standing on their hind legs, heads butting. Tim spotted a door that was unlocked and dragged Lex out. They entered another room, and based on the deep green flames, he realized it was the abandoned DNA extraction lab. Rows of stereo microscopes were left abandoned, and a high-resolution screen displayed massive black-and-white images of preserved insects. Those were the mosquitoes that bit dinosaurs millions of years ago. Their blood was used to clone the dinosaurs in the park. Tim and Lex crossed the lab, and Tim could hear the dinosaurs' heavy breathing and roars as they chased after them, getting closer and closer. Then he reached the back of the lab and went through a door. There must have been an alarm on the other side, because a sharp, intermittent alarm sounded in the narrow hallway, and the lights overhead flickered on and off. As Tim ran down the hallway, he suddenly plunged into darkness. Then the lights came back on before plunging into darkness again. Amid the alarm, he heard the dinosaurs breathing as they chased after him. Lex was whimpering. Tim saw another door ahead, marked with a blue biohazard symbol. He slammed into the door and rushed through, only to suddenly crash into something huge. Lex screamed in terror. "Don't panic, kids," a voice said. Tim blinked in disbelief. Standing in front of him was Dr. Grant, with Mr. Sattler beside him. In the hallway outside, Grant had taken nearly 2 minutes to remember that the guard who died in the hallway had a security card. So he ran back, got the card, and rushed down the corridor, running fast. He followed the sounds of the raptors and found them fighting in the nursery. He was sure the kids must have gone to the adjacent room, so he immediately ran to the extraction lab. It was there that he encountered the 2 kids. At that moment, the raptors were closing in on them. The animals, confronted with so many people, seemed to hesitate in surprise. Grant pushed the children into Sattler's arms and said, "Take them to safety." "But where do we go?" Grant pointed to a door far behind them. "If possible, take them to the control room. You'll be safe there." "What about you?" Sattler asked. The raptors were standing close to the door. Grant noticed they were preparing to wait for all the raptors to gather before advancing together, like a pack of beasts hunting prey. The thought sent shivers down his spine. "I have a plan," Grant said. "Let's go now." Sattler took the kids away. The raptors continued to slowly approach Grant, passing by the supercomputers and the screens that still flashed a series of computer codes. The raptors pressed forward without hesitation, sniffing the floor, repeatedly lowering their heads. Grant heard the door behind him click, and he glanced back. Everyone was standing on the other side of the glass door, watching him. Sattler shook his head. Grant understood what he meant. There was no door leading to the control room on that side. Sattler and the kids were trapped there. Now everything depended on him. Grant slowly moved along the edge of the lab, leading the raptors away from Sattler and the kids. He could see another door closer to the front, marked with the words "leading to the lab." Whatever that meant, an idea formed in his mind, and he hoped he was right. The door had a blue biohazard sign. The raptors were getting even closer. Grant turned and slammed into the door, rushing into a deep, warm silence. He turned around. Yes, he had arrived at the place he wanted to be, the hatchery. Under the infrared lights, a long table was lined with rows of eggs, and a low-hanging mist enveloped the surroundings. The turn on the table clicked and spun continuously, the mist swirling at the edge of the table, drifting to the floor, then dissipating. Grant ran straight to the back of the hatchery, entering the lab with ultraviolet lights and glass walls. He was immediately surrounded by a blue glow. He looked at the glass vials, beakers filled with pipettes, and glass dishes, all intricate laboratory apparatus. The dinosaurs entered this room, initially sniffing the humid air carefully, looking at the long, egg-laying table. The leading raptor wiped its bloody mouth with its forearm. They quietly walked between the long tables, coordinating seamlessly as they moved across the room, occasionally lowering their heads to look under the tables. They were looking for him. Grant curled up and moved toward the back of the lab, looking up to see a metal table marked with a skull and crossbone symbol. A sign read, "Caution, biological toxin A4, danger." Grant remembered what Regis had said about these being deadly toxins that could kill a person with just a tiny amount. The cover glowed red under the reflection of the lab table. Grant couldn't reach his hand under the cover. He had to find a way to open it, but there was neither a door nor a handle, and he had no idea how to proceed. Grant slowly stood up, glanced back at the main room, where the velociraptors were still moving between the tables. He turned to the cover and saw a strange metal device embedded beneath the tabletop. It looked like an outdoor power inlet with a round cap. He gently flicked the cap open and saw a button, which he pressed with his hand. With a faint hissing sound, the cover slid up to the ceiling. He saw a glass shelf above him, lined with bottles marked with skulls and crossbones. He examined the labels closely. CCK 55A for intestinal hormone thymolevinx, 1612. The liquids glowed, a faint green under the UV light. Nearby, he saw a glass dish containing syringes. The syringes were small, each holding a small amount of green liquid. Grant crouched in the dim blue light, and reached for the dish with the syringes. The needles on the syringes were covered with plastic caps. He bit off one cap and looked at the slender needle. He moved forward towards the dinosaurs. He had studied dinosaurs his entire life. Now, he was going to see just how much he understood. The velociraptor was a small carnivorous dinosaur. Like the oviraptor and the fast-running dinosaur. These animals had long been thought to be egg thieves, just as some modern birds eat the eggs of other birds. And Grant had always believed that velociraptors would eat dinosaur eggs if they had the chance. He stealthily approached the nearest egg-laying table in the hatching room, slowly extending his hand through the mist to take a large egg from the table. The egg was about the size of a soccer ball, with a base shell speckled with faint pink patterns. He carefully cradled the egg, piercing the shell with the needle and injecting the liquid from the syringe into the egg. The egg glowed a faint blue. He bent down again. Under the table, he saw the legs of the dinosaurs and the mist rolling off the tabletop. He let the glowing egg roll on the floor towards the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs looked up, hearing the faint sound of the egg rolling, and raised their heads to scan the surroundings before returning to their slow, stealthy search. The egg stopped a few yards away from the nearest dinosaur. Damn! Grant had to do it again. He gently reached out, took another egg, injected it, and let it roll towards the dinosaurs. This time the egg stopped near a velociraptor's foot. It swayed slowly, tapping the egg with its toes. The velociraptor lowered its head, curiously gazing at the new gift. It sniffed the glowing egg with its nose, then nudged it, letting it roll on the floor for a while. But it seemed to ignore the egg. The velociraptor straightened up and slowly moved forward, continuing its search. This tactic wasn't working. Grant went for a third egg, injected it with a new syringe, cradled the egg in his hands, and tossed it. But this egg rolled fast, like a bowling ball, making a loud noise as it rolled across the floor. One velociraptor heard the sound, lowered its head, and instinctively chased after the rolling egg. It opened its mouth and bit down hard, shattering the shell. The velociraptor stood there, white egg whites dripping from its mouth. It eagerly licked the egg, snorting as it breathed. It bit the egg again, licking the egg juice that dripped onto the floor. But it seemed completely unfazed. It bent down again to eat the broken egg. Grant watched closely to see what would happen. The velociraptor's gaze crossed the room and locked onto him. Its eyes fixed on him. The velociraptor let out a fierce roar and charged towards Grant, crossing the room with incredible speed. Grant watched in shock as the events unfolded, frozen in fear. Suddenly, the creature let out a wheezing grunt. Its massive body collapsed to the ground, its heavy tail twitching and slamming against the floor, the dinosaur making choking sounds interspersed with intermittent screams. Foam slowly bubbling from its mouth, its head bobbing back and forth, its tail thrashing violently. Got one, Grant thought, but wasn't dying quickly. It seemed as if it would never truly breathe its last. Grant reached out for another egg, while the other velociraptors in the room suddenly froze, listening to the dying dinosaur's sounds. One dinosaur raised its head, and then one by one, they all lifted their heads. The first velociraptor walked over to investigate its fallen companion. The dying velociraptor convulsed. Its body slumped on the ground, emitting pitiful whimpers. The foam bubbling from its mouth was so abundant that Grant could barely see its head. It thrashed on the floor, moaning. The second velociraptor bent down to examine its fallen companion, seemingly confused by the sight of such dying suffering. It cautiously looked at the foam-covered head, then shifted its gaze to the convulsing neck, the rising and falling chest, and the legs. Then it bit down on the fallen velociraptor's hind leg. The dying velociraptor roared in response, suddenly arching its head back and snapping its teeth at the attacker's neck. Now there were two, Grant thought, but the standing velociraptor broke free, blood gushing from its neck. Its hind claw shot up, cleanly tearing open the belly of the fallen dinosaur, the curled intestines spilling out like a fat snake. The room filled with the dying dinosaur's screams. The attacker turned around, seemingly suddenly realizing it was too much trouble. It moved across the room, lowered its head, and encountered a glowing egg. Grant watched as it bit down, the glistening egg white dripping from its chin. Now that made two. Almost in an instant, the second velociraptor was poisoned. It coughed repeatedly and fell forward, knocking over a table as it fell. Dozens of eggs rolled chaotically across the floor, and Grant anxiously watched them. What about the third dinosaur? Grant had only one syringe left. With so many eggs rolling on the floor, he needed another plan. Just as he was considering what to do, the last velociraptor snorted angrily. Grant looked up to see that the last velociraptor had spotted him. This last velociraptor stood still for a moment, staring intently at Grant. Then it slowly, quietly moved forward, stealthily closing in on him. Its head would occasionally rise and fall, first looking under the table, then above it. It walked cautiously, glancing around, no longer as agile as when they were in a pack. Now it was alone, no longer daring to be careless. Its gaze never left Grant, who quickly looked around. Seeing no place to hide, he was at a loss. Grant's eyes were fixed on the velociraptor, which was slowly moving sideways. Grant moved too, trying to maintain as much distance as possible between himself and the approaching velociraptor. Slowly, he edged to the left. The velociraptor advanced in the dim red light of the hatching room. Its breath hissed softly from its flared nostrils. Grant felt the eggs cracking beneath his feet, the yolk sticking to the soles of his shoes. He crouched down, feeling the bulge of the wireless phone in his pocket. The wireless phone. He took it out, turned it on. "Hello, this is Grant. Alan, is that you?" It was LES' voice. "Listen," he said softly, "just talk." "Alan, is that you?" "Go ahead," he said again, pushing the wireless phone away from the floor toward the approaching dinosaur. He crouched behind a table leg, waiting. "Alan, please talk to me." Then there was a click, and then silence. The wireless phone fell silent. The dinosaur moved forward, making a faint hissing sound. The wireless phone remained silent. What was wrong with her? Didn't she understand what he meant? In the darkness, the dinosaur was getting closer. The sound coming from the wireless phone made the creature stop. It sniffed the air with its nose, as if trying to detect another person in the room. "Alan, it's me. I don't know if you can hear me." At that moment, the dinosaur moved away from Grant, heading toward the wireless phone. Why hadn't he pushed the wireless phone further away? The dinosaur was approaching it, but was still very close to him, its large foot stopping right beside him. Grant could see the soft green glow on the mottled skin, and the curved claws were stained with spots of blood. He could smell a strong reptilian odor. "Alan, listen to me, Alan." The dinosaur bent down, hesitating as it fiddled with the wireless phone on the floor. Its body had moved away from Grant, and its large tail was right above Grant's head. Grant reached out and plunged a syringe deep into its tail flesh, injecting venom. The dinosaur let out a roar, jumped up, and turned toward Grant with incredible speed. Opening its massive jaws, it bit down hard, its teeth clamping onto the table leg, then lifted its head violently, flipping the table aside. Grant backed away, now completely exposed to the dinosaur. The dinosaur advanced on him, standing upright, its head crashing into the overhead infrared lights, causing them to sway chaotically. "Alan?" The dinosaur stood on its hind legs, raising a foot, ready to kick. Grant rolled away just in time as its foot came crashing down, nearly stepping on him. He felt a searing pain in his shoulder blade as warm blood suddenly soaked through his shirt. He rolled across the floor, crushing an egg, his hands and face covered in egg goo. The dinosaur kicked again, shattering the wireless phone, sending sparks flying. The dinosaur roared furiously and kicked a third time. Grant rolled against the wall, with nowhere to retreat, as the beast lifted its foot one last time. Then it wobbled and fell backward. It gasped for breath, foam bubbling from its mouth. Sarah and the kids entered the room, and Grant gestured for them to stay back. Lex looked at the dying dinosaur and softly exclaimed, "Wow." Sarah helped Grant to his feet, and the group quickly turned to run toward the control room. In the control room, Tim was surprised to see the screens flickering. "What's going on?" Lex asked. Tim saw Grant staring at the screen, cautiously moving his hand toward the keyboard. "I don't know much about computers," Grant said, shaking his head. But Tim had unknowingly taken a seat. He deftly touched the screen. On the video monitor, he saw the ship getting closer to Punta Arenas. Now, it was only about 200 yards from the dock. On another monitor, he saw the hotel, with dinosaurs hanging from the ceiling. From the wireless phone, he heard their roars. "Think of something, Tim," Lex said. He pressed the Setger's DNL, even though it was still flickering. The screen responded. "Warning, command execution failed, auxiliary power low." "What does that mean?" Tim asked. Sarah snapped her fingers. "This has happened before. It means the auxiliary power is too low. You need to turn on the main power." "Should I do it?" He pressed the electrical main. Tim smirked. "What are you doing now?" Grant asked. The entire screen started flickering. Tim pressed the main button. There was no change. The screen continued to flicker. He pressed the main network, feeling increasingly panicked, his stomach churning. The main power network was not operational, only the auxiliary power. The screen was still flickering. He pressed main set 1. The main power was activated. All the lights in the room turned on. All the monitor screens stopped flickering. "Hey, it worked." Tim pressed reset GRS. For a moment, nothing happened. He glanced at the video monitor and then back to the main screen. "Which network do you want to reset?" "Park, maintenance, security, hotel, other." Grant said something beside him, but Tim couldn't hear clearly. He only caught the tension in Grant's voice, who was looking at Tim with a worried expression. Tim felt his heart racing. Lex was shouting at him. He didn't want to look at the video monitor anymore. He could hear the sound of the hotel fence being torn apart and the roars of the dinosaurs. He heard Malcolm saying, "Oh God." He pressed the hotel button, indicating the reset network number. He stared blankly for a moment, unable to remember which number it was, then finally recalled it was F4, so he pressed it. Now activating hotel network F4. On the video monitor, he saw sparks flying as they exploded from the hotel room ceiling. The monitor flashed white. Lex shouted, "What did you do?" In an instant, the image returned, and they could see the dinosaurs trapped between the fences, struggling and shrieking amidst the falling hot sparks. As Maldo and the others cheered, their faint voices coming from the wireless phone. "That's it," Grant said, patting Tim on the back. "That's it. You did it." They all stood up, excitedly shouting and jumping. Then Lex suddenly asked, "What about the ship?" "What?" "The ship," she called, pointing at the screen. On the monitor, the buildings in front of the ship appeared larger and were moving to the right, as the ship turned left, preparing to dock. The crew was heading to the bow, ready to tie the ropes. Tim hurried back to his seat, watching the screen. He scrutinized the screen. The remote communication VBB and remote communication RSD both seemed to be related to the phone. He pressed the remote communication RSD. "You have 23 pending calls or messages. Do you want to connect them now?" He pressed no. "Maybe that ship is one of the pending phone lines," Lex said. "Maybe you can even find the phone number." He didn't go to answer her. "Input the phone number you want to dial, or press F7 to find number list." He pressed F7, and names and numbers instantly filled the screen. It was indeed a lengthy phone directory. It wasn't arranged in alphabetical order, so he had to work hard to scan through it and find the number he was looking for. VSL and B, Freddie, 708-3902. Now, he needed to figure out how to dial. He pressed a row of buttons at the bottom of the screen. Should he dial now or later? He pressed dial now. "Sorry, the line cannot be connected with the number you dialed. Error -598, please try again." He tried again. Then he heard a buzzing sound indicating that the line was ready to dial, followed by the rapid, continuous sound of automatic dialing. "Is this it?" Grant asked. "Good, Tim," Lex said, but they were about to dock. On the screen, they saw the bow of the ship approaching the pier at Punta Arenas. They heard a sharp cry, and then a voice said, "Hello, Hardin, this is Freddie. Can you hear me? Please respond." Tim picked up a phone from the console, but only heard a buzzing sound. "Hello, Hardin, this is Freddie. Please respond, okay? Respond to him," Lex said. At this moment, they all picked up the phone, lifting all the visible handsets. But they still only heard a buzzing sound. Finally, Tim saw a phone mounted on the side of the console flashing a little light. "Hello, control room, this is Freddie. Can you hear me? Please respond." Tim grabbed the handset. "Hello, this is Tim Murphy. I need you to..." "Hello, say that again. I didn't hear you clearly, Hardin." "Don't let the ship dock. Did you hear me?" There was a pause. Then a confused voice said, "Sound like a kid's voice." Tim said, "Don't let the ship dock. Go back to the island." That voice sounded distant and garbled. "Is his name Tim Murphy?" Another voice said, "I didn't catch the name." Tim anxiously looked at the others. Jan rolled her eyes to grab the phone. "Let me try. Can you find his name?" A sharp static interference sound came through. What a joke to run into this lousy operator. Tim was tapping the keyboard. Maybe there was a way to figure out Freddie's identity. "Can you hear me?" Jan said into the phone. "If you can hear me, please respond now." "Child." A prolonged answer came. "We don't know who you are. You must be out of your mind. We're about to dock, and there are things to do. Now, specify your identity or get off this channel." Tim stared at the screen, which displayed Captain Frederick D. Farrell. "Captain Farrell," Jan said, "if you don't turn the ship around immediately and return to Nublar Island, you will be found in violation of Maritime Regulation 509, and you will face suspension of your license, a fine of over 50,000, and 5 years in prison. Do you understand?" A silence followed. "Did you hear that, Captain Farrell?" Then they heard a distant voice saying, "I heard it." Another voice said, "Turn around." The ship began to leave the dock. Lex cheered in delight. Tim slumped back in his chair, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Grant asked, "What is the maritime regulation?" "God knows," Jan said. They all gazed at the screen, satisfied. The ship was indeed pulling away from the shore. "I think the main event has finally passed," Jan said. Grant shook his head. "The main event," he said, "is just beginning. Chapter 7, Untitled Mathematics, will increasingly require your courage to face its implications." Ian Malcolm destroying the world, they moved Malcolm to another room in the hotel, settling him into a clean bed. Hammond seemed to perk up again, starting to run around. "Hi," he said. "At least the disaster has been avoided." "What disaster are you talking about?" Malcolm asked with a sigh. "Oh," Hammond said, "they didn't gain their freedom and run rampant in the world." Malcolm propped himself up on one hand. "Are you worried about that?" "It is indeed quite serious," Hammond said. "These starving carnivores will come out to destroy our planet." "You arrogant idiot. Malcolm said angrily. Do you know what you're saying? Do you think you have the power to destroy this planet? You are so full of yourself. You cannot destroy the Earth. Not even a little bit of possibility exists. But most people believe, Hammond said in a stiff tone, that our planet is in grave danger. That's not true, Malcolm said. All experts agree that our planet is in trouble. Malcolm sighed. Let me talk to you about our planet, he said. Our planet has a history of 5 billion years, and life on Earth has existed for nearly that long, about 8 billion years. The first to appear were bacteria, followed by multicellular animals, then the first complex animals, some living in the ocean and others on land. Next came the long ages of animals, amphibians, dinosaurs, and mammals, with each class lasting hundreds or millions of years. The great age of animals rose, flourished, and then disappeared. All of this occurred against a backdrop of continuous and violent turmoil, with mountains rising and eroding away, comet impacts, volcanic eruptions, oceans emerging and disappearing due to sedimentation, and continents drifting, all in a state of endless, violent change. Even today, the most significant geographical features of our planet are a result of the collision of two continents, which caused the Himalayas to rise over millions of years. The Earth has undergone various changes since its formation and has survived to this day. It will surely survive in our hands. Hammond frowned. Just because it has lasted a long time, he said, does not mean it will last forever. If a radiation accident were to occur, assuming such a situation, Malcolm said, like a severe accident where all plants and animals die and the Earth radiates for 10,000 years, life would survive somewhere, beneath the surface or frozen under the Arctic ice. During this long time, the Earth would become barren, but after that, life would again proliferate on Earth. The process of evolution would appear once more. It may take billions of years for life to restore itself to the diversity we see now, and undoubtedly, it would look completely different than it does now. Despite our many foolish actions, the Earth will continue to exist, and life will persist. Malcolm said, it's just us who think it's impossible. Hammond said, however, if the ozone layer becomes thinner, there will be more ultraviolet radiation reaching the Earth's surface. So what? That would lead to skin cancer. Malcolm shook his head. Ultraviolet radiation is beneficial to life. It is a powerful energy that promotes mutation and evolution. As the amount of ultraviolet radiation increases, many forms of life will thrive, while many others will gradually become extinct. Hammond said. Malcolm sighed. Do you think this is the first time such a thing has happened? You should know about oxygen, right? I know oxygen is essential for life, but that's just in the present. Malcolm continued. In fact, oxygen is harmful to metabolism. It is a corrosive gas like fluorine. Fluorine can be used to etch glass. When oxygen was initially expelled as waste gas by certain plant cells, approximately 3 billion years ago, it posed a crisis for other life forms on our planet. These plant cells polluted the environment with a deadly, toxic gas. They continuously exhaled lethal gas, causing its concentration to rise ever higher. Planets like Venus have an oxygen concentration of less than 1. But the concentration of oxygen on Earth has been rapidly increasing to 5, 10, and eventually reaching 20. Earth has developed a pure oxygen atmosphere, which would suffocate life. Hammond showed an angry expression. So what exactly are you trying to say? Are you suggesting that modern pollutants will also be absorbed? No, Malcolm said. What I mean is that life on Earth can take care of itself. To a human, 100 years is a long time. 100 years ago, we didn't have cars or airplanes, no computers or vaccines. It was a completely different world. But to the Earth, 100 years is insignificant. 1,000,000 years is nothing. This planet exists on a much broader scale. We cannot imagine its slow yet powerful rhythm, and we are too proud to even try. We are merely passers-by on this planet. Life is fleeting. Even if we were to leave this world tomorrow, it would not miss us. How can you say that so easily? We could very well end up dead. Hammond said angrily. Yes, Malcolm said exactly. What are you trying to say? Shouldn't we care about the environment? No, of course not. Then what is it? Malcolm coughed and gazed into the distance. We need to clarify things. Our planet is not in danger. We're the ones in danger. We do not have the capability to destroy this planet or save it. But we might have the ability to save ourselves. Control room, 4 hours had passed. It was already afternoon, and the sun was setting in the west. The air conditioning in the control room had resumed operation, and the computers were functioning normally. According to their estimates, 8 of the 24 people on the island had died, and more than 6 were missing. The visitor center and resort appeared unscathed, and it seemed that the dinosaurs had been cleared from the northern area. They had requested assistance from the authorities in San Jose. The Costa Rican National Defense Forces were on their way, and they had also dispatched a rescue helicopter to take Malcolm to the hospital. On the phone, the Costa Rican National Defense Forces were particularly cautious, as there would undoubtedly be correspondence between San Jose and Washington before assistance reached the island. As night fell, if the helicopter did not arrive soon, they would have to wait until the next morning. In the meantime, they could only wait and see, with no other options. The ship was still on its return journey, and the crew discovered 3 juvenile dinosaurs scurrying around in the cargo hold at the stern, so they killed them. On Isla Nublar, the imminent danger seemed to have passed. All the people were either in the visitor center or staying in the hotel. Tim was adeptly operating the computer, and he opened a new screen. What was he doing? Asked Jen. Is it saying there are fewer dinosaurs now? Grant nodded. Maybe. Ellie said. Jurassic Park has finally been brought under control. What do you mean? Balance. Grant pointed to the monitor. On one of the screens, a Spinosaurus was leaping into the air while a group of velociraptors approached from the west into the open field. The fences have been down for several hours. Grant said the animals have mixed together and the population numbers have reached a balance. This is the true Jurassic balance. I don't think this should happen. Jen said, no one ever thought these animals could coexist. No, they will. On another monitor, Grant saw a group of velociraptors running at full speed across open fields towards a 4-ton hadrosaurus. The hadrosaurus turned to flee, but one of the velociraptors leaped onto its back, biting its long neck, while others surrounded it, jumping up to bite its legs and using their powerful claws to rip open its belly. In just a few minutes, 6 dinosaurs had taken down the massive creature. Grant stared in shock, speechless. Ellie asked, this is not what you expected, right? I don't know what I was thinking, he said, staring at the monitor. No, I can't figure it out myself. Maldu calmly said, it seems like all the adult dinosaurs have come out now. Grant initially didn't pay attention. He was just watching these massive creatures fighting each other on the monitor. In the southern area, a stegosaurus was swinging its spiked tail, cautiously circling around a small Tyrannosaurus rex, which was looking at it, confused, and occasionally lunging to bite at the spikes. In the fan-shaped area of the western section, adult Triceratops were engaged in a fierce fight, charging at each other and locking horns. One of the dinosaurs had already been injured and lay on the ground, barely alive. Maldu said, we have about an hour until dark, Dr. Grant. Do you want to go look for that nest? Sure, Grant said, I do want to find it. I was thinking, Maldu said, that when the Costa Ricans arrive, they might consider this island a problem that needs to be resolved by force, seeing it as something that needs to be destroyed quickly. Exactly, Jen said. They will bomb it from the air. Maldu said, they might use incendiary bombs, or perhaps even nerve gas, but all of this would have to be dropped from the air. I hope they do. Jen said, this little island is too dangerous. Every animal on the island should be eliminated, the sooner the better. That can't be satisfying, Grant said. He stood up. Let's get to work. I think you still don't quite understand, Grant. Jen said, what I mean is, this island is too dangerous. It must be destroyed. Every animal on this island must be eliminated, and that is what the Costa Rican National Defense Forces need to do. I think they should be the ones to handle this island. Do you understand what I'm saying? Loud and clear, Grant said again. So what is your problem? Jen asked. This is a military operation. Let them do it. Grant felt a dull pain where the dinosaur's claws had scratched him. No, he said, we must resolve this ourselves. Leave it to the experts, Jen said. Grant recalled how he had discovered Jen. Just 6 hours ago, Jen had been huddled in the driver's seat of a truck in the maintenance building, trembling. He suddenly felt a surge of anger and pushed the lawyer against the concrete wall. Listen, you little bastard, you need to take responsibility for this situation, and you should take action to bear all the consequences. I will. Janro coughed as he spoke. No, you haven't. From the very beginning, you've been avoiding responsibility. Screw you. You sweet-talked the investors into betting on a venture you barely understood yourself. You don't have the capability to manage the business. Yet you meddled and became a shareholder in this company. You didn't verify that person's actions, even though you knew he was a lying fraud. Yet you still let him loose to stir up trouble with the most dangerous technology in human history. And you say you haven't shirked responsibility? Janro coughed again. But now I'm taking responsibility. No, Grant said, you are still shirking responsibility, and you can't take any responsibility at all. He let go of Janro, who bent over, gasping for breath. Grant turned to Mardu. Do we have anything we can use as a weapon? Mardu replied, we have the electric grid and stun guns. How effective are these stun guns? Grant asked. They work like tranquilizer darts shot at sharks, with a high-voltage capacitor tip that releases a current upon contact. The voltage is high, but the current is low. It's not deadly, but it can definitely immobilize them. That won't work against them in their lair, Grant said. What lair? Ellie asked. The dinosaur's lair? I'm sure there's a dinosaur lair. Mardu said. Take one. Is there anything else we can use for defense? Mardu shook his head. Then let's take whatever we have. Mardu walked away. Grant turned to Janro. Your island is a mess now, Mr. Janro, and the entire experiment is a disaster. It needs to be completely cleaned up, but you can only do that once you fully understand how bad it is. So we must find the lair on the island, especially the dinosaur's lair. They must be hidden in very obscure places. We need to find them and search thoroughly, inside and out, to count how many eggs there are. We must eliminate every dinosaur born on this island, and then we can burn them all. But we have some things to do first. Ellie was looking at the map on the wall, which showed the distribution of animals. Tim was operating the keyboard. She pointed at the map. The dinosaurs are concentrated in the southern area, where large tracts of land are emitting volcanic heat. Maybe they prefer to stay in warm places. Is there anywhere to hide there? There happens to be, she said. There are huge concrete waterworks controlling the flood flow in the southern plains. And there are large underground areas with water and shade. Grant nodded. They're likely to stay in that place. Ellie said, I think there should be an entrance by the beach. She turned to the console and said, Tim, show us the cross-section of the waterworks. Tim ignored her. Tim? He was bent over the keyboard. Wait a second, he said. I found something. What is it? It's an unmarked storage room. I don't know what's inside. There are likely weapons inside, Grant said. They are all behind a maintenance building. He opened a steel storm door, and when he pulled it up, it revealed concrete steps leading down to the underground. Damn Inno, Mardu said as he limped down the steps. He must have known about this place long ago. Maybe he didn't, Grant said. He never intended to come here. Then Hammond must know. Someone must know. Where's Hammond now? Still at the hotel. They reached the bottom of the steps and found gas masks hanging on the wall, stored in plastic boxes. They shone their flashlights deep into the room and saw several heavy glass cubes, 2 feet high, covered with steel caps. Grant could see small dark spheres inside the cubes. He thought it felt like being in a room full of pepper grinders. Mardu opened one of the caps, reached in, and pulled out a sphere. He held it up to the light, frowning. What the hell? What is that? Grant asked. Marolo, 12, Mardu said. It's an inhalable nerve gas. These are all gas canisters. There are countless gas canisters here. Then let's get to work. Grant said decisively. It likes me, Lex said with a grin. They were standing in the garage of the visitor center, next to the small dinosaur that Grant had caught from the tunnel. She was petting the dinosaur through the bars of the cage, and it was nuzzling her hand. If I were you, I'd be very careful, Mardu said. They can bite you suddenly and hard. It likes me a lot, Lex said. Its name is Clarence. Clarence? Yes, Lex said. Mardu held a collar with a small metal box on it, and Grant heard a sharp beeping sound through his earpiece. Will it be difficult to put this collar on the animal? Lex was still reaching into the cage to pet the dinosaur. I guarantee it will let me put the collar on, she said. I don't want to do it, Mardu said. They are unpredictable. I guarantee it will let me do it, she said. So Mardu handed the collar to Lex. She extended the collar so the dinosaur could smell it, then slowly placed it around the dinosaur's neck. When Lex clicked it on, the dinosaur's skin turned bright green, and then it relaxed and its skin turned pale again. What the hell? Mardu said. It's a chameleon, Lex said. Other dinosaurs won't do this. Mardu frowned. This wild animal must be different. He turned to Grant and added, and if they all hatch as females, how do they reproduce? You never explained the issue with the frog DNA. It's not frog DNA, Grant said. It's amphibian DNA. It's just that this inexplicable phenomenon is particularly evident in frogs, especially the West African frog, if I remember correctly. What phenomenon? It's sex change, Grant said. In fact, it's ordinary sex change, Grant said. Some plants and animals have the ability to change sex while they are alive, such as orchids, certain fish and shrimp, and frogs. Those frogs that have been observed to lay eggs can completely transform into males within a few months. First, they adopt a male's aggressive posture, then emit male mating calls, stimulate hormone secretion, grow male gonads, and, finally, they can successfully mate with female frogs. Are you kidding me? Janro said, what causes this? Apparently, this mutation is formed by environmental stimuli. In that environment, all the animals are of the same sex. In this case, certain amphibians will naturally change from female to male. Do you think what happened to the dinosaurs is similar to this situation? Unless we can obtain a better explanation, yes, that's how it is. Grant said, now let's go find that nest, okay? They squeezed into the Jeep, and Lex took the dinosaur out of the cage. The little creature seemed very calm, resting quietly in her hands. She finally patted its head and let it go. The little animal didn't want to leave. Go on, Shu. Lex said, go home. The dinosaur turned and ran towards the woods. Grant held the receiver and wore headphones. Muldoon was driving. The vehicle bounced south along the main road. What does a nest look like? Tim asked Grant. Nobody knows, Grant replied. Haven't you excavated before? I have excavated dinosaur nests that turned into fossils, Grant said, but all the fossils have been distorted after millions of years of pressure. We made some assumptions and speculations, but no one knows for sure what these nests looked like. Grant listened to the beeping sound and signaled for Muldoon to head west. The situation became increasingly clear that Ellie was right. The nest was in the volcanic area of the south. Grant shook his head. You have to understand. We have no idea about the burrowing behavior of these living reptiles, like crocodiles and alligators. These animals are difficult to study, but it's known that, for American alligators, only the females guard the nest, waiting for the time to hatch. In early spring, male alligators will spend several days lying next to the female, cuddling up to her, nudging her to accept him, eventually prompting her to lift her tail and allow him to mate. By the time the female builds her nest 2 months later, the male has long since disappeared. The female will vigilantly guard her conical nest, 3 feet high, and when the baby alligators hatch and squeak, she often pushes them into the water, sometimes even picking them up in her mouth to take them to the water. So do adult alligators protect the young ones? Yes, Grant said. There's also a form of collective protection. If a young alligator emits a distress call, any adult alligator that hears it, regardless of whether it is its parent, will rush to its aid, attacking the enemy with trained ferocity, completely stealthily and with full force. Oh, Tim fell silent. But dinosaurs aren't entirely reptiles, Muldoon said succinctly. Indeed, comparatively, the nesting behavior of dinosaurs may be much closer to that of any bird species. So what you're saying is you don't know? Tim said, a bit irritated. You don't know what that nest looks like? Yes, Grant said, I don't know. Oh dear. Tim said, the great expert has only this much ability. Grant ignored him. He had already caught a whiff of sulfur. Further ahead, he saw the steam rising from the volcanic area. As Tim moved forward, he thought the ground was hot. The ground was indeed warm, with patches of mud bubbling up, spewing out from the earth. The smoky sulfur steam hissed out, forming columns of steam as high as his shoulders. He felt as if he were walking through hell. He looked ahead. Grant, wearing headphones, walked forward listening to the beeping sound, dressed in cowboy boots, jeans, and a Hawaiian shirt, looking quite cool. Tim didn't feel cool at all. He arrived at this hellishly foul-smelling place, feeling frightened, especially with the raptors lurking nearby. He didn't understand how Grant could remain so calm. And that woman named Sattler, she also moved forward, looking around calmly. Doesn't this bother you? Tim asked. Worry you? We have to do this, Grant said. They walked ahead, moving between the steaming, bubbling vents. Tim poked the gas grenade hanging from his belt with his finger. He turned to Ellie and said, why isn't he panicking at all? Maybe he is, she said, but at the same time, this is something he's dreamed of his whole life. Tim nodded, wondering what that could be. But whether Grant thought there was something he had been looking forward to his whole life, he was certain there was nothing like that. Grant squinted in the sunlight. Ahead, through the mist of water, a raptor curled up, watching them. Then it ran away. Was that the raptor we saw earlier? Ellie asked. I think so, or it could be another one. Anyway, they're all juveniles. She asked, is it leading us forward? Maybe. Ellie had told him how the dinosaurs played tricks at the fence to get her attention while another dinosaur was climbing onto the roof. If that's the case, then this behavior shows an intelligence superior to almost all life forms on Earth. Traditionally, it was thought that the ability to create and execute plans was limited to 3 types of animals: chimpanzees, gorillas, and humans. Now it was possible that even raptors could do this. The raptor appeared again, darting into the light, then screamed and jumped away. It really seemed to be leading them forward. Tim frowned. How smart are they? If you imagine them as birds, Grant said, then you would have to be amazed. Some new studies indicate that African gray parrots have the same level of symbolic processing intelligence as chimpanzees, which have been confirmed to use language. Now researchers have found that parrots have the emotional development level of a 3-year-old child, and their intelligence is undeniable. So parrots can absolutely engage in symbolic reasoning. But I've never heard of anyone being killed by a parrot, Tim muttered. They could hear the sound of waves crashing against the island shore in the distance. The volcanic area was now behind them. Now they faced a wilderness covered with large rocks. The little dinosaur climbed onto a rock and disappeared in an instant. Where's it going? Ellie asked. Grant was listening to his headphones, and the beeping stopped. It ran away. They hurried forward and found a small hole among the rocks, like a rabbit hole, about 2 feet in diameter. As they watched, the young dinosaur appeared again, blinking in the sunlight, then ran away. No way, Tim said. I'm not going down there. Grant said nothing. He and Ellie began to set up their equipment. Soon, he connected a camera to a handheld monitor. He tied the camera to a rope, turned it on, and then lowered it into the hole. "You want to see anything?" Tim said. "Let it adjust itself," Grant said. Near the entrance of the tunnel, there was enough light for them to see the smooth, earthen walls, and suddenly the tunnel widened. From a speaker, they heard a sharp sound, followed by a deep, trumpet-like noise. It was the cacophony of many animals. "Sounds like a nest, for sure," Ellie said. "But you can't see anything," Tim said. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Yes," Grant said, "but we can hear it." He listened for a while longer, then lifted the camera and set on the ground. "Let's get to work." He crawled toward the hole. Ellie went to get the flashlight and the stun baton. Grant put on the gas mask, awkwardly crouched down, and extended his legs back. "You can't really go down into the hole," Gennaro said. Grant nodded. "That doesn't scare me. I'll go down first, then Ellie, and you follow." "Well, wait a minute," Gennaro said, suddenly feeling anxious. "Why don't we throw these nerve gas grenades down first, and then go down? Wouldn't that be smarter?" "Ellie, did you grab the flashlight?" She handed the flashlight to Grant. "What do you think of this idea?" Gennaro asked. "How about it?" "I think it's best to go down directly," Grant said, leaning toward the edge of the hole. "Have you ever seen anything die from nerve gas?" "No. It usually causes convulsions, severe convulsions." "Well, if that's unpleasant, I apologize, but listen," Grant said, "we're going into this nest to see how many baby dinosaurs have hatched. If you kill some of these animals first, and some of them are convulsing on the nest, it will be difficult for us to find out what's really going on in there, so we can't do that. But you created these animals, Mr. Gennaro. Not me. It's your money. It's you who contributed. You paid and worked to help create them. They are your creations. You can't just kill them because you're feeling a bit nervous now." "I'm not just a bit nervous," Gennaro said. "I am scared." "Come with me," Grant said. Ellie handed him a stun baton. He crawled backward into the hole, mumbling, "It's really narrow." Grant exhaled, extending his arms in front of him, making a hissing sound, and he disappeared. The hole returned to its empty, dark appearance. "What happened to him?" Gennaro asked anxiously. Ellie stepped forward, leaning close to the hole, listening intently. She fiddled with the radio and called softly, "Grant?" A long silence followed. Then they heard a muffled voice. "I'm here. Is everything okay, Grant?" Another long silence. When Grant finally spoke, his voice sounded distinctly odd, almost tinged with fear. "Everything's fine," he said, almost a model. John Hammond paced back and forth in the room where Malcolm was staying at the hotel. He was very impatient and felt uncomfortable all over. Since Malcolm's last emotional outburst, he had fallen into a coma, and now Hammond felt he might actually die. Of course, they had sent for helicopter assistance, but heaven knows when the helicopter would arrive. The thought of Malcolm dying immediately made Hammond anxious and fearful. Moreover, it was absurd that Hammond detested Malcolm so much, which made the situation feel even worse. If this person were his friend, it would be better. Hammond felt that if Malcolm really died, the news of his death would serve as his final condemnation, something he simply could not bear. In any case, the room was filled with an extremely unpleasant odor, truly disgusting. It was the smell of rotting human flesh. "Oh God," Malcolm moaned, tossing and turning on the pillow. "Is he awake?" Hammond asked. Harding shook his head. "What is he saying? About heaven?" "I couldn't hear clearly," Harding replied. Hammond paced a few more steps. He pushed the window outward again, trying to let more fresh air into the room. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer and asked, "Will there be any problem going outside?" "I don't think so," Harding replied. "I think this area is safe." "Well, okay, I'll go outside for a while." "Okay," Harding said, adjusting the speed of the antibiotic for drip. "I'll be right back." "Okay." Hammond left the hotel and stepped into the sunlight. He found it strange that he had to argue for himself in front of Harding. After all, the man was still his employee. Hammond didn't need to explain his actions. He walked through the gated door, looking around the park. It was close to evening, and the thick fog was starting to thin out, with the sun occasionally peeking through the clouds. The sun was breaking through the mist, and Hammond felt it was a good omen. No matter what they said, Hammond still believed his park had great potential. Even if that reckless fool Gennaro wanted to turn the park to ashes with a fire, it wouldn't make any difference. Hammond knew that in the 2 different warehouses at the headquarters of InGen, there were still 10 frozen embryos stored. It would be no problem to cultivate them anywhere else on Earth or on another island, and by the next time, they would be able to solve those problems. Progress is made through solving problems. As he contemplated this, he concluded that Wu was indeed not the right person to complete the job. Wu clearly lacked organization, was too careless, and could not bear this heavy responsibility. Moreover, Wu spent too much time thinking about how to improve. He was not focused on creating dinosaurs, but rather on trying to modify them. Hammond vaguely suspected that the reason the park would fail was because of this. Wu was the cause of the failure. Furthermore, He had to admit that John Arnold was also unsuitable for the chief engineer's position. Arnold's past experiences left a deep impression, but now he was exhausted and had become sentimental, worrying unnecessarily. He could not plan meticulously and overlooked many matters, many significant matters. Hammond determined that indeed, neither Wu nor Arnold possessed the most important quality, a rich imagination. This imagination generates enormous power, driving the emergence of a miraculous park where children can lean against the fences, marveling at the living magical creatures that have walked out of their storybooks. This true imagination, this ability to predict the future, this ability to use wisdom to turn foresight into reality. No, neither Wu nor Arnold was suited for this task. Moreover, Ed Regis was not a suitable candidate either. Harding could only be considered a dispensable option, and Maldonado was a drunkard. Hammond shook his head. Next time, he would do better. As Hammond pondered, he walked along the path leading north from the visitor's center toward the cabin. He passed by a staff member who casually nodded at him, but he did not nod back. He found those staff members to be arrogant and rude. To be honest, choosing this island near Costa Rica was not a wise move. He would not make such an obvious mistake again. At that moment, a roar from a dinosaur echoed, sounding so close that it was terrifying. He suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and fell to the ground. When he turned to look back, he thought he saw the shadow of a juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex moving among the leaves beside the cobblestone path, gradually approaching him. What was it doing here? Why was it above the fence? Hammond felt a rush of anger. Just then, he saw a staff member fleeing, so Hammond quickly got up and blindly stumbled into the woods across the path, plunging into darkness. He tripped and fell, his face hitting the damp leaves and dirt. He staggered to his feet and ran forward, only to fall again, then ran forward once more. Now he was descending a steep slope, unable to keep his balance, and he fell again. He rolled on the soft ground and finally came to a stop at the foot of the hill, his face submerged in shallow, warm water, with spring water flowing around him, nearly drowning him. Hammond lay face down in a small stream. He was so panicked. What a fool he was. He should have gone back to his bungalow. Hammond cursed himself. When he stood up a little later, he felt a sharp pain in his right ankle that made him tear up. He carefully checked. The joint might be broken. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to put his full weight on that leg. Yes, he was almost certain the joint was broken. In the control room, Lex said to Tim, "I wish they had taken us to the dinosaur nest too." "It's too dangerous for us, Lex," Tim replied. "We have to stay here." "Hey, listen to this." He pressed another button, and the pre-recorded roar of the T-Rex echoed through all the speakers in the park. "That sounds amazing," Lex said. "You could do it too." Tim said, "If you press this, you'll hear the echo." "Let me try," Lex said. She pressed the button, and the T-Rex roared again. "Can we make it roar for a little longer?" she asked. "Of course," Tim replied. "We just need to turn this thing here." Hammond lay at the foot of the hill, hearing the T-Rex's roar spread throughout the woods. Oh God, he trembled after hearing that sound. It was a scream from another world, chilling. He waited to see what would happen. What would the T-Rex do? Had it caught that staff member? Hammond waited, but all he heard was the sound of cicadas in the woods, and finally he realized he didn't even dare to breathe, letting out a long sigh. Due to his injured ankle, Hammond couldn't climb back up. He would have to wait at the bottom of the gorge until the T-Rex left before he could call for help. At least for now, he was not in any danger here. At that moment, he heard a voice from the loudspeaker. "Come on, Tim, let me try that too. Come on, let me make that sound." "Kids." The T-Rex roared again, but this time it was clearly a musical sound, followed by an echo that kept resonating. "That sounds great," the little girl said. "Do it again. Those two little brats. He should have brought those two kids along. They just caused trouble. No one wanted them to be here." Hammond brought them along, thinking it would stop Ingen from ruining the resort. But Ingen had already decided to do it no matter what. Now, those two kids had clearly gotten into the control room and started causing mischief. Who let them in? He felt his heart racing, his chest tightening, and he couldn't catch his breath. He forced himself to relax. It was nothing serious. Although he couldn't climb up, the distance to the bungalow and visitor center wouldn't be more than 100 yards. Hammond sat on the damp ground, listening to the various sounds of the woods around him. After a while, he began to shout for help. Malcolm's voice was almost a whisper. "Everything seems so different over there," he said. Harding was right next to him. "Over there?" He thought Malcolm was talking about death. "When a transition," Malcolm said. "Transition?" Malcolm didn't answer. His dry lips were moving. "Paradigm," he finally said. "Paradigm shift?" Harding asked. He understood the paradigm shift. For nearly 20 years, it had been a fashionable term for scientific change. A paradigm is a model, another way of saying example, but when scientists use this word, it carries another layer of meaning, a worldview, a broader perspective on the world. Whenever there is a significant change in the scientific view of the world, there is a paradigm shift among people. Such changes are relatively rare, occurring once a century. Darwin's theory of evolution prompted a paradigm shift. Quantum mechanics facilitated a smaller shift. No, Malcolm said, not a paradigm transcendence. Transcend beyond the paradigm? Harding asked. No need to worry about anything anymore. Harding sighed. Despite their efforts, Malcolm quickly fell into a coma. His temperature rose again, and the antibiotics they administered were hardly effective. You're not worried about anything? Anything, Malcolm said, because everything seems so different over there. Then he smiled. Underground exploration. You're crazy, Injun said, watching Ellie stretch her arm forward, pushing herself into the cave. You're doing this is madness. Ellie smiled. Maybe I'm crazy, she replied. She stretched her hands forward, bracing against the cave surroundings as she pushed herself back. Suddenly, she disappeared into the cave. The entrance returned to darkness. Injun was sweating profusely. He turned to Marduk, who was standing next to the SUV. I don't want to do this, he said. No, you have to do this. I can't do it. I can't. They're waiting for you, Marduk said. You have to go down. Only God knows what's down there, Injun said. I'm telling you I can't. You have to do it. Injun glanced at the cave, then looked back. I can't. You can't force me to do this. I can't see it, Marduk said, raising a stun baton. Have you ever felt the taste of a stun baton? No. It won't cause much harm, Marduk said. It almost won't cause fatal injuries. But it's enough to knock you down and maybe make you soil yourself. Though it won't cause permanent disability, at least it can be used for self-defense. Injun stared at the stun baton. You're not going to hit me, right? I think you'd better go down and count those animals, Marduk said, and you'd better hurry. Injun looked back at the cave, at the pitch-black entrance, which looked like a big mouth of the earth opening wide. Then he looked at Marduk, who stood there tall and expressionless. Injun was sweating and dizzy. He began to walk toward the cave. The entrance looked small from a distance, but as he got closer, it seemed to grow larger. That's more like it, Marduk said. Jian Luo began to crawl backward into the cave, but he was so terrified that he couldn't continue crawling down in that position. The thought of having to turn around and enter a place he knew nothing about filled him with dread. So in the end, he turned around, stuck his head into the cave first, extended his two hands forward, and kicked his feet constantly, as this way he could at least see where to go. He put the gas mask on his face. Suddenly, he lunged forward and fell into the darkness, seeing the filthy walls in front of him turn into a pitch-black void. Then the walls narrowed, becoming frighteningly tight. He was squeezed in the middle, lost his sense of direction, and the pressure increased, pushing the air out of his lungs. He only vaguely felt that the passage inclined slightly upwards, causing his body to shift position. He gasped for air, stars flashing before his eyes, and the immense pain was unbearable. Then the passage suddenly tilted downwards again, widening slightly. Jian Luo felt its rough surface, made of cement, in the cool air. His body was suddenly no longer compressed, but he rolled across the cement surface. Then he fell. In the darkness, there were voices. Fingers were touching him, coming from a place that whispered. It was cold all around like a cave. Is he okay? He seems fine. He's breathing well. A woman's hand stroked his face. It was Ellie. Can you hear me? She asked softly. Why is everyone whispering? Jian Luo asked. Because. She gestured. Jian Luo turned around, rolled over, and slowly stood up. As his eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, he focused ahead. However, the first thing he saw in the dark was the glimmer of eyes. Green eyes. Dozens of eyes surrounded him. He was on a protruding cement platform, about 7 feet high off the ground. Several large steel junction boxes formed a temporary shelter, preventing them from being discovered by 2 adult velociraptors, which were less than 5 feet away from them. They stood there with deep green skin, mixed with slightly brown stripes. They remained silent, their dark eyes alertly watching their surroundings. In front of the adult dinosaurs, juvenile raptors were running around playfully, chirping. Further away, in the darkness, the adult dinosaurs were rolling on the ground, emitting bursts of short roars. Jian Luo didn't dare to breathe. 2 carnivorous dinosaurs. He curled up on the platform, only a foot or 2 away from the dinosaurs' heads. The 2 dinosaurs were very irritable, shaking their heads violently up and down, appearing anxious and occasionally snorting. Then they walked away, returning to a large group of dinosaurs. As Jian Luo's eyes adjusted to the darkness, he could now see that he was in a large underground facility, but it was man-made, with gaps left by poured cement and rebar sticking out from the cement. In this vast, echoing space, there were many animals. Jian Luo guessed there were at least 30 dinosaurs, possibly more. This is a colony, Grant said softly. 4 or 6 adult dinosaurs, The rest are juveniles and hatchlings. At least 2 nests have hatched, one last year and another this year. These hatchlings look to be about 4 months old, probably hatched in April. One curious hatchling bounced over to the platform, chirping. Now it was only 10 feet away from them. "Oh my God," Luo said. But an adult dinosaur immediately ran over, gently nudging the hatchling back. The hatchling squealed in protest and then jumped up, standing on the adult dinosaur's nose. The adult dinosaur walked slowly, allowing the hatchling to climb onto its head and up its neck to its back. The hatchling felt quite secure and suddenly turned around, spotting the 3 uninvited guests, and began to call out loudly. The adult dinosaurs still had no idea they were there. "I don't understand," Luo said. "Why aren't they attacking us?" Grant shook his head. "They must not see us. And there are no eggs in the nest right now, which makes them more relaxed." "Relaxed?" Luo retorted. "How long do we have to stay here?" "Until we can count them all," Grant replied. Grant saw that there were only 3 nests, cared for by 3 pairs of adult dinosaurs. Their activity range was generally centered around their nests, but the ranges of the juvenile and subadult dinosaurs seemed to overlap, occasionally intruding into another group's territory. Adult dinosaurs were gentle and tolerant towards hatchlings, but stricter with subadult dinosaurs. When the subadults got too rowdy, the adults would sometimes bite them. At that moment, a subadult dinosaur walked up to Ellie, rubbing its head against her leg. Ellie looked down and saw a black box on its neck. There was a damp spot on its neck, a result of rubbing against the hatchling's skin earlier. The subadult dinosaur made a soft whimpering sound. On the ground below, the adult dinosaur turned its head curiously upon hearing the sound. "Do you think I could take it off?" Ellie asked. "If you move quickly." "Okay." Ellie squatted next to the small animal. The little dinosaur called out again. The adult dinosaur let out a grunt, nodding its head up and down. Ellie stroked the little animal, trying to calm it down and stop it from calling out. She reached for the collar and, with a hiss, unfastened it. The adult dinosaur suddenly raised its head. Then one of them walked towards her. "Oh God," Luo said in frustration. "Don't move," Grant said. "Stay calm." The dinosaur passed by them, its long, curved claws making noise on the cement floor. It stopped in front of Ellie, who was hiding behind the steel junction box, curled up next to the subadult dinosaur. The subadult was exposed, but Ellie's hand was still on its collar. The adult dinosaur lifted its head and sniffed the air. Its head was only inches away from Ellie's hand, but the junction box blocked its view, so it couldn't see Ellie. Its tongue tentatively extended out. Grant reached for the gas grenade, unhooking it from his belt, with his thumb on the safety pin. Luo reached out to stop Grant, shaking his head and nodding in Ellie's direction. Ellie was not wearing a gas mask. Grant put down the gas grenade and went for the stun baton instead. The adult dinosaur was still close to Ellie. Ellie unbuckled the belt, and the metal buckle clattered to the cement floor. The adult dinosaur suddenly raised its head a bit and tilted its head to the side, appearing curious. It moved forward to observe its surroundings, while the little raptor chirped happily, bouncing away. The adult dinosaur remained beside Ellie. Then, it finally turned around and walked back to the center of the nest. Luo sighed deeply. "Oh God, can we leave now?" "No," Grant said, "but I think we can do something now." Grant peered down from the platform, aided by the green glow of the night vision goggles, first inspecting the first dinosaur nest. The nest was made of dirt and grass, resembling a spacious, shallow basket. He counted the 14 remaining eggshells. Of course, from that distance, he couldn't clearly count the exact number of eggshells. In any case, these eggshells had long since shattered and were scattered everywhere, but he could still count the impressions left by the eggs in the mud. Clearly, these dinosaurs built their nests before laying eggs, and the dinosaur eggs left permanent marks in the mud. He also noticed that at least one egg had broken. He believed there were a total of 13 animals. The second nest had split in half. However, Grant estimated that there were 9 eggshells remaining in the nest. In the third nest, there were 15 eggshells, but 3 of the eggs appeared to have broken before hatching. "How many are there in total?" asked Sattler. "More than 30 eggs hatched," Grant replied. "How many did you see?" Grant shook his head. "Those animals are running all over the place. One moment they run into the light, and the next they disappear without a trace. I've been observing," Ellie said, shining the light on her notebook. "If you want an exact number, you have to take a picture, but the features of the hatchling snouts vary. I counted 33. What about the juveniles?" 22. "But, Grant, did you notice anything interesting about them?" "Like what?" Grant asked gently. "Look at how they are arranged spatially. They seem to be distributed in some kind of pattern." Grant frowned. "It's too dark here." "No. Take a closer look. Pay attention to those little dinosaurs. When they're playing, they tumble around and run everywhere. But when they stop moving and stand still, notice their positions. They either face the wall or turn their backs to it, almost like they're lining up. I don't know, Ellie. Are you suggesting there's a sub-microscale structure of groups here? Like bees? No, not exactly, Ellie replied. It's more complex than that. It's just a quirk. So, is it the hatchlings that have this quirk? No, they all have this quirk. The adult dinosaurs do too. Look at them. They are lining up. Grant furrowed his brows. It seemed that Ellie was right. These animals exhibited various behaviors, but when they stood still, watching something or resting, they seemed to orient themselves in a particular direction, almost as if they were forming invisible lines on the ground. I'm sorry, Grant said. I think there are still some doubts about this. I don't think so, Grant. So what are they doing? Is it a representation of some form of social organization based on their spatial structure? That doesn't make sense, Ellie said, because they all do this. Sattler flipped his watch over. I knew this thing would come in handy sooner or later. Underneath the surface was a compass. Do you often use this thing in court? Grant asked. No, Sattler shook his head. This was a gift from my wife, he explained, a birthday present. He examined the compass closely. He said, they're not just lined up randomly. I think they're oriented northeast-southwest, roughly like that. Maybe they're listening for some sound. Ellie suggested. They turn their heads so they can hear. Grant still frowned. Or maybe it's a habit, Ellie said. A specific behavior of the species that helps them recognize each other. But maybe it doesn't mean anything else. Ellie sighed. Maybe they are incredible. Or this is a form of communication. Grant had the same thought. Bees communicate in the air through a kind of dance. Perhaps dinosaurs have a similar function. Sattler looked at them and said, why don't they go outside? They are nocturnal, Ellie replied. Yes, but it seems they want to hide in here. Grant shrugged. After a while, the hatchlings began to chirp and jump energetically. The adult dinosaurs watched curiously for a moment, and then, with a chorus of calls echoing through the dark cave, all the dinosaurs began to turn and run, rushing towards the concrete tunnel and into the darkness beyond. Hammond slumped heavily onto the damp soil of the hillside, trying to catch his breath and restore normalcy. My God, it's really hot, he thought. Hot and stuffy. He felt as if he were breathing through a sponge and was almost out of breath. He looked down at the riverbed, now 40 feet below him. It felt like hours had passed since he left the trickling stream and started to climb. His ankle was swollen and deep purple. He could no longer bear any weight on that leg and had to rely on the other leg to keep climbing, which was now burning with pain from overexertion. And he was parched. He had drunk from the stream before leaving, even though he knew it was unwise. Now, he felt dizzy, the world spinning around him. He couldn't maintain his balance, but he knew he had to climb up the mountain and get back to that path. Hammond felt he had heard footsteps on the path several times in the past hour, so he had shouted for help each time. Yet somehow, his voice never carried far enough. He still hadn't been rescued. So, as the afternoon wore on, he began to realize that regardless of whether his leg was injured, he had to climb the hillside. Now he was slowly making his way up. Those damn kids. Hammond shook his head, trying to clear his mind. He had been climbing for over an hour and had only covered 13 feet. He was utterly exhausted, panting like an old dog. His leg throbbed with pain, and he felt lightheaded. Of course, he was well aware that he was in no danger. After all, he could almost see that bungalow. But he had to admit he was worn out. He lay on the hillside, realizing he really didn't want to move another inch. He thought to himself, how could he not be tired? He was already 76 years old. This was no age to be running around the hills. Although for his age, he was still quite energetic. Deep down, he hoped to live to be 100. The key was to take care of himself and address any issues seriously. He had plenty of reasons to live, such as building other parks and creating other wonders. He heard a series of chirps, followed by the call of a small bird emerging from the low leaves. All afternoon, he had heard various sounds from small animals. There are all sorts of animals here. Wild rabbits, possums, snakes. The chirping grew closer. Clumps of dirt rolled past him, tumbling down the hill. Something was rushing towards him. Then he saw deep green creatures approaching him one after another from the hill. Deinonychus, he thought. A chill ran down his spine. Scavengers. Deinonychus didn't he look frightening. They were about the size of chickens, nervously bobbing their heads up and down like chickens. But Hammond knew all too well how extremely venomous they were. Getting bitten by them can lead to chronic poisoning, often causing incapacitated animals to die. Incapacitated animals, Hammond thought, couldn't help but frown. The first group of velociraptors stopped on the hillside, staring blankly at him. One stood just 5 feet away, within reach, gazing at him. Several others soon followed, forming a line and looking at him. They jumped around, making chattering sounds, waving their small clawed forelimbs. Go! Get away! Hammond shouted, throwing a stone at them. The velociraptor only retreated a foot or two. They did not seem afraid and appeared to understand that Hammond could not harm them. Enraged, Hammond tore off a branch and swung it at them. The velociraptors dodged while biting the branch, emitting joyful chirps. They seemed to think Hammond was playing a game. Hammond recalled the toxicity of the velociraptor. He remembered a handler who'd been bitten by one in a cage. He said the venom had a narcotic effect that made one feel dreamy. It just made one want to sleep. Damn, he thought. Hammond picked up a stone, aimed carefully, and threw it, hitting one velociraptor in the chest. The little creature was knocked backward, rolling on the ground and letting out a frightened chirp, while the other velociraptors immediately retreated. The situation was somewhat better. Hammond turned and began to climb up the hill again. He held the branch in both hands, limping forward on his left leg, which ached intensely. He had taken less than 10 steps when suddenly a velociraptor leaped onto his back. He swung his arm to knock the dinosaur away, but lost his balance and slipped down the slope. As soon as he stopped, a second velociraptor jumped over and gently bit his hand. He saw blood trickling from his fingers, filled with fear. He turned and scrambled up the hill again. Another velociraptor jumped onto his shoulder. When the little creature bit him on the back of the neck, he felt a sharp pain and screamed, swatting it away with his palm, panting as he turned to face the dinosaurs. They surrounded him, jumping up and down, tilting their heads to look at him. He felt a warm sensation spreading from the wound on his neck to his shoulder, then down his spine. Hammond lay back on the slope, beginning to feel unusually relaxed. No longer worried about his situation. He felt everything was normal, that he hadn't made any mistakes, and that Malcolm S. analysis was completely wrong. Hammond lay still, like a baby in a cradle, feeling a wonderful calmness. When a velociraptor approached and bit his ankle, he merely tried to kick it away absent-mindedly. The little creatures gradually came closer, and soon they were chirping around him like a flock of joyful little birds. When another velociraptor jumped onto his chest, he looked up, and the dinosaur seemed surprisingly small and delicate. It bent down to peck at his neck, and Hammond only felt a slight pain, very minimal. Beach Grant searched for the group of dinosaurs along the winding concrete slope. Suddenly, he passed through the cave's exit and found himself standing on the beach, gazing at the Pacific Ocean. Young velociraptors scurried around him in panic, kicking up sand. However, these animals soon retreated one by one to the mangroves with red mangrove trees, hiding in the shade of the palm trees. They stood there, lined up in their unique way, staring at the Pacific fixated on the south. I don't understand what's happening, Sattler said. I don't understand either, Grant replied, but they obviously don't like the sunlight. On the beach, the sun wasn't too bright. A thin mist was dissipating, and the Pacific was hazy. Why would they suddenly leave their habitat? What brought the entire group to the beach? Sattler flipped his map over, looking at the direction the dinosaurs were facing. Northeast-southwest, just like before. Deep in the woods behind the beach, they heard the buzzing of the electric fence. At least we know how they jumped out of the enclosure, Ellie said. Then they heard the rumble of a ship's diesel engine. Through the mist, they saw a large ship appearing from south. Is that why they came out? Sattler asked. Grant nodded. They must have heard the ship coming. As the ship passed, all the dinosaurs watched it quietly, except for the occasional short, sharp chirps. Their movements were coordinated, and the entire group migrated together, which impressed Grant deeply. Perhaps they weren't really that mysterious. In his mind, he reviewed the series of events that had just occurred in the cave. The young ones first displayed unease. Then the adult dinosaurs took notice. Finally, all the dinosaurs rushed out together onto the beach. This sequence of events seemed to suggest that the young ones had sharper hearing and were the first to detect the cargo ship. Then the adult dinosaurs led the group to the beach. Grant saw that the adult dinosaurs were now managing the group. They formed a distinct line on the sand. When they settled here, they were not as loose as they had been in the cave, nor did they move about haphazardly. They were orderly, almost like a tightly organized unit. Each adult dinosaur was about 10 yards apart, surrounded by a group of young ones, standing between the adults or the subadults, positioned slightly in front of the adults. However, Grant also noticed that not all adult dinosaurs were the same. One female dinosaur had distinctive stripes on her head. When the group lined up along the beach, she stood in the center of the group. This female dinosaur also occupied the central position in their habitat. He speculated that the velociraptor group, like a troop of monkeys, was arranged according to a matriarchal hierarchy. This striped-headed dinosaur was the first female animal produced by asexual reproduction. He observed that the male dinosaurs formed a defensive circle around this group. But they weren't as casual and agile as monkeys. They were arranged very rigidly, looking almost like a military formation. Then, there appeared the strange sight of northeast-southwest alignment. This was unexpected for Grant. However, in another sense, he was not surprised. Paleontologists had been excavating bones for so long that they had forgotten how limited the information from bones could be. Bones might tell you roughly what an animal looked like, its height and weight. They might provide insights about how muscles were connected and give a rough idea of the animal's behavior when alive. They might even offer clues about certain diseases affecting the bones. However, trying to infer the entire behavioral characteristics of an organism from bones alone provided very little information. Since paleontologists only had bones, they were all the materials available to them. Like other paleontologists, Grant became an expert in studying bones. In the process of research, he began to forget the unproven yet entirely possible ideas that dinosaurs might indeed be extraordinary animals, which might possess behaviors and social lives governed by special rules. And that would be quite difficult for their descendants, the mammals, to comprehend. So, since dinosaurs were essentially birds, "Oh my God," Grant said. He stared intently at the velociraptors. They lined up along the beach in a rigid formation, quietly watching the ship. He suddenly understood what he was staring at. "These animals," said Sattler, "must be extremely eager to escape from here." "No," Grant said. "They don't want to escape at all." "Don't they?" "No," Grant said. "They want to migrate. The darkness is coming." "Migration," Ellie said. "That's unbelievable." "Yes," Grant said. Ellie asked, "What do you think they want to migrate to?" "I don't know," Grant said. Then the giant helicopters broke through the fog, roaring as they circled in the sky. Their cabins were filled with ammunition, and one of them turned in a circle, flying back along the tumultuous coastline, and then landed on the beach, causing the velociraptors to scatter in terror. A door slammed open, and soldiers in olive green uniforms rushed out towards them. Grant heard a rapid-fire stream of Spanish, and saw Marduk boarding a helicopter with the children, while one soldier said in English, "Please come with us immediately. Sorry, time is of the essence." Grant looked back at the beach where the velociraptors had been standing. Now they were all gone. All the animals had vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there at all. The soldier pulled him hard. He let them take him under the huge rotor and into the cabin, boarding the helicopter. Marduk leaned down and shouted in Grant's ear, "They want us to leave here now. They're about to take action." The soldiers pushed Grant, Ellie, and Sattler into seats and helped them strap on parachute harnesses. Tim and Lex were waving at Grant. He suddenly noticed how helpless and exhausted they looked. Lex was leaning on her brother's shoulder, yawning. An officer approached Grant, shouting, "Sir, are you in charge?" "No," Grant replied. "I'm not in charge." "Who is in charge? Please tell me." "I don't know." The officer then turned to Sattler, asking him the same question. "Are you in charge?" "No," Sattler replied. The officer looked at Ellie, but didn't ask her anything. As the giant helicopter took off from the beach, the cabin door was still open. Grant leaned out, trying to see if he could catch one last glimpse of the velociraptors. But the helicopter flew over the palm trees, heading north toward the island. Grant leaned over to Marduk and shouted, "What about the others?" Marduk shouted back, "They've taken Harding and some of the staff. Hammond had an accident. He was found on a hillside near his bungalow. He must have fallen. Is he okay?" Grant asked. "No, the Spinosaurus got him." "What about Malcolm?" Grant asked again. Marduk shook his head. Grant was too tired. He had no energy left to express his feelings. He turned his face to look outside. The darkness was approaching, and in the dim light, he couldn't see the young T. Rex crouching near the hadrosaur by the lagoon, looking up at the helicopter. As the helicopter flew over, it let out a wild scream. They heard an explosion from somewhere behind them. Then they saw another helicopter cutting through the mist above the visitor center. And after a while, a bright orange fireball suddenly appeared over the building. Lex was scared and started to cry, and Ellie held her in her arms, trying to shield her view. Grant stared down at the ground. He caught one last glimpse of the dinosaurs, leaping gracefully like gazelles. Before long, there was another explosion below them, and the flames lit up the sky. Their helicopter climbed higher, then turned east, flying toward the sea. Grant returned to his seat. He was thinking about the dinosaurs standing on the beach. He wondered where they would migrate to if they could. But he understood he would never know their fate, which made him feel sad, yet relieved at the same time. The officer came forward again, bent down, and got close to his face. "Are you in charge?" "No," Grant replied. "Please tell me, sir, who is in charge?" "No one is," Grant replied. The helicopter accelerated, heading for the mainland, and the weather turned cold, as the soldiers forcefully closed the door. As they closed the door, Grant looked back once more. He saw the small island standing between the deep purple sky and the azure sea, shrouded in thick fog. The fog obscured the violent explosions, making them seem hazy. The explosions were fierce, one after another, until the entire island erupted in a scorching white light. The island shrank into a bright spot in the pitch-black night. Epilogue. San Jose, untitled days went by. The government authorities were polite, accommodating them in a luxury hotel in San Jose. They were free to come and go, call whoever they wanted, but the government would not allow them to leave the country. A young man from the U.S. Embassy visited them every day, asking if they needed anything, and explaining that Washington was doing everything possible to get them home as soon as possible. But the facts clearly showed that many had died on this land in Costa Rica, and a great disaster had barely been avoided. The Costa Rican government believed they had been deceived and manipulated by Hammond and his plans for the island. Under these circumstances, the government was unwilling to release the survivors immediately. They even did not allow them to bury Hammond and Malcolm, so they could only continue to wait. Grant was taken to a government office every day where a polite and competent official would ask him questions. They wanted him to repeat his experiences over and over. How did Grant meet Hammond? How much did Grant know about the plan? How did Grant receive a fax from New York? Why did Grant come to the island? What happened on the island? The same questions, day after day. The same process over and over. For a while, Grant speculated that they must think he was lying to them. They wanted him to tell them something. But he couldn't figure out what they wanted to know. Yet these people also seemed strange, as if they were waiting for something. Finally, one afternoon, he was sitting by the hotel pool, watching Tim and Lex splash water, when suddenly a man in khaki approached him. "We have never met," the man said. "My name is Marty Gutierrez. I am a researcher at the Carrera Ecological Reserve here." Grant said, "You're the one who first discovered the Spinosaurus specimen." "That's right. That's me." Gutierrez sat down beside him. "You must be eager to go home." "Yes," Grant replied. "I only have a few days left to conduct excavations before winter sets in. You know, in Montana, it often starts to snow in August." Gutierrez said, "Is that why the Hammond Foundation funds excavations up north? Is it because the cold weather makes it easier to recover intact genetic material from the dinosaurs?" "That's right, I assume so." Gutierrez nodded. Hammond, he was a smart man. Grant sat in silence. Gutierrez sat back down on the chair by the pool. "There are some things the authorities won't tell you," Gutierrez finally said, "because they fear you or are unhappy with what you've done. However, some very peculiar things have indeed happened in the surrounding countryside. The incidents with the biting babies? No, thank goodness the phenomenon has disappeared, but other things have occurred. This spring, in the Ismaloya region, which is just north of here, some unknown animals have been consuming crops in a very unusual way. They line up in a straight line every day, almost like an arrow, moving from the seaside into the mountains and into the woods." Grant sat up straight. "Like a flock of migratory birds," Gutierrez said. "Don't you think?" "What crops?" Grant asked. "Well, it's quite special. They only eat fava beans and soybeans, and sometimes chickens." Grant replied, "Foods rich in lysine." "What happened to these animals later?" "Presumably," Gutierrez said, "they all went into the woods. In short, their whereabouts have not been discovered. Of course, searching for them in the woods is quite difficult. A search team could spend years in the Ismaloya Mountains and find no clues at all. And you think they left us here because there are more dinosaurs there?" Grant asked. "I can't be sure. Can you?" "No," Grant said, "I can't be sure either." "But you suspect that's the case?" Grant nodded. "Maybe there are more dinosaurs there." "I agree with your statement." Gutierrez pushed back his chair and stood up. He waved to Tim and Lex, who were playing in the pool. "Maybe they will send the two kids home," he said. "They have no reason not to." He put on his sunglasses. "Dr. Grant, enjoy your time with us. This country is lovely." Grant said, "You want to tell me we can't go anywhere else?" "Dr. Grant, I should say, none of us will go anywhere else." Gutierrez smiled, and then he turned and walked toward the exit of the hotel. Jurassic Park, The Lost World. Title page, copyright information page preface. No title. What I am really interested in is whether God had any choices when creating the world. Albert Einstein noted that in that chaotic system, any tiny structural change would almost invariably result in a huge change in behavior. Complex, controllable behavior seems to have been excluded. Stuart Kaufman stated that the aftermath is inherently unpredictable. Ian Malcolm discussed the mass extinction at the KT boundary. By the end of the 20th century, there was a strong interest in the issue of species extinction within the scientific community. In fact, this issue is not new. As early as 1786, shortly after the American Revolution, Baron Georges Cuvier first explained the problem of species extinction to the world. Therefore, scientists accepted the fact of species extinction 3/4 of a century before Darwin proposed the theory of evolution. However, many debates that arose around Darwin's theory did not address the issue of species extinction. On the contrary, people generally regarded the issue of species extinction as somewhat meaningless, like a car running out of fuel. Species extinction merely proved the demise of the unfit. Detailed studies and intense debates were conducted regarding how species adapt to survive. Yet little thought was given to why certain species became extinct. What is there to discuss about such questions? However, by the 1970s, due to changes in two situations, people began to pay new attention to the issue of species extinction. The first situation was the realization that humans not only are too numerous, but are also rapidly changing our planet. They are exterminating the traditional inhabitants of this planet, cutting down tropical rainforests, polluting the air and water, and perhaps even altering the global climate. In the process, many animals are going extinct. Some scientists are alarmed and sounding the alarm, while others, though seemingly calm, feel deeply troubled. To what extent is the Earth's ecosystem vulnerable? Will human actions ultimately lead to their own extinction? No one can say for certain, since no organized research had ever been conducted on the issue of species extinction. Data on extinction rates in other geological eras, even if available, are scant. Thus, scientists began to study past extinction events in detail, hoping to answer the various troubling questions that exist today. The second situation was a new understanding of the extinction of the dinosaurs. For a long time, it was believed that all dinosaurs went extinct in a relatively short period around 65 million years ago at the end of the Cretaceous period. There was much debate about the speed of dinosaur extinction, with differing opinions. Some paleontologists believed it happened almost catastrophically fast, while others thought it was a gradual process occurring over 10,000 to 10 million years. In 1980, physicist Luis Alvarez and his three collaborators discovered that rocks from the KT boundary, with representing the Cretaceous to avoid confusion with other geological periods, contained high levels of iridium. Iridium is rare on Earth, but relatively abundant in asteroids. Alvarez's team theorized that the high iridium levels in KT boundary rocks indicated that a several-mile-wide asteroid had struck Earth at that time. They posited that the dust and debris from this impact blocked sunlight, interrupted photosynthesis, caused the death of plants and animals, and thus ended the reign of the dinosaurs. This dramatic theory captured media and public interest, sparking a lengthy debate lasting several years. Where is the crater left by this asteroid impact? Various interpretations emerged. Were the 5 major mass extinction events in the past all caused by asteroid impacts? Is there a catastrophic cycle of disasters occurring every 26 million years? Is another catastrophic collision about to befall the Earth? More than a decade has passed, and these questions remain unanswered. Intense debates continued until August 1993, when a non-traditional mathematician named Ian Malcolm proposed at a weekly seminar at the Santa Fe Institute that all these questions were trivial. The debate over asteroid impacts was merely a very boring and irrelevant speculation. Now let's talk about the numbers Malcolm said from the podium, looking at the audience. There are currently 50 million species of animals and plants on our planet. We believe that the diversity of species is indeed vast. However, compared to the number of species that have existed on this planet, this figure is minuscule. We estimate that since life began, the total number of species that have existed and currently exist on this planet is as high as 50 billion. This means that the species currently on this planet represent only 1,000th of this total. 99.9% of species are already extinct. Among those that have gone extinct due to large-scale disasters, they account for only 5% of the total. The vast majority of species have gone extinct one by one over time. Malcolm stated that the reality is that the extinction of life on Earth is continuous and occurs at a relatively constant rate. Overall, the average lifespan of a species on Earth is about 4 million years, with mammals existing for only about 1 million years. After that, a species will go extinct. In fact, during these millions of years, each species undergoes a pattern of development, flourishing, and gradually heading toward extinction, resulting in an average of one species going extinct every day in the history of life on Earth. Why is this so? He asked. What causes the 4 million year cycle of rise and fall for species on Earth? One answer is that we do not fully understand the active state of our planet. The last 50,000 years is just a brief moment in geological history. Yet during this time, the area of tropical rainforests has severely shrunk and then expanded again. Rainforests are not an unchanging feature of this planet. Their history is actually not that long. Just 10,000 years ago, when humans appeared on the American continent as hunters, a glacial flow extended to what is now equivalent to New York City. Many animals went extinct during that time. Much of Earth's history shows that the survival and extinction of animals are closely related to a very dynamic background. This may explain 90% of the causes of species extinction. If oceans dry up or salinity increases, then all the plankton in the ocean will die. However, complex animals like dinosaurs are a different story, as they have insulated themselves from these changes, both literally and in practical terms. So why do complex animals also go extinct? Why can't they adapt to these changes? Physically, they seem to have the ability to survive. Their extinction seems difficult to explain, yet they did go extinct. What I want to say is that complex animals become extinct not because their ability to adapt to the environment has changed, but because of their own behavior. I believe that the latest developments in chaos theory, or nonlinear dynamics, provide enticing insights into explaining this phenomenon. This theory suggests that the behavior of complex animals can sometimes change very rapidly and does not always progress in a favorable direction. This theory suggests that behavior may sometimes cease to respond to the environment, leading to the decline and extinction of species. It posits that animals may not adapt to their environment. Is this the reason for the extinction of dinosaurs? Perhaps it will forever remain a mystery. However, human interest in the issue of dinosaur extinction is certainly not accidental. The decline of dinosaurs made the flourishing development of mammals, including humans, possible. Thus, we wonder whether humans will repeat the fate of dinosaurs and one day face extinction as well. On a deeper level, if such a situation occurs, is it caused by our own behavior rather than being predestined or caused by some fiery meteor from the heavens? At this moment, we still do not have an answer. Then he smiled and said, "However, I do have a few suggestions." Prologue: Untitled Life on the Edge of Chaos. The Santa Fe Institute is located on Canyon Road, where the buildings originally belonged to a monastery. The venue for this seminar was originally a small church. Ian Malcolm stood at the podium, a beam of sunlight shining down on him. At this moment, he did not continue his lecture, but dramatically paused. Malcolm, at 40 years old, is a well-known figure at the Institute. He is one of the pioneers in the study of chaos theory. However, after suffering serious injuries during a trip to Costa Rica, his promising career was momentarily interrupted. In fact, several news outlets had reported that Malcolm had perished. Later, he remarked, "Unfortunately, I interrupted the celebrations in mathematics departments across the country, but I only died a little bit. The surgeons performed a miracle of resuscitation. They will be the first to tell you that. Now I'm back, and you could say I've been revived." Dressed in black and leaning on a cane, Malcolm gives off a sense of simplicity. At the Institute, he is known for his unconventional analysis and his tendency to view issues with a pessimistic outlook. His presentation in August, titled Life on the Edge of Chaos, epitomized his thoughts. In this report, he presented his analysis of the application of chaos theory in evolutionary theory. He was particularly pleased that his audience possessed relatively profound knowledge. The Santa Fe Institute was established in the mid-1980s by a group of scientists deeply interested in the implications of chaos theory. These scientists came from various fields including physics, economics, biology, and computer science, all believing that behind the complexity of the world lies an underlying order that once puzzled science. This order would be revealed by chaos theory, now known as complexity theory. In short, complexity theory is the science of the 21st century. The scientists at the Institute explore the behaviors of many complex systems, companies in the marketplace, neurons in the human brain, enzymatic cascade reactions in individual cells, and the behavior of migratory flocks of birds. These systems are extraordinarily complex, and before the advent of computers, it was impossible to study them. This research is unprecedented, and its findings are astonishing. Scientists quickly noticed that complex systems exhibit certain common behaviors. They gradually came to believe that these behaviors are characteristics of all complex systems, realizing that such behaviors cannot be explained by analyzing the individual components of the system. The long-used reductionist approach, disassembling a watch to see how it works, proves ineffective in the study of complex systems, as some interesting behaviors seem to arise spontaneously from the interactions among the components. This behavior is not prearranged and is not guided by external causes. It emerges spontaneously, earning it the term self-organization. When discussing evolutionary issues, Ian Malcolm stated that we are particularly interested in two types of self-organizing behavior. One is the problem of adaptation. This is ubiquitous. Companies adapt to markets, brain cells adapt to signal transmission, the immune system adapts to infections, and animals adapt to their food sources. We gradually recognize that adaptability is a characteristic of complex systems, which may explain why evolution leads to the emergence of more complex organisms. He shifted his stance at the podium, leaning his weight on his cane. However, the more important question, he said, is how complex systems maintain a balance between the need for order and the necessity for change. Complex systems often position themselves at what we call the edge of chaos. We can think of the edge of chaos as having enough new entities to cause fluctuations in life systems. while also possessing stabilizing factors that prevent them from falling into disorder. This is a conflict zone, filled with turmoil and the constant struggle between the new and the old. Undoubtedly, finding a balance point is a very tricky problem. If a life system strays too close to this balance point, it risks descending into disorder and self-destruction. But if it strays too far from this edge, it becomes rigid, inflexible, and dogmatic. Both scenarios can lead to its extinction. Too much or too little change can be destructive. Complex systems can only thrive when situated at the edge of chaos. He paused. So in essence, species extinction is the inevitable result of two behavioral modes, either too much change or too little change. Many in the audience nodded frequently. Most researchers present agreed with this view. The concept of the edge of chaos has almost become a creed at the Santa Fe Institute. Unfortunately, Malcolm continued, there remains a broad gap between this theoretical framework and the reality of species extinction. We cannot confirm whether our ideas are correct. Fossils can tell us when a certain animal went extinct, but not the reasons for its extinction. The value of computer simulations is quite limited. We cannot experiment on living organisms. Thus, we must admit that species extinction cannot be verified or experimented upon, and therefore, it may not be a scientific topic at all. This might explain why this issue has remained one of the most fiercely debated topics in religion and politics. I want to remind everyone that there has been no religiously charged debate regarding Avogadro's constant, nor on Planck's constant or pancreatic function issues. But the debate over species extinction has persisted for 200 years. I do not know how it should be resolved. If that gentleman has any questions? In the back rows of the auditorium, a person raised his hand and waved impatiently. Malcolm furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. The customary practice in academia is to wait until the speaker has finished before allowing questions. Interrupting someone mid-sentence is considered impolite. Do you have a question? Malcolm asked. A young man in his 30s stood up in the back row. Actually, he said, it's a comment. The speaker, with dark skin, a slender build, and dressed in a khaki shirt and shorts, behaved very appropriately. Malcolm recognized the paleontologist named Levin, who had come from Berkeley to attend a summer program at the Institute. Malcolm had never spoken to him before, but knew he was quite renowned. Levin is widely acknowledged as outstanding among his generation of paleontologists and is considered a leader in the world today. However, most teachers at the Institute do not like him, finding him arrogant and self-important. You say that fossils do not help explain the issue of species extinction, Levin said, and I agree. If you believe that behavior is the cause of species extinction, that is even more true, as there is not much information related to behavior that can be gleaned from fossilized bones. However, you state that the behavioral theory is untestable, and I cannot agree with that. In fact, it contains a result. Perhaps you haven't thought of this yet. The venue was silent. Malcolm, standing at the podium, frowned. The renowned mathematician was not used to hearing others say he had overlooked something. What are your thoughts? Levin seemed unfazed by the tense atmosphere in the auditorium. Yes, he continued, during the Cretaceous period, dinosaurs were widely distributed across the Earth. We have found dinosaur fossils on every continent, in every climate zone, and even in Antarctica. If their extinction was indeed due to their own behavior, rather than a catastrophic event, disease, changes in plant life, or other broad causes suggested by people, then it seems unlikely that they could have altered their behavior across all regions. This, in turn, implies that these animals may still exist on Earth. So why not go look for them? Sure, Malcolm said coldly, if you're interested, if you're bored. No, Levin said earnestly, I'm not joking. What if dinosaurs haven't gone extinct? What if they still exist, living in some isolated place on this planet? You're talking about a lost world, Malcolm said. The audience nodded in agreement. Scientists at the Institute had a simplified set of terms when discussing ordinary evolutionary issues. Bullet fields, bankrupt gamblers, the game of life, lost worlds. The Queen of Hearts, black noise. These were all concepts with very clear definitions regarding evolution. But they all... No, Levin insisted, I'm being realistic. Then you're completely mistaken. Malcolm waved dismissively. He turned and walked slowly to the blackboard. If we talk about the meaning of the edge of chaos, we can first ask ourselves, what is the smallest unit of life? The most contemporary definition of life must include DNA. However, two examples tell us that such a definition is too narrow. If we think of viruses and so-called prion, it becomes evident that life can exist apart from DNA. Sitting at the back of the auditorium, Levin stared blankly for a moment, then reluctantly sat down and began taking notes. The hypothesis of the lost world. The lecture was over. It was past noon, and Malcolm was limping through the courtyard of the Institute. Beside him was a visiting scholar from Africa, young field biologist Sarah Harding. A few years ago, when she was at the University of California, Berkeley. He had been hired as an external reviewer for her doctoral dissertation, and they had known each other since then. They walked across the courtyard under the blazing summer sun, looking quite mismatched. Malcolm in all black, slightly hunched over, leaning on a cane like a hermit. Harding in a t-shirt and shorts, looking young, fit, and energetic, with her sunglasses pushed up on her forehead and her short black hair tousled. Her research focused on African carnivores, such as lions and hyenas. She was returning to Nairobi the next day. Since Malcolm's surgery, they had been quite close. Harding had come to Austin during her teaching break, and she had been helping care for him as he recovered from multiple surgeries. At one point, it seemed there might have been romance between them, and Malcolm, a staunch advocate of bachelorhood, appeared to entertain thoughts of a small family life. But then Harding returned to Africa, and Malcolm went to Santa Fe. Whatever romance they might have had, they were now just friends. They discussed the questions that had been raised toward the end of his lecture. Malcolm had initially thought people would only raise some predictable differing opinions. The issue of mass extinction is significant, and humanity owes its existence to the extinction of species during the Cretaceous period, as the demise of dinosaurs allowed mammals to take over the Earth. As one self-important questioner put it, the Cretaceous period allowed our sentient consciousness to flourish on this planet. Malcolm immediately responded, "What reason do you have to believe that humans are sentient and aware? There is no basis for that. Humans have never thought for themselves. They find that too uncomfortable. We largely just repeat what others have said, and if they encounter differing opinions, they become very unhappy. The typical characteristic of humans is not consciousness but compliance, resulting in religious wars. Other animals fight for territory and food. But in the unique kingdom of animals that is humanity, they fight for their beliefs. Because beliefs guide behavior, and behavior plays a very significant role in human evolution. However, if our behavior could lead to our own extinction, then I see no reason to believe that we humans have any awareness. We are stubborn, self-destructive, and act according to our beliefs. Our other viewpoints are merely self-satisfied self-deception." Next question. At this moment, Sarah Harding said with a laugh as they walked, "They don't like your take." "I admit that's a bit of a cold shower," he said, "but it's unavoidable." He shook his head. "These people are the best scientists in our country, but they haven't produced anything compelling. By the way, do you know anything about the guy who interrupted me? Richard Levin?" She laughed. "He's quite annoying, isn't he?" "He's a world-renowned jerk," Malcolm muttered. "I think so too. He is very wealthy, and that's the problem." Harding said, "Do you know about Becky dolls?" "I don't know," Malcolm said, glancing at her. "Well, every little girl in America knows about them. These dolls come in a series. Becky, Sally, Frances, and a few others. They're American toy dolls, and Levin is the heir to that company. He's a self-important rich kid, impatient, and likes to do as he pleases." Malcolm nodded. "Want to grab lunch with me?" "Of course, I would love to, Dr. Malcolm." "Wait a minute. Dr. Malcolm." Malcolm turned around to see Richard Levin's tall figure hurriedly crossing the courtyard toward them. "Ah, damn it," Malcolm said. "Dr. Malcolm," Levin said as he approached, "I'm surprised you didn't seriously consider my proposal." "How could I?" Malcolm said. "That is utterly ridiculous." "Yes, but Ms. Harding and I are about to go have lunch." Malcolm pointed to Sarah. "Yes, but I think you should reconsider." Levin was a bit insistent. "Because I believe my argument is valid. Dinosaurs could still exist. It's very likely, even entirely possible. You must know the rumors about those animals in Costa Rica, right? I believe you spent some time there." "Yes, I can tell you about the situation in Costa Rica and the Congo," Levin continued. "For many years, there have been reports of pygmies sighting giant lizards deep in the jungle near Bokangbo, and even seeing a brontosaurus. It's said that in the jungles of Irian Jaya, Indonesia, there's an animal the size of a rhinoceros, which may be a surviving triceratops." "Nonsense," Malcolm said. "Pure nonsense. So far, not even a shadow has been seen, neither photos nor any solid evidence." "Maybe not," Levin said, "but the absence of evidence does not mean that evidence does not exist. I believe there are likely traces left by these animals that have not yet gone extinct." Malcolm shrugged and said, "Anything is possible, but the facts suggest they might have survived." Levin insisted, "I keep receiving calls saying new animals have been discovered in Costa Rica. Remnants or fragments." Malcolm paused and then asked, "Recently?" "Just recently." "Well," Malcolm said, "it is just as I expected. The last call was 9 months ago." Levin said, "At that time, I was in Siberia studying the little mammoth that was preserved in the ice and couldn't get back in time. They told me it was a large, deformed lizard found in the jungles of Costa Rica." "Oh, what happened then?" "The body was burned, so nothing was left." "No. No photos? No evidence?" "Apparently, there was none. So it was just hearsay," Malcolm said. "Maybe so. However, I think it's necessary to conduct an expedition to clarify the situation regarding these animals said to have survived. Levin said. Malcolm stared at him intently. An expedition? To find the legendary lost world? Who will pay for this? I will, Levin said. I've already started planning it. How much will it cost? I don't care, Levin said. In fact, it is possible that they have survived. Many other species have survived. So it's possible that animals from the Cretaceous period might have as well. Nonsense. Malcolm shook his head and repeated. Levin paused and looked at Malcolm. Dr. Malcolm, he said, I must say, your attitude surprises me. You just made an argument, and now I'm giving you a chance to prove your argument. I thought you would be eager to seize this opportunity. The days of my eagerness are long gone. Even if you don't take me with you. I am not interested in dinosaurs, Malcolm said. But everyone is interested in dinosaurs. I'm not interested. He leaned on his cane and turned to leave. By the way, Levin said, what were you doing in Costa Rica? I heard you were there for almost a year. I was lying in a hospital bed. They kept me in intensive care for 6 months. At that time, I couldn't even get on a plane. Yeah, Levin said, I know you were injured. But tell me, what were you doing there? Weren't you looking for dinosaurs? In the bright sunlight, Malcolm leaned on his cane and squinted at him. No, that's not the case. The three of them arrived at the Guadalupe restaurant across the river and sat down at a small lacquer table in the corner. Sarah Harding drank a Corona beer from the bottle while watching the two men sitting across from her. It seemed that Levin was very pleased to be with them, as if sitting at this table was a victory. Malcolm, on the other hand, looked tired, like a father who had spent too much time with a hyperactive child. Do you want to know what I've heard? Levin asked. I heard that 2 years ago, an international genetic engineering company bred a batch of dinosaurs using genetic engineering methods and then released them on an island in Costa Rica. But then an accident occurred. Many people died, and those dinosaurs were subsequently exterminated. Now everyone is tight-lipped about this issue because it involves legal matters and some sort of unspoken agreement. The Costa Rican government is also reluctant to let this affect the country's tourism industry. So everyone is avoiding the topic. That's what I've heard. Malcolm stared at him. Do you believe it? At first, I didn't believe it, Levin said, but I keep hearing rumors about it. There are really a lot of rumors going around. They say you, Alan Grant, and several others were there. Did you ask Grant? I asked him at an international conference in Beijing last year. He said it was pure nonsense. Malcolm slowly nodded. Was that what you said? Levin took a sip of beer. I mean, you know Grant, right? I don't know him. I've never met him. Levin examined Malcolm's face closely. So it didn't happen? Malcolm sighed. Are you familiar with the concept of technological myths? It was first proposed by Geller at Princeton. His basic argument is that we've lost all the ancient myths, like Orpheus, Eurydice, Perseus, Medusa, etc., so we fill that void with modern technological myths. Geller listed more than a dozen examples, one of which is that aliens are lurking in the hangars of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Another is that someone invented a carburetor that can run 150 miles on a gallon of gas. But many car companies bought his patent and then sat on it for a long time. And there are Russians training children with psychic powers in a secret base in Siberia, and these children can kill anyone anywhere in the world with their minds. Claims that the lines in the Nazca region of Peru are alien spaceship ports, that the AIDS virus was deliberately spread by the CIA to eliminate homosexuals, that Nikola Tesla discovered an incredible energy source, but all his records were lost, and that there's a 10th century painting in Istanbul depicting the Earth as seen from space. And that Stanford Research Institute discovered that a person's body can grow in the dark. Do you understand what I mean? Are you saying that the dinosaurs from the International Genetic Engineering Company are a myth? Levin asked. Of course it's a myth. It must be a myth. Do you think it's possible to breed dinosaurs using genetic engineering? All the experts tell me it's impossible. They are right. After Malcolm finished speaking, he glanced at Harding, as if wanting her to confirm it. She said nothing and continued to drink her beer. In fact, Harding had heard far more rumors about these dinosaurs than that. After Malcolm's surgery, due to the effects of anesthesia and painkillers, he had said some nonsensical things while he was delirious. At that time, he seemed very frightened, constantly twisting in bed and repeatedly naming several dinosaurs. Harding had asked a nurse, who said he acted that way after every surgery. The hospital staff believed it was a hallucination caused by the anesthesia, but Harding thought Malcolm was re-experiencing some terrifying actual scenes from the past. When referring to the dinosaurs, he used a nickname she was familiar with, which further reinforced her feeling. He called the dinosaurs raptors and triceratops, and he seemed particularly afraid of raptors. After returning home, she had asked him about those nonsensical things he said. He shrugged and made a rather unoriginal joke. At least I didn't mention any other women, right? He then mentioned that he was a dinosaur enthusiast as a child and spoke about how being sick can make one nostalgic. Overall, he deliberately acted aloof, as if all of this was of no importance. She could clearly sense that he was being evasive, but she didn't want to push him too hard. Besides, she was in love with him at the time, so she didn't pursue the matter further. Now, he looked at her with a questioning gaze, as if asking whether she would say something that contradicted him. Hardin raised an eyebrow and stared at him. He must have a reason for doing this. She could wait and see. Levin leaned forward from the table and said to Malcolm, "So, the matter with the International Genetic Technologies Company is completely fictitious?" Completely fictitious. Malcolm nodded seriously. It's all nonsense. For 3 years, Malcolm had been denying people's speculations about this. Now it was second nature to him, but his fatigue at that moment was genuine. In fact, he had served as a consultant for the International Genetic Technologies Company in Palo Alto since the summer of 1989. He had traveled to Costa Rica for the company and ended up in a disaster. Afterward, everyone involved with that incident denied it was true. The International Genetic Technologies Company wanted to shirk responsibility. The Costa Rican government wanted to maintain its reputation as a tourist paradise. The scientists involved had prearranged to keep quiet. And afterward, they received generous grants to remain tight-lipped. All of Malcolm's medical expenses over the past 2 years had been covered by the company. Meanwhile, the facilities of the International Genetic Technologies Company on that small island in Costa Rica had been completely destroyed, and there were no living animals left on the island. The company also bribed the renowned Professor George Baselton from Stanford University. Baselton, a biologist who frequently published articles and appeared on television, was a public authority on scientific issues. He claimed he had visited that island and tirelessly denied rumors that extinct animals had recently appeared there. He mockingly said, "Saber-toothed tigers? Sounds almost real." This had a real effect. Over time, public interest in the matter began to wane. The International Genetic Technologies Company went bankrupt afterward, and its major investors in Europe and Asia suffered significant losses. Although the company's physical assets, such as buildings and laboratory equipment, could be gradually sold off, the company firmly believed that its core technology could not be sold under any circumstances. In short, the work of the International Genetic Technologies Company had come to an end. There wasn't much more to say about the company. "So, this is all fake," Levin said, taking a bite of the green corn steamed pork. "To be honest, Doctor Malcolm, that gives me a foundation." "Why?" Malcolm asked. "Because it means that the rumors about those animals that were said to have appeared in Costa Rica are now confirmed to be true. Real dinosaurs. A friend of mine at Yale is there. He is a field biologist, and he says he has seen them with his own eyes. I believe him." Malcolm shrugged. "I don't believe there are any animals left in Costa Rica. Indeed, there hadn't been any new discoveries for almost a year. But if there are any new discoveries, I would go," he continued. "Before that, I would assemble an expedition team. I have spent a lot of time thinking about how to do this. I think we could build some specialized vehicles, and it could be done within a year. I've already talked to Dr. Thorne about it. Next, I plan to recruit team members, perhaps invite Dr. Hardin or some other accomplished biologists, and also bring in some graduate students." Malcolm shook his head as he listened. "You think I'm wasting my time?" Levin said. "Yes, but what if, hypothetically, those kinds of animals appear again? They want to appear. What if they really do appear?" Levin asked, "Are you interested in helping me? Helping to plan an expedition?" After finishing his meal, Malcolm pushed his plate aside. He stared at Levin for a long time. "All right," he finally agreed, "if they do appear, I'm willing to help you." "Great," Levin said. "That is all I needed to know." The sun was shining brightly outside. On Guadalupe Street, Malcolm and Sarah walked together toward his old Ford car. Levin jumped into a bright red Ferrari, waved happily, and then sped off. "Do you think this will happen?" Sarah Hardin asked. "Do you think, these animals will appear again?" "No," Malcolm said. "I'm sure they will never appear again." "Your words sound hopeful." He shook his head, awkwardly getting into the car and moving his injured leg from under the steering wheel. Hardin climbed into the car and sat beside him. He glanced at her and turned the ignition key. They drove back to the research institute together. She returned to Africa the next day. Over the next year and a half, she learned somewhat about Levin's preparations, as he called her from time to ask about fieldwork precautions, tire issues, and what anesthetics to use on wildlife. Sometimes she also received calls from Dr. Thorne. Thorne was building vehicles, but his tone often revealed some frustration. There was no news from Malcolm, but on her birthday, he sent her a birthday card. The card arrived a month later, and he hastily wrote at the bottom, "Happy birthday. I'm glad you're far from him. He is driving me crazy." Chapter 1. Untitled in a safe zone away from the edge of chaos. Single-celled life slowly coexists, but without any apparent pattern. Ian Malcolm mutant forms. It was getting late. The helicopter was flying low along the coastline, close to the boundary between dense jungle and beach. 10 minutes ago, it had flown over the last fishing village, and now below was nothing but impenetrable Costa Rican jungle. mangrove swamps, and endless, desolate sands and stones. Marty Gutierrez, sitting next to the pilot, looked out at the rapidly passing coastline. There wasn't even a road in this area. At least, he hadn't seen one. Gutierrez was a taciturn American. He was 36 years old and had a beard. As a field biologist, he had lived in Costa Rica for 8 years. He originally came to study the speciation of toucans in the tropical rainforest, but later became a consultant for the northern country's Carrera Biological Reserve. He pressed the intercom button and asked the pilot, "How much longer?" 5 minutes, Mr. Gutierrez. Gutierrez turned around and said, "Not long now." The tall man sitting in the back seat of the helicopter didn't respond. When others spoke to him, he didn't even react. He just sat there listlessly, propping his chin on his hand, his brows furrowed, gazing out the window. Richard Levin was wearing a faded field khaki work outfit, a wide-brimmed Australian hat pulled down low, and around his neck hung a well-worn pair of binoculars. Although his outfit was somewhat unrefined, he exuded the focused demeanor of a scholar. As he looked out the window, the clear facial contours and tense, serious expression were behind his gold-rimmed glasses. "Where's this place?" "This place is called Ragas." "Have we reached the southernmost point?" "Yes. We're only about 50 miles from the Panama border." Levin stared intently at the jungle. "I can't see any roads," he said. "How was that thing discovered?" "It was found by 2 campers," Gutierrez replied. "They came by boat from the beach here." "When was that?" "Yesterday. As soon as they saw the thing, they ran back in panic." Levin nodded. His long, slender arms were bent, with his hands propping up his chin, resembling a mantis. Mantis was his nickname in graduate school, partly due to his appearance, partly because if anyone disagreed with him, he would be ready to bite their head off. Gutierrez asked, "Have you been to Costa Rica before?" "No, it's my first time," Levin replied. Then he waved his hand impatiently, as if he didn't want to discuss some boring small talk. Gutierrez chuckled. After all these years, Levin still hadn't changed his temperament. In science, he remained a talented but unlikable person. They had both pursued graduate studies together at Yale. But Levin dropped out of his PhD program and obtained a degree in comparative zoology. Levin said that this field research might be very appealing to Gutierrez, but he had no interest in it. He dismissed Gutierrez's work as merely collecting parrot droppings from around the world with his characteristic self-importance. In fact, the talented and meticulous Levin was deeply fascinated by the past, by a world that no longer existed. He had conducted painstaking research on that world. His mind was famously sharp, and his pride and eloquence were also well known. He did not hide the smug expression that emerged after pointing out his colleague's mistakes. A colleague once remarked about him, "Levin never forgets a disputed issue and will not let you forget it either." Field researchers did not like Levin, and he did not have a good opinion of them either. He was very meticulous, well-versed in animal life, and his greatest pleasure came from studying museum collections, reclassifying species, and reorganizing displayed animal skeletons. He did not enjoy the dusty, inconvenient life in the field. If given the choice, he would never leave the museum. But he lived in a great age of paleontological discoveries, which seemed destined. In the past 20 years, the number of dinosaur fossil species discovered had doubled, and now a new species could be found every 7 weeks. Levin was well known worldwide, so he had to constantly travel around the globe to investigate new discoveries and share his expert opinions with researchers who, despite their annoyance with him, had to admit they needed to hear his insights. "Where did you just come back from?" Gutierrez asked. "Mongolia," Levin replied. "I went to Flame Rock in the Gobi Desert, 3 hours from Ulaanbaatar." "Oh, what did they find?" John Roxton had quite a harvest. He found an incomplete skeletal fossil, which he thinks might be a new species of velociraptor, and asked me to verify it. And then, Levin shrugged. Roxton knows nothing about anatomy. P.S. an enthusiastic fundraiser. If he really found something, he would be at a loss. "Did you tell him the truth?" "Why not? Just being honest." "What about the fossil?" "It's definitely not a velociraptor," Levin said. "The metatarsals are wrong, the pubis is too close to the abdomen, there's no proper foramen on the ischium, and the long bones are too light. As for the skull," he rolled his eyes, "the maxilla is too thick, the eye sockets are too close to the mouth, the end of the neural arch is too small, and so on and so forth. There are hardly any shark claws. That's the situation. I wonder what Roxton thinks. I suspect what he actually found is a Dromaeosaurus, but of course I haven't reached a definitive conclusion." "Dromaeosaurus?" Gutierrez asked. "A small carnivore from the Triassic period. 2 meters from foot to hip, actually a very common theropod dinosaur. Roxton's discovery isn't particularly interesting. Of course, there's one odd detail. The fossil he found contains impressions of skin patterns in the epidermis. This is not uncommon in itself. There have been perhaps over a dozen well-preserved skin impressions discovered so far, but mainly from the skin of hadrosaurs. Nothing like this has been seen before, because it's clear that this animal's skin has some distinct features that I haven't seen on dinosaurs before. Gentlemen, the pilot interrupted their conversation, saying they were approaching Juan Fernandez Bay. Can we circle above it first? Levin asked. Levin looked out the window, his expression tense again, forgetting that he hadn't finished his previous statement. At this moment, they were flying over the jungle. The jungle stretched endlessly towards the hills. The helicopter began to bank, circling above the beach. Right there, Gutierrez pointed out the window. In the afternoon sunlight, the empty beach looked like a clear, bright crescent moon. They saw a black mass among the sand and stones to the south of the beach. From the air, it looked like a rock or a large clump of seaweed. Its diameter was about 5 feet, but it had no distinct shape. There were many footprints around it. Who has been here? Levin sighed and asked. Earlier today, officials from the public health department were here. What did they do? He asked. Did they touch it? Or did they move it in any other way? I can't say for sure, Gutierrez replied. The public health department, Levin repeated, then shook his head. What do they know? Maddie, you shouldn't have let them near it. Oh, Gutierrez said, this country isn't under my control. I can only do my best. They even wanted to destroy it before you arrived. I at least convinced them not to touch it before you got here. Of course, I don't know how long they'll wait. Then we better start now, Levin said as he pressed the microphone button. Why are we still circling? It's getting darker. Let's land on the beach. I want to see this thing with my own eyes. Richard Levin ran towards the black mass on the beach, the binoculars hanging around his neck, swinging back and forth across his chest. Though it was still some distance away, he already smelled a foul odor. He had formed a preliminary impression in his mind. The corpse was half buried in the sand, covered in a swarm of flies. Its skin was swollen as if inflated, making identification more challenging. He stopped a short distance away, took out his camera. At that moment, the helicopter pilot rushed over and pressed down on his camera. No photography allowed. What? Sorry, sir. No photography allowed here. Why not? Levin asked. He turned to look at Gutierrez, who was stumbling toward them from the beach. Maddie, why can't we take pictures? This could be important. No photography allowed. The driver repeated himself again, then snatched the camera from Levin's hands. Marty, this is just crazy. You go to your inspection, Gutierrez said. He then explained to the driver in Spanish, but the driver responded with an air of authority, angrily waving his hands from time to time. Levin helplessly watched them, then turned away. Damn it, he thought. They might argue endlessly. He quickly moved forward and began to breathe through his mouth. The smell became increasingly unbearable as he walked. Although the corpse was large, he did not see any birds, rodents, or other scavengers feeding on it. Only flies, swarming in masses, crawled all over its body, making it impossible for him to see its outline. Even so, the animal did not appear small. If it weren't for the swelling, its size was almost equivalent to that of a cow or a horse. The dry skin had cracked under the sun, curling up to reveal a greasy layer of pale, yellow, subcutaneous fat. It stinks. Levin involuntarily took a step back, then steeled himself to move forward, focusing intently on the corpse. Although its size resembled that of a cow, it was clearly not a mammal. Its skin had no hair. The skin seemed to have been green originally, with dark stripes and polygonal nodules of varying sizes scattered across its surface. This shape reminded him of lizard skin. The nodules varied in size across different parts of its body, appearing larger on the abdomen, but not very prominent. There were noticeable skin folds in the neck, shoulders, and hips, which also resembled those of a lizard. This corpse was indeed large. Levin estimated its original weight to be around 100 kilograms, or about 220 pounds. Besides the Komodo dragon found in Indonesia, there were no lizards this large in the world. The Komodo dragon is a carnivorous giant lizard that can reach 9 feet in length, about the size of a crocodile, capable of swallowing sheep and pigs, and sometimes even humans. However, such giant lizards had never been discovered in the Americas. Of course, it could be considered a species of iguana, which is widespread in South America, and marine iguanas can grow quite large. Even so, this animal could still be classified as a big one. Levin slowly walked around to the front of its head. No, he felt this was not a lizard. It lay on its side, with its left ribcage facing up. Half of its body was buried in the sand, with only a few inches of its back, composed of spine-generated spiny protrusions, exposed above the sand. Its long neck curved, with its head pressed underneath its body, resembling a duck burying its head under its wings. He saw one forelimb, which appeared weak and feeble. The forelimb on the other side was buried in the sand. He wanted to dig it out to take a look, but he felt it would be better to take some photos first before touching it. In fact, the more Levin observed this corpse, the more he felt it should be studied carefully because one thing was very clear. This was a rare animal, possibly still unknown to science. Levin was excited yet cautious. He began to realize the importance of this discovery. If it was indeed so, then a crucial task now was to document it. On the beach, Gutierrez was still loudly negotiating with the driver. However, the driver stubbornly shook his head. These bureaucrats, Levin thought, filled with frustration. Why couldn't he take pictures? It wouldn't harm anything. Documenting the changes of this animal was crucial. He heard a dull, thudding sound and looked up to see another helicopter hovering above the beach. Its black shadow sweeping across the sand. This helicopter was as white as an ambulance, with some red letters on its side. However, in the sunset glow, he could not make out what the letters said. He turned back to the animal's corpse. This time he noticed that its hind legs were very muscular, in stark contrast to the forelimbs, suggesting it was balanced and walked upright on strong hind legs. While it was already known that there were several species of lizards that could stand upright, none were this large. He continued to observe the shape of this corpse, growing increasingly convinced that it was not a lizard. As he noticed the day was getting late and there was a lot of work to do, he quickened his pace. For any species, two very important questions needed to be clarified. First, what kind of animal is it? Second, why did it die? He stood beside its thigh and saw that its surface had split open, undoubtedly due to gases building up underneath the skin. Upon closer inspection, he found that the split was a large gash. It opened along the thigh, appearing deep and exposing red flesh and white bone. Despite the pungent smell and the white maggots wriggling on the exposed tissue, he realized, I feel regret about all this. Gutierrez walked up to Levin and said, that driver refuses to agree. The driver nervously followed Gutierrez, then stood beside him, observing closely. Marty, Levin said, I really need to take a few photos. I'm afraid that's not possible, Gutierrez replied with a shrug. This is important, Marty. It's a pity. I've done my best. The white helicopter gradually descended on the other side of the beach, its rumbling fading away as a group of uniformed individuals began to disembark. Marty, what do you think this animal is? Well, I can only guess, Gutierrez said. From its size, I think it's a previously undiscovered iguana. It's certainly very large, and it's clearly not native to Costa Rica. I suspect it comes from the Galapagos Islands, or, no, Marty, Levin interrupted, it's not an iguana. Let me finish, Gutierrez replied, glancing at the driver. I think it's necessary to tell you that several types of lizards we don't recognize have appeared in this area. No one knows why. Maybe it's related to deforestation, or for some other reason. New species keep emerging. I started noticing some unidentifiable ones a few years ago. Marty, this thing is not a lizard. Gutierrez blinked. What did you say? Of course, it's a lizard. I don't think so, Levin said. Maybe you're just saying that because of its size. In fact, we sometimes encounter such mutated species in Costa Rica, Gutierrez replied. Marty, Levin said coldly. I never speak without reason. Well, of course, I didn't mean that. Let me tell you, this is not a lizard, Levin insisted. Sorry. Gutierrez shook his head. I can't agree. The people disembarking from the white helicopter gathered together, all wearing large white masks. I'm not asking for your agreement, Levin said, turning back to the corpse. It's simple to make a judgment. Just dissect its head, or its limbs, for example, this thigh. I think, Levin did not continue. He bent forward, getting closer to it. He examined the back of the thigh carefully. What's going on? Gutierrez asked. Give me your knife. What's wrong? Gutierrez asked. Just give it to me. Gutierrez pulled out a small knife from his pocket and handed the handle to Levin. Levin's eyes were fixed on the corpse. I think you'll find this very interesting. What? Along this line by the hip. Suddenly, they heard shouting coming from the direction of the beach. Looking up, they saw people descending from the helicopter running towards them from the beach. They were carrying tanks on their backs and shouting in Spanish as they ran. What are they saying? Levin frowned and asked. Gutierrez sighed and said, They want us to go back. Tell them we are busy, Levin said as he bent down again. But those people continued to shout. Suddenly, they heard a whooshing sound. Levin looked up and saw that the flamethrower had been ignited, red flames shooting out. He ran past the bodies towards those people, shouting loudly, No, stop it. But they completely ignored him. He shouted, No, this is priceless. The man in uniform grabbed Levin and threw him hard onto the sand. What the hell do you think you're doing? Levin yelled as he got up from the ground. Before he could finish his sentence, he realized it was too late. The first burst of flames had already reached the body, its skin scorched, and the methane gas emitted from the corpse ignited with a pop, creating blue flames, followed by thick smoke rising into the sky. Stop! Please stop! Levin turned to Gutierrez and shouted, Make them stop. But Gutierrez remained motionless, staring blankly at the corpse. Amidst the roaring flames, The animal's torso emitted crackling sounds as the fat burned. Once the skin was burned off, the charred flat ribs were exposed. Then, its torso flipped to the other side, and the burning neck suddenly stood upright. Due to the skin being burned and shriveled, the neck seemed to shake continuously. In the firelight, Levin saw a long, pointed beak and 2 rows of sharp teeth of a carnivore, along with its sunken eye sockets. At that moment, it looked like a dragon rising in flames from the Middle Ages. In San Jose, Levin sat at a small table in a bar at the San Jose airport, leisurely drinking beer while waiting for his flight to the United States. Gutierrez sat beside him, silent. This awkward silence had lasted for several minutes. Gutierrez stared blankly at the backpack Levin had placed at his feet, a specially made dark green Gore-Tex backpack with several pockets specifically for electronic instruments on the outside. This bag is nice. Gutierrez broke the silence. Where did you get it? It looks like a Thorne-style bag. Levin took a sip of beer. Yeah, it's nice. Gutierrez looked at it and asked, what's in the top pocket? A satellite phone? Or a GPS? Buddy, they will definitely make things difficult for you next time. Too cunning. It must have cost you. Maddie, Levin said angrily, stop talking nonsense. Are you going to tell me or not? Tell you what? I want to know what's going on. Richard, listen to me. I'm sorry if... Don't say it. Levin interrupted him, Maddie. That was a very important species on that beach, but it was destroyed. I really don't understand why you let this happen. Gutierrez sighed, glancing at the other travelers at the nearby tables, then said, it must be kept absolutely confidential. Okay? Okay. This is a big problem here. What big problem? There have often been mutated species appearing on that beach. For several years now. Mutated species? Levin repeated the words, then shook his head in disbelief. That's the official term for such species, Gutierrez said. People in government work don't like to be too specific. The first appearance of such species was about 5 years ago, found in a remote agricultural test station near a soybean cultivation area. Soybeans, Levin repeated. Gutierrez nodded. It seems these animals really like to eat the soybeans and certain grasses here. We can assume they need to ingest a lot of amino acids, particularly lysine, but no one really knows for sure. Maybe they just like to eat some crops. Maddie, Levin said, whether they like beer and crackers or not is none of my business. Now, there's only one important question. Where did they come from? Unknown, Gutierrez replied. Levin did not pick up on his comment. After a while, he asked again, what happened to the other animals? All destroyed. As far as I know, there haven't been any discoveries for several years since then, but it seems to have started again. In the past year, we found 4, including the one you saw today. How were they handled? Those mutated species were all incinerated without exception, just like you saw. The government took every possible step from the beginning to keep it under wraps, not letting anyone know about this. A few years ago, a group of North American tourists reported some anomalies on an island called Nubra. Menendez invited a group of reporters to see it, but he took them to another island. These reporters were, of course, unaware. Similar incidents. I mean, the government takes this very seriously. Why? They are very concerned. Concerned? Why be concerned? Gutierrez waved his hand, shifted in his chair, and leaned forward. Diseases, Richard. Diseases? Yes. Costa Rica's healthcare system is one of the best in the world, Gutierrez said. Epidemiologists have begun tracking a very nasty encephalitis. This disease seems to be on the rise, especially in coastal areas. Encephalitis? What's the cause? A virus? Gutierrez shook his head. No one has found the cause of the disease. Maddie, let me tell you, Richard, no one knows. It's not viral because the concentration of antibodies hasn't increased, and the number of white blood cells hasn't changed either. It's not bacterial either because no one has cultured this bacterium. It's a complete mystery. Epidemiologists only know that it seems to mainly affect rural farmers, those who handle animals and livestock. Indeed, encephalitis causes severe headaches, confusion, high fever, and incoherent speech. Is it fatal? Currently, it seems to last about 3 weeks after onset, and then it seems to resolve on its own. Even so, the government is very concerned. This country relies on tourism, Richard. No one wants to talk about a disease that is still unknown. So, they think the encephalitis is related to these mutated animals? Gutierrez shrugged. Lizards can carry and transmit various viral diseases. They're a known vector for disease. So, it's not unreasonable to think there might be some connection. But you just said it's not viral. Whatever it is, they think it's related to that. Levin said, then it's even more necessary to find out where these lizards came from. They must have searched. Searched? Gutierrez laughed. Of course they searched. They searched everywhere. Over and over again. They sent out dozens of search teams. I led a few myself. They conducted aerial searches, flying over the jungle and over coastal islands. Quite a large operation. There are quite a few coastal islands, as you know, especially on the West Coast. They even searched some privately owned islands. Are there privately owned islands? Levin asked. A few, maybe 3 or 4. Like Nublar Island, which is leased to an American company called International Genetic Technologies. It's been rented for several years. You just mentioned that they thoroughly searched that island. Found nothing. What about the other islands? Let me think, Gutierrez said. Raising his fingers, there's Talamanca Island on the east coast, which has a medieval club. On the west coast is Sona Island, leased to a German mining company. Up north, there's Morazan Island, owned by a wealthy Costa Rican. And maybe there are more, but I can't remember. Did they find anything? Nothing at all. Gutierrez said they found nothing. So they believe these animals came from deep in the jungle, and we haven't been able to find them so far. Levin muttered, so luck isn't on our side. I know, Gutierrez said, the tropical rainforest is an excellent hiding place. Even if a search team walks past a large animal 10 yards away, they won't see it. Not even the most advanced remote sensing technology can help because it can't penetrate all that mist, canopy, and low vegetation. In the tropical rainforest, there are no paths. Almost anything can hide in there. Anyway, the government is very disappointed. Of course, it's not just the government that's interested. Levin suddenly looked up. Oh? Yes, for some reason. Quite a few people are interested in these animals. What kind of interest? Levin cautiously probed. Last autumn, the government approved a group of botanists from Berkeley to conduct aerial surveys of the jungle areas in the Central Highlands. The survey lasted a month. And there were some controversies about aviation fuel costs or similar issues. Anyway, an official from San Jose called Berkeley to complain, and Berkeley replied that they had never heard of such an expedition. Then, that expedition vanished and left the country. So, no one knows who they were. No one knows. Last winter, 2 Swiss geologists came to collect gas samples from the coast. They said it was part of their study on volcanic activity in Central America. The coastal islands are all volcanic islands, most of which have varying degrees of activity, so it seemed like a reasonable request. But later it was found out that these geologists were actually working for an American company called Biosynthesis. They were looking for large animals on those islands. Why would a biotechnology company be interested in those things? Levin asked. It makes no sense. Perhaps it seems so to you and me, Gutierrez said, but Biosynthesis is a notorious company, and their research director is a guy named Louis Dodgson. Oh, I know, Levin said. He was the one who conducted rabies vaccine trials in Chile a few years ago. During the trials, they had local farmers come into contact with rabies vaccines, but didn't he inform them about what the trials were? That's him. He also tested a genetically engineered potato in supermarkets without disclosing that the variety had been altered. As a result, some kids had mild diarrhea, and 2 ended up in the hospital. Later, that company had to pay off George Baselton to help repair their image. Seems like everyone needs Baselton, Levin said. Gutierrez shrugged. Consulting well-known professors at universities is a trend now. It's part of the deal. Baselton is a professor of biology at Regis. Biosynthesis hired him to help clean up the mess, because Dodgson is not a stable person, and people who work for him are scattered all over the world. They steal research from other companies, all of it. Some say that among all biotechnology companies, Biosynthesis has more lawyers than scientists. Why are they interested in Costa Rica? Levin asked. Gutierrez shrugged again. I don't know. But, Richard, the attitude towards scientific research has changed completely now. This is very clear here. Costa Rica is one of the richest places in the world in terms of ecology. It has 12 distinctly different environments for flora and fauna, with species numbering over 500,000. 1/5 of the world's species can be found here. For many years, Costa Rica has been a center for biological research. I can tell you, the world has changed. In the past, those who came here were dedicated scientists conducting scientific research. They came with great enthusiasm to study howler monkeys, police wasps, or umbrella plants. These people chose this place because they loved it. They certainly couldn't make a fortune. But now, everything in the field of biology has potential value. No one can predict where the next new drug will be discovered, so pharmaceutical companies fund all kinds of research. Maybe there are waterproof proteins in bird eggs. Maybe spiders can produce a peptide that inhibits blood clotting. Maybe the waxy surfaces of ferns contain pain-relieving drugs. This happens frequently. It's enough to change people's attitudes towards research. People no longer study nature. They start to pan for gold in nature. This is a predator's mindset. Anything new, anything previously undiscovered, captures people's interest because it may have value. It may lead to wealth. Gutierrez downed his beer and continued. The world is turned upside down now. In fact, many people want to understand what these mutated animals signify and where they come from. The loudspeaker began announcing Levin's flight boarding, and they both stood up from the table simultaneously. Gutierrez said, "You won't say anything about this, right? I mean what you saw today." "To be honest with you," Levin said, "I don't even know what I saw today." "Anything is possible," Guterres smiled. Safe travels, Richard. Take care, Marty. As Levin left, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked toward the boarding area. He turned to wave goodbye to Guterres, but found his friend had already gone outside the terminal. Waving to hail a taxi, Levin shrugged and turned back. Ahead was the customs checkpoint, with travelers lining up to have their passports stamped. He had booked a night flight to San Francisco, with a long layover in Mexico City. There weren't many people in line. He thought he might still have time to call his office and leave a message for his secretary Linda that he was about to board the plane. He also felt he should call Malcolm. He looked around and saw a row of phones marked CT against the wall to his right, but there weren't many phones, and they were all in use. He thought it might be better to use the satellite phone in his backpack, so he set the backpack down from his shoulder. Perhaps it is. He paused and frowned. He turned back to look at the wall again. There were 4 people making phone calls there. The first was a blonde woman, wearing a tank top on top and shorts on the bottom, who constantly shifted the dark-skinned child she was holding while talking on the phone. Next to her was a man in a hunting jacket with a beard, who kept glancing at the Rolex gold watch on his wrist while making a call. The third was an elderly woman with gray hair, speaking in Spanish, and her 2 grown sons stood beside her, nodding vigorously. The last one was the helicopter pilot. At that moment, he had taken off his flight suit and was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a tie. He stood facing the wall, with his shoulders hunched forward. Levin moved a bit closer and heard the pilot speaking in English. He put down his backpack, bent down, pretending to adjust the strap of his satchel, but was actually listening to the man speak. The man still had his back to him. He heard the man say, "No, Professor, that's not it." "No." Then there was a pause. "No." The man continued, "I'm telling you it's not. I'm sorry, Professor Basilton, we still don't know. It's an island. But which one we need to wait and see if there is no, he is leaving tonight." "No, I think he knows nothing. No photographs." "No, I understand. Goodbye." Then the man quickly walked toward the Costa Rica Airlines office at the airport terminal, and Levin hurriedly bent down. What is going on? He thought. It's an island. But which one? How do they know it's an island? Levin could not say. He had been thinking day and night for many days, trying to connect the discovered situations. Where did they come from? Why is this happening? He took a few steps forward, turned a corner, and arrived at a place where no one could see him, took out his satellite phone, and quickly dialed a number in San Francisco. As soon as he finished dialing, the phone connected to the satellite. He heard ringing. A series of beeps, and an electronic synthesized voice said, "Please dial the area code." Levin dialed 6 digits. Another series of beeps followed, and the electronic synthesized voice said, "Please leave your message." "I'm calling to report the results of this trip," Levin said. "Location: the place marked BB 17 on your map, at the southernmost point. Completely in line with our assumptions. I haven't had time to make a precise identification. They've already burned the bodies. I believe it's a theropod. You know, this animal is not on our list. This is a very important discovery." He looked around. There was no one nearby. No one noticed him. Also, there is a very deep cut on the hindquarters. This is quite unsettling. He hesitated, not wanting to say too much. "I will send back some collected samples for careful study. I think there are some people who are also very interested in this. Ian, anyway, everything happening here is quite fresh. Some things have been missing for more than a year, and now they have re-emerged. New situations are appearing. We are still a loss. Is that so?" Levin muttered to himself. He then pressed the off button, hung up the phone, and put it back in the outer pocket of his backpack. He thought, perhaps we have learned some things, but we still haven't figured it out. He carefully looked at the boarding gate. It was time to board the plane. Palo Alto, 2 a.m. Ed James drove into the nearly empty parking lot of the Mary Callender Hotel on Carter Road, where a black BMW was parked not far from the entrance. Through the window, he could see Dodgson sitting in a small booth of the hotel, his brows furrowed, looking listless. Dodgson always had a mournful expression. At that moment, he was speaking with a very burly man beside him, then glanced at his watch. The burly man was Basilton, the professor who often appeared on television. As long as Basilton was present, James didn't feel as tense. Dodgson gave him the creeps. But could Basilton be involved in something unsavory? That was hard to believe. James first turned off the car, then adjusted the rearview mirror, buttoned his shirt collar, and straightened his tie. He saw his weary face in the mirror, his hair tousled, and the stubble that had grown for 2 days. He thought, how could he not look weary? It was the middle of the night. Dodgson always scheduled meetings in the dead of night, and always at this Mary Callender Hotel. James never understood why. Anyway, the coffee here was terrible. Besides that, he had many other questions. James casually picked up the large manila envelope, got out of the car, and slammed the door shut. He walked toward the hotel entrance, shaking his head as he went. For several weeks now, Dodgson had been paying him $500 a day to keep tabs on several scientists. At first, James thought it was for industrial intelligence. But these scientists had nothing to do with business. They all worked at universities and were studying obscure specialties. For example, the paleontologist Sattler, who studied prehistoric pollen grains. James had once attended one of her classes at Berkeley and nearly fell asleep. The slides were filled with gray little balls that looked like cotton. She had droned on about polysaccharide bonds and the Campanian-Maastrichtian boundary. Goodness, it was utterly tedious. He felt it was not worth $500 a day to do this. He walked through the door, stood under the light, blinked, and then walked toward the small booth. After sitting down, he nodded to Dodgson and Basilton and raised his hand to signal the waitress to bring a cup of coffee. Dodgson glanced at him and said, "I don't have all night. Let us get started." "All right," James said, put his hand down, "no problem." He opened the envelope, pulled out some papers and photos, and passed them across the table to Dodgson. Alan Grant, paleontologist at the University of Montana. Currently out of town, recently lecturing in Paris about new discoveries related to dinosaurs. It seems he has new insights into the idea that T. rex was a scavenger. "That's all right," Dodgson said. "Keep going." Ellen Sattler-Iman, James continued, pushing a photo across the table, a botanist who had previously participated in some of Grant's activities. Now married to a physicist from Berkeley, with 2 children, a boy and a girl. She teaches some courses at the university. And the rest of the time at home, because, keep going. The rest of the people are mostly dead. Donald Gennaro, a lawyer, died of dysentery while on a business trip. Dennis Nedry, who worked for Integrated Computer Systems, is also dead now. John Hammond, founder of International Genetic Technologies, died while inspecting the company's research facility in Costa Rica. At that time, his grandchildren were living with him. Now the kids are living with their mother in the East, and has anyone been in contact with them? The people from International Genetic Technologies? No. His grandson is already in college, and his granddaughter is in a preparatory school. After Hammond's death, International Genetic Technologies filed for Chapter 11 protection, and they have been in litigation ever since. All real estate has eventually been auctioned off. This has all happened the past 2 weeks. Is site B also up for auction? Basilton was the first to speak. James was momentarily confused. B site? Yes. Has anyone talked to you about the B site? No. I've never heard of it. What does it refer to? If you hear anything about the B site, Basilton said, report it to us. Dodgson, sitting next to Basilton, flipped through the photos and data, then impatiently pushed them aside and looked up at James, asking, "Is there any new information?" "That's all, Dr. Dodgson. That's all." Dodgson said, "What about Malcolm and Levin? Are they still friends?" James looked at his notebook. "I'm not sure." Basilton frowned. "Not sure? What does not sure mean?" "Malcolm saw Levin at the Santa Fe Institute," James said. "They had a conversation there 2 years ago. Malcolm hasn't been to the Santa Fe Institute recently. He has been lecturing in the biology department at Berkeley on mathematical models of evolution. It seems he has lost contact with Levin. Did they have a falling out? Maybe. I heard they had a disagreement over Levin's expedition." "What expedition?" Dodgson leaned forward to ask. "Levin has been planning an expedition for about a year. He ordered some specialized vehicles from a company called Mobile Field Operations. It's a small business in Woodside run by a man named Jack Thorne. Thorne provides various jeeps and trucks for scientists conducting field research. His vehicles are highly praised by scientists working in Africa, Sichuan, and Chile. Does Malcolm know about this expedition?" "He definitely knows. He occasionally visits Thorne about once a month. Of course, Levin goes there every day. That's also why he got detained." "Detained?" Basilton asked. "Yes," James said, looking at his notes. "Let's see. On February 10th, Levin was arrested for driving 120 miles per hour in a 15 miles per hour zone right in front of Woodside High School. The judge confiscated his Ferrari, revoked his driver's license, and sentenced him to community service, primarily to teach a class at that school." Basilton smiled slightly. "Richard Levin teaching middle school. I'd love to see that. He took it very seriously, and of course, he was still with Thorne and Woodside. This continued until he left the country." "When did he leave the country?" Dodgson asked. 2 days ago. He went to Costa Rica. It was a short trip. He was supposed to be back early this morning." "Where is he now?" "I don't know. I think, it might be difficult to find him." "Why?" James hesitated and then cleared his throat. "He was on the passenger list for the flight from Costa Rica, but he wasn't among the passengers who disembarked. My contacts in Costa Rica said that before the flight took off, he checked out of a hotel in San Jose and never returned. He didn't take any other flights out. So, it seems Richard Levin is temporarily missing." A long silence followed. Dodgson leaned back in his chair, gasping. He looked at Basilton, who kept shaking his head. Dodgson carefully organized the papers on the table, stacking them neatly into a pile, then put them back into a brown envelope and handed it to James. "Listen to me, you idiot," Dodgson said. "Now I just need you to do one thing. Something very simple. Are you listening to me? James swallowed and said, I'm listening. Dodgson leaned over the table and said, Find him. Berkeley. Malcolm sat in his messy office. When his assistant Beverly came in, he looked up from his desk. Following Beverly was a delivery person holding a small box. I'm sorry to disturb you, Dr. Malcolm, but you need to sign these forms for the samples from Costa Rica. Malcolm stood up and walked around the desk without using his cane. In recent weeks, he had been trying to walk more steadily without the cane. His leg sometimes ached, but he was determined to get rid of it. Even his physical therapist, Cindy, a woman who was always cheerful, said when she saw him, Dr. Malcolm, after all these years, you suddenly have new motivation. What is going on? Oh, Malcolm replied, I can't rely on a cane forever. In truth, that wasn't his real reason. He saw Levin's obsessive enthusiasm for the hypothesis of a lost world, and he would call day and night out of inspiration. Malcolm began to reevaluate his views. He gradually developed the idea that in a distant place, which had never been doubted before, there might even be extinct animals. He had his reasons for holding this view, although he had only hinted at it slightly to Levin. The reason he wanted to walk without a cane was that he believed those extinct animals might be on another island, and he wanted to prepare for the future to go to that island. That was the real reason he walked without a cane every day. He and Levin had narrowed their search targets down to a group of islands off the coast of Costa Rica. Levin was always easily excited, while Malcolm had always thought it was just a hypothesis. Malcolm would not get excited without concrete evidence like photographs or organized samples proving the existence of new species. So far, he hadn't seen any evidence. He couldn't tell whether he felt disappointed or relieved. In any case, Levin had now sent the samples. Malcolm took the clipboard from the delivery person and hurriedly signed at the top of the form labeled samples of biological research. The delivery person said, Sir, you need to check the box. Malcolm saw that the paper had some questions, each with a small checkbox next to it. Is the sample alive? Is the sample bacteria, fungi, virus, or protozoa? Is the sample part of the established research plan? Is the sample infectious? Is the sample taken from a farm or an animal breeding facility? Is the sample seeds or bulbs of a reproducing plant? Is the sample an insect or related to insects? Malcolm checked no in each box. And one more thing, sir, the delivery person said, looking around the office at the messy piles of documents and various maps pinned to the walls. Are you doing medical research? Malcolm flipped to the next page and hastily signed his name on another form. No, there's another one, sir. The third form was a receipt to prove that the delivery person's task was complete, and Malcolm signed it as well. The person said goodbye and left. Suddenly, Malcolm felt paralyzed, gripping the edge of the desk with his hands, and the muscles in his face twitched. Does it still hurt? Beverly asked. She placed the box on a nearby table, pushed some documents aside, and began to open the box. I was fine. He first glanced at the cane resting near his chair behind the desk, then took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the table. Beverly had already opened the outer packaging of the box, revealing a fist-sized stainless steel round container, the screw cap of which had a biological hazard label with 3 blades on it. Attached to this round container was a smaller cylindrical valve containing refrigerant gas. Malcolm pulled the lamp over to shine light on the box. Let's see what it is that made him so excited. He opened the seal and then twisted off the cap. A hissing sound followed by a thin cloud of white mist emerged. A layer of white frost instantly formed inside the round container. He leaned in to take a closer look and found a small plastic bag and a piece of paper inside. He turned the round container upside down and poured its contents onto the table. A small plastic tag was attached to the plastic bag, which contained a piece of greenish meat with uneven edges, about 2 inches square. He held it under the light and examined it with a magnifying glass for a while before putting it down. He looked at the green skin and then at the rough meat. Maybe, he thought. Maybe. Beverly, he said, call Elizabeth Germain at the zoo and tell her I have something I want her to take a look at, and also let her know that this matter is to be kept confidential. Beverly nodded and went out to make the call. At this point, he was alone. He opened the rolled-up piece of paper that came with the sample. It was a slightly yellowed sheet torn from a notepad, with capital letters written on it. I was right, you were wrong. Malcolm frowned. That bastard, he thought to himself. Beverly, after you finish the call with Elizabeth, call Richard Levin's office. I need to speak with him immediately. The Lost World. Richard Levin pressed his face against the warm rock face, pausing to catch his breath. 500 feet below him was the roaring sea, with crashing waves battering the black rocks, sending up white spray and making a thunderous noise. The small boat that had brought him here was now a small white dot on the horizon, heading east. It had to return, as there were no safe harbors around this desolate island. Now, they had to rely entirely on themselves. Levin took a deep breath and looked at Diego, who was 20 feet below him on the cliff. Diego was young and strong, with their entire gear packed in the bag on his back. He smiled broadly and nodded up at Levin. "Be brave, sir. You're almost there." "I hope so," Levin said. Earlier on the boat, he had used binoculars to observe this cliff and thought it was a good place to climb. But in reality, the cliff was nearly vertical and extremely steep. As this section of volcanic rock was quite loose and brittle, Levin raised his arm, spread his fingers, and searched for the next place to grip. He pressed against the cliff, and a few loose stones fell away, his fingers failing to grasp anything. He found another spot to hold tightly and pulled his body upward. He was panting heavily from the effort and fear. "Only 20 feet left," Sir Diego said. "You can do it." "I know I can," Levin muttered. "I have to make it." As he neared the top, the wind picked up, howling in his ears and making him feel as if someone was tugging at his clothes. He felt as if the wind were trying to suck him off the cliff. He looked up and saw the dense plants growing at the edge of the cliff. Almost there, he thought, just a little more. He made one final effort and finally climbed up. Exhausted, he rolled into a patch of ferns. Panting, he looked back and saw Diego easily climbing up, crouching in the mossy grass and grinning. Levin turned his face to the massive ferns above him. The tension from climbing the cliff gradually fading. His legs felt like they were on fire, but it didn't matter. He was up, finally up. He looked around at the surrounding jungle. This was a primeval forest, just as it appeared in satellite images, untouched by human interference. Levin had to rely on satellite photos because maps of private islands like this one were unavailable. This was a lonely island in the Pacific, a lost world. Levin heard the whistling wind and the rustling of palm leaves, feeling water dripping from the leaves onto his face. Then he heard another sound, coming from a distance, like a bird call, but much deeper and longer. He listened intently and heard it again. He heard a rustle nearby and quickly turned around. Diego was striking a match, about to light a cigarette. Levin immediately sat up, pushed the young man's hand away, and shook his head, signaling him not to. Diego frowned, not understanding why. Levin held up a finger to his lips. He pointed in the direction of the bird call. Diego shrugged indifferently. He didn't see the need for alarm. Levin thought this was because Diego didn't understand what they were about to deal with. He unzipped the dark green backpack and began assembling the large Lindstrat air rifle. It was custom-made in Switzerland, a product of the latest animal control technology. He screwed the barrel onto the stock, loaded a Flu format magazine, checked the air pressure, and then handed the rifle to Diego. Diego shrugged again as he took the gun. Meanwhile, Levin took out the blued Lindstrat pistol from its holster and clipped it onto his belt. He checked the safety mechanism twice before putting it back in the holster. Then he stood up and gestured for Diego to follow. Diego zipped up the backpack and slung it over his back. They left the cliff and walked down the slope of the hill, quickly getting their clothes soaked from the water on the surrounding plants. Their visibility diminished completely. The area was dense with jungle, and they could only see a few yards ahead. The leaves of the ferns were unusually large, the size of a person's body, with the entire plant 20 feet tall and its trunk covered in thick bristles. Above these ferns were towering trees blocking out the sun, with no light filtering through. In the dim light, they silently moved forward on the damp, soft ground. Levin occasionally stopped to check the compass on his wrist. They were heading west along a steep slope into the interior of the island. He knew the island was an ancient volcanic crater that had weathered over centuries of sun and rain. There were several ridges on the island that extended down to the crater floor, but the terrain on the east side of the island was particularly steep and treacherous. Levin felt a distinct sense of isolation, as if he had entered a primeval world. He continued downward, crossing a muddy stream, then climbing up again. At this point, he felt his heart racing. On this ridge, the vegetation was sparser. He felt a refreshing breeze. Standing on this small rise, he could see the black cliff on the other side of the island several miles away, with a continuous expanse of jungle stretching between where he stood and that cliff. Diego, standing beside him, said, "It's incredible." Levin quickly shushed him, signaling him to be quiet. "But sir," he argued, pointing ahead, "there's no one else here." Levin shook his head, a bit irritated. He had repeatedly emphasized these instructions during the boat ride. Once on the island, no talking, no hair gel, no perfume, no smoking, all food sealed in plastic bags. Everything was carefully packaged. No smells, no noise. He had stressed the importance of these precautions over and over. Now it seemed Diego had taken him lightly, as he didn't understand. Levin was angry and poked Diego with his hand, shaking his head again. Diego laughed and said, "Sir, there's nothing here but birds." As soon as he finished speaking, a low, strange rumble sounded from the jungle below. Moments later, there was a response from another part of the jungle. Diego's eyes widened. Levin whispered, "Birds?" Diego fell silent, biting his lip, his eyes fixed on the jungle over there. They saw a spot to the south where the tops of the trees were shaking, as if the wind had suddenly animated that patch of forest. But the trees elsewhere remained still. It wasn't the wind. Diego quickly made the sign of the cross over his chest. They heard more calls. The sounds lasted a full minute before there was complete silence. Levin walked down from the ridge, continuing along the slope in the jungle toward the interior of the island. Levin moved quickly, but his eyes were on the ground to avoid snakes. Suddenly, he heard a low whistle behind him and turned to see Diego pointing to the left. Levin pushed aside the leaves of the ferns, turned back, and followed Diego southward. Not long after, they discovered two parallel tire tracks on the muddy ground leading deep into the dense forest. Although the tracks were overgrown with grass and ferns, it was still easy to tell that they belonged to an old-fashioned Jeep. Naturally, they decided to follow it, knowing that going along the path would be much quicker. Levin gestured for Diego to take off his backpack. It was now Levin's turn to carry it. He slung the backpack over his shoulders and adjusted the straps. They silently moved forward along the path. In some places, the Jeep tracks were hard to distinguish because they were covered with jungle vegetation. It was clear that this road hadn't been used in years, and the jungle was ready to reclaim it at any moment. Levin heard Diego mumbling behind him, softly cursing about something. He turned around and saw Diego quickly lifting his foot off the ground. Just moments ago, Diego had stepped into a pile of green, ankle-deep animal dung. It was light and had already crumbled and dried out, having been there for quite some time, with the smell dissipated. Levin carefully searched the ground and finally found some traces left by a beast. The pile of dung was intact, about 12 centimeters in diameter, and undoubtedly from some large herbivorous animal. Diego didn't say a word, but his eyes were wide open. Levin shook his head and continued walking. As long as he found traces of herbivorous animals, he didn't have to worry, at least not too much. Even so, his fingers unconsciously brushed against his handgun, as if to bolster his courage. They arrived at a muddy stream, where Levin stopped. He noticed several obvious three-toed footprints on the muddy bank, some of which were quite large. He spread his fingers to measure one of the footprints and found that there was a significant gap on either side. He raised his head and saw Diego making the sign of the cross with one hand while holding the rifle with the other. They waited by the stream, listening to the gentle sound of flowing water. Levin spotted something shiny in the water and bent down to retrieve it. It was a broken glass test tube, about the thickness of a pencil, with a row of markings on it. He recognized it as a type of small test tube used in laboratories around the world. He held it up and turned it in the light, finding it peculiar. What could such a thin test tube signify? Levin turned around and caught a glimpse of movement in his peripheral vision. It was a very small, brown creature hurriedly crossing the muddy riverbank. It was about the size of a mouse. Diego gasped in surprise. In an instant, the creature vanished into the thicket. Levin crouched down on the muddy bank of the stream to closely observe the footprints left by the small animal. The prints were three-toed, resembling bird tracks. He found more footprints around, some of which were several inches square. Levin had seen such footprints before, just like those he discovered along the banks of the To River in Colorado. Colorado bears fossils of ancient coastlines, including dinosaur tracks. However, the tracks in front of him were freshly made in the mud, left by a living animal. Levin crouched there, hearing a faint squeaking sound from his left. He turned his head and saw the ferns gently trembling. He remained still, patiently waiting. After a moment, a small animal peeked out from behind the fern leaves. It was mouse-sized, with skin that was brownish-green and smooth, hairless, and had two large eyes positioned on the upper part of its small head. It emitted a series of continuous squeaks, as if trying to chase him away. Levin remained motionless, not daring to breathe. Of course, he recognized the creature. It was a small mouse dinosaur, a small reptile from the late Triassic period. Its skeletal fossils had only been found in South America. It was the smallest known dinosaur. It's a dinosaur, he thought. Although he had anticipated seeing dinosaurs on this island, he was still somewhat surprised to see a live dinosaur, especially such a small one. He was both amazed and delighted, watching it intently. After so many years of studying fossils, here before him was a living dinosaur. The little mouse dinosaur bravely emerged from the ferns. At that moment, Levin noticed it was longer than he initially thought. Its actual length was about 10 centimeters, with an astonishingly thick tail. Overall, it resembled a lizard. He saw it sitting upright on its hind legs, its rib cage visibly rising and falling as it breathed. Its forelimbs were pointed directly at Levin, continuously emitting squeaky sounds. Levin slowly extended his hand. The little creature squeaked again, but did not run away. Levin's hand drew closer, and it merely looked at him curiously, tilting its head like other small animals. Levin's hand was now touching the leaves, and the little creature, sitting on its hind legs, used its extended tail to balance itself. It showed no signs of fear and gently walked on Levin's hand, standing in his palm. He found it very light, almost weightless. It moved around in his palm and sniffed at Levin's fingers. Levin smiled slightly, finding it quite amusing. However, the little creature suddenly seemed startled, letting out a series of hissing sounds before jumping off his hand and disappearing into the palm trees. Levin blinked, unsure of why it had reacted that way. At that moment, Levin smelled a foul odor and heard rustling in the nearby bushes. Then came a low growling sound, followed by more rustling. Levin recalled that wild carnivores often hunted near water, attacking animals that were drinking and unsuspecting. But by the time he realized this, it was too late. He heard a piercing scream and suddenly turned around to see Diego being dragged into the bushes, struggling and shouting desperately. The bushes shook violently. Levin saw a large foot, with the middle toe resembling a hooked claw, pulling back, causing the bushes to shake incessantly. Suddenly, a series of chilling animal roars erupted from the surrounding jungle. He saw a large creature charging toward him. Richard Levin was terrified, turning and running without knowing where to go, only aware that it was all over. He felt a tremendous force grabbing his backpack, causing him to kneel in the mud. At that moment, he realized that despite having meticulously planned and reasoned, disaster had struck, and his life was likely in grave danger. School, when we consider the issue of asteroid collisions with Earth causing mass extinction, Richard Levin said, we must first ask several questions. First, are there impact craters larger than 19 miles in diameter on our planet? Because this is the minimum size for an impact crater that could cause mass extinction on Earth. Second, are there any craters whose formation time coincides with known mass extinction events? It has now been shown that there are about 10 such craters on Earth, 5 of which have formation times that align with known extinction events. In the dimly lit 7th grade classroom, Kelly Curtis sat at her desk yawning. She rested her chin on her hands, trying hard not to fall asleep. She already knew all of this. On the TV screen at the front of the classroom, an aerial view of a large cornfield appeared, its curved outlines barely visible. She recognized it as the Manson crater. The voice of Dr. Levin came from the tape in the darkness. This is the Manson crater in Iowa, formed 65 million years ago. This timing coincides with the extinction of the dinosaurs. But we must ask, did this asteroid cause the extinction of the dinosaurs? No, Kelly thought, yawning again. Maybe it was the Yucatan Peninsula. The Manson crater is too small. Our current view is that this crater is too small. Dr. Levin said loudly, we believe that, in terms of its size, it is too small. Currently, we are considering the crater near Merida on the Yucatan Peninsula. It seems unimaginable. But this collision caused the waters of the Gulf of Mexico to splash out entirely, creating giant waves 2,000 feet high crashing on land. This scene must have been incredible. There's still a lot of disagreement regarding this crater, particularly concerning the circular structure of the pit and the issue of the mortality rates of marine plankton. This issue sounds complex, but for now, let's not rush. We can discuss it in detail next time. That concludes today's lesson. The lights in the classroom came back on. Their teacher, Mrs. Menzies, walked to the front of the class and turned off the computer that had just played the lecture recording. I'm very pleased, she said, that Dr. Levin made this recording for us. He told me he might not make it back for this class. However, when we return to school next week after spring break, he will definitely be with us. Kelly, you and Abby are working for Dr. Levin. Did he say that to you? Kelly glanced at Abby, who was sitting with his head down, his brows furrowed. Yes, Mrs. Menzies, Kelly replied. All right, class. The homework over the break is to review the entire Chapter 7, including all the exercises at the back of Parts 1 and 2. Make sure to bring your assignments back completed when we return. Have a great spring break, and see you in a week. The bell rang. The students stood up, chairs scraping noisily, and the classroom instantly became chaotic. Abby walked over to Kelly, looking worried and glancing up at her. He was a head shorter than Kelly, the shortest and youngest in the class. Like other 7th graders, Kelly was 13 this year, while Abby was only 11. He was very smart, having skipped 2 grades already. With rumors that he would skip again, he was a little genius, especially when it came to computers. Abby put his pen in the pocket of his button-down white shirt and pushed up his tortoise-shell glasses on his nose. Abby Bennon was black. His parents were doctors in San Jose. They always made sure he dressed neatly, like a college student or something. Kelly thought that if he kept this up, he would be in college in a year or 2. Standing next to Abby made Kelly feel awkward and clumsy. She was wearing her sister Emily's old clothes, which her mother had brought back from Kmart years ago. She even had to wear Emily's old short skirt. It was wrinkled and dirty, And no matter how much she washed it, it never came clean. In the end, Kelly couldn't get it clean in the washing machine either. She did all her own laundry and ironing since her mother was too busy and often not home. She looked at Abby's neatly pressed khaki shirt and his polished loafers with envy and sighed. Although she was a bit jealous of him, he was still her only real friend, and it was nice that he thought she looked pretty. Kelly worried he might skip to the 9th grade, making it harder for her to see him. Abby walked up to her, his brows still furrowed. He looked up at her and said, "Why didn't Dr. Levin come today?" "I don't know," she replied. "Maybe something came up." "What kind of something?" "I can't say, but something did. But he promised to come today," Abby said, saying he would take us out into the field, and it was all arranged. We all got permission from home, and everything was ready. "So what? We can still go." "But he should be here," Abby insisted. Kelly had seen him like this before. He was used to relying on adults, thinking his parents were very reliable. Kelly, on the other hand, felt nothing like that. "It's okay, Abby," she said. "Let's just go find Dr. Thorne." "Do you think that's okay?" "Of course. Why wouldn't it be?" Abby hesitated a bit. "Maybe I should call my mom first." "Why?" she said. "You know, she'll definitely want you to come home." "Come on, Abby, let's just go." He was still wavering, feeling somewhat anxious. Abby might be very smart, but any slight change in plans made him worry. From past experience, Kelly knew that if she pushed him too hard, he would complain and argue with her. So she patiently waited for him to decide. "All right," he finally said. "Let's go find Dr. Thorne." Kelly smiled. "See you at the front door in 5 minutes." As she walked down from the 2nd floor, she heard some people mockingly shout, "Kelly is a nerd. Kelly is a nerd." She held her head high. That silly Allison and her silly friends were standing at the bottom of the stairs, making fun of her again. Kelly is a nerd. She ignored them and hurried past. The assistant principal, Ms. Canosa, had recently announced that mocking children was prohibited, but she saw Ms. Enders, who supervised the dorms, standing nearby, ignoring the situation. Kelly is a nerd. The girls continued to tease her from behind. She is a little screen queen, and soon they'll all be laughing their heads off. She saw Abby waiting for her at the school entrance, holding a bundle of gray wire, so she quickened her pace. When she reached him, he said, "Don't mind them. They're a bunch of silly girls." "Not at all. I don't care. I know, just forget it." Behind them, the girls' giggles echoed. Kelly and Abby go to the party. Wash up and study math. They walked out of the school and into the bright sunshine. The noise of students leaving school drowned out the girls' teasing. In the parking lot, yellow school buses were waiting, and various cars were lined up to pick up children along the street. Kids were coming down the steps, heading towards their respective cars, all bustling and jostling about, making quite a scene. Abby suddenly ducked down to avoid a flying frisbee that whizzed over his head. He glanced across the street. There he is again. "Ugh, don't look at him," Kelly said. "I'm not looking, not looking. Remember what Dr. Levin said." "Oh, come on, Kelly, I remember." "All right." For the past 2 months, they had often seen the gray Ford Taurus parked across the street. The driver was still that scruffy man, who was now sitting behind the wheel pretending to read a newspaper. Ever since Dr. Levin started teaching at Woodside High School, that man had been following him. Kelly believed that Dr. Levin wanted her and Abby to be his little assistants, mainly because of that person. Levin had mentioned that their tasks mainly involve helping him with equipment, copying materials used in class, collecting homework, and other mundane little tasks. They thought it was quite honorable to help Dr. Levin. After all, it was very interesting to do something for a real scientist, so they agreed. However, Levin didn't let them help much with classwork. He did everything himself. Instead, he assigned them quite a few errands outside. He told them to be careful to avoid that bearded man. This was easy to do since they were kids and had never attracted that person's attention. Dr. Levin explained that the bearded man was following him because he had been pulled over by the police for speeding last time, but Kelly didn't believe it. Her mother had been pulled over twice for drunk driving, yet no one ever followed her afterward. She didn't understand why that person would follow Levin. But clearly Levin was involved in some kind of secret scientific research that he didn't want others to discover. One thing Kelly knew was that Dr. Levin didn't seem to care much about the class he was teaching. His lessons were often pieced together on the spot. Outside of class, he frequently loitered at the school gate, handing them a tape of his lectures before slipping out the back door. During those days, they had no idea where he went. The errands he assigned them were also quite mysterious. Once, they went to a professor at Stanford University to pick up 5 small plastic cubes. The plastic was very light, somewhat like foam. Another time, they went to an electronics store in town to retrieve a small triangular device, and the person behind the counter looked nervous, as if he were doing something illegal. On another occasion, they picked up a metal tube that looked like it was for holding cigarettes. They were very curious and opened it, finding 4 sealed small plastic bottles containing a grass-yellow liquid inside. They felt uneasy upon seeing the bottles because they had labels that read very dangerous, deadly poison. along with an internationally recognized biohazard symbol. However, in most cases, the tasks Levin gave them were quite ordinary. He often sent them to the Stanford Library to copy documents on various subjects: Japanese sword making, X-ray crystallography, Mexican vampire bats, Central American volcanoes, El Nio currents, goat mating, the toxicity of sea cucumbers, and the flying buttresses of Gothic cathedrals. Dr. Levin never explained why he was so interested in these topics. Sometimes he had them look for materials every day, but then he would suddenly abandon a topic and never mention it again. Then, they would have to find other materials for him. Of course, they could glean that many of these things were related to the exploration vehicles Dr. Thorne made for Dr. Levin. However, in most cases, those topics remained very mysterious. Kelly sometimes wondered what conclusions that bearded man would draw from these situations. She was curious if that person knew some information they didn't. However, that person seemed rather lazy. He never thought that Kelly and Abby were working for Dr. Levin. At that moment, he wasn't even looking at them, but was instead staring at the school gate. They walked to the end of the street and sat on a bench to wait for the bus. The small snow leopard spat the bottle out of its mouth, rolled backward, and ended up on its back, letting out a soft sound. It wanted some affection, Elizabeth German said. Malcolm reached out to pet its belly. The small snow leopard flipped over and bit his finger, making him yelp in pain. Sometimes I like to do that. German said, Dodie, you little rascal. How can you treat our esteemed guest like that? She looked at Malcolm's hand, noting that the skin wasn't broken, but they should still clean it. It was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they were in the White Research Laboratory at the San Francisco Zoo. Elizabeth German was the youngest director of this lab. Due to needing to report her findings, she had delayed the feeding time for the small snow leopard. While Malcolm watched them feed a baby gorilla, the little thing spat out like a baby. He also looked at a small koala before coming to see this very cute small snow leopard. I'm so sorry, German said. Taking him to a sink and washing his hands with soap, I think your timing is perfect because all the regular staff are at the weekly meeting now. Why? Because everyone is very interested in the material you gave us, Ian. Very interested. She dried his hands with a towel, then looked him over carefully. I think you're all set now. What did you find? Malcolm asked. I must admit, this discovery is thrilling. By the way, this is from Costa Rica. Malcolm asked expressionlessly. What do you mean by that? Because there are many rumors now that previously undiscovered animals have been found in Costa Rica. This is definitely an unknown animal, Ian. She led him out of the small animal care room and into a small conference room. He sat down on a chair and placed his cane on the table. She dimmed the lights and clicked on the projector. All right, this is a close-up of your original material before we started the experiment. You can see it is a piece of animal tissue that has severely necrosed. It is 4 centimeters wide and 6 centimeters long, with a 2 centimeter square plastic tag attached. This tissue was cut off with a knife, but the knife wasn't sharp. Malcolm nodded. What do you think it is, Ian? A folding knife? Probably. Okay, let's take a look at this tissue sample. She switched to another slide, and Malcolm saw an image taken under a microscope. It was a tissue section of the superficial epidermis. The jagged edges of this piece were the damage caused by post-mortem tissue necrosis to the skin. However, what was interesting was the arrangement of its epidermal cells. You will notice the density of stained cells, or pigment cells. From the slide, you can see that the pigment cells here differ from the red pigment cells here. Overall, it looks like a lizard or a blunt-snout lizard. You mean a lizard? Malcolm asked. Yes, she replied. It resembles a lizard, though it doesn't look much like one in this photo. She pointed to a spot on the left half of the screen. Do you see a cell profile here? The one with the light ring? We think this is muscle. The pigment cells can open and close, meaning this animal can change color like a chameleon. Do you see this large oval shape here? It is grayish-white in the center. This is the femoral scent gland opening, which contains a waxy substance that we are currently analyzing. But we believe this is a male animal because only male lizards have femoral scent glands. I see, Malcolm said. She switched to a larger slide, and Malcolm saw a close-up of a spongy substance. Going deeper, from here we see that several layers of the subepidermis have been severely deformed because this animal was infected with Clostridium spores, causing it to bloat. But you can see its blood vessels. Look, there's one here and another there, and they are surrounded by smooth muscle fibers. This is not a characteristic of a lizard, nor of any reptile. Are you saying it resembles a warm-blooded animal? Yes, German said. Not necessarily a mammal. It could be a bird. Most likely something like a dead pelican. Oh, I can't say for sure. Well, the skin of a pelican doesn't look like this. Yes, Malcolm said, and it doesn't have feathers. Well, now, German said, we managed to extract a very small amount of blood sample from the inner wall of the blood vessels. It's little, but more than enough for microscopic analysis. Look at this. He switched to another slide. What Malcolm saw was a large mass of cells, primarily red blood cells. with a few white blood cells here and there. The whole image looked messy. This is not my area of research, Elizabeth. I just wanted to show you the most exciting parts. She said, first, these are nucleated red blood cells, which are characteristic of birds, not mammals. Second, the abnormal hemoglobin is significantly different from the basic cell pairs of other lizards. Third, there are mutated white blood cell structures. We don't have enough material to be definitive, but we believe this animal has an unusual immune system. What does this mean? Malcolm shrugged. We don't know. We can't see more from the sample. By the way, can you get more of this kind of sample? Maybe, he said. Where from Site B? Malcolm looked puzzled. Site B? Oh, it's the raised lettering on this sign. She switched to another slide. Ian, I find the sign very interesting. At the zoo, we've been labeling animals, so we're quite familiar with the common signs sold in the world. No one has ever seen this kind of sign. Look at this one. It's magnified 10 times. This sign is actually only the size of a thumbnail. Its exterior is a layer of plastic, secured to the animal with a stainless steel clip coated with Teflon. This clip is very small, designed for young animals. You just saw an adult animal, right? It seems so. So this animal has been wearing this sign for quite some time, since it was very small. German said, this judgment makes sense based on its wear and tear. You see the pockmarks on it, which is unusual. This plastic has a strong abrasion resistance. It's the material we use to make football helmets, extremely hard. In general, where wouldn't cause these pockmarks. How did that happen? It's almost certainly due to a chemical reaction like contact with an acid, perhaps in aerosol form. Like volcanic smog? Malcolm said. It's possible, especially considering what we know about other situations. You see, this sign is quite thick, actually 9 millimeters thick. The middle is hollow. Hollow? Yes, it's hollow. We didn't want to open it, so we did an X-ray inspection. Look at this. She switched to another slide, and Malcolm saw that the inside of the sign had some white lines and squares. It appears to be severely corroded. This again suggests the action of an acidic substance. There's no doubt about what this thing is. It's a sign that can emit a radio signal. Ian. This means this is an unusual animal. A warm-blooded lizard or something else that has been tagged and raised by someone for birth. This situation is disturbing to the people here. Someone is raising this thing. Do you know what's going on? I have no idea, Malcolm replied. You're a lying bastard, Elizabeth sighed. Can you give the sample back to me? Malcolm extended his hand. Ian, I've talked so much, and you're just going to leave? She said. The sample? I think you owe me an explanation. I'll explain, I promise you. About 2 weeks from now, I'll take you to lunch. She tossed a small silver foil package onto the table, and he reached out to pick it up and put it in his pocket. Thanks, Lisa. He stood up, ready to leave. I don't want to say goodbye like this, but I need to make a call right away. As he walked toward the door, she said, By the way, Ian, how did it die? This animal. He stopped in his tracks. Why are you asking that? Because when we took the epidermal cells, we found several foreign cells underneath the outer epidermis layer. What does that indicate? This is typical when you see two animals fighting. They rub against each other, so the cells get pushed into the epidermis layer. Yes, he said. There are signs of fight on the body. This animal was injured. You should also know that its blood vessels show signs of chronic contraction. This animal was in great pain, Ian, not just because of the injuries from the fight. That injury disappeared shortly after death. I'm talking about long-term, chronic pain. Whatever environment it lived in was very unfavorable and dangerous. I understand. That's why I want to ask you. Why would an animal with a tag live in such pain? At the entrance to the zoo, Malcolm looked around to see if anyone was following him, then called Levin from a public payphone. The other end was an automated recording. Levin was not available. Strange, Malcolm thought. He is never around when we want to find him. Probably off to retrieve his impounded Ferrari again. Malcolm hung up the phone and walked his car. Thorne, that auto repair shop at the end of the industrial park, had Thorne Motor Field Operations System written in big black letters on the metal roll-up door. To its left was a door typically used for entry and exit. Abby pressed the button on the grid box. A hoarse voice said, Get lost. It's us, Dr. Thorne. It's Abby and Kelly. Oh, all right. With a click, the door slowly opened. Once inside, they found a huge workshop where workers were modifying several vehicles. The air was filled with the smell of acetylene, motor oil, and paint. Kelly saw a dark green Ford Explorer with its roof removed right in front of them. Two workers were on ladders, installing a large black solar panel on the roof. The car's hood was lifted, and its six-cylinder engine had been removed. The workers were replacing it with a new small engine that looked like a round shoebox, with a dull aluminum sheen. Some people were bringing in a flat rectangular Hughes brand inverter, preparing to install it on top of the engine. Kelly noticed two mobile home-style scientific research trailers on the right. For the past 2 weeks, Thorne's workers had been busy assembling these trailers. They were different from the typical mobile home trailers people use for weekend vacations. The larger one was very luxurious, almost the size of a bus. Equipped not only with various special scientific instruments, but also with facilities for 4 people to live and sleep. This trailer, called Challenger, had a uniquely clever design. After it stopped, the side panels of the carriages could be pushed outward, which relatively increased its internal space. The Challenger had a specially designed foldable passage connecting it to the second trailer. The second trailer was smaller, towed behind the first one, and contained laboratory equipment as well as some high-tech cutting-edge devices, though Kelly had no idea what was inside. At this moment, it was almost completely enveloped by a waterfall of welding sparks shooting out from the top. It was a busy scene inside, with people working and all the stools, chairs, and padding materials were still on the ground outside the vehicle, indicating that it was basically completed. Thorne stood in the center of the workshop, shouting to the welder on top of the small trailer, "Come on, guys. We have to finish this today. Eddie, let us go." He turned around and shouted again, "No, not like that. Look at the blueprints. Henry, that support can't be laid flat. It has to be at an angle to be strong. Look at the blueprints. Doctor." Thorne was 55 years old, with graying hair and a waist as thick as a barrel. Without his wireframe glasses, he looked just like a retired boxer. Kelly could hardly imagine that Thorne was a university professor. He was tall and robust and naturally active. "Damn it, Henry! 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 Are you listening to me?" Thorne cursed again, waving his fist in the air. He turned to the 2 kids and said, "These guys are helping me work." At that moment, a flash of white light erupted from the Ford, and a pungent smoke billowed out, causing the 2 people bending over the engine hood to quickly dodge away. "What did I tell you?" Thorne shouted. "Ground it. You have to ground it first. We're using high voltage, guys. If you're not careful, you'll get fried." He turned back to the 2 kids and shook his head helplessly. They had no idea. He said, "That bear scare is a very powerful defense system." Bear scare? That was the name Levin had given it, a joke of his. Thorne said, "Actually, I designed this system for the management of Yellowstone National Park years ago because there have been several incidents of bears breaking into trailer homes. Just flip a switch, and this vehicle's shell generates 10,000 volts. Bam! No bear would dare come near. Such high voltage could knock these guys off the roof. And then, due to these people's ignorance, I would end up facing a workers' compensation lawsuit." He shook his head. "What about Levin?" "We don't know," Abby said. "What does that mean? Didn't he teach you today?" "He didn't come today." Thorne swore again, "But I needed him to look at the final modifications today. We're about to conduct field tests. He should have been back today." "Back from where?" Kelly asked. "Oh, he went out for a field survey," Thorne said. "He was very excited before he left. I provided him with the gear. I lent him the latest field operation backpack. The total weight of what he needed was 47 pounds, which solved the problem. He was very satisfied. He left on Monday. It's been 4 days. Where did he go?" "How would I know?" Thorne said. "He didn't want to tell me, so I didn't pry. You know, people like them are like that now. The scientists I deal with are all mysterious. But I can't blame them. They're afraid their results will be stolen or they will be sued. This modern society. Last year, I built some equipment for people going to the Amazon for research. We added waterproof features, which are very useful in the tropical rainforest of the Amazon basin because electronic devices become useless once they get wet. But the scientist primarily responsible was suddenly criticized for misusing funds. Waterproof. Some bureaucrats at universities said it was an unnecessary expense. Let me tell you, that's crazy. Insane. Henry, did you hear what I said? Angle it." Thorne waved his arm and strode across the workshop. The 2 kids followed him. Hey, look at this," Thorne said. "We've been modifying these field operation vehicles for months, and now we're finally close to completion. He wanted it lightweight, so I built it lightweight. He wanted it sturdy, so I made it sturdy. Both lightweight and sturdy, reasonable, but his demands weren't easy to meet. However, we managed to use a certain amount of titanium and honeycomb structures to get it done. He requested not to use gasoline, not to use grid-style battery panels, and we achieved that too. He finally got his wish, a sturdy, lightweight laboratory that can be used without gasoline or electricity. It's all done. I can hardly believe it." "He really didn't come to teach you?" "No," Kelly replied. "So he asked missing," Thorne said. "Wonderful, just wonderful. What about our field tests?" "We were planning to take these 2 vehicles out for 2 weeks to test their performance." "I know," Kelly said. "We already got the parents' consent. Everything is ready, and we can go. But now he is not here." Thorne was a bit angry. "I should have thought of that. These rich kids are too reckless. Guys like Levin have indeed been spoiled." At that moment, a metal cage suddenly fell from above, crashing down with a clang beside them. Thorne jumped aside. "Eddie, damn it. Can you be a little more careful?" "Sorry, Doctor," Eddie Carl said from above on the rafter. "The design requirement is that it doesn't deform under 12,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. So we had to do it this way." "All right, Eddie. But don't do that while we're underneath. Thorne bent down to look at the circular cage, made of 1-inch thick titanium alloy bars. It remained intact despite the fall. It was very light. Thorne lifted the 4-foot diameter, 6-foot tall cage with one hand. It looked like a large bird cage, with a door that could open in both directions, secured with a large lock. "What's this for?" Abby asked. "Well," Thorne said, "it's part of that thing over there." He pointed to the end of the workshop, where a worker was stacking some retractable aluminum profiles. "High-altitude concealment. It's being prepared for field installation. Once this platform is built, it will be very sturdy, 15 feet high. The top will also have a folding canopy." "What's it for observation?" Abby asked. "Didn't T tell you?" Thorne asked. "No," Kelly replied. "No," Abby echoed. "Well, he didn't tell me either." Thorne shook his head. "I only know he asked for everything to be built very sturdy, both lightweight and solid. It's really hard to deal with him." He sighed. "I didn't go into academia. Thank God for that." "I used to think you were in academia," Kelly said. "I used to be," Thorne replied readily. "Now I'm in manufacturing. I'm not just talking." Colleagues who knew Dr. Thorne said he was living very happily after retirement. He was a professor of applied engineering and an expert in exotic materials. He has a strong spirit of inquiry in applied science and is very fond of his students. The most famous course he teaches at Stanford University is Structural Engineering 101A. Students refer to this course as the Thorne problem because Thorne constantly presents challenging questions related to applied engineering to his class, some of which have become stories passed down among the students. For example, there was the toilet paper crisis problem. Thorne asked students to throw a box of eggs from the Hoover Tower without breaking them. They could only use the cardboard tube from a roll of toilet paper as padding, resulting in broken eggs scattered all over the plaza beneath the Hoover Tower. On another occasion, Thorne asked students to create a chair that could support a person weighing 200 pounds, but they could only use cotton swabs and string as materials. Once, he hung the final exam answer sheets from the ceiling and gave students a paper shoebox containing a pound of licorice and some toothpicks, challenging them to retrieve the answer sheets. In his spare time, Thorne often serves as a legal expert witness in materials engineering. He is an expert in explosions, plane crashes, building collapses, and other catastrophic incidents. His real-world experiences have made him acutely aware that scientists need to broaden their knowledge as much as possible. He once said, "If you don't understand history and psychology, how can you design for others? It's impossible. Even if your mathematical formulas are correct, people might still make a mess of it. If that happens, it's as if you've made a mess of things." When he lectures, he often quotes Plato, Shaka Zulu, Emerson, and Zhuangzi. Thorne is a very popular professor among students who advocate for a liberal education, but he finds himself out of sync with the trend. Academia is moving toward increasingly specialized knowledge, and the terminology used is becoming more and more obscure. In this climate, being popular with students is seen as a sign of superficial knowledge. Interest in the real world is viewed as a sign of intellectual inferiority, a disregard for theory. In the end, he was pushed out of the university because of his interest in Zhuangzi. During a departmental meeting, one of his colleagues stood up and said, "The guy who quotes mysterious Chinese nonsense knows nothing about engineering." A month later, Thorne retired early. He quickly started his own company, and he was very satisfied with what he was doing, but he lost touch with his students. This is why he liked Levins's 2 young assistants. These kids are smart and enthusiastic. They are still young, and school hasn't yet destroyed their interest in learning. They can still think for themselves. In Thorne's view, this clearly indicates they haven't completed their formal education. "Jerry," Thorne shouted at the welder on the roof, "the support rods need to be balanced on both sides. Remember to conduct destructive testing." Thorne pointed to a monitor on the ground. On the screen of the monitor was a computer simulation of a scientific test vehicle colliding with obstacles. First, there was a rear-end collision, then a side collision, and finally a rollover collision. Each time, it emerged unscathed, suffering minimal damage. This computer program was originally developed by those car companies, but was later abandoned. After Thorne got his hands on it, he modified it. It was natural for the car companies to abandon it, because it was a good idea. They didn't want any good ideas to emerge in big companies, as that could lead to good products. He sighed. "We've conducted thousands of destructive tests on various vehicles with this computer, designing, colliding, modifying, and colliding again. No theories, just experiments. That's how it should be." Thorne's aversion to theory is somewhat legendary. In his view, theory is merely a substitute for experience, and those who propose theories often don't even know what they're talking about. "Listen, Jerry, if you guys don't follow the blueprints, why are we even doing these simulations? Is everyone here out of their minds?" "Sorry, doctor. Don't apologize. Don't get it wrong. Anyway, we're doing large-scale overbuilding." "Oh, is that your decision? You're not the designer yet. Follow the blueprints." At that moment, Abby, who was walking beside Thorne, said, I'm worried about Dr. Levin. Really? I'm not worried. He has always been very reliable and organizes everything well. That's true, Thorne said, but he can also be impulsive and likes to do things his own way. Maybe, Abby said, but I don't think he would just disappear for no reason. He must be in trouble. Last week, he took us to Berkeley to see Professor Malcolm. In Malcolm's office, there was a world map. Malcolm? Thorne said disdainfully, spare me. Those two are like two peas in a pod, one more impractical than the other. I better find Levin now. With that, he turned and walked toward the office. Are you going to use a satellite phone? Abby asked. Thorne stopped in his tracks. What phone? A satellite phone, Abby said. Didn't Dr. Levin take a satellite phone with him? How could he? Thorne said, you know, the smallest satellite phone is the size of a suitcase. Not necessarily, Abby said. You can make it very small. Can you? How do you make it? Despite himself, Thorne found this kid interesting. He was actually somewhat likable. Using the VLS communication circuit board we bought, Abby said the triangular kind. It has two Motorola BSN 23 chips on it. They were developed for the CIA's secure technology because they can make you. Hey, Thorne interrupted him. Where did you learn about this stuff? I've told you about hacking systems. Don't worry, I'm very careful, Abby said, but that communication board thing is real, right? You can make a satellite phone that weighs a pound. Have you made one? Thorne stared at him for a long time. Maybe he said so what? Abby smiled and said, cool. Thorne's small office was in a corner of the shed. The walls of the office were covered with design blueprints, hanging folders with various orders, and 3D mechanical drawings made by the computer. His desk was cluttered with electronic components, equipment classification sheets, and a pile of faxes. He rummaged through it and finally found a small phone with a gray handle. Found it, he said, holding it up for Abby to see. Pretty good, right? I designed it myself. Kelly said, it's similar to a portable phone. Yeah, but it's not a portable phone. A portable phone uses a network. A satellite phone connects directly to a communication satellite. With this thing, I can talk to anywhere in the world. He quickly pressed the numbers on the keypad. This device used to require a 3-foot dish antenna, but now it's down to 1 foot. Now, no antenna is needed, just this phone. I think this is great. Let's see if he'll pick up the phone. He pressed the intercom button. They heard the hissing sound coming from the speaker. I know Richard, Thorne said. Maybe he doesn't know where he left the phone, or he's forgotten that he was supposed to come back today to finalize things. Our work is basically done now. You can see we've reached the internal support and decoration stage. In fact, we're finished. He's just wasting our time. He doesn't think about others at all. The call connected, and they heard the beeping electronic ring. If I can't get through to him, I'll find a way to call Sarah Harding. Sarah Harding? Kelly asked, looking up. Who is Sarah Harding? Abby inquired. Oh, Abby. She's the world-famous young animal behaviorist. Sarah Harding was a hero in Kelly's eyes. She made sure to read every article about her. When Sarah Harding studied at the University of Chicago, she was a poor student on a scholarship. Now at 35, she was an assistant professor at Princeton University. She was beautiful, strong-willed, unconventional, and dared to forge her own path. She chose to work in the field, living alone in Africa, studying lions and hyenas. Her tenacity was well known. Once, where her Land Rover broke down, she walked 20 miles alone across the African savanna. When lions approached her, she threw rocks at them. In photos, Sarah often stood next to that Land Rover, wearing shorts on the bottom and a khaki shirt on top, with binoculars hanging around her neck. Her hair was cut short, her body was fit, and she looked both strong and charming. At least that's how she appeared to Kelly, who always studied her photos and remembered every detail. I've never heard of her, Abby said. Spending too much time on the computer, are we, Abby? Thorne said. No, I'm not, Abby replied. Kelly noticed Abby's shoulders hunching, as if he wanted to shrink away. He always did this when he felt criticized. He asked somewhat unhappily, an animal behaviorist? Yes, Thorne replied. I know he has talked to her a few times in the past weeks. Once the equipment gets on site, she's going to help him use it, give him suggestions, or something. Maybe it's because she has a connection with Malcolm since she once loved him. I don't believe it. Kelly said, maybe he has fallen for her. Thorne looked at her and asked, have you met her? No, but I know about her. Oh, Thorne didn't say anything more. He could see Kelly's admiration for the hero, and he expressed understanding. It was quite nice for a young girl to admire Sarah Harding. At least she wasn't a sports star or a rock singer. It's rare for a child to idolize someone who seeks knowledge. The phone kept ringing, but no one answered. Well, we know Levin's equipment is fine, Thorne said. The call is connected. That's all we know right now. Can you track him? Abby asked. Unfortunately, no, Thorne replied. If we keep the machines on like this, we might drain his battery, which means. They heard a click, followed by a man's voice. Clear. This is Levin. Good, good. He's there, Thorne said, nodding as he pressed a button on his phone. Richard, this is Thorne. Through the intercom, they heard a continuous hissing sound. Then came a cough. A hoarse voice said, "Hello? Hello? This is Levin." Thorne pressed the button on the phone. "Richard, this is Thorne. Can you hear me? Hello?" Levin's voice came from the other end. "Hello?" Thorne sighed. "Richard, you have to press the T key to send." "Over." "Hello?" Another cough, and it was a harsh one. "This is Levin, hello? I need help. If you can hear me, please come help me. Listen, I'm on the island. I was doing fine when I came, but..." First came a series of clicks, then a hissing sound. "Oh no," Thorne said. "What's going on?" Abby leaned in to ask. "We've lost contact with him." "Why?" "Battery issues," Thorne said too quickly, damn it. "Richard, where are you?" The speaker emitted Levin's voice. "I'm dying. The situation is critical. I don't know if you can hear me. If you send someone to help." "Richard, tell us where you are?" The phone started hissing again. The transmission quality was deteriorating. They heard Levin say, "They're surrounding me, and they're fierce. I can smell them at night." "What's he talking about?" Abby asked. "It's dangerous. It can't go on like this." Then there was another round of hissing, and it grew weaker. Suddenly, the phone went completely silent. Thorne turned off his phone, then the speaker. He turned to the two pale-faced kids and said, "We have to find him. Right now." Chapter 2. Untitled as the system approached chaos. Self-organization manifested in complex structures. Ian Malcolm Clue Thorne opened the door to Levin's apartment and then turned on the lights, and the scene left them dumbfounded. "This looks like a museum," Abby said. Levin's two-bedroom apartment was decorated in a distinctly Asian style, filled with various wooden cabinets and many valuable antiques. The rooms were spotless. Most of the antiques were under plastic covers, and each item was neatly labeled. They walked in slowly. "He lives here?" Kelly asked, finding it hard to imagine. To her, the apartment seemed uninhabitable. It was like a fairyland. Her own room was always a mess. "Yes, he lives here," Thorne said, putting the keys in his pocket. "It's always this tidy and clean. That's why he can't live with a woman. He doesn't want anyone touching his stuff." The living room sofa was arranged around a glass coffee table. On the table were 4 stacks of books, each stacked level with the edge of the table. Abby looked at the titles. The Theory of Catastrophes, An Emergency Structure Molecular Evolution, Cellular Robotics, Nonlinear Adaptive Methodology, Phase Transitions in Evolutionary Systems. There are also some older books, which appear to be in German from their titles. Kelly sniffed the air in the room. "Is something cooking on the stove?" "I don't know," Thorne said, walking into the small dining area. Against the wall was a warming tray with a row of covered dishes, and in front of a brightly polished wooden dining table. There was a place set for one. The dining table was set with silver cutlery and ornate glass cups, and a bowl of soup was still steaming. Thorne walked over and picked up a piece of paper placed on the table. It read, "Lobster soup, tender lentils, smoked tuna." There was a note on it that said, "Hope you have a pleasant outing this time. Romilia." "Wow," Kelly said. "So someone cooks for him every day?" "I suppose so," Thorne replied, seemingly unfazed. He flipped through a stack of unopened letters next to the warming tray. Kelly glanced at some faxes nearby. The first fax was from the Peabody Museum at Yale University in New Haven. She handed it to Thorne and asked, "Is this in German?" "Dr. Levin, the documents you requested, Geological History of Central America, 1922 to 1929, have been sent via FedEx today. Thank you. Signed, Tina Scromby's archivist." "I can't understand it," Thorne said. "But I think it's something like geological what of Central America. It's not anything new from the 20s. "I wonder what he wants this for," Kelly said. Thorne didn't respond and walked into the bedroom. The bedroom was small but relatively spacious. The bed was neatly made, topped with a black Japanese mattress. Thorne opened the wardrobe door and saw neatly ironed clothes hanging in an orderly fashion, most covered in plastic wrap. He opened the top drawer of the wardrobe and found the socks folded neatly and arranged by color. "I really don't know how he can live like this," Kelly said. "It's nothing," Thorne replied, "as long as there's a servant." He quickly opened a few other drawers to take a look. Kelly walked over to the nightstand, which had a few books on it. The top one was small, the pages yellowed with age, and it was in German, titled 5 Ways to Die. She picked it up and flipped through it, seeing some color illustrations, like Aztecs in colorful clothing. She thought it looked a lot like a children's illustrated book. Underneath that book was a magazine article with a dark red cover from the Santa Fe Institute, Genetic Algorithms and Heuristic Networks. Central America's Geology Arbitrary Size, Checkerboard Robot International Genetic Technologies, Company 1989 Annual Report. Next to the phone was a hastily written note. She recognized it as Levin's handwriting. The note read, "Site be Volcanisch Takanos? Nubra? One of the 5 ways to die? A few minutes? No. Maybe Gitler. Was Site be?" It was written in his notes, Kelly asked. Thorne walked over to take a look. "Volcanisch," he said. "I think it means volcanic. Takanos and Nubra sound like place names." If they're place names, we could look it up on a map. What does one of the 5 ways to die mean? Kelly asked. I swear to God, I don't know, Thorne replied. While they were still looking at the note, Abby walked into the bedroom and asked, what is Site B? Thorne looked up and asked, what is wrong? You'd better take a look at his office, Abby said. Levin had converted another bedroom into an office, which was just as tidy and clean as the other rooms in the apartment. On the desk was a computer covered with a plastic cover, along with neatly stacked documents. Behind the desk was a corkboard that nearly covered one wall, filled with various maps, charts, clippings, ground satellite station posters, and photos of various antennas. At the top of the board were the large words Site B. Next to these words was a blurry, slightly curled photograph of a Chinese man in a lab coat and glasses standing next to a sign that read Site B in the jungle. His lab coat was unbuttoned, and underneath he wore a t-shirt with some text on it. Next to this photograph was an enlarged photo of the t-shirt. Since the text was obscured by the lab coat on both sides, only part of it was visible. Transmission B Site Research Facility. Levin S. Neat handwriting annotated. International Genetic Technologies Company Site B Research Facility? Where? Below this line was a page cut from the International Genetic Technologies Company Annual Report. It contained a circled passage. The headquarters of the International Genetic Technologies Company is located in Palo Alto, where there is a 200,000 square foot state-of-the-art laboratory. In addition, it has 3 field testing bases around the world, a geological laboratory in South America for obtaining amber and other biological samples, a test farm in the mountains of Costa Rica for growing various rare plants, and a dedicated facility on Nubra Island, 125 miles west of Costa Rica. Next to this passage, Levin wrote, No B. Lies. He is really obsessed with Site B, Abby said. I think so too, Thorne replied, and he seems to think it's definitely on some island. Thorne studied the large board closely, his gaze landing on the satellite photos. He noticed that although they were enlarged to varying degrees and the colors distorted, they all generally seemed to be in the same geographical area, a rocky coastline and some offshore islands. The coastline had a stretch of beach where the jungle extended to the shore. It could be Costa Rica, but it was hard to conclude. In fact, there could be more than a dozen such landscapes around the world. He said it's on an island, Kelly said. Yeah, Thorne shrugged, but that doesn't prove anything. He looked back at the board, noting that there were probably around 20 islands, maybe more. Thorne saw a memo near the bottom. Site B submitted to all departments, remember. Avoid the news, Mr. Hammond wishes to remind everyone afterwards market long-term market sales plan, proposed resort facility, listing requirements, J's, complex technology is strictly confidential and must not be disclosed in public announcements. Mr. Hammond wishes to remind all departments that production equipment is never to be a topic of news releases or discussions. Production manufacturing equipment must not be mentioned as production island sites. S island is strictly for internal use guidelines. This is just mind-boggling, he said. Do you see anything interesting? Abby walked over, looking thoughtful. These missing letters and jumbled symbols. Thorne said, do you see any meaning in them? Abby said. He snapped his fingers, walked straight to Levin's desk, lifted the plastic cover off the computer, and said, I think I see something. Levin's computer was an old model, which surprised Thorne. It was a bulky computer made a few years ago with several scratches on the cover. On it was a line of black text, designed by Lenovo. Under the black text, next to the power switch, there's a shiny metal plaque that reads the property of California Palo Alto International Genetic Technology Company. What is this? Thorne asked. Does Levin have a computer from that company? Yes, Abby said. He had us buy for him last week. The company was selling off computers at that time. Did he send you? Thorne asked. Yeah, he asked me to go with Kelly. He didn't want to go himself. He was afraid someone was following him. But this is a CADCM computer, a product from 5 years ago, Thorne said. This CADCM computer is used by architectural designers, drafters, and mechanical engineers. What does Levin want this for? He never told us, Abby said as he turned on the power switch. But I know now. Is it? It's that memo, Abby said, nodding his head toward the wall. Do you know why that thing looks like that? That's a file recovered from the computer. Levin has been recovering files from the genetic technology company's computer. Abby explained that the genetic technology company formatted the hard drives of all the computers they sold that day to destroy sensitive data on the disks. But this CADCM computer is an exception. The manufacturer installed special software on it, and each computer's software is proprietary, with its own related code. This makes reformatting very difficult, because each computer's software must be reinstalled, which takes a lot of time. So they didn't format it? Thorne asked. Right? Abby said. They just deleted the directory and sold it. So, the original files are still on the hard drive. That's right. The monitor lit up. The screen displayed the following information. Total number of recovered files, beautiful.To, 387. My God, Abby exclaimed. He leaned forward, fingers on the keyboard, staring intently at the screen. He pressed the directory key, and the directory scrolled down page by page. There are thousands in total. Thorne said, "What are you going to do?" "Wait a minute." Abby interrupted him and quickly typed a command. "Okay, Abby," Thorne said. He found it amusing how Abby was handling the computer with such arrogance. He seemed to forget that he was still a kid, his usual shy demeanor completely gone. The electronic world was where he thrived. He knew he was good with computers. Thorne said, "Any help you can give us?" "Doctor," Abby said, "come on, I don't know, help Kelly or something." He turned around and continued typing commands. Beast. The raptor stood 6 feet tall and was dark green. It assumed an aggressive posture, its muscular neck bent forward, mouth open, making hissing sounds. "What do you think, Doctor?" "Malcolm?" the model maker, Tim, asked. "Not scary," Malcolm replied as he walked past it. He was on his way back to the office, passing by this wing building behind the biology department's lab. "Not scary?" Tim said. "They never stood like this on 2 legs. If you gave it a book," he grabbed a notebook from the desk and placed it on the animal's forearm, "it might start singing Christmas carols." "My God," Tim said. "I didn't expect it to be this bad." "Bad? That's an insult to a large carnivore. We should feel its speed, danger, and power. The mouth should be wider. The neck should be lowered, muscles should be displayed, and the skin should be tighter. Raise that leg a bit. Remember, a beast doesn't attack with its mouth. It relies on its claws." Malcolm said, "I want you to raise its claws a bit to make it feel like it's about to pounce and tear its prey apart." "Do you really think so?" Tim asked skeptically. "It would scare children." "You mean it might scare you?" Malcolm said as he continued down the hallway. "And one more thing, don't make that hissing sound. It sounds like someone is urinating. Let it roar. A beast should look like a beast." "Oh," Tim said, "I didn't know you had so many personal feelings about it." "It has to be accurate," Malcolm said. "You know there's a difference between accurate and inaccurate. This has nothing to do with personal feelings." He continued walking, appearing somewhat agitated, not caring about the pain in his leg. Although the model maker Tim annoyed him a little, he had to admit that Tim represented the modern blurry science that Malcolm referred to as foolish science. For a long time, Malcolm had been dismissive of the arrogance of his scientific peers. He knew they were still just as arrogant, completely disregarding the idea that the history of scientific development is a method of thinking. Scientists pretend that history is irrelevant because past mistakes have been corrected by modern scientific discoveries. Of course, in the past, their predecessors held the same views. They were wrong then, and modern scientists are wrong now. The various narratives in the history of science, particularly the descriptions of dinosaurs in recent decades, can be considered the best. It must be recognized that it was modern scientists who first accurately understood dinosaurs in the history of science. In the 1840s, Richard Owen first described the gigantic skeletal fossils discovered in northern England to the world. He called this animal dinosaur, meaning terrible lizard. Malcolm believes that, to this day, this remains the most accurate description of the animal. They do resemble lizards, and they are indeed terrifying. However, since Owen's time, scientific understanding of dinosaurs has undergone many changes. Victorians believed that evolution was inevitable, so they concluded that dinosaurs were inferior animals. Otherwise, how could they have gone extinct? Victorians described dinosaurs as large-bodied, slow-witted, mute animals, which was quite foolish. This understanding had such a significant impact that by the early 20th century, dinosaurs were still considered very weak animals that couldn't even support their own weight. Apatosaurus had to stand in water up to its waist, or its weight would break its own legs. In people's minds, the ancient Earth seemed filled with such weak, foolish, and slow-moving animals. It wasn't until the 1960s that this perception began to change. At that time, a few maverick scientists led by John Ostrom began to propose that dinosaurs were quick, agile, warm-blooded animals. These scientists faced fierce criticism for daring to question traditional dogma, even though their views now seem more correct. However, in the past decade, with an increasing interest in social behavior, a new perspective has emerged. Dinosaurs are now seen as caring animals that nurtured their young together and lived in groups. They are quite lovable animals, even very intelligent. The reason these lovable giants faced a terrible extinction was entirely due to the asteroid impact on Earth proposed by Alvarez. This foolish new view has created people like Tim. These individuals are unwilling to see things from another perspective, unwilling to see another side of life. There were certainly social and cooperative dinosaurs, but there were also some that were predatory and incredibly fierce killers. In Malcolm's view, the true state of life at that time should be represented by the interactions and influences between various forms of life, both good and bad, strong and weak. To insist that there was something else was pointless. It was meant to scare the kids, no doubt. Malcolm walked down the corridor, feeling annoyed, and couldn't help but snort derisively. In fact, Malcolm's agitation stemmed from what Elizabeth Gelman had told him about that tissue sample, especially that label. Malcolm firmly believed that label meant trouble, but he didn't know what to do about it. He turned a corner and passed the exhibit of Clovis arrowheads, the sharp tools used by early humans in America. He saw his office just ahead. His assistant, Beverly, was standing behind the desk organizing paperwork, preparing to go home. She handed him a few faxes and said, "I left a message for Dr. Levin's office, but he hasn't responded. They all seem to be unaware of his whereabouts. He probably went to change his stomach," Malcolm said with a sigh. Levin was a difficult person to work with, somewhat erratic, and it was hard to predict what he would do next. After Levin had been detained by the police while driving his Ferrari, it was Malcolm who had stepped in to bail him out. Malcolm quickly skimmed through the faxes, which contained information about meeting dates and requests for copies. Nothing of much significance. "All right, thanks, Beverly. Oh, by the way, a photographer came by. Just left about an hour ago." "What photographer?" he asked. "From Chaos Quarterly. To take pictures of your office." "What?" Malcolm asked. "They came to photograph your office. It's for a series on famous mathematicians. They also had a letter from you." She said. "I never sent any letter," Malcolm replied, "and I've never even heard of Chaos Quarterly." He walked into his office and looked around. Beverly hurried in after him, a worried expression on her face. "Is everything all right? Did you lose something?" "No," he said, quickly glancing around, seeming to find no issues. He opened each drawer of his desk. It appeared nothing was missing. "That eases my mind," Beverly said, because he turned around and looked at the other end of the room. The map. On Malcolm's wall was a large world map, marked with all the discovery locations of what Levin referred to as mutated species. By the roughest calculations, Levin had noted 12 locations stretching from Rarotonga to California and Ecuador, with few confirmed. But now, with one organizational sample confirming the existence of one species, the possibilities for the existence of several others had increased. Did they photograph this map? They did. They photographed everything. Is it important? Malcolm looked at the map, trying to see it from a different perspective, to see what an outsider might discern from it. He and Levin had spent a long time considering the possibility of a lost world and where it might exist. They had narrowed down that possibility to 5 islands off the coast of Costa Rica. Levin firmly believed that one of those islands held that possibility, and Malcolm was beginning to think Levin was right, although he hadn't marked those islands on the map. "They're nice people," Beverly said politely. "They're foreigners. I think they're Swiss." Malcolm nodded and sighed. He thought to himself, let it go to hell. This kind of thing would come out sooner or later. "It's fine, Beverly." "Really? Really? Goodbye. Goodbye." Dr. Malcolm. He was alone in the office now. He started calling Levin. The phone rang, followed by a recording. Levin was still not back. "Richard, are you there? If you are, pick up. It's urgent." He waited, but still no one answered. "Richard, it's Ian. Listen, we have a problem. The secret of that map can no longer be kept. That sample I had analyzed, Richard, I think it has told us where Site B is. He heard the click of the phone being picked up on the other end, followed by the sound of breathing. "Richard?" he said. "No," a voice replied. "This is Thorne. I think you should come over here quickly. The 5 dead islands." "I know," Malcolm said as he walked into Levin's apartment, quickly scanning the surroundings. "I knew he would do something like this. You know, he often acts impulsively. I told him to wait until we fully understood the situation before going." "Yeah, he went." "Yes, he went." "Self-centered," Malcolm said, shaking his head. "Richard always wants to be the first. Not just understand first, but to be the first to go to that place. I am worried because he will mess everything up. This impulsive behavior, you realize, is a whim, a nerve impulse on the edge of chaos. Obsession is just a form of addiction. How many scientists have self-control? They teach students in school that balance is not a good state. They forget that Niels Bohr was not only a great physicist, but also an Olympic athlete. Now, they all want to be oddballs. It's a professional style." Thorne looked at Malcolm thoughtfully, sensing the competitive edge he had discovered in Malcolm. "Do you know which island he went to?" "No," Malcolm said, taking large strides around the apartment, mentally noting everything he saw. "When we last exchanged ideas, we had already relatively focused on those 5 islands, all to the south, but we hadn't determined which one." Thorne pointed at the satellite images on the board and asked, "Is it these islands?" "Yes," Malcolm said after a glance. "They form an arc about 10 miles from the Gulf of Cortez, considered uninhabited desert islands. The locals call them the 5 Dead Islands." "Why?" Kelly asked. "There's an old Indian legend," Malcolm said, "about a brave warrior who was captured by a king, who gave him 5 ways to die to choose from: burning, drowning, crushing, hanging, and beheading. The warrior said he would choose all 5. So he walked from one island to another, facing different challenges. It's a bit like a version of the Hercules story in the New World. I see, Kelly said as she ran out of the room. Malcolm appeared puzzled. He turned to Thorne, who shrugged. When Kelly returned, she was holding a children's book in German. She handed the book to Malcolm. Yes, he said, the German title is The 5 Ways to Die. Interestingly, it's in German. He has a lot of German books, Kelly said. Really? That bastard. He never mentioned it to me. What's a mystery here? Kelly asked. Yes, there are many mysteries. Can you pass me that magnifying glass? Kelly handed him the magnifying glass from the desk. What does this mean? The 5 Death Islands were formed by volcanic eruptions in ancient times, he said. This means they have significant geological exploration value. In the 1920s, the Germans wanted to develop them. He squinted at the images. Ah, yes. These are the islands. No doubt about it. Matanceros Island, Milt Island, Takano Island, Sona Island, Pena Island. All names representing death and destruction. All right, I think we're close to finding it. Is there a satellite spectral analysis map showing cloud cover? Would it help you find Site B? Abby asked. What? Malcolm quickly turned around to ask. What do you know about Site B? Abby was currently sitting in front of the computer, operating it. I don't know anything. I just know that, Doctor. Levin has been looking for Site B. That is also a name mentioned in these documents. What documents? I have recovered some files from the genetic technology company on this computer. While searching through old files, I found some references to Site B, but they are confusing, just like this. He leaned back in his chair so Malcolm could see the screen. Summary. Plan 35 Revision Production Site B Air Conditioning Management Equipment Level 5 to 7 Laboratory Structure 400-500 cm by Safety K3. K5 Level Conveyor Belt Speed 3 to 5 meters per minute. Farming Area Size 13 to 26 hectares. Staff Quality 17 to 18. Administrative Management Level 4. Joint Agreement ET. VX. RDT. VX. Malcolm frowned. Strange. Not very useful. It doesn't specify which island, or even if it's on an island. What else did you find? Well, Abby quickly pressed a few keys. Let us see. Here we go. Site B Island Network Nodes. Zone 1, River. 1 to 8, Zone 2, Coast. 9 to 16, Zone 3, Ridge. 17 to 24, Zone 4, Valley. 25 to 32, Malcolm said. Okay, this indicates it's an island. What kind of network does Site B have? A computer network? I don't know. Abby said, maybe it's a radio network. What is it for? Malcolm asked, what would you do with a radio network? That is not very useful either. Abby shrugged. He took the matter as a challenge and quickly started typing again. Then he said, wait, there's another one. Let me format it. Got it. He moved aside so others could see better. Malcolm looked at it and said, great. Very good. Site B description, East Wing, West Wing, Loading Area Laboratory, Assembly Room Entrance Boundary, Main Center Geothermal Turbine Convenience Store, Worker, Residential Area Geothermal Center Gas Station, Swimming Pool Tennis Court Golf Driving Range Manager, Housing Pathway Oil, Pipeline Safety Point, 1 Safety Point, 2 Heating, Cable River Dock Boat Shed Solar Power 1. Swamp Road, Riverside Road, Ridge Road, Mountain View Road, Cliff Road, Farming Area. Now we have a lead. Malcolm said after browsing through the list. Can you print this out? No problem. Abby smiled. Is it really useful? It really is, Malcolm said. Kelly looked at Abby and said, Abby, these are all legend explanations for the map. I think so. Very clear, right? He pressed a key to send the signal to the printer. Malcolm examined the legend closely, then turned his attention to the satellite images on the map, studying them meticulously with a magnifying glass, his nose just inches from the photos. Abby, Kelly said, don't just sit there. Hurry. Restore that map. That's what we need. I don't know if I can retrieve it. Abby said, it's a dedicated 32-bit format. I mean, it's not easy. Stop complaining. Abby, just get to work, Malcolm said, stepping away from the pinned satellite map. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter? Abby asked, somewhat lost. Yes, Abby. You can take a break now. Based on the materials you found, I think we can now be more confident in locating that island. James yawned, and then pushed the earbuds further into his ears because he wanted to hear everything clearly. He shifted in the driver's seat of the Ford Taurus, trying to get comfortable while shaking off his sleepiness. The small tape recorder resting on his thigh was running. Next to it were a notepad and 2 Big Mac wrappers. He saw the lights on in Levin's apartment room on the 3rd floor across the street. The listening device he had planted there last week was working fine. A boy's voice came through his earbuds. How to identify? Then the lame Malcolm spoke. The key to verification is the intersection of multiple lines of reasoning at a point. What does that mean? The boy asked. Look at these ground satellite images, Malcolm said. James wrote down ground satellite in his notepad. We've seen these before, the girl said. James felt foolish for not realizing these 2 kids were working for Levin. He remembered them. There were students in Levin's class. One was a small black boy, and the other was a somewhat silly girl. Just kids, probably only 11 or 12 years old. How did he not notice that earlier? He thought that question was no longer important. After all, he was gathering intelligence. He reached over to the dashboard and grabbed the last 2 fries, not caring if they were cold, and munched them down. All right, he heard Malcolm say, "It's this island." Levin went to this island. You think so? The girl asked. Somewhat doubtfully, this is Sona Island. James quickly wrote down Sona Island. This is the island we are looking for, Malcolm said. Why? There are 3 reasons. First, it's a private island, so the Costa Rican government didn't conduct a thorough search. Second, whose island is it? The Germans. In the 1920s, they had the lease and extraction rights. That's why there are so many German books, right? Third, according to the table Abby recovered, there is another independent source of information. Clearly, there are volcanic gases at Site B. So, which island has volcanic gases? You could just use the magnifying glass and see for yourself. As it turned out, only one island had them. Are you saying this island here? The girl asked. By the way, is that volcanic smoke? How do you know? Spectral analysis. Do you see that spike here? It's sulfur, a basic component in the mist layer. There's no other source of sulfur besides volcanoes. And what about that spike? The girl asked. Methane, Malcolm said. It seems there's a large methane gas source over there. Is that also due to the volcano? Thorne asked. Maybe. Volcanic activity can produce methane, but mainly during eruptions. Another possibility is that it could be produced by organisms. Organisms? What do you mean? Large herbivores. Some of what James heard next was unclear, only catching the boy saying, "Do you want me to continue the recovery work?" No need. Thorne said, "That's irrelevant now, Abby. We know what to do. Let's go, kids." James looked up at the apartment, where the lights were being turned off one by one. A few minutes later, Thorne and the 2 children walked out of the apartment door and got into a Jeep parked on the road. Malcolm approached his car and awkwardly climbed in, driving off in the opposite direction. James wanted to follow Malcolm, but he had something to do. He started the car and picked up the phone to dial a number. Field operations system. Half an hour later, they returned to Thorne's office. Kelly was surprised to find that most of the workers had left, the site had been cleaned up, and 2 trailers and the Explorer were parked side by side. Freshly painted in dark green, ready for action. It's done. I told you so, Thorne said, turning to Eddie Carr, the burly foreman in his 20s. Eddie, how far along are we? Just waiting for packaging, Doctor, Eddie said. Some of the paint isn't dry yet, but it will be by morning. We can't wait until morning. We're leaving now. We, Abby and Kelly exchanged glances. This was new for them. I need you to drive one of the vehicles, Eddie. We have to reach the airport by midnight. I thought we were doing field tests. No time for that. We need to get to the site immediately. The buzzer at the door sounded. It might be Malcolm. He pressed the button to open the door. You're not doing field tests? Eddie said worriedly. I think you should check, Doctor. We've made a few modifications, and there's no time, Malcolm said as he walked in. We need to move right away. He turned to Thorne and said, I'm really worried about him. Eddie, Thorne said, have the exit documents arrived? Yes, they came in 2 weeks ago. Good, go get them. Call Jenkins and have him wait for us at the airport to handle some paperwork. I need to take off within 4 hours. Oh my God, Doctor, go. Kelly asked. Are you going to Costa Rica? Yes, we have to save Levin. Hopefully, it's not too late. We're going with you, Kelly said. Yes, too, Abby added. Absolutely not. Thorne said firmly. It's impossible. But we fought for this. Dr. Levin talked to our parents. Our families agreed a long time ago. They did agree, Thorne said sternly. But that was for field tests in the forest over 100 miles from here. This time, we're going to a very dangerous place. You can't come with us. That's final. But, kids, Thorne said, don't make me angry. I'm going to make a call. You 2 pack up and get ready to go home. He turned and walked away. Ugh, Kelly muttered. Abby stuck her tongue out Thorne's back, mumbling, what a jerk. Get moving, Abby, Thorne said without turning back. You both go home. That's it. He walked into the office and slammed the door shut. Abby put her hands in her pockets and said, they won't figure it out without us. I know, Abby, Kelly said, but we can't make him take us. They turned to Malcolm. Dr. Malcolm, can you? I'm sorry. Malcolm said, I can't help. But, kids, no, it's too dangerous. The 2 of them walked despondently toward the shiny vehicles illuminated by the overhead lights. The Explorer, equipped with black solar panels on top, was filled with shiny electronic devices. Just a glance at the vehicle was enough to give them a sense of adventure, an adventure they couldn't participate in. Abby shielded her eyes with her hand and peered through the window into the trailer. Wow, look at this. I'm going to check it out, Kelly said, opening the door. The door was solid and heavy, surprising her. She stepped up onto the platform and entered the vehicle. Inside the trailer, the decor was gray, filled with electronic equipment. It was divided into several small compartments, each serving as a different laboratory. The main part was a biological lab, equipped with sample trays, dissection trays, and microscopes connected to monitors. There were also some biochemical devices, spectrometers, and a series of automated sample analyzers. Next to it was an expensive computer room with a row of processors and a telecommunications room. All the experimental equipment was miniature and secured to workbenches, which could be pushed into the walls and locked in place. "This is so cool," Abby said. Kelly didn't respond. She was intently examining the items in the lab. This trailer was designed by Dr. Levin and clearly had a specific purpose. There were no geological, botanical, chemical, or many other types of equipment that a field team would typically carry. It wasn't a regular lab at all. It seemed to consist solely of a biological lab and a large computer room. Biology and computers. That was it. What was this trailer built for? On a small bookshelf embedded in the wall were some books secured with nylon straps. She glanced at the titles. Modeling Adaptive Biological Systems, Dynamics of Vertebrate Behavior, Adaptation in Natural and Artificial Systems, Pre-Adaptation and Evolution of North American Dinosaurs, Field Expedition Considerations. It seemed very strange to have these books here. If there was some deeper meaning, she had no idea what it was. She moved forward and noticed reinforced areas on the panels, supported by a composite honeycomb structure made of dark carbon fiber running along the walls. She recalled Thorne mentioning that this was the same material used to manufacture supersonic fighter jets, lightweight yet strong. She noticed that all the windows were fitted with special glass that had fine mesh sandwiched in the middle. Why was this trailer built so sturdily? The thought made her feel uneasy. She still remembered the situation when she called Dr. Levin earlier today. Dr. Levin said he was surrounded. Surrounded by what? He also said, "I can smell them, especially at night." What was he referring to? What were they? She anxiously walked toward the back of the trailer. There was a cozy little living space there, with checkered curtains on the windows, a compact kitchen and bathroom layout for beds, small cabinets for storage above and below the beds, and even a simple shower room. Quite nice. She walked through the folding passage that connected the two trailers, which resembled the passage between two train cars. She crossed this short transition and entered the second trailer. This trailer seemed mainly used for storage, filled with spare tires, parts, laboratory equipment, shelves, and cabinets, indicating that this expedition was going far away. There was even a motorcycle hanging at the back of the trailer. She wanted to open some cabinets to take a look, but found them all locked. Even here, there were plenty of extra reinforcements. This trailer was built particularly sturdy as well. Why? She wondered. Why so sturdy? "Come look at this," Abby said. He stood in front of a control panel mounted on the wall. It had a complex display system made of LEDs and numerous buttons. To Kelly, it looked like a complicated thermostat. "What is this for?" Kelly asked. "To monitor the entire trailer," Abby replied. "You can control all systems and devices from here. Look, this is the TV." He pressed a button, and a monitor lit up, showing Eddie walking toward them. "Hey, what's this?" Abby said. Below the monitor was a button with a safety cover. He opened the cover to see the button gleaming silver, marked with the letters DEF. "Hey, I'm sure this is the bear deterrent defense system," he mentioned. Soon, Eddie opened the trailer door and said, "You better not touch that thing, or the battery will run out quickly. Come on, you heard what the doctor said, right? You should go home." Abby and Kelly exchanged glances. "All right," Kelly said, "we're leaving." They reluctantly exited the trailer. They crossed the shed, preparing to go to Thorne's office to say goodbye. "I hope he lets us go," Abby said. "Me too. I don't want to stay home during the break," he said, referring to his parents. "I know." Kelly also didn't want to go home. She really hoped to participate in the field test during spring break to avoid being at home and escape that unpleasant environment. Her mother worked as a data entry clerk at an insurance company during the day and as a waitress at Dennis's restaurant at night. Her mother was busy working all day, and the new man, Phil, often came to their house at night. It wasn't too bad when her sister Emily was home, but now that Emily was going to community college to study nursing, she was left alone at home in the evenings. Phil seemed a bit sneaky, but her mother liked him and didn't want to hear Kelly say anything bad about him. She just told Kelly to grow up quickly. As Kelly approached Thorne's office, she still held onto a glimmer of hope that Thorne would show mercy at the last minute. Thorne had his back to them, talking on the phone. They saw his computer screen displaying the satellite photo they had taken from Levin's place, and Thorne was zooming in on it step by step. They knocked on the door and then pushed it open a little. "Goodbye, Dr. Thorne." "Goodbye, Dr. Thorne." Thorne turned around, holding the phone to his ear. "Goodbye, kids," he said, waving his hand. Kelly hesitated. "I was wondering if we could talk to you." "No," Thorne shook his head. "But no, Kelly. I have to make this call now," he said. "It's already 4 in the afternoon in Africa. She'll be going to bed soon." "Who?" "Sarah Harding." "Sarah Harding is coming too?" Kelly asked, unwilling to leave outside the door. I don't know, Thorne shrugged. Happy holidays, kids. See you in a week. Thank you for your help. Now go home. He glanced toward the shed. Eddie, the kids are leaving. Show them out the door and then lock it. And bring me those documents. Clean up and get ready to go with me. Then his tone changed, yes. Operator, I'm still waiting. He turned around. In the night vision goggles, the world appeared fluorescent green. Sarah Harding gazed at the African savanna, where small rocky hills were visible behind the tall grass. Some green spots appeared on the large stones. She thought they might be rock hyraxes or some small rodents. Standing on the jeep, she wore a long-sleeve sweatshirt. She felt the slight chill of the night and the weight of the night vision goggles. She heard the wild howls in the dark and slowly turned her head to see where the sounds were coming from. She knew that, even standing on the jeep, it would be difficult to see the animals directly. She slowly turned north to see if there was any movement in the grass. She didn't see any animals. Then she quickly turned back, and the green world in front of her spun rapidly. Now she was facing south. She saw them. The pack of beasts was running forward, howling and barking as if preparing to launch an attack. The entire grassland was rustling. She saw a female hyena she called F1 with a white stripe between its eyes. It was baring its teeth, running with the characteristic sideways gait of hyenas. Sarah Harding glanced at the other hyenas, noting their positions. Sarah Harding rotated the night vision goggles. Looking ahead of the hyena pack, she saw their prey, a restless group of African buffalo standing in grass up to their bellies, bellowing and pawing the ground with their hooves. The hyenas' howls grew louder, confusing their prey. The hyenas moved among the herd, trying to separate their prey, mainly aiming to isolate the calves from the cows. The African buffalo appeared sluggish and foolish, yet they were one of the most dangerous large mammals in Africa. They were massive, strong, with sharp horns, and extremely temperamental. As long as they were not injured or sick, an adult buffalo could not be defeated by hyenas. The hyenas aimed to prey on the calves. The assistant, Makina, sitting behind the wheel of the jeep, asked her, "Do you want to get a little closer?" "No, this is fine." In fact, this position was just right. They had parked the jeep on a higher ground, providing a wide field of view. If luck was on her side, she could record the entire attack pattern. She rotated the camera mounted on a tripod, which was 5 feet taller than her head, while quickly recording her commentary onto a tape. F1 to the south, F2 and F5 are flanking from 20 yards away, F3 in the center, F6 making a large movement to the east. Haven't seen F7. F8 is flanking to the north. F1 charging straight in for harassment. The herd is moving and pawing the ground. F7 appeared and charged in. F8 came in diagonally from the north, broke through, and then began to maneuver. This is the hyena's specialty. The few hyenas leading the charge dashed through the herd of buffalo, while the others surrounded from all sides, then approached from the side. The buffalo were confused about the attacker's whereabouts. She heard the panicked bellowing of the buffalo, and the dense formation of the herd began to falter, showing signs of disarray. They turned around nervously, looking everywhere. Harding did not see the calves because they were hidden in the tall grass, but she could hear their cries. The hyenas charged again. The buffalo were scraping the ground with their hooves, lowering their heads in a threatening posture. The hyenas began to surround them again, biting and howling, their sounds growing more urgent. She saw that the upper and lower jaws of the female hyena, coated F8, were stained with blood, but she did not see the actual attack. After the buffalo herd moved slightly east, they regrouped. One female stood outside the herd, occasionally roaring angrily at the hyenas. It must have been her calf that was dragged away by the hyenas. Harding felt disappointed. Everything was developing too fast, which could only mean that the hyenas had succeeded, or that the calves were injured. Perhaps they were very young calves, even just recently born. Several female buffalo were indeed calving. She needed to review the footage to piece together what had just happened. She thought that studying animals that are active at night comes with certain risks. There was no doubt that the hyenas had taken a calf. Now they were all gathered in one place on the grass, biting and jumping. She saw F3, then F5, both with blood on their mouths. At this moment, the young hyenas rushed up, howling to get closer to the prey. The adult hyenas immediately made way for them, helping them eat the prey. Sometimes they would tear a piece of meat from the carcass and carry in their mouths for the young hyenas to eat. Sarah Harding was very familiar with their behavior. In recent years, she had become one of the world's leading experts on hyenas. When she first made her findings public, her peers expressed disbelief and even showed anger. They attacked her research results with personal attacks. She was attacked for being a woman, for being attractive, and for potentially becoming an arrogant feminist. The university She was it reminded her not to forget she was still on probation. Her colleagues shook their heads, but Hardin remained steadfast. Gradually, as time passed and more data was collected, her views on hyenas were increasingly accepted. Watching them fight for food, she thought, hyenas will never be likable animals. Their forms are grotesque, heads too big, bodies sloping, sparse fur with mottled spots, awkward gait, and their calls are eerie and spine-chilling. In a world where concrete skyscrapers are on the rise and urbanization is increasing, wildlife is romanticized, categorized into types of noble and base, heroes and villains. And in this media-driven world, hyenas, due to their unappealing appearance, will not be seen as lovable animals. For a long time, they have been regarded as ridiculous villains on the African plains, considered unworthy of systematic study. Hardin was the first to begin researching them. Her discoveries made people see hyenas in a new light. They are brave hunters and caring parents. They live in a very complex social structure dominated by females, and their howling represents a very sophisticated form of communication. She heard a roar, and through the night vision goggles, she saw a leading lion from a pride running towards the dead buffalo. It was a large lioness getting closer. The hyenas barked loudly at the lioness while leading the young hyenas into the bushes. Soon, the pride arrived, stopping to enjoy the prey killed by the hyenas. Now the lions are here, she thought. These are truly despicable animals. Although they are called the kings of beasts, they are actually very vile. At this moment, her phone rang. "McKenna," she shouted. The phone rang again. Who could be calling her now? She frowned, and through the night vision goggles, she saw the lionesses lifting their heads turning in the night. McKenna reached under the dashboard to find the phone. After it rang 3 more times, he finally found it. She heard McKenna say, "Hello, sir." "Yes, Dr. Hardin is here." He lifted the phone and handed it to her. It was Dr. Thorne. Reluctantly, she removed the night vision goggles and took the phone. She knew Thorne well. Most of the equipment in her Jeep was designed by him. "Doctor, you must have something very important to discuss." "Yes," Thorne said. "It's about Richard." "What happened to him?" She sensed his anxious tone, but did not understand the details. Recently, Levin had been difficult for her to deal with. He called her almost every day from California, asking her about her experiences working with animals in the wild. He asked endless questions about observation points, ambush locations, data reports, and records. "Has he talked to you about what he wants to study?" Thorne asked. "No," she replied. "What's wrong?" "He didn't say anything?" "No," Hardin said. "He's a mysterious person. But I think he must have found a group of animals that he can use to illustrate some issues regarding biological systems. You know, he's very obsessed." "What exactly is going on?" "Let's put it this way. Sarah, he has gone missing. Malcolm, and I think he is in trouble. We've found out he is currently trapped on an island in Costa Rica. We're preparing to go find him now." "Now," she said. "We're leaving tonight. In a few hours, we'll fly to San Jose. Ian and I will go together, and we want you to come along too." "Doctor," she said, "even if I fly from Serranilla to Nairobi tomorrow morning, it will take almost a day to get there. It depends on whether everything goes smoothly." "You decide." Thorne interrupted her. "I'll explain the details to you, and then you can decide." He explained the situation to her, and she took notes in a small notebook tied to her wrist. Then Thorne hung up the phone. Hardin stood there, gazing at the African night. She felt a cool breeze brushing her face and heard the roars of the lions fighting over the dead buffalo in the darkness. This was her workplace. Her life was closely connected to this place. Dr. Hardin, McKenna asked, "What do we do?" "Go back," she said. "I need to pack." "You're leaving?" "Yes," she said. "I'm leaving." Information. Thorne drove straight to the airport, the lights of San Francisco gradually disappearing behind him. Malcolm, sitting next to him, turned around to look at the explorer following them. "Does he know all this?" he asked. "Yes," Thorne said, "but I don't know if he really believes it." "The kids don't know, right?" "No, so do they." Thorne heard the beep of the pager. He pulled out a small black messenger pager, which had a light flashing. He pressed the display button and handed it to Malcolm, saying, "Read it to me." "It's from Abby," Malcolm said, "wishing us a pleasant journey, and if we need anything, just give them a call. If we need their help, they'll be at our service anytime." He also gave us his phone number. Thorne chuckled. Those kids are really likable. They never give up. Then he seemed to have a thought and frowned. When was this message sent? "4 minutes ago," Malcolm said. "It came through the paging network." "All right, check it out." They turned right and drove straight toward the airport. They saw the lights in the distance. Malcolm looked ahead with a gloomy expression and said, "It's not wise to be in such a hurry. It feels a bit inappropriate." Thorne replied, "It should be fine, as long as we don't mix up the islands." "We haven't mixed up the islands," Malcolm said. "How do you know?" "There's one crucial clue I didn't mention in front of the kids. A few days ago, Levin saw a corpse of that kind of animal." "Oh, yes," he took the opportunity to check it out before the official team burned it. He found that the animal had a tag on it. He took the tag off and sent it to me. A dog. You mean like? Yes. Like the ones on biological samples. The tag is quite old, corroded and pitted by something like sulfuric acid. Definitely due to volcanic activity, Thorne said. Absolutely. You said it was old? It's been several years, Malcolm said. But the most interesting finding is about the cause of this animal's death. Levin concluded that it had been injured while it was still alive. It had a deep wound in its leg that went down to the bone. Thorne said, You mean it was injured by another dinosaur? Yes. They were silent for a moment. Besides us, who else knows about this island? I don't know, Malcolm replied. But someone wants to uncover this secret. Someone broke into my office today and took photos. Great, Thorne sighed, but at that time, you didn't even know where this island was, did you? I really didn't know. I hadn't figured it out then. Do you think others have figured something out? Not likely. Malcolm said, There was no one else with us. Using Lewis Dodgson to push open the door marked animal area, all the dogs immediately started barking. He walked down the corridor and saw rows of cages stacked 10 feet high on either side. This was a large facility. The California Cupertino Biogenetics Company needed such a large animal research facility. The company president, Rossett, walked beside Dodgson with a grim expression, brushing off his Italian suit's lapel. I hate this damn place, he said. Why did you bring me here? Because, Dodgson replied, we need to discuss the future. This place stinks. Rossett checked his watch. Go ahead, Lewis. We can talk over there. Dodgson led him into a small, glass-walled cubicle. This centrally located cubicle was for supervisors, and the barking was much quieter due to the glass. They could still see the rows of dogs in the cages through the glass. It's very simple. Dodgson began to pace, but I think it's important. Lewis Dodgson was 45 years old, with a kindly face that was beginning to bald. He looked vigorous and had elegant manners, but one should not judge by appearances. This baby-faced Dodgson was among the most ruthless and aggressive geneticists of his generation. Throughout his life, he had engaged in many controversial activities. He had been expelled from Johns Hopkins University for preparing human gene therapy without FDA approval. Later, he worked for a biogenetics company and conducted a rabies vaccine experiment in Chile that many found distasteful, using illiterate farmers as his subjects, without informing them of the true situation. Wherever he went, Dodgson claimed to be a scientist with urgent matters, so he couldn't waste time on rules set by those nobodies. He justified everything as being for the sake of achieving his goals, which essentially meant he would stop at nothing to achieve those goals. He was also an indefatigable self-promoter. At the company, Dodgson appeared as a research scholar, yet he lacked the capability to conduct any original research and had never done any. His intelligence was primarily used for underhanded tactics. Every idea he had was something someone had thought of before. He was very skilled at developing research, meaning he stole others' preliminary research results. In this regard, he was unrestrained, and others could not keep up with him. For years, he had been the head of the reverse engineering department at the biogenetics company. Theoretically, this department was supposed to study competitors' products and figure out how they were made. But in reality, reverse engineering engaged in a lot of industrial espionage activities. Rossett not only held little hope for Dodgson, but also had little fondness for him and tried to avoid him as much as possible. Dodgson was always looking for opportunities to take risks and attempt shortcuts, which made Rossett uneasy. However, Rossett also knew that competition in modern biotechnology was exceptionally fierce. To maintain its competitive edge, any company needed someone like Dodgson who excelled at this kind of work. Let me get straight to the point. Dodgson turned to Rossett and said, I believe if we act quickly, we have a chance to acquire the technology from the genetic technology company. Who suicide? Here we go again. I know, Jeff, I know how you feel. I admit there is a history to this matter. History? There is only one history. That is your history of failures, repeated failures. We've tried every possible way. Damn it. When the genetic company was preparing to declare bankruptcy under Chapter 11, we even considered buying it because you told us there was a possibility. But it turned out not to be the case. The Japanese didn't want to sell. I understand, Jeff, but we can't forget. What I can't forget, Rossett said, is that we paid $750,000 to your friend Ryder. But it was like throwing meat buns to a dog. But Jeff, later we paid another $500,000 to that intermediary named Daiichi. And that money also vanished without a trace. Our efforts to acquire the genetic company's technology have all gone to hell, and that's what I can't forget. The issue is, Dodgson said, that our repeated efforts are not without reason. This technology is crucial for the future of the company. That sounds good. The world is changing, Jeff. I'm talking about solving the major issues our company will face in the 21st century. What issues? Dodgson pointed out the barking dogs outside the window, the issue of animal experimentation. Let's face reality, Jeff. The pressure we've faced over the years against using animals for experimentation or research has been increasing. Over the years, there have been more and more protests and sit-ins about this issue, and our image in the newspapers has gotten worse. At first, it was just those simple-minded people who were easily swayed and some Hollywood celebrities. Now it has turned into a massive movement, with even university philosophy professors pointing out that conducting undignified experiments on monkeys, dogs, or even mice is unethical. Some people have even protested against our use of squid, even though these creatures are commonly found on tables around the world. I'm telling you, this trend has no end. Eventually, even our use of bacteria to produce genetically engineered products will face opposition from some. Oh, that's alarmist. Just wait and see. It's only a matter of time. It will force us to shut down unless we truly have a synthetic animal. Imagine an extinct species brought back to life. In any sense, it is not an animal. It cannot have any rights. Since it has long been extinct, if it exists, it can only be created by us. We created it. We need to apply for a patent. We own it. It is a perfect experimental platform. We believe that the enzymes and hormones in dinosaurs are similar to those in mammals. In the future, drug testing could successfully be conducted on small dinosaurs, just like the experiments we currently do on dogs and mice, without much legal risk. Rossett shook his head. That's your opinion. I know, but, Jeff, fundamentally, they're just big lizards. No one likes lizards. They're different from those sentient dogs that will lick your hand and make you sentimental. Lizards have no personality. They're just snakes with legs. Rossett sighed again. Jeff, what we're talking about now is true freedom. Because now everything related to living animals is closely tied to law and morality. Hunters who hunt large animals cannot shoot lions or elephants, animals their grandfathers and fathers shot in the past while posing for photos. Now, to hunt them, you have to fill out a lot of forms, apply for permits, pay many fees, and carry a heavy sense of guilt. Nowadays, you dare not act recklessly to shoot a tiger, and if you did, you wouldn't dare to admit it. In today's world, shooting a tiger is considered a greater sin than shooting your own parents. Someone is blowing the trumpet for the tiger. Just think, a hunting area dedicated to raising some animals, perhaps somewhere in Asia, where wealthy and powerful people can hunt Tyrannosaurus rex and Triceratops in their natural environment. It would become an incredibly ideal hunting ground. How many hunters have mounted moose heads on their walls? There are plenty in the world. But how many can boast that they have the head of a temperamental Tyrannosaurus rex hanging above their little bar? You are not serious at all. I want to illustrate some issues, Jeff. These animals are completely utilizable. We can do whatever we want with them. Rossett stood up from the table, putting his hands in his pockets. He sighed first, then looked up at Dodgson and asked, Do these animals still exist? Dodgson nodded slowly. Do you know where they are? Dodgson nodded again. Well, Rossett said, then let us do it. He turned and walked toward the door, then stopped, looking back. However, Lewis, he said, I want to be frank, this is it. This is absolutely the last time. If you cannot get these animals this time, next time you can keep your mouth shut. The last time. Understand? Don't worry, Dodgson said. This time I'll be foolproof. Chapter 3, Untitled, in the intermediate stage. The rapidly growing complexity within the system conceals the impending chaos. The danger of chaos exists. Ian Malcolm, Costa Rica. It was pouring rain at the port of Cortez, Costa Rica, with raindrops drumming on the roof of a small metal shed next to the airport. Thorne stood there, soaked, waiting. A Costa Rican official in an ill-fitting uniform was carefully checking his entry documents over and over again. The young man, named Rodriguez, in his 20s, was afraid of making any mistakes. Thorne looked at the runway in the gentle morning light and saw containers being loaded onto 2 large Huey helicopters. Eddie Carr and Malcolm stood in the rain. Eddie was loudly directing the workers, reinforcing the load. Rodriguez flipped through the documents from beginning to end. Mr. Thorne, according to these documents, you are going to Thorne Island. Yes. Your container only contains vehicles? Yes. Vehicles for research purposes. Thorne Island is a desolate place. There's no gasoline, no other supplies, and probably not even a road. Have you been there? Me? No. We locals have no interest in that place. It's a barren island, just rocks and jungle, with no place for ships to dock unless the weather conditions are very good. On days like today, people can't even get there. I understand, Thorne said. I just hope you're fully prepared for the difficulties you might encounter there. Rodriguez said, I think we are prepared. Did you bring enough gasoline? Thorne sighed. Why explain? Yes, we brought enough. There are only 3 of you. Dr. Malcolm, you, and your assistant, Mr. Carr? Yes. You will stay for less than a week. Yes. If all goes well, we can leave the island tomorrow, so 2 days will be enough. Rodriguez flipped through the documents again, as if looking for some hidden clue. Is there a problem? Thorne asked, then looked at his watch. No problem, sir. You have the approval of the Minister of Biological Conservation. They have ordered. Rodriguez hesitated. Approving you is an exception. What's going on? I don't know the details. A few years ago, something happened on one of the islands, and since then, the Ministry of Biological Conservation decided that all islands in the Pacific are not open to tourists. We are not going for tourism, Thorne said. I know, Mr. Thorne. He flipped through the documents again. Thorne had no choice but to wait. On the runway, the containers had been secured and were being lifted off the ground. All right, Mr. Thorne. Rodriguez finally stamped the documents. Wishing you good luck. Thank you, Thorne said, stuffing the documents into his pocket, and plunged into the rain, running towards the runway. 3 miles off the coast, 2 Huey helicopters broke through the clouds into the morning sunlight. Sitting in the cockpit of the lead aircraft, Thorne could clearly see the coastline below. He saw 5 islands at varying distances from shore, their rugged rocks faintly visible above the rolling blue sea. These islands are several miles apart from each other and are clearly formed by ancient volcanic eruptions. Thorne pressed the call button. Which one is Sona Island? The driver pointed ahead and said, We call them the 5 dead islands. Milt Island, Matanceros Island, Pena Island, Takano Island, and Sona Island. The large island to the north is Sona Island. Have you ever been there? Never, sir. But I believe there's a landing site there. How do you know? A few years ago, there were planes flying there. I heard that Americans sometimes fly there. Not Germans? No, not at all. Since I can't say when. There haven't been Germans going there. World War. It's all Americans who go. When was that? I can't say for sure. Maybe about 10 years ago. The helicopter turned north and flew over the nearest island. Thorne saw the small island formed by the volcano with dense jungles. There were no signs of life on the island. It was completely deserted. It's not a good place for the locals, the driver said. They say there's nothing good here. He chuckled as he spoke, but they don't understand. They are quite superstitious Indians. Now, they flew over the water surface, and Sona Island was ahead. It was obvious that it was a volcanic crater, bare stone walls, reddish-gray. An island shaped like a cone due to weathering. Where does the boat dock? The driver pointed to where the waves crashed against the cliffs. On the east side of this island, there are many caves formed by the waves. Some locals call it Gemido Island, which means moaning island. Those moans are the sounds of the waves crashing in the caves. Some caves extend all the way to the center of the island. At certain times, a small boat can go in, but not in weather like today. Thorne thought of Sarah Harding. If she came, she could arrive later today. I have a colleague who might arrive this afternoon, he said. Can you bring her over? Unfortunately, the driver said, we have tasks in Juan Bay and won't be back until tonight. How can she get to the island? The driver glanced at the sea. Maybe she can come by boat. The sea conditions change every hour. Maybe she will be lucky. Will you come to pick us up tomorrow? Yes, Mr. Thorne. We'll come early tomorrow morning. The morning is the best time because of the wind. The helicopter approached from the west, climbing several hundred feet, flying over the cliffs, and entering the airspace above Gemido Island. The shape of this island looks similar to the other islands, with ridges and valleys formed by volcanic eruptions, covered with dense jungles. Although it looked particularly beautiful from the air, Thorne knew that it would not be easy to move around on the island. He looked down to see if there were any roads. The helicopter descended and hovered over the central area of the island. Thorne saw no houses or roads. The aircraft descended towards the jungle. The driver said, due to the cliffs, the wind here is quite annoying. Strong gusts often blow, as well as upward winds. There's south only one safe place to land on the island. He looked out the window and said, they're over there. Thorne saw a clearing in the forest with tall grass. We'll land there, the driver said. Eddie Carl stood in the tall grass of that clearing, turning his face away from the 2 helicopters. They lifted off the ground, kicking up dust, and soon became 2 small black dots, the rumbling sound gradually fading. Eddie shielded his eyes with his hand and looked up at the sky. When will they come back? His tone was filled with sadness. Tomorrow morning, Thorne said. By then we will have found Levin. At least, hopefully we can find him, Malcolm said. At that moment, the helicopters had disappeared behind a circular hill. Carl, Thorne, and Malcolm stood together in the clearing. They could already feel the morning heat and the dead silence of the island. It's a bit scary here, Eddie said, pulling down the brim of his baseball cap. Eddie Carl grew up in Daly City and is 24 years old. He has black hair, a very solid build, looks muscular, but his hands are delicate with long, slender fingers. Eddie has a talent for working with machinery, which Thorne referred to as genius. He can build anything and fix anything. He understands the working principles of machinery just by looking at them. He started working for Thorne right after graduating from community college. and he has been here for 3 years now. He originally thought of it as a temporary job to earn some money before going back to school for a degree. Thorne now can't do without him, and Eddie has given up the idea of going back to school. At this moment, he looked around the clearing, never imagining he would end up in a place like this. He grew up in the city, accustomed to everything about urban life, like car horns and traffic jams. The silence of this deserted island made him uneasy. "All right," Thorne said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Let us get to work." They walked towards the helicopter to unload the containers and place them a few yards away in the tall grass. "Can I help?" Malcolm, standing a few yards away, asked. "No need, if you don't mind," Eddie said. "It's best if we handle these boxes ourselves." They spent half an hour unscrewing the bolts on the back cover and then placed the cover on the ground. They climbed into the container and, after a few minutes, loosened the straps, securing the vehicle. Eddie sat behind the wheel of the Explorer and turned the key in the ignition. Besides the whirring sound of the vacuum pump starting, it was almost silent. "How is the battery?" Thorne asked. "Full. No issues with the battery?" "Yeah, it seems fine." Eddie felt relieved. He was responsible for converting these vehicles to electric power, but it had been rushed, and there hadn't been thorough testing after installation. Although electric vehicles are technically less complex than those with old-fashioned internal combustion engines from the 19th century, he knew that taking untested equipment into the field was a risky endeavor, especially when this equipment used the latest technology. Although he didn't say it out loud, he felt anxious inside. Like many other skilled mechanics, he was fundamentally conservative. He liked to see machinery in operation. To him, it meant the correct application of proven technology. Unfortunately, this time, his opinion was overruled. Eddie was worried about two things. One was the black solar panels made of rows of octagonal silicon chips installed on the roof and engine cover. These panels were not only more efficient than the old-style ones, but also less prone to damage. During installation, Eddie used a special shock-absorbing device he designed himself. However, a fact that couldn't be ignored was that if these panels were damaged, they would no longer provide power to the vehicle or power the electronics, and all their systems would be paralyzed. The other thing he was worried about was the battery. Thorne had chosen a new lithium battery from Nissan. Its efficiency is particularly high, and the heavier it is, the higher the efficiency. However, it is still in the experimental stage. In Eddie's view, this claim is just a synonym for unreliable performance. Eddie strongly advocates for having a backup power source. He insists on bringing a small gasoline generator just in case. He also raised many other objections, but they were all rejected. In this situation, he did the only rational thing he could do. He installed several additional solar panels. But he didn't tell anyone. He thought that Thorne must know about it, but Thorne said nothing. Eddie didn't say anything either. Now that they have arrived on this strange island, he is glad he did it, because, in reality, unexpected events always occur. Thorne watched as Eddie drove the Explorer out of the container and into the deep grass. Eddie parked the vehicle in the middle of a clearing, where the sunlight could directly hit the solar panels to charge the batteries. Thorne climbed into the driver's seat of the first trailer and backed the vehicle out. Driving a nearly silent vehicle felt amazing. The loudest sound was the tires rubbing against the metal floor of the container. Once they reached the grass, there was almost no sound at all. Thorne climbed out of the vehicle and connected the two trailers using a folding ramp. Finally, he turned to face the motorcycle. The motorcycle was also electric. He pushed it to the back of the Explorer, placed it in a net basket, and connected the power cord to the power system driving the trailer, starting the charging process. Then he backed away. Done. Eddie stood in the hot, quiet clearing, looking towards the edge of the island. Its edge was a distant rocky cliff formed by a volcanic eruption, surrounding and towering above the dense jungle. The bare rocks glimmered slightly in the scorching morning sun. The steep cliffs were intimidating, giving him a sense of being in a desperate situation with no escape. Why would people come to such a place? Malcolm, leaning on his cane, laughed and said, "To escape the troubles of the world." "Don't you want to escape the troubles of the world?" "As long as I can handle it, I won't do that," Eddie replied. "I prefer to stay close to a pizza place. You understand what I mean, right? You're too far away now." Thorne returned to the back of the trailer and took out two heavy rifles. Each rifle had two magazines hanging under the barrel. He handed one rifle to Eddie and showed the other to Malcolm. "Have you seen this?" "I've seen it in books," Malcolm said. "Is it Swiss-made?" "Yes. It's a Lindstrat-style air rifle, the most expensive rifle in the world. It's simple in construction, powerful, accurate, and reliable, firing subsonic FL gel-style dart projectiles that can be filled with any chemical agent." Thorne clicked open the magazine, revealing a row of plastic vials filled with a grass-yellow liquid. Each dart, having a 3-inch long needle at the front, were loaded with concentrated venom from the Conus geographus. "This is the most toxic neurotoxin in the world. capable of acting in 0.002 of a second. It works faster than nerve conduction. The animal collapses before it even feels the sting of the needle. Is it lethal? Thorne nodded. Coming to this island is no joke. Remember, don't use this thing on your foot, or before you even realize you've pulled the trigger, you'll be dead. Malcolm nodded. Is there an antidote? No. Even if there were, it wouldn't be in time. That simplifies things, Malcolm said as he picked up the gun. I think you should know, Thorne said. Eddie, let's go. Eddie climbed into the Explorer, and Thorne and Malcolm entered the trailer. Shortly after, the intercom crackled to life. Eddie's voice came through. Doctor, are you accessing the database? I'm accessing it now, Thorne replied. He inserted a disk into the slot on the dashboard, and a small screen displayed an image of the island, mostly covered by clouds. What's the use of this? Malcolm asked. Just hold on, Thorne said. It's a system that will process the data. Where's the data coming from? Radar. Soon, a satellite radar image covered the previous one. Radar waves can penetrate clouds. Thorne pressed a button, and the computer traced the edges of the image, adding more details and highlighting the faint network of the road system. Wow, Malcolm said. But Thorne thought Malcolm seemed a bit tense. I've got it here too, Eddie said over the internal communication system. Can he see the same thing? Yes, from the dashboard in front of him. But I don't have a GPS, Eddie's anxious voice said. Is it working properly? You guys, Thorne said. What's the rush? It's reading the disk. The relay station has appeared. On top of the trailer was a conical GPS sensor that could receive radio data from navigation satellites orbiting thousands of miles overhead and then determine the vehicle's locations with an error of no more than a few yards. Soon, a red cross appeared on the map of the island. All right, Eddie said over the intercom. I see it. It looks like there's a road going north from the clearing. Are we heading there? I think so, Thorne said. From this map, the road winds several miles across the island, eventually reaching a place where several roads intersect. There seems to be signs of buildings, but it's not certain yet. Okay, doctor. Let's go. Eddie drove past him, leading the way. Thorne pressed the accelerator, and the trailer hummed to life, following the Explorer forward. Malcolm, sitting next to him, remained silent, fiddling with the laptop on his lap, never once glancing outside. The clearing quickly disappeared behind them, and they entered the dense jungle. The indicator lights on the panel in front of Thorne lit up, showing that the vehicle had automatically switched to battery power since there was not enough sunlight filtering through the jungle for the solar panels to charge. They continued driving forward. How's it going, Doctor? Eddie asked. Still charging? Yes, Eddie. He seems nervous, Malcolm said. Just worried about the equipment. Damn, Eddie said. I'm worried about myself. Although the road was overgrown with vegetation and in poor condition, they were still managing to drive relatively smoothly. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at a small creek with muddy banks. The Explorer was just about to cross it when it stopped again. Eddie got out of the vehicle, walked over the stones in the water, and then returned. What's wrong? I saw something, Doctor. Thorne and Malcolm climbed out of the trailer and stood on the bank of the creek. They heard a sound in the distance that resembled birdsong. Malcolm looked up and frowned. Is it a bird? Malcolm shook his head. No. Eddie bent down and pulled a piece of fabric from the mud. A dark green Gore-Tex material, with a piece of leather sewn onto one edge. It's the fabric from the expedition pack we made, he said. Is it the one we made for Levin? Yes, Doctor. Did you put the sensor in the pack? Thorne asked. They usually sew a positioning sensor into the pack. I did. Bring it to me, Malcolm said. He took the fabric strip, held it up to the light, and thoughtfully traced the edge of the pack with his finger. Thorne removed a small receiver clipped to his belt, which looked like a large pager. He carefully examined the LCD display. I'm not receiving any signals. Eddie was watching the mud at the water's edge intently and bent down again. Here's another piece of fabric, another piece. It looks like the pack has been torn to shreds. Doctor. They then heard a bird-like sound, faint and very strange. Malcolm looked off into the distance to see where the sound was coming from. At that moment, he heard Eddie say, "Oh, we have company." Not far from the trailer, there were 5 or 6 bright green, lizard-like creatures. They were about the size of chicks. Chirping happily, they stood upright on 2 legs, balancing their bodies with a long tail that extended out. They walked like chickens, bobbing their heads up and down, and made unique chirping sounds like birds, but their appearance resembled that of lizards with long tails. They seemed curious but also very cautious, tilting their little heads to look at them. What are they doing? Eddie asked. A salamander gathering? The green lizards stood there watching them. A few more emerged from under the trailer and nearby bushes. Soon there were about 10, all staring at them and chirping. Protoceratops, Malcolm said. Its scientific name is Protoceratops andrewsi. You mean these animals are? Yes, they're dinosaurs. Eddie frowned and studied them closely. I didn't expect them to be this small. He said, most dinosaurs aren't that big, Malcolm replied. People always think they are large, but generally, dinosaurs are only about the size of sheep or ponies. These look like they're only the size of chickens, Eddie said. Yes, very much like chickens. Are they dangerous? Thorne asked. No, malcolmancer. They are scavengers like coyotes, feeding on dead animals. But I wouldn't want to get close to them. They can bite and have mild venom. I won't get close, Eddie said. Just looking at them gives me goosebumps. They don't seem afraid. Malcolm noticed too. I think it's because no humans have ever been here, so they have no reason to fear people. Well, let's make them afraid, Eddie said, picking up a stone. Hey, Malcolm said. Don't do that. It's not, but Eddie had already thrown the stone. It landed not far from the group of Protoceratops, and the little creatures scurried away, while the others remained still. A few jumped around, seemingly annoyed. They stayed in place, chirping while tilting their little heads. Incredible, Eddie said, sniffing the air. Do you smell that odor? Yes, Malcolm said. They have a foul smell. A smell of decay. Yes, that's the smell, Eddie said. They do have a stench like a dead body. I find it strange. Usually, animals don't act like this when they're scared. What if they carry rabies? They don't, Malcolm said. How do you know? Because only mammals get rabies. But even as he said this, he felt a twinge of doubt, questioning whether his assertion was correct. Only viviparous animals carry rabies. Were these Protoceratops viviparous? He couldn't be sure. Just then, they heard a rustling sound above them. Malcolm looked up at the dense canopy of trees. He heard movement among the branches high in the trees. Certainly some small animals he hadn't seen yet jumping between the branches. He heard chirping, which was clearly animal sounds. Those up there aren't birds, Thorne said. Monkeys? Possibly, Malcolm replied, but they don't look like it. Eddie shivered a bit. I say we get out of here. He returned to the creek and jumped into the Explorer. Malcolm and Thorne cautiously approached the trailer door. The Protoceratops didn't leave. They just made way for them. They surrounded the area, excitedly chirping. Malcolm and Thorne entered the vehicle, carefully closing the door to avoid hitting the little creatures. Thorne sat behind the wheel and started the engine. They saw Eddie's vehicle crossing the creek, heading up the slope on the other side. That, Protoceratops, or whatever. Eddie's voice came through the radio. They're real, right? Oh yes, Malcolm whispered. Of course they're real. Thorne felt a bit uneasy. He began to understand Eddie's feelings at that moment. He had built these vehicles, but he felt a strange sense of isolation, realizing that this was in a remote place using untested equipment. For the next 15 minutes, the vehicle crawled up a steep slope through the dim jungle. The trailer became quite warm, uncomfortably so. Malcolm, sitting behind him, said, "What about the air conditioning? I don't want to drain the battery. Can I open a window?" "If you think it's okay," Thorne said. Malcolm shrugged. "Why not?" He pressed a button, and the window rolled down, a wave of warm air rushing into the vehicle. He turned to look at Thorne. "Nervous, doctor?" "Yes," Thorne said. "I am fucking nervous." Even with the window open, he felt sweat trickling down his chest. Eddie's voice came through the radio. "I'm telling you, doctor, we should have tested this beforehand. We should do things by the book. If you're not sure your vehicle won't malfunction, then don't come to a place with toxic chickens." "The vehicle is fine," Thorne said. "What are your readings?" "High normal." Eddie said. "Very good. Of course, we've only gone 5 miles. It's 9 in the morning, doctor." The road, being steeper than before, turned right along the mountain slope and then bent left again. Thorne was driving the large trailer, highly focused, and concentrating was a relief. The Explorer ahead had turned left, reaching a higher point on the road. "I don't see any more animals," Eddie said, seeming to breathe a sigh of relief. The vehicle turned a corner and climbed the ridge, where the road became a bit flatter. According to the GPS, they were currently heading northwest, deeper into the island. But they were still surrounded by the jungle, with dense vegetation around them like walls, making it hard for them to see far. They arrived at a V-shaped intersection. Eddie pulled the vehicle over to the side of the road. Thorne saw a faded wooden sign at the V-shaped junction, with an arrow pointing left labeled swamp and another arrow pointing right labeled Site B. "Guys, which way?" Eddie asked. "To Site B," Malcolm said. "Aye, aye," Eddie said, turning the Explorer onto the right fork, with Thorne following behind. Yellow steam containing sulfur was rising from the ground on the right side of the road, bleaching the nearby plants' leaves white. The steam had a strong, pungent odor. "Volcanic island," Thorne said to Malcolm, "just like you expected." As the vehicle passed, they saw a bubbling pond on the ground, its edges lined with a ring of yellow crust. "Yeah, and it's active," Eddie said. "Actually, I think, oh damn." Eddie's brake lights suddenly lit up, and the vehicle came to a stop. To avoid rear-ending Eddie's vehicle, Thorne had to change direction, causing the trailer to scrape against the fern-like plants at the roadside. He parked beside the Explorer and looked at Eddie. "Eddie, can you—" But Eddie didn't hear him. He was staring ahead, mouth agape. Thorne turned to look ahead. Trees had fallen on both sides of the road ahead, exposing a patch of sky, allowing them to see all the way to the western side of the island from this ridge. Thor didn't notice the scenery before him, because his attention was completely captured by an animal crossing the road ahead. The creature was the size of a hippopotamus, striding across the road with great confidence. But it was clearly not a hippopotamus. It was a light brown color, covered in plate-like scales the size of dinner plates, with a curved horn-like protrusion on its head and two blunt horns growing from it. In addition, there was a horn above its snout. Eddie's breathless voice crackled over the radio. "Do you guys know what this is?" "It's a triceratops," Malcolm said. "Looks like it's not fully grown." "Definitely," Eddie said. A much larger animal than the previous one was now crossing the road before them. It was twice the size of the last one, with long, curved, sharp horns on its head. "That's its mother." A third triceratops appeared, followed by a fourth. A large group of triceratops was leisurely crossing the road. They completely ignored the vehicles, calmly moving across into the treeless area, then descending down the slope, eventually disappearing from their sight. Only then did they shift their attention to the clearing. Thorne noticed that in front of them was a swamp, with a wide stream running through its center. On both sides of the river, several animals were grazing. To the south of the stream was a group of about 20 medium-sized dark green dinosaurs. They occasionally poked their large heads out from the grass on both banks. Thorne saw nearby. There were 8 dinosaurs with duckbill-like mouths, sporting large tubular crests on their heads. They were sometimes drinking water and sometimes tilting their heads back, emitting mournful whines. Directly ahead was a solitary stegosaurus, with its arched back and vertically arranged plates. The Triceratops herd slowly walked past the stegosaurus, which paid them no mind. They saw the long, beautiful necks of about 10 brachiosauruses above the trees to the west, lazily munching on the leaves from the trees, their bodies obscured by the foliage. It was a very tranquil scene, but it was a scene from another world. "Doctor," Eddie said, "where is this place?" "Site B." They sat in the vehicle, looking out at the flat area beyond. The dinosaurs were slowly moving through the thick grass, and the Hadrosaurus let out a few soft calls. The two groups coexisted peacefully on either side of the river, each going about their own business. "What do we call this?" Eddie said. "A place untouched by evolution? A place where time has stopped?" "Not at all," Malcolm said. "There's a perfectly good explanation for what you see." The dashboard emitted a sharp beeping sound. A blue coordinate grid appeared on the GS map, and a shiny triangle pointed to a group of letters, LEVN. "It's him," Eddie exclaimed. "We found the bastard." "Did you see it?" Thorne asked. "The signal's weak." "No problem. Its strength is enough to emit an identification signal. It's Levin, no doubt about that. It seems to be coming from over that valley." Eddie started the Explorer and bumped forward. "Let's get moving," he said. "I want to get out of this damn place." Thorne flipped the switch, and the trailer's electric motor started up. He heard the sound of the vacuum pump running and the gentle whir of the automatic transmission. He shifted into gear, following behind Eddie. The dense jungle pressed in on them again from all sides, making them feel hot and suffocated. The trees above blocked almost all the sunlight. During the drive, he noticed the beeping sound fluctuated in strength, so he glanced at the monitor and saw the triangle symbol gradually dimming, then brightening again. "Are we losing the target, Eddie?" Thorne asked. "It doesn't matter if we do," Eddie replied. "We already have his location. We can go straight there. It's just ahead, right past that booth, or whatever it is." Thorne's gaze passed over the Explorer and looked ahead, where there was a concrete building and a slanted steel barrier. It had looked like a booth, but it was old and overgrown with climbing plants. They continued forward and soon came to a paved road. The trees on either side seemed to have been cut back significantly at one time, about 50 feet on each side. Before long, they saw a second booth and another checkpoint. They drove about 100 yards along the gently winding road along the ridge. The surrounding vegetation had thinned a bit. Through the gaps between the ferns, Thorne saw some small, green-painted buildings that looked like living quarters, perhaps for equipment storage. He felt they were entering a real estate. In an instant, their vehicle turned a corner, and about half a mile down appeared a complete group of buildings. "What exactly is that place?" Eddie asked. Thorne was stunned by the sight before him. In the center of that clearing was a massive, flat-roofed building that extended out, covering several acres, about the size of 2 football fields. On the other side of this enormous roof was a very solid building with a metal top, resembling a power station. If it was indeed a power station, it could supply power to a small town. Thorne saw a loading area for trucks and a vehicle turnaround area at the end of the main building. Not far to the right, hidden among the trees, were several villa-like structures, but from a distance, it was hard to tell what they were. Overall, Thorne felt this complex resembled an industrial park or manufacturing plant. He furrowed his brow, trying to make sense of it. "Do you know what this is?" Thorne asked Malcolm. "I know. Malcolm nodded slowly. It's something I've suspected for a long time. What is it? It's a factory, Malcolm said. A kind of factory. But so big. Yeah, Malcolm said. It has to be this big. Eddie's voice came through the radio. I can still pick up Levin's signal. Guess what? It seems like the signal is coming from that building. They drove through the covered front gate to the main building, stopping in front of the porch that was slightly sagging at the top. It was a modern structure made of reinforced concrete and glass, but had long been engulfed by the surrounding jungle. Climbing vines hung down from the roof. Large panes of glass were shattered, and ferns had grown in the cracks of the concrete. Eddie, Thorne asked, can you still see the signal? Yes, it's right inside, Eddie said. What do you want to do? Let's set up camp over there, Thorne said, pointing to a spot half a mile to the left. It used to be a lawn, and now it was still an open space in the jungle, with sunlight for the solar panels. Then we'll look around. Eddie turned the front of the Explorer around and parked it facing the road they had just come from. Thorne parked next to Eddie's vehicle and shut off the engine. He got out of the car, stepping onto the very quiet ground that was already quite hot in the morning. Malcolm got out of the car and stood beside him. This place was in the center of the island, and aside from the buzzing of insects, everything was so quiet. Eddie walked over, constantly swatting at himself. This place is nice, huh? Swarms of mosquitoes. You want to go find that bastard now? Eddie said, taking a signal receiver from his waist, covering the display with his hand to see it better in the sunlight. Right there, he pointed to the main building. What do you think? Let's go find him, Thorne said. The three of them turned and climbed into the Explorer, leaving the trailer behind, driving towards the large but ruined building under the blazing sun. The sounds of the Explorer faded away, leaving the trailer silent. The dashboard lights were on, and the monitors still displayed the GS map, with a flashing red cross marking their location. There was a small window on the monitor marked active system, showing the battery charge, the efficiency of the solar panels, and usage over the past 2 hours. All electronic instrument readings glowed bright green. In the living area where the kitchen and beds were, the water circulation reuse system in the sink made a faint gurgling sound. At that moment, a muffled sound came from the upper storage cabinet, followed by another sound, and then it fell silent again. Moments later, a credit card slid out from the gap in the cabinet door. The card moved up, releasing a pin on the panel. When the cabinet door opened, a white package rolled out and dropped to the floor with a thud. The package automatically opened, and Abby Benton groaned as he stretched his small frame. If I can't go pee soon, I'm really going to shout, he said, hurrying into the small washroom with a limp. He let out a long breath. It was Kelly who insisted they had to come along, but she left all the issues for Abby to consider, thinking he was quite thorough with almost every problem. Abby's predictions were accurate. It was indeed very cold in the transport, and they had to wrap themselves up tightly. He stuffed all the blankets and sheets from the trailer into their hiding place in the small cabinet, anticipating they wouldn't reach their destination for at least 12 hours. He also prepared some cookies and a few bottles of water. In fact, he had thought of everything. He just didn't expect Eddie Carr to check the trailer and lock all the cabinet pins from the outside. They were locked inside, and that meant he wouldn't be able to use the washroom for 12 hours. 12 hours. He breathed out deeply again, feeling much more relaxed. A small pee had been held in for so long. No wonder it felt so uncomfortable. Otherwise, he would have been stuck in the cabinet, he thought thankfully. He heard a voice behind him that sounded like someone with their mouth covered. He flushed the toilet, returned to the original spot, squatted beside the storage cabinet under the bed, and quickly pulled out a pin. Another package opened, and Kelly appeared in front of him. Hey, Kelly, he said proudly. We did it. I need to go too, she said, rushing into the washroom and shutting the door behind her. We did it. We're here, Abby said. Abby, wait a second, okay? He looked out the trailer window for the first time. Outside the trailer was a grassy area, beyond which were ferns and tall trees in the jungle. At the top of the trees, he saw an arc-shaped volcanic rim formed by black rocks. This is Sona Island. No doubt about it. Great. Kelly came out. Oh, I thought I was going to die. She looked at him and high-fived him. Hey, how did you get the door open? With a credit card, he replied. She frowned. You have a credit card? It's for my parents, he said, for emergencies. Then he joked, I anticipated this kind of emergency. Abby knew that Kelly was very sensitive when it came to money. She always commented on his clothes and asked how he could afford to take a taxi or where he got the money to buy soda at Larson's Deli after school, and so on. Once, he told her that he didn't think money was that important. She had said in a strange voice, how can you think that? Since then, he had tried to avoid talking about money with her. In front of others, sometimes Abby didn't know what to do. Everyone treated him a bit strangely. His age being younger was certainly one reason, and being black was another. Additionally, there was the fact that other kids called him a little nerd. He found himself constantly trying to fit in with the other kids, but he couldn't because he wasn't white, he was small, and he wasn't good at sports. But he wasn't stupid. He found most of the subjects in school boring, so he wanted to doze off in those classes. Sometimes, the teachers found him quite annoying, and he felt he couldn't control himself. School life was like a videotape playing at super slow speed. Even glancing at it for an hour wouldn't make him miss anything. How could he be interested in the latest Jumping the Ocean, the San Francisco 49ers, or the new ad featuring O'Neal when he was with the other kids? Those things were too uninteresting. But Abby had long realized that if he expressed these thoughts, others would be put off. No one understood him except Kelly, so he thought it was best to keep quiet. In most cases, Kelly seemed to know what he was talking about. And then there was Dr. Levin. At least one advanced elective in school attracted Abby a bit, though not much, but it was still more interesting than other classes. After Dr. Levin decided to teach that class, Abby found that for the first time since starting school, he was genuinely interested in learning. In fact, is this Sona Island? Kelly asked, looking out at the jungle. Yes, Abby said, I think so. You know, when we stopped last time, did you hear what they were talking about? Kelly asked. Didn't hear it. It was all wrapped up tight. I didn't hear it either, Kelly said, but they seemed particularly annoyed about something. Yes, they seem to be talking about dinosaurs, Kelly said. Didn't you hear? No, Kitty. Abby shook her head with a smile. I think they talked about it. All right, Kelly. I think Thorne said Triceratops. Kelly, dinosaurs have been extinct for 65 million years. I know that. He pointed out the window. Do you see any dinosaurs out there? Kelly didn't answer, but walked to the other side of the trailer and looked out the window. She saw Thorne, Malcolm, and Eddie enter that large building. They'll be very angry when they find us, Abby said. How do you think we should explain it to them? We'll surprise them. They'll be angry, he said. So what? What can they do to us? Kelly retorted. Maybe they'll send us back. How'll they send us? They can't. Yeah, I think so too. Abby shrugged casually. He had a lot on his mind, but was reluctant to admit it. It was all Kelly's idea. Abby was always rule-abiding, never wanting to cause trouble. No matter when, even a slight criticism from a teacher would make him blush and sweat. He had been thinking for the past 12 hours about how Thorne and the other two would react to their actions. Listen to me, Kelly said. We are here to help our friend Dr. Levin, and that's enough. And we've already started helping Dr. Levin. Yes, we can help them once again. Maybe they need our help. Maybe, Abby said, but he still felt uneasy. I wonder what they are eating here. Kelly said as she opened the fridge. Are you hungry? I'm starving. Abby realized he was really hungry when he said that. Want something to eat? What else there? He sat back on the gray sofa, stretching out his body, watching Kelly take things from the fridge. Come on, she said a bit unhappily. I'm not your silly housekeeper. All right. Don't get worked up. Well, you're expecting others to serve you. She said. I'm not, he said, jumping off the sofa. You're such a little rascal, Abby. Hey, he said. What's so great about that? Don't get excited. Are you a little scared? No. She took out a sandwich from the fridge. He stood beside her and looked into the fridge, pulling out the first sandwich he saw. Don't take that one, she said. No, I'm taking it. That's tuna salad. Abby didn't like tuna salad, so he put it back and looked again. The one on the left is turkey, she said in a roll. He took out a turkey sandwich and then said thank you. No problem. She sat on the sofa, unwrapped her sandwich, and began to eat it hungrily. Listen, at least it's because I figured out a way for us to get here, he said as he methodically unwrapped his sandwich, then neatly folded the plastic wrapper and set it aside. Yes, it's you. I admit, you did a good job with this. Abby started eating his sandwich. He felt that he had never eaten anything this good in his life. Not even his mom's turkey sandwiches were this good. Thinking of his mom made him feel uneasy. His mom was a gynecologist and very beautiful. She was very busy and often didn't come home, but every time he saw her, he felt she was so calm. Being near her made him feel very calm too. There was a special bond between mother and son. However, recently, his mom had been a bit uneasy about what he knew. One night, he walked into her study, and she was reading some articles about progesterone levels and estradiol. After seeing the rows of numbers from behind her, he suggested she analyze the data using nonlinear equations. She looked at him. Her gaze seemed ridiculous, both very caring and seemingly distant. And at that moment, he felt, I want to eat another one, Kelly said as she walked to the fridge. When she came back, she had 2 sandwiches, one in each hand. Do you think there are enough sandwiches in there? Who cares? I'm hungry anyway, she said as she tore one open. Maybe we shouldn't eat. Abby said, if you're this scared, we really shouldn't have come. He thought that was a valid point. He was surprised to find that the sandwich in his hand was already gone. So he took the one from Kelly's hand. Kelly looked outside while eating. I wonder what that building they went to is for. It looks like it's been abandoned for years. Yes, it has been abandoned for many years. Why would they build such a big house on this deserted island in Costa Rica? She asked. Maybe what they were doing was very secretive, or very dangerous. She said, yes, maybe that is the reason. The thought of danger made Abby both excited and nervous. He felt far away from home. I wonder what they were doing here back then, she said to herself as she stood up from the sofa, eating and walking to the window to look outside. Wow, this place is really big, she said, and a bit strange. What? Look over there. The building is covered with plants, as if no one has lived there for many years. The plants around here have also all grown up. The grass is so high. Yes, but down below, she said, pointing under the trailer, there's a clean path. Abby chewed his sandwich and walked over to take a look. She was right. A few yards away from their trailer, the grass was all trampled down and yellowed. In many places, the soil was exposed. Although the path was narrow, it was clear, spanning the open space from left to right. Well, Kelly said, if this place hasn't been visited for many years, then how is this path formed? It must be animals, he said. He thought that could only be the reason. It must be the tracks of large animals. What kind of animals? I don't know. What animals could be here? Deer or something. I didn't see any deer. He shrugged. Maybe goats. Wild goats, just like in Hawaii. The tracks of deer and goats aren't that wide. Maybe it was a whole herd of goats. That's too wide. Kelly shrugged, turned away from the window, and walked back to the fridge, wondering if there were any sweets. The word sweets inspired Abby. He walked over to the small cabinet above the bed, climbed up, and started poking around with his hands. What are you doing? She asked. Check my bag. What for? I think I probably forgot to bring my toothbrush. Abby, she said. Who cares? But I always brush after eating. Forget it, Kelly said. Let's make do. Abby sighed. Maybe Dr. Thorne brought an extra one. He came back and sat down next to Kelly on the couch. She crossed her arms over her chest and shook her head repeatedly. No sweets? No, not even frozen yogurt. Adults never plan. Yeah, that's true. Abby yawned. It was warmer in the trailer. He was starting to feel a bit sleepy. He had been curled up in that small cabinet for the past 12 hours, shivering with cold, cramped, and uncomfortable, unable to sleep at all. Now he suddenly felt very drowsy. He looked at Kelly, who was yawning too. Want to step outside? Wake up a bit. Maybe we should stay here, he said. If we stay here, I might fall asleep, Kelly said. Abby shrugged. He felt the drowsiness hit him suddenly. So he went back to the living area and climbed onto the bed near the window. Kelly followed him back to the living area. I'm not planning to sleep, she said. All right, Kelly. His eyelids were drooping. He knew he couldn't hold on much longer. However, Kelly yawned again. I might just lie down for a few minutes. He saw Kelly sprawled out on the bed across from him. Then his own eyes closed, and he quickly fell asleep. He dreamed he was on a plane, feeling the slight turbulence and hearing the low hum of the airplane engines. He wasn't sleeping deeply and woke up once in between. He could clearly feel the trailer shaking and heard a low sound that was definitely coming from outside the window. But he quickly fell asleep again, and this time he dreamed of dinosaurs, the kind Kelly had mentioned. He dreamed of two animals, two massive creatures. He couldn't see their heads from the window, only their thick, scaly legs. Their feet thudded on the ground as they walked past the trailer. In his dream, the second animal stopped, bent down, and curiously leaned its large head against the window to look inside. Abby realized he was seeing the enormous head of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Its big mouth was moving, and its white teeth glinted in the sunlight. He watched all of this calmly in his dream, not startled at all. Inside, the main building had two large glass double doors that swung both ways, leading into a dimly lit foyer. The glass doors were scratched and dirty, and the chrome door handles were corroded and rusted. However, the dust, debris, and dead leaves in the foyer showed clear signs of having been disturbed. Someone's been through here recently, Eddie said. Yeah, Thorne said, a person wearing a solo boots. Saying this, he opened the door. Shall we? They walked inside, feeling the air was hot and stale. The foyer was small and not impressive. Not far ahead was a service desk, which had originally been covered with gray decorative fabric, now overgrown with a dark green, moss-like substance. On the wall behind the desk was a row of chrome letters. We create the future. But the letters were mostly obscured by vines. Mushrooms and other fungi were sprouting from the carpet. And to the right was a waiting room with a coffee table and two couches. One couch was covered in a layer of yellow-brown mold, while the other had a plastic waterproof cover. Next to the second couch was Levin's dark green backpack, which had several deep cuts in the fabric. On the coffee table were two empty plastic bottles of French Evian mineral water, a satellite photo, a pair of muddy hiking shorts, and a few crumpled candy wrappers. A green, glimmering snake quickly slithered away as they approached. So, this is the genetic technology company's place? Thorne said, looking again at the wall. Absolutely, Malcolm replied. Eddie bent down to look at Levin's bag, touching the torn areas with his finger. Suddenly, a large rat jumped out of the bag. Oh my God! The rat squeaked and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Eddie looked closely into the bag and said, I don't think anyone wants these candies anymore. He glanced at the pile of clothes and noticed that some of the expedition suits had tiny sensors sewn into them. What can you tell from here? Nothing, Thorne said, adjusting his handheld monitor. I see a reading that seems to be coming from over there. He pointed to several metal doors leading into the building from the service desk. Those doors had once been bolted shut with a rusty lock hanging on them, but now that lock had been smashed and left on the ground. Let's go in and find him, Eddie said, walking towards the doors. What do you think that is? I don't know. Is it toxic? I don't know. The door creaked open, and the three of them stepped into an empty hallway. One wall had all its windows broken, and the floor was covered in dead leaves and glass shards. The walls were dirty, with several dark spots that looked like bloodstains. They saw several doors along the hallway, all seemingly unlocked. Plants had grown through the seams of the carpet on the floor. In the brighter areas near the windows, vines were sprouting from the cracks in the walls, and some vines hung down from the ceiling. As Thorne and the others walked through the hallway, the only sound was the crunching of the dead leaves beneath their feet. The signal is stronger than before, Thorne said, looking at the monitor. He is definitely somewhere in this building. Malcolm opened the first door he encountered, which led to a regular office, a desk, a chair, a map of the island hanging on the wall, a lamp, and a computer monitor. The lamp had toppled over on the desk under the weight of the vines, and the computer monitor was covered in mold. Some light filtered in through a dirty window at the end of the room. They moved on to the second door and found it almost identical to the previous office, the same desk and chair, and a matching window at the end of the room. Eddie muttered, "Looks like we've entered the office area." Thorne continued forward, opening the second door, then the third, and the fourth, all of which were offices. When Thorne opened the fifth door, he couldn't help but stop. He had entered a conference room. The floor was covered in dead leaves and debris. There was a long wooden conference table in the middle of the room with a lot of animal droppings on it, and the window at the top was very dirty. Thorne's gaze fell on a map. This map covered an entire wall in the conference room, with various colored map pins stuck in it. Eddie walked in and immediately frowned. Below the map was a drawer cabinet. Thorne tried to open the drawers, but found them all locked. Malcolm slowly walked into the room, taking everything in and memorizing it. "What does this map indicate?" Eddie asked. "Do you know what these pins are for?" Malcolm glanced at the 4 colors of push pins, a total of 20, 5 of each color, distributed all over the island in a pentagonal shape, or some form of pentagon, which looked like a network to me. Didn't Abby mention there was a network on the island? He did say it was interesting. "Well, let us not worry about that for now," Thorne said. He stepped back into the corridor, following the signal on the handheld monitor. After they all left the conference room, Malcolm casually closed the door. They continued down the corridor and saw some offices, but they didn't go inside again. They just followed the signal emitted by Levin. At the end of the corridor, there were 2 glass doors with a sign that read, "No entry without permission." Thorne peered inside, but couldn't see much. He only sensed that the place was very large and filled with complex machines, but the glass doors were covered in dust and grime, making it hard to see inside. Thorne said to Malcolm, "Do you really know what this building is for?" "I know very well," Malcolm replied. "This is a dinosaur factory. Why would anyone want something like that?" Eddie asked. "No one wants it," Malcolm said, "which is why they keep it so secret." "I don't understand what you're saying," Eddie replied. Malcolm smiled slightly. "It's a long story." He reached his hand into the gap of the door, trying to open it, but it wouldn't budge. He huffed and pulled harder. Suddenly, the door emitted a squeaky metallic sound and slid open in both directions. They walked in and found it dark inside. They shone their flashlights and walked down a pitch-black corridor. To understand this place, one must talk about a man named John Hammond from 10 years ago, and it involves an animal called the quagga. "What's a quagga?" Thorne asked. "The quagga," Malcolm said, "is an African mammal that looks a lot like a zebra. It went extinct in the 19th century, but in the 1980s, someone used the latest DNA extraction technology to extract a large amount of DNA from a quagga skin. Because the amount was substantial, people began to explore the possibility of resurrecting the quagga. If the quagga could be resurrected, then why not other extinct animals? What about the dodo? The saber-toothed tiger? Even dinosaurs? Where would you extract dinosaur DNA? Thorne asked. "Well," Malcolm said, "over the years, archaeologists have discovered some fragmented dinosaur DNA, but they haven't made a big deal about it because they've never had enough material to use as a classification tool, so it seemed to have little value, just piquing people's curiosity. But to recreate an animal, you need far more than DNA fragments," Thorne said. "You need a complete DNA chain." "Exactly," Malcolm said. "The one who figured out how to extract it was a man named Hammond. He was an adventurous capitalist. He thought that when dinosaurs were alive, they might have had insects biting them, sucking their blood, just like today's insects. Some of these insects would rest on branches and get trapped in tree resin. Some of that resin would turn into amber. Hammond believed that if you drilled a hole in the insects preserved in amber and extracted something from their stomachs, you would eventually be able to obtain some dinosaur DNA. Did he get it? Yes, he did. So he established the International Genetic Technologies Company and continued to develop this discovery. Hammond was a dynamic person. He was a true genius at fundraising. He figured out how to raise enough funds by shifting the research focus from extracting DNA chains to replicating living animals. The source of the funds wasn't immediately disclosed, because while recreating dinosaurs was certainly exciting, it wasn't a miracle cure for cancer. So he decided to build a tourist attraction. He planned to place the dinosaurs in a zoo or theme park and charge admission to recoup the costs of reproducing dinosaurs. You're not joking, are you? No. Hammond actually did this. He built such a park on an island called Nublar, north of here. He originally planned to open it to the public in 1989. Just before it was about to open, I want to check it out. But Hammond ran into trouble, Malcolm said. The entire park's system malfunctioned, and as a result, the dinosaurs escaped. Some visitors were in danger, and after that, the park and all the dinosaurs inside were destroyed. They walked past a window and saw through the glass a flat area by the river where groups of dinosaurs were grazing. Thorne said, if they were all destroyed, then how do you explain the situation on this island? This island, Malcolm said, is Hammond's little secret, the hidden side of his park. They continued down the corridor. You know, Malcolm said, visitors to Hammond's Park on Nublar were taken to tour a genetic engineering laboratory. Inside, there were computers, gene sequencing analyzers, all sorts of dinosaur incubators, and baby dinosaur rearing equipment, all intended to leave a deep impression on the visitors. Those visitors were told that dinosaurs were created in that park. Touring the laboratory convinced those visitors. But in reality, Hammond's arranged tour skipped several steps in the process. In one room, they showed you the extraction of dinosaur DNA, and in another room, they showed you the soon-to-hatch dinosaur eggs. It was very dramatic, but they didn't let you see how DNA was turned into viable embryos. You couldn't see that critical step at all. This would lead people to mistakenly believe that this process occurred in those two rooms. In fact, what Hammond showed people was spectacular. So spectacular it was hard to believe. For example, he had an incubation room where visitors could see baby dinosaurs hatching, leaving them astonished. Nothing ever went wrong in the incubation room. There were no failures. No deformities, no defecalities. In the dazzling technical process that Hammond showed to visitors, everything went so smoothly. But if you think about it carefully, it seems impossible. Hammond claimed he could use cutting-edge technology to create extinct animals. However, for any new manufacturing technology, the initial yield is very limited. The success rate is about 1% or even less. So, in reality, to obtain one living dinosaur, Hammond must have cultivated hundreds or thousands of embryos, which means large-scale industrial production, not just the pristine laboratory that people saw. Are you talking about this place? Yes. This is another island, very secret, not subject to public suspicion. Here, Hammond could conduct his various research without restraint, dealing with problems that couldn't be handled in his beautiful little park. His genetic technology park was merely a showcase. This island is substantive. Dinosaurs were made here. If all the animals in that park were exterminated, how come there are none on this island? Eddie asked. That's a good question, Malcolm replied. We'll have an answer soon enough. He shone his flashlight down the dark corridor, the light reflecting off the glass walls. Because if I'm not mistaken, Malcolm said, the first manufacturing room is just ahead. Abby woke up. The morning sunlight streamed through the trailer's window as he sat up in bed, blinking. Kelly, on the other bunk, was sound asleep, still snoring. Abby looked out the trailer window towards the entrance of the building and found it deserted. The explorers had parked beside the gate, and there was no one in the vehicle. Seeing their trailer sitting alone in the tall grass made Abby feel very lonely enough to be scared. He suddenly felt a wave of fear, his heart racing, thinking he really shouldn't have come here. It was such a foolish thought, and worse yet, it was all his idea. They had been in the trailer, then returned to Thorne's office. While Kelly was talking to Thorne, he had secretly taken the keys. He had sent Thorne a delayed radio message, so Thorne would think they were still in Woodside. At the time, he had felt a bit smug, thinking he was clever, but now he felt deeply regretful. He decided to call Thorne immediately. He had to confess. He wanted to come clean right away. He needed to hear a voice. That was his true desire. He left the back of the trailer, where Kelly was still sleeping, and walked to the front of the vehicle, turned the ignition key on the dashboard, then picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "This is Abby. Is anyone there? Over. This is Abby." No one replied. After a while, he looked at the system monitor on the dashboard, which displayed the various systems that were operational, but he couldn't see the communication system. He thought the communication system was probably connected to the computer, so he decided to turn the computer on. He walked to the middle of the trailer, loosened the secured keyboard, plugged it into the computer, and then powered it on. The screen displayed the Thorne Field System menu, and below there was a list of the trailer's subsystems, one of which was radio communication. He clicked on it with a mouse, and it opened. A jumble of signals appeared on the computer screen. The command prompt at the bottom displayed, multiple frequency input received. Do you want to auto-tune? Abby didn't understand what that meant, but he was fearless in front of the computer. The term auto-tune was interesting. He typed yes without hesitation. The screen remained filled with chaotic signals, and the numbers at the bottom kept scrolling. He thought what he saw were megahertz frequencies, but he didn't really understand. Then, the screen suddenly went black, with only one word flashing in the upper left corner. Login. He paused, furrowing his brow. This was strange. Clearly, it required him to log into the trailer's computer system, meaning he needed to enter a password first. He typed, Thorne. No response. He waited a moment, and then typed Thorne's initials, JT. No response. Levin. No response. Thorne Field System. No response. TFS. No response. Field Operations. No response. User. No response. Well, he thought, at least the computer system isn't ignoring me. Most systems crash after 3 wrong password attempts. Clearly, Thorne hadn't set up any security protocols. Abby would never have done that. This system was far too patient, not making it difficult at all. He typed, help. The cursor moved to the next line. After a brief pause, the drive started running. All right, he said, rubbing his hands together. Laboratory. Thorne's eyes adjusted to the dim light, revealing that they were in a vast space surrounded by row upon row of rectangular stainless steel boxes, with plastic tubing tangled inside like a maze. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, and many boxes had been overturned. The first few rows, Malcolm explained, are the West Gen sequencers. Behind them are the automated DNA synthesizers. It feels like a factory, Eddie remarked, kind of like a comprehensive agricultural enterprise. It does, Malcolm agreed. In one corner of the room was a printer with a few yellowed printouts scattered nearby. Malcolm picked one up and glanced at it. This is a computer database report about some kind of dinosaur blood factor, Malcolm said, related to red blood cells. Is this the genetic sequence? No, Malcolm said. Flipping through the printouts, the sequence should be a series of nucleotides. He picked up another printout. Is this related to why these animals survived? Thorne asked. I can't say for sure, Malcolm replied. Could this table relate to the last days of this manufacturing facility? Or was it just something an employee printed years ago and accidentally left behind? He looked around the printer and found a stack of papers on a shelf. Pulling one out, he discovered it was a series of memos. These memos were written on faded blue paper and were all very brief. From CCD Jenkins to H. Wu alpha 5's excess dopamine indicates that the D1 receptor has not yet achieved ideal affinity. To minimize the aggressive behavioral traits of the completed organisms, we must attempt to alter the genetic background. We need to start today. Then another. From CCD to H. Wu. Lead the glycogen synthase kinase, 3 isolated from the clawed frog, may be more effective than the currently used mammalian GSK, 3, and is expected to improve dorsoventral polarity and reduce early embryonic waste. Do you agree? Malcolm moved on to the next memo. From Bart's to H. Wu. Lead short protein fragments may be infectious proteins. Source questionable. It is recommended to suspend all exogenous proteins for carnivorous organisms until the source is clarified. The disease cannot continue. Thorne leaned over Abby's shoulder and said, looks like they ran into trouble. Without a doubt, Malcolm said, it would be impossible not to. The issue is, he trailed off, staring blankly at the next, longer memo. International Genetic Technologies Production Update, October 10th, 1988, from Lori Lasso to all staff subject. Low yield. It has been found that the root cause of several recently successful new lives being discarded within 24 to 72 hours post-hatching is E. coli contamination, resulting in a 60 yield reduction. The cause is insufficient disinfection measures by workshop personnel, primarily during stage H, egg maintenance phase, hormone enhancement 2GH. The Comella arm has been replaced and reconfigured on robots 5A and 7D, but needles must still be changed daily according to disinfection requirements. General Manual. Guidelines 5 to 9. In the next production cycle, October 12th to 26th, we will extract 1 egg for contamination testing from every 10 eggs during step H. Start extraction immediately. Report all errors. The production line can be stopped at any time if necessary, until the problem is clarified. They encountered an infection issue, and the production line was contaminated. Malcolm said there might be other sources of contamination. Look at this. He handed the next memo to Thorne. International Genetic Technologies, Production Update, December 18th, 1988. From H. Wu-To, all staff subject, DX, labeling and free-ranging. In the earliest survival period, new life will be equipped with new outdoor labels produced by Grumbach Company. No longer fed formula food or subjected to other laboratory feeding. The free-ranging implementation procedure has been fully operational, and a tracking network has been activated for monitoring. Is that what I think it means? Thorne asked. Exactly, Malcolm said. They had some trouble keeping these newborn animals alive, so they tagged them and then released them. And they used some kind of network to track them? I think so. Free-ranging dinosaurs on this island? Eddie said. They must be crazy. Crazy is the right term. Malcolm said. Just think about it. Investing in such a massive and costly high-tech process, only for these animals to die one by one from disease. Hammond must be furious. So they decided to temporarily release the animals from the lab into the wild. But why didn't they find out the cause of the disease? Why not commercialize the process? Malcolm said they were entirely results-driven. I'm sure they thought they were tracking those animals and felt they could retrieve them whenever they wanted. Don't forget, this system must have worked at some point. They must have released the animals into the wild, waited for them to grow, and then brought them back to Hammond Zoo. But we still don't know all the circumstances, Malcolm said. We don't know what was happening here at that time. They walked through the next door into a small empty room. In the center of the room was a workbench and small lockers lined the walls. A sign read to comply with disinfection measures and maintain SK4 standards. In the lockers at the end of the room were stacked yellowed lab coats and hats. This is a changing room, Eddie said. Looks like it, Malcolm replied. He opened a small locker. It was empty except for a pair of men's shoes. He opened several others, all empty as well. One locker had a paper taped to it. Safety first, everyone's responsibility. Report genetic anomalies promptly. Dispose of biological waste appropriately. Stop DX spread immediately. DX spread? What is that? Eddie asked. I think, Malcolm said, it's the name of this mysterious disease. At the far end of the changing room were two doors. The one on the right was a pneumatic door, operated by a rubber pad on the floor. But it was locked, so they went through the left door, which opened easily. They entered a long corridor, with a glass wall running from floor to ceiling on the right side. Despite the glass being streaked and dirty, they could still see through it to what was on the other side. The sight was something Thorne had never seen before. The space was vast, comparable to a football field. Conveyor belts ran in two levels, one high and the other waist high. Large machines stood at various transfer stations next to the conveyor belts, equipped with intricate piping and robotic arms. Thorne shone a flashlight on the conveyor belt and said, it's an assembly line. It looks like no one has been here. It seems ready to start at any moment, Malcolm said. Some plants are growing on the ground over there, but overall it's very clean. Too clean, Eddie said. Thorne shrugged. If this is a clean room environment, it could be sealed, he said. I think everything has been kept just as it was years ago. Eddie shook his head. Years ago? Doctor, I don't think so. Then what do you think is the explanation? Malcolm frowned, staring at the glass. How could such a large room remain this clean after so many years? There's nothing. Hey, Eddie exclaimed. Malcolm saw it too. In the corner at the far end of the room was a small blue box on the wall, with many cables going into it. Clearly some kind of electrical junction box. A small red light on the box was glowing. This place has power. Thorne hurriedly leaned closer to the glass, looking inside with them. That's impossible. It must be some kind of stored energy or a battery. 5 years later? No battery could last that long, Eddie said. I'm telling you, doctor, this place has power. Abby looked at the monitor as white text slowly appeared on the screen. Are you the first user of the network? He typed yes. Another pause. He waited patiently. More text slowly displayed. Your full name? He typed in his name. Would you like to set a password? Abby thought. You must be joking. It was too easy, almost disappointing. In fact, he originally thought Thorne would be smarter than this. He typed yes. Moments latte. The screen displayed. Your new password is VG849. Please make a note. No kidding, Abby thought to himself, I'll definitely remember that. There was no paper on the table in front of him, so he patted his clothing pocket and pulled out a small piece of paper to write down the password. Please re-enter your password. He typed in the string of characters and numbers. Another pause, and more text appeared on the screen, but it was incredibly slow, with intermittent pauses. After such a long time, maybe the system wasn't running well. Thank you. Password confirmed. The screen flashed, suddenly turning blue, and electronic music began to play. Abby stared at the screen, mouth agape. The screen displayed. International Genetic Technologies, Site B, Local Node Network Service. This doesn't make sense. How would there be a Site B network? He thought. The genetics company had shut it down years ago. Abby had seen some documents. Moreover, since going bankrupt. The company had been out of business for a long time. What network? He wondered. How did he get onto this network? This trailer isn't connected to anything. No cables, nothing. It must be an existing wireless network on the island, and he had inexplicably accessed it. But how could it exist? A wireless network needs power. Yet there was none here. Abby waited. No response. The screen still showed the same lines of text. He waited for a menu to appear, but none did. Abby thought maybe the system had been shut down or interrupted. Perhaps it just let you connect to the internet and then left you hanging. He thought he might need to do something. He did the simplest thing, press the enter key. At that moment, he saw available remote network service program current working file, last modified time R, research 100289, production 100589F, field records 100,989M, maintenance 111289, administration 111,189, stored data files R1, research AVD 110189, R2, research GD 99 111289, production FDFN 10989, video network A 1 to 20 CCD NDC 1. When it seemed to be an old system, the files hadn't been modified for years. He clicked on the video network with the mouse. Wanted to see if the system still worked. To his astonishment, a small video image appeared on the screen, a total of 15, filling the screen, showing scenes from various parts of the island. Most of the camera positions were high, mounted on trees or other places. What they captured was... He widened his eyes. What they captured were dinosaurs. He squinted. This couldn't be. He was watching a movie or something else. In one corner of the screen, he saw a group of triceratops. In an adjacent image, there were some lizard-like green creatures peeking out from the deep grass. In another image, a stegosaurus was strolling leisurely. It must be a movie, he thought, a dinosaur channel. However, at that moment, he saw another image with two interconnected trailers parked in an open area. He could see the black solar panels on the roof gleaming. He even thought that through the trailer's window, he could see himself. Oh, my God. In yet another image, he saw Thorne, Malcolm, and Eddie hurriedly getting into that green Explorer, driving towards the back of the lab. In shock, he realized all these images were real. They drove the Explorer around to the back of the main building, heading towards the power station. Along the way, they saw a small residential area on the right. Thorne saw 6 cottage-style villas and a larger building marked as the manager's residence. Clearly, the environment around these small villas used to be quite elegant and pleasant, but now it was overgrown with weeds, and some areas had been reclaimed by the jungle. At the center of this complex, there was a tennis court, a drained swimming pool, and a small gas pump, behind which seemed to be a small grocery store. I wonder how many people lived here back in the day. Thorne said. How do you know they all left now? Eddie retorted. What do you mean? Doctor, they have electricity. It's been so many years. There must be an explanation. Eddie drove around the loading area, heading straight towards the power station in front. The power station was a fortress-like building made of reinforced concrete, without windows or features. Just a ring of corrugated steel used for ventilation at the top. The steel ventilation openings had long rusted, showing a uniform rusty red color, interspersed with some yellow patches. Eddie drove around the factory, trying to find a door. He finally found one at the back of the factory. It was a heavy steel door with a peeling, unclear sign that read caution. High voltage, no trespassing. Eddie jumped out of the car, followed closely by the others. Thorne sniffed the air and said, "Smells like sulfur." "Very strong," Malcolm nodded. Eddie pulled hard on the door. "Guys, I have a feeling." Suddenly the door swung open with a clang, crashing against the concrete wall. Eddie stared into the dark depths beyond the door. Thorne saw many densely arranged pipes crisscrossing, with a thin stream of steam rising from the ground. The temperature inside was extremely high, and there was a continuous hissing sound. "My God," Eddie said as he stepped forward to check the gauges. He found that many of the gauges were unreadable because their glass surfaces were covered with a thick layer of yellow material, and the pipe joints were also coated with yellow hard shells. Eddie wiped off some of the hard shell with his finger. "Incredible," he said. "Is that sulfur?" "Yes. It's sulfur. It's really strange." He turned towards the source of the sound and saw a huge circular ventilation shaft with a turbine inside. Its blades were dark yellow and spinning rapidly. "Is that sulfur too?" Thorne asked. "No," Eddie replied. "That must be gold. Those turbine blades are made of a gold alloy." "Gold? Yeah. There must be a lot of inertness." He turned to Thorne and said, "You understand how all this works now, right? Unbelievable. So small and efficient. Someone really thought of this. This technology is... You're talking about geothermal?" Malcolm asked. "Exactly," Eddie said. "They've tapped into a heat source here, possibly natural gas or steam, piping it from the ground over there, and then using this heat to heat water in a closed loop. That's the pipeline network over there. using the steam produced to drive the turbine over there to generate electricity. No matter what kind of heat source it is, as long as it's geothermal, the corrosion is usually quite severe. In most cases, maintenance is a nightmare. Yet this power station is still operating. Amazing. On one wall was a main distribution panel supplying power to the entire laboratory complex. The distribution panel had not only mold stains, but also several dents. It seems no one has been here for years, Eddie said. A large part of the power grid has failed, but the power station itself is still running. It's hard to believe. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Thorne coughed a few times and then walked back into the sunlight. He looked up at the back of the laboratory. One loading area looked intact, while another had collapsed, and the glass at the back of the building was shattered. Malcolm walked up to him and said, "I wonder if some animal crashed into the building." "You think an animal could cause that much damage?" Malcolm nodded. "Some dinosaurs weigh 40 to 50 tons. A large dinosaur could be as heavy as a herd of elephants. It's entirely possible that an animal caused the damage." "Exactly. Did you notice that little path? Over there. That's a game trail, passing through the loading area, leading down the mountain. It's likely the work of animals." "Yes." Thorne said, "Didn't they think about this when they released those animals?" "Oh, they probably only intended to release the animals for a few weeks or months, then capture them back before they matured. I really doubt they considered that they would." The conversation was interrupted by a crackling electrical noise, like static, coming from the Explorer. Eddie behind them showed a worried expression and hurried toward the car. "I knew it," Eddie said. "Our communication module is going to burn out. I knew we should have replaced it with another one." He opened the Explorer's door, climbed into the passenger seat, picked up the phone, and pressed the automatic tuning button. Through the windshield, he saw Thorne and Malcolm walking toward the car. At that moment, the frequency was locked. A hoarse voice said, "Get in." "Who is that?" "Dr. Thorne." "Dr. Malcolm, get in the car." Thorne stepped forward, and Eddie said, "Doctor, it's that little punk." "What?" Thorne exclaimed in surprise. "It's Abby." Abby said over the radio, "Get in the car. I see it coming." "What is he saying?" Thorne frowned. "He's not even here. Is he on the island?" The radio crackled. "Yes, I'm here. Dr. Thorne. Damn. How did he—" "Dr. Thorne, get in the car." Thorne's face turned pale with anger as he clenched his fists and said, "How the hell did that little bastard get on the island?" He grabbed the phone from Eddie's hand. "Abby, damn it, it's coming." Eddie said, "What is he saying?" "He sounds completely hysterical. I can see it on the monitor." "Dr. Thorne." Malcolm scanned the jungle. "Maybe we should get in the car," he said calmly. "What does he mean? TV?" Thorne was furious. Eddie said, "I don't know, Doctor. But if he can get a picture in the trailer, we should be able to see it too." He switched on the monitor on the dashboard, watching the screen gradually light up. "That damn little bastard," Thorne cursed. "I'm going to wring his neck." "I thought you liked that kid," Malcolm said. "I do like him. But chaos theory is in effect," Malcolm said, shaking his head. Eddie looked at the monitor. "Oh damn," he said. What they saw on the small monitor was a bird's-eye view, a powerful T-Rex approaching them along the beast path. Its skin was patterned, reddish-brown, like dried blood. In the dappled sunlight, its strong muscles were clearly visible. It moved swiftly, without a hint of fear or hesitation. Thorne's eyes widened. "Everyone get in the car." The two hurriedly climbed into the vehicle. On the monitor, the T-Rex entered the camera's blind spot. They sat in the Explorer, already hearing the sound of it coming toward them, the ground trembling beneath them, and the car slightly swaying. "Ian, what do you think we should do?" Thorne asked. Malcolm did not respond. He sat frozen, staring blankly ahead. "Ian," Thorne said again. Abby's voice came through the radio. "Dr. Thorne, I can't see it on the monitor anymore." "Can you still see it?" "Oh my God," Eddie said. Just then, the T-Rex leaped out from the green foliage on the right side of the Explorer, coming into view. The animal was enormous, towering 2 stories high. Its head rose above them, out of sight. Yet such a massive creature moved with incredible speed and agility. Thorne was stunned, waiting for the situation to develop. He could feel the car shaking as the heavy footsteps approached. Eddie let out a low groan. However, the T-Rex ignored them. It continued with its swift pace, gliding past the front of the Explorer. They barely had time to see its massive head and body before it disappeared into the green trees on the left. Only its thick tail, about 7 feet long, swinging back and forth in the air as it moved. So fast, Thorne thought, extremely fast, the massive animal popped into view, blocking their sight, and then vanished again. He had never seen such a large creature move so quickly. Now he only saw the tip of its tail swinging back and forth as it hurried away. Then, the tail struck the front of the Explorer with a loud bang. The T-Rex stopped. They heard a deep, hesitant roar from the jungle. The tail swung up again, tentatively, and soon swept gently across the hood of the car. At that moment, the left side of the bushes swayed, making rustling sounds, and the tail disappeared. Thorne realized the T-Rex was turning around. It emerged from the jungle, approaching the car until it stood directly in front of them. It let out a low, rumbling roar, then slightly swayed its head side to side, assessing this strange new object. Then it lowered its head. At that moment, Thorne could see that the T-Rex was holding something in its mouth. A small creature's limbs dangling beside its massive jaws, flies buzzing like a dark cloud around its head. Eddie muttered under his breath, "Oh damn. Don't make a sound," Thorne whispered. The T-Rex huffed as it looked at the car. It bent lower, sniffing around, swaying its head slightly left and right with each sniff. Thorne realized it was smelling the radiator. It shifted slightly to the side, sniffed the tire, then slowly raised its massive head. Its eyes were above the engine hood, staring at them through the windshield. Then it blinked, its gaze cold like that of a reptile. Thorne felt the T-Rex was observing them. It looked at this, then that, and then nudged the side of the car with its blunt nose, as if testing the weight of the vehicle, treating it like a rival. Thorne gripped the steering wheel tightly, not daring to breathe. At that moment, the T-Rex quickly stepped aside and walked to the front of the car. It turned its back to them, raised its massive tail high, and backed up. They heard the sound of its tail scraping against the roof of the car. Its hind legs were getting closer to them. Then it sat down on the hood of the engine. Due to its immense weight, the car was lifted up. The bumper pressed into the ground. At first, it just sat still, then it began to wiggle its backside, making the car creak. "What the hell?" Eddie said. The T-Rex stood up, and the lifted car fell back down. Thorne saw a thick, white paste left on the hood. The T-Rex then walked along the beast path, disappearing into the jungle. After a while, they saw it again in the clearing behind, striding across the unwooded area. It stomped with a rumble, went around the convenience store, passed between two villas, and once again walked out of their sight. Thorne glanced at Eddie, who suddenly turned to look at Malcolm. He found that Malcolm was not looking back at the retreating T-Rex, but was staring blankly ahead, his body stiff. "Ian," Thorne called, then tapped his shoulder. "Has it gone?" Malcolm asked. "It's gone." Malcolm relaxed, his shoulders drooping, head hanging down to his chest, slowly exhaling. Then he took a deep breath and raised his head again. "You have to admit," he said, "that's not something you see every day. Are you okay?" Thorne asked. "I'm fine, of course." "I'm great," Malcolm said, placing a hand on his chest to feel his heartbeat. "I'm definitely fine. After all, it was just a little guy." "Little?" Eddie exclaimed. "You call that guy little?" "Yeah. For a T-Rex, the females are much larger. The T-Rex exhibits sexual dimorphism, with females being larger than males. And it is generally believed that the hunting is primarily done by the females. However, we can figure this out for ourselves." "Wait," Eddie said. "How do you know it's a male?" Malcolm pointed to the car's engine hood, where the white goo now emitted a pungent odor. "It's marking its territory with scent." "Really? Maybe females can mark too." "It's very possible," Malcolm said, "but the scent glands found are only in males. You just saw how it did it." Eddie looked at the engine hood, feeling quite displeased, and said, "I hope we can wipe that stuff off. I brought some solvent, but I didn't expect dinosaur musk." There was a crackle in the radio. Abby's voice came through. "Dr. Thorne, is that you? Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine, Abby. Thank you." Thorne replied. "So what are you waiting for, Dr. Thorne? Haven't you seen Dr. Levin?" "Not yet." Thorne reached for the sensor device and found it had fallen to the ground. He bent down to pick it up. Levin's coordinates had changed. "I know he's moving. I can see him, Dr. Thorne." Abby said. "He's riding a bicycle." Kelly walked into the front of the trailer, yawning and pulling her hair back. "Who are you talking to, Abby?" She looked at the monitor and said, "Hey, that's cool. I tapped into the B-Site network." "What network?" "It's a radio local area network." "Kelly, somehow it's still running." "Really? But how did you—" "Kids," Thorne said over the radio, "if you don't mind, we're looking for Levin." Abby picked up the transmitter and said, "He's riding his bike down a jungle path. It's steep and narrow. I think he's on the same path as the T-Rex." "On the same path as what?" Kelly asked, surprised. Thorne shifted gears, drove away from the power station, and headed toward the staff quarters. He passed the gas station, maneuvered between the small villas, and drove onto the path the T-Rex had just taken. The animal trail was quite wide, and the vehicle handled well on it. "We shouldn't have the kids here," Malcolm said anxiously. "There's no way around it now," Thorne said, then opened the radio. "Abby, do you see Levin now?" The car jolted over an old flower bed and rounded the back of the manager's residence. It was a large two-story tropical colonial-style house with a hardwood balcony wrapping around the second floor, surrounded by vegetation like the other homes here. The radio crackled. "Yes, Doctor. Thorne, I see him. Where is he?" "He's following the T-Rex, riding a bike." "Following the T-Rex?" Malcolm sighed. "I shouldn't have gotten involved with him." "Great minds think alike," Thorne said, pressing the accelerator. The car sped through a section of stone wall that seemed to mark the outer boundary of the residence and plunged into the jungle. racing along the animal trail. "Do you see him?" Abby asked over the radio. "Not yet." The path gradually narrowed, winding down the hill. Turning a corner, they were suddenly blocked by a fallen tree. The trunk was bare in the center, branches broken, and not a single leaf remained, likely due to repeated trampling by large animals. Thorne hit the brakes, stopping in front of the fallen tree. He got out and walked to the back of the vehicle. "Doctor," Eddie said, "let me go." "No," Thorne said, "if anything happens, you're the only one who can fix the equipment. You're more important, especially with the kids with us." Thorne stood at the back of the car, lifted the motorcycle from the storage hook, and set it down to check the battery level before pushing it in front of the car. He told Malcolm, "Hand me that rifle." He slung the rifle over his shoulder. Thorne took a headset from the dashboard, placed it on his head, clipped the battery to his belt, and pulled the microphone to his cheek. "You two get back in the trailer," Thorne said, "and keep an eye on the kids." "But doctor," Eddie started to say. "That's the plan." Thorne lifted the motorcycle, placed it on the other side of the fallen tree, and climbed over himself. At that moment, he noticed the same pungent white secretion on the tree trunk. His hand got some on them too. He turned back to Malcolm with a questioning glance. "It's to mark territory," Malcolm said. "Great," Thorne said, "just great." He wiped his hands on his pants. Then he mounted the motorcycle and sped off. Thorne rode along the animal trail where the dinosaur had walked, the dense foliage whipping against his shoulders and legs. The dinosaur was not far ahead, but he had not yet seen it. He was riding quickly. The radio crackled again. It was Abby's voice. "Is that you, Dr. Thorne? I can see you now." "Okay," Thorne replied. Another crackle. "But I can't see Dr. Levin anymore." Abby's tone was laced with worry. The electric motorcycle made almost no sound, especially going downhill. Ahead, the animal trail split into two forks. Thorne stopped the bike, leaned over it, and carefully observed the muddy path. He saw the T-Rex's footprints turning left, and at the same time, he saw the thin tire tracks of the bicycle also turning left. He took the left fork, slowing down. Thorne rode forward 10 yards and saw a half-eaten leg on the roadside, already decayed, crawling with white maggots and flies. In the hot morning air, the pungent smell was nauseating. He continued forward and soon saw a large animal skull, with some flesh and green skin still clinging to the bones, also crawling with flies. He spoke into the microphone. "I'm passing some dismembered carcasses." The radio crackled, and Malcolm's voice came through. "That's what I'm afraid of." "Afraid of what?" "There could be a nest nearby." Malcolm said, "Did you notice the dead body the T-Rex was carrying in its mouth? It was rotting, but it didn't eat it. Most likely, it's taking the food back home. Back to a nest." "A T-Rex nest," Thorne said. "You should be careful," Malcolm advised. Thorne put the motorcycle in neutral and coasted downhill. As the ground began to level off, he got off the bike. At that moment, he felt the ground tremble beneath him and heard a deep rumbling sound coming from the bushes ahead, like a proud jungle cat snoring. Thorne looked around, but did not see any sign of Levin's bicycle. He took the rifle from his shoulder, gripping it tightly with his sweaty hands. He heard the rumbling again, rising and falling. The sound was peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, he realized there was more than one source of the noise. In the thicket directly ahead, there were more than one animal making a grunting noise. Thorne bent down and pulled up a handful of grass, tossing it into the air. The grass fell onto his legs, indicating he was downwind. So he stealthily moved through the thicket, feeling his way forward. Surrounding him were tall, dense ferns. However, he saw sunlight filtering through an open space in the woods ahead. At that moment, the grunting was loud, and there was also a strange high-pitched squeaking sound, which at first sounded like something mechanical, reminiscent of a squeaking wheel. After a moment of hesitation, Thorne slowly pressed down a fern leaf and focused his gaze. In the morning sunlight, two towering Tyrannosaurus rex, each standing about 20 feet tall, loomed before Thorne. Their reddish skin resembled leather, with massive heads, thick jaws, and sharp, huge teeth, giving them an incredibly fierce appearance. However, for some reason, at that moment, Thorne did not feel threatened by these two giants. They stood in front of a large circular barrier made of dried mud that was nearly 4 feet high, continuously bending down with careful, slow, and gentle movements. Each time they lowered their heads to go inside, while holding a piece of red meat, a wave of impatient squeaks arose from below, but almost immediately stopped. When the adult dinosaurs raised their heads again, the meat in their mouths was gone. There was no doubt that this was the nest. Moreover, Malcolm was right. One T-Rex was clearly larger than the other. After a while, the squealing resumed. Thorne felt it resembled the calls of chicks. The adult dinosaurs continued to lower their heads. Feeding the little ones, he couldn't see. A torn piece of meat fell onto the top of the barrier, and Thorne noticed a small T-Rex head appearing at the top of the barrier, beginning to climb out. This hatchling was about the size of a turkey, with a large head, big eyes, and a messy coat of red down, along with a ring of white fluff around its neck. The hatchling kept squeaking, awkwardly crawling towards the piece of meat with its weak forelimbs. As soon as it reached the meat, it pounced on it without hesitation, biting into it with its tiny sharp teeth. While it was happily eating, it suddenly let out a terrified squeal and slid down the dry mud wall. In a split second, the mother T. Rex lowered her head to stop the little one from falling, gently pushing it back into the nest. Her graceful movements and careful attention to her offspring left a deep impression on Thorne. Meanwhile, the male T. Rex continued to tear the meat into smaller pieces. Both dinosaurs kept grunting, as if comforting their young. As Thorne observed, he shifted his position and accidentally stepped on a branch, which snapped loudly. Both adult dinosaurs looked up in response. Thorne remained completely still, not daring to breathe. The T. Rex carefully scanned the area around the nest, looking intently in every direction. They straightened their bodies, alertly raising their heads, their eyes darting back and forth, their heads slightly trembling. After a moment, they seemed to relax, nodding frequently and rubbing their snouts against each other. This behavior appeared to be some sort of ritual, almost like a dance. Then they resumed feeding their young. Once they calmed down, Thorne seized the opportunity to slip away quietly back to the motorcycle. He heard Abby whispering in his earpiece, "Dr. Thorne, I can't see you." Thorne didn't respond, but lightly tapped the microphone with his finger to indicate he heard her. Abby whispered, "I think I know where Dr. Levin is." "Yes, just your left." Thorne tapped the microphone again and then turned around. In the thicket of ferns to his left, he saw a rusty bicycle leaning against a tree, marked with the logo of the International Genetic Technologies Company. Abby was sitting in the trailer, watching the remote video feed and clicking on the images with the mouse, feeling quite pleased. He had now split the monitor screen into 4 sections. This was a compromise that allowed for multiple images to be displayed while keeping them clear. One of the images looked down from above at the 2T. Rex in the hidden clearing. It was morning, and brilliant sunlight shone on the muddy grass that had been trampled. He saw a circular nest made of mud in the center of the clearing, straight up and down, containing 4 eggs the size of soccer balls, white with speckles. There were also some broken eggshell pieces and 2T. Rex hatchlings, resembling featherless, squeaking birds. They sat in the nest, looking up with their mouths wide open, waiting for their parents to feed them. Kelly looked at the screen and said, "Look how clever they are." Then she added, "We should go there." Abby didn't respond. He wasn't sure if he wanted to get any closer. The adults all maintained a calm demeanor, but Abby felt an indescribable fear at the thought of these dinosaurs. He had always believed that establishing order in life provided a sense of security, and even organizing the images on the computer monitor was comforting. However, this island was filled with the unknown and unpredictable, leaving him feeling uneasy. Meanwhile, Kelly was very excited. She chattered about the T-Rex, commenting on how big they were and the size of their teeth. She appeared enthusiastic and unafraid. Abby felt annoyed with her. She said, "How do you think you know where Dr. Levin is?" Abby pointed at the T-Rex nest on the monitor. "Look closely." "I see it." "No, pay attention, Kelly." They both stared at the screen, noticing the image shifting slightly, first to the left and then back to the center. "Do you see that?" Abby said. "So what? Maybe the wind moved the camera or something." Abby shook his head. "No, Kelly, Levin is in the tree. He's the one moving the camera." "Oh." Kelly didn't say anything, looked again, and thought maybe he was right. Abby smiled broadly. This was the highest praise he could hope to hear from Kelly. "Yes, I think so. But what is Dr. Levin doing in the tree?" "Maybe adjusting the camera." They heard Thorne's breathing over the intercom. Kelly gazed at the 4 video feeds showing different locations on the island and then sighed. "I wish I could go there right now." "Me too," Abby said, though he felt somewhat insincere. He glanced out the trailer window and saw the explorers returning, with Eddie and Malcolm in the vehicle. He felt secretly pleased at their return. Thorne stood under the tree, looking up. He couldn't see Levin through the leaves, but knew he was up there because the noise Levin was making was enough. Thorne nervously glanced back at the clearing obscured by branches and leaves. He could still hear the grunting sounds, one after another, continuously. Thorne waited. What was Levin doing in the tree? He heard the leaves rustling above him. Then it quieted down. A mumble followed by another rustle. Then Levin said, "Oh, damn it," followed by a crack, branches snapping, accompanied by a painful yelp. Immediately after, Levin fell heavily to the ground in front of Thorne, landing on his back. He rolled over, clutching his shoulder. "Damn it," he cursed. Levin was wearing dirty khaki clothes with several rips, and he hadn't shaved in 3 days. Looking somewhat haggard and covered in mud, He looked up at Thorne walking towards him and chuckled. I never expected to see you, Dr. Levin said, but your timing is impeccable. Thorne reached out his hand, and just as Levin was about to grab it, he suddenly heard the deafening roar of a Tyrannosaurus Rex from the clearing behind them. Oh no, Kelly exclaimed. On the monitor, the T-Rex appeared agitated, pacing rapidly in circles and roaring towards the sky. Dr. Thorne, what's happening? Abby asked. They heard Levin's hoarse voice crackling through the intercom, but it was too faint to make out what he was saying. Eddie and Malcolm entered the trailer. Malcolm glanced at the monitor and said, Get them out of there right now. On the monitor, two T-Rexes stood back to back in a defensive posture, protecting their young. The adult's thick tail lay over the nest, swinging back and forth above the hatchlings' heads. The tension in the air was palpable. Then, one of the adult dinosaurs let out a furious roar and charged out of the clearing. Dr. Thorne, Dr. Levin, get out of there. Thorne swung his leg over the motorcycle and grabbed the rubber handlebars. Levin jumped onto the back, wrapping his arms around Thorne's waist. Thorne heard a chilling roar and turned to see a T-Rex barreling through the underbrush towards them. Its head was low, mouth open, running at full speed, clearly in an aggressive posture. Thorne turned the handlebars. The electric motor roared to life, but the rear wheel spun in the mud, the motorcycle not moving. Go! Levin shouted. Go! The T-Rex was racing towards them, and Thorne could feel the ground shaking. The massive roar made his ears throb with pain. The T-Rex was almost upon them. Its terrifyingly large head lunged forward, jaws wide open. Thorne kicked back with his heel. The motorcycle lurched forward, the rear wheel suddenly gripping the ground, spraying mud as they shot down the muddy path. He accelerated, the motorcycle speeding along the trail, swerving left and right, perilously close to tipping over. Levin was shouting loudly behind him, but Thorne couldn't hear him. His heart was pounding too fast. The motorcycle nearly lost balance as it jumped over a small ditch, but Thorne quickly steadied it and accelerated again. He dared not look back. He could smell the putrid scent of decay and hear the heavy breathing of the massive creature pursuing them. Doctor, don't panic, Levin yelled. Thorne ignored him. The motorcycle raced up the hill, branches whipping against their bodies, mud splattering onto their faces and chests. His bike hit a rut, but he quickly maneuvered it back to the center of the path. He heard another roar, but the sound seemed to be diminishing. Doctor, Levin shouted close to his ear. What are you doing? Trying to get us killed? Doctor, we lost it. Thorne brought the motorcycle onto a flat stretch of road and reluctantly looked back. Levin was right. They had lost it. He could no longer see the dinosaur, but he could still hear its roars in the distance. He slowed down. Don't panic. Levin shook his head, his face pale and shaken. Your driving was terrifying, you know? You should learn a lesson. You almost got us killed back there. It was attacking us, Thorne said angrily. He was familiar with Levin's critical attitude, but at this moment, ridiculous, Levin said. It wasn't attacking us at all. It sure looked like it, Thorne retorted. No, Levin insisted it wasn't attacking us. That T-Rex was defending its nest. There's a big difference. I don't see any difference, Thorne said, stopping the motorcycle and glaring at Levin. In fact, Levin said, if the T-Rex had really wanted to chase us, we would have been dead long ago. But it almost immediately stopped. Really? Thorne asked. Without a doubt, Levin said, showing off. The T-Rex's intent was merely to scare us off, to defend its territory. It would never leave its nest unguarded unless we took something from it or disturbed it. I bet it's back with its mate incubating eggs now, not going anywhere. So the good father, then, Thorne said as he began to accelerate. Of course, it's a good father, Levin continued. Even a fool can see that. Didn't you notice how thin it is? It's focused on feeding its young at the expense of its own nutrition. This might have been going on for weeks. The T-Rex is a complex animal with complex hunting behaviors and complex parenting behaviors. It wouldn't surprise me if adult T-Rexes played the parental role for months. For example, teaching their young to hunt, bringing back injured animals for the kids to eat, that sort of thing. It's fascinating to figure out what exactly it's doing. What are we still doing here? Thorne's earpiece crackled. Malcolm said he would never think to thank you for saving his life. Thorne snorted, clearly not. Who are you talking to? Levin asked. Is Malcolm here? Right here, Thorne replied. He agrees with me, right? Levin asked. Not entirely. Thorne shook his head. Listen to me. Doctor, Levin said, I'm sorry to have scared you, but it was unnecessary. In fact, we weren't in any danger. Your driving was the real danger. Okay. Thorne's heart was still racing. He took a deep breath, turned the motorcycle left onto a wider path, and began heading back to camp. Levin, sitting behind him, said, I'm really glad to see you, Doctor. Thorne remained silent. He navigated the narrow path through dense vegetation, speeding up once they reached the valley. Soon, they saw the trailer in the clearing below. Great, you brought everything, Levin said. Is the equipment running? Is everything okay? Seems to be, Thorne replied. Excellent, Levin said. Really excellent. Not necessarily, Thorne said. Through the rear window of the trailer, Kelly and Abby were excitedly waving at them through the glass. You must be joking, Levin said. Chapter 4. Untitled. In the vicinity of the edge of chaos, the elements of life exhibit inherent conflict. It is an unstable area with lethal threats. Ian Malcolm Levin. Kelly and Abby ran over from the clearing, shouting, Dr. Levin, you're safe. They hugged Levin tightly, and he couldn't help but smile. Doctor. Levin turned to Thorne and said, this is unwise. Why don't you explain to them? Thorne said, they're your students. Don't be angry, Dr. Levin, Kelly said. It was our idea. Abby explained to Levin, we came on our own. Came on your own? Levin asked incredulously. We thought you needed help. Abby said, and you really did. She turned to Thorne. Thorne nodded. Yeah, they helped us. And we guarantee we won't be a bother, Kelly said. You all just do what you need to do. We're just worried about the kids, Malcolm said as he walked over to Levin, because they think you're in trouble. So what is the rush for? Eddie said, I mean, you built these vehicles, but you left without taking any of them. I had no choice, Levin said. Their government is busy dealing with an outbreak of some new encephalitis, which they believe is somehow related to the dinosaur carcass that washed up on that beach. Of course, they want to wipe out every animal found on this island. It's a ridiculous idea, but no one can stop them. I had to act quickly. Opportunity doesn't knock twice. So you came alone, Malcolm said. Nonsense, Ian. Stop pouting. I intended to call you the moment I proved it was this island. And I didn't come alone. I have a guide named Diego, a local. He assured me that he had been to this island when he was a kid. He seems to know a lot. He helped me climb the cliffs without any problems. Everything was going smoothly until we were attacked by a creek. Attacked? Malcolm said. By what? I didn't see clearly. Levin said. It happened too suddenly. The creature knocked me down and tore my backpack. After that, I couldn't figure out what happened. Maybe it got confused by the shape of the backpack because when I got up and ran, it didn't chase me. Malcolm looked at him and said, You're damn lucky, Richard. Yeah, I ran for a long time. When I looked back, I was all alone in the jungle and lost. I didn't know what to do, so I climbed a big tree. It seemed like a good idea until the raptors showed up at night. Raptors? Abby asked. Small carnivorous dinosaurs, Levin replied. Basically, they're theropod carnivorous dinosaurs, about 2 meters tall and weighing around 90 kilograms. These small dinosaurs are agile, smart, and difficult to deal with, often appearing in packs. 8 of them came last night, jumping around my tree, trying to catch me. They jumped and howled all night, keeping me awake. Wow, that is really unfortunate, Eddie said. Hey, Levin said irritably, this isn't my fault. If Thorne interrupted, you spent the night in a tree? Yes. By morning, the raptors were gone. So I climbed down and started to look around. I found that lab, whatever it's called. Clearly, they abandoned it in a hurry and left some animals behind. I went through it and found there was still electricity. After all these years, some systems were still running. Most importantly, there was a camera surveillance network for security. That was a lucky break. So I decided to check those cameras, and while I was working hard, you guys barged in. Wait, Eddie interrupted. We came to rescue you. I don't understand why, Levin said. I certainly didn't summon you. Thorne said from the call. It sounded like you were begging us. That was a misunderstanding. Levin said, I was just frustrated because the phone wasn't working. You complicated my phone call, doctor. That's the problem. Well, can we start? Levin hesitated. He looked at the angry faces. Malcolm turned to Thorne and said, What a great scientist, he said, and a remarkable person. Listen to me, Levin said. I don't know where your problem lies, but coming to this island for research was bound to happen sooner or later. In situations like this, the sooner the better. Now everything is going smoothly. Frankly, I see no reason to keep discussing this. Now is not the time to be petty. We have important work to do, and I think we should start immediately because coming to this island is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must not miss it. In the Chesperlito bar in Cortez Harbor, Louis Dodson sat hunched over in a dark corner, slowly sipping his beer. Next to him, George Boselton, a professor of biology at Stanford University, was enjoying a plate of country-style scrambled eggs. The yellow yolks dripped over the green sauce, and Dodson felt nauseous just looking at it. He turned away but still heard Boselton smacking his lips quite loudly. There were no other patrons in the bar, just a few chickens clucking on the floor. A little boy occasionally came to the door, throwing stones at the chickens and then running away laughing. Above the bar, a hissing sound system played an old Elvis tape from a rusty speaker. Dodson hummed along to Can't Help Falling in Love, trying to control his frustration. He had been sitting in this dump for nearly an hour. After Boselton finished his eggs, he pushed the plate away and took out a small notepad he always carried. I've been thinking about how to handle this, he said. Handle what? Dodson replied. a bit irritated. There's nothing to handle unless we can get to that island. He said this while tapping a small photo of Richard Levin on the bar and then flipping it over. He found the image upside down and turned it back. He sighed and checked his watch. George, Boselton said patiently, getting to that island isn't what's important. What matters is how we present our findings to the world. Dodgson paused. Our findings, he repeated. I like the sound of that, George. That's a good phrase. Our findings. It's a fact, isn't it? Boselton said. A friendly smile on his face. The genetics company went bankrupt, and its technology has been lost to humanity. A very, very heavy loss. As I've said many times on television. However, in this situation, anyone who can rediscover it has made a new discovery. I don't know what else you could call it. As Henry Poincar said. Okay, Dodgson said. So we have a new discovery. Then what? Hold a press conference? Absolutely not. Boselton said in horror. Holding a press conference would be vulgar. We would face all kinds of criticism. No. Such a significant discovery deserves a dignified treatment and must be reported, Lewis. Reported? In a journal. I think it should be Nature. Dodgson squinted. You want to announce it in a scientific journal? What better way to legitimize it? Boselton said, presenting our findings to our academic peers is the right thing to do. Of course, this will spark a debate, but what will the debate include? An academic battle, professors attacking professors. The science section of newspapers will be filled with it for 3 whole days until it gets pushed out by the latest news on breast reconstruction. However, in those 3 days, we will have fully asserted our ownership. You want to write it? Yes, said Bayseaton. I want to spend some time writing something for American scholars, either on natural history or something related to human interests, discussing the implications of this discovery for the future, and also presenting us with history, and so on. Dodgerson nodded. He knew Bayseaton was right, and again thought about how much he needed him and how wise it was to have him join the team. Dodgerson had never thought about public reaction, while Bayseaton hadn't considered anything else. Well then, Dodgerson said, but if we don't go to that island, everything is just talk. He looked at his watch again. He heard a door open behind him, and his assistant Howard King walked in, accompanied by a short, stout Costa Rican with a small mustache. The man had a weathered face and a sullen expression. Dodgerson turned on his stool. Is this the man? Yes, Rue. What's his name? Gandoka. Mr. Gandoka. Dodgerson raised Levin's photo and asked, do you know this man? Gandoka glanced at it and nodded. This is Mr. Levin. That's right. Damn Mr. Levin. When was he here? A few days ago. He went with my cousin Diego, and they haven't come back yet. Where did they go? Dodgerson asked. Sona Island. Good. Dodgerson finished his beer and pushed the bottle away. Do you have a boat? He turned to King and asked, does he have a boat? He is a fisherman. He has a boat, King replied. A fishing boat? Yes, Gandoka nodded. Good, I want to go to Sona Island. Yes, sir. But the weather today. I don't care about the weather, Dodgerson said. The weather will clear up. I want to leave now. Maybe we should wait now. Gandoka shrugged. I'm sorry, sir. Dodgerson said, show him the money, Howard. King opened a briefcase full of Costa Rican bills worth 5,000 colons. Gandoka looked, took out a bill to check it, then carefully put it back, shifting slightly. Dodgerson said, I want to leave now. All right, sir, Gandoka said. We'll leave as soon as you're ready. That's more like it, Dodgerson said. How long will it take to get to the island? About 2 hours, sir. Good. Dodgerson said, that's fine. Aerial hideout, let us get started. Levin clicked the soft steel cable onto the Explorer's electric winch and then turned on the power switch. The steel cable moved slowly in the sunlight. They had moved to a wide, flat, grassy area at the foot of the cliff. The dazzling midday sun shone down from the sheer rock face of the small island, and the valley below shimmered in the midday heat. Not far away, a group of stegosaurs was present. Eddie and the 2 kids were assembling aluminum rod components. Every time they made a metallic clatter, the green animals resembling antelopes would pop their heads out of the grass to look. This set of components had once been sought after in California. Now these thin metal rods lay scattered in the grass like an oversized game set. We're about to see the results, Levin said, rubbing his hands together. Once the motor started, the aluminum rods began to move, slowly being lifted into the air. The emerging structure looked fragile like a spider web. Yet Thorne understood that the cross-bracing would give it astonishing strength. As the support rods gradually unfolded, the framework reached 10 feet high, finally reaching a height of 15 feet. The top structure was just below the lowest branches of the nearby trees, which provided very tight cover, yet the frame itself shone in the sunlight. Is this how it's supposed to be? Abby asked. Exactly, Thorne replied. He walked around it, locking the pins in place to make the frame vertical. But it's too shiny, Levin said. We really should have made it black. Thorne said, Eddie, we need to cover it up. Should I spray paint it, doctor? I think I brought some black paint. Levin shook his head. No, that would smell. Can we use these palm leaves? Sure, that LL work. Eddie walked over to a nearby patch of palm trees and chopped down many palm leaves with his machete. Kelly looked up, staring at the aluminum support rods. Awesome. What is this? She asked. This is an aerial hideout, Levin said. Come on. He began to climb onto the structure. The top structure was a small hut, supported by aluminum rods spaced 4 feet apart, and the floor was covered with lead rods laid closely together, about 6 inches apart. However, their feet were at risk of slipping through the gaps. So Levin had Eddie Carl haul up the first bundle of palm leaves with a rope to lay them tightly on the floor. Then the remaining palm leaves were tied around the outside of the hut to cover it. Abby and Kelly watched the animals outside intently. They were in a favorable position to see the entire valley. In the distance, a group of brachiosaurs wandered by the river, while to the north, a herd of triceratops grazed, and some duck-billed dinosaurs with high crests were drinking at the water's edge. Their deep, trumpet-like calls echoed through the valley. The sound was low, eerie, and, after a while, a responding call came from the forest on the other side of the valley. What was that? Kelly said. Parasaurolophus, Levin said. It makes trumpet-like sounds through its crest, and the low frequency carries far. To the south, a group of dark green animals with large foreheads protruding forward, with a small multi-segmented horn on top, resembled bison. What do you call those? Kelly asked. Good question. Levin said they could be Wyoming ceratopsians. It's hard to tell because no complete skeletons of this animal have ever been found. Their frontal bones are very thick. We've found many dome skull fragments, but this is the first time I've seen a complete animal. So what about those heads? What are they for? Abby asked. No one knows, Levin said. Everyone thinks they're used for headbutting, for competition among males within the population, fighting over females, and so on. Malcolm climbed into the hideout. Yeah, for headbutting. He said grumpily. You see that now. Well, Levin said, they're not headbutting right now. Maybe their breeding season is over. Maybe they don't headbutt at all, Malcolm said. Looking at the group of green animals, I get the feeling they seem quite peaceful. Yes, Levin said, that doesn't mean anything. African buffalo often seem quite peaceful most of the time. In fact, they usually stand still and stare blankly. Yet buffalo can also be unpredictable and very dangerous animals. We must look at it this way. The existence of this dome must have some reason, even if we don't quite understand it now. Levin turned to the kids. That's why we're building this hideout. We need to observe the animals continuously for 24 hours and record their activities as completely as possible. Why? Abby asked. Because, Malcolm said, this little island provides us with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to study one of the greatest mysteries in the history of our planet, species extinction. You know, Malcolm said, the genetic technology company was too hasty in shutting down its facilities and left behind some animals, which was 5 or 6 years ago. Dinosaurs mature quickly. Most species reach adulthood within 4 to 5 years. So far, the first generation of dinosaurs bred in the lab has matured and started reproducing the next generation, all in a wild environment. Now, a complete ecosystem has formed on this island, with about a dozen different species of dinosaurs living in groups, which hasn't happened in 65 million years. Abby said, so why is it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Malcolm pointed to the flat ground. Well, think about it. Species extinction is an extremely difficult research topic, with a dozen competing theories. The fossil record is incomplete, and you can't conduct experiments. Galileo could climb the Leaning Tower of Pisa and drop some balls to test his theory of gravity. In fact, he never did, but he could have. Newton experimented with prisms for his theories about light. Astronomers test Einstein's theories of relativity by observing solar and lunar eclipses. Experiments are part of the scientific process. But how can you experiment on extinction theories? You can't. Abby said, but here. Yes, Malcolm said, we have some extinct animal populations here. They have been artificially introduced into a closed environment to evolve from scratch. There has never been anything like this in history. We know these animals were once extinct, but no one knows why. So you expect to discover something in just a few days? Yes, Malcolm said, that's right. How will you discover? You don't expect them to go extinct again, do you? You mean right before our eyes? Malcolm laughed heartily. No, it's not like that. The thing is, this is the first time we are not just studying bones. We are observing living animals, studying their behaviors. I have a theory. I think even in a short time, we will see evidence related to this theory. What evidence? Kelly asked. What theory? Abby said. Malcolm smiled slightly at the two of them. Just wait and see. The Queen of Hearts, the Brachiosaurus, came to the riverbank in the heat of the day, lowering its head to drink water, its elegantly curved neck reflected in the water. Its whip-like long tail lazily swayed back and forth. A few small brachiosauruses, much smaller than the adults, bounced around in the group of dinosaurs. Beautiful, isn't it? Levin said. The overall harmony is truly beautiful. He leaned over and loudly asked Thorne, "Where's my platform?" "It's coming up," Thorne said. At that moment, a heavy, wide-base tripod arrived, topped with a ring-shaped platform holding 5 cameras, with hanging wires leading to the solar panels. Levin and Malcolm set it up. "What's going on with the video?" Abby asked. "Data is being multiplexed. We are sending it back to California through the uplink. Through satellites, we will also connect to the security network here. This way, we have many observation points. So we don't have to stay here." "Yes. Is this what you call the elevated hideout?" "Yes. At least that's what scientists like Sarah Harding call it." Thorne climbed up to join them. The small shed is now a bit crowded, yet Levin seems oblivious. He is completely focused on the dinosaurs, observing the animals scattered across the grass with a pair of binoculars. "Just as we imagined," he said to Malcolm, "spatial structure. The juvenile and subadult dinosaurs are in the center of the group, while the adult dinosaurs protect them on the periphery. Brachiosauruses defend with their tails." "It seems so." "Oh, that's beyond doubt," Levin said, sighing. "It's really delightful to be proven right." On the ground below, Eddie opened the outer packaging of a round aluminum cage. This is the cage they saw in California, 6 feet high and 4 feet in diameter, made of 1-inch titanium rods. "How do we handle this?" Eddie asked. "Just leave it down there," Levin said. "It was meant to be down there." Eddie stood the cage upright in the corner of the platform, and Levin climbed down. "What's that for?" Abby asked, looking down. "Is it for capturing dinosaurs?" "In fact, just the opposite." Levin secured the cage to the side of the platform. He repeatedly opened and closed the door of the cage. The door had a lock, and he checked it, leaving the key in the lock with a dangling keyring. "This is a cage to protect against carnivores, just like a shark cage," Levin said. "If anything happens while you're down there, you can safely climb into the cage." "What could happen?" Abby asked anxiously. "Actually, I don't think anything will happen," Levin said as he climbed back up, "because I don't believe these animals will pay attention to us or to this little house once it is concealed." "You mean they won't see it?" "Oh, they'll see it," Levin said, "but they won't take it seriously." "But what if they catch our scent?" Levin shook his head. "We have positioned the hideout where the main wind blows towards us. And you may have noticed, these ferns have a unique smell. It's a faint, slightly pungent odor, almost like eucalyptus oil." Abby was still a bit anxious. "What if they come to eat the ferns?" "They won't," Levin said. "These are from the genus Oplepanax, which are mildly toxic and can cause oral rashes if eaten. In fact, there is a theory that their toxicity evolved from the distant Jurassic period to specifically prevent herbivorous dinosaurs from eating them." "That's not a theory," Malcolm said. "That's just a baseless speculation." "There is some truth to it," Levin said. "Mesozoic plants must have faced severe challenges from giant dinosaurs. Herds of gigantic herbivores, each consuming hundreds of pounds of plants daily, could have wiped out nearly all vegetation unless they evolved some form of defense, whether it be bad taste, irritants, thorns, or chemical toxicity. So these Oplepanax plants might have evolved their toxicity at that time, and it was very effective because in any part of the world, contemporary animals do not eat these ferns. That's why they thrive so abundantly. You may have noticed that. Do plants have defense mechanisms?" Kelly asked. "Of course they do. Plants, like other life forms, also evolve, developing their own forms of aggression and defense. In the 19th century, most theories revolved around the natural world of the survival of the fittest among animals, all following that narrative. However, modern scientists are contemplating the natural world of green roots and stems. We recognize that plants have undergone all necessary evolution in the endless struggle for survival, from symbiosis with other animals to signaling mechanisms that warn other plants to full-scale chemical warfare." Kelly furrowed her brow. "Signaling? Like what?" "Oh, there are plenty of examples." Levin said, "In Africa, acacia trees evolved long and sharp thorns, about 3 inches long, which prompted animals like giraffes and antelopes to evolve long tongues to avoid these thorns. Just having thorns isn't enough. So, in this evolutionary arms race, acacia trees subsequently evolved toxicity. They began producing large amounts of tannic acid in their leaves, causing fatal metabolic reactions in the animals that ate them. This was almost deadly for them. At the same time, acacia trees also evolved a chemical warning system among themselves. If an antelope starts eating one tree in a grove, that tree releases ethylene into the air, prompting the other trees in the grove to increase their production of tannic acid. Within 5 to 10 minutes, the other trees produce more tannic acid, making themselves toxic. So what happened to the antelope? Did it die? Well, not anymore, Levin said, because the evolutionary arms race is still ongoing. Eventually, the antelopes realized they could only eat for a short period. Once the trees began producing more tannic acid, they stopped eating. Moreover, herbivores developed new strategies. For example, when a giraffe eats leaves from one acacia tree, it doesn't touch any other trees downwind from that tree. Instead, it moves on to another tree some distance away. So, animals have adapted to this defense mechanism. In evolutionary theory, this is referred to as the Red Queen phenomenon, Malcolm said, because in Through the Looking Glass, the Red Queen tells Alice that she must run as fast as she can just to stay in the same place. It seems that the spiral of evolution works this way. All organisms are rapidly evolving just to maintain their position in the original balance. Abby asked, "Is this universal? Does it even apply to plants?" "Oh, absolutely," Levin replied. "Plants are extremely active with their own ways. For example, when an oak tree is attacked by caterpillars, it produces tannic acid and phenols for self-defense. Once one tree is disturbed, the entire grove goes on alert. This is a way to protect the grove. And you could say it's a form of cooperation among trees." Abby nodded, looking out from the elevated hide at the sauropods by the river below. "So," Abby said, "is that why dinosaurs didn't eat all the trees on the island? Because these enormous sauropods must have eaten many plants, and their long necks allowed them to reach high leaves. Yet, these trees appear almost untouched." "Good point," Levin nodded. "I noticed that too. Is it due to the plant's defenses?" Maybe," Levin said, "but I think there is a very simple explanation for why the trees were able to survive." "What do you mean?" "Just look for yourself," Levin said. "Everything is right in front of you." Abby picked up the binoculars and looked at the herd of dinosaurs. "What simple explanation regarding why sauropods have long necks?" Levin said, "Paleontologists have been debating for a long time. The animals you see have necks that are 20 feet long. The traditional view is that sauropods evolved long necks to reach high leaves that smaller animals couldn't access." "Oh," Abby asked, "what is the debate?" "Most animals on this planet don't have long necks," Levin said, "because having a long neck is, well, a troublesome thing. It brings various problems. Structural issues, how to arrange muscles and ligaments to support a long neck. Behavioral issues, nerve impulses have to travel a long distance from the brain to the body. Swallowing issues, food must travel a long way from the mouth to the stomach. Breathing issues, air must be drawn down a long trachea. Heart issues, the heart must pump blood up to the distant head, where the animal will faint. All of this is quite difficult from an evolutionary standpoint. But giraffes managed it." Abby said, "Yes, they did, even though giraffes' necks aren't that long. Giraffes evolved very large hearts, and their necks are wrapped in thick fascia. In fact, a giraffe's neck is like a rubber cuff of a blood pressure monitor extending all the way to the top. Do dinosaurs have this rubber cuff? We don't know. We suspect that sauropods have enormous hearts, perhaps weighing over 300 pounds. However, there is another way to solve the problem of pumping blood in a long neck." "Oh, you're looking at it now," Levin said. Abby clapped suddenly. "They don't raise their necks." "Correct," Levin said, "at least not often or for long periods. Of course, right now the animals are drinking water, so their necks are down, but I suspect that if we watch longer, we'd find that they don't raise their necks very much. That explains why they don't eat leaves from the tops of trees." "That's right," Kelly frowned. "But if long necks aren't for eating, then why did they evolve at all?" Levin chuckled. "There must be a good reason. I believe it has to do with defense." "Defense? Long necks?" Abby's eyes widened. "I don't understand." "Just look closely," Levin said. "The answer is actually quite clear." Abby focused through the binoculars. He told Kelly, "I dislike it when he says it as obvious." "I know." She sighed. Abby glanced toward Thorne, their eyes meeting. Thorne made a V shape with his fingers, then bent one finger back, forcing the second finger to move along with it. This indicated that the two fingers were connected, even if it was a hint. He didn't understand. He didn't understand, so he furrowed his brow. Thorne mumbled the word bridge. Abby looked again, watching the whip-like tails swinging above the heads of smaller animals. "I get it." Abby said they use their tails for defense, and they need long necks to balance with their long tails. "It's like a suspension bridge." Levin squinted at Abby and said, "Your mind works quickly." Thorne turned away, smiling to himself. "But I'm right," Abby said. "Yes," Levin said, "your point is basically correct. Long necks exist because of the presence of long tails. The situation is different for bipedal, theropod, carnivorous dinosaurs. But quadrupedal animals need something to balance a long tail. Otherwise, the animal would topple over." Malcolm said, "In fact, this group of sauropods has an even more puzzling aspect." "Oh," Levin asked, "what is it?" "There are no real adult dinosaurs," Malcolm said. "The animals we are witnessing are, by our standards, massive. However, in fact, none of them has reached the size of an adult dinosaur. I find that puzzling." "Is that so?" "I don't feel confused at all," Levin said. There's no doubt that it's just because they haven't reached full maturity yet. I think the Brachiosaurus grows slower than other dinosaurs. After all, large mammals like elephants grow slower than smaller animals. Malcolm shook his head. That's not an adequate explanation. Oh, what is it then? Look over there. Malcolm pointed to the grass. It's actually quite obvious. The children giggled. Levin showed a slight displeasure. It's obvious, he said. I think these species haven't fully reached adulthood. The Triceratops, Brachiosaurus, even the Parasaurolophus are all smaller than expected. This indicates a constant factor, some dietary factor, the influence of an isolated island, or even the way they were bred. But I don't think this issue is particularly prominent or concerning. Maybe you're right, Malcolm said, but then again, maybe you're not. Cortez Port. No flights? Sarah Harding asked. What do you mean? How can there be no flights? It was 11 in the morning. For the past 15 hours, Harding had been on planes, most of that time on AU's military transport plane from Nairobi to Dallas that she had happened to catch. She was exhausted, felt grimy, and needed a shower and change her clothes. However, contrary to her wishes, she was now arguing with a very stubborn official in a dirty, rundown town on the west coast of Costa Rica. The rain had stopped outside, but the sky was still gray, with low clouds hanging over the empty airport. I'm sorry, Rodriguez said, but I can't arrange a flight. What about the helicopter that brought those men? There was a helicopter, that's true. Where is it? Not here. I can see that. But where is it? Rodriguez shrugged. It flew to San Cristobal. When will it return? I don't know. I think it will be tomorrow or the day after. Mr. Rodriguez, she said firmly, I have to get to that island today. I understand your wish, Rodriguez said, but I can't help you. Do you have any suggestions? Rodriguez shrugged again. I can't offer any suggestions. Is there a boat that can take me? I haven't heard of any boats. This is a port, Harding said, pointing out the window. I see all kinds of boats there. I know, but I don't believe there will be boats going to those small islands. The weather isn't great. But what if I go down? All right, of course, Rodriguez sighed. You can certainly go ask. So, on this rainy morning, just past 11, she shouldered her backpack and walked onto the swaying wooden dock. Four boats were tied up at the dock, exuding a strong fishy smell, but all the boats seemed empty. All the activity was concentrated at the other end of the dock. A much larger boat was moored there. On the dock beside the boat, someone was tying down a red Jeep, preparing to load it onto the ship, along with several large steel barrels and crates containing supplies. She cast an admiring glance at the vehicle. It was specially modified, comparable in size to the ideal off-road vehicle, the Land Rover Defender. She thought to herself that modifying this Jeep must have cost a fortune. Only well-funded researchers could afford to do that. Two Americans wearing wide-brimmed sun hats stood on the dock, shouting and gesturing. An old crane swung the Jeep awkwardly, moving it above the deck of the ship. She heard one of them shout, "Careful, careful." The Jeep thudded heavily onto the wooden deck. Damn it, be careful. Several workers began moving boxes onto the ship, while the crane swung back to lift the steel barrels. Harding approached the nearest person politely and said, "Excuse me, could you help me?" The man glanced at her. He was of medium height, with red skin and plain features, wearing a brand new khaki field suit that looked a bit awkward. He seemed completely focused on his task. With no time to spare. "I'm busy right now," he said, turning his head away. "Manuel, watch it. That's sensitive equipment." "Sorry to interrupt," she continued. "I'm Sarah Harding. I don't care who you are, this is Manuel." "Damn it." The man waved his arms. "You over there?" "Yes, you. Straight in that box. I want to go to Sorna Island." She finished her sentence. Upon hearing this, the man's attitude changed completely. He slowly turned to face her. "Sorna Island," he said. "You wouldn't happen to be associated with Dr. Levin, would you?" "I am." "Oh, damn it." His face suddenly broke into a warm smile. "I didn't expect that. I'm Lou Dodgson, from Cupertino Synth Company. This is my assistant, Howard King." "Hello." The other man nodded. Howard King was younger and slightly shorter than Dodgson, with a handsome, well-defined Californian look. Sarah recognized his type, a typical beta male, exuding subservience. His attitude towards her was a bit strange. He moved a little further away from her, as if the more friendly Dodgson was, the more uncomfortable he felt being next to her. "Over there," Dodgson continued, pointing to the other side of the deck, "is our third member, George Boselton." Harding saw a stocky man standing on the deck, bending down to inspect the boxes being loaded onto the ship. His sleeves were soaked with sweat. She asked, "Are you all friends of Richard?" "We're actually going to see him," Dodgson said. "We're here to help him." He hesitated, furrowing his brow as he looked at her. "But, he hasn't mentioned you." At that moment, she suddenly realized how she appeared in his eyes. A short woman in her 30s, wearing a wrinkled shirt, khaki shorts, and tall boots. After such a long flight, her clothes were dirty, and her hair was a mess. She said, I know Richard through Ian Malcolm. Ian is an old friend of mine. I see, he said, still scrutinizing her, as if he wasn't quite convinced. She felt the need to explain. I've been in Africa, and I only decided to come here at the last minute. It was Dr. Thorne who called me. Oh, that's right, that's the doctor. The man nodded, seeming to relax, as if everything made sense now. She asked, is Richard all right now? Oh, I hope so, because we're preparing to send him this equipment. Are you going to Sorna Island now? Yes, if the weather doesn't get worse. Dodgson said, glancing at the sky. We can leave in 5 to 10 minutes. You see, you're welcome to join us if you need a ride, he said enthusiastically. Where's your stuff? I only have this bag, she said, lifting her small backpack. Traveling light, huh? Well, Miss Harding, welcome to our little team. He seemed very frank and friendly at this moment, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. However, she noticed that the handsome young man named Kim was clearly uneasy. With his back to her, Kim was busily shouting for the workers to be careful with the last few crates. The boxes bore the printed name of a biosynthesis company. She sensed that he was intentionally avoiding looking at her. Moreover, she still had not clearly seen the third man on the deck, which made her hesitate. You'll be fine. Of course you'll be fine. We'll be happy to have you, Dodgson said, adding, besides, what other way do you have to get there? No planes. No helicopters. I know, I checked, she replied. If you're going to that island, it's best to go with us. She glanced at the jeep on the boat and said, I think the doctor must have already arrived there with his equipment. Upon hearing this, the man named Kim suddenly turned his head sharply, but Dodgson calmly nodded and said, yes, I think so too. I believe he left last night. That's exactly what he told me. Right, Dodgson nodded. So he must be there by now, at least I hope so. There were a few loud exclamations in Spanish on the deck. A captain, wrapped in a stained coat, came out and looked at this side of the ship's railing, saying, Mr. Dodgson, we're ready. Good, Dodgson said, excellent. Get on board, Miss Harding. Let's set sail. The fishing boat belched thick black smoke as it chugged out of the harbor and headed for the open sea. Howard Kim felt the engine rumbling beneath his feet and heard the creaking of the wood. He listened to the sailors shouting loudly in Spanish. He turned back to look at the port of Cortez and found that the small town had become a jumble of messy little houses clustered along the shore. He hoped this damn ship could withstand the waves because they had come out into the vast sea. Dodgson was taking risks again, once more gambling on something. This was the situation Kim feared the most. Howard Kim had known Louis Dodgson for nearly 10 years, back when he had just entered the biosynthesis company as a young Ph.D. from Berkeley. Initially, he was a promising researcher with the energy to conquer the world. His doctoral thesis was on genetic factors in blood coagulation. When he joined the biosynthesis company, the issue of genetic factors was becoming a hot topic, seemingly the key to solving the problem of sudden thrombosis in heart disease patients. Several biotechnology companies were competing to develop new drugs, aiming to save lives and make a fortune. At first, Kim focused on a promising substance known as blood coagulation factor V5, or HGV5. In early experiments, it dissolved platelet aggregates at an astonishing rate, and Kim quickly became the most promising young researcher at the biosynthesis company. His photo prominently appeared in the company's annual report. He had his own lab and received a budget of nearly $500,000. However, soon after, without any prior warning, an embarrassing situation arose. In preliminary human trials, HGV5 failed to dissolve the thrombus in myocardial infarction and did not dissolve the thrombus in pulmonary embolism either. Worse still, it caused severe side effects, gastrointestinal bleeding, rashes, and neurological issues. After one patient died from convulsions, the company halted the trial. A few weeks later, Kim lost his lab. In his place came a new Danish researcher who was working on saliva extracts from the Sumatran leech, which had more promising prospects. Kim moved to a smaller lab. He felt he had grown tired of researching blood genetic factors, so he turned his attention to analgesics. He had a fascinating compound, a protein isomer extracted from the African toad, which seemed to have anesthetic properties. However, at that moment, he had lost his former confidence. After reviewing his work, the company concluded that his research lacked sufficient documentation to obtain experimental approval from the FDA. His toad project was hastily shelved. At that time, Kim was 35, having experienced 2 failures, and his photo had not appeared in the annual report again. Rumors circulated that during the next project review, the company might let him go. A new research project he proposed was immediately rejected, marking a dark period in his life. It was then that Louis Dodgson suggested they have lunch together. Dodgson was notorious among researchers, known as the receiver, because he always took over work done by others and presented it as his own accomplishment. Years ago, Kim would never have mixed with him, but now he found himself dining with Dodgson at a fancy seafood restaurant in San Francisco. Research is tough, Dodgson said sympathetically. You have a point, Kim replied. There are difficulties, and there are risks, Dodgson continued. In fact, creative research rarely succeeds. But does the company understand this? No, they don't. Once the research fails, you have to take the blame. Isn't that unfair? Not necessarily, Kim said. But that's the essence of the problem. Dodgson shrugged, picking at a soft-shell crab leg. Kim didn't respond. I personally don't like taking risks, Dodgson continued. Pioneering work is risky. Most new ideas are unreliable. And most pioneering work doesn't succeed. That's the reality. If you feel forced to conduct pioneering research, then your failure is to be expected. If you work at university, it's fine because their failure is praised, while success leads to exclusion. But in the industrial world, it's not the case. In the industrial world, pioneering work is not a wise career choice. It can only lead to trouble. And that's exactly your situation, my friend. What should I do? Kim asked. Well, Dodgson said, I have my own scientific method. I call it focused research and development. If only a few ideas are viable, why bother discovering them yourself? It's too hard. Let others find them. Let them take the risks. Let them fight for the so-called honors. I'd rather wait and then develop those ideas that show promise. Take the good stuff, make it better. At the very least, repackage enough to apply for a patent, and then I can own it. It becomes mine. Dodgson's frank admission of being a thief surprised Kim. However, Dodgson showed no signs of embarrassment. Kim fiddled with the salad in front of him and asked, Why are you telling me this? Because I see something in you. Dodgson said, I see ambition. Frustrated ambition. I'm telling you, Howard, you might not fail, and you might not even be let go during the next performance review. That can really happen. How old is your child? 4, Kim replied. It's terrifying, no job, and a little family. Finding a job is not easy. Who is going to give you an opportunity now? By 35, a researcher has either made achievements or is unlikely to make any. I don't think that's a fair assessment, but that is how they see it. Gene knew that this was what they were thinking, just like every biotechnology company in California. But Howard, Dodgson leaned over from the other side of the table and said in a low voice, A wonderful world is waiting for you. As long as you are willing to look at the problem from a different perspective, you can change to a completely different lifestyle. I really think you should consider what I'm saying. 2 weeks later, Gene became Dodgson's personal assistant, working in the future biotrends department of the synthetic biology company, which is how they referred to their efforts in industrial espionage. In the following years, Gene rose to prominence in the synthetic biology company again, this time because Dodgson liked him. Today, Gene had a complete set of gear that represented success. A Porsche, a mortgage, a divorce, and a child he visited on weekends. It was all because Gene proved to be the perfect right-hand man. He worked overtime, handling tedious tasks, keeping his smooth-talking boss out of trouble. In the process, Gene gradually came to understand various aspects of Dodgson, his charismatic leadership, his fanciful side, and his dark, ruthless side. Gene told himself that he could handle that ruthless side, that he could keep it in check. He had learned how to do so over the past 2 years. However, sometimes he wasn't very sure, like right now. Right now, they were on a bumpy, smelly fishing boat, leaving a desolate village in Costa Rica, heading out to the open sea. At this critical moment, Dodgson had a sudden whim to play a trick and brought this woman along. Gene wasn't sure what Dodgson was up to, but he could see the sparkle in his eyes. He had seen that look a few times before, and each time it made his heart race. The woman named Hardin was currently on the foredeck, gazing out at the sea near the bow of the boat. Gene saw Dodgson walking around the Jeep and quickly waved to him. Listen, Gene said, we need to talk. Of course, Dodgson replied amiably, what are you thinking? He flashed a smile. That charming smile. Hardin, Sarah Hardin, stared at the gray, overcast sky. The fishing boat lurched forward in the big waves near the coast. The sailors were hurriedly securing the Jeep to the deck because it had almost come loose several times. She stood at the bow, trying to suppress the nausea from seasickness. Straight ahead, on the distant horizon, a low black line came into her view. That was the first time they saw Sona Island. She turned around to look back and found Dodgson and Gene closely huddled together, talking nervously by the railing in the middle of the boat. Gene looked anxious, gesturing quickly. Dodgson listened and shook his head. After a moment, he placed a hand on Gene's shoulder, seeming to steady the young man's emotions. Both of them seemed oblivious to the chaos surrounding the Jeep. She found this a bit odd, as they had seemed so anxious about the equipment just a moment ago. Yet now they appeared indifferent. As for the third man, Barstow, she had certainly recognized him. She was quite surprised to see him on this little fishing boat. Barstow gave her a perfunctory handshake, and as soon as the boat left the dock, he went below deck and hadn't reappeared. But he probably got seasick too. As she continued to observe, she saw Dodgson turn away from Jean and hurry off to supervise the sailors' work. Jean was left behind and then walked to the stern to check the ropes, securing boxes and barrels to the deck. The boxes were labeled with the synthetic biology company. Hardin had never heard of any synthetic biology company. She was puzzled, wondering what connection Ian and Richard had with it. Whenever Ian was with her, he was always critical of biotechnology companies, even sneering at them. And these people didn't seem like friends. They appeared too uptight, too unusual. Then she thought of Ian's rather eccentric friends. They always showed up unexpectedly, appearing in his apartment. A Japanese calligrapher, a member of the Indonesian gamelan circus, a Las Vegas magician in a worn Spanish-style jacket who believed the earth was hollow, and his teaching friends. They were truly crazy, or at least that's how they seemed to Sarah. They were so fanciful, so obsessed with their validations. Page after page of validation formulas, sometimes even hundreds of pages long. These were too abstract for her. She preferred to work with the earth, to observe animals, to experience sounds and smells. Those were real to her. Everything else was just a string of theories, possibly correct, possibly incorrect. The waves began to crash violently against the bow of the boat, and she stepped back a few paces to avoid getting wet. She yawned. She hadn't slept much in the past 24 hours. Dodgson, having finished with the jeep, walked toward her. "Is everything okay?" she asked. "Oh, yes," Dodgson said, showing a pleasant smile. "Your friend Jean looks quite upset. He doesn't like being on boats," Dodgson replied, nodding towards the waves. "But we're speeding up. We'll be on land in about an hour." "Tell me," she said, "what's this synthetic biology company about?" "I've never heard of it." "It's a small company," Dodgson said. "We produce so-called consumer bioproducts, specializing in entertainment and sports biology. For example, we've cultivated new strains of salmon and other fish for fishing. We're also breeding new types of dogs, small pets specifically for people living in apartments. Things like that." She thought to herself, these are things Ian really dislikes. "Do you know Ian well?" "Oh, it's a long story," Dodgson said. She noticed he was being evasive. "How long?" "It goes back to when we were at the park." "The park?" He nodded. "Has he told you how he got injured?" "No," she replied. "He never talks about it. He just said it happened during a consulting job, and I wasn't clear. It seemed there was some trouble." "Was it a park?" "Yes, you could say that," Dodgson said, looking out to sea. After a moment, he shrugged and said, "So how about you? How did you meet him?" "He was one of the readers for my thesis. I'm an ecologist, studying large mammals in the African savanna ecosystem, particularly carnivores." "Carnivores?" "I've been studying hyenas," she said. Before that, it was lions." "Have you been studying for long?" "Almost 10 years now. I've been working for 6 years since getting my PhD." "Interesting," Dodgson said, nodding. "So you came all the way from Africa?" "Yes, from Selanira in Tanzania." Dodgson nodded blankly, his gaze drifting over her shoulder towards the small island. "I can't believe it. It looks like the weather is finally clearing up." She turned to look, noticing that the clouds above were thinning, revealing patches of blue. The sunlight was striving to penetrate the clouds, and the sea was calming down. She was surprised to find that the island was much closer now. She could clearly see the towering cliffs, made of reddish volcanic rock, steep and perilous. "In Tanzania," Dodgson said, "you must have a large research team, right?" "No, I work alone." "You didn't bring any students?" he asked. "No, because my work isn't very exciting or appealing. Most large carnivores in the African savanna are active at night, so my research is mostly conducted during the night." "That must be tough on your husband." "Oh, I'm not married yet." She shrugged slightly. "I didn't expect that," he said. "After all, a beautiful woman like you." "I don't have time," she quickly replied, then changed the subject. "Where are you planning to dock?" Dodgson turned back to look. They were very close to the island now, and could see the waves crashing against the cliffs, sending up high sprays of white foam. They were only a mile or two from the island. "This is an unusual island," Dodgson said. "Central America is a volcanic region. There are about 30 active volcanoes between Mexico and Colombia. All these offshore islands were once active volcanoes, part of the central volcanic chain, but unlike the mainland, these islands are now dormant volcanoes, having not erupted for about 1,000 years. So, what we see is the outer rim of the crater. That's right. Those cliffs were completely eroded by rainwater, but the sea has also eroded the bottom of the cliffs. The flat surfaces you see on the cliffs are formed by the sea's erosion. Large sections of the rock face have eroded and broken off, falling into the sea as soft volcanic rock. So you're docking on the windward side of the island, where the cliffs have been eroded by the waves to form caves. And 2 of those caves are connected to a small river flowing from the island, so the boat can go in." He raised his hand to point ahead. "Look over there. You can just see one of the caves." Sarah Harding saw the cliff base indented, forming an irregular opening, with giant waves crashing around it. sending plumes of white spray up to 50 feet high. Are you planning to take the boat into that cave? If the weather holds, that's the plan. Dodgson turned his head and said, "Don't worry, it's not as bad as it looks. Forget about it." What were you saying earlier? About Africa. When did you leave Africa? After I got the call from Dr. Thorne. He said he was going with Ian to rescue Richard and asked if I want to come. What did you say? I said I would think about it. Dodgson frowned. You didn't tell him you were coming? No, because I hadn't made up my mind. I said I was busy. I had my own work, and besides, the journey is so far. For an old flame, huh? Dodgson nodded sympathetically. She sighed. Well, you know Ian. Yeah, I know Ian. Dodgson said, he's quite a character. That's one way to put it, she said. After a moment of awkward silence, Dodgson cleared his throat. I'm confused, he said. Who exactly did you tell you were coming? I didn't tell anyone, she said. I just got on a plane and came. But your university, your colleagues. She shrugged. There wasn't time. Like I said, I work alone. She looked back at the island. Above the fishing boat were the towering cliffs. They were only a few hundred yards from the island now, and the cave seemed much larger at this point. The waves were crashing violently against both sides of the cave entrance, splashing high. She shook her head. It looks quite dangerous. No need to worry, Dodgson said. Do you see? The captain is steering the boat toward the cave. Once we get through the entrance, we'll be safe. Then it will be an exhilarating sight. The fishing boat rocked and swayed in the waves, tilting dangerously. She held tightly to the railing. Beside her, Dodgson smiled and said, Do you understand what I mean? It's quite thrilling, isn't it? He suddenly seemed energized, almost anxious. He tensed up, rubbing his hands together. There's no need to worry, Miss Harding. I will not allow anything to happen. She didn't understand what he was saying, but before she could respond, the bow of the boat dipped again, splashing water everywhere, and she stumbled back a couple of steps. At that moment, Dodgson quickly bent down as if to steady her, but there seemed to be an accident. His body crashed in her legs. Then another big wave came crashing down, and she felt her body flip over, letting out a scream as she reached for the railing. But everything happened too fast. The world around her flipped and spun, her head slammed against the railing, and then her body somersaulted and fell into the air. She saw the peeling paint of the boat flash by her, saw the green ocean rushing towards her, and then she suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold that made her shiver all over. She plunged into the turbulent, rolling sea, sinking beneath the waves into darkness. Valley, everything is going absolutely smoothly, Levin said, rubbing his hands together. I must admit, it has greatly exceeded my expectations. I'm thrilled. He stood with Thorne, Eddie, Malcolm, and the kids in a high, concealed observation post, overlooking the valley. The midday weather was hot and muggy, and everyone in the small observation shelter was sweating profusely. Looking around, the lush green grass was mostly empty. Most of the dinosaurs had taken refuge in the shade under the trees. Only the group of Brachiosaurus was an exception. They had left the woods and returned to the river to drink. These massive animals crowded together at the water's edge. Nearby, more dispersed, were the slightly smaller Parasaurolophus with their tall crests, placing themselves near the Brachiosaurus group. Thorne wiped the sweat from his eyes and said, What exactly is there to be happy about? About everything we see before us, Malcolm replied, glancing at his watch and making a note in his notebook. We're obtaining the data I hoped for. It's very exciting. Thorne yawned, feeling drowsy from the heat. How is that exciting? The dinosaurs are just drinking water. What's so remarkable about that? Yes, they're drinking water, Levin corrected him. This is the second time in an hour. At noon, this liquid intake significantly indicates the major adaptive changes these giants have made for temperature regulation. You mean they drink a lot of water to stay cool? Thorne said. He always seemed impatient with technical terminology. Yes, obviously, a large amount of drinking. But it seems to me that their return to the river might be for another reason altogether. What is it? Come, over here, Levin pointed ahead. Look at these groups of dinosaurs. See how they are spatially arranged. We are witnessing something that no one has ever seen or even suspected in dinosaurs before. What we're seeing is nothing other than interspecies dependency. Really? Yes, Levin said. The Brachiosaurus and the Parasaurolophus are staying together. I saw them together yesterday. I bet when they appear in the open, they're always together. Without a doubt. You want to know why? Without a doubt, Thorne said. It's because, Levin explained, the Brachiosaurus is tall and strong, but has poor eyesight, while the Allosaurus is smaller, but has sharp vision. Therefore, these two types of dinosaurs stay together to provide mutual defense, just like zebras and baboons do on the African plains. Zebras have a keen sense of smell, while baboons have excellent eyesight. Together, they're more effective at preventing attacks from carnivores than either would be alone. You think this applies to dinosaurs as well? Because, obviously, Levin said, just observe their behavior. When these two groups of dinosaurs are alone, they always huddle tightly together, but when they are together, the Allosaurus will abandon its original formation and spread out, circling around the Brachiosaurus, just as you see before you. This can only mean that individual Allosaurus are protected by the Brachiosaurus herd. Likewise, vice versa, this can only be a mutual defense system against carnivores. They were watching when an Allosaurus raised its head, gazing across the riverbank, then let out a mournful, honking call, a deep and melodious sound. Other Allosaurus also raised their heads to look. The Brachiosaurus continued to drink water by the river, although one or two adult ones lifted their long necks. In the midday heat, swarms of insects buzzed around them. Thorne asked, "So where are the carnivores?" "Over there." Malcolm pointed to a grove not far across the river. Thorne looked but saw nothing. "You don't see them?" "No. Keep looking. They're small, lizard-like creatures, dark brown. They're velociraptors." Thorne shrugged, still seeing nothing. Levin, standing next to him, began to eat a fortified biscuit. He focused intently on his binoculars, casually tossing the wrapper on the floor of their hiding place. A few scraps of paper fluttered down to the muddy ground below. "How does it taste?" Abby asked. "Pretty good, a bit sweet. Do you have any more?" Levin rummaged in his pocket and pulled out another piece, handing it to him. Abby broke in half, giving one half to Kelly. He tore off the top of the wrapper, carefully folded it, and put it in his pocket. "You realize," Malcolm said, "that this has very significant implications regarding species extinction. Clearly, the complexity of the dinosaur extinction problem is something people Haven-T recognized." "Really?" Abby asked. "Think about it," Malcolm said. "All the theories about species extinction are based on the fossil record. However, the fossil record does not show the type of behavior we see now. It doesn't record the complex interactions between populations. Because fossils are just bones," Abby said, "right? And bones are not behavior. Think of the fossil record as a series of photographs, frozen moments in a constantly moving and evolving reality. Looking at the fossil record is like flipping through a family photo album. You know the album is incomplete, you know life unfolds between these pictures, yet you have no record of what happens in between. You only have the photos, and so you study the photos and study them. Soon, you start to view the album not as a series of moments, but as reality itself. Thus, you begin to explain everything from the perspective of the album, forgetting the reality behind it. And people often," Malcolm continued, "think from the perspective of natural events, assuming some external natural event caused the extinction of species. Like a meteor striking the Earth, changing the climate, or volcanic eruptions, changing the climate, or a meteor strike causing volcanic eruptions, changing the climate. Either vegetation changes, leading to famine and extinction, or new diseases emerge, leading to extinction, or a new plant appears that poisons all the dinosaurs. In any case, people imagine some external event. No one ever thinks that the animals themselves might change, not in their skeletal fossils, but in their behavior. However, when you observe such animals and see how their habits are intricately interconnected, you come to realize that a change in group behavior can easily lead to extinction." "But why would group behavior change?" Thorne asked. "If there is no external catastrophe forcing them, why would their behavior change?" "In fact," Malcolm said, "behavior is always changing, constantly changing. Our planet is a dynamic, active environment. The climate is changing, the land is shifting, continents drift, oceans rise and fall, mountains rise and erode. All life on this planet is constantly adapting to these changes. The species that adapt the quickest are the fittest, which is why it's hard to see how a disaster that brings about profound changes could lead to extinction. However, change is always occurring." So Thorne said, "What exactly causes extinction?" "It's certainly not just rapid changes," Malcolm said. "The facts have made that clear." "What facts?" "After every major environmental change, there is typically a wave of extinctions, but they don't happen immediately. They can take thousands or even millions of years. For example, during the last glacial period in North America, glaciers advanced, the climate changed drastically, but the animals didn't go extinct. It was only after the glaciers receded. When people thought everything would revive, that many species began to go extinct. Giraffes, tigers, and mammoths disappeared from the continent during this period. This is the usual pattern. It seems that species weaken due to dramatic changes, but only slowly die off afterward. This is a widely recognized phenomenon. It's called the weakening of the beachhead." Levin said, "How do you explain that?" Levin remained silent. "There is no explanation," Malcolm said. "This is a mystery of paleontology. However, I believe that complexity theory can tell us a lot. If, as the concept of life on the edge of chaos suggests, then it's these major changes that push animals toward the edge of chaos. They make various behaviors unstable. And when the environment returns to normal, It doesn't truly revert to normal. From an evolutionary perspective, it's just another major change. It's a significant change that cannot be adapted to, and I think various animals may develop unexpectedly new behaviors. I think I know why the dinosaurs. What is it? Thorne asked. Thorne was observing the thicket and saw a dinosaur leap into view. The dinosaur was slender, agilely jumping with its hind legs, using its hard tail to maintain balance. It stood 6 feet tall, was green-brown, with dark red stripes somewhat resembling a tiger. That is a velociraptor, Malcolm said. Thorne turned to Levin and said, "Is that the kind of dinosaur that chased you up a tree? It looks pretty ugly, but it's very efficient," Levin said. "This animal is a uniquely constructed killing machine, arguably the most efficient predator the planet has ever seen. The one that just came out is the leader. It commands the whole group of dinosaurs." Thorne noticed movement beneath the trees. There were quite a few. "Oh yes," Levin said, "this group is quite large." He raised the binoculars and looked closely, hoping to find their nest. He said, "I searched everywhere on the island, but couldn't find it. Of course, they're elusive." But even so, at that moment, all the Allosaurus began to scream, simultaneously moving closer to the group of Brachiosaurus. The towering Brachiosaurus appeared indifferent, with the adult closest to the water actually turning around, facing away from the approaching velociraptors. "Don't they care at all?" Abby said. "They didn't even look at it." "Don't be fooled," Levin said. "The Brachiosaurus does care. They may look like giant dairy cows, but that's not the case. Their whip-like tails are 30 to 40 feet long and weigh several tons. Look how fast they swing their tails. A single lash from those tails could easily break an attacker's spine. So, turning around is part of their defense? Of course. Now you can see how their long necks balance with their tails. The tails of the adult Brachiosaurus are so long that they can reach all the way to the other side of the river. Faced with those swinging tails, amid the clamoring of the Allosaurus, the lead velociraptor turned around. Moments later, the entire herd began to move silently along the edge of the woods toward the hills. "Looks like you were right," Thorne said. "It was the tails that scared them off." "How many did you count?" Levin asked. "Not sure. 10 maybe. No, wait, 14. Maybe more. I might have missed a few." 14. Malcolm jotted it down hastily in his notebook. "Do you want to track them?" Levin asked. "Not right now. We could take the Explorer. We'll talk about it later," Malcolm said. "I think it's important for us to know where their nest is," Levin said. "If we want to understand the relationship between predator and prey, Ian, this is crucial. There's nothing more important than this, and now is the perfect time to track them." "We'll talk about it later," Malcolm said. He looked at his watch again. "You've checked your watch at least 100 times today," Thorne said. Malcolm shrugged. "It's almost lunchtime." He said, "By the way, how's Sarah doing? She should be arriving soon, right?" "Soon. I feel like she could show up any minute now," Thorne said. Malcolm wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's really hot out here." "It is pretty hot." They heard the buzzing of insects in the midday sun and saw the velociraptors quietly retreating. "You know, I was thinking," Malcolm said, "maybe we should head back." "Back?" Levin said. "Now? What about our observations? We still need to set up other cameras, and I don't know, maybe a short break would do us good." Levin looked at him skeptically, saying nothing. Thorne and the kids silently watched Malcolm. I think," Malcolm said, "if Sarah came all the way from Africa, we should be there to greet her." He shrugged. "I think that's the least we can do." Thorne said, "I hadn't thought of that. No, Malcolm said hurriedly. "That's not it. I just, maybe she won't come after all." He suddenly seemed unsure. "Did she say she would come?" "She said she would think about it." Malcolm frowned. "Then she will come. If Sarah said that, she will come. I know her." "Well, what do you all say? Do you want to go back?" "Of course not," Levin said, looking through the binoculars. "I won't leave here no matter what." Malcolm turned around. "Doctor, do you want to go back?" "Of course," Thorne said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "It's too hot. If I know Sarah at all," Malcolm said as he climbed down from the shelf, "she will make a grand entrance on the island." Cave. Harding struggled upward and finally got her head above water. All she saw was seawater. Towering waves around her reached 15 feet high. The power of the ocean was immense, the waves tossing her back and forth, and she was powerless to fight it. She couldn't see any fishing boats, only the rolling sea around her. She couldn't see the island, just sea everywhere. She fought desperately against the fear rising from deep within her. She tried to tread water in the waves, but her boots felt as heavy as lead. She sank again, struggling back up to gasp for air. She had to find a way to get the boots off. Taking a deep breath, she plunged her head underwater, trying to loosen the bootstraps. As she fumbled with the knots, she felt a burning in her lungs. The waves kept crashing over her, pushing her back and forth. She managed to get one boot off, surfaced to take a deep breath, then dove back down. She struggled to remove the other boot, but her fingers had gone numb from the cold and fear. making it feel like it took hours. Finally, her legs were free, lightening her burden. She swam forward in a dog paddle and gasped for air. The surging waves lifted her high, then dropped her down. She couldn't see the island. Fear surged again. She turned her body, feeling the giant waves rise once more. At that moment, she saw the island. The cliffs were so close, it was terrifying. The giant waves roared toward the shore, and she was no more than 50 yards from the beach, being mercilessly swept forward by the waves. When she was lifted to the peak of a wave, she saw the cave just 100 yards to her right. She wanted to swim to the right, but she was powerless. She couldn't swim forward in the crashing surf. She felt the ocean's strength, sensing she was being pushed toward the cliffs. Her heart raced with fear. She knew she was about to die. A wave crashed down on her head, and she swallowed a mouthful of water, coughing. Her vision blurred, and she felt nauseous and terrified. She buried her head underwater, alternating her arm strokes, her legs kicking desperately, starting to swim forward. But she felt no movement, only the waves pushing her sideways. She dared not look up and kicked harder. When she raised her head to breathe, she found she had moved slightly, but just a bit northward. She was a little closer to the cave. Encouraged but still scared, she felt her strength was too small. Her arms and legs ached from exertion. Her lungs burned, her breath short, gasping for air. She coughed again, quickly took another breath, buried her head, and continued kicking forward. Even with her head underwater, she could still hear the rumble of the waves crashing against the cliffs. She poured all her strength into kicking, the current and waves pushing her left and right, forward and back. Hope seemed dim, but she kept fighting. Gradually, the muscle ache turned into a persistent dull pain. She felt as if she had been enduring this pain her whole life. She stopped paying attention to it, continuing to kick forward, forgetting herself. She felt the waves lift her again, so she raised her head to breathe. At that moment, she was surprised to see the cave was now within reach. With just a few more vigorous strokes, she would be swept into it. She had thought the water around the cave would not be so turbulent, but in fact, on either side of the entrance, the waves surged high, crashing against the cliffs above, then falling. The boat was nowhere in sight. She buried her head again, using her last bit of strength to kick desperately. She felt her whole body go limp, unable to hold on any longer. She knew she was being swept by the waves towards a cliff. The roar of the waves in her ears grew louder. She kicked out a few more times, and suddenly, a giant wave lifted her up, raised her high, and threw her towards a cliff. She was powerless to resist. She looked up and saw nothing but darkness. Pitch black. In her exhaustion and pain, she realized she had entered a cave. She had been swept into a rock cave. The roar of the waves echoed hollowly. It was too dark inside to see the stone walls on either side. The water was rushing violently, carrying her deeper, and she struggled to take deep breaths, futilely paddling with her arms. Her body scraped against the rocks, a sharp burning pain, and then she was pushed further into the cave. However, at that moment, the situation changed. She saw a faint light above, and the surrounding seawater seemed to be glowing. The surging waves weakened, and she found it much easier to keep her head above water. She saw the bright, intense light ahead. It was the end of the cave. In an instant, she was thrust out of the cave and into the sunlight and blue sky. She found herself in a wide and murky river, with lush green plants lining the banks. The air was hot and humid, and the distant sounds of birds in the jungle could be faintly heard. Directly ahead, at a bend in the river, she could see the stern of Dodgson's boat, which was moored at the shore. She couldn't see a single person and didn't want to. She summoned the last bit of strength she had left, paddling towards the shore, then grabbing onto a cluster of dense mangrove plants growing by the water's edge. She felt utterly exhausted, looping her arms around a tree's roots, lying back on the slowly flowing water, staring at the sky, panting heavily. After an unknown amount of time, she finally felt a bit of strength return and began to pull herself forward by alternating her hands on the mangrove roots. She noticed a narrow gap in the vegetation on the bank that led to a muddy riverbank. She crawled out of the water, climbing up the slippery riverbank. At that moment, she noticed several huge animal footprints in the mud. They were peculiar three-toed prints, each with a large claw mark at the tip. Just as she leaned down to observe, she felt the ground tremble beneath her palms. A massive shadow appeared above her head. She looked up in shock to find a giant animal with a leathery, grayish-white belly. She was too weak to react, unable even to tilt her head back. The last thing she saw was the enormous, leathery foot that landed beside her, and she heard the squelching sound as it stepped in the mud and its gentle breathing. But suddenly, exhaustion washed over her. She could no longer hold on. Her body fell back onto the ground. Her eyes rolled back, and she passed out. Dodgson a few yards away from the riverbank. Lewis Dodgson climbed into a custom-made Shepherd Jeep and slammed the door shut. Howard King sat in the passenger seat beside him, twisting his hands tightly and saying, "How could you do that to her? What's wrong?" George Boselton asked from the back seat. Dodgson did not answer. He turned the key to start the ignition, and the engine roared to life. He abruptly shifted the four-wheel drive vehicle into gear, leaving the small boat moored at the shore, driving up the slope and into the jungle. "How could you do that?" King repeated angrily. "I said you should be damned." "It was an accident," Dodgson said. "An accident? Really?" "Yes, it was an accident," Dodgson said nonchalantly. "She fell off the boat." "I saw nothing." "I saw nothing," Boselton said. King shook his head repeatedly. "My God. What if someone comes to investigate? What if they do?" Dodgson interrupted him. "We were on a very rough sea. She was standing at the bow, a big wave hit, and she was swept into the water. She couldn't swim well. We circled around looking for her, but there was no hope. It was a very unfortunate accident." "What are you worried about?" "What am I worried about?" "Yes, Howard, what the hell are you worried about?" "I saw it with my own eyes, for God's sake." "No, you didn't see anything," Dodgson said. "I saw nothing," Boselton said. "I was below deck the whole time." "You're fine," Howard King said, "but what if someone comes to investigate?" The Jeep bounced along the dirt road deeper into the jungle. "No one will come," Dodgson said. "She left Africa in a hurry and didn't tell anyone where she was going." "How do you know?" King muttered. "She told me herself, Howard. That's how I know. Now, hand me the map and stop whining. You knew what this deal was when you partnered with me. For God's sake, I didn't know you were going to kill someone." "Howard," Dodgson sighed. "Nothing will happen. Just give me the map." "How do you know?" King asked. "Because I know what I'm doing," Dodgson replied. "That's why. I'm not like Malcolm and Thorne, wandering around this island aimlessly. Who knows what they're doing in this damn jungle?" Mentioning the others only added to King's anxiety. He said worriedly, "What if we run into them?" "No, Howard, we won't. They won't even know we've come here. We only plan to stay on the island for 4 hours, remember? 1 o'clock on shore, back on the boat by 5, back to port by 7, and home to San Francisco by midnight. Boom. Done. Finally, after all these years, I'm going to get what I've always deserved." "Dinosaur embryos," Boselton said. "Embryos?" King asked in surprise. "Oh, I'm no longer interested in embryos," Dodgson said. "A few years ago, I wanted to get my hands on frozen embryos. But now, there's no reason to bother with embryos anymore. Well, I want to fertilize dinosaur eggs. In 4 hours. I want to get every kind of dinosaur egg on this island." "How could you possibly accomplish that in 4 hours?" "Because I have the exact locations of every dinosaur nesting site on the island mapped out." "Hand me the map, Howard." King opened the map. It was a large topographical map of the small island, 2 feet by 3 feet, with blue contour lines indicating elevations. Several of the lower spots in the valley were marked with dense red concentric circles. A few areas were marked with a series of circles. "What is this?" King asked. "Why not take a look at the legend?" Dodgson suggested. King turned the map around to face himself and looked at the key. Sigma Data Earth Resource Satellite Nordic Station Mixed Spectrum VSFRFIS LRFFVR. Then a string of numbers. "Wait, no. These are dates." "Correct," Dodgson said. "They are dates." "Dates of flybys?" "This is a master map that summarizes the data gathered during several satellite flybys." "Correct." King furrowed his brow. "It looks like visible spectrum, synthetic aperture radar, and what else?" "Infrared. Wideband thermal imaging," Dodgson smiled. "I spent about 2 hours putting all of this together, downloading all the satellite data, and summarizing it gave me the answers I wanted." "Got it," King said. "Those red circles are infrared signals." "Exactly," Dodgson said. "Large animals emit large signals. I have gathered all the data from the satellites that have flown over this island in recent years and marked the locations of these heat sources. Each time they passed over, the locations overlapped, forming these red concentric circles. This means that these animals tend to be in these specific locations." "Why?" He turned to Gene. "Because these are the places where they build their nests." "Yes, definitely," said Base Eaton. "It could also be where they feed," Gene said. Dodgson shook his head impatiently. "It's obvious that those circles cannot be feeding locations." "Why not?" "Because those animals average 20 tons each, that's why. If there is a group of 20-ton dinosaurs, that means there is a collective biomass exceeding 500,000 pounds moving through the forest. And many large animals need to consume a significant amount of vegetation in a day. The only feasible method would be to feed while moving, right? I think you want to. Look around you, Howard. Do you see any bare patches in the forest where the trees have been stripped of leaves? No, you don't see that. They take a few bites from the trees in one place and then move on. Believe me, these animals have to eat while they walk. But they won't move their nesting sites, so these red circles must be nesting locations." He glanced at the map. "If I'm not mistaken, The first cluster of nests is just over that high ground, on the other side of the hill. The jeep wobbled through a muddy patch and struggled up the slope. Courtship calls Richard Levin stood in the elevated hide, watching the herd of dinosaurs through binoculars. Malcolm had returned to the trailer with the others, leaving Levin alone. To be honest, Levin felt relieved once Malcolm was gone. He was eager to observe these strange animals, but he understood that Malcolm did not share his boundless enthusiasm. In fact, Malcolm seemed somewhat absent-minded, preoccupied with other thoughts, and clearly lacked patience for observational work. He was only focused on analyzing data and unwilling to engage in data collection. Of course, among scientists, this is a well-known manifestation of personality differences. Physics is the best example. Experimental physicists and theoretical physicists live in entirely different worlds. They pass papers back and forth but share very little else. They might as well be engaged in different disciplines. As for Levin and Malcolm, their differences in research approach had already become apparent during their time at the Santa Fe Institute. Both were keenly interested in the issue of species extinction, but Malcolm approached the topic from a purely mathematical perspective, broadly exploring the subject. His detachment and his unshakable formulas fascinated Levin, and they began to have informal exchanges during lunch. Levin taught Malcolm about paleontology, and Malcolm taught Levin about nonlinear mathematics. They started to draw some tentative conclusions that excited them both. However, differences began to emerge. They were asked to leave the dining hall more than once, and they would walk out onto the sun-baked Guadalupe Street, returning to the riverbank while shouting at each other, causing nearby tourists to hurriedly cross to the other side of the street. Ultimately, their differences boiled down to personality issues. Malcolm thought Levin was a pedantic scholar, making a big deal out of trivialities, unable to see the big picture, and never considering the results of actions. Levin, on the other hand, had no hesitation in believing that Malcolm was arrogant, indifferent, and entirely inattentive to detail. God isn't the details, Levin once reminded him. Maybe you're God, Malcolm retorted. Not mine. My God is in the process. Levin stood in the elevated hide, thinking that was precisely the kind of answer a mathematician would give. Levin was very satisfied with the idea that details are everything, at least in biology, and his colleagues in biology often made the most common mistake of not paying enough attention to detail. Levin himself focused all his energy on details. He would miss no detail. Take the animal that attacked him and Diego, for example. Levin often thought about it, replaying the sequence of events in his mind over and over, because there was something troubling about it, something he couldn't quite grasp. That animal was incredibly fast. Initially, he thought it was a basic theropod carnivorous dinosaur with a powerful tail and a large skull, nothing particularly special. But upon seeing the animal, he noticed something unusual around its eye sockets, which made him think of the Giganotosaurus from the Argentinian group of gorgonopsids. Besides that, its skin color was also distinctive. A mottled bright green, but there was something else. He shrugged. That confusing detail was swimming in the depths of his mind, and he found it a bit elusive. He simply felt he couldn't grasp it. Reluctantly, Levin shifted his attention to the nearby Brachiosaurus, grazing along the riverbank. He heard the unique, low horn-like calls of the Brachiosaurus. He noticed they often made a shorter call, like a low honking sound. Sometimes, several dinosaurs would call out simultaneously, sometimes even overlapping. It seemed to be a way for the group to indicate their respective positions. Then a long, melodic horn-like call rang out. This sound was rare and often came from the two tallest dinosaurs in the group. They lifted their heads high and emitted a loud, prolonged call. But what did this sound mean? Standing in the hot sun, Levin decided to conduct a small experiment. He cupped his hand around his mouth and mimicked the horn-like call. Although it wasn't a perfect imitation, the leading Brachiosaurus immediately lifted its head and looked around. Then it let out a low call in response to Levin. Levin called out again. The Brachiosaurus responded once more. Levin felt delighted to hear the reply and quickly made a note in his notebook. When he looked up again, he was surprised to see that the Brachiosaurus were leaving the herd of Apatosaurus, gathering together and heading in a single file straight toward the elevated hide. Levin started to sweat. What had he done? Somewhere in his mind, he suspected that the call he had just imitated was a courtship call. Attracting a courting dinosaur was exactly what he had been hoping for. Who knew how these animals behaved when courting? He grew increasingly anxious as he watched them stride closer. Perhaps he should talk to Malcolm and hear his advice. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly realized that mimicking the call had disrupted the environment, introducing a new variable. What he had done was exactly what he had told Thorne he didn't want to do. Of course, it was just a lapse in judgment, but it certainly wasn't very significant to the overall picture. However, Malcolm would definitely be furious with him. Levin lowered the binoculars a bit and continued to observe. A deep horn-like call echoed in the air, loud enough to be deafening. The ground began to tremble, and the elevated hide swayed slightly, feeling a bit unstable. My God, he thought to himself, they're coming for me. He bent down and fumbled in his backpack for his walkie-talkie. In the trailer, Thorne took the rehydrated food out of the microwave, placed it on a plate, and handed it to the people sitting around the small dining table. Everyone unwrapped the packaging and began to eat. Malcolm poked his fork into the food. What is this stuff? Herb roasted chicken breast, Thorne said. Malcolm took a bite and shook his head. Technology is amazing. He said, they really have a way of making this stuff taste like cardboard. He looked at the two kids sitting across from him who were enjoying their meal. Kelly looked up at him and pointed with her fork at the books on the shelf next to the dining table, saying, There's one thing I don't understand. Just one thing? Malcolm said. It's about evolution. She said, Darwin wrote a book a long time ago, right? Darwin published On the Origin of Species in 1859, Malcolm said. And today, everyone believes what he said, right? I think a fair statement is that every scientist in the world agrees that evolution is a characteristic of life on Earth. Malcolm said, and that our ancestors are also animals. Yes. Well, Kelly said, then what big questions are left? Malcolm replied with a smile. The big question is that everyone agrees evolution is happening, but no one understands how it works. There are still many big problems in this theory that remain unresolved. This is increasingly recognized by scientists. Malcolm pushed his plate away. This theory, he said, traces back to 100 or 200 years ago. It began with Baron Georges Cuvier. He was the most famous anatomist in the world at the time, living in the center of the academic world, Paris. Around 1800, some ancient bones were unearthed, and Cuvier realized they belonged to animals that had gone extinct on Earth. This raised a question because in 1800, everyone believed that all the animal species created were still living in the world. This view seemed reasonable because people thought the Earth was only a few thousand years old and believed that God, as the creator of all animals, would never allow the species he created to go extinct. Therefore, it was widely believed that extinction was impossible. Faced with those excavated bones, Cuvier pondered deeply and eventually concluded that, whether or not there's a God, many animals have gone extinct, and he believed the cause was a global catastrophe, such as Noah's flood. Well, Cuvier reluctantly came to accept the idea of extinction, Malcolm said, but he never accepted the idea of evolution. Cuvier believed that no evolution occurred, only that some animals went extinct while others survived, but no animals evolved. To him, animals were unchanging. Then Darwin came along. Darwin claimed that animals do evolve, and those excavated bones were actually ancestors of living animals, but they have since gone extinct. The implications of Darwin's ideas made many people uneasy. They were unwilling to consider the issue of God's creations changing or the idea that there were monkeys in their family tree. Such questions were embarrassing and felt shameful. The debate was extremely heated. However, Darwin gathered an astonishing amount of factual evidence, and his arguments overwhelmed the opposition. So his views on evolution were gradually accepted by scientists and eventually by the public. Yet the question remained unresolved. How does evolution occur? Darwin did not provide a satisfactory answer to this. Natural selection, Abby said. Yes, that's Darwin's explanation. Environmental pressures favor certain animals so that their offspring reproduce more frequently, and that is how evolution occurs. However, many people recognize that natural selection is not really an explanation, but merely a definition. If a species thrives, it must have been selected. But what exactly about that species is favored? How does natural selection actually work? Darwin was at a loss, and for the next 50 years, no one else knew either. It's just genes, Kelly said. Yes, Malcolm said, good. We entered the 20th century, and Mendel's botanical research was rediscovered, with Fisher and Wright conducting population studies. We soon learned that genes control heredity, and regardless of what genes are. Remember, in the first half of this century, during both World War I and World War II, no one knew what genes were. In 1953, Watson and Crick told us that genes are nucleotides arranged in a double helix. How amazing. We also learned about mutations. By the end of the 20th century, we had the theory of natural selection. According to this theory, mutations arise spontaneously in genes, and the environment favors those beneficial mutations, leading to evolution in this selection process. This explanation is simple and straightforward. God is not involved, and there is no higher organizing principle at play. Ultimately, evolution is just a series of mutations that result in either survival or extinction. Right? Right, Abby said. But this view has some problems, Malcolm said. First, there's a timing issue. The earliest life forms, single-cell bacteria, have 2,000 enzymes. Scientists have estimated how long it would take for the enzymes in primordial slime to combine randomly. The estimate is between 40 billion to 100 billion years. Yet the Earth is only about 40 billion years old. So, chance alone seems far too slow. Especially since we know that bacteria appeared 4 billion years after the Earth formed. Life appeared very quickly, which is why some scientists believe that life on Earth must have originated from another planet. However, I think that is just avoiding the question. Well, second, there's the issue of coordination. If you believe the current theory, then the marvelous complexity of life becomes a random accumulation of accidental gene events. Yet when we closely examine animals, we find that many elements seem to have evolved simultaneously. Take bats, for example. They have echolocation capabilities and navigate by sound, which requires many things to evolve. Bats need specialized organs to produce sound, specialized ears to receive echoes, specialized brains to interpret sound, and specialized bodies to dive, swoop, and catch insects. If all of these did not evolve simultaneously, there would be no advantage. Imagining all of this happening purely by chance is like imagining a hurricane striking a junkyard and assembling scattered parts into a functioning Boeing 747. It's hard to be convinced. That's right, Thorne said. I agree. Next question. Evolutionary behavior does not always act like a blind force. Some ecological niches remain empty. Some plants have no animals to eat them, and some animals show little evolution. Sharks have not changed in 160 million years. Since the dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago, possums have also remained unchanged. The environments these animals depend on have undergone tremendous changes, yet they themselves have remained almost the same. Not exactly the same, but almost. In other words, they seem not to have responded to their environments. Maybe they're still well adapted, Abby said. Maybe. Or perhaps something is happening that we don't understand. What? For example, other rules that influence the outcome. You mean evolution is directed? Said Thorne. No, Malcolm replied. That's intelligent design, which is wrong. It's completely fallacious. What I'm saying is that natural selection's effect on genes may not explain everything. That's too simplistic. There are other forces at play. Hemoglobin molecules are proteins that fold like sandwiches, with a central iron atom that binds to oxygen. Hemoglobin expands and contracts when it takes in and releases oxygen, like a miniature molecular lung. Now, we know the sequence of amino acids that make up hemoglobin, but we don't know how to fold it. Fortunately, we don't need to understand this, because if you create such a molecule, it will automatically fold itself. It will self-organize. Results have repeatedly shown that living organisms seem to possess self-organizing properties. Proteins fold. Enzymes interact. Cells arrange themselves into organs. Organs form harmonious individuals. And individuals organically organize into populations, which then combine into a harmonious biosphere. Starting from complexity theory, we are beginning to understand how this self-organization phenomenon occurs and what it means. This signifies a significant shift in our perspective on evolution. However, Abby said ultimately, evolution is definitely a result of environmental influences on genes. I think that's not enough. Abby, Malcolm said, I think there's more to it. I believe there must be more. Even when explaining how our own species came to be. About 3 million years ago, Malcolm said, some tree-dwelling African apes came down to the ground. These apes were unremarkable. They had small brains and were not particularly intelligent. They had no claws or sharp teeth for weapons, were not particularly strong or fast. They were certainly no match for leopards. But due to their small stature, they began to stand upright on their hind limbs to look out over the tall grass. It started just like that. Just some ordinary apes peeking out from the grass. Over time, the apes spent more and more time upright, which freed their hands to do things. Like all apes, they use tools. For example, chimpanzees use thin twigs to catch termites, and so on. Over time, our ape ancestors developed more complex tools. This stimulation caused their brains to grow larger and more complex. Thus, a spiral development occurred. More complex tools stimulated the development of more complex brains, and more complex brains developed even more complex tools. From an evolutionary perspective, our brain capacity surged. Over about 1 million years, our brain volume increased more than twice. This posed a problem for us. What problem? For instance, childbirth. With larger heads, they cannot pass through the birth canal, which means death for both mother and child during delivery. That won't do. So how did evolution respond? By having human infants born at an earlier developmental stage when their heads were still small enough to pass through the pelvis. This is the marsupial solution, where most of the development occurs outside the mother. A human infant's brain will double in size in the first year after birth. which better addresses the birthing issue but creates other problems. This means human infants are helpless for a long time after birth. Many mammal young can walk within minutes of birth, while others start walking within days or weeks. However, human infants do not walk for a whole year, and they take even longer to feed themselves. Thus, the cost of having large heads is that our ancestors had to evolve new, stable social organizations to support a prolonged period of childcare lasting for years. These large-headed, completely helpless children change society, but that is not the most important outcome. Not the most important? No. Human infants are born in an immature state, meaning their brains are not fully developed. They do not possess many innate instinctual behaviors at birth. A newborn instinctively sucks and grasps, but that's about it. Complex human behaviors do not arise from instinct. Therefore, human society had to develop education to train children's brains and teach them how to act. Every human society spends a significant amount of time and energy teaching children the correct ways of behavior. Just look at a simpler society in a tropical rainforest, and it's easy to see that every child is born into a network of adults responsible for helping to nurture them. Not only parents are present, but also grandparents, aunts, uncles, and other elders of the tribe. Some teach children how to hunt, gather food, or weave, while others impart knowledge about sex or war, each with specific roles. For example, if a child does not receive special guidance from one of the mother's siblings, people will discuss together and designate a substitute. Because, in a sense, nurturing children is the primary reason for social existence. This is the most important thing, the pinnacle of all tools, language, and social structures evolution. So, finally, after millions of years, our little ones are using computers. If that reasoning holds, then where does natural selection fit in? Does it act on the body, prompting the human brain to enlarge? Does it act on developmental sequences, prompting children to be born early? Does it act on social behavior, promoting cooperation and childcare? Or does it act simultaneously on all these aspects, body, development, and social behavior? Simultaneously on all of these, Abi said. I think so, Malcolm replied. But some of those parts arise spontaneously as a result of self-organization. For example, all species infants have a typical appearance: large eyes, large heads, small faces, and uncoordinated movements. Infants, puppies, and chicks are all like this. It seems to encourage the elders of all species to treat them gently and tenderly. In a sense, you could say that the appearance of infants seems to self-organize the behavior of adults. And for us humans, that's a good thing. What does that have to do with the extinction of the dinosaurs? Thorne asked. Self-organization principles can work well or poorly. Just as self-organization can coordinate changes, it can also lead a population toward decline, causing it to lose its advantages. On this island, I hope to see adaptive changes in self-organization through the living behavior of dinosaurs. It will tell us why dinosaurs went extinct. In fact, I believe we already know why dinosaurs went extinct. The intercom beeped. All right, Levin said over the intercom. I can't find a better way to describe it. Perhaps you'd better come and see what is happening here. The hadrosaur is doing something interesting, Ian. What? Come take a look. Kids, Malcolm said. You stay here and watch the monitor. You press the intercom button. Richard, we're coming over. The hadrosaur. Richard, Levin gripped the railing of the high observation platform tightly, focusing intently. He saw a large head of a hadrosaur emerging from a low slope directly in front of him. The head was 3 feet long, but the large, upward curving crest made it appear even larger. The creature was getting closer, and Levin could see the green patterns on its head. He saw its long, strong neck, heavy body, and pale green underbelly. This Brachiosaurus stood 12 feet tall, about the size of a giant elephant, and its head nearly reached the floor of the elevated hide. It walked toward him slowly, each step shaking the ground heavily. Moments later, he saw a second head appear from behind a low slope, followed by a third and a fourth. The animals emitted trumpet-like calls, marching in a line directly toward him. In an instant, the lead dinosaur was alongside the hide. Levin held his breath, waiting for it to pass. The creature turned its brown, large eyes to look at him and licked its lips with a deep purple tongue. The hide trembled with its footsteps. Then it walked past, continuing toward the jungle behind. Soon after, the second one passed by as well. The third one brushed lightly against the structure, causing it to sway gently, but it seemed completely unaware and continued to move steadily forward. The other dinosaurs did the same. One by one, they gradually disappeared into the thick woods behind the elevated hide, and the ground stopped shaking. At that moment, he noticed a game trail leading from the elevated hide into the jungle. Levin sighed with relief. His body slowly relaxed. He picked up the binoculars, took a deep breath, and calmed himself. His fear gradually faded, and he began to feel much better. Then he pondered, what were they doing? Where were they going? As he thought more deeply, he found the behavior of these brachiosauruses to be extremely peculiar. They gathered together for defense while feeding, yet formed a line while moving, breaking the usual grouping pattern, which made each individual vulnerable to predators. However, this behavior was clearly organized. Moving in a single file must have some purpose. But what could that be? After entering the jungle, the animals began to emit shorter, lower trumpet sounds again. He felt again that this was some sort of vocal communication for positional information, perhaps to help group members follow one another as they traversed the jungle and their positions changed. But why change positions? Where were they going? What were they doing? At that moment, standing in the elevated hide, he was sure he would not find the answers. He hesitated, listening intently to the dinosaur calls. Then, he made a quick decision, lifted his leg over the railing, and quickly climbed down the elevated structure. Sarah Harding felt hot and sticky, with something rough and sandpaper-like brushing against her face. Then she felt that rough thing rubbing against her face again. She coughed, and something dripped on her neck. She smelled a strange, sweet odor, somewhat like fermented African beer. A low hissing sound filled her ears. Then, the rough rubbing began again, starting from her neck and moving up to her cheek. She slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at a horse face in front of her. The horse was looking down at her, with large, vacant eyes and soft eyelashes. It was licking her with its tongue. She thought, this is quite pleasant, offering some comfort. Lying here in the muck, being licked by a horse. This is not a horse. She suddenly realized that its head was too narrow, its snout too pointed, and the proportions were completely off. She turned her head and saw that this small head was attached to an incredibly thick neck, along with a massive, clumsy body. She scrambled up, kneeling on the ground. Oh my God. Her sudden movement startled the giant creature, which snorted heavily and slowly walked away. It took a few steps along the muddy riverbank, then turned back, casting a reproachful look at her. However, at this moment, she could see clearly a small head, a thick neck, a huge and clumsy body, with 2 rows of pentagonal plates along its back and a long tail with spikes. Harding blinked. This can't be. In a daze, she began searching her mind for the name of this animal, finally recalling it from her distant childhood memories. Stegosaurus. This was a damn Stegosaurus. In shock, Sarah remembered that dazzling white hospital room when she visited the comatose Malcolm, hearing him mumble the names of several dinosaurs. She had always suspected that even now, facing a living dinosaur, her first reaction was to think it must be some sort of trick. She squinted to examine it closely, trying to find seams in its skin or mechanical joints beneath its skin. But its skin was seamless, its movements organic and unified, and those eyes slowly blinked. Then, the Stegosaurus turned its head away from her and walked toward the water, using its rough tongue to lick up the water. That tongue was deep blue. How could this be? Due to venous blood, it appeared deep blue? Was it a cold-blooded animal? No, its movements were too steady and coordinated. It exuded the confidence and nonchalance of a warm-blooded animal. Lizards and amphibians seemed to be very attentive to their surrounding temperatures, but this creature was not at all. It stood in the shade, lapping at the cool water without a care. She looked down at her shirt, foam-like saliva dripping from her neck. It had just drooled on her. She touched it with her finger. It was warm. It was warm-blooded, no doubt. A Stegosaurus. She stared. The skin of the Stegosaurus had a pebble-like texture, but unlike amphibians covered in scales, it seemed more like the skin of a rhinoceros or an African warthog. However, it was completely hairless and lacked the bristles of a pig. The Stegosaurus moved slowly, its demeanor calm and foolish. She thought it might indeed be quite dumb. So she looked at its head again. Its skull was much smaller compared to that of a horse, and pitifully small relative to its body weight. She struggled to stand up, groaning. Her whole body ached, her limbs and muscles were sore, and her legs were trembling. She took a breath. A few yards away, the Stegosaurus paused and glanced at her, noticing her upright posture. Seeing that she didn't move, it resumed its indifferent demeanor and began drinking from the river again. What a sight to behold, she said. She looked at her watch. It was only 1:30 p.m., and the scorching sun was still high overhead. She couldn't use the sun to determine direction, and the afternoon sun was unbearably hot. She decided it was best to walk and try to find Malcolm and Thorne. Barefoot, enduring muscle soreness, she awkwardly left the small river and headed into the jungle. After walking for half an hour, she felt parched. However, she had developed the ability to go long periods without water on the African savanna. She continued forward, indifferent to her discomfort. Approaching the top of a ridge, she came to a game trail. It was a wide, muddy path through the jungle, which was easier to walk on, so she followed it for about 15 minutes. At that moment, a series of excited yelps came from ahead. She thought of dogs and cautiously moved forward. Moments later, loud crackling sounds came from several directions in the bushes. Before she knew it, a green creature resembling a lizard, about 4 feet tall, burst out of the bushes at an astonishing speed, screaming as it leaped over her head. She instinctively crouched down, and before she could catch her breath, another animal rushed out, speeding past her. In an instant, a whole group of animals raced past her from all directions, emitting terrified howls. Then one bumped into her, knocking her down into the muddy puddle. Some other animals followed, jumping around her and crashing into each other. She saw a large tree with low-hanging branches a few feet ahead on the path. Without thinking, she jumped up and grabbed the branch to swing herself up. Just as she climbed to a safe spot, a clawed dinosaur rushed past the mud pit below her, chasing after the frantically fleeing green animals. As it moved away, she saw that it stood 6 feet tall, had a dark body with tiger-like red stripes on its skin. After a while, a second striped creature appeared, followed by a third, and a group of carnivores let out hissing roars, relentlessly pursuing the green dinosaurs. Due to her years of wilderness experience, she unconsciously started counting the number of these animals. There were 10 of the striped predators. This piqued her interest, though she thought that numbers alone wouldn't mean much. After the last predator moved away, she jumped down and hurriedly followed. She suddenly thought that this might be a foolish thing to do, but her curiosity overcame her. She followed the striped dinosaurs up a slope. Before she reached the top, she could hear the howls and roars indicating that they had caught one. From the top of the slope, she looked down at the scene of their hunt. It was different from what she had seen in Africa. In the Serengeti grasslands, hunts had a certain organization, were somewhat predictable, and could almost be described as solemn. Lions or hyenas were the largest predators, approaching the carcasses of their prey to eat alongside their young. The outer layer was guarded by vultures and storks, patiently waiting for their turn, and further out were jackals and other smaller carnivores. They circled cautiously, waiting until the larger predators finished before they could advance to feed. Different animals enjoyed different parts. Hyenas and vultures ate the bones, while jackals picked the carcass clean. This was the pattern followed in enjoying the prey, and those animals rarely fought or killed each other over food. However, what she saw before her was chaotic, a frenzy of fighting over food. The striped predators all pounced on the fallen animal, tearing at the flesh with rage, occasionally stopping to roar and fight among themselves. Their battles were fierce and brutal. One predator bit another hard, leaving deep wounds. At that moment, several others immediately jumped on it, forcing it to limp away. It was panting and bleeding, seriously injured. After being forced out, it retaliated by biting another creature's tail, causing serious injury to the victim. There was an immature predator, about half the size of the adult animals. It was desperately trying to squeeze forward to grab a piece of meat, but those creatures didn't give way at all. Instead, they roared angrily at it, scaring it into nimbly jumping back to avoid the sharp fangs of the adult carnivores. Hardin did not see any cubs. This was the realm of a group of ferocious adult animals. She watched as these large carnivores, covered in blood, revealed numerous intersecting healing scars on their sides and necks. They were obviously swift and intelligent animals, yet they fought continuously. Had their social organization evolved into this? If so, it was quite rare. Many species fought over food, territory, and mating, but it was usually just for show and formal provocation, with few serious injuries occurring. Of course, there were exceptions. When male hippos fought for females, they often inflicted severe injuries on other males. Nevertheless, the scene before her was unlike anything she had ever seen or heard. She saw the injured creature retreating to the outskirts of the slaughterhouse, quietly squeezing back to the front, biting another adult animal. The bitten creature let out a wild scream and lunged at it, striking with its long, sharp claws. In an instant, the injured one was eviscerated, its gray-white intestines spilling out from the wide gash. It fell to the ground with a scream, and immediately 3 adult beasts turned and pounced on the newly fallen body, greedily tearing apart and devouring its flesh. Hardin closed her eyes and turned her head away. This was a completely different world, a world she did not understand at all. Dizzily, she turned back down the slope, carefully and silently leaving the bloody scene. The sound of the Ford Explorer glided quietly down the jungle path as they drove from the beach trail on the ridge to the elevated hideout in the valley below. It was Thorne driving. He said to Malcolm, "You just said you know why the dinosaurs went extinct." "Well, I'm quite confident," Malcolm replied. The basic situation is quite simple. He shifted in his seat. Dinosaurs appeared in the Triassic about 228 million years ago. Throughout the Jurassic and subsequent Cretaceous periods, their population exploded. For about 150 million years, they were the dominant life form on this planet, which is a long time. Think about us. We've only been on Earth for 3 million years, Eddie said. We shouldn't get too proud, Malcolm said. Some small primates have existed for 3 million years, and we haven't. The confirmed presence of humans on this planet is only 35,000 years, he said, referring to the time since our ancestors painted hunting scenes in caves in France and Spain to plead for successful hunts. 35,000 years. What does that mean in the history of Earth? We're just newcomers. That's true. Of course, even 35,000 years ago, we were already causing extinctions. Cave people killed so many prey that many animals became extinct across several continents. Europe once had lions and tigers. Los Angeles once had giraffes and rhinos. Damn it, 10,000 years ago, the ancestors of Native Americans hunted the woolly mammoth to extinction. This is not a new phenomenon, this tendency of humans. Ian, well, that's a fact. Even the modern fools think all this is brand new. Ian, you were just talking about dinosaurs. Yeah, dinosaurs anyway. During the 150 million years on this planet, dinosaurs thrived remarkably, and by the Cretaceous, there were 21 major groups. Some of those groups, like the dome-headed dinosaurs and Fabrosaurus, had already gone extinct. However, the vast majority of dinosaur groups remained very active throughout the Cretaceous. Then, suddenly about 65 million years ago, all dinosaur groups went extinct, with only birds surviving. So, okay, the question is, what happened? I thought you knew. Thorne said. No, what was that sound just now? Did you hear anything? No, so replay. Stop the car, Malcolm said. Thorne stopped the car, and then turned off the engine. They rolled down the windows, and the midday warm air rushed in, with almost no breeze. They listened intently for a moment. Thorne shrugged. I didn't hear anything. What do you think, you? Sure, Malcolm said. He covered one ear with a hand, and then leaned out the window, listening carefully. After a moment, he pulled his head back inside the window and said, I swear, I just heard the sound of an engine. An engine? You mean an internal combustion engine? Exactly. He pointed to the east. It sounds like it's coming from over there. They listened for a while longer, but still heard nothing. Thorne shook his head. I can't imagine there would be a gasoline engine here, Ian. There's no gasoline here. The walkie-talkie crackled. Dr. Malcolm? It was Abby in the trailer. It's me, Abby. Is there anyone else there? On this island? What do you mean? Turn on your monitor. Thorne turned on the monitor on the dashboard, and they saw images coming from a security camera. The image showed the narrow, steep eastern valley. They saw a slope hidden under the trees, with a branch blocking part of the view. However, the image was completely still, silent, with no signs of activity. What do you see, Abby? Keep an eye out. Thorne saw a flash of khaki in the bushes, then another flash. He realized it was a person slipping down the jungle slope. A short, sturdy figure with short black hair. This is unbelievable, Malcolm said with a smile. Do you know who that is? Of course, it's Sarah. Oh no, we better go get her. Thorne reached for the walkie-talkie, pressed the button. Richard, he said. There was no response. Richard, do you hear me? No response. Malcolm sighed. Great. P.S. not answering. Maybe he decided to go for a walk. Doing his research. That's what I'm worried about. Thorne said, Eddie, take the motorcycle off the hook. Go see what Levin is up to. Take the Lindstrat rifle. We're going to get Sarah. Levin walked deeper into the jungle along the animal path. Up ahead, a theropod was crashing through the ferns and palm thickets, making a huge noise. He finally understood why they were moving in single file. There was no other way to navigate through the dense tropical rainforest. Their calls had not stopped for a moment. But Levin noticed a change in their pitch, higher and more excited. He quickened his pace, pushing through palm leaves taller than himself, and arrived at a flattened path. While listening to the dinosaur calls ahead, he began to smell a particular odor, sharp and sweet. The strange smell grew stronger. But something was happening up ahead. That was for sure. The theropod's calls became short, almost like barking. He sensed a certain anxiety in them. What could make these 12-foot-tall, 30-foot-long behemoths anxious? Curiosity overwhelmed him. He started running through the jungle, pushing aside palm leaves and occasionally jumping over fallen trunks. From the green leaf thicket ahead came hissing sounds, followed by a crashing noise. And then a theropod let out a long, deep, trumpet-like call. Eddie Carr rode his motorcycle to the hidden lookout, stopping the bike. Finding Levin missing, he looked down at the ground around the lookout and found deep impressions of many animal tracks. These tracks were large, about 2 feet in diameter, and seemed to lead into the jungle behind the lookout. He searched carefully and found some fresh boot prints with the Asolo brand soles. He recognized they were Levin's. Some boot prints had disturbed the edges of the animal tracks, indicating they were made later and also headed into the jungle. Eddie Carr cursed. The last thing he wanted to do was enter that jungle. Just the thought sent chills down his spine. But did he have a choice? He had to find Levin. He thought, that guy is really going to get into trouble. He took his rifle off his shoulder, rested it on the motorcycle handlebars, and then turned the throttle. The motorcycle quietly moved forward, driving into the darkness. Levin's heart raced with excitement. He pushed through the thick vegetation, passing the last tall palm tree. He suddenly stopped. A theropod's tail was right in front of him, almost swinging over his head. Its back was to him, and a stream of murky urine sprayed from its pelvis, splattering the ground. Levin quickly jumped back to avoid the flow. He saw an open area in front of him where numerous animals had flattened the ground. The group of theropods was scattered around the clearing, all urinating at the same time. He thought, so they came here to relieve themselves. This is fascinating, truly unexpected. Many contemporary animals, including rhinos and deer, prefer to defecate in specific locations, and in many cases, the behavior of animal groups is coordinated. Defecation is often seen as a way to mark territory. However, no one had ever thought that dinosaurs would exhibit such behavior. Levin continued to observe, and saw that after urinating, the theropods moved a few feet aside and then began to defecate, still in unison. Each theropod expelled a large pile of straw-colored feces, while emitting low, trumpet-like sounds and releasing large amounts of intestinal gas, filling the air with the smell of methane. Behind him, a voice whispered, "Amazing." He turned around and saw Eddie Carr on the motorcycle. He waved his hand in front of Levin and said, "The dinosaurs are farting. Better not strike a match nearby, or you'll blow this place up." "Shoo." Levin angrily shook his head, then turned back to the theropods. He couldn't let some foolish kid ruin this moment. A few of the animals lowered their heads to lick the puddles of urine. He thought they were undoubtedly trying to reclaim lost nutrients, maybe salt or hormones, or something seasonal, or perhaps Levin slowly moved forward. They knew so little about these animals, not even the most basic facts of their lives: how they ate, how they defecated, how they slept, and how they reproduced. Among these long-extinct creatures, an unimaginable complexity of interconnected behaviors had once evolved. Now, understanding them might require the lifetime efforts of dozens of scientists. However, that situation might never happen. All he hoped for was to make a few guesses, a few fleeting insights into their complex lives. As the trumpet-like calls continued, the theropods moved deeper into the forest, and Levin prepared to follow them. "Dr. Levin," Eddie said softly, "get on the motorcycle. Hurry." Levin ignored him. Just as those large animals left, he saw dozens of small green dinosaurs bouncing out, chirping as they jumped into the clearing. He immediately recognized what they were: Triassic Protoceratops, small scavengers first discovered by Ferraz in Bavaria in 1913. Levin's eyes widened in fascination. He was certainly familiar with these animals, but only through models, as there were no complete fossil skeletons of Protoceratops anywhere in the world. Ostrom's research was the most complete, but his subject was an incomplete skeleton. Ostrom's description did not mention the condition of the animal's tail, neck, and forelimbs. Now right in front of him was a complete Protoceratops, lively as a group of chickens. He saw the Protoceratops beginning to consume the fresh feces, drinking the residual urine. Was this part of the scavenger's daily behavior? Levin wasn't sure. He moved slowly forward, wanting to see more closely. "Dr. Levin," Eddie whispered a reminder. Interestingly, the Maiasaura only consumed fresh dung and did not touch the dried remnants scattered on the ground. Whatever nutrients they were extracting from the dung, they surely only existed in fresh droppings. This suggested some kind of protein or hormone that might degrade over time. Perhaps he should take a fresh sample for testing. He reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out a small plastic bag. He approached the Maiasaura, which seemed indifferent to his presence. He squatted next to a recent pile of dung and slowly extended his hand. "Dr. Levin," he snapped, turning back in annoyance. Just then, one Maiasaura jumped over and bit his hand. Another one leapt onto his shoulder and bit his ear. Levin yelped in pain and stood up. The first Maiasaura quickly hopped to the ground and fled in panic. "Damn it," he cursed. Eddie rode over and said, "Enough, get on this damn motorcycle. We're leaving." The red Jeep stopped, continuing forward along the path they had been walking, leading through the vegetation to a clearing in the woods. This wide, muddy trail had been made by the feet of gigantic animals, with deep footprints clearly visible in the muck. They heard a low, honking sound from the direction of the clearing, resembling the call of a large goose. "All right, hand me the box," Dodgson said. Gold did not respond. "What box?" Base Eaton asked. Dodgson stared at the clearing. "There's a black box next to you in the seat, along with a set of batteries. "Bring it to me," he instructed. Base Eaton muttered, "It's heavy." "That's because there are conical magnets inside." Dodgson reached back to receive the box. The box was made of anodized black metal, about the size of shoebox, but with a trumpet-shaped cone at one end. The bottom of the box had a pistol grip. Dodgson clipped a battery pack to his belt, plugged it into the box, and then grabbed the handle to lift it up. There was a knob on the back of the box facing him, along with a dial. "Is the battery charged?" Dodgson asked. "It's fully charged," Gold replied. "All right," Dodgson said. "I'll go first into the nest area. I'll get the box set up and drive those animals away. You follow me, and once the animals run off, each of you grab an egg from the nest, and then leave, taking the eggs back to the car. I'll be the last to return, and then we'll drive off together. Understood?" "Understood," Base Eaton said. "Okay," Gold said. "What kind of dinosaur is it?" "I have no fucking idea," Dodgson said as he climbed out of the vehicle. "Besides, it doesn't matter what kind of dinosaur it is. Just follow the procedure." He gently closed the car door. The other two quietly got out of the car and proceeded along the damp trail. Their feet squished in the mud, and the sounds from the clearing continued. After listening, Dodgson felt there were many animals over there. He pushed aside the last clump of ferns and saw them. It was a large nesting site with about 4 or 5 low mounds covered in grass. These mounds were approximately 7 feet wide and 3 feet deep. Surrounding the mounds were about 20 beige adult dinosaurs, a group of Maiasaura, encircling the nesting area. These adults were tall, measuring about 30 feet long and 10 feet high, all making honking calls and continually exhaling. "Oh my God," Base Eaton exclaimed wide-eyed. Dodgson shook his head. "They're Maiasaura." He whispered, "This should be a piece of cake." The Maiasaura was named by paleontologist Jack Horner. Previous scientists had inferred that dinosaurs, like most reptiles, abandoned their eggs and did not incubate them. This inference aligned with earlier beliefs that dinosaurs were cold-blooded reptiles. It was thought that dinosaurs were solitary, with museum murals depicting dinosaurs, each rarely exceeding one individual, a brontosaurus here, a stegosaurus or triceratops there, wandering through vast swamps. However, Horner's archaeological discoveries on the Montana plains provided clear evidence that at least one hadrosaur exhibited complex nesting and nurturing behaviors. Horner embodied this behavior in the name he gave to such animals, Maiasaura, meaning good mother lizard. Dodgson watched the Maiasaura, realizing they were indeed attentive parents. The adult dinosaurs circled the mounds, carefully placing their feet outside the shallow earth mounds. The beige Maiasaura belonged to the hadrosaur family, with large heads extending abroad, flat snout that resembled a duck's bill. They picked up mouthfuls of grass and threw them onto the dinosaur eggs in the mounds. He knew this was a method to regulate the temperature of the eggs. If these enormous creatures sat on the eggs to incubate them, they would surely crush them. They layered the grass over the eggs to retain heat and maintain a more constant temperature, busily working without pause. "They're really big," Base Eaton remarked. "Just oversized milk cows." Dodgson replied. Despite their massive size, Maiasaura were herbivores and possessed a slightly dull, docile temperament like that of a cow. "Ready? Let's go." He lifted the box like a gun and took a few steps forward to present himself in front of the dinosaurs. Dodgson estimated that the Maiasaura would react significantly upon seeing him, but to his surprise, they did nothing. It seemed they had not noticed him at all. One or two of the adults glanced his way, their vacant gazes landing on him before turning elsewhere. They continued to throw grass on the eggs. The eggs were pale, oval-shaped, nearly 2 feet long, about twice the size of ostrich eggs, as large as small beach balls. There were still no hatchlings. Gold and Base Eaton stepped out and stood beside him in the clearing. The Maiasaura still ignored them. "Strange," Base Eaton said. "It's good for us," Dodgson replied. He turned the knob on the box. A continuous, piercing high-pitched whine filled the clearing. The Maiasaura immediately turned toward the sound, raised their heads, and emitted honking cries. They appeared anxious and bewildered. Dodgson twisted the dial, and the shriek grew even higher, almost piercing their eardrums. The Maiasaura bobbed their heads frequently, starting to avoid the unbearable noise, all gathering at the far end of the clearing. A few were so frightened they urinated, while others abandoned the nest and fled into the thickets. They were extremely anxious, helplessly keeping their distance. "Go for it," Dodgson said. Gold approached the nearest nest, mumbling as he picked up a dinosaur egg. The egg was so large that he could barely wrap his arms around it. The Maiasaura hissed at him, but none dared to come closer. Next, Base Eaton stepped into the nest and picked up an egg, following Gold back to the car. Dodgson backed away while lifting the box toward the adult dinosaurs. He only turned off the sound when he reached the edge of the clearing. The Maiasaura immediately turned back, honking repeatedly. Once back near the nest, the adult dinosaurs seemed to have forgotten what had just happened. In no time, they stopped calling and resumed throwing grass on the eggs. They completely ignored Dodgson, allowing him to leave the clearing and return along the animal trail. As Dodgson walked toward the car, he thought, stupid creatures. Vase-Eaton and Gold were placing the eggs into the large polystyrene foam container in the trunk, carefully packing the foam padding around the eggs. The two of them smiled like children, grinning widely. Amazing. Awesome. What did I tell you? Dodgson said. It's a piece of cake. He glanced at his watch. At this speed, we'll be done in less than 4 hours. He climbed into the car, sitting in the driver's seat, and started the engine. Basher took a seat in the back. Kim sat in the passenger seat, casually pulling out a map. To the next target, Dodgson said. The elevated hide. I'm telling you, it's nothing. Levin said impatiently, standing under the stifling aluminum roof of the elevated hide, drenched in sweat. Look, not even a scratch. He extended his hand. There was a semicircular red tooth mark on the skin where the young Sycomomus had just bitten. And that was it. Eddie said beside him, yeah, but your ear is bleeding a bit. I don't feel anything. It can't be serious. It's not serious. Eddie said, opening a first aid kit, but I'd better clean it for you. I still wanna, Levin said, continue my observations. The dinosaurs were less than a quarter of a mile away, and he could see them clearly. In the still air of noon, he could hear their breathing. If this young man would just leave him alone, he could hear it. Listen, Levin said, I know what I'm doing here. You barged in on a very interesting and successful experiment that S about to conclude. In fact, I've called them over to me by mimicking their calls. Really? Eddie said, it's true. That's the primary reason they were lured into the jungle. I hardly thought of needing your assistance. The problem is, Eddie said, you got some dinosaur dirt on your ear and a few small cuts. I'm going to clean it for you. He dipped a piece of cotton in disinfectant. It might sting a bit. I don't care. I got other things to do. Don't move, Eddie said. It'll just take a moment. It's completely unnecessary. As long as you stand still, it'll be over quickly. He removed the cotton. Levin saw brown stains and a hint of red on it. Just as he expected, it was a very light injury. He touched his ear and felt no pain at all. Levin squinted at the flat ground, while Eddie packed the first aid kit. Goodness, it's really hot up here, Eddie said. Yeah, Levin shrugged. Sarah Harding has arrived. I think they've already brought her back to the trailer. Do you want to go back now? I can't think of any reason, Levin said. I just thought maybe you want to say hello or something. Eddie said. My work is here, Levin said, lifting the binoculars to his eyes. So Eddie said, you don't want to go back? Not in a million years. Levin gazed through the binoculars. Not in a million years. Not in 65 million years either. Trailer. Kelly Curtis heard the sound of running water from the shower. She found it unbelievable, staring blankly at the muddy clothes carelessly thrown on the bed, the suit shorts, and the khaki short-sleeved shirt. Those are definitely Sarah Harding's clothes. She couldn't help it, so she reached out to touch them. She noticed the fabric was heavily worn, the buttons were re-sewn, mismatched with the clothes, and there were a few reddish marks near the pockets. She figured they must be bloodstains. She reached down to feel the fabric. Kelly, Sarah shouted from the shower. She still remembers my name. Kelly replied, her voice a bit tense. Is there any shampoo? I'll see if I can find some, Dr. Harding, Kelly said as she hurriedly opened the drawers beside her. The men had all gone to the next room, leaving her alone with Sarah in the shower. Kelly pulled out the drawers one by one, then closed them again, looking flustered. Listen, Sarah shouted, if you can't find it, it's okay. I'm looking. Is there any dish soap? Kelly paused. There was a green plastic bottle by the sink. Yes, Dr. Harding, but hand it to me. It's all the same stuff. I don't care. Sarah's hand reached out from behind the shower curtain, and Kelly handed over the plastic bottle, calling her Sarah. Okay, Dr. Harding. Sarah. Okay, Sarah. Sarah Harding is quite a nice person. Very easygoing and ordinary. Kelly sat in the kitchen seat, mesmerized, swinging her feet, waiting to see what Dr. Sarah might need next. She heard Sarah humming, I want to wash that man out of my hair. After a while, the shower head turned off, and she reached out to grab the towel from the hook, then wrapped it around herself as she stepped out. Sarah was running her fingers through her short hair, as if that was all the attention she paid to her appearance. Feeling much better. Wow, this is a luxurious wilderness cabin. The doctor did a great job. Yes, she said, it's pretty nice. She smiled at Kelly. How old are you, Kelly? 13. So, you're in 8th grade? 7th grade. 7th grade, Sarah said thoughtfully. Kelly said, Dr. Malcolm left you some clothes. He said he wanted you to wear what fits you. She pointed to a clean pair of shorts and a t-shirt. Whose are these? I think they're DS. Sarah picked them up to look. They might work. She took the clothes and went around the corner into the sleeping area to start getting dressed. She asked Kelly, What do you plan to do when you grow up? I don't know, Kelly said. Good answer. Really? Kelly's mother was always urging her to get a part-time job to figure out how she would spend her life. Yes. Sarah said, no smart person knows what they want to do before they're 20 or 30. Oh, what do you like to study? Actually, I like math. There was a hint of guilt in her voice. Sarah must have picked up on something in her tone, because she said, what is wrong with math? Girls aren't too good at it. I mean, no, I don't know, Sarah said flatly. Kelly felt anxious. She had been getting along quite well with Sarah, but now she felt that warmth cooling down, like answering a question wrong in front of a disapproving teacher. She decided not to say anything and waited in silence. Soon, Sarah came out wearing Eddie's oversized clothes, sitting down to put on her boots. Her movements were very casual and straightforward. What do you mean? Girls can't do math? Everyone says that. Who asks everyone? My teachers. Sarah sighed. Great. She shook her head. Your teachers. Other kids call me a nerd. That is what I mean, Kelly blurted out. She couldn't believe she was having this conversation with Sarah Harding. Other than having read a few articles and seen some pictures, Kelly hardly knew anything about her. But here she was, talking to Sarah about these personal matters. All of these unsettling things were making her anxious. Sarah chuckled and said, well, if they say that, your math must be great, right? I think so, she smiled. That's wonderful, Kelly. But the problem is, boys don't like girls who are too smart. Sarah raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Yeah, everyone says that. Like who? Like my mom. She probably doesn't know what she is talking about. I don't know, Kelly admitted. Actually, my mom only dates stupid men. So, is she probably wrong then? Sarah glanced at Kelly while tying her shoelaces. I guess so. Well, in my experience, some men like smart women, and some don't. It's like everything else in the world. She stood up. George Schaller? Of course. He studies pandas. Right? Pandas. Before that, it was snow leopards, lions, and gorillas. He is one of the most important animal researchers of the 20th century. Do you know how he works? Kelly shook her head. Before going into the field, George always reads all the relevant literature about his subjects. Popular books, newspaper articles, scientific papers, everything. Then he goes out to observe the animals himself. Do you know what he often finds? She shook her head, hesitant to guess. He finds that almost all the relevant literature or discussions are wrong. Take gorillas, for example. By the time Dian Fossey thought about studying mountain gorillas, George had already been studying them for 10 years. He found that the things people believed about gorillas were either exaggerated, misunderstood, or completely fanciful. For example, people said you can't bring women when studying gorillas because the gorillas would rape them. Wrong. Everything is wrong. Sarah finished tying her shoelaces and stood up. So Kelly, even at your young age, some things are worth learning. Throughout your life, people will tell you all sorts of things. But most of the time, I'd say 95% of the time, what they tell you is wrong. Kelly remained silent. After hearing this, she felt an inexplicable sense of discouragement. That's a fact of life, Sarah said. The human mind is filled with misinformation, making it hard to figure out whom to believe. I know how you feel. You do? Of course, my mom used to say I would never accomplish anything. She smiled, and several professors who taught me said the same. Really? That seems unlikely. Oh, it's true, Sarah said. In fact, they heard Malcolm's voice from the other end of the trailer. No, those idiots. They're going to ruin everything. Sarah immediately turned and walked over. Kelly quickly jumped up from her seat and followed her. The men were all crowded around the monitor, talking over one another and looking flustered. This is bad, Malcolm said. Really bad. Is that a Jeep? Thorne asked. They have a red Jeep. Harding stepped forward to look. It must be Dodgson, Malcolm said. Damn it. What's he doing here? I can guess. Kelly squeezed into the crowd to take a look. She saw the jungle foliage on the screen and a red and black car flickering in and out of view. Where are they now? Malcolm asked Abby. I think they're in the valley to the east, near where we found Dr. Levine, Abby said. The radio crackled. Levine's voice. Are you saying there are other people on the island? Yes, Richard. Then you better go stop them before they mess everything up. I know. Do you want to come back? I want to come back without a compelling reason. If you have one, let me know. With that, he turned off the radio with a click. Harding stared at the monitor, focusing on the Jeep. It's them, no doubt about it, she said. It's your friend Dodgson. Yes, not my friend, Malcolm said. He stood up, his legs hurting so much that his facial muscles were tensed. Let us go. He said, we have to stop those idiots before it's too late. The red Jeep slowly came to a stop in front of a dense thicket. Sunlight could be seen in the clearing beyond the trees. Dodgson sat quietly in the car, listening. Gold turned his head to speak, but Dodgson held up a hand, signaling him to be quiet. Then he clearly heard a deep rumbling sound, like a snore. The sound came from the other side of the thicket, like the roar of the largest jungle cat he had ever heard. He felt a slight tremor, though faint, enough to make the car keys jingle. He felt the vibrations and gradually realized it was walking. A massive creature. It was walking. Gold stared ahead in shock, mouth agape. Dodgson glanced back at To, who was gripping his seat tightly with pale fingers after hearing the sound. A huge shadow moved laterally among the ferns ahead. Judging by the shadow, the creature was 20 feet tall and 40 feet long. It walked on its hind legs, had a massive body, a short neck, and a large head. A Tyrannosaurus Rex. Dodgson stared at the shadow, feeling hesitant. His heart was pounding in his chest. He was considering moving forward to the next nest. He believed the box would work here too. He said, "Let us take this chance. Hand me the box." To handed him the box as he had last time. "Is it charged?" Dodgson asked. "It's charged," Gold said. "Okay," he said, "let us move. Just like last time, I'll go first, you two follow, and bring the eggs back to the car. Are you ready?" "Ready," To said. Gold didn't respond. He was still staring at the shadow. "What kind of dinosaur is that?" "That's a T-Rex." "Oh my God," Gold exclaimed. "Is it a T-Rex?" To asked. "What type of dinosaur doesn't T matter?" Dodgson said impatiently, "Just stick to the plan like last time. Are we all set?" "Wait," To said. Gold asked, "What if it doesn't T work?" "We already know it works," Dodgson said. "Recently, there was a report about a rather bizarre thing regarding T-Rexes," To said. "A paleontologist named Roxton studied the skull of a T-Rex and concluded that its brain function is similar to that of frog, of course, much larger in size. The implication is that their nervous systems can only perceive movement. If you stand still, they can't see you. They cannot see stationary objects." "Are you sure?" Kim asked. "The report says so, and it makes a lot of sense," Barstow replied. "Don't forget, even though dinosaurs are terrifyingly large, their intelligence is very limited. It's quite logical to think of a dinosaur's intelligence as being similar to that of a frog. I really don't understand why we are recklessly doing this," Kim said, staring ahead nervously. "It's much larger than the other dinosaurs." "So what?" Dodgson said. "Did you hear what George just said? It's just a big frog. Hurry up, get the hell out of the car, and don't slam the door." As George Barstow recalled the obscure and convoluted article he had read in the journal, he felt good about himself, as if he had become an academic authority. He had always played the role he was accustomed to, disseminating information to those who were uninformed. But as he approached the nest, he was surprised to find his knees beginning to shake. His legs felt as weak as rubber. He had previously thought this was merely a metaphor. Now he was astonished to realize that it might be quite real. He bit his lip, forcing himself to remain calm. He told himself not to show any fear. He could handle the situation. Dodgson, holding the black box like a gun, was already in the lead. Barstow glanced at Kim, who was pale and sweating profusely. He seemed on the verge of collapse, moving slowly forward. Barstow walked alongside him, ensuring he wouldn't have an accident. Dodgson, who was ahead, turned back for a moment, waving for Barstow and Kim to hurry up. He shot them both a glare before passing through the underbrush into the clearing. Barstow saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex. No, two of them. They stood on either side of the mound, two adult dinosaurs. They were standing on their hind legs, 20 feet tall, strong and powerful, with dark red skin and large, fearsome jaws. Like the maternal dinosaur, they stared intently at Dodgson, silently observing for a moment, as if stunned by the intruder before them. Then the T-Rex let out an angry roar. An unbelievable, earth-shattering, deep growl. Dodgson raised the box, aiming at the dinosaurs. In an instant, a continuous high-pitched shriek filled the clearing. The T-Rex responded with a series of roars. They lowered their heads, extending their necks, and snapped their massive jaws, preparing to attack. They were colossal creatures, completely unfazed by the sound. They stepped around the mound, advancing toward Dodgson. The ground trembled with their movement. "Oh, damn it," Kim said. Dodgson remained very calm. He turned the dial, and Barstow quickly covered his ears with both hands. The shriek intensified, becoming higher and louder, as if it were about to pierce through eardrums, causing incredible pain. The T-Rex immediately reacted. They stepped back, as if their bodies had been struck hard. They lowered their heads and blinked repeatedly. The sound seemed to resonate in the air. They roared again, but it sounded weak, lacking any intimidation. A terrible scream came from a nest. Dodgson leaned forward, raising the box high, directly facing the T-Rex. The T-Rex stepped back, glancing at the nest and then at Dodgson. They kept shaking their heads, as if trying to shake the sounds out of their ears. Dodgson calmly adjusted the dial. The sound had become unbearably high. Dodgson began to climb the mound of the nest, with Barstow and Kim hurriedly following him. Barstow looked into the nest and saw 4 speckled white eggs and 2 hatchlings, resembling 2 emaciated, oversized turkeys. They looked like some kind of giant chicks. The two Rex were at the far end of the clearing, pushed away by the sound, unable to approach. Like the maternal dinosaur, they were so anxious that they urinated. They stomped their feet repeatedly, but did not come closer. Amid the ear-splitting shriek, Dodgson shouted, "Get the eggs!" Dizzy, Kim clumsily climbed into the nest and grabbed the nearest egg. With trembling hands, he lifted it, but it slipped from his grasp. He quickly caught it again and staggered around. At that moment, he stepped on a hatchling's hind leg. It screamed in fear and pain, hearing the cries of their young. The two adult Rex moved forward once more. Kim quickly scrambled out of the nest and dove into the underbrush. Barstow watched him leave. "George!" Dodgson shouted, still aiming the box at the T-Rex. "Get another egg." Barstow turned to look at the adult T-Rex, seeing their agitation and anger as their massive jaws opened and closed. He suddenly felt that whether there was sound or not, these animals would not tolerate anyone stepping into their nest again. Kim was lucky, but Barstow would not be so fortunate. He could feel it. "George, hurry. I can't do it," Barstow said. "You idiot," Dodgson shouted, raising the gun high as he crawled toward the nest. But as he twisted his body, he accidentally knocked the power plug from a box. The sound abruptly stopped. The clearing fell silent. Barstow groaned. The two Rex shook their heads one last time and then roared. Barstow saw Dodgson frozen stiff, his body rigid. Barstow was also unable to move. He forced himself to stay still, forcing his knees to stop trembling. He held his breath. He was waiting. Across the clearing, the Rex took a step toward him. "What are they doing?" Abby yelled from the trailer. He was very close to the monitor, nearly pressing his nose against the screen. "Are they crazy?" "Just standing there." Kelly remained silent beside him, quietly watching the monitor. "Do you still want to go up there, Kelly?" Abby asked. "Shut up," Kelly replied. "No, they're not crazy," Malcolm said into the radio. He was staring at the monitor on the dashboard. The explorers were wobbling down the path toward the eastern part of the island. Thorne was driving. Sarah and Malcolm sat in the back seat. "He should hurry up and plug that sound machine back in." "Do they really plan to just stand there and wait to die?" Sarah said. "Yes," Malcolm replied. "Why?" "They received misleading information." Dodgson saw the Rex approaching him. Such a large animal, moving so cautiously. Only one of the two dinosaurs was coming forward, and it stopped to roar every few steps, showing incredible hesitance, as if confused by the two men standing there helplessly. Or maybe it couldn't see them. Perhaps he and Barstow had disappeared from its sight. The other Rex hesitated, guarding near the nest, its head bobbing up and down, appearing anxious but not aggressive. Of course, the roar of the approaching dinosaur was terrifying, sending chills down his spine. Dodgson dared not look at Barstow just a few yards away, thinking that at this moment he might be wetting his pants. He told himself that this was precisely why he didn't turn and run. If he did, he was as good as dead. As long as he stayed still, nothing would happen. Dodgson stood rigidly, holding the anodized metal box at his waist, near his belt buckle with his left hand, while his right hand slowly pulled up the power cable that had been knocked off. In just a moment, he would be able to touch the plug at the end of the wire, and then he could quietly connect it to the box. Meanwhile, his eyes never left the approaching Tyrannosaurus Rex. He felt the ground tremble beneath him. He heard the cries of the baby dinosaurs being crushed underfoot. The cries seemed to wrench the hearts of the two adult dinosaurs, stirring their anger. It was okay. Just a few more seconds, and he would be able to connect the plug to the battery. Then, at that moment, the Rex was just a bowshot away. Dodgson could smell the stench of the carnivore. It roared, and he felt a rush of heat. It stood right next to Base Eaton. Dodgson turned his head slightly to watch. Base Eaton stood there completely still. The Rex leaned in closer, lowering its massive head. It exhaled its breath on a Base Eaton, then lifted its head, looking confused. It really couldn't see him, Dodgson thought to himself. The Rex let out a ferocious roar. However, Base Eaton remained unmoving. The Rex bent down again, lowering its enormous head, its jaws opening and closing repeatedly. Base Eaton stared straight ahead, his eyes unblinking. The Rex flared its enormous nostrils, sniffing him, a long inhalation causing Bassettin's pant leg to flutter. Then the Rex gently nudged him with its snout. At that moment, Dodgson realized this animal could still see him. The Rex then swung its head sideways and crashed into Bassettin's side, easily knocking him to the ground. Base Eaton screamed in a frenzy. The Rex pinned him down with its massive foot. He raised his arm and cursed, "You son of a bitch." Just as he was cursing, the head lowered, jaws wide open, and bit down on him. A series of gentle, almost graceful movements. But in an instant, the head jerked up violently, tearing his body apart. Dodgson heard a piercing scream and saw a small, soft object hanging beside the giant jaws. He realized it was Bassetten's arm. Bassetten's hand hung limply, his metal watch glinting beneath the T. Rex's huge eye. Bassetten was screaming, continuously screaming. Dodgson felt a cold sweat break out, and his head spun. So he turned and ran, towards the vehicle, towards safety, running for his life. He escaped. Kelly and Abby, watching from the monitor, both turned their heads away. Kelly felt nauseous. She couldn't bear to watch, yet they could still hear the screams of the man lying on his back being torn apart by the T. Rex through the radio. "Shut off," Kelly said. A moment later, the sound stopped. Kelly sighed, letting her shoulders droop. "Thank you," she said. "I didn't do anything." Abby replied. She glanced back at the display screen and then quickly looked away. The T. Rex was gnawing on something red, and she shivered. The trailer was silent. Kelly heard the electronic counter ticking, and the pump beneath the floor emitted a low, thumping sound. Outside the trailer, the wind rustled the tall grass, making a whispering sound, and Kelly suddenly felt how alone and isolated she was on this island. "Abby," she said, "what do we do now?" Abby didn't respond. He rushed into the restroom. "I knew it," Malcolm said, staring at the monitor on the dashboard. "I knew this would happen. They want to steal the eggs. Look, the T-Rex is leaving. Both of them are leaving." He pressed the intercom button. "Abby, Kelly, are you there?" "We can't talk," Kelly said. The explorers continued down the slope towards the area where the T-Rex's nest was located. Thorne grimaced as he gripped the steering wheel, saying, "This is a fucking mess." "Kelly, are you listening? We can't see what's happening down there." "Did the T-Rex leave the nest?" "Kelly, what is going on?" Dodgson was desperately running towards the Jeep. The battery pack had fallen off his belt, but he didn't care. He saw the Jeep ahead, with Gold looking pale and nervously waiting for him. Dodgson got behind the wheel and started the vehicle. The T-Rex was roaring. "Where's Bassetten?" Gold asked. "No time," Dodgson replied. "What do you mean?" "I mean, didn't T have time?" Dodgson yelled, slamming the gear into drive. The Jeep lurched forward, bumpily climbing up the slope. They heard the T-Rex's low growl behind them. Gold, holding the egg, looked back at the road up the hill and said, "Maybe we should just throw this thing away." "You dare," Dodgson shouted. Gold rolled down the window. "Maybe it just wants its egg back." "No, Dodgson yelled. No." He reached for the passenger seat, driving while grappling with Gold. The path was narrow, with ditches all around. The Jeep swayed precariously as it moved forward. Suddenly, one of the T-Rexes burst out of the thicket ahead, charging into the middle of the path. It roared madly, blocking their way. "Oh my God!" Dodgson screamed, slamming on the brakes. The vehicle skidded on the muddy surface before finally coming to a stop. The T-Rex let out a low growl and began to approach them with heavy steps. "Turn around!" Gold screamed, "Quick, turn around!" But Dodgson did not turn the vehicle. He slammed it into reverse, starting to back up on the narrow path. He was moving quickly, but the road was too narrow. "Are you crazy?" Gold shouted. "You'll get us killed." Dodgson waved his hand and slapped Gold. "Shut your filthy mouth," he yelled. He focused entirely on backing the vehicle down the winding path. Even though he was driving as fast as he could, he was sure the T-Rex was faster. This wouldn't work. They were in a damn Jeep covered with a canvas top, and they were going to die. They were going... "No!" Gold shouted. Behind them, Dodgson saw the second T-Rex charging up the path towards them. Looking ahead, the first T-Rex was aggressively closing in on them. They were being flanked front and back. He panicked and jerked the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to slide off the mountain path and crash into the thick bushes and trees. He felt a violent impact. Then he felt nauseous as the back of the vehicle sank down. He realized that the rear wheels were now hanging off the edge of the cliff. He pressed the gas pedal desperately, but the rear wheels just spun in the air. There was no hope. Slowly, the vehicle fell back, sinking deeper into the dense vegetation. He couldn't see what was below, but they were on the edge of a cliff. Beside him, Gold was sobbing. He heard the T-Rex roaring. It was very close now. Dodgson suddenly threw open the car door and jumped into the underbrush. During the fall, he hit a tree trunk and then rolled down a steep slope covered in jungle. As he rolled, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his forehead, stars bursting before his eyes, and then he was enveloped in darkness. He passed out. Decision. They sat in the Explorer, parked on the ridge, overlooking the jungle-covered eastern valley. All the windows were rolled down. They listened quietly to the sound of the Tyrannosaurus Rex roaring and crashing through the bushes. They all left the nest. "Those guys must have taken something," Thorne said. Malcolm sighed. They were silent for a moment, just listening intently. They heard a faint buzzing sound, and soon he rode up on his motorcycle. "I think you might need some help. Are you planning to head down?" Malcolm shook his head. "No, absolutely not. It's too dangerous. We don't know where they are. Sarah Harding said, why is Dodgson just standing there like that? You can't do that in front of carnivore. If you're surrounded by lions, you have to shout loudly, wave your arms, throw things at them, and try to scare them away. You can't just stand there. He probably read that erroneous research report, Malcolm said, shaking his head. There has been a theory circulating recently that says Tyrannosaurus could only see moving things. There's a guy named Roxton who calculated the T-Rex skull and concluded that its brain was like a frog's brain. The radio crackled. Roxton is an idiot, Levin said. His anatomy knowledge isn't even enough to sleep with his wife. His paper is a joke. What paper? Thorne asked. The radio crackled again. Roxton believes, Levin said, that the T-Rex has a visual system like that of amphibians like frogs. Frogs can see moving things, but not stationary ones. However, the visual system of predators like the T-Rex couldn't possibly be like that, because the most common defense mechanism for prey is to stand still. Animals like deer will freeze when they sense danger. But anyway, predators need to be able to see their prey. The T-Rex can. Levin huffed disdainfully into the radio. This is just like the idiotic theory Grant proposed years ago. He said a sudden storm could confuse a T-Rex because it wasn't adapted to wet climates. That's ridiculous. The Cretaceous wasn't particularly dry. Besides, the T-Rex is a North American animal, found only in the United States and Canada. They lived in a vast area east of the Rocky Mountains, which often experience thunderstorms. It's safe to say the T-Rex endured many storms and evolved to adapt to such weather. So is there any reason why a T-Rex wouldn't attack a person? Malcolm asked. Oh, of course there is, Levin said. The most obvious one is, what if it's not hungry? What if it just ate an animal? Anything larger than a goat can keep it from feeling hungry for hours. No. The T-Rex can see just fine whether the prey is moving or stationary. They heard a roar from the valley below. About half a mile to the north, there was a violent commotion in the bushes. Another roar. Two T-Rexes seemed to be answering each other. What were we armed with? Sarah Harding asked. 3 Lindstrat rifles, fully loaded, Thorne said. All right, she said, let's go. The radio crackled. I'm not there, Levin said over the radio, but I suggest you wait and see. Wait and see my ass, Malcolm said. Sarah's right. We need to go down and see how bad it is over there. That will be your funeral, Levin said. Abby returned to the monitor, wiping his chin with his hand. His face was still a bit pale. What are they doing now? Dr. Malcolm and the others are heading towards the nest. Are you kidding? He exclaimed in shock. Don't worry, Kelly said. Sarah can handle it. You wish, Abby said. They parked the Explorer on the far side of the clearing. Eddie stopped the motorcycle and leaned it against a tree, waiting for the others to get out of the Explorer. Sarah Harding caught the distinctive stench of rotting meat and feces that characterized a carnivore's nest. In the hot afternoon, the smell was nauseating. Flies buzzed around in the still air. Harding grabbed a rifle and slung it over her shoulder. She looked at the 3 men. They stood there, tense and motionless. Malcolm's face was pale, his lips even whiter. This reminded her of old Professor Kaufman visiting her in Africa. Kaufman was a boisterous, Hemingway-like figure, full of romantic escapades at home and legendary adventures abroad, like tackling gorillas in Sumatra and dealing with ring-tailed lemurs in Madagascar. She took him to a hunting ground in the tropical savanna, and he immediately fainted. He weighed over 200 pounds, and she had to drag him out while fending off a pack of lions and their roars. It was a good lesson for her. She leaned closer to the 3 men and whispered, if you have any doubts about this, stay here. I don't want to worry about you. I can handle this myself. With that, she stepped away. You're sure? Yes. Now please don't make a sound. She walked straight into the clearing. Malcolm and the others quickly followed. She pushed aside the palm fronds and walked into the clearing. The T-Rex had left, and the conical mound of dirt was empty. To her right, she saw a shoe with a piece of flesh stuck on a tattered sock. That was all that remained of the Baselton remains. A high-pitched wail of despair came from the nest. Harding climbed up the dirt mound, and Malcolm stumbled after her. She saw 2 baby T-Rexes mewing. Nearby were 3 giant eggs. They noticed deep footprints all around in the surrounding soil. They took one of the eggs, Malcolm said. Damn it. You don't want this little ecosystem to be disturbed, do you? Malcolm forced a smile. Yeah, I hope so. Too bad, she said, quickly moving around the edge of the pit. She bent down to look at the baby T-Rexes. One was shivering, tucking its furry neck into its body. The second one behaved differently. As they approached, it remained motionless, lying on its side with its limbs spread out, breathing weakly and staring blankly. This one is injured, she said. Levin was stationed in the high observation post. He pressed the headphones tightly against his ears and spoke into the microphone at his cheek. I need you to describe it. Thorne said, there are two, about 2 feet long, weighing about 40 pounds, similar to small ostriches. They have large eyes, a short snout, light brown color, and a tuft of down on their necks. Can they stand? Even if they can't stand steadily. They can flap a bit and squeak. Then they are baby dinosaurs, Levin nodded. They are probably only a few days old and have never left the nest. You all need to be very careful. Why? They're so small. Levin said, the parents won't be gone for long. Harding moved closer to the injured baby dinosaur. It was still mewing, dragging its body painfully, trying to crawl toward her. One leg was bent at a strange angle. I think the left leg is injured. Eddie stepped closer, standing beside her to look. Is the bone broken? Yeah, probably. But hey, Eddie, get up. The baby dragon lunged forward, biting tightly at the ankle of his boot. He tried to pull his foot away, but the baby dragon was dragged along too, as it still held on firmly. Hey, let go. Eddie lifted his leg and swung it back and forth, but the little creature wouldn't let go. He tugged for a while longer, then stopped. The baby dragon lay there, breathing weakly, still gripping his boot. Goodness, Eddie said. Feisty little guy. Isn't, Sarah remarked. He has been like this since he was born. Eddie looked down at the tiny, blade-like upper and lower jaws. They had pierced the leather. The baby dragon clung on stubbornly. He poked its head with the butt of his rifle a few times, but it had no effect. It lay on the ground, breathing faintly, its big eyes slowly blinking at Eddie, yet it wouldn't release its grip. At that moment, they heard the roars of the parent dinosaurs, sounding from a distance to the north. Let us get out of here, Malcolm said. We've seen what we came to see. We still need to figure out where Dodgson is. I think I just saw a tire track along the path. They probably went that way, Thorne said. We'd better check it out. They turned back toward the car. Wait a minute, Eddie said, looking down his foot. What should I do with this baby dragon? Shoot it, Malcolm said, turning back. You mean kill it? Sarah said. Eddie, it's already got a broken leg. It's going to die anyway. Yeah, but Thorne shouted. We're going back along the path, Eddie. If we can't find Dodgson, we'll take the ridge trail down to the lab and then back to the trailer. Okay, Doc. I'll catch up with you guys in a minute. Eddie lifted his rifle and turned it in his hands. Get on with it, Sarah said as she climbed into the Explorer, because you wouldn't want to be here when its parents come back, right? The demise of the gambler as they drove along the animal path. Malcolm kept an eye on the monitor on the dashboard, where the camera feed was constantly switching back and forth. He was looking for Dodgson and his companions. Levin spoke over the radio. How serious is the situation? They took an egg, Malcolm replied, and we had to put down a baby dragon. So that's 2 losses. How many were in the clutch? 6? Exactly. Frankly, I don't think it's a big deal, Levin said, as long as you can stop those people from doing anything stupid. We're looking for them, Malcolm said grimly. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Ian, Harding said, we can't expect to observe animals without changing anything. That is scientifically impossible. Of course, Malcolm said, this is the greatest scientific discovery of the 20th century. You can't study anything without affecting it. Since Galileo, scientists have believed they were objectively observing the natural world. Their behavior reflects that, and even in their papers, there is no shortage of phrases like according to observations, as if no one had ever observed anything before. For 300 years, this objectivity became the hallmark of science. Science is objective. The observer does not influence the results they describe. This objectivity is what distinguishes science from the humanities or religion, where the observer has a complete perspective that is inextricably linked to the results of observation. But entering the 20th century, that distinction disappeared. The objectivity of science no longer exists, not even on the most fundamental level. Today, physicists understand that even when measuring a subatomic particle, one cannot avoid affecting it in some way. If you insert an instrument to measure the particle's position, you change its velocity. If you measure its velocity, you change its position. This fundamental fact became Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Whatever you study, you are also changing it. People finally understand that all scientists are participants in a participatory universe that does not allow anyone to be merely an observer. I know objectivity is impossible, Malcolm said impatiently. Why care about isn't that? What do you care about? I care about the demise of the gambler, Malcolm said, staring at the monitor. The demise of the gambler is a well-known, controversial statistical phenomenon that has significant implications for evolution and everyday life. Suppose you're a gambler, he said. You're betting on a coin toss, and every time the coin lands heads up, you win $1. Every time it lands tails up, you lose $1. Well, what happens over time? Harding shrugged. The chances of heads and tails are equal, so you might win or lose, but in the end, your result is 0. Unfortunately, that is not how it works, Malcolm said, if you gamble long enough, you always lose. The gambler always loses everything. That's why casinos can keep going. The question is, what happens during that time? What happens in the time before the gambler goes broke? Well, she said, what do you say happens? If you plotted a curve showing the gambler's luck over time, you'd find that gamblers go through winning streaks and losing streaks. In other words, everything in the world comes in bursts. This is a real phenomenon, observable everywhere, whether it's weather changes, river floods, baseball games, or fluctuations in heart rates and stock markets. Once things go wrong, they tend to get worse. As the saying goes, good fortune never comes in pairs. Misfortune never comes alone. Complexity theory tells us that popular wisdom is correct. Bad things come in succession. Bad things cluster together. That is the real world. So what point are you trying to make? That things are getting out of hand? Possibly that S. Dodgson. Malcolm said, frowning at the monitor. What the hell happened to those bastards? King, a buzzing sound, like a distant bee, reached Howard King faintly as he slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and saw the windshield of the car, along with the branches of trees on the other side of the glass. The buzzing grew louder than before. King didn't know where he was, nor did he remember how he got there or what had happened. He felt pain in his shoulder and hip, and his forehead throbbed. He struggled to recall, but the pain distracted him, making it hard to think clearly. The last thing he remembered was the Tyrannosaurus blocking his path. That was the last thing, and then Dodgson looked back. He turned his head slightly, suddenly feeling a piercing pain radiate from his neck to his skull, and he couldn't help but cry out. The pain was so intense that he gasped, struggling to catch his breath. He closed his eyes, and the muscles in his face kept twitching. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Dodgson was not in the car. The driver's door was wide open, and the panel of the door was dappled with shadows. The key was still in the ignition. Dodgson was gone. There was a streak of blood on the edge of the steering wheel, and a black box was placed next to the gear shift. The open door creaked slightly. Jean also heard a buzzing sound coming from a distance, as if from a giant bee. It was at this moment he realized that the sound was mechanical. Some kind of mechanical device. This reminded him of that fishing boat. How long would it wait by the river? What time was it now? He looked at his watch. The face was already smashed, the hands frozen at 1:54. He heard the buzzing sound again, getting closer. He struggled to push himself up from his seat, leaning against the dashboard. Pain shot through his spine like an electric shock, but it quickly faded away. He took a deep breath. I'm fine, he thought. At least I'm still alive. He looked at the open driver's door under the sunlight. The sun was still high, so it must still be afternoon. When did the boat leave? 4 o'clock? 5 o'clock? He couldn't recall any more details, but he was sure that once it got dark, the Spanish-speaking fishermen would not linger. They would leave the island. Howard King hoped he would be on the boat when they left. That was the only thing he wished for in this world. He furrowed his brow and pushed his body up, enduring the excruciating pain as he moved to the driver's seat. Once he sat steady, he took a deep breath and leaned out, looking through the open car door. The car was half suspended in the air, held up by the bushes. He saw the steep jungle slope below, a dark mass beneath the treetops. Looking down made him dizzy. He was definitely 20 to 30 feet above the ground. He saw scattered green ferns and some large black gravel. He turned to see more. At that moment, he saw him. Dodgson was lying on his back, head down on the slope. His body was limp, sprawled out, motionless. King couldn't see clearly due to the dense branches on the slope, but it looked like Dodgson was already dead. The buzzing sound suddenly grew louder, quickly intensifying. King looked ahead and saw a car passing by through the branches, obscuring the windshield, less than 10 yards away. It was a car. The car drove away. From the sound, he thought it was an electric vehicle. So it must be Malcolm. The thought that there were others on the island encouraged Howard King. Despite the pain in his body, he felt a new surge of strength. He reached out and turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life. He shifted into gear and slowly pressed the accelerator. The rear wheels spun, and he shifted into drive. Instantly, the Jeep lurched forward, wobbling as it pushed through the branches of the trees. Soon he was on a mountain road. Now he remembered this road. The right side led to the T-Rex's nest. Malcolm's car was going to the left. King turned left, driving down the small path. He was recalling how to return to that river, to get back to the boat. He vaguely remembered a fork at the top of the mountain. He would take that fork down the mountain and quickly leave this cursed island. That was his only goal, while there was still time to leave this island. Bad news. After the explorers reached the top of the slope, Thorne drove onto the ridge road. The winding path was embedded in the rocky cliffside. Many sections were sheer cliffs, but this allowed them to see the entire island. Finally, they arrived at a place overlooking the valley. They could see the high concealed structure on the left. Closer to them was the clearing with 2 trailers. And on the right was the laboratory complex, beyond which was the staff living area. Dodgson was nowhere to be seen. Malcolm said gloomily. Where could he have gone? Thorne pressed the intercom button. Abby. I hear you, Doctor. Did you see them? No, he stammered. What's wrong? Don't you want to come back now? It's amazing. What's going on? It's Eddie. Abby said he just came back. He brought the little guy back. Malcolm leaned forward. What did he do? Chapter 5, Untitled. On the edge of chaos, unexpected results emerged. Survival faced severe risks. Ian Malcolm, the hatchling. In the trailer, they gathered around the workbench, where an unconscious T-Rex hatchling lay in a stainless steel tray. Its large eyes were tightly closed, and its snout was fitted with an oxygen mask, the oval plastic mouthpiece covering its nose and mouth. The oxygen hissed softly. I couldn't just let it die, Eddie explained. I thought we could fix its leg. But Eddie, Malcolm hesitated, shaking his head. So I found some morphine from the first aid kit, injected a full syringe, and brought it back. You see, the oxygen mask fits it quite well. Eddie, Malcolm continued, you did something wrong. What? It's fine. We're just treating it a bit, then we'll put it back. But you disrupted the system, Malcolm replied. The intercom crackled. That was incredibly foolish, Levin said through the intercom, utterly foolish. Thanks, Richard, Thorne said. I strongly oppose bringing any animal back to the trailer. It's too late to worry about that now. Sarah Harding took over. She walked over to the hatchling and began attaching several heart monitor leads to its chest. Everyone present heard its heartbeat, which was very fast, exceeding 150 beats per minute. How much morphine did you inject it with? Oh, I just, full syringe. How much is that? 10 milliliters? I think maybe 20 milliliters. Malcolm looked at Harding. How long until it wears off? I don't know. She admitted, when I experimented, I used sedatives on lions and hyenas. In those animals, there is a rough correlation between dosage and weight. But for a hatchling, it's hard to predict. It could be a few minutes, or maybe a few hours. And I know nothing about T-Rex hatchlings. After all, it's a metabolic function. This little thing has a very fast heartbeat like a bird. Its heartbeat is extremely rapid. What I mean is, we should get it out of here as soon as possible. Harding picked up the small ultrasound sensor and pressed it against the hatchling's leg. She turned to look at the monitor, but Kelly and Abby were blocking her view. Please move a little, she said. They stepped aside. We don't have much time, sorry. Once they moved aside, Sarah saw the hatchling's leg and the greenish-white outline of its bones. It looked so much like a big bird, she thought, like a vulture or a stork. She moved the sensor. See, there's the metatarsals, the tibia, and the fibula, which are the two bones in the lower leg. Why are the colors of the bones different? Abby asked. Because this is a hatchling, Harding answered. Most of its leg bones are still cartilage, with very little calcified bone. I think this hatchling probably can't walk yet, at least not very well. Here, you can see the patella. Blood is flowing into the joint capsule. How do you know anatomy? Kelly asked in confusion. I have to know. I spent a lot of time studying the bone fragments of carnivores carefully, she replied, seriously studying the fragments left on the ground to infer what animals were eaten. To do that, you have to be very familiar with comparative anatomy. As she spoke, she moved the sensor. Also, my father is a veterinarian. Malcolm suddenly looked up and asked, Your father is a veterinarian? Yes, at the San Diego Zoo. He's a bird specialist. I can't see it clearly. Can you magnify a bit? Abby pressed a key, and the image immediately zoomed in by a factor of 2. Ah, great. There it is, do you see? No. This is the fibula, do you see? A thin black line. This is a fracture, just above the growth plate. Is that little black line it? Abby asked. That little black line means death for this juvenile. Sarah explained, the fibula won't heal straight. So when it stands on its hind legs, the ankle joint won't be able to move. This juvenile won't be able to run in the future, not even walk. It will become a cripple, and before it grows a few weeks old, it will become a meal for predators. Eddie spoke up, but we can treat it. Okay, Sarah said, what do you want to use for the mold? With diesterase, Eddie replied, I brought 1 kilogram of diesterase in a 100 milliliter bottle. I brought a lot. It's used as glue. This material is a polymer resin, and when it hardens, it's as tough as steel. Great, Hardin said, that will kill it. Will it? It's growing. Eddie, in a few weeks, it will be much bigger. The material we need has to be strong and biodegradable, she said. This material will wear out or break in 3 to 5 weeks. By then its leg injury should be healed. Do you have any other materials? Eddie frowned, I don't know. Well, we don't have much time, Hardin reminded. Eddie continued. Doctor, this is very much like the famous test question you posed. How to make a mold for a dinosaur using only Q-tips and super glue. I know, Thorne said. He had never encountered such an awkward situation before. Over the past 30 years, he had posed many similar questions to engineering students, and now he was facing it himself. Eddie said, Maybe we can reduce the strength of the resin by adding something like sugar inside. Thorne shook his head in disagreement. The hydroxyl compounds in sucrose can make the resin brittle. It can become very hard, but as soon as the juvenile moves, the mold will shatter like glass. What if we add fabric soaked in sugar solution? You mean, let the bacteria corrode the fabric? Exactly. Then will the mold break? Yes. Thorne shrugged. That might work, he said, but without experimentation, we don't know how long that kind of mold will last. It could be a few days or a few months. That's too long, Sarah said. This juvenile grows quickly. If its growth is restricted, it will end up being crippled by the mold. What we need, Eddie said, is a resin that can hold it in place, but also degrade gradually. Something like a glue. How about gum? Abby asked, because I have a lot of it. No, I was thinking of a different kind of glue from a chemical perspective. This diesterase resin. We can't chemically solve this problem, Thorne countered. We don't have the raw materials. So what do? We have no choice. Unless, what if we could create something with different characteristics in different aspects? Abby suggested, something that is both strong and fragile. Impossible, Eddie countered. It's a homogeneous resin. All the same material, sticky, and when it dries, it's as hard as a rock. And wait a minute, Thorne interrupted him, turning to Abby, who had just asked the question. What do you mean, Abby? Well, Abby said, Sarah said its legs are growing, meaning the legs are continually getting longer, which won't be affected by the mold. But it will also get thicker, and that will be hindered because the mold will squeeze the legs. But if you make the mold thinner, you're right, Thorne praised, we can structurally solve this problem. How? Eddie asked. By embedding a joint line inside. Maybe we can insert aluminum foil. We have some of that. It's used for cooking. I'm afraid it's too easy to break. Eddie disagreed. If we coat it with a layer of resin, it won't break easily. Thorne turned to Sarah. What we need to do is create a mold that has strong vertical stress, but weaker lateral stress. This is a very simple engineering problem. This juvenile can walk with this leg brace. As long as the stress is vertical, everything is fine. But as its legs grow thicker, it will naturally push the joint line open, and the mold will naturally fall off. Right? Abby nodded in agreement. Is it difficult? She asked. Not difficult. It should be easy. Just make a sleeve out of aluminum foil and coat the top with resin. Eddie said. What will we use to stick the sleeve together when applying the resin? How about gum? Abby suggested. You got it right, Thorne said with a slight smile. Just then, the juvenile on the workbench moved. Its legs twitched, its head lifted, the oxygen mask fell aside, and it let out a low, weak cry. Hurry, Sarah said while holding the juvenile's head. Give it some more morphine. Malcolm picked up the syringe and jabbed it into its neck. What's the harm in giving it more? Isn't it just making it unconscious for a bit longer? It was already frightened when it was injured, Ian. Too much morphine will kill it. You should put on a respirator. Its adrenal glands may have been severely stimulated. If only it had adrenal glands, Malcolm said. Do T-Rex have endocrine glands? In fact, we know very little about these animals. The radio crackled again. Levin said, That's your personal opinion, Ian. In fact, I think we will find that dinosaurs do have endocrine glands. There is ample reason to suppose they do. Since you've already mistakenly brought that juvenile here, why not draw a few tubes of blood from it? Also, Doctor, can you pick up the microphone? Malcolm sighed. That guy is starting to annoy me. Thorne walked to the communication room at the front of the trailer. Levin's request was a bit strange. The trailer's communication system used high-quality microphones. Levin knew that, and this system was designed by him. Thorne picked up the microphone. What is it? Doctor, Levin said, I'll be straightforward. Bringing that juvenile into the trailer was a mistake. It's asking for trouble. What trouble? We don't know. That's the problem. I don't want to scare anyone. But why don't you bring the kids up to the elevated hide for a while? And why don't you and Eddie come along too? Are you telling me to get out of here quickly? You really think it's necessary, don't you? Simply put, Levin replied, yes, that's what I think. As the morphine was injected into the juvenile's body, it let out a mournful gasp and slumped onto the stainless steel tray. Sarah adjusted the oxygen mask on its mouth and nose. She looked back at the monitor to check its heart rate, but Abby and Kelly were blocking her view. Kids, please move aside. Thorne stepped forward and clapped his hands, saying, All right, kids, it's time for field work. Get ready to go. Abby didn't understand. Now. But we want to take care of this cub. No, Thorne said. Dr. Malcolm and Dr. Harding need a place to work. We need to go to that elevated hide outside. We can observe the dinosaurs there for the rest of the afternoon. But, Doctor, no arguing. We're in the way here. Let's go, Thorne said. Eddie, you come too. Let these two lovebirds continue their work. Before long, they left. After they went out, the trailer door slammed shut with a bang. Sarah Harding heard the faint sound of the engine as the explorers left. She leaned down to look at the cub, adjusted its oxygen mask, and then asked, What lovebirds? Malcolm shrugged. Levin. Was this Levin's idea to take everyone out? Maybe. Is he hiding something from us? Malcolm smiled and said, I'm sure that's what he thinks. Well, let's get to work, she said. I want to finish quickly and get this little one back. Elevated hide. When they arrived at the elevated hide, the sun had slipped behind the low-hanging clouds, bathing the entire valley in a gentle red glow. Eddie parked the Explorer under the aluminum framework, and the rest climbed up into the hide one by one. Levin was observing through binoculars and noticed they didn't seem very happy. Stop pacing around, he said irritably. From the hide, they had a view of the entire valley. At that moment, distant thunder rumbled from the north, and the air grew cooler, hinting at a storm. Is it going to be a storm? Kelly asked. Looks like it. Thorne replied. Abby glanced nervously at the metal roof of the hide and asked, How long are we going to stay here? Not long, Thorne answered. We'll be here for just one day. The helicopter will come to pick us up tomorrow morning. I think you young people should cherish the opportunity to see the dinosaurs in the wild. Abby shot him a sideways glance and asked, What is the real reason? I know, Kelly said in a worldly tone. Oh really? What is it? Dr. Malcolm wants to be alone with Sarah. You fool. Why? They're old flames, Kelly replied. Really? We almost saw a good show just now. No, Kelly corrected. I mean they're old acquaintances. I understand what you mean, Abby said. I'm not stupid. You know. Don't be silly, Levin interjected, still looking through the binoculars. You're missing the show. What is it? It's a herd of triceratops just downstream. Something is bothering them. The herd of triceratops, which had been drinking quietly from the river, began to stir. They were massive creatures, but their calls were sharp and sounded more like barking. Abby turned to look. There is something in the trees, he said, right across the river. Around the trees, dark shapes could be seen moving. The triceratops were changing formation, retreating closer together, forming a rose-like shape with their curved horns facing outward to fend off potential danger. In the center of the formation was a solitary cub, crying out in fear. An adult, likely its mother, turned its head to comfort it with its nose. Then, the cub quieted down. I see them, Kelly said, gazing at the thicket. It's a pack of velociraptors right over there. The herd of triceratops was now facing off against the velociraptors. The adult triceratops kept bobbing its sharp horns up and down, forming a defense line with their swaying spikes. They coordinated closely, defending against a formidable foe. Levin smiled slightly, suddenly animated, saying there has never been any evidence of this before. In fact, most paleontologists don't believe this kind of behavior occurs. What behavior? Abby asked. This collective defensive behavior, especially with triceratops, which are a bit like rhinos. So they've always been thought to be solitary, just like rhinos. But now we're going to see, yes. Suddenly, a velociraptor leaped out from the underbrush. It ran on its two hind legs, using a stiff tail for balance. Upon seeing the velociraptor, the herd of triceratops roared. The other velociraptors were hiding behind the large trees. The single velociraptor slowly circled the triceratops herd, then walked into the river. It swam leisurely, then climbed up the opposite bank. Now it was upstream, about 50 yards away from the roaring herd of triceratops, which maintained their united defense, focusing all their attention on the solitary velociraptor. At this point, the remaining velociraptors began to stealthily emerge from their hiding spots, using the tall grass for cover. Oh my God, Abby exclaimed. They're starting a hunt. In packs, Levin nodded. He picked up a piece of candy wrapper from the floor of the hide and tossed it out, watching it flutter away. The attackers were downwind, so the triceratops couldn't smell them. He raised the binoculars to his eyes again and said, I think we're about to witness a fierce battle. They watched as the velociraptors gradually closed in on their prey. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the edge of the island, illuminating the valley floor. A stealthy velociraptor stood up in shock, its head briefly bobbing above the grass. The triceratops immediately adjusted their formation to face the new threat. All the velociraptors stopped, as if reconsidering their plan of action. What's going on? Abby asked. Why did they stop? They're in a tough spot, Levin replied. Why? You see, most of the velociraptors are still across the river, too far away to launch an attack. Are you saying they want to give up? So soon? Looks like it. Levin answered. The velociraptors in the grass each raised their heads, exposing their positions. Every time a head popped up, the triceratops would roar. The velociraptors seemed to realize the situation was not in their favor and retreated back under the trees. Seeing the velociraptors withdraw, the triceratops roared even louder. At that moment, the velociraptor by the river suddenly launched an attack. Its movements were incredibly agile, astonishingly fast. It darted across the 50 yards between itself and the triceratops like a cheetah. The adult triceratops barely had time to reorganize their formation, and the cub was exposed. It saw the diving velociraptor and screamed in terror. The velociraptor suddenly leaped high, its hind legs leaving the ground. Just then, another flash of lightning lit up the sky. In the dazzling light, they all saw the suspended claws in midair. At the last moment, the nearest adult Triceratops turned around, raised its horned head bravely, and charged, smashing into the velociraptor and sending it tumbling onto the muddy riverbank. The adult Triceratops then raised its head and charged forward. It rushed up to the velociraptor, suddenly stopping, lowering its massive head, and aimed its horns at the downed velociraptor. But the velociraptor reacted quickly, hissing and leaping up, its horns heavily thrust into the muddy water. The velociraptor jumped to the side, taking the opportunity to slash at the Triceratops's nose with its sharp claws, drawing blood and causing it to scream in pain. At this moment, two other Triceratops joined the fight, while the others stayed behind to protect their young. The velociraptor fled in panic, hiding in grass. "Wow," Abby exclaimed, "this is exciting." Howard King finally breathed a long sigh of relief when he reached the fork in the road. He turned the red Jeep left onto a wide dirt road. He immediately recognized this as the ridge road leading to the small boat. He looked to the left, taking in the entire East Valley. The small boat was still there. "Great," he shouted, accelerating suddenly and feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He thought to himself that once back on the deck, he would see the Spanish fishermen gazing at the sky. Even though a storm was approaching, they seemed unprepared to leave, perhaps waiting for Dodgson. "This is so good," King thought to himself. In just a few minutes, he would be back on the boat. After passing through the dense jungle, he finally saw where he was. The ridge road was elevated, naturally formed on the volcanic ridge, with hardly any vegetation growing along it. The car wound along the mountain road, providing him a rough view of the entire island. He could overlook the deep valley to the east and the small boat by the shore. He could see the laboratory to the west and the two trailers parked at the end of the clearing where Malcolm was. He pondered that they really had not figured out what Malcolm was doing here. But that was no longer important. He was about to leave the island, and that was the only thing that mattered. He imagined the ship's deck right beneath his feet at that moment, with a fisherman even bringing him a glass of beer, a nice cold beer, and then they would sail down the river, leaving this damned island behind. He would toast to Dodgson. That was what he would do. He thought to himself, if possible, he wanted to drink 2 more beers. Howard King turned a corner and saw a group of giant beasts standing in the road. There was some kind of green dinosaur, about 4 feet tall with several small horns on their large round heads. Seeing this group of monsters reminded him of green water buffalo. There were too many giant beasts on the road, and he slammed on the brakes, causing the car to suddenly turn and stop. This group of green dinosaurs stared at his car, but did not move. They just stood there leisurely. King had no choice but to wait, his fingers gently tapping the steering wheel. Seeing that they were not moving, he honked the horn and turned on the car's headlights. The beasts merely stared back. These monsters looked quite comical, with smooth, protruding foreheads and several horns growing around them. They looked like a bunch of dumb cows, staring blankly at him. He shifted into gear and slowly drove forward, trying to squeeze through the herd. They did not give way. Finally, the front bumper of the car bumped into the nearest monster. It let out a low growl, took a few steps back, lowered its head, and forcefully collided with the front of the car, making a piercing clang. Oh my God, he thought. If he wasn't careful, that guy could really puncture the car's radiator. He stopped the car again, letting the engine idle, patiently waiting. The monsters calmed down again. Several of them lay on the road. He couldn't possibly drive over them. He looked toward the small river ahead and saw the little boat still tied to the shore, less than a quarter of a mile away. He hadn't realized it was so close. He watched the spot, realizing that the fishermen on the boat were nervously busy on deck. They were retracting the crane's boom and lowering the hook. They were about to leave. He thought, what the hell are we waiting for? He left the car in the middle of the road, opened the door, and got out. The monsters leaped up, the closest one charging at him, slamming into the open car door, slamming it shut with a heavy thud, leaving a deep dent in the metal door. In a panic, he ran toward the cliff's edge, only to find it was a drop of over 100 feet. He couldn't go down, at least not from here. The slope a bit further away wasn't too steep, but right now, several monsters were dealing with him. He had no choice but to turn and run to the back of the car. At that moment, another creature slammed into the rear taillight, shattering the plastic cover. A third monster charged straight at the back of the car. As it hit the rear bumper, he scrambled onto the spare tire. The violent shaking knocked him down. He fell to the ground, rolling and crawling, as several buffalo-like monsters snorted around him. He leaped up and ran to the other side of the road. It was a gentle slope. He climbed up and hid in the bushes. The monsters didn't chase after him. This didn't do him any good because he had run in the wrong direction. In any case, he had to get back to the other side of the road. After reaching the top of the slope, he moved down the terrain, cursing himself all the while. He decided to go another 100 yards or so to shake off the horn monsters and then cross the small path. If he could do that, he could get back to the little boat. Before long, he found himself in dense jungle. He tripped and stumbled down a muddy slope. He barely got back up, but couldn't tell which way to go now. He was at the bottom of a gully, surrounded by 10-foot-high palm trees, with no airflow. No matter which direction he looked, his visibility was no more than a few feet. Panic set in as he realized he was lost. He struggled to push through the wet leaves, hoping to regain his bearings. 2 children were still leaning over the railing, watching the raptors leave one by one. Thorne pulled Levin aside and whispered, "Why did you want us all to come here?" "Just a precaution," Levin replied. "Bringing that cub to the trailer is asking for trouble." "What trouble?" Levin shrugged. "We don't know, that's the problem. But, generally speaking, parents don't want their kids to be taken. And the parents of that cub are behemoths." From the other side of the hideout came Abby's shout. "Come quick! Come quick! What's going on?" Levin asked urgently. "There's a person." Howard King stumbled out of the jungle, panting, and made his way to the clearing. He finally saw where he was. He was soaked and covered in mud, stopping to figure out his direction. He was disappointed to find no sign of the little boat. In fact, he still felt he had gone the wrong way. Before him was an open grassy area with a small river flowing through it. There were almost no signs of birds or beasts around. Only a few dinosaurs vaguely visible downstream. They were horned triceratops, looking restless. The massive adult dinosaurs swung their heads up and down, emitting a series of roars. It was clear he should follow the river to find the little boat. But he had to be careful to pass by the group of triceratops. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a piece of candy, and unwrapped it while watching the triceratops, hoping they would leave quickly. How long would it take him to reach the little boat? That was his only question. He thought, regardless of whether there were triceratops here, he had decided to take the risk and pass through. He began to navigate through the tall grass. At that moment, he heard a hissing sound from the grass to his left. It was accompanied by a foul odor, a particularly rotten smell. He stopped, looking around. The candy in his mouth had lost its sweetness. He heard a splashing sound behind him, coming from the riverbank. King turned to look ahead. The person also came down from the jeep, and Abby, standing on the elevated hideout, said, "But why is he still waiting?" From their vantage point, they could see the dark shapes of the raptors. They were moving through the grass on the opposite side of the river. Now, 2 raptors had emerged from the grass, wading through the water, approaching that person. "Oh no!" Abby shouted. Howard King saw 2 striped dark lizards coming from across the river. They walked on their hind legs, hopping along. Their bodies were reflected in the water. They opened their mouths wide, hissing threats at King. He looked upstream and saw another lizard crossing the river, and there was another one further along. The 2 had reached the water and started swimming toward him. Howard King quickly backed into the thick grass, then turned and ran. He was desperately running through waist-high grass, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a lizard's head popped up ahead, hissing and screaming wildly. He quickly dodged and changed his running direction. Suddenly, the closest lizard jumped up, its entire body leaping out of the grass. He saw the whole process of the animal leaping through the air. It lunged at him, its hind legs leaping high, sharp claws like curved daggers. King hurriedly turned, and the lizard missed, tumbling into the grass behind him. King ran for his life, extreme fear making him forget his fatigue. He heard the roar of the animal behind him. He ran without looking back, and ahead, a clearing 20 yards wide appeared, leading into the jungle. He saw trees, and several large ones at that. He could climb up a tree to escape. He noticed another lizard diagonally crossing the clearing toward him, only its head visible above the grass. This lizard was incredibly fast. He thought, "I'm afraid I'm doomed." However, he didn't want to sit and wait for death. He sprinted toward the thicket, gasping for breath, his chest burning. He was only 10 yards away from the big tree. His arms swung back and forth, his legs moving in a rhythm. His breathing became labored. Just then, a heavy blow from behind knocked him to the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his back, knowing it was caused by the lizard's claws. As it knocked him down, its claws dug into his flesh. He fell and tried to roll over, but the lizard pinned him down, rendering him immobile. He was pressed face down on the ground. He heard the roar of the animal behind him. The pain in his back was unbearable, almost making him faint. He felt the hot breath of the lizard approaching his neck and heard its heavy breathing. He was terrified to the core. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming fatigue, accompanied by deep sleepiness. Everything slowed down as if in a dream. He could see all the grass blades swaying in front of him, the dull appearance of the thick patch. He could barely feel the intense pain in his neck, nor did he worry that his neck was now in the giant lizard's massive jaws. Everything felt as if it were happening to someone else, strangely distant from him. When his neck bone cracked in the mouth of the giant lizard, he felt a moment of astonishment. Then darkness fell. Everything was over. "Don't look," Thorne said, turning Abby, who was standing by the railing of the high hiding place, around. He hugged the child to his chest, but Abby urgently broke free, wanting to see what had happened. Thorne reached out to pull Kelly, but she also stepped away from him, straining her neck to look at the patch of grass. "Don't look," Thorne kept urging. "Don't look." The two children silently watched. Levin was tightly focused on the hunting scene through his binoculars. Now 5 velociraptors were surrounding Gold's corpse, roaring and viciously tearing at it. He saw one velociraptor suddenly raise its head, tearing off a blood-soaked piece of shirt, a ripped collar. Another one was swinging a severed human head in its mouth and finally dropped it on the ground in frustration. At that moment, thunder rumbled and lightning split the distant sky. The light was gradually fading, and Levin could no longer see clearly. But it was obvious that as they shared the prey, they had completely disregarded the hierarchy established during the hunt. Here, they were all self-absorbed. The velociraptors were ecstatic, bouncing around, constantly bending down, instantly tearing the corpse into pieces. During the food fight, they also engaged in scuffles with each other. One giant lizard walked over and picked up a reddish-brown object. It began to chew, its face displaying a strange expression. Then it left its companions, tightly guarding that brown treasure with its forelimbs. In the dimming twilight, Levin focused closely and soon realized what the velociraptor was doing. It was eating a piece of long candy, looking quite delighted. This velociraptor turned around and once again thrust its mouth into the bloody corpse. Other velociraptors came running from the distant wilderness to share in this feast. They ran and jumped, roaring angrily as they joined the fray over the prey. Levin put down the binoculars and looked back at the two children. They were quietly and calmly watching the hunt. Dodgson was awakened by a chirping sound like 100 birds singing. He felt that the sound was coming from around him. Gradually, he realized he was lying on his back on a damp slope. He tried to move but felt pain all over, his body too heavy to move. Something heavy was pressing down on his legs, abdomen, and arms. The weight on his chest nearly made it impossible for him to breathe. He felt drowsy and extremely fatigued. If he could just continue to sleep, he would rather have nothing else. Then he gradually lost consciousness again, but something was tugging at his hand, pulling at his fingers one by one, as if trying to pull him back to consciousness, slowly waking him up. Dodgson opened his eyes. Standing next to his hand was a small green dinosaur, bent over, biting his fingers, tugging at his flesh. His fingers were bleeding. The torn flesh had already been eaten. He was taken aback and quickly pulled his hand back. Suddenly, the noise grew louder. He turned his head and saw that he was surrounded by these small green dinosaurs, some even standing on his chest and legs. They were about the size of chickens, pecking at him like chickens, quickly pecking at his belly, thighs, and groin. Dodgson felt extremely nauseous, leaped up, and the nearby dinosaurs quickly scattered, chirping angrily. The group of small creatures stopped a few feet away. They turned back to look at him, showing no sign of fear. On the contrary, they seemed to be waiting for an opportunity. At that moment, he realized what they were. They were a group of Compsognathus scavengers. Damn, he thought, feeling a bit scared. They think I'm dead. He stumbled back a few steps, almost losing his balance. He felt pain all over, a wave of dizziness. The group of small creatures chirped, watching his every move. "Get lost," he shouted, waving his hand. "Get away." They did not leave, still standing there, curiously tilting their heads to one side, patiently waiting. He looked down at himself. His shirt and pants were ripped with hundreds of holes, and beneath the clothes were hundreds of bleeding small wounds. He felt a wave of dizziness and quickly braced himself on his knees, taking a deep breath. He saw his blood dripping onto the leaf-covered ground. "Oh God," he silently murmured, then took another deep breath. Seeing him standing still, the group of small creatures carefully moved forward. He straightened up, and they immediately shrank back. But before long, they began to slowly encircle him again. One small creature approached, and Dodgson, furious, kicked it into the air. The small creature squeaked in fright, but landed on its feet like a cat, unscathed. The others remained in place, waiting. He looked around and realized it was getting dark. He glanced at his watch. It was 6:40. There were only a few minutes of daylight left. In the jungle, the light was already very dim. He had to find a safe place, and quickly. He looked at the compass on his watch strap, then headed south. He was quite sure the small river was to the south. He had to return to the small boat. It would be safe once he was back on the boat. He began to stagger forward, the small Compsognathus chirping and following behind him, keeping about 5 to 10 feet away, jumping through the low bushes, their chirping incessant. He estimated there were dozens of them. As dusk deepened, the small Compsognathus's eyes glimmered with green light. He was in pain all over, and every step was excruciating. He could hardly maintain his balance. He was bleeding and felt extremely fatigued. He could not keep walking to the small river. At most, he could only go a few hundred more yards. He tripped over a tree root and fell. He slowly got back up, his blood-soaked clothes covered in dirt. He turned to look back at those green eyes, forcing himself to keep moving forward. He thought he could still go a little further. Suddenly, he saw a light through the leaves ahead. Was that the small boat? He quickened his pace, hearing the small creatures still trailing behind him. He struggled through the thicket and soon saw a small hut, like a tool shed or outpost, with cement walls and a corrugated iron roof. The hut had a square window, and the light was shining from it. He fell to the ground again, quickly got on his knees, and crawled to the front of the hut. After reaching the door, he struggled to grasp the handle and turned it to open the door. The hut was empty, with a few pipes sticking out from the floor. They used to be connected to a machine, but now the machine was long gone, leaving only rusty stains on the original cement floor. In one corner of the room was a light bulb connected to a timer, so it turned on automatically when it got dark. That was the light he had seen. Was there still electricity on this deserted island? How could there be? He didn't think about it any further. He staggered into the hut, firmly closed the door behind him, and collapsed onto the slick cement floor. Through the dirty window glass, he saw the Compsognathus outside banging against the glass, frantically jumping around. But for now, he was safe. He certainly had to keep moving forward. He had to find a way to leave this damned island. But not now. He knew that very well. Later. He would worry about other things later. The moment Dodgson's face touched the damp cement floor, he fell into a deep sleep. Trailer. Sarah Harding wrapped aluminum foil around the injured leg of the cub. It has not yet awakened, breathing quietly, completely still. Its body is relaxed. A faint hissing sound comes from the oxygen mask. She folds the aluminum foil into a leg guard shape, completing this 6-inch-long masterpiece. Then she applies resin with a small brush, creating a sheath that serves a fixing function. How many raptors are there? She asks. I saw them, but I can't tell how many. I think there are about 9. I think there are more, Malcolm says. I believe there are a total of 11 or 12. 12? She doubts, glancing up at him. On this small island? Yes. The resin gives off a pungent smell. She spreads the resin evenly on the aluminum foil. You know what I'm thinking? I know, he replies, too many. Indeed, too many, Ian. Her movements are very skilled. It doesn't make sense at all. In Africa, aggressive carnivores like lions are widely dispersed, averaging 1 lion every 10 square kilometers, sometimes 1 every 15 square kilometers. This is ecologically very reasonable. On such a small deserted island, there should not be more than 5 raptors. Help me hold this. Well, don't forget, the prey animals here are large, some weighing 20 or 30 tons. I don't think that's a reason, Sarah says, but for the sake of argument, let's assume it is. I'll double the estimated number, so you have 10 raptors on the island. But you tell me there are 12, plus other large carnivores, like Tyrannosaurus. Yes, there are. Too many. She shakes her head as she speaks. The animals here are quite dense, Malcolm says. Not dense enough, she replies. Generally speaking, research data on carnivores, whether it's Indian tigers or African lions, shows that each carnivore requires 200 prey animals to sustain it. That means to support the 25 carnivores here, there should be at least 5,000 prey animals on this island. Are there that many animals? No. How many animals do you think there are in total? He shrugs. A few hundred, at most 500. Then you lose in terms of numbers. Ian, grab this, I'll go get a lamp. She lifts the heat lamp to shine on the cubs to speed up the curing of the resin. She adjusts the oxygen mask on the cub's face again. The island can't support that many carnivores, she says, yet they do exist. How can that be explained? He asks. She shakes her head. There must be a food source we don't know about. You mean an artificial food source? He asks. I don't think so. No, she continues. An artificial food source would make the animals docile, and these animals are not docile at all. The only possibility I can think of is differential mortality among the predators. If they grow fast or die young, then the prey supply might be more than expected. I've noticed, Malcolm says, the largest animals appear to be on the small side, as if they haven't fully developed. Perhaps they were predated early. That could be, she agrees. But if there really is such a large differential mortality rate to support these carnivores, then there should be visible corpses and a lot of animal remains. But have you seen any? Malcolm shakes his head. No, now that you mention it, I actually haven't seen a single animal carcass. Neither have I. She moves the heat lamp aside. Ian, something is off about this island. I know, Malcolm says. Really? Yes, he replies. I've been suspicious from the start. Thunder rumbles. Looking out from the elevated hide, The wilderness below is pitch black, silent, with only the occasional distant roar of raptors. Maybe we should head back, Eddie says anxiously. Why? Levin asks. At this moment, he has put on night vision goggles and is glad he brought them. Through the night vision goggles, the whole world appears in varying shades of pale green. He clearly sees the raptors at the kill site, the surrounding tall grass trampled and splattered with blood. Gold's corpse has long since vanished, but they can still hear the crunching sound of raptors biting through bones. I was just thinking, Eddie replies, now it's night. We might be safer in the trailer. Why? Levin asks. Well, the trailer is reinforced, very sturdy, so it's safe. Everything we need is in the vehicle. I just think we should go to the trailer. I mean, you don't intend to spend the night here, do you? No, Levin replies, what do you think I am? A fanatic? Eddie mutters. But let's stay a little longer, Levin suggests. Eddie turns to Thorne. Doctor, what do you think? It's about to rain. Then let's stay a little longer, Thorne says, and then we'll head back together. Dinosaurs have been appearing on this island for 5 years, perhaps even longer, Malcolm says, but they have never appeared anywhere else. However, last year, a large number of dead animals suddenly appeared on the beaches of Costa Rica. There have also been reports of similar situations on many islands in the Pacific. Were they washed over by the tides? Maybe. But the question is, why now? Why suddenly appear after 5 years? Things have changed, and we know nothing. Please wait a moment. He turns away from the workbench, walks to the computer console, and then turns to the screen. What are you doing? She asks. Abby allowed us to log into the old network. He explains, which contains research data from the 80s. He moves the mouse over the screen to search. We haven't looked at this yet. He sees a menu appear on the screen, listing work files and research files, and he begins to browse the file directory. A few years ago, they contracted a disease. He continues. The lab has a lot of records about it. What kind of disease? They couldn't figure it out, Malcolm says. In nature, there are indeed some diseases that have very slow onset. She says, that can take 5 years or even 10 years to manifest, caused by viruses or infectious proteins. You know, proteins that break down like scrappy or mad cow disease. But, Malcolm says, these diseases only occur after consuming contaminated food. There's a moment of silence. What do you think they were feeding them back then? She asks. Because if I were to raise a baby dinosaur, I would really want to know what they eat. I think it was animal milk, but yes, it was milk. Malcolm replies, looking at the screen. They fed them sheep's milk for the first 6 weeks. That's a logical choice, she says. Zoos all feed sheep's milk because it has very low allergenic reactions. But what about after that? Please wait a moment, Malcolm says. Hattie holds the cub's legs, waiting for the resin to harden. She stared at the freshly made mold, leaned down to sniff it, and the mold was still emitting a pungent odor. I hope this won't be a problem, she said. Sometimes, if there's an off smell, animals won't let their young return. But the smell will dissipate once the resin cures. How much time has passed? Malcolm looked at his watch and said 10 minutes. It will be fine in another 10 minutes. I really want to send this little guy back to the nest, Harding said. A rumble of thunder. They gazed out at the pitch-black night sky through the window. I'm afraid it's too late to send him out today, Malcolm said. He continued typing on the keyboard, his eyes glued to the screen. Are you asking what they feed the dinosaurs? Okay, according to data from 1988 to 1989, herbivorous dinosaurs ate a type of soak plant feed, fed 3 times a day. While carnivorous dinosaurs... He suddenly stopped speaking. What do carnivorous dinosaurs eat? It seems to be a type of ground animal protein feed. What kind of animals? Most commonly turkey and broiler chicken, plus some antibiotics. Sarah, he said, they used lamb. No, she said they wouldn't do that. But they did. They bought it from their supplier. It's ground lamb. You're lying. She still didn't believe it. I'm afraid it's true. Let me see if I can find. A faint alarm sounded. A red light began flashing on the wall above his head. In an instant, several outside lights on the trailer turned on. Halogen lights illuminating the weedy wilderness around them. What's going on? Harding asked. Something triggered the sensors, Malcolm said, getting up from the computer and looking out the window. He saw nothing but tall grass and the dark shadows of the surrounding trees. Outside, it was still silent. What happened? Sarah asked, still busy with the young one. I don't know. I can't see anything. Did something trigger the sensors? I think so. Was it the wind? There's no wind outside, he replied. In the elevated hideout. Kelly shouted, hey look. Thorne turned around. From their position in the valley, they could see the 2 trailers on the grassy hill above them. All the outside lights of the trailers were on. Thorne took the walkie-talkie from his waist. Ian, are you there? After a crackle, a voice responded, I'm here, doctor. What happened? I don't know, Malcolm answered. The topside lights suddenly turned on. I think the sensors were triggered. But we can't see anything outside. Eddie chimed in. The temperature is dropping rapidly. Maybe the air convection triggered the sensors. Ian, is everything okay? Thorne asked. Yes, everything's fine, don't worry. I always thought we set the sensor sensitivity too high. That's all it is, Eddie said. Levin frowned, remaining silent. Sarah finished with the young one's leg, wrapped it in a blanket, and gently tied it under the workbench with a wide strip of cloth. She walked straight over and stood next to Malcolm, then looked out the window. What do you think? Malcolm shrugged and replied. Eddie says the alarm system is too sensitive. Really? I don't know. We've never tested it before. He stared at the thicket at the end of the clearing, watching for any movement. Suddenly, he thought he heard a sniffing sound, or perhaps a low growl. It seemed to come from somewhere behind him in response. He ran to the other side of the trailer, looking into the thicket in the distance. Malcolm and Harding anxiously gazed outside, trying hard to see what was out there in the night. Malcolm held his breath, feeling quite tense. After a moment, Harding sighed. I don't see anything, Ian. Me neither. It must be a false alarm. Suddenly, he felt the ground shake, a sensation of something heavy thudding down, transmitted through the floor of the trailer. He glanced at Sarah, whose eyes were wide open. Malcolm understood what was happening. He felt another tremor. This time it was unmistakable. Sarah stared out the window. She whispered, Ian, I see it. Malcolm turned to her. She was pointing at a few large trees closest to the window. What? Just as he spoke, he saw a massive head emerge from the foliage. The head slowly tilted to one side, as if listening. It was an adult Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ian, she whispered, look, there are two. He saw a second giant creature further to the right, emerging from behind the trees. It was larger, the female of the pair. They were lowly roaring, the deep rumble echoing in the night sky. Then they slowly stepped out of the cover of the woods and into the clearing. They blinked in the dazzling lights. Are they the parents of the young one? I don't know. I guess so. He glanced at the young one, still asleep, breathing quietly, the blanket rising and falling rhythmically. What are they doing here? She asked. I don't know. The two massive creatures remained at the edge of the clearing, not far from the woods. They seemed hesitant, as if waiting for something. Are they looking for the young one? She asked anxiously. Sarah, don't be ridiculous. I'm serious. That's nonsense. What's wrong? They must have tracked it here. The two T-Rexes raised their heads, opened their massive jaws, slowly swayed their heads, then repeated the same movement, stepping toward the trailer. Sarah, he said, were several miles away from their nest. They couldn't have tracked it all the way here. How do you know? You said it yourself. We know nothing about these animals. We don't understand their physiology, their biochemistry, their nervous systems, or their behavior. And we know nothing about their sensory organs. Yeah, but Ian, they are carnivores with good vision, hearing, and smell. I suppose so, but we don't know anything else. Sarah sighed. What else? Malcolm asked. Ian, there are other forms of sensing, for example. Snakes can detect infrared. Bats have echolocation abilities. Birds and sea turtles have magnetic sensing. They can detect the Earth's magnetic field, allowing for long-distance migration. Dinosaurs might also have other sensory forms we can't even imagine. Sarah, that's absurd. Is it? Then tell me, what are they doing there? The T-Rexes remained near the thicket on the grass, but had quieted down. Although they no longer roared, they were still slowly swaying their heads. Malcolm furrowed his brow. It seems they are looking around. Are they directly looking at the lights? No, Ian. They are blinded by the strong light. As soon as she said that, he realized her judgment was correct, but the two heads were still rhythmically moving back and forth. So what are they doing? Are they smelling? Listening? She nodded in agreement. Maybe. Listening to what? Perhaps to the sounds of the young. He glanced again at the young. Sarah, the young hasn't woken up yet. I know. It hasn't made a sound. It's just that we can't hear it. Her eyes were fixed on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But they're indeed doing something, Ian. The motion we see has meaning. We just don't know what it is. At the elevated hideout, Levin was intently watching the clearing through night vision goggles. He saw two Tyrannosaurus Rex standing at the edge of the woods. They were synchronously and oddly turning their heads. They hesitated and took a few steps toward the trailer, raising their heads and turning left and right, then seemed to have finally made up their minds. They strode into the clearing with great momentum. Malcolm's voice came through the radio. It's the lights. The lights attracted them. In an instant, the external lights of the trailer went out, and the entire clearing fell back into darkness. In the dark, they looked at each other. They heard Malcolm say, "Now it's done." Soren asked Levin, "What do you see?" "Nothing." "What are they doing?" "Just standing there." Through the night vision goggles, he saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex stop, as if confused by the sudden extinguishing of the lights. Even from a distance, they could hear the Tyrannosaurus Rex roaring. They appeared restless, their massive heads bobbing up and down, their jaws clacking. But they did not move closer to the trailer. "What now?" Kelly asked. "They are waiting," Levin replied. At least for now. Levin knew very well that the Tyrannosaurus Rex could not settle down at this moment. The appearance of the trailer must have brought a significant and frightening change to their environment. He pondered that they might turn and leave. Despite their enormous size, they were still the kind of cautious, almost timid animals. They roared again. He saw them begin to move forward, heading toward the pitch-dark trailer. "Ian, what should we do?" "I wish I knew," Malcolm whispered. They crouched close together in the trailer aisle, trying to avoid the windows to avoid detection. The Tyrannosaurus Rex advanced angrily. They could now feel that with every step the Tyrannosaurus Rex took, a noticeable vibration came. 2 10-ton beasts were approaching them. "They are coming towards us. I noticed," he said. The first Tyrannosaurus Rex reached the side of the trailer. Being so close, its body blocked the entire window. What Malcolm saw were muscular thighs and abdomen. They couldn't see its head at all. Then, the second Tyrannosaurus Rex came to the other side of the trailer. They circled around the trailer, roaring, snorting, heavy footsteps shaking the trailer's floor. They smelled a pungent scent of carnivorous animals. One Tyrannosaurus Rex rubbed against the side of the trailer, and they heard a scratching sound, the noise of scales against metal. Malcolm suddenly felt an overwhelming fear, and the reason was this smell. He suddenly remembered this scent from the past. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he turned to look at Sarah, who was watching the giant beast's every move. "This is not a predatory behavior," she whispered. "I don't know," Malcolm said. "It could be. You have to understand, they're not lions." One Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a loud roar in the night, producing a terrifying and deafening sound. "This is not hunting," she insisted. "It's searching, Ian." After a moment, another Tyrannosaurus Rex roared in response. Suddenly, that large head lowered, peering into the trailer through the window in front of them. Malcolm quickly crouched down, lying on the trailer floor. Sarah also dropped down, just landing on top of him. One of her shoes pressed against his ear. "It will be okay, Sarah." They heard the Tyrannosaurus Rex outside, snorting and growling softly. Malcolm whispered, "Can you move a little?" She shifted to one side. He slowly raised his head, cautiously peering over the cushion. He saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex's large eyes looking at him, the pupils moving in its eye sockets. He saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex's large mouth opening and closing, its exhaled hot breath fogging up the glass. The Tyrannosaurus Rex moved its head away, positioning itself slightly farther from the trailer. Malcolm immediately felt it was easier to breathe. But soon that head returned, crashing heavily against the trailer, causing it to shake violently. "Don't worry, Sarah. The trailer is very sturdy," she muttered. "I can't express how relieved I am." The Tyrannosaurus Rex on the other side roared loudly, using its nose to nudge the trailer, making the trailer's suspension creak. Now, the two Tyrannosaurus Rex began to rhythmically slam into the trailer from both sides. Malcolm and Harding were either thrown to the left or tossed to the right. Sarah tried her best to remain still, but the next impact sent her tumbling to one side. Each impact caused the vehicle to tilt significantly. Experimental equipment fell from the workbench and glass shattered. Just then, the impact suddenly stopped and everything fell silent. Malcolm groaned, using his knees to support himself as he got up. He looked outside and saw the rear of a Tyrannosaurus Rex moving forward. "What should we do?" he whispered. The radio crackled. Thorne was asking, "Ian, are you there?" "Ian, for God's sake, turn that thing off," Sarah whispered. Malcolm reached for his waist and quietly said, "We are fine," and turned off the radio. Sarah crawled on her knees toward the front of the trailer. Entering the biology lab, Malcolm followed closely behind. He saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex looking through the window at the young one tethered to the ground, making a series of soft grunts. Then it stopped, looking inside through the window. It made another grunt. "It wants its baby, Ian," Sarah whispered. "Well, God knows," Malcolm said. "It's not my problem." They curled up on the floor, trying to evade the Tyrannosaurus Rex's line of sight. "How can we return the young one to it?" "I don't know. Push out the door." "I don't want a young one to get stepped on," Sarah whispered. "Who cares?" Malcolm said. The Tyrannosaurus Rex outside first grunted, then let out a threatening long roar. It was the large female beast, Sarah, but she was already standing up, facing the Tyrannosaurus Rex. She immediately began to speak in a soft, comforting tone. "It's okay now, it's okay, the baby is safe. I will loosen these straps right away. You can look at me." The enormous head outside filled the entire window frame. Sarah saw the taut muscles under its neck skin. Its mouth was moving slightly. She untied the strap that held the cub with trembling hands. "All right, your child is safe and sound, you see? It's fine." Malcolm, curled up at her feet, asked softly, "What are you going to do?" She did not change her gentle and reassuring tone. "I know this sounds crazy, but sometimes it works to deal with lions." All right, your child is free." She untangled the blanket, removed the oxygen mask, and calmly whispered, "What I need to do now is to return the cub to you." Suddenly, the mother beast's head retracted, then tilted and slammed against the window glass. With a crash, the glass shattered into a spiderweb pattern. Sarah could no longer see what was outside, but she saw a dark shadow moving. Then came a second impact, completely shattering the glass. The head squeezed through the broken glass, extending several feet into the trailer. Sarah hurriedly placed the cub on the tray and jumped back. Blood streamed from the mother beast's mouth and nose, cut by the shattered glass. However, after this violent action, the mother beast stopped attacking and became gentle. It began to sniff the cub, starting from the head and slowly moving down its body. It sniffed the mold wrapped around the cub's leg and gently licked it with its tongue. Finally, it rested its chin lightly on the cub's chest. It paused for a long time, motionless, only its eyes slowly blinking, fixated on Sarah. Malcolm was still lying on the floor. He saw blood dripping onto the edge of the workbench. He wanted to stand up, but she pressed his head back down with her hand. She gently shushed him. "What's going on?" "It's checking the heartbeat." The Tyrannosaurus let out a low sound, gently picked up the cub in its mouth, and then slowly retreated, taking the cub out through the broken window. The Tyrannosaurus placed the cub on the ground, just out of their sight. It bent down, and its head disappeared from their view. Malcolm whispered, "Is it awake? Is the cub awake?" "Shoo!" A series of clucking sounds came from outside the trailer, mixed with soft throat noises. Malcolm saw Sarah lean forward, trying to see what was happening outside the window. He asked softly, "What's going on?" "It's licking the cub, constantly nudging it with its nose." "And then?" "That's it, it's just nudging." "How's the cub?" "It's fine. It's rolling around as if it's dead." "How much morphine do we give it this time?" "I don't know," he said. "How would I know?" Malcolm lay on the floor, listening to the clucking and low sounds from outside. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he heard a faint cry. "It's awake, Ian. The cub is awake." Malcolm quickly stood up to look outside, just in time to see the mother beast carrying the cub in its mouth, walking towards the edge of the clearing. "What is it doing?" "I think it's taking the cub back." A second Tyrannosaurus came into view, closely following the first one as they left. Malcolm and Sarah watched as they entered the clearing, getting further away. Malcolm's shoulders relaxed. That was close. Yes, really close. She took a long breath and wiped the blood off her little arm. In the elevated hideout, Thorne pressed the intercom button and shouted, "Ian, are you there?" "Ian," Kelly said. They might have turned off the intercom. The rain began to fall lightly, pattering on the metal roof of the hideout. Levin stared through the night vision goggles at the cliff. A lightning bolt split the night sky. Thorne said, "Can you see what those animals are doing?" "Yes." Eddie took over. "It seems like they're leaving." They all cheered. Only Levin remained silent, still observing through the night vision goggles. Thorne turned to him and asked, "Are you all right, Richard? Everything okay?" "Actually, I don't think so," Levin said. "I fear we made a serious mistake." Malcolm watched the retreating tyrannosaurs through the broken window. Sarah stood beside him, saying nothing, her eyes fixed on the two tyrannosaurs. It started to rain, with water trickling in through the broken glass. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and a strong flash of lightning illuminated the two massive creatures as they moved away. The two tyrannosaurs stopped near a few large trees, placing the cub on the ground. "Why are they doing that?" Sarah asked, puzzled. "They should be going back to the nest." "I don't know, maybe the cub is dead," she said. But, with the light from the second flash of lightning, they saw the cub moving. It was still alive. An adult dinosaur picked it up with its mouth and gently placed it on a tree branch. They then heard its high-pitched cries. "Oh my God," Sarah shook her head. "This is not right, Ian. It's all wrong." The mother Tyrannosaurus stayed with the cub for a while, settling it down, then turned around and roared with its mouth wide open. The male Tyrannosaurus responded with a roar. Suddenly, they swiftly crossed the clearing, charging towards the trailer at full speed. "Oh God," Sarah exclaimed. "Be brave, Sarah." Malcolm shouted, "This is bad." The violent collision made them dizzy, toppling them to one side of the trailer. Sarah screamed as she suddenly fell, and Malcolm bumped his head as he fell, seeing stars. The trailer heaved beneath him, making a sharp, piercing metallic sound. The two tyrannosaurs roared and crashed into the trailer again. He heard Sarah calling, "Ian, Ian," and then the trailer tilted heavily to one side. He turned his head and saw glassware and lab equipment crashing down around him. He looked up and felt that everything was askew. Directly above him was the broken window the Tyrannosaurus had smashed. Rainwater dripped from the broken window onto his face. Another flash of lightning lit up the scene. At that moment, he saw a large head staring at him, roaring. He heard the Tyrannosaurus's claws scraping against the metal shell of the trailer, and then the face disappeared. Before long, he heard them pushing the trailer violently in the mud, accompanied by a series of roars. Malcolm shouted Sarah's name, and just as the world spun crazily again, he saw her, not far behind him. With a bang, the trailer was struck again, This time, it was upside down. Malcolm began to crawl on the ceiling. He wanted to crawl to Sarah's side. He looked up and saw the equipment fixed to the workbench hanging above him. Various liquids were dripping onto him from several places. He felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and heard a hissing sound. He suddenly realized it must be strong acid. In the darkness in front of him, Sarah was moaning in pain. Another flash of lightning illuminated the scene. At this moment, he saw her curled up, lying beside the twisted passage connecting the two trailers. But the passage was severely distorted, almost impassable. This indicated that the second trailer was still on its wheels. Everything was in chaos. It was all in chaos. He heard the tyrannosaurs roaring outside, followed by a dull explosion. They were biting the trailer's tires. He thought to himself, what a pity. Why don't they bite the battery cables? Otherwise, it would really surprise them. Suddenly, the Tyrannosaurus Rex began to violently slam into the trailer, causing it to slide horizontally across the open space. Just as the trailer came to a stop, it slammed into it again. The trailer suddenly tilted to one side. At this moment, he had crawled beside Sarah. She stretched out her arms and hugged him tightly. "Ian," she shouted. The left side of her face was completely covered in black. With a sudden flash of lightning, he saw that her left cheek was covered in blood. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," she said, wiping the blood that flowed into her eyes with the back of her hand. "Can you see what this is?" In another flash of lightning, he saw a large piece of glass reflecting light. The glass was embedded near her left hairline. He reached out and pulled out the glass, then pressed his hand tightly against the bleeding wound. They were currently in the kitchen of the trailer. He reached for the countertop and pulled down a dish towel. He pressed the dish towel against her head, watching as its color gradually darkened. "Does it hurt a lot?" "I'm fine. I think it's not too serious," he reassured her. Outside the trailer, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was still roaring. "What are they doing?" she asked, but her voice seemed weak. The Tyrannosaurus Rex slammed into the trailer again. This time, the trailer seemed to slide much farther than before, moving sideways and downward. "It's sliding down. They're trying to push us off the cliff," he said. "Where? To Ian?" "To the edge of the open space." The Tyrannosaurus Rex slammed into it again, and the trailer moved even further. "They want to push us off the cliff." It was a rock cliff that dropped 500 feet from top to bottom. Once they fell, there would be no chance of survival. She covered the dish towel with her own hands and pushed his hand away, saying, "Do something." "Okay," he replied. He left her side, bracing for another impact. He didn't know what to do. He couldn't think of what to do. The trailer was now upside down. Everything was a mess. His shoulder felt like it was on fire. He could smell the strong acid corroding his shirt, maybe even eating into his flesh, and it hurt like hell. The trailer was pitch black, there was no power, and there was broken glass everywhere. Malcolm began to rise, but was violently thrown to the side by the next impact. He fell hard, and his head slammed against the refrigerator. The refrigerator door immediately swung open, and without any light, milk, glass bottles, and other items fell on him. Because there was no power anywhere. Malcolm lay on his back. He looked out the window and saw the giant foot of the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the grass. With a flash of lightning, it lifted that giant foot and kicked the trailer. The trailer immediately slid forward, not only moving swiftly, but also making a screeching metallic sound. Then the body of the trailer began to tilt down. "Oh, damn," he cursed. "Ian." But it was too late. The entire trailer was creaking, and he saw the other end of the trailer starting to sink. The edge of the trailer had crossed over the edge of the cliff, starting to drop slowly at first, then gradually speeding up. The top of the trailer beneath them began to slide off, and everything was falling down. Sarah was also falling, although at first, she had grabbed hold of Malcolm. The Tyrannosaurus Rex on the cliff was roaring in celebration of victory. Malcolm thought, "We're about to fall off the cliff." He didn't know what to do, so he grabbed the refrigerator door tightly. The refrigerator door was cold and slippery. The trailer was tilting down, and the metal frame emitted a piercing, creaking sound. He felt his hands slipping from the white enamel of the refrigerator door, slipping, and then he slipped entirely, suddenly falling towards the other end of the trailer. He saw the driver's seat seemingly flying towards him, but before he could reach the seat, he crashed into something in the darkness, feeling a sharp pain, his whole body curled up. Slowly, unconsciously, everything around him faded away. Heavy rain poured down on the roof of the shelter, cascading down from both sides like a waterfall. Levin wiped the lens of his night vision goggles, then raised them to his eyes, looking at the cliff in the darkness. Abby asked anxiously, "What's wrong? What happened?" "I can't say for sure," Levin replied. In the pouring rain, almost nothing was visible. Just now, they had all seen in terror as two Tyrannosaurus Rex easily pushed the trailer towards the cliff. Levin thought that the two Tyrannosaurus Rex together weighed 20 tons, while the trailer weighed only about 2 tons. After the trailer was overturned, they used their bellies to push and their powerful hind legs to kick, making the trailer slide quickly across the wet grass. Why are they doing this? Thorne, standing next to Levin, asked. I suspect, he answered thoughtfully, that we have changed their established territory. How could this happen? Don't forget what kind of animals we're dealing with. Levin said, Tyrannosaurus rex exhibit complex behaviors, but most of it is instinctive. This is completely unconscious behavior, inherent. Territoriality is part of this instinct. Tyrannosaurus rex will mark territory and defend it. This is not a conscious behavior. Their brains are not large. They do this out of instinct. All instinctual behaviors have their triggers and alleviating factors. I'm afraid that after we took the young, we redefined their territory, expanding it to the open space where the young were found. So now, to defend their territory, they have to drive the trailer away. At that moment, lightning split the darkness, and they simultaneously witnessed the terrifying condition of the trailer. The first trailer had slid over the edge of the cliff, hanging upside down, still connected to the second trailer left on the open space by a folding passage. That passage can't hold, Eddie shouted loudly. It's going to break soon. In the flash of lightning, they saw the Tyrannosaurus rex on the open space, mechanically pushing the second trailer towards the cliff. Thorne turned to Eddie and said, I'm going over. I'll go with you. Eddie responded, No, you have to stay with the kids. But you need to be with the kids. We can't leave them alone here. But Levin can. No, you have to stay, Thorne said firmly. He had already begun to climb down the slippery support from the heavy rain, preparing to get to the Explorer Park below. He saw Kelly and Abby leaning down to look at him. He jumped into the car, started the ignition, calculating the distance to the open space. 3 miles, or maybe a bit more. Even if the car went as fast as possible, it would take 7 or 8 minutes to reach the scene. By the time he got there, it might be too late. He would never make it in time, but he had to try. Sarah Harding heard a rhythmic creaking sound and then opened her eyes. It was completely dark around her, and she felt dizzy. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, and she saw the bottom of the valley 500 feet below, and everything in front of her was swaying slightly. She saw this through the windshield of the trailer hanging on the cliff. They had stopped sliding down, but were hanging in midair, precarious. She herself was lying horizontally in the driver's seat. The seat had detached from the frame, smashing a piece of the control panel on the wall of the car. Loose wires hung down. The indicator light on the distribution panel was still flashing. She felt her vision blur as there was a lot of blood in her left eye. She pulled out the back hem of her shirt, tore off 2 strips of cloth, folded one into a bandage, and pressed it against the wound on her forehead. Then, she tied the other strip around her head to secure the bandage. She felt a sharp pain and gritted her teeth to endure it. She sensed a violent tremor coming from above her and quickly turned to look up. She saw the entire situation inside the trailer. The vehicle was hanging vertically. Malcolm was about 10 feet above her, leaning over the workbench, motionless. Ian, she called out. He did not respond or move. With a dull thud, the trailer suddenly shook violently, creaking and groaning. At that moment, Hardin realized the first trailer was swaying precariously over the cliff, but it was still connected to the second trailer on the ground. The first trailer was now suspended over the folding ramp. The T-Rex above wanted to push the second trailer off the cliff too. Ian, she shouted, Ian. Ignoring the pain all over her body, she hurriedly climbed to her feet. She felt dizzy and wondered how much blood she had lost. She began to climb up, first standing on the back of the driver's seat. Reaching for the nearest biology workbench, she struggled to pull herself up, grabbing a handle fixed to the wall. The trailer swayed beneath her. With that handle, she managed to grab the refrigerator door, hooking her fingers onto a wire rack. She tested it and felt it could support her, then shifted her weight over. She lifted one leg up, using her foot to push against the inside of the refrigerator, pulling her body up, then standing up and reaching for the stove handle. Getting through this damn kitchen was like climbing a mountain, she thought. She quickly climbed to Malcolm's side. A flash of lightning illuminated his injured face. He was groaning. She crawled beside him to assess his injuries. Ian, she whispered. His eyes were tightly shut, mumbling, I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm holding you back. Ian, can you move? Are you all right? He groaned, my leg. Ian, we have to move. She heard the roar of the T-Rex above, feeling it seemed to be roaring continuously. The trailer suddenly tilted and shook violently. Her legs slipped out from the refrigerator, leaving only her hands gripping the stove door, her whole body dangling in midair. The other end of the trailer was about 20 feet below. She knew the stove handle couldn't support her full weight for long. Hardin swung her legs blindly, finally finding a solid spot. She first tested it with her foot and then stepped down. When she looked back, She realized she was standing on the side of a stainless steel sink. She moved 1 foot, and the faucet was accidentally turned on. Water soaked her feet. The T-Rex roared more ferociously, slamming harder. The trailer dropped again, shaking violently. "Ian, we don't have much time. We have to move." He lifted his head, looking at her blankly. Another flash of lightning streaked across the night sky. His lips trembled slightly as he muttered, "Power? What about the power? The power's out." She didn't understand what he was saying. The power's out. Suddenly, she remembered he had cut the power before the T-Rex approached them. The lights had made it feel uneasy before. Maybe they could make it uneasy again. "You want me to restore the power?" He nodded slightly. "Yes, restore the power." "How do I do that, Ian?" She looked around in the darkness. There's a distribution panel. "Where?" He didn't answer. She shook his shoulder. "Ian, where's the distribution panel?" He pointed downwards. She looked down and saw loose wires hanging out of the distribution panel. "I can't connect it. The wires are all cut." Above. She could barely hear what he was saying, but she vaguely remembered there was also a distribution panel in the second trailer. If she could get inside, she could restore the power. "Okay, Ian," she said, "I'll go restore it." She climbed up higher. The other end of the trailer was now about 30 feet below her. The T-Rex was still roaring and began kicking again. She swayed in midair, continuing to climb. She intended to go through the folding ramp into the second trailer. But when she got near the top, she found it was impossible. In the dazzling lightning, she saw the folding ramp had been severely twisted and completely blocked. She was trapped in the first trailer. She heard the T-Rex roaring and slamming against the second trailer. "Ian." She looked down. He was motionless. She hung there, realizing she had failed, feeling very sad. If it kicked a couple more times, it would all be over. They would fall into the abyss. They were helpless at that moment, and there wasn't much time left. She dangled in the darkness. The power was cut off, with nothing at all. Was it really true? She heard a faint buzzing sound. Was there a distribution panel not far away in the darkness, on this end of the trailer? Were they designed with distribution panels at both ends of the trailer? Hanging at the upper end of the trailer, her shoulders and arms ached terribly. She searched around for a second distribution panel. She was at this end of the trailer now, and if there was indeed another distribution panel, it must be nearby. But where? Using the lightning's light, she turned her head to one side, then the other. She did not see a distribution panel. Her arms were in pain. "Ian, please." "There's no distribution panel." "That can't be." She kept hearing the buzzing sound. There had to be another distribution panel nearby. She just hadn't seen it yet. There had to be one. She swayed left and right, looking around, and another flash of lightning illuminated the scene, casting unsteady shadows. And then she finally saw it. The distribution panel was just 6 inches above her head. The face was upside down, but she could see all the buttons and switches, now completely dark. If only she could distinguish which switch controlled what. To hell with it. She let go of her right hand, hanging her body with her left hand, reaching out her right hand to press all the buttons on the distribution panel that she could reach. The trailer immediately lit up. The lights inside the vehicle turned on. She kept pressing, pushing down one switch after another. Some places short-circuited. Sparks and smoke erupted from the switches. She continued pressing. Suddenly, a monitor on the side lit up. Just inches from her face, the screen filled with horizontal lines, blurry. Then, the image on the monitor began to focus. Although she was looking from the side, she could still see the T-Rex standing in front of the second trailer on the open ground, its front legs resting on the trailer, its powerful hind legs kicking and pushing the trailer. She pressed more buttons. The last one had a silver cover. She flipped the cover with her finger and pressed that button as well. On the screen, she saw the trailer emit a dazzling electric spark, and the T-Rex suddenly retreated. She heard it roaring. Then, the image on the monitor disappeared, and a crackling sound erupted around Hardin, stinging her face and hands. The lights in the trailer went out completely, plunging everything back into darkness. It was a long silence. Then, the sound of a crash echoed coldly. Thorne's windshield wipers were working furiously against the downpour. Thorne drove fast through the torrential rain, not slowing down even for corners. He glanced at his watch. 2 minutes had passed, maybe 3. Perhaps more, he couldn't be sure. The road was muddy, and the car could skid, which was very dangerous. Every time he encountered a deep puddle, he held his breath and rushed through. The car he built was waterproof, but it was hard to say for sure. Every puddle was a test. So far, so good. 3 minutes had passed. At least 3 minutes. After a curve, the road ahead widened. A flash of lightning revealed a deep puddle ahead. He pressed the accelerator and charged through, the car kicking up a feather-like curtain of water that splashed against the windows on either side. He pushed forward, continuing to drive. He took a road leading uphill and saw the needle on the dashboard suddenly swing, followed by a hissing sound. He knew there was a serious short circuit. An explosion came from under the hood, and a noxious smoke billowed from the radiator as the car came to a sudden halt. For minutes had passed. He sat in the car, listening to the rain pounding against the metal roof. He turned the ignition key, but there was no response. It had stalled. Rainwater flowed down the windshield. He leaned back in his seat, sighed deeply, and stared at the road ahead. The intercom crackled to life. "Doctor, you must be getting close." Thorne squinted at the road ahead, trying to see where he was. He estimated he was still over a mile from the trailer in the clearing, maybe farther. It was too far to walk. He cursed loudly and pounded the seat. "No, Eddie, I've short-circuited. What's wrong? Eddie, the car is stalled." Thorne cut off the conversation. He saw a faint red light flickering at the end of the curve ahead. He squinted to see more clearly. Yes, his eyes weren't deceiving him. There was indeed a blinking red dot. Eddie asked again, "Doctor, are you there?" Thorne didn't respond. He grabbed the intercom and his Lindestrat rifle, jumped out of the car, and plunged into the rain, running towards the junction of the ridge road along the small hill. After running through a bend, he saw the red Jeep. It was parked in the middle of the ridge road, its taillights flashing. One of the glass covers was broken, flashing white light. He rushed over to see what was happening inside the car. With a flash of lightning, he saw there was no driver. The door on the driver's side was also ajar. The door was deeply dented. Thorne climbed into the vehicle, grasped the steering wheel. Great, the keys were still in the car. He twisted the key to ignite it, and the engine roared to life. He shifted into gear, turned the car around, and sped along the ridge towards the clearing. After a few turns, he saw the green roof of the laboratory, then turned left. The headlights swept across the overgrown clearing, illuminating the two dinosaurs that were crashing into the trailer. Startled by the sudden light, the two Tyrannosaurus Rex turned to roar at Thorne's Jeep. They abandoned the trailer and charged toward him. Thorne quickly shifted into reverse and desperately tried to back away, but he soon realized that the T-Rex was not attacking him. They dashed across the clearing toward a large tree near Thorne. When they reached the tree, they stopped and raised their heads. Thorne turned off the headlights and waited. Now he could only see the T-Rex intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. A bolt of lightning cracked overhead, and he saw them taking down a young one from the tree, nudging it with their noses. Clearly, his sudden appearance had made them very concerned for the safety of their young. When the next flash of lightning lit up the night sky, the T-Rex had vanished, leaving only an empty clearing. Had they really gone? Or were they hiding? He rolled down the window and leaned his head out into the rain. At that moment, he heard a strange sound, a low, continuous call that sounded like the echo of some animal's call, repeating over and over. He listened closely, determining it was something else. It was a metallic sound. Thorne quickly turned on the headlights and slowly drove forward. The T-Rex had left. In the pale beam of the headlights, he saw the second trailer. Accompanied by the continuous metallic sound, the second trailer was slowly sliding on the wet grass toward the edge of the cliff. "What is he doing?" Kelly's voice cut through the sound of the rain. "He.S. driving," Levin replied, watching the scene through the night vision goggles. From the elevated hideout, they could see Thorne's headlights cutting through the open space in the forest. He was heading toward the trailer. "What is he doing now?" Kelly continued to ask. "He's circling around a tree," Levin said, "the big tree on the edge of that clearing." "Why?" "He must be wrapping the tow cable around the tree," Eddie said. "That's the only explanation." A brief silence followed. "What is he doing now?" Abby asked. "He has gotten out of the Jeep and is running toward the trailer." Thorne tightly held the large hook of the Jeep's winch as he crawled through the mud. The trailer was sliding away from him, but he finally managed to crawl under the trailer and hook the cable onto the rear axle. As soon as he moved his fingers away, he heard the hook click into place with a locking mechanism, and he quickly rolled away. The trailer received a new force, bouncing sideways on the grass, the tires landing heavily in the spot where he had just been. The winch's steel cable tightened, and the trailer let out a squeal from underneath. But the trailer was held. Thorne crawled out from under the trailer, stood in the rain, squinting at the trailer. He carefully checked the wheels of the Jeep to see if they had moved. They hadn't. Because the steel cable was wrapped around the big tree, the balance weight of the Jeep was enough to hold the second trailer that had slid to the edge of the cliff. He returned to the Jeep, climbed inside, and pulled the brake. He heard Eddie shouting repeatedly, "Doctor, doctor, it's me, Eddie. Did you stop it from sliding?" "Yes." The intercom crackled again. "Great. But listen, doctor. You know that connecting passage is only covered with a 5mm thick steel mesh over the stainless steel rebar. It was never designed to—" "I know, Eddie. I'm working on it." Thorne crawled out of the car again, briskly running toward the trailer in the rain. He opened the side door of the trailer and stepped inside. It was pitch black inside. He couldn't see a thing. Everything in the trailer was overturned, and his feet crunched on broken glass. All the windows had been shattered. He held the intercom and said, "Eddie, I'm here, doctor. I need a rope." He knew Eddie had a large supply of emergency supplies. "Doctor, please tell me." In another trailer, "Doctor." In the darkness, Thorne bumped into a workbench. "Okay, there might be some nylon rope in the storage box," Eddie reminded him, "but I don't know how much." From his tone, it seemed there wasn't much hope. Thorne fumbled in the trailer and reached the closet. He pulled open the tightly shut closet door and then turned to leave. The storage box is still ahead. Perhaps there will be rope inside. At this moment, he needs rope. The trailer, Sarah Harding, is still hanging by her arms at the top of the trailer. She glances up at the twisted, deformed folding tunnel, the only passage to the second trailer. The Tyrannosaurus has stopped attacking, and the second trailer has stopped sliding down. But at this moment, she feels cold drops of water on her face, and she knows what that means. The folding tunnel has started to leak. She looks up and sees a gash in the mesh material, revealing a twisted steel loop. The gap is small now, but it will soon grow larger. Once the metal mesh tears, the loop inside will pull apart, stretch, and eventually snap. They have only a few minutes. The hanging trailer could fall into the abyss at any moment. She crawls back to Malcolm, gathering her strength to stand beside him and shout, "Ian." "I know," he says, shaking his head. "Ian, we have to get out of here." She grabs him by the armpits, pulling him to stand upright. "You're coming with me." He shakes his head dejectedly. She has seen this kind of defeatist attitude before, and she hates it. Harding never gives up, never. Malcolm mutters, "I can't." "You have to go," she insists. "Sarah, I don't want to hear it, Ian. No more talking, let us go now." She tries to pull him up, and he groans as he straightens up. She pulls hard, lifting him off the workbench. A flash of lightning strikes, seemingly giving him some strength. He struggles to stand beside the workbench, facing it. He wobbles a bit, but finally steadies himself. "What do we do?" "I don't know, but we have to leave." "Is there rope?" He nods slightly. "Where?" He points to the head of the trailer below, which is now hanging in midair. "Down there, under the dashboard." "Let us go." She shifts her body, extending a leg to step onto the floor opposite her. At this moment, she feels like a climber in a chimney. The dashboard is about 20 feet below her. "All right, Ian, we're going." Malcolm sighs. "I can't go, Sarah." "Really? Then lean on me. I'll carry you." "But enough with the nonsense." Malcolm struggles to stand, grabbing a hook on the wall, his arms trembling. He drags his right leg slowly. Then she feels his weight pressing down on her back. The pressure comes suddenly and is so heavy it nearly knocks her off balance. His arms tighten around her neck, almost choking her. She gasps for air, her arms reaching behind her to support his thighs. At this point, he adjusts his grip around her neck. She can finally breathe smoothly again. "Sorry," he apologizes to her. "It's okay," she says, "let us go." She begins to carefully descend through the vertical tunnel, grabbing anything she can hold on to. Wherever there is a handle, she grabs it. Where there isn't, she holds on to drawer pulls, workbench supports, window latches, and even the carpet on the floor, sometimes tearing the carpet. Once a large piece of carpet ripped away, and she suddenly slid down. But she managed to brace herself with her legs on both sides to stop her slide. Malcolm is on her back, panting heavily. The arms around her neck are still shaking. He mutters, "You're very strong, but you're a girl," she says with a serious expression. She is only 10 feet from the dashboard now. 5 feet. She grabs a handle on the wall, leaning her body forward, her legs dangling. Then her foot lands on the steering wheel, and she squats down, gently placing Malcolm on the dashboard. He leans back, gasping for breath. The trailer shakes and creaks. She feels under the dashboard and finds the storage box. She yanks it open, and metal tools clatter out. She finds a rope, 1/2 inch thick and 50 feet long. She stands up and looks through the windshield at the 100-foot-deep valley below. She notices that the door on the driver's side of the trailer is right next to her. She turns the handle and opens the door, which slams against the trailer's exterior. She feels the rain hitting her face. She leans out of the vehicle, looking up along the side of the trailer. She sees the smooth metal panels of the trailer's exterior, with no grips whatsoever. But there must be axles, fuel tanks, and other parts to step on at the bottom of the trailer. She tightly grips the wet metal door frame, bending down to see the bottom of the trailer. She hears a series of metallic clinks, and then someone says, "Finally!" A sturdy figure suddenly appears in front of her. It's Thorne. He is hanging from the trailer's frame. "My God," Thorne says, "what are you waiting for? An invitation from death?" "Let us go." "It's Ian," she replies. "He is hurt." Kelly looks at Abby in the high-concealed shelter, thinking he is incredible. At the critical moment, he is at a loss. Too emotional, too tense, and trembling all over, he seems very strange. Abby has long since dared not look over the cliff. At this moment, he is looking towards the other side of the shelter, towards the river. It seems like nothing is happening now. It's really incredible. Kelly turns to Levin. What is happening now? She asks. Thorne just went in, Levin replies, who has been observing through night vision goggles. He went in. You mean, into the trailer? Yes. Now someone is coming out. Who? I think it's Sarah. She's busy saving someone. Kelly's eyes widen as she tries to see clearly. The heavy rain has nearly stopped, only a light drizzle remains, and the trailer across the valley is still hanging in midair. She thinks she sees a figure on the trailer's frame, but she can't be sure. What is she doing? Climbing up. One person? Yes, Levin replies, one person. Sarah Harding crawls out of the car door, moving slightly in the rain. She doesn't look down. She knows the valley is 500 feet deep, and she can feel the trailer swaying. She ties the rope around herself, moving along the side of the vehicle, one leg stepping down onto the transmission. She reaches out, grabs a cable, and pulls herself up onto the trailer's frame. Thorne in the trailer says to her, "Without rope, we can't get Malcolm out. Can you climb up?" A flash of lightning. She looks up at the rain-soaked underside of the trailer, shining in the lightning, seeing the shiny grease. Then darkness again. "Sarah, can you do it?" "I can," she replies, extending her hand and starting to climb. In the high concealed shelter, Kelly anxiously asks, "Where is she? What is happening now? Is she okay?" Levin is carefully watching through the night vision goggles. He says, "She is climbing up." Abby has no interest in their conversation. He turns away, his eyes focused on the dark clearing where the river flows. He anxiously awaited the next flash of lightning, wanting to see if what he had just witnessed was real. Apart from being slippery, Sarah herself didn't know how she climbed to the top of the cliff. She turned over and crawled up, landing flat on the ground. There was no time to waste. She untied the rope around her body, crawled under the second trailer, threaded the rope through a metal support, and quickly tied a knot. Then she returned to the edge of the cliff and threw the rope down. "Doctor!" she shouted. Thorne stood at the trailer door, grabbing the rope and securing it around Malcolm. Malcolm groaned. "Let's go," Thorne said. He wrapped one arm around Malcolm, and they both swung out of the trailer door, finally standing on the gearbox. "Oh God," Malcolm said as he looked up. Sarah was pulling him hard, the rope taut. "Just grab it with your arms," Thorne reminded. Malcolm began to ascend, quickly rising 10 feet. Sarah was above on the cliff, but Thorne couldn't see her because Malcolm's body blocked his view. Thorne started to climb, his legs constantly searching for a foothold. The bottom of the trailer was very slippery. He thought, "I really should have made the chassis slip-resistant." But who would make a vehicle's chassis slip-resistant? In his mind, it seemed he could see the folding passage tearing, the cracks slowly widening. He alternated his hands, pushing up with one foot at a time. Another flash of lightning struck. He knew they were close to the top of the cliff. Sarah stood at the edge, reaching down to pull Malcolm. Malcolm was climbing up using the strength of his arms, as his legs were too weak. He was still struggling. After climbing a few more feet, Sarah grabbed the collar of his shirt and pulled him up. He clumsily made it over the cliff, disappearing from Thorne's sight. Thorne was still climbing. His feet kept slipping beneath him. His arms were sore. He kept climbing. Sarah reached out her hand to him. "Come on, doctor," she said. She reached down further. Her fingers were almost touching him. With a clatter, the metal wire on the passage broke, and the trailer dropped 10 feet. The spacing of the screw rings widened. Thorne sped up his climb, looking up at Sarah. Her hand was still reaching out above. "You could do it, doctor," he said as he climbed up, closing his eyes and desperately pushing himself upward. He grabbed the rope tightly. His arms ached, his shoulders hurt, and the rope seemed thinner. He wrapped the rope around his hand for support, but at the last moment, he began to slide down. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his scalp. "I'm really sorry," Sarah said, pulling his hair with all her strength. His scalp hurt a lot, but he didn't mind, hardly paying attention, because at that moment, he was next to the folding passage. He could see the steel screw rings bursting open like a tight-fitting undergarment, the trailer dropping further down. But she was still pulling him. She was using all her strength. His fingers grabbed the wet grass, and then he flipped over to the top of the cliff. Safe at last. Below them, the sound of metal breaking echoed. Clank, clank, clank. The screw rings broke one after another. With a final breaking sound, the first trailer broke free from all restraints and fell down the cliff, getting smaller and smaller, finally landing heavily at the bottom of the deep valley. In a flash of lightning, it looked like a crumpled paper shopping bag. Thorne turned around and looked up at Sarah, saying thank you. Sarah sat down beside him on the ground, blood flowing from her bandaged head. She loosened her fingers, a handful of wet, gray hair falling onto the grass. "What a thrilling night," she said. At the elevated hideout, Levin, holding the night vision goggles, excitedly said, "They did it." Kelly hurriedly asked, "All of them?" "Yes. They succeeded." Kelly jumped up with joy. Abby turned around, snatched the night vision goggles from Levin's hands. Hey, Levin called out. Wait a minute, I need to use them. Abby turned quickly and looked toward the dark clearing with the goggles. At first, he saw nothing but a blurry green. His fingers found the focus knob and began adjusting it quickly, the image soon coming into view. Why's so important? Levin asked, a bit annoyed. This is an expensive piece of equipment. Just then, they all heard a roaring sound getting closer. In the dim green of the night vision goggles, Abby clearly saw a group of 12 velociraptors moving in a loose formation through the grass, heading toward the elevated hideout. One raptor a few yards ahead seemed to be the leader, but it was hard to discern their organization from such a formation. These creatures were howling, licking the blood around their mouths, and wiping their claws across their faces. This action was quite clever, resembling humans. Looking through the night vision goggles, their eyes shone with a bright green light. It seemed they hadn't noticed the elevated hideout at all. They hadn't even looked up in this direction, but were undoubtedly moving toward it. Levin suddenly snatched the night vision goggles from Abby's hands. Sorry, Levin said, I think I should handle this. Abby retorted angrily. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even know. Quiet. Levin raised the goggles to his eyes, adjusted the focus, and after a moment of observation, he couldn't help but gasp. 12 beasts were about 20 yards away. Eddie whispered, do they see us? No, we're downwind from them, so they can't smell us. I think they're following the game trail next to our hideout. As long as we don't make any noise, they'll walk right past us. Eddie's walkie-talkie crackled, and he quickly reached to lower the volume. They all poked their heads out to look at the grass. It was now the dead of night, silent and still. The rain had stopped, and the bright moon was peeking through the thin clouds. They vaguely saw the approaching pack of beasts, forming a dark mass on the silver grass. Eddie whispered, can they climb up? I don't think so, Levin replied quietly. We're about 20 feet off the ground. I think we'll be fine. But you said they can climb trees. Sure, this isn't a tree. Now everyone crouch down and don't make a sound. Thorne picked up Malcolm and placed him on the workbench of the second trailer. Malcolm curled up in pain and joked. I seem to always be pretty unlucky in these adventures, don't I? No, not at all, Sarah said. Don't worry, Ian. Thorne held up a flashlight, and Sarah cut open the leg of Malcolm's pants. There was a deep wound on his right leg, bleeding heavily. She asked, do we have a first aid kit? Thorne replied, I remember there's one outside, where we put the motorcycles. Go get it. Thorne went outside to fetch it. Only Malcolm and Harding remained in the trailer. She shone the flashlight and carefully examined his wound. Malcolm asked, is it serious? Not lightly. She said softly, you'll recover. In fact, the wound was deep, almost to the bone, but fortunately, it hadn't hit any arteries. But the wound was very dirty. She saw that the flesh around the wound was smeared with lubricant and bits of leaves. She had to clean the wound first, but she had to wait until the morphine took effect before she could proceed. Sarah, Malcolm said emotionally, I'll owe you for the rest of my life. Don't say that. Ian. No, I want to say it. Ian, she looked at him, that kind of politeness isn't like you. It will pass, he said with a smile. She knew he must be in a lot of pain. Thorne returned with the medical kit. She filled the syringe, pushed out the air bubbles, and then injected it into Malcolm's arm. He mumbled, ouch, how much did you give me? A lot. Why? Because I need to clean the wound. Ian, you'll feel a lot of pain when I clean it. Malcolm sighed and turned to Thorne, saying, there's always some reason, right? Go ahead, Sarah. Do whatever you need to do. Levin watched the approaching raptors through the night vision goggles. They moved in a loose formation, advancing with their characteristic hopping gait. He observed closely, hoping to find some organization, some structure, some hierarchy among them. Raptors were very intelligent, and logically they should be organized by rank. This should be evident in their formation, but he couldn't see it. They looked like a gang of robbers, loose and chaotic, yelling and fighting among themselves. In the elevated hide, Eddie crouched beside Levin with the two kids. He wrapped his arms around them, comforting them. Abby was anxious, while Kelly appeared calm and composed. Levin couldn't understand why everyone was afraid. They were so high up, quite safe. He maintained a scholarly detachment as he watched the approaching herd, try to discern some pattern in their rapid movements. There was no doubt they were following a game trail. Their path was identical to that of the earlier Gallimimus, coming from the riverbank, then crossing the slope, passing behind the elevated hide. The raptors didn't seem to notice the hide at all. They appeared more interested in fighting among themselves. The herd moved around one side of the hide, almost passing by. But suddenly the closest raptor stopped. It fell behind the main herd, sniffing vigorously, then lowered its head and began rooting around in the grass beneath the hide. What is it doing? Levin wondered. The solitary raptor let out a howl. It crouched in the grass, suddenly grasping something with its front claws, then stood up, holding the object in its claws. Levin squinted and looked closely. It was a piece of paper that had wrapped candy. The raptor looked up at the elevated hide, its eyes gleaming. It stared directly at Levin, then roared. "Malcolm, are you feeling all right?" Thorne asked. "Better and better," Malcolm replied. He sighed, relieved. "You know, there's a reason people like morphine," he said. Sarah Harding was adjusting the inflatable splint on Malcolm's leg when she asked Thorne, "How much longer until the helicopter arrives?" Thorne looked at his watch and said, "Less than 5 hours tomorrow morning." "Are you sure?" "Yes, absolutely sure." Harding nodded and said, "Okay, he'll be fine." "I'm fine," Malcolm said drowsily. "What I regret is that this experiment is coming to an end. It's been a fantastic experiment, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, unparalleled, and even Darwin knew nothing about this." Harding said to Thorne, "I'm going to clean the wound now. Please hold his leg for me." She then raised her voice. "What did Darwin know, Ian?" "Life is a complex system," he said, "and everything associated with it. The adaptive landscape, adaptive walks, Boolean networks, self-organizing behavior." "Poor man. Ouch. What are you doing?" Harding leaned down to clean his wound. She said, "Just tell us. Darwin didn't know that life is so complex." "It's simply unbelievable," Malcolm said. "No one realizes this issue. What I'm saying is, a single fertilized egg contains 100,000 genes that work together to perform specific tasks at specific times, transforming a single cell into a complete organism. This cell begins to divide, but the later cells have different functions, each performing its role. Some become nerves, some become digestive systems, some become limbs, and each type of cell develops according to its own plan and influences one another. Ultimately, 250 different types of cells develop together, and the timing is quite precise. When an organism needs a circulatory system, the heart begins to beat. When hormones are needed, the adrenal glands start producing hormones. As time goes by, week after week, this extraordinarily complex developmental process approaches perfection. It's incredible. Human activities cannot compare to it. I mean, have you ever built a house? In comparison, a house is simple. But even so, workers can get the stairs wrong. They can install the sink backwards. The carpenter doesn't show up when he should. Everything gets messed up. Yet flies accurately land on the worker's lunch. "Oh, don't rush. Sorry," she said as she continued to clean his wound. "But the problem is," Malcolm continued, "that this intricate developmental process within cells is something we can hardly describe, let alone understand. Are you aware of our limitations in understanding? From a mathematical perspective, we can describe 2 interacting objects like 2 planets in space. 3 interacting objects like 3 planets in space. Well, that's where the problem starts. What about 4 or 5 interacting objects? We are completely powerless. And within this cell, there are 100,000 interacting objects. You can only raise your hands and admit defeat. It's just too complex. How could life possibly emerge? Some people think the answer is that life forms are self-organizing. Life has its own order, just like crystals have their own order. Some believe that life evolves in a crystalline manner, and complex life forms are created this way. Because if you know nothing about physical chemistry, you might look at a crystal and ask the same question. Seeing those beautiful crystals, those perfect geometric faces, you might ask, what controls this process? How can the formation of crystals be so perfect, looking almost identical? It turns out that the formation of crystals is just the result of molecular forces arranging themselves in a solid form. No one controls it. It forms entirely on its own. Asking many questions about crystals shows that you fundamentally do not understand the basic characteristics that lead to the formation of crystals. So, perhaps life forms are just a type of crystallization. Perhaps life emerged this way. Perhaps life, like crystals, has a unique order generated by its own interacting components. Crystals tell us. Order can appear very quickly. Now you have a liquid with molecules moving randomly. 1 minute later, a crystal forms. And all the molecules are fixed in order, right? Right. Good. Now think about the situation where life forms on this planet interact to create ecosystems. That's far more complex than a single animal. All the arrangements are very complicated, just like the yucca plant. Do you know about this? Tell me about it. The yucca's survival relies on a specific type of moth. The moth collects pollen and forms it into small balls, which it then carries to the flowers of another plant. Not the same plant, but different flowers, rubbing the pollen balls against the flowers to pollinate them. Only then does the moth lay its eggs. Without this moth, the yucca would not survive, and without this plant, the moth could not survive either. This complex interaction makes you think that behavior might also be a form of crystallization. Are you speaking metaphorically? Harding asked. I'm talking about all the orders in nature, Malcolm continued, and how they can emerge rapidly through crystallization. Because the behavior of complex animals evolves quickly, and the changes are very rapid. Humans are transforming this planet, But no one knows if this is a dangerous trend. The process of behavioral development is much faster than we usually expect the process of evolution to be. In just 10,000 years, humanity has transitioned from hunting to agriculture, then urban living and the digital age. Behavior is evolving rapidly, and it may be maladaptive. No one knows. But in my view, cyberspace signifies the end of our personal space. Really? Why is that? Because it signifies the end of innovation, Malcolm said. The idea of connecting the whole world is equivalent to mass extinction. Every biologist knows that small, isolated groups develop the fastest. If you put 1,000 birds on an island, their evolution will be very rapid. If you put 10,000 birds on a vast continent, their evolution will slow down. Now, as far as we humans are concerned, evolution mainly depends on our behavior. We need to create new behaviors to adapt. People around the world know that innovation only occurs in small groups. A committee of 3 can achieve a lot. If it's 10 people, it becomes more difficult. If it's 30 people, nothing can be accomplished. If it's 30 million, it's impossible. This is the role of mass media. It prevents anything from happening. Mass media erases differences. It assimilates everywhere, whether it's Bangkok, Tokyo, or London. A McDonald's appears on one corner, a Benetton on another, and a Gap across the street. Regional differences disappear. All differences vanish. In a world dominated by mass media, apart from the top 10 bestsellers, top 10 albums, top 10 movies, and top 10 ideas, everything else is trivial. People worry about the loss of biodiversity in tropical rainforests. But what about intellectual diversity? That is the wealth we need most. The disappearance of intellectual diversity is happening much faster than the disappearance of tree diversity. But we haven't figured this out yet. So we plan to use cyberspace to put 5 billion people in one place. This will freeze humanity. Everything will fall into a deadlock. Everyone will think the same thing at the same time. Global consensus. Oh, that hurts a bit. Are you done? Almost. Hating replied, hang in there. Please believe me. It's coming quickly. If you mark complex systems on the adaptive landscape, you will find that behavior can change dramatically. And at that moment, adaptability will drop sharply. No need for an asteroid or disease or anything else. Just a sudden change in behavior can be fatal for the animals exhibiting that behavior. My previous view was that dinosaurs were complex animals that may have undergone certain behavioral changes leading to their extinction. What, all of them? Just a part, Malcolm replied. Some dinosaurs lived around the swamps of inland seas, altering the water cycle and destroying the plant ecosystems on which another 20 species depended. But they went extinct. This caused greater chaos. A predator went extinct, while the prey species proliferated unchecked. The ecosystem lost balance. More problems arose, and more species went extinct. Everything just suddenly ended. Very likely, that is how it happened. Just behavior. Yes, Malcolm answered. Anyway, that is my insight. I used to think we could prove it, but now we can't. We have to leave this place. You better talk to the others. Thorne snapped open the radio. Eddie, it's the doctor. There was no response. Eddie. The radio crackled. At first, they thought it was static, but after a while, they realized it was a person screaming loudly. High altitude hideout. The first velociraptor hissed and began to leap upward, causing the high altitude hideout to rattle and shake. It clawed at the metal framework and then fell back to the ground. Eddie was astonished. It could jump so high, 8 feet, again and again, seemingly effortlessly. Its leaps attracted other velociraptors. They slowly returned, surrounding the hideout. In an instant, the hideout was encircled by jumping, roaring velociraptors, causing it to sway back and forth. They leaped high, tried to claw onto the framework, then fell back to the ground. But Levin saw an ominous sign. They were learning to climb. Some velociraptors began using their clawed front legs to grasp the framework, their back legs searching for footholds. One even climbed to within a few feet of the hideout, then fell, but it seemed that falling didn't matter to them. After hitting the ground, they immediately jumped back up, continuing to leap. Eddie and the 2 kids scrambled to their feet. Levin shouted, "Come back! Don't look outside!" With that, he pushed the 2 kids to a safer spot in the middle of the hideout. Eddie bent down, opened his backpack, pulled out a flare gun, lit it, and threw it down the side. 2 velociraptors retreated. The flare crackled on the wet ground, emitting a dazzling red light. But the velociraptors kept coming. Eddie grabbed an aluminum rod from the floor, leaned against the side railing, and swung it like a club. One velociraptor had climbed quite high, opening its mouth wide, trying to bite Eddie's neck. Eddie was startled and shouted, immediately dodging his head. The velociraptor nearly got him. Its claws snagged his shirt. It was retreating, but its claws still held onto his shirt, pulling Eddie toward the railing. Eddie yelled, "Help! Help!" just as Eddie was about to fall over the railing. Levin grabbed him and pulled him back. Levin looked back at Eddie and saw the velociraptor swaying in the air, hissing, its claws still gripping his shirt. Eddie struck its snout with the aluminum rod, but it held on like a bulldog. Eddie was in a dangerous position, leaning over the railing, about to fall. The aluminum rod jabbed into the velociraptor's eye, and it finally released its grip. He and Levin fell back onto the floor of the hideout. They got up and saw other velociraptors climbing. They just poked their heads over the railing when Eddie swung the aluminum rod hard, knocking them down. "Hurry!" he shouted to the two kids. "Climb up to the roof." "Hurry!" Kelly climbed up a support pole and easily flipped onto the roof. Abby stood frozen in place, looking lost. She looked back down and said, "Come on, Abby." Abby stood there, wide-eyed with fear. Levin ran over and lifted her up. Eddie swung the aluminum rod desperately, striking those velociraptors. One velociraptor bit the aluminum rod and yanked it hard, causing Eddie to lose his balance, leaning backward and then falling over the railing. He shouted loudly as he fell. All the raptors immediately jumped back to the ground. In the night, they heard Eddie's screams and the roars of the raptors. Levin was terrified. At that moment, he was still holding Abby, trying to lift him up to climb onto the roof. "Hurry, hurry up." He kept saying, "Get up, get up." On the roof, Kelly was encouraging him. "Abby, you can make it." Abby grabbed the roof, tried to climb up, but he was so scared that he kicked his legs wildly, one foot landing heavily on Levin's mouth, causing Levin to fall. Levin watched helplessly as the little guy slid down, falling onto the ground with his back facing up. "Oh God," Levin exclaimed, "oh God." Thorne was lying under the trailer, unhooking the tow line. After detaching the rope, he immediately crawled out and ran towards the Jeep. He heard the engine roaring and saw Sarah riding away on a motorcycle with a Lindstrat-style rifle slung over her shoulder. He got behind the steering wheel of the Jeep, started the engine, and anxiously waited for the winch to retract the tow line. The hook slowly slid across the grass, moving even slower than crawling. Now, the tow line was tangled around a large tree, and he had no choice but to wait. He saw the light from Sarah's motorcycle weaving through the woods, speeding towards the elevated hideout. The winch motor finally stopped. Thorne immediately shifted into gear and sped away from the cliff edge. He opened the intercom and shouted, "Ian, don't worry about me. I'm fine." He heard Malcolm's drowsy voice. Kelly lay on the sloped roof, looking down from one side. She saw Abby fall, landing on the opposite side from Eddie. He seemed to have fallen heavily, but she didn't know what happened to him afterward because she had turned around, gripping the wet roof tightly. When she looked back again, Abby was gone. Gone. Sarah Harding sped along the muddy jungle path. She couldn't be sure of her location, but she believed that as long as she followed this ridge road, she would reach the flat ground. That was at least her hope. She accelerated around a bend and found a large tree blocking her path. She slammed on the brakes and turned the car around. Not far ahead, she saw the headlights of Thorne's vehicle turning right. She hurriedly followed, pressing the gas pedal as she drove into the night. Levin stood in the center of the elevated hideout, stunned with fear. The raptors had stopped jumping and climbing. He heard them roaring frantically on the ground, the sickening crunching sounds of bones being bitten, but he still didn't hear Abby's voice. He was drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, he heard Abby shouting loudly, "Go back. Hurry back." On the high roof, Kelly turned to see what was happening on the other side below, with the flares still glowing. She saw Abby had managed to get into the cage. He had closed the door and was reaching through the bars to turn the key in the lock. 3 raptors were nearby. They saw his hand and immediately jumped over. He quickly pulled his hand back, shouting, "Go back." The raptors began biting the cage, tilting their heads to gnaw at the frame. One raptor's jaw got caught in the rubber band hanging from the key. It shook its head, stretching the rubber band, and the key suddenly slipped out of the lock, popping against its neck. The raptor was startled, shrieking as it backed away, the rubber band tightly wrapped around its lower jaw. The key glimmered faintly in the night. It used its front claws to frantically tug at the rubber band, desperately trying to pull off. But the rubber band was stuck on its curved back teeth, and every attempt resulted in painful rebounds. After a few tries, it gave up and began rubbing against the muddy ground, trying to scrape off the key. At this moment, the cage had been pulled down from the rack by other raptors and fell heavily to the ground. The raptors quickly lowered their heads, trying to bite Abby behind the bars. When they found that impossible, they repeatedly kicked the cage. More raptors arrived. In no time, 7 raptors surrounded the cage, kicking it incessantly. The cage rolled further away from the hideout. Their bodies blocked Kelly's view, and she couldn't see Abby. She faintly heard a voice, looked up, and saw 2 beams of headlights in the distance. A car was coming. Abby was like being in hell. He was in a cage, surrounded by a group of roaring black figures. The raptors couldn't reach him through the gaps in the bars, but their hot drool dripped onto him. They kept kicking, the cage continuously rolling, their sharp claws reaching through the gaps, scratching his arms and shoulders. He was battered and bruised, his head constantly banging against the bars, causing him immense pain. His world was spinning, and he was terrified beyond belief. There was only one thing he was very clear about. The raptors were rolling the cage, gradually pushing him away from the hideout. The car was getting closer. Levin leaned over the railing to look down. In the red light of the flares, he saw 3 raptors dragging Eddie's mangled body toward the woods. They frequently stopped to fight each other over the meal. They bit each other, but still dragged the prey away together. He saw another group of raptors kicking the cage forward. The cage rolled down the animal trail and quickly disappeared into the woods. At this point, the car was getting closer, and he could already hear the Jeep's engine roaring. He saw Thorne's figure behind the steering wheel. He longed for a gun. Levin wanted to shoot all those beasts. He wanted to eliminate them all. On the high roof, Kelly saw the raptors kicking the cage, making it roll further away. One raptor was lagging behind, running in circles like a defeated dog. She recognized the raptor with its mouth caught in the rubber band. The key still dangled from its cheek, reflecting a dim red light. The raptor kept shaking its head, trying to toss off the rubber band. The Jeep sped forward, and the sudden bright light left the raptor dazed and confused. Thorne pressed the gas pedal, trying to ram it with the car. The raptor hurriedly dodged, turning to run into the clearing in the woods. Kelly climbed down from the roof, descending along the structure. Just as Thorne opened the car door, Levin jumped in. They took Abby. Levin pointed towards the animal trail. Kelly was still climbing down. She shouted loudly, "Wait." Thorne yelled at her, "Get back up. Sarah will be here soon. We need to save Abby, but we can't let them get away," Thorne said, accelerating down the animal trail to chase the raptors. Ian Malcolm lay in the trailer, hearing the shouts coming from the intercom. He recognized the panic and chaos. Black noise. He thought to himself, everything has gone terribly wrong all at once. 100,000 things were interacting with each other. He sighed, then closed his eyes. Thorne drove the car fast. They were surrounded by dense vegetation, and the path ahead was getting narrower. The distance between the tall palm trees shrank, their branches and leaves whipping against the car. He worriedly asked, "Can we make it through?" "There's enough room," Levin replied. "I just came through here earlier today. The Dilophosaurus used this path." "How could this happen?" Thorne was still confused. The cage was fixed to the framework. "I don't know," Levin admitted. "It fell." "How could that be? How could that be? I didn't see it. There was too much happening at the time." "What about Eddie?" Thorne asked grimly. "Things happened too quickly," Levin said. The Jeep bumped through the dense forest, driving along the animal paths, jostling quite violently. Their heads kept hitting the canvas roof. Thorne drove recklessly. The velociraptor moved quickly, and in the darkness, he could barely see the one at the back of the herd. Sarah suddenly slammed the motorcycle to a stop. Hearing Kelly shout, "They won't listen to me." What won't they listen to? That velociraptor took the keys. Abby is locked in the cage. That velociraptor took the keys. Where did it go? Sarah asked. There. She pointed to the open ground over there. In the moonlight, they vaguely saw the silhouette of the lone velociraptor. "We need the keys. Get in the car." After saying this, Sarah took off her rifle from her shoulder. Kelly climbed onto the motorcycle, leaning against her back. Sarah shoved the gun into Kelly's hands. "Do you know how to use a gun?" "No. I've never." "Can you ride a motorcycle?" "No. Then you have to use the gun," Sarah said. "Now, pay attention. The trigger is here, understand? This is the safety. You turn it this way, got it? The motorcycle is bumpy, so wait until you're close to turn off the safety." "Close to what?" Sarah didn't hear her words. She stepped on the gas, and the motorcycle quickly accelerated, charging into the clearing of the forest to pursue the fleeing velociraptor. Kelly wrapped one arm around Sarah, trying to sit more steadily. The Jeep bounced violently down the forest path, flying over mud puddles. "I don't remember this road being so rough," Levin said, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Maybe you should drive a bit slower." "Absolutely not," Thorne said. "If we lose sight of him, it's all over. We don't know where the velociraptor's nest is. In the jungle and at night, damn it." Not far ahead, the velociraptor began to leave the path and burrow into the low bushes. The cage was no longer in sight. Thorne couldn't see the terrain clearly, but felt it was like a slope, almost going downward all the way. "You can't do this," Levin advised. "It's too steep." "I have to," Thorne said. "Don't go crazy," Levin continued. "Face reality. We've lost track of the kid, Doctor." Thorne shot Levin a glare. "He hasn't given up hope on you," he said. "We can't give up on rescuing him." Thorne turned the steering wheel and drove the Jeep over the edge. The front of the Jeep suddenly dipped down, causing a wave of nausea. The speed increased, and the vehicle began to rush down the steep slope. "You idiot," Levin shouted. "You're going to get us killed. Hold on tight." They drove the violently bouncing vehicle down into the darkness. Chapter 6. Untitled in the same area, all order collapsed, and survival for individuals and groups became impossible. Ian Malcolm pursued the motorcycle sped across the overgrown wilderness. Kelly had one arm around Sarah and the other hand holding the rifle. The gun was heavy, and she felt her arm starting to ache. The motorcycle bounced continuously. The fierce wind blew her hair into her face. "Hold on tight," Sarah shouted. The moon peeked out from behind the clouds, and the grassland in front of them was draped in a faint silver hue. The velociraptor was 40 yards away, just within the range of the headlights. They were steadily closing the distance. Kelly saw no other animals in the wilderness, except for a herd of brachiosauruses in the distance. They were getting closer to the velociraptor. It was running swiftly, its powerful tail flickering above the grass. They finally ran parallel to the velociraptor. Sarah tilted the motorcycle to the right, getting closer to it. She leaned over, her mouth close to Kelly's ear. "Get ready," she commanded loudly. "What should I do?" They were almost neck and neck, now close to its tail. Sarah sped up, the motorcycle overtaking its hind legs, heading straight for its head. "The neck," she yelled. "Shoot in the neck." "Where?" "Anywhere. The neck." Kelly clumsily picked up the gun. "Now?" "No. Wait. Hold on." As the motorcycle caught up, the velociraptor instantly panicked and sped up. Kelly was fumbling to find the safety on the gun. Everything was bouncing around. Her fingers touched the safety but slipped off. She reached out again. She needed both hands. That meant she had to let go of Sarah. "Get ready," Sarah ordered. "But I can't. Hurry up. Shoot. Now." Sarah swerved the motorcycle to the other side, racing parallel to the velociraptor. They were now only 3 feet away. Kelly could smell its scent. It turned its head and lunged at them, trying to bite. Kelly fired. The gun jolted violently in her hand. She quickly grabbed onto Sarah. The velociraptor was still running wild. "What happened?" Kelly asked. "You missed." Kelly shook her head repeatedly. "It's okay," Sarah encouraged. "You can hit it. I'll get closer." She turned the steering wheel, charging toward the velociraptor, quickly closing in. But this time it was different. As they matched its speed again, the velociraptor suddenly lunged at them, crashing its head toward them. Sarah shouted, quickly turning to widen the distance from it. "Clever bastard, isn't it?" She shouted. "There won't be a second chance." The velociraptor chased for a while, then suddenly turned back, changing direction to run toward the other side of the clearing. "It's running towards the river," Kelly shouted. Sarah floored the throttle, and the motorcycle shot forward. "How deep is the water?" Kelly didn't answer. "How deep is the river?" "I don't know," Kelly shouted. She was trying to remember how the velociraptor had crossed the river. She seemed to recall that the velociraptor swam across the river. That meant the river water must be at least over 3 feet deep? Yes. No. They had fallen behind, 10 yards away, at a disadvantage. It dove into the dense thicket. Rough tree trunks kept scraping against them. The ground was uneven, and the motorcycle bounced wildly. "Can't see it," Sarah shouted. "Hold on." She turned left, not chasing the velociraptor, but speeding toward the riverbank. The velociraptor had vanished into the grass. "What are you doing?" Kelly shouted. "We have to intercept it." A large flock of startled birds screeched as they flew up from the bushes in front of them. Sarah drove through the flying birds. Kelly quickly ducked down, and the rifle in her hands went off with a bang. "Watch out," Sarah shouted. "What happened?" "The gun went off." "How many bullets do I have left?" "2. We need them." The small river was just ahead, glimmering silver in the moonlight. They burst out of the thicket, arriving at the muddy riverbank. Sarah suddenly turned the motorcycle, and it tipped over due to the sharp turn, sliding out. Kelly fell off the bike, landing in the cold mud. Sarah fell heavily on top of her, then quickly jumped up, running forward to lift the motorcycle, shouting, "Get on." Kelly, bewildered, got up. The rifle in her hand was covered in mud. She didn't know if it was still usable. Sarah had already mounted the motorcycle, starting it up and waving for Kelly to come over. Kelly jumped on, and Sarah immediately sped along the riverside. The velociraptor was about 20 yards ahead of them, about to enter the water. It wanted to escape. Thorne's Jeep careened down the slope, completely out of control, palm fronds slapping against the windshield. They couldn't see anything but felt the steepness of the slope. The Jeep was skidding down at an angle, and Levin shouted loudly. Thorne gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying to straighten the vehicle. He slammed on the brakes, but the Jeep continued to slide down the slope after the direction corrected. Ahead, he caught a glimpse of a gap in the palm trees and saw a dark patch of gravel ahead. The velociraptor was scrambling up the gravel. Maybe he could turn left. "No." Levin shouted, "No." "Hold on," Thorne yelled, simultaneously turning the steering wheel. The Jeep lost traction and slid straight down, crashing into a gravel patch and shattering one of the headlights. The car pitched up and slammed down hard onto the ground. Thorne thought the transmission was ruined. But to his surprise, the car was still running. It continued to race down the slope, veering to the left. The second headlight smashed into a tree and broke as well. They plunged downward in the darkness, passing through a thicket of palm trees, finally landing heavily on flat ground. The Jeep's tires rolled over the soft earth. Thorne brought the car to a stop. The surroundings were silent. They looked out the window, trying to figure out where they were now. But it was too dark outside to see anything. They seemed to have reached the bottom of a ravine, with a dense canopy of trees above them. Alluvial soil, Levin blurted out, "We must be in the riverbed." After their eyes adjusted to the darkness, Thorne could see the surroundings clearly and agreed with Levin. The velociraptor was running quickly along the center of the riverbed. On both sides of the riverbed were large gravel mounds, but the riverbed itself was sandy and wide enough for a vehicle to drive through. He drove after it. "Do you know where we are now?" Levin asked, his eyes fixed on the pack of velociraptors. "No idea, torne replay." The car moved forward. The riverbed gradually widened, eventually forming a flat basin. The large gravel was gone, and the trees on both sides of the small river formed a dense forest, with moonlight filtering through the gaps in the trees, illuminating the ground much better. However, the pack of velociraptors had disappeared. He stopped the car, rolled down the window, and listened intently. He could hear their hisses and roars, seemingly coming from not far to the left. Thorne shifted into gear, left the riverbed, and wove through the ferns, occasionally passing through pine forests. Levin said, "Do you think that kid could survive rolling down the mountain?" "I don't know," Thorne replied. "I can't imagine." He drove slowly forward, arriving at a clearing in the woods, where he saw that large patches of ferns had been flattened. After passing through the clearing, they saw the riverbank and the moonlight reflecting off the water. In any case, they were back at the riverbank. However, what caught their attention was the clearing itself. They saw several massive grayish-white skeletons of Brachiosaurus lying in the clearing. The huge rib cages and arc-shaped bones reflected the silvery moonlight. A half-eaten carcass lay in the center of the clearing, surrounded by swarms of flies buzzing around it. "What is this place?" Thorne asked. "It looks like a graveyard." "Yeah," Levin replied, "but it's not a graveyard." The velociraptors were gathered on one side of the clearing, fighting over Eddie's mangled body. On the other side of the clearing, they saw 3 low earth mounds, many of which were damaged. They noticed broken eggshells inside the mounds, emitting a strong stench of decay. Levin leaned forward, examined closely, and said, "This is a velociraptor nest." In the pitch-black trailer, Malcolm sat up, enduring the pain, grabbed the walkie-talkie and said, "Did you find their nest?" "Is it a nest?" The walkie-talkie crackled. Levin said, "Yes, I think so." "Describe it," Malcolm said. Levin quietly described the characteristics of the nest to him, estimating their size. In Levin's view, the velociraptor nests were messy and poorly constructed. He was very surprised because dinosaur nests are usually neat and orderly. He had seen it many times at fossil excavation sites from Montana to Mongolia, where dinosaur eggs were arranged in concentric circles, with each nest typically containing over 30 eggs, indicating that many female dinosaurs cohabitated in one nest. Large numbers of adult dinosaur fossils have been found near the nests, indicating that dinosaurs cared for the eggs collectively. In a few archaeological sites, one could even sense a three-dimensional layout. The nests were in the center, and adult dinosaurs carefully moved around the outer edge to ensure they wouldn't disturb the hatching eggs. In this strict structure, dinosaurs easily reminded one of their descendants, birds, as birds also exhibit rigorous courtship, mating, and nesting behaviors. However, the behavior of the velociraptors was completely different. What lay before him was a chaotic and disorderly scene. Poorly constructed nests, fighting adult dinosaurs, a few juvenile and subadult dinosaurs, broken eggshells, and trampled mounds. Around the mounds, Levin saw scattered small bones, estimating them to be the remains of newborn velociraptors. There wasn't a single living juvenile in this clearing. There were 3 battered subadult velociraptors, often forced to defend themselves. They looked emaciated and malnourished. They cautiously moved around, retreating at the slightest approach of an adult dinosaur. "What about the Brachiosaurus?" Malcolm asked. "How many remains?" Levin counted, a total of 4, each in varying states of decay. "You have to tell Sarah," Malcolm raised his voice. But Levin was now pondering other things. He was first puzzled about how these massive corpses got here. They couldn't have stumbled in by accident, clearly. All animals would do their utmost to avoid this nest. They couldn't have been lured here, nor dragged here, because they were too large. So how did they end up here? He found it very perplexing. He clearly had another uncertain thought. Did they take Abby? Malcolm asked. "Yes," Levin replied, truthfully. "They took him." He stared at the nest, trying to discern the truth. At that moment, Thorne lightly elbowed him, pointing to the other end of the clearing, saying, "The cage is over there." Levin saw the faint glimmer of the aluminum support frame partially exposed in the ferns. But he didn't see Abby. "Just over there," Levin said. The velociraptors showed little interest in the cage. They were still fighting over Eddie's carcass. Thorne pulled out a Lindestrat-style rifle, snapping the magazine open. He saw 6 bullets inside. Not enough. After saying this, he reattached the magazine. There were at least 10 velociraptors in this clearing. While Levin rummaged in the back seat, he found his backpack lying on the floor beside his seat. He unzipped it and pulled out a small silver canister, about the size of a large soft drink bottle. The canister had a skull and crossbones symbol on it, with the words "Caution, Toxic Chemicals, Microchloram," underneath. "What is this?" Thorne asked. "It's something made at Los Alamos," Levin explained, "a new type of lethal neutralizer that can release fast-acting cholinesterase aerosol, capable of paralyzing any form of life for up to 3 minutes, which would knock out all the velociraptors." "But what about the child?" Thorne said worriedly. "You can't use it. It would paralyze him." Levin pointed over there and said, "If we throw the canister on the right side of the cage, the gas won't drift towards him, but towards where the velociraptors are." "That might not be the case," Thorne said. "If not, he could be seriously injured." Levin nodded in agreement. He then put the small round canister back into his backpack and looked ahead, watching the movements of the velociraptors. So Levin asked, "What do we do now?" Thorne glanced at the aluminum cage half hidden in the ferns. Suddenly, he saw something that lifted his spirits. The cage moved slightly, the bars swaying in the moonlight. "Did you see that?" Levin asked. Thorne said, "I'm going to get the child out." "But how?" Levin asked. "The old-fashioned way," Thorne replied. He then got out of the Jeep. Sarah started to accelerate, the motorcycle speeding along the muddy riverbank. The velociraptor was just ahead, rushing towards him from the side, sprinting towards the small river. "Hurry!" Kelly shouted, "Hurry!" The velociraptor spotted them and immediately changed direction, running forward. It desperately tried to increase the distance between them, but they were running faster on the open riverbank. They had matched its pace and were flanking it. Sarah then drove from the riverbank onto the grass. The velociraptor turned right and darted into the thick grass, away from the river. "You did it!" Kelly shouted. Sarah maintained her speed, gradually closing in. It seemed to have given up its attempt to cross the river and was running aimlessly. It was just sprinting across the grass. They were closely pursuing it, getting closer and closer. Kelly was excited. She wiped the mud off her rifle, preparing to shoot again. "Damn!" Sarah shouted. "What?" "Look!" Kelly leaned forward, peering over Sarah's shoulder. Right in front of them was a herd of brachiosauruses. They were only about 50 yards from the closest ones in this herd of massive creatures. Startled by the sudden fright, they bellowed loudly and changed formation. Their bodies appeared greenish-gray in the moonlight. The velociraptor charged straight towards the herd of brachiosauruses. "It's trying to shake us off." Sarah suddenly accelerated, getting closer. "Shoot." "Hurry." Kelly aimed and then fired. The rifle jumped sharply, but the velociraptor continued to run. Missed. Not far ahead, the herd of brachiosauruses was turning. They took heavy steps, moving clumsily. Their thick tails waved in the air, but their movements were too slow to make way. The velociraptor dashed in and dove under the belly of a gigantic brachiosaurus. "What do we do?" Kelly shouted. "We have no other choice," Sarah yelled, suddenly darting into the shadows, diving under the belly of the first giant beast, reaching a position almost parallel to the velociraptor. Kelly looked at the curve of the giant beast's belly, estimating it was about 3 feet above her head. The massive legs of the herd were slowly moving, shifting direction. The velociraptor was running wildly between the constantly moving giant legs of the brachiosauruses. Sarah kept changing direction, relentlessly pursuing it. Above them, the brachiosauruses were roaring, turning their bodies, continuing to roar. They passed under another brachiosaurus's belly, emerging into the moonlight, and then dove back into the shadows. At this moment, they were in the center of the herd, as if in a forest of moving trees. Directly ahead, a massive leg came crashing down, shaking the ground. Sarah quickly turned left, the motorcycle suddenly bouncing, brushing against the giant beast's body. "Hold on," she shouted. Then she turned back and continued to chase the velociraptor. Above them, the herd of brachiosauruses roared and moved. The velociraptor dodged and weaved, then suddenly burst out from the back of the herd. "Damn it," Sarah cursed as she turned the vehicle around. A raised tail suddenly came down, nearly hitting them. Then they burst out of the herd, hot on the velociraptor's tail. The motorcycle sped across the grass like lightning. "Last chance," Sarah shouted. "Take it down." Kelly raised her rifle, and Sarah rapidly closed in on the running velociraptor. It swung around to crash into her, but she deftly avoided it. She punched it hard on the head. Fire! Kelly pressed the barrel against the velociraptor's neck and quickly pulled the trigger. The rifle jolted back, hitting her stomach. The velociraptor kept running. No! She shouted no. Suddenly, the velociraptor collapsed onto the grass, rolling forward. Sarah swerved the bike to the side and stopped. The velociraptor thrashed on the grass 5 feet away, howling. After a moment, it fell silent. Sarah took the rifle, opened the magazine. Kelly saw there were still 5 bullets inside. I thought that was the last one, she said in surprise. I was kidding you, Sarah said calmly. Wait here. Kelly stood by the motorcycle as Sarah carefully approached, firing another shot at it. She stood waiting for a moment, then bent down. As she walked back, she held the key to the cage. The herd of velociraptors near the nest was still tearing at the carcass. But their fighting was not as fierce as before. Some turned around and wiped their mouths with their front paws, slowly moving towards the center of the open area. They were getting closer to the cage. Thorne climbed into the back of the Jeep, pushed the canvas roof aside, and checked the rifle in his hand. Levin sat in the driver's seat and started the car. After Thorne settled into the back seat of the Jeep, he gripped the handhold tightly and said to Levin, "Drive." The Jeep sped across the open area. The herd of velociraptors near Eddie's body raised their heads, surprised by the intruders. By this time, the Jeep had crossed the center of the open area, driving next to the massive skeleton, with wide ribs hanging above their heads. Levin suddenly turned left, stopping the vehicle next to the aluminum cage. Thorne jumped out of the car, picked up the cage with both hands. In the darkness, he couldn't see Abby's injuries, only that the child was lying face down. Thorne saw Levin get out of the Jeep and quickly shouted for him to get back in the car, while lifting the cage high and placing it in the back of the Jeep. Then he jumped into the car, squeezing next to the cage. Levin shifted into gear. Behind them, the velociraptors roared and chased after them. They ran past the skeletons, sprinting in the open area, moving at an astonishing speed. Levin had just pressed the gas pedal when the closest velociraptor leaped high, landing on the back of the Jeep, hissing and biting the canvas, refusing to let go. Levin pressed the gas pedal, and the Jeep bounced out of the open area. In the darkness, Malcolm fell back into the dreamlike state induced by morphine. Images floated before his eyes, adaptive panoramas, now used for considering evolutionary issues in colorful computer graphics. In this mathematical world of peaks and valleys, it could show some organisms climbing adaptive peaks while others slid into non-adaptive valleys. Stu Kaufman and his colleagues have demonstrated that higher organisms have complex internal constraints, making it easy for them to fall from adaptive peaks into valleys. However, at the same time, complex animals are selected through evolution, because complex animals can adapt, use tools, learn, and cooperate. But the flexibility of complex animals and adaptation comes at a cost. They exchange one form of dependency for another. They no longer need to change their physical form to adapt, as their adaptability now relies on behavior, which is socially determined. This behavior requires learning from experience. In a sense, for higher animals, adaptability is no longer inherited through DNA, but is passed down through teaching. Chimpanzees teach their young to use sticks to collect termites. This behavior can at least be considered a rudimentary form of culture, a structured social life. However, animals that grow up in isolation, without parents or guidance, lack many learned behaviors. Animals in zoos often do not rear their young because they have never seen their kind care for offspring. They often neglect their young, accidentally crushing them when turning over, or even dislike them and kill them. The velociraptor is one of the smartest and fiercest dinosaurs. Both traits require behavioral control. Millions of years ago, in the Jurassic period, their behavior was already determined by society, passed down from the old to the new. Genes control the ability to exhibit such behaviors, not the behaviors themselves. Adaptive behavior is a trait that has been passed down through years of evolution because it has proven effective. This behavior allows members of the same species to work together, live together, hunt, and rear offspring. But on this island, the velociraptors are created in a genetics laboratory. Although their bodies are genetically determined, their behavior is not. When they came into this world, there were no older velociraptors to train them or teach them the correct way to behave. They grew up independently, and their behavior formed in a group that was unorganized, without rules or cooperation. They live in a world without control, where everyone is for themselves. Only the most selfish and vicious velociraptors can survive. The rest will die. The Jeep accelerated and began to jolt violently. Thorne gripped the handhold in the back seat to avoid being thrown out. He saw the velociraptor behind them clinging to the canvas, its body swinging in the air. It did not let go. Levin drove the car back to the flat, muddy riverbank, then turned right and sped along the water's edge. The velociraptor stubbornly hung on to the back of the car. Levin saw a brachiosaurus skeleton lying in the muddy water ahead. Another skeleton? Why are all these skeletons here? But there was no time to ponder this. He surged forward, passing beneath the row of ribs. Without headlights, he leaned forward, squinting to see the obstacles ahead in the moonlight. At the back of the vehicle, the velociraptor gradually climbed up. It released the canvas and lunged for the cage. Trying to pull it off the Jeep, Thorne lunged forward, grabbing the end of the cage closest to him. The cage twisted and knocked Thorne down. He found himself in a fierce struggle with the velociraptor, which was gradually gaining the upper hand. Thorne tightly hooked his legs around the front passenger seat and held onto the cage with both hands. The velociraptor was barking furiously. Thorne realized its anger. It roared in rage at the possibility of losing its prized possession. "Take it," Levin shouted, handing a rifle to Thorne. Thorne was lying on his back, hands firmly gripping the cage, unable to reach for the gun. Levin looked back and understood everything. He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a group of velociraptors still chasing them, their roars and howls relentless. He could not slow down, and Thorne could not let go. The Jeep was still speeding. Levin turned and lay on the passenger seat, aiming the rifle backward. He wanted to aim carefully, as any mistake could hit Thorne or Abby, with unimaginable consequences. "Watch out!" Thorne shouted, "Careful!" Levin successfully disengaged the safety and aimed at the velociraptor that was biting the cage with its mouth. The velociraptor looked up and suddenly grabbed the barrel of the gun. Yanking hard, Levin pulled the trigger. The bullet entered the velociraptor's throat, and it immediately rolled its eyes, letting out a gurgling sound, convulsing, and then fell backward, tumbling off the Jeep. As it hit the ground, it yanked the rifle from Levin's hand. Thorne quickly scrambled up and dragged the cage back into the vehicle. He looked down into the cage, but could not see Abby's injuries. He turned around and saw that the other velociraptors were still chasing, but had fallen 20 yards behind and were getting farther away. The intercom on the Jeep's dashboard crackled. "Doctor." Thorne recognized it was Sarah's voice. "Hey, Sarah, where are you?" "Along the riverbank," Thorne replied. The storm clouds had dispersed, and above them was a moonlit night sky. The velociraptors were still chasing, but they had been left far behind. "I can't see your headlights," Sarah said. "They're broken." After a moment of silence, the intercom crackled again. Her voice was tense. "What about Abby?" "She's in our car," Thorne said. "Thank God. How is he?" "I don't know. He's alive." The view opened up more. They had returned to a wide valley. In the moonlight, the grass glimmered silver. Thorne looked around, trying to discern the direction. He realized they had come back to that grassy area, but had gone quite a distance south. They were definitely still on this side of the riverbank near the elevated hideout, so they should be able to return to the ridge road. That road should be somewhere to the left. They could take that road back to the open area and return to the second trailer. That would be safe. He gently nudged Levin with his elbow and pointed to the right. "Go that way." Levin turned the car around. Thorne opened the intercom. "Sarah, it's me, Doctor. We're heading back to the trailer on the ridge road." "Okay," Sarah said. "We'll find you." Sarah looked back at Kelly and asked, "Where's the ridge road?" "I think it's the one up there," Kelly said, pointing to the ridge. The ridge was on a cliff above their heads. "All right," Sarah said, and then pressed down on the accelerator, charging forward. The Jeep sped through the deep silver grass. They were driving fast, and the velociraptors were no longer visible behind them. "Looks like we've lost them," Thorne said. "Maybe," Levin said. Just as they turned off the riverbed, he saw a few velociraptors darting to the left. They might be hiding in the grass now. He didn't believe they would just give up. The Jeep sped toward the cliff. He saw a zigzagging sharp turn ahead, winding up from the valley floor. He was sure this was the ridge road. The terrain was now flatter. Thorne crawled into the back of the car between the two seats and leaned down to look into the cage. He looked through the bars at Abby and heard him softly groaning. Half of Abby's face was covered in blood, and his shirt was soaked with it. But his eyes were open, as if he were trying to move his arms and legs. Thorne leaned closer to the bars and softly said, "Hey, kid, can you hear me?" Abby nodded weakly. "How do you feel?" "Much better," Abby replied. The Jeep drove up the dirt road, zigzagging upward. They gradually left the valley and headed along the ridge road, and Levin felt much more grounded in his heart. He had finally found the ridge road. They would be safe soon. He looked up at the slope and suddenly saw some shadows in the moonlight jumping around at the end of the road. Velociraptors. They were waiting for him. He suddenly slammed the brakes and asked, "What now?" "Charge through," Thorne said. "I'll drive." On the edge of chaos, Thorne drove onto the ridge road, turned left, and began to accelerate. In the moonlight, the narrow mountain road extended ahead. To his left was a stone wall, and to his right was a steep cliff. He saw a group of velociraptors 20 feet above him on the ridge, jumping and calling out, moving parallel to the Jeep. Levin saw them too. "What do we do?" he asked. Thorne shook his head. "Look in the toolbox, check the storage compartment, see if you can find something." Levin bent down and fumbled in the dark. Thorne knew they were in trouble. They had lost their guns. The Jeep's top was made of canvas. They were surrounded by velociraptors. He estimated he was about half a mile away from the clearing in the woods and the trailer. Half a mile. As they approached the next bend, Thorne slowed down, keeping the Jeep further from the cliff edge. After the turn, he found a velociraptor crouched in the middle of the road, glaring at them with its head down. Thorne accelerated, charging toward it, and the velociraptor leaped up, retracting its hind legs, landing right on the hood. Its claws scraped across the metal with a piercing sound. It smashed into the windshield, which instantly cracked like a spider web. It lay on the glass, blocking Thorne's view. On such a perilous path, he had no choice but to slam on the brakes. "Hey!" Levin shouted, lurching forward. The velociraptor slid off the hood. Thorne could see again and quickly pressed the accelerator. The Jeep surged forward, and Levin leaned back against his seat. At this moment, 3 velociraptors began attacking the Jeep from the side. One jumped onto the left running board, biting the rearview mirror, its fierce eyes very close to Thorne's face. Thorne jerked the steering wheel left, driving the Jeep closely against the stone wall. 10 yards ahead was a protruding boulder. He saw in his peripheral vision that the velociraptor was still clinging to the Jeep. Just then, the boulder knocked the rearview mirror off, and the velociraptor disappeared with it. The road widened a bit. Thorne had more room to maneuver. He felt the car being hit, looked up, and saw the canvas roof above him sagging. Claws piercing through the canvas, brushing past his ear. He swerved back and forth. The claws retracted, but the velociraptor still lay on the roof, pressing down on the canvas. Levin beside him pulled out a large hunting knife and stabbed upward, piercing the canvas. His hand was scratched by another claw. He screamed in pain, and the knife fell. Thorne bent down to feel for the knife on the floor. Through the rearview mirror at the front of the car, he saw 2 velociraptors chasing the Jeep down the mountain road, getting closer. The road was wider now, and he pressed the accelerator. The velociraptor on the roof peered into the Jeep through the shattered windshield. Thorne gripped the hunting knife tightly and thrust upward with all his might, again and again. It seemed there was no reaction from above. They were approaching another turn. He suddenly jerked the steering wheel right and then quickly corrected, causing the entire Jeep to tilt. The velociraptor on the roof lost its grip and tumbled backward, taking most of the roof down with it. When it fell, it landed right on top of the other 2 velociraptors that were hot on their heels. The 3 of them tumbled to the ground, screaming as they fell off the cliff. "Nice job!" Levin cheered loudly. But at that moment, a velociraptor suddenly jumped down from the ridge, lunging forward. Just a few feet away from the Jeep, it easily, almost effortlessly, jumped into the rear of the Jeep. Levin in the passenger seat was instantly stunned. The velociraptor squeezed into the Jeep, lowered its head, raised its front legs, opened its large mouth, and assumed an aggressive posture, hissing at him. Levin thought, this is it. He was terrified, sweating profusely, feeling dizzy. He knew very well that he was utterly powerless at this moment, with death just a heartbeat away. The velociraptor hissed again, opened its mouth wide, and crouched down as if to pounce. But suddenly, foam appeared at the corners of its mouth, its eyes rolled back, and foam flowed continuously from its mouth. It began to convulse, its whole body shaking, and then it fell over onto its back inside the car. Thorne saw Sarah, who was riding a motorcycle behind them, and Kelly, who was holding a rifle. Thorne slowed down. Sarah rode alongside them. She handed the keys to Levin. "Open the cage," she shouted. Levin numbly took the keys, but they almost slipped from his hand. He was still shaken, moving slowly, his expression blank. "I almost lost my life," he thought to himself. "Get her gun," Thorne shouted loudly. Levin turned to the left and saw many velociraptors running alongside the Jeep. He counted 6, maybe more. He wanted to count again, but his mind was too sluggish. "Get the damn gun." Levin took the gun from Kelly's hand, feeling the cold metal of the barrel. Just then, the car made a popping sound, the engine coughed a few times, and then it stalled, followed by another cough, and the car lurched forward. "What's happening?" He turned to Thorne and asked. "We're in trouble," Thorne replied. "We're out of gas." Thorne shifted the gear to neutral, and the car began to coast forward, slowing down. Ahead was a gentle slope, then a bend, followed by a downhill road. Sarah, riding her motorcycle behind the Jeep, shook her head helplessly. Thorne realized that his only hope was to find a way to climb up this gentle slope. He said to Levin, "Open the cage, get him out." Levin's movements suddenly quickened, almost frantic, but he still climbed to the back of the car, inserted the key into the lock, and with a click, opened the door, helping Abby climb out. Thorne stared at the speedometer, watching the needle drop continuously. Their speed was only 25 miles per hour, then down to 20, and then down to 15. The velociraptors running alongside the car sensed something was wrong and began to close in. Speed, 15 miles per hour. Still dropping. He's out, Levin said, slamming the cage door shut. Push the cage down, Thorne said. The cage rolled out of the back of the car, bouncing down the mountain. Their speed was only 10 miles per hour now. The Jeep seemed to be crawling. They finally crested the gentle slope and began to descend, the speed increasing again. 12 miles per hour. 15. 20. He didn't hit the brakes, and the Jeep tilted as he turned. Levin exclaimed, "We're never getting back to the trailer." He shouted hoarsely, his eyes wide with fear. I know. Thorne could see the trailer a little farther to the left, but they still had to get over another gentle slope. There was no way they could coast there. The road ahead forked, and, if he remembered correctly, the right went downhill, leading to the lab. That was a downhill road. Thorne turned right, away from the trailer. He saw the large roof of the lab. In the moonlight, it looked flat and vast. He slid down the slope past the lab, around it, heading toward the staff residential area. He saw the manager's residence on the right, the convenience store, and the gas pump in front of the store. Would they be lucky enough to get gas? Look, Levin shouted from behind. Look, look. Thorne turned his head and saw the raptors falling behind, giving up the chase. Near the lab, they seemed to hesitate. They're not chasing anymore. Levin shouted. Yeah. Thorne said, but where's Sarah? Behind them, Sarah's motorcycle had already disappeared. The trailer. Sarah Harding twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle shot up the slight incline of the road ahead. She crested the hill and sped down toward the trailer. Behind her, four raptors roared in hot pursuit. She immediately accelerated, trying to put a few more yards between them because they had to. She leaned back and shouted to Kelly, "Okay, we have to be quick." "What?" Kelly shouted back. "When we get to the trailer, you jump off and run inside. Don't wait for me, understand?" Kelly nodded, looking anxious. "No matter what happens. Don't wait for me." "Okay." Harding sped up to the trailer, slammed on the brakes, and the motorcycle skidded on the wet grass, crashing hard against the trailer's metal shell. But Kelly had already jumped off and was scrambling toward the door, ready to dive in. Sarah had intended to bring the motorcycle inside too, but seeing the raptors so close, almost within reach, she quickly aimed the motorcycle at them and pushed it hard before turning and leaping into the trailer, falling on her back inside, then kicked the door shut. At that moment, the first raptor charged and began banging against the trailer door. Inside the dark trailer, she braced against the door, even as the raptors continued to slam against it. She fumbled with her hands, trying to find the lock on the door, but couldn't. "Ian, can this door lock?" She heard Malcolm's voice, as if mumbling in the darkness. "Life is a crystal," he murmured. "Ian, focus." Just then, Kelly squeezed in next to her, feeling around the door. The raptors were still banging against it. After a moment, Kelly said, "It's down by the floor." Harding heard the metallic click and stepped away. Kelly reached out and grabbed Harding's hand. "It's okay now," Harding reassured her. Harding moved to Malcolm, who was lying on the bed. The raptors were thrashing around the window near his head, their claws scratching against the glass. Malcolm looked at them calmly and said, "Noisy little bastards, aren't they?" A first aid kit lay open beside him, with a syringe on the seat. He must have given himself another shot. Outside the window, the raptors stopped their assault. She heard a scraping sound coming from near the trailer door. Then, she saw several raptors tugging at the motorcycle, pulling it away from the trailer. They were furious, trampling on the motorcycle. It would be long before the tires were punctured. "Ian," she said, "we have to be quick." "I'm not in a hurry," he said calmly. "What weapons do you have?" she asked. "Weapons? Oh, I don't know," he sighed. "What do you need weapons for?" "Ian, please. You're talking too fast," he said. "You know, Sarah, you really should relax a little." In the dark trailer, Kelly felt scared, but hearing Sarah ask seriously about weapons, she felt a wave of relief. Kelly began to understand that nothing could stop Sarah. She would push ahead. Kelly found herself emulating that attitude of not letting anyone stand in your way, believing that if you wanted to do something, you could. Kelly heard Dr. Malcolm speaking. Knowing he couldn't help at all, under the influence of the anesthetic, he didn't care about anything. Sarah was unfamiliar with the inside of the trailer. Kelly was familiar because she had searched for food in the trailer earlier. She seemed to remember. In the darkness, she quickly pulled open a drawer. She squinted to see inside. She remembered there was a bag with a skull and crossbones pattern in the bottom drawer. She thought to herself that there might be some kind of weapon in that bag. She heard Sarah shouting, "Ian, think of something." She heard Dr. Malcolm saying, "Oh, I've been thinking, Sarah, I have the most wonderful idea. You know, all the bones near the raptor nest are a great example." "Don't say that now." "Ian." Kelly opened the drawer and rummaged through it. She left the drawer she had already searched open, so she would know which one she had checked. She searched each drawer one by one, and suddenly, her hand brushed against coarse canvas, and she leaned in to look. Yes, that's it. Kelly pulled out a square canvas bag, surprisingly heavy. She shouted, "Sarah, come look." Sarah Harding held the canvas bag up to the moonlight by the window. She unzipped the bag and looked closely at the contents. The canvas bag was divided into several padded compartments. She saw 3 square blocks that felt like rubber. There was also a small silver canister like an oxygen tank. "What is this?" "We thought it was a good idea before," Malcolm said, "but now I can't be sure it is." "What is it?" She interrupted him eagerly, needing to keep him focused as he seemed to be drifting. "Non-lethal," Malcolm said. "Alexander S. Ridiculous Band. We want to—" "What is this?" She held up a square object in front of him and asked. "Smoke dispersal block. All you have to do is—" "Just smoke?" She pressed. "It only releases smoke?" "Yes. But what is this?" She held up the silver canister and asked. It had words printed on it. "Acetylcholinesterase bomb. Releases gas. Causes temporary paralysis upon explosion, they say." "How long?" "I think only a few minutes, but—" "How do you use it?" She turned it in her hands. The top of the canister had a pin. She wanted to pull it to see the internal mechanism. "Don't move," he shouted. "Just use it like this. Pull the pin and throw the canister. It will explode in 3 seconds." "Okay." With that, she quickly packed the first aid kit, putting the syringe inside, and then closed the kit. "What are you doing?" Malcolm asked in horror. "We have to get out of here," she said as she walked toward the door. Malcolm sighed heavily. It's nice to have a man at home. The canister was thrown high into the air, spinning in the moonlight. The raptors gathered around the motorcycle about 5 yards away. One raptor raised its head and saw the canister land in the grass a few yards away. Sarah stood by the door, waiting. Nothing happened. No explosion. Nothing at all. "Ian, it doesn't work." One raptor curiously jumped to the spot where the canister had fallen. It lowered its head and picked up the shiny silver canister in its mouth, then raised its head. "It doesn't work." Sarah said. "Oh, it's okay," Malcolm said calmly. The raptor shook its head and bit down hard on the round canister. "What do we do now?" Kelly asked. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out outside, and a thick white smoke rapidly spread across the open area. The raptor vanished in an instant into the smoke. Harding hurriedly closed the car door. "What do we do now?" Kelly asked. In the darkness, Malcolm leaned on Harding's shoulder, and the 3 of them crossed the open space together. The toxic smoke had dissipated several minutes earlier. They found the first raptor lying motionless on its side, with its eyes wide open. But it wasn't dead. Harding could see its carotid artery rhythmically pulsing. The raptor had simply collapsed. She asked Malcolm, "How long can it last?" "Not sure," Malcolm said. "Is it windy outside?" "No wind, Ian. Then it will last a little longer." They moved forward, and the raptors were lying in various positions. They walked past the raptors, smelling the putrid stench of the carnivores. One raptor lay across a motorcycle. She gently set Malcolm down on the ground. He sat there, panting. After a moment, he started singing, "I wish I was in a cotton field. The past is hard to forget." Searching, Harding grabbed the motorcycle handlebar, trying to drag the motorcycle out from under the raptor. The raptor was too heavy. Kelly saw this and said, "Let me try." She reached for the handlebars. Harding stepped forward and without hesitation bent down, wrapping her arms around the raptor's neck, pulling its head up. The warm, scaly skin rubbed against her arms and cheeks, making her feel nauseous. She leaned back, gasping, and continued to pull upward with all her strength. In the southern United States, beep, 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 beep. In the southern United States, life and death. "Did you get out?" Sarah asked Kelly. "Not yet." Kelly was still pulling with all her might. Harding's face was only inches from the raptor's head and mouth. She kept adjusting her grip, causing the raptor's head to sway back and forth. Its eye right next to her face, staring at her, but seeing nothing. Harding pulled hard again, trying to lift it higher. "Almost there," Kelly shouted. Harding huffed and pulled up again. The raptor's eye blinked. Harding was startled and released the raptor. At that moment, Kelly had dragged the motorcycle out. "It's out. Leave. Leave for the south." In the southern United States. Harding ran over from the raptor's side. Now its thigh was gradually twitching, and its chest was beginning to rise and fall. "Let's go," she said loudly. "Ian, sit behind me. Kelly, sit on the handlebars. Leave, leave, leave for the south." "We need to hurry," Harding said as she mounted the motorcycle. She kept her eyes on the raptor and saw its head suddenly jerk, its eye blink again. There was no doubt it was about to wake up. We go, we hurry." Residential area. Sarah drove the motorcycle down the slope toward the worker housing area. She looked over Kelly's shoulder and saw the Jeep parked in front of the store, not far from the gas pump. She stopped the bike, and they all got off. In the moonlight, Kelly opened the store door and helped Malcolm inside. Sarah pushed the motorcycle into the store and then closed the door. "Doctor," she shouted. "We're here." Thorne replied, "Abby is here too." Moonlight streamed in through the windows. She thought the store resembled an abandoned roadside convenience store. There was a glass door refrigerator for soft drinks, covered in mold, making the drinks inside invisible. Next to the refrigerator, some hard candy and little fairy bubble gum sat on a net rack, their wrappers spotted with green and crawling with bugs. On the adjacent magazine rack, the paper was already curled, and the headlines were from 5 years ago. On one side of the store were rows of basic necessities: toothpaste, aspirin, sunscreen, shampoo, combs, and brushes. The nearby clothes rack was filled with t-shirts, shorts, socks, tennis rackets, swimsuits, and a few souvenirs like keychains, ashtrays, and glasses. In the center of the store was a small island platform with a cash register, a microwave, and a coffee maker. The microwave door was wide open, with small animals having built a nest inside. The coffee maker was cracked and covered in spider webs. "It's a mess," Malcolm said. "I think it looks pretty good." Sarah Harding replied. The windows were barred, the walls looked sturdy, and canned food might still be edible. She saw a sign that read restroom. Maybe there's plumbing here. It should be relatively safe here, at least for now. She helped Malcolm lie down on the ground and then walked over to Thorne and Levin, who were busy tending to Abby. "I brought a first aid kit," she said. "How is he?" "The wounds are pretty bad," Thorne replied. "There are several deep cuts, but the bones aren't broken. His head seems pretty injured too." "Everything hurts," Abby complained. "Even my mouth hurts." "Someone go get a light," she said. "Let me take a look." Abby: "Yes, you knocked out a few teeth, so your mouth hurts. But the teeth can be replaced. The head injury isn't too serious." She cleaned the wound with gauze and then turned to Thorne. "How long until the helicopter arrives?" Thorne looked at his watch and said, 2 hours. "Where will it land?" "The landing point is a few miles from here." While tending to Abby, she nodded. "Okay, so we need to reach the landing point within 2 hours." Kelly said, "How can we do that?" "The car is out of gas." "Don't worry," Sarah said. "We'll figure something out. Everything will be fine." "You always say that," Kelly muttered. "Because it's always true," Sarah said. "Now, Abby, I need your cooperation. I'm going to help you sit up and take off your shirt." Thorne walked over to Levin's side. Levin's eyes were glazed over, and he was restlessly twisting his body. "What just happened in the Jeep seems to have broken him." "What's she talking about?" He shouted. "We're trapped here, stuck." His voice was filled with hysteria. "We can't go anywhere. We can't do anything. I'm telling you. We're all going to die. Calm down," Thorne said, grabbing his arm and leaning in close. "Don't scare the kids." "What does that matter?" Levin said. "They'll understand eventually." "Ouch. Be gentle." Thorne held Levin's arm tightly and calmly said, "You're old enough. Stop making a scene. Pull yourself together. Richard, are you listening to me, Richard?" Levin nodded. "Good. Richard, I'm going outside to see if the gas pump still works." "It definitely doesn't work," Levin said. "It's been 5 years. I'm telling you, it's a waste of time." "Richard," Thorne said, "we have to check the gas pump." A moment of silence. The two looked at each other. "You mean you're going outside?" Levin broke the silence. "Yes." Levin frowned. Another silence fell. Sarah, crouching beside Abby, shouted, "Hey guys, where's the light?" "Just a minute," Thorne said as he leaned closer to Levin and asked. "Okay? All right," Levin replied with a sigh. Thorne walked to the front door, opened it, and stepped into the darkness. Levin closed the door behind him. Thorne heard the door click shut. He immediately turned around and gently knocked on the door a few times. Levin opened the door a few inches, peering outside. "For God's sake," Thorne whispered. "Don't lock the door. I just want don't lock that damn door." Okay, I'm sorry." "For God's sake," Thorne repeated. He closed the door and turned to face the vast darkness. All around him, the worker housing area was eerily quiet. He could only hear the monotonous sound of cicadas in the darkness. He felt puzzled. It was just too quiet. Perhaps it was simply a stark contrast to the relentless roaring of the velociraptors earlier. Thorne stood with his back to the door for a long time, staring into the open space. He saw nothing. Finally, he walked to the Jeep, opened the side door, and searched for the walkie-talkie in the darkness. His hand found it. It had slipped under the passenger seat. He took it out and returned to the shop door, knocking a few times. Levin opened the door and said, "Not locked this time. Here you go." Thorne handed him the walkie-talkie and casually closed the door. He stopped again, looking around. The housing area remained silent. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and all was still. He stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the gas pump. The outer gas pump handle was rusty and covered in spider webs. He lifted the nozzle, pulled the spring latch, but nothing happened. He squeezed the handle tightly, but no gas came out. He lightly tapped the glass on the pump's counter, and the glass fell into his hand. A spider hurriedly crawled over it. No gasoline. They had to find gasoline. Otherwise, they couldn't board the helicopter. He frowned at the gas pump, deep in thought. These gas pumps were simply constructed, sturdy, and commonly found on remote construction sites. That made sense because, after all, this was an island. He paused. This was an island, which meant that everything had to be brought in by plane or boat. Most likely by boat. With a small boat, they would have to unload manually. That meant he bent down to examine the base of the gas pump by moonlight. Sure enough, as he expected, there was no tank beneath it. He saw a thick black PVC fuel line shallowly buried in the ground, leading away from the front, wrapping around the side of the shop. Under the moonlight, Thorne carefully followed the fuel line forward. He paused for a moment, listening to the sound around him, then continued walking. He turned to the side of the shop and saw what he expected. A few 50-gallon metal barrels next to the wall. There were 3 in total, connected by some black hoses. This made sense. All the gasoline on this island had to be delivered in barrels. He gently knocked on each barrel with his knuckles, but they were all empty. He picked one up, hoping to hear the sound of residual liquid at the bottom. They only needed a gallon or 2. Nothing. All the barrels were completely empty, but he was sure there had to be more than just these 3 barrels here. He quickly did some mental calculations. A laboratory of this scale would need 6 support vehicles, or maybe more. Even if each vehicle conserved fuel, the weekly consumption would be 30 to 40 gallons. To be safe, the company would need to store at least 2 months' worth of fuel, or even 6 months. That meant there should be 10 to 30 barrels. And since steel barrels are heavy, the storage area would likely be nearby. Perhaps it was very close. He slowly turned around, scanning the surroundings. The moonlight was bright, allowing him to see clearly. On the other side of the shop was an open space, beyond which were dense rhododendron bushes, extending all the way to the path leading to the tennis court. Above the rhododendron bushes, the chain-link fence was adorned with vines. And to the left was the first worker's villa, where he could only see the dark roof. Near the right side of the tennis court, close to the shop, the foliage was dense, but he spotted an opening, a passage. He walked forward, gradually moving away from the shop. As he approached the dark opening in the bushes, he saw a vertical line and immediately realized it was the frame of an open wooden door. A small shed, hidden among the shrubs. The other door was closed. He stepped closer and saw a rusty metal sign, the red letters already starting to peel off. In the moonlight, the letters had turned black. Caution, no smoking or open flames, and flammable materials. Thorne stopped, listening intently. He heard the distant roar of velociraptors, but they seemed far away. On the mountains, behind him, for some reason, they hadn't approached this housing area. He waited, his heart racing, his eyes fixed on the dark doorway of the shed ahead. Finally, he thought it couldn't get any easier than this. They needed gasoline. He stepped forward. Due to last night's rain, the path to the shed was still wet, but the inside of the shed was dry. His eyes adjusted to the light inside. The space wasn't large, about 12 feet square. In the dim light, he saw a dozen rusty gas barrels standing inside, with 3 or 4 lying on their sides. Thorne quickly shook them one by one, finding them all light and empty. Every single barrel was empty. Thorne felt extremely frustrated and turned to walk back to the shed's entrance. He paused for a moment, looking out into the night illuminated by moonlight. Suddenly, while waiting, he heard unmistakable breathing sounds. Inside the shop, Levin moved from one window to another, keeping an eye on Thorne's whereabouts, his body trembling with tension. What was Thorne doing? He was too far from the shop. It was unwise. Levin kept glancing at the front door, wishing he could lock it. The front door was unlocked, making him feel very insecure. Thorne had disappeared into the bushes, completely out of sight. He had been in there for a long time, at least a minute or 2. Levin watched the outside closely, biting his lip. He heard the distant roar of velociraptors, knowing they were still lurking at the entrance of the laboratory. They hadn't followed the vehicle, not at all. Why not? He was puzzled. This question was intriguing, calming him down and providing a bit of comfort. A question needing an answer. Why were the velociraptors still waiting at the laboratory door? He thought of various explanations. The velociraptors had a primitive fear of their birthplace, the laboratory. They remembered the cages and didn't want to be trapped again. But he thought the most likely and simplest explanation was that the area surrounding the laboratory was another animal's territory, distinguished and defended by scent. Thus, the velociraptors were too afraid to intrude. He remembered how the T-Rex had hurried through this territory without stopping. But whose territory was it? Levin waited impatiently, watching the outside movements. "Did you find the light?" Sarah shouted from the other side of the room. "I need the light over here." "Coming right up," Levin replied. Thorne stood quietly at the entrance of a small shed, listening intently. He heard a faint breathing sound, like the quiet breath of a horse. A huge creature was lurking nearby. The sound came from his right. Thorne slowly turned his gaze that way. He saw nothing. The silver moonlight illuminated the workers' housing area. He saw the shops, gas pumps, and the dark outline of a jeep. He looked to the right and saw an empty space, dense rhododendron bushes, and a tennis court in the distance. Nothing else. He focused and listened carefully. The faint breathing continued, quieter than the sound of a gentle breeze. But there was no wind now. The large trees and shrubs stood perfectly still. Was it really so? Thorne felt something was off. Something was right in front of him. Something he should be able to see, but he couldn't. He widened his eyes, beginning to doubt if his eyes were deceiving him. He vaguely sensed a slight movement in the bushes on the right. The outlines of the leaves in the moonlight seemed to be moving. Moving then still. But he couldn't be sure. Thorne stared ahead, his heart suddenly racing. He observed and pondered. What he saw was not a bush, but a chain-link fence. Most of the fence was covered with uneven vines, but a few places had the faint outline of a regular diamond pattern. However, that diamond pattern looked odd. Moreover, the fence seemed to be moving, like rippling waves. Thorne focused intently. Maybe it really was moving, he thought. Perhaps there was an animal on the other side, pushing it. But that didn't seem quite right. It was something else. Suddenly, the lights in the store came on. The light shone through the barred windows, casting geometric patterns on the open ground and onto the bushes beside the tennis court. In that instant, Thorne saw the peculiar shape of the bushes next to the tennis court. In fact, they were two 7-foot-tall dinosaurs. They stood side by side, glaring at him. Their bodies seemed to be covered in a patchwork of light and dark patterns, blending them seamlessly with the vegetation behind them and even the fence on the tennis court. Thorne was completely confused. Their concealment was perfect. Before the light from the store window suddenly shone on them, their camouflage was flawless. Thorne held his breath, staring intently. At that moment, he realized that the light and dark leaf-like patterns were only level with their chests. Above that, there was a diamond cross pattern that matched the fence. He focused and observed, noticing the complex patterns on their bodies gradually fading, their bodies becoming chalky white, revealing a series of vertical stripes that matched the shadows of the grid. Right before his eyes, the two dinosaurs vanished. He squinted and focused, barely able to discern the rough outlines of their bodies. If he hadn't already known they were there, he would never have noticed them. They were chameleons. However, their ability to mimic was different from any chameleons Thorne had seen before. He slowly backed into the shed, retreating into the darkness. "Oh my God," Levin exclaimed, looking out the window. "Sorry," Harding explained. "I have to turn on the lights. The kid needs help. I can't work in the dark." Levin ignored her. He looked outside, trying to understand what he had just seen. He recalled the moment Diego was killed, realizing something was terribly wrong. Levin now understood what was happening. But this was quite rare among known terrestrial animals. "And what is it?" she asked, standing beside him at the window. "Is it Thorne?" "Look," Levin said. She looked out through the bars. "What, the bushes? What do you see? What should I do?" "Look quickly," he urged. She looked again, then shook her head. "Sorry. Start from below the bushes," Levin told her. "Slowly move your gaze upward. Don't blink, and you'll see the outline." He heard her sigh. "Sorry." "Or turn off the light again," he said. "Then you'll see." She turned off the light. In an instant, Levin saw the clear outlines of the two dinosaurs. Their bodies appeared pale white in the moonlight, but their vertical stripes began to disappear. Harding returned to his side, and this time she saw the dinosaurs at once. Levin knew she would. "Absolutely," she said. "Two of them?" "Yes, standing side by side." "And their patterns are disappearing?" "Yes, they're disappearing." They saw the stripes on the dinosaurs gradually replaced by the patterns of the rhododendron branches and leaves behind them, and the two dinosaurs became invisible again. However, this complex pattern change indicated that the arrangement of their outer color layers was the same as that of marine invertebrates. The finesse of their coloration and the speed of the change indicated. Harding furrowed her brow. "Were they?" she asked. "They are clearly highly skilled chameleons. However, I can't be certain. Calling them chameleons isn't entirely accurate, because, technically, chameleons can only what are they?" Sarah impatiently asked again. "To be precise, I believe they are Sarcosuchus, a carnivorous dinosaur. The original species comes from Patagonia in South America, about 2 meters tall, with a distinctive head. Did you notice its short, bulldog-like nose and the large horns above its eyes? Like open wings. Are they carnivorous?" "Of course. Where is Thorne?" "He went into the bushes on the left some time ago. I haven't seen him, but what do we do?" she asked urgently. "What do you mean?" Levin said. "I don't understand. We have to think of a way." Her tone was slow, as if speaking to a child. "We have to help Thorne come back." "I don't know what to do," Levin said. "Those animals must weigh 500 pounds each, and now there are 2 of them. I advised him not to go out, but now." Harding frowned, looking out the window. "Go turn on the lights." "I think go turn on the lights." Levin reluctantly stood up. He had been feeling proud of this incredible discovery, as it was a completely unexpected dinosaur characteristic. Of course, there weren't totally absent precedents among related vertebrates. But now this short, muscular woman was giving him orders. Levin felt offended. After all, she was not a scientist, just a naturalist, a field that lacked theory. They just wandered around useless animals all day, thinking they were doing groundbreaking research, but it was merely a good outdoor life. In any case, it wasn't really science. On, Harding shouted loudly, looking out the window. He turned on the light and walked back to the window. Off. He quickly turned the light off again. On. He turned the light back on. She got up from the window and walked across the room. They don't like this. It confuses them. Well, maybe there's an adjustment period. Yes, I agree. Hey, turn them off. She took a large handful of flashlights from a shelf and handed them to him, then turned back to grab some batteries from a nearby wire rack, hoping they would still work. What are you planning to do? Levin asked. It's us. She corrected him with a serious expression. Us. Thorne stood in the darkness of the small shed, looking out through the open door. Someone was repeatedly turning the lights on and off in the store. Then the lights stayed on for quite a while. But now, suddenly, they went out again. Only the moonlight remained in front of the small shed. He heard a sound, a faint rustling. Then he heard that breathing sound again. After that, he saw two dinosaurs dragging their tails and walking upright. As they walked, the patterns on their skin seemed to change continuously, overwhelming him. They were coming towards the small shed. They reached the doorway, their body outlines gradually appearing in the moonlight, becoming clearer. They looked like small Tyrannosaurus rex, but with two horns on their foreheads and short, thick front limbs. The two carnivores lowered their somewhat square heads to peek into the shed, sniffing with their noses and snorting, their tails swaying slowly behind them. They were too large to fit inside. At that moment, Thorne truly hoped they couldn't get in. But the first dinosaur lowered its head and, roaring, stepped 1 foot inside. Thorne held his breath, pondering what to do, but he was at a loss. The two animals moved methodically, with the first one shifting to the side to let the second one in. Suddenly, 6 or 7 dazzling beams of light shone simultaneously from the direction of the store. The moving beams shone on the dinosaurs, slowly sweeping back and forth like searchlights. Now, the two dinosaurs were clearly visible. They didn't like this kind of light, roaring and trying to avoid it, but the beams kept moving, chasing after them and sweeping across their bodies. As the beams passed over them, their skin reacted rapidly, turning pale and continuously changing with the movement of the light. Their bodies showed white stripes, then gradually darkened, and then started to turn pale again. The beams kept moving, but when they shone the dinosaurs' faces, especially their eyes, they paused. The large eyes under their horns blinked continuously, their heads jerking up and down suddenly, as if bothered by flies. The two dinosaurs became agitated. They stepped back from a small shed and turned to roar at the moving lights. The lights continued to move, mercilessly swaying in the darkness, with a complex and varied motion. The two dinosaurs roared again, taking a threatening step toward the direction of the lights. However, they seemed hesitant. Clearly, they did not want to expose themselves to the moving lights any longer, and soon they began to leave slowly. The lights followed them, driving them to the other side of the tennis court. Thorne moved forward. He heard Harding shouting, "Is it the doctor? Get out of there quickly, they might come back." Thorne quickly ran toward the lights, and in an instant, he was beside Levin and Harding. They were waving several flashlights back and forth. Together, they returned to the store. Once inside, Levin slammed the door shut and leaned against it, saying weakly, "I've never been this scared in my life." "Richard," Harding said coldly, "calm down." She walked over and put the flashlight on the counter. "Going outside is simply crazy," Levin complained, wiping his forehead. He was drenched in sweat, his shirt completely soaked. "Actually, that was a slam dunk," Harding said, turning to face Thorne. "You can see that their skin response has an adjustment period. It's not comparable to an octopus, but it certainly exists. I believe these dinosaurs, like those relying on camouflage, are essentially ambush predators. They are neither particularly fast nor very aggressive. They can stay motionless for hours in an unchanging environment, blending into the background, waiting for unsuspecting prey to come to them. If they have to constantly adjust themselves to adapt to new lighting conditions, they realize they can no longer hide. They become agitated. If that agitation reaches a peak, they will eventually flee. That's what just happened." Levin turned around, glaring angrily at Thorne. "This is all your fault. If you hadn't gone out, if you hadn't, Richard," Harding interrupted him, "we need gasoline or we won't be able to leave here." "Don't you want to leave?" Levin remained silent, but still looked sullen. Thorne said, "There isn't a drop of gasoline in the shed." "Hey, everyone look," Sarah said. "See who's coming." Abby walked over, leaning on Kelly. He had changed into a swimsuit and a t-shirt from the store. The t-shirt read, International Genetic Technology Company Biotechnology Laboratory, with the tagline, "We create the future." Abby's eyes were bruised, his cheeks swollen, and the wound on his forehead had been bandaged by Harding. His arms and legs were covered in bruises, but he could walk, and he managed to squeeze out a deformed smile. Thorne quickly asked, "How are you feeling, kid?" Abby said, "You know what I need the most right now?" "What?" Thorne asked. "Diet Coke," Abby said, "and a lot of aspirin." Sarah bent down to get close to Malcolm. He was humming softly, and when he opened his eyes, he asked, "How's Abby?" "He'll be fine." "Does he need morphine?" Malcolm asked. "I don't think so." "That's good." After Malcolm said this, he stretched out his arms and rolled up his sleeves. Thorne cleared the nest from the microwave and heated up some canned beef stew. He found a box of plates decorated with Halloween patterns of pumpkins and bats. He used a small spoon to place the heated beef onto the plate. The two kids devoured it hungrily. He handed a plate to Sarah, then turned to Levin. "Do you want some?" Levin looked out the window and said no. Thorne shrugged. Abby came over, holding a plate and asking, "Is there more?" "Of course," Thorne said, handing his plate to Abby. Levin sat down next to Malcolm. At least we were right about one thing," Levin said. "This island is a true lost world, a primitive, untouched ecosystem. We were right from the beginning." Malcolm looked up at him and said, "Are you joking? How do you explain those dead thunder lizards?" "I've been thinking about that," Levin said. "Clearly, it was the velociraptors that killed them. And then what? Did they drag them back near their nests?" Malcolm interrupted. "These thunder lizards weigh hundreds of tons, Richard. 100 velociraptors couldn't drag them." No, he sighed. "These bodies must have drifted down the river to the bend and then washed ashore. The velociraptors nest here because there's an easy food source with dead thunder lizards." "Well, that's possible. But why are there so many dead thunder lizards, Richard? Why isn't there a single adult one? And why are there so many carnivores on this deserted island?" "Well, we certainly need more data," Levin said. "No, we don't," Malcolm replied. "Haven't you thoroughly checked the lab? We already know the answer." "What's the answer?" Levin asked, somewhat irritated. "Infectious proteins," Malcolm said, closing his eyes. Levin frowned. "What are infectious proteins?" Malcolm sighed. "Ian," Levin asked again, "what are infectious proteins?" "Go away," Malcolm said, waving his hand. Abby curled up in the corner, almost asleep. Thorne rolled up a t-shirt and placed it under the child's head. Abby murmured something, a smile on her face. Before long, she was snoring. Thorne stood up and walked over to Sarah, who was standing by the window. Outside, the sky was brightening, a light blue hue spreading above the trees. "How much time do we have left?" she asked. Thorne looked at his watch. "About an hour." She began to pace back and forth. "We need gasoline," she said. "With gasoline, I could drive the Jeep to the helicopter landing site." "But there is no gasoline here," Thorne said. "There has to be, somewhere." She continued pacing. "The ones at the pump are all empty. Could there be some in the lab?" "I don't think so." "What about elsewhere? Is there any in the trailer?" Thorne shook his head. "That's a passive trailer. The other trailer has a backup generator and a few fuel cans, but it's already fallen off the cliff. Maybe the tank didn't T-rupture when the trailer fell. We still have the motorcycles. Maybe we can go there to look." He interrupted her. "It's worth a try." "Sarah," Levin whispered from the window, "look out. We have uninvited guests." In the early morning light, a group of dinosaurs emerged from the trees, heading straight for the Jeep. There were 6 of them, large hadrosaurs, brown in color, standing 15 feet tall with curved snouts. "It's a mother dinosaur," Levin said, surprised to see them here. "What are they doing?" The 6 massive creatures surrounded the Jeep and began to tear at it. One ripped the canvas roof off, while another pushed against the bumper, rocking the Jeep back and forth. "I just don't understand," Levin said. "They're hadrosaurs, herbivores, yet they're exhibiting this aggressive behavior. It's unbelievable." "Oh no," Thorne exclaimed. They saw the mother dinosaur flip the Jeep over. The vehicle tipped sharply to the side. One of the mother dinosaurs raised its hind leg and stepped on the side panel, crushing the Jeep's exterior. As the Jeep overturned, 2 white polystyrene foam boxes rolled to the ground. The mother dinosaurs focused on the boxes, biting into the foam and scattering white chunks everywhere. They became busy, somewhat frantic. "Is it food?" Levin asked. "Is it catnip that dinosaurs like? What is it?" At that moment, one of the box lids was lifted and they saw a large, cracked egg inside. Emerging from it was a wrinkled mass of flesh. The mother dinosaurs slowed their movements, cautious and gentle, making chirping sounds. Their massive bodies blocked the view. Then, a high-pitched squeaking sound was heard. "You must be joking," Levin said. On the ground, a small life was wriggling. Its body was light brown, almost white. It tried to stand up, but immediately fell back down. It was less than a foot long, with folds of flesh around its neck. Soon, a second small life rolled out beside it. Hardin sighed heavily. One mother dinosaur slowly lowered its massive head, gently picking up the hatchling with its wide, flat snout. It kept its mouth open, slowly raising its head. The hatchling lay quietly on the adult's tongue, looking around as the large head lifted. The second hatchling was also picked up. The adult dinosaur wandered in place for a moment, as if unsure what to do next. Then, they roared loudly and retreated, leaving a car that was a complete wreck behind them. I think gasoline is no longer a problem, Thorne said. I think so too, Sarah replied. Thorne looked at the now scrap metal Jeep and shook his head helplessly. This is worse than a head-on collision. It looks like it was compacted by a pile driver. It wasn't designed to withstand such immense pressure. Levin grunted. The engineers in Detroit wouldn't have imagined that a 5-ton animal would stand on top of a car. You know, Thorne picked up the conversation. I'd really like to see how our car would hold up under this kind of pressure. Are you saying our car is reinforced? Yes, Thorne said proudly. When we built the car, we did consider the issue of pressure resistance against immense weight. We designed it through computer programs and added those honeycomb panels. Wait a minute. Hardin suddenly turned away from the window and asked, what are you talking about? The other car, Thorne replied. What car? The one we brought, he said. The Explorer. That's right. She suddenly exclaimed. There's another car? I completely forgot. The Explorer. But now it's history, Thorne admitted. The car broke down last night when I returned to the trailer. It short-circuited when I drove over a puddle. Really? Maybe it can still? No way. Thorne shook his head. That kind of short-circuit would fry the engine. It's an electric vehicle. It's done for. I'm surprised. You didn't install a circuit breaker on the car. Well, we never put circuit breakers on cars before, but on this latest model, his voice dropped. And he shook his head. I can't believe it. That car has a circuit breaker? Yes, Eddie installed it at the last minute. So that car can still run? Yes. If we reset the circuit breaker, it might still work. Where's the car? Before she finished speaking, she was already running toward the motorcycle. I parked it on the trail leading from the Ridge Road to the hideout. But, Sarah, this is our only chance, she said, putting on the helmet intercom and adjusting the microphone on her cheek. She pushed the motorcycle to the store's entrance and said, call me anytime. I'm going to find us a car. They watched her from the window as she mounted the motorcycle and rode toward the hill in the pre-dawn light. Levin watched her fade away. Do you think she'll make it? Thorne just shook his head, saying nothing. The intercom crackled. Doctor. Thorne picked up the intercom and said, It's me, Sarah. I'm heading up the mountain. I see 6 of them. Velociraptors? Yes. Listen, I'm going to take another route. I heard a click from the walkie-talkie. Sarah. She cut off the call. It seemed like it was a bad connection here, I thought. Sarah, Thorne shouted, your voice is breaking up. Choose this path, and wish me luck. The sound of a motorcycle buzzed through the walkie-talkie. Then they heard another sound, possibly a howl from an animal or maybe static interference. Thorne leaned forward, pressing the walkie-talkie tightly to his ear. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie clicked again and then went silent. Sarah, he shouted. There was no response. Maybe she turned it off, Levin said. Thorne shook his head and continued calling Sarah. No echo. Sarah, can you hear me? They waited. No answer. Damn it, Thorne exclaimed. Time passed slowly. Levin stood by the window, staring outside. Kelly was snoring in a corner, and Abby was lying next to Malcolm, fast asleep. Malcolm was humming tunelessly. Thorne sat on the floor in the middle of the room, leaning against the counter. After a while, he raised the walkie-talkie to call Sarah again, but still received no answer. He tried all 6 channels, but got no response. Finally, he stopped calling. The walkie-talkie crackled again. These damn things never work right. Then made a mumbling sound, unclear what was wrong. On the other side of the store, Levin sat up. Thorne reached for the walkie-talkie. Sarah? Sarah. Finally, it connected. Her voice crackled. Where the hell have you been, Doc? Are you okay? Of course I'm okay. Your walkie-talkie is having some issues. Your signal keeps cutting out. Really? What should I do? Unscrew the battery cover and check. Maybe the cover is loose. No, I mean, how do I fix the car? Thorne didn't understand at first. What? I'm at the car document. I'm right here. How do I fix it? Levin glanced at his watch, reminding him, 20 minutes until the helicopter arrives. You know, she might still make it. Dodgson woke up. He was lying on the concrete floor of the shed, feeling pain and stiffness in his body. He struggled to stand and looked out the window. He saw streaks of dawn light in the pale blue sky. He opened the shed door and stepped outside. He felt thirsty and achy. He stepped into the dense woods. In the early morning, the surrounding jungle was silent. He needed water now, at this moment. Water was more important than anything. He heard the distant sound of a stream flowing to his left. He quickened his pace toward that direction. Through the gaps in the trees, he saw the sky getting brighter. He knew Malcolm and the others were still on the island. They must have a plan to evacuate. If they could get away, so could he. He climbed a gentle slope and saw a small stream flowing in the valley below, the water crystal clear. He hurried down, wondering if the water had been contaminated. He thought it didn't matter much now. Just as he was about to reach the stream, he tripped over something vine-like. He fell to the ground, cursing under his breath. He got up and looked back. At that moment, he realized what had tripped him was not a vine. It was a strap from a grass-green backpack. Dodgson yanked on the strap and pulled the whole backpack out from the thick foliage. The backpack was torn, with dried bloodstains on it. As he pulled, the contents of the bag tumbled into the ferns with a clatter. Flies buzzed around. He saw a camera, a metal food container, and a plastic water bottle. He immediately searched the nearby ferns, but found nothing useful, just a few pieces of soft and hard candy. Dodgson drank the water from the bottle and suddenly felt a pang of hunger. He popped open the metal container, hoping to find something to eat. However, inside the container was not food, but something wrapped in foam. The foam wrapped around a walkie-talkie. He turned on the walkie-talkie. The battery indicator was still bright. He switched from one channel to another, hearing static. A man's voice. "Sarah, this is Thorne." "Sarah." Then a woman's voice. "Doc, can you hear me?" I said, "I'm right next to the car." Dodgson smiled upon hearing this. There was indeed another car. In the store, Thorne pressed the walkie-talkie to his ear. "Great." He shouted, "Sarah, listen carefully, get in the car, and do exactly as I tell you." Okay, she replied, "but first tell me, is Levin there?" "He's here." The walkie-talkie clicked again. She said, "Ask him if there's any danger from a green dinosaur about 6 feet tall with a round head." Levin nodded and said, "Tell her there is danger. It's called a Pachycephalosaurus." "He says there is." Thorne hurriedly said, "There's some kind of monsters. You must be careful." "Why?" "Because there are about 50 of them, all gathered around the car." The explorer stopped in the middle of a tree-lined road, with a pit behind the car. Last night, it had undoubtedly been a large puddle. Now it had become a mud pit, as a dozen Pachycephalosaurus were sitting around, some splashing water, some drinking, and some rolling in the mud. These were the same round-headed green dinosaurs she had seen moments ago. She didn't know what to do because they were not only gathered near the mud pit, but also spread out in front of and on either side of the car. She anxiously observed the group of Pachycephalosaurus. Hardin had dealt with wildlife in the field for a long time, but it was usually with animals she was very familiar with. Based on her extensive fieldwork experience, she knew how close to approach and when to approach them. If this were a herd of wildebeest, she would confidently walk right up to them. If it were a herd of American bison, she would be cautious but still approach. If it were a herd of African buffalo, she would never get close. She pulled the microphone to her cheek and asked, "How much time is left?" 20 minutes. "And should I just walk over?" she asked. After a moment of silence, the walkie-talkie crackled again. Levin said, "None of us knows these animals, Sarah." "Great," she replied. Levin continued, "Not even a skeleton has ever been found, so no one can imagine their behavior, but they may be aggressive." "That's wonderful," she responded. She carefully observed the situation around the car and the low-hanging trees. It was dark there, appearing calm and silent in the dawn light. The walkie-talkie crackled again. Levin said, "You can try to walk over slowly and see if they let you pass, but your steps must be slow and there can be no sudden movements." She looked at the animals and thought to herself, "There must be a reason their heads are so round." "No, thank you," she said. "I want to try something else." "What?" In the store, Levin asked. "What did she just say?" "She said she wants to try something else." "What kind of method?" Levin asked again. He walked to the window and looked outside. The sky was getting brighter. He furrowed his brow and thought to himself, there would be some adverse consequences. He knew deep down what those consequences were, but he didn't dwell on them. The consequences after dawn. And the territory. Levin looked up at the sky again, trying to connect the various clues. What will be different after dawn? He shook his head, deciding not to think about it for now. "How long does it take to reset the circuit breaker?" "Just a minute or two," Thorne replied. "Then maybe we still have time," Levin said. A crackling sound came from the intercom, and they heard Harding say, "Okay, I'm above the car." "Where are you?" "I'm above the car," she said. "In a big tree." Harding climbed out along the branches, getting farther from the trunk. She felt her weight bending the branch. The branch seemed very flexible. She was about 10 feet from the roof of the car and getting lower. The group of dinosaurs hardly looked up at her, but seemed restless. The dinosaurs sitting in the mud got up and started to move anxiously. She saw their tails swaying back and forth nervously. She continued to climb out, the branch hanging lower. Since it had rained last night, the branch was very slippery. She wanted to position herself directly above the car. She felt like she had found a pretty good spot. Suddenly, a Pachycephalosaurus charged at the tree she was climbing. Its impact was unexpectedly violent, shaking the entire tree. The branch she was on swayed up and down. She desperately clung to the branch. "Oh, damn it," she cursed inwardly. She swung up and then swung down again. Suddenly, her hands slipped, gliding over the wet leaves and bark as she fell down. In the last moment, she realized she wouldn't land on the roof of the car at all. Before she could think further, she landed heavily in the mud, right next to the group of Pachycephalosaurus. The intercom crackled. Sarah, Thorne called. There was no response. What is she doing? Levin began to pace nervously, really hoping to see what she was doing. In one corner of the room, Kelly stood up and rubbed her eyes. Why don't you use the TV? Thorne hurriedly asked, what TV? Kelly pointed at the cash register. This is a computer. Really? Yeah, I think so. Kelly sat down in the swivel chair in front of the cash register and yawned. The cash register looked like a passive terminal, meaning it might not be connected to the outside world, but they had to try anyway. She pressed the power button, but there was no response. She pressed back and forth several times, still nothing. She lazily swung her legs and accidentally kicked a wire onto the workbench. She bent down and saw that the power plug was not plugged in, so she plugged it in. The display lit up, and a word appeared on the screen. Login. She knew that to continue, she needed to enter a password. Abby had a password. She turned to see him still sound asleep and didn't want to wake him up. She remembered he had written the password on a piece of paper and put it in his pocket. Perhaps that paper was still in his clothing pocket. She walked across the room, found the wet clothes caked in mud, and rummaged through each pocket. She found his wallet, his house keys, and other items. Finally, she discovered the piece of paper in the back pocket of his pants. The paper was damp, covered in mud, and the ink was blurred, but she could still make out his handwriting, VG849. Kelly took the paper back to the computer. She meticulously entered all the characters and then pressed the enter key. The screen first went blank, then a new interface appeared, and she was very surprised because it was completely different from the interface she had seen in the trailer. She had accessed the system, but it felt like an entirely different system. She thought maybe it wasn't wireless. She must have logged into the lab system network. The charts on the system were more numerous because this terminal was wired, and perhaps it was connected to the outside video surveillance. On the other side of the room, Levin asked Kelly, how's it going? I'm working on it, she replied. She carefully tapped the keyboard, and lines of icons quickly appeared on the screen. She knew she was looking at a graphical interface, but she didn't understand what these icons represented, and there were no explanations on them. Users of this system might have received training to understand the meanings of the various icons. However, she didn't understand. She wanted to access the video system, but from the icons, she couldn't tell which one was related to video. She moved the cursor back and forth, unsure of what to do. She thought she had to try something. She selected the diamond icon in the lower left corner and clicked on it. Oh, she exclaimed. Levin looked over. What's wrong? Nothing, she said, it's good. She quickly clicked on the header of the screen to return to the previous screen. This time she clicked on a triangle icon. The screen changed again. This is it, she thought with delight. The icon suddenly disappeared, and the screen displayed actual video imagery. The small display on the cash register showed a small image, but this was within her familiar territory. She quickly moved the mouse and began manipulating the image. What are you looking for? She asked. The Explorer, Thorne said. She clicked on the screen with the mouse to zoom in on the image. Found it, she said. Levin asked, you really found it? There was a hint of surprise in his tone. Kelly looked at him and replied, yes, I found it. Two men walked over and stood behind her, looking at the screen. They saw the Explorer parked on a woodland path, surrounded by numerous Pachycephalosaurus that were gnawing at the tires and the front fender. But they didn't see Sarah. Where's she? Thorne asked. At that moment, Sarah Harding was lying in the muddy water under the car. After she fell, she crawled under the car. It was the only place she could go, and she saw the legs of the restless Pachycephalosaurus moving around her. She called out, Doctor, are you there? Doctor, doctor. That damn intercom wasn't working again. The Pachycephalosaurus stomped its feet and snorted, trying to get her out from under the car. At that moment, she remembered Thorne had said something about tightening the battery box cover. She reached back and felt for the battery box, tightening the cover. Static crackling immediately came through her earpiece. Doctor, she called. Where are you? Thorne asked. I'm under the car. What? Have you tried it yet? Tried what? Try to start the car. No, she said. I didn't try. I fell. Well, since you're under the car, you can check the circuit breaker. Thorne said. Is the circuit breaker under the car chassis? There's a part that you can see when looking up from the front wheel. She twisted her body and slid forward in the mud. Okay, I'm looking. There's a small box behind the front bumper, near the left side. I see it. Can you open it? I think so. She crawled forward, grabbed the box cover, and pulled it off. She saw 3 black switches, and I saw that all 3 were switched up, pointing towards the front of the car. Thorne said, that's not possible. Can you read the markings on top? Okay. It says 15 VV and 02R. All right, he said, that's the reason. What? The box tripped, reversing all the switches. What are you doing? Nothing. Doctor, I'm soaked. and lying in the mud. Then use your shirt sleeve or something. Hayden moved closer to the front bumper. The nearby ceratopsians were snorting and bumping against the bumper, lowering their necks to try to bite her. She remarked, "Their breath smells terrible." What was that? Nothing. She reset the switches one by one, hearing a hum from inside the car. Okay, I did it. There's sound in the car now. Great, Thorne praised. What should I do now? Nothing, just wait. She lay in the mud, watching the ceratopsians' feet. They continued to stomp heavily around her. How much time is left? She asked. About 10 minutes. She said, "Oh, I'm stuck into the car, doctor." I know. She looked at the ceratopsians and saw them all gather around the car. As if something had happened, they seemed more active and excited. They were stomping and nervously sniffing. Why are they so agitated? She wondered. Suddenly, they all ran off in a rush, heading towards the front of the car and down the hill. She shifted her body, watching them fade away. A silence fell. "Doctor?" She called. "It's me." "Why did they leave?" "Stay under the car and don't move," Thorne shouted. "Doctor? Don't talk." The radio clicked off. She waited, unsure of what was happening. She noticed Thorne's voice sounded tense, and she didn't know why. Then, she heard a faint sound of footsteps. She turned her head to see a pair of feet standing next to the driver's door. A pair of mud-caked leather boots. A man's boots. Hayden frowned. She recognized those boots. She recognized the khaki pants, even though they were covered in mud. It was Dodgson. The boots turned to face the car door. She heard the door handle click. Dodgson was about to get into the car. Hayden reacted swiftly. She grunted, rolled to the side, and grabbed his ankles, pulling hard. Dodgson yelped and fell backward, landing on his back. He rolled over, his face turning pale with anger. He saw Hayden and said darkly, "What the hell? I thought I took care of you on the boat." Hayden's face flushed with anger as she crawled out from under the car. Just as she was halfway out, Dodgson quickly stood up. At that moment, she felt the ground start to shake, and she immediately understood what was happening. She saw Dodgson turn his head, then drop to the ground, scrambling to get under the car with her. She turned in the mud, looking sideways along the car. She saw A.T. Rex walking down the hill towards them. With each step it took, the ground trembled. Dodgson crawled to the middle of the car, getting closer to her. She ignored him. She saw the massive clawed feet getting closer to the car and then stop. Each foot was at least 3 feet long. She heard the T-Rex roar. She looked at Dodgson. His eyes were wide, filled with fear. The T-Rex stopped beside the car, its large feet moving restlessly. She heard the T-Rex sniffing above. Then it roared again, lowering its head, its jaw touching the ground. She couldn't see its eyes, only its jaw. The T-Rex sniffed again, this time slowly and deliberately. It could smell them. Dodgson beside her began to tremble uncontrollably, but Hayden remained calm. She knew what to do. She quickly changed her position, curled up, pressing her head and shoulder against the rear wheel of the car. Dodgson turned to look at her, and at that moment, her boot kicked into his calf, pushing him out from under the car. Dodgson screamed in terror, struggling to pull his legs back. But she had the advantage. His boots slowly entered the cold morning light, and then his shins slid out. She used all her strength, grunting as she held on tight. Dodgson screamed, "What the hell are you doing?" She heard the T-Rex roar again. She saw its massive feet moving. Dodgson shouted, "Stop! Are you crazy? Let go!" But Hayden didn't let go. Her boot pressed against his shoulder, pushing hard again. Dodgson struggled for a moment, then his body slid out. She saw the T-Rex grab his leg with its mouth, dragging him out from under the car. Dodgson grabbed her boot with both hands, tried to pull her out with him. She aimed her other foot at his face and kicked hard. He let go, sliding away from her. She saw his face go pale with fear, his mouth wide open. Unable to say a word, she watched as he clawed at the muddy ground, leaving deep marks as he was dragged away. Then his body was pulled out. Everything seemed quiet again. She saw Dodgson turn over, face down, staring at the sky. She saw the shadow of the T-Rex fall over him. She saw it lower its massive head, opening its huge mouth. As it caught him, she heard Dodgson let out a piercing scream. He was lifted up. Dodgson felt himself being raised about 20 feet off the ground. He kept screaming. He knew the T-Rex could snap its jaws shut at any moment. If it did, he would be done for. But its massive mouth remained open. Dodgson felt sharp pains in his ribs, but the giant jaws still didn't close. Dodgson screamed continuously, feeling himself being taken into the jungle. High branches whipped against his cheeks. The T-Rex, as hot breath sprayed over him, and saliva dripped onto his body. He felt he was about to faint from fear, but that giant mouth still never closed. In the shop, they watched the small screen intently, witnessing Dodgson being carried away by the T-Rex's massive jaws. They heard his weak screams through the radio. "You saw that, right?" Malcolm said, "There really is a God." Levin frowned. The T. Rex didn't T kill him. He pointed at the screen. Look, you can see his hand moving. Why didn't the T-Rex bite him? Sarah Harding waited until the screams faded away before crawling out from under the car and standing in the morning light. She opened the car door and sat behind the steering wheel. The car key was still in the ignition. With her muddy hands, she turned the key. The car made a series of clicking sounds, followed by a faint humming. All the dashboard lights lit up. Then there was silence. Can this car still run? She turned the steering wheel and found it moved smoothly. The power steering system was fine. Doctor, it's me, Sarah. The car is still running. I'll be right back. Okay, he said, hurry. She shifted into gear and felt the transmission engage. The car was extremely quiet, or almost silent. Because of this, she could hear the faint thrum of the helicopter approaching from a distance. During the day, she sped through the dense forest toward the workers' housing area. She heard the helicopter's sound growing louder. Then it hovered above, but the thick foliage blocked her view. She rolled down the window and listened closely. It seemed to be flying to her right, heading south. The radio crackled. Sarah, it's me, Doctor. Listen, we can't contact the helicopter. Okay, she said, knowing what to do. Where's the landing site? About a mile south, there's an open area. Take the ridge road. She reached the fork in the road and saw the ridge road leading to the right. Okay, she said, I'm on my way. Tell them to wait for us. Thorne instructed, then come back for us. Is everyone okay? She asked. Everyone's fine, Thorne replied. She sped along the ridge road, hearing the sound of the helicopter change. She realized the helicopter must be landing, the rotors still spinning and making a low humming sound, indicating the pilot didn't want to shut down the engine. The mountain road turned left. The helicopter's roar had now diminished significantly. She accelerated, zigzagging through the curves. The road was still wet from the rain the night before. There was no dust behind her car. There was no way to tell anyone she was here now. Doctor, how long can they wait? I don't know. Thorne replied on the radio. Can you see the helicopter? Not yet, she said. Levin looked out the window. He gazed at the dawn sky through the trees. The red sunrise had faded, and the sky was a bright blue. Daylight had finally arrived. Daytime. He thought about it back and forth and couldn't help but shiver. He walked to the opposite window and looked out at the tennis court. He stared at the spot where the carnivorous Ceratosaurus had concealed itself last night. But they were now nowhere to be seen. This was exactly what he feared. This is not good, he said anxiously. It's almost 8 o'clock, Thorne said, glancing at his watch. How long will she take? Levin asked. I don't know, 3 or 4 minutes. Then she'll come back? Levin asked again. Another 5 minutes. I hope we can hold out that long. He frowned, looking worried. What's wrong? Thorne said. Aren't we doing fine? In a few minutes, Levin explained. The sunlight will be directly hitting us outside. So what? Thorne retorted. The radio crackled. Doctor, Sarah shouted, I see it. I see the helicopter. Sarah turned the last corner and saw the helicopter landing site, not far to her left. The helicopter was parked there, the rotors still spinning. She saw another fork ahead. A narrow path led to the left, down the slope, through the trees, and then wound into the open area. She drove down the slope, deliberately taking a zigzag route to force the car to slow down. She was now back in the jungle, under the canopy of trees. The ground became flat. She splashed through a narrow stream and sped forward. Ahead, the treetops opened up, and beyond was the sunlight shining on the open ground. She could see the helicopter. Its rotors were speeding up. It was about to take off. She saw the pilot sitting in the transparent dome cockpit, wearing goggles. The pilot looked at his watch, shook his head at the co-pilot, and then began to lift off the ground. Sarah desperately honked the horn, racing forward, but she knew they couldn't hear her. She drove the car, bouncing and jostling forward. Thorne was calling, "What's going on? Sarah, what happened?" She sped along, her upper body hanging out of the window, shouting, "Wait, wait." But the helicopter had already taken off, quickly climbing high before vanishing from her view, its rumble fading away. As her car burst out of the jungle into the open area, she saw the helicopter fly far away, gradually disappearing behind the ridge at the edge of the island. The helicopter was gone. "We need to stay calm," Levin said, pacing back and forth in the small store. "Tell her to come back immediately. We all need to stay calm." He seemed to be talking to himself. He walked from one wall to the other, pounding his fists against the thick slats. He shook his head in frustration and said, "Tell her to hurry back." "Do you think she can make it back in 5 minutes?" "Yes," Thorne replied. "Why? What's wrong?" "Richard?" Levin pointed out the window. "It's daytime," he said. "We're going to be trapped here during the day." "Weren't we trapped here all night?" Thorne said dismissively. "Aren't we doing fine now?" "But daytime is different," Levin said. "Why?" "Because at night," he explained, "this is the territory of the color-changing carnivorous Ceratosaurus. Other animals won't dare to venture here. We didn't see any other animals here last night. But once it gets to daytime, they can't hide anymore. They can't stay in open areas or directly exposed to sunlight, so they will leave. At that point, this will no longer be their territory. What does that mean? Levin turned to look at Kelly, who was sitting at the computer. He hesitated, finally saying, "Please believe me. We need to leave here immediately." But where to? Sitting at the computer, Kelly had heard the conversation between Thorne and Dr. Levin. She held the piece of paper with the password, written by Abby, feeling anxious. Dr. Levin's way of speaking made her even more unsettled. She wished Sarah would come back now. She would feel much better if Sarah were here. Kelly didn't want to think about their current situation. Before the helicopter arrived, she had been very calm and in a good mood. But the helicopter came and then left. She also noticed that neither Thorne nor Levin mentioned when the helicopter might return. Perhaps they knew something, like the helicopter wouldn't come back. Dr. Levin had just said they had to leave the store. Thorne then asked Dr. Levin where he wanted to go. Levin said, "I wish I could leave this island right away, but I don't know how we can get out. So I think we should find a way to get back to the trailer. That's the safest place right now." Returning to the trailer, Kelly felt a jolt in her heart. She and Sarah had gone there to retrieve Malcolm, and she didn't want to go back to the trailer. She wanted to go home. Nervously, Kelly smoothed out the damn page and placed it on the table beside her. Dr. Levin approached. "Stop messing around," he said. "See if you can find Sarah." "I want to go home," Kelly blurted out. Levin sighed. "I know, Kelly." He comforted her. "We all want to go home." With that, he quickly turned and left, looking very tense. Kelly picked up the page, flipped it over, and then pushed it under the keyboard to avoid using it again. As she did this, her eyes were drawn to something written on the other side. She pulled the paper out again. She saw it said, B-site descriptions, East Wing, West Wing, loading area laboratory, assembly room entrance, out of bounds, main sector, geothermal turbine, convenience store worker, housing area, geothermal center, gas station, swimming pool, tennis court, golf, driving range managers, housing pathway, oil, pipeline, safety point, 1 safety point, 2 heating, pipeline, river, dock, boathouse, solar, 1 swamp, road, river road, ridge, road, mountain view road, cliff road, enclosed area. She immediately understood what it was. This was the content displayed on the screen in Levin's apartment. Copied down by Abby the night she recovered the files from the computer. It felt like a million years ago, as if it were from another world. Yet in reality, what was it? Just 2 days ago. She remembered how proud Abby had been after recovering this data, and she recalled the effort they had put into understanding this chart. Now it seemed that these names all had meanings. They were all real places. Laboratory, worker housing area, convenience store, gas station. She stared at the chart. Really? She pondered. "Dr. Thorne," she called out, "I think you better come look at this." Thorne saw the spot she was pointing to. "Do you think it's real?" he asked. "It said boathouse. Can you find it, Kelly?" "You mean find it on the video?" She shrugged. "I can try." "Give it a shot," Thorne encouraged her. He glanced at Levin, who was pacing on the other side of the room, pounding his fist against the wall again. He picked up the intercom. "Sarah, this is the doctor." The intercom crackled. "Doctor, I need to stop for a moment." "Why?" Thorne asked. "Sarah Harding is blocked on Ridge Road." She saw the T-Rex just 50 yards ahead, moving slowly along the mountain path. She could see it still had Dodgson in its mouth. Dodgson was still alive. His body was moving. She thought she could hear him screaming. She was surprised to find that she felt indifferent to his plight. She watched blankly as the T-Rex left the mountain path, walked down the slope, and disappeared into the jungle. She started the car and cautiously drove forward. At the computer console, Kelly quickly searched through the screens and finally found what she was looking for, a wooden boathouse built inside a large shed, with an opening at the other end leading outside. The boathouse looked orderly inside, with not much vine or fern growth. She saw a motorboat tied up there, gently bumping against the dock. She noticed 3 large oil drums on one side of the boathouse. Behind the boathouse was an expanse of water with sunlight, looking like a river. "What do you think?" she asked Thorne. "I think it's worth a try," he said, looking at the screen from behind her. "But where is it? Can you find a map?" "Maybe," she replied, quickly hitting keys to return to the main interface with the complex icons. Abby woke up. He yawned and walked over to see what she was doing. "What a beautiful screen. Did you log in?" "Yes," she answered, "I did. But I don't quite understand." Levin was still pacing, his eyes fixed outside. "It's fine now," he said, "but it will be light outside soon." "Don't you understand? We need to find a way out of here. This building is single-wall construction. It's fine in the tropics, but it's basically just a shed." "No problem," Thorne said dismissively. "It probably won't hold for 3 minutes. I mean, look at this." Levin walked to the door, tapped on it with his finger. And just as he spoke, the door was violently slammed, splintering the wood around the lock, and the door burst open with a clang. Levin was thrown to the side, landing hard on the ground. At the entrance stood a hissing velociraptor. "Escape." Sitting at the computer console, Kelly was frozen in shock. She saw Thorne rush past from the side, using all his strength to push the door shut. The door slammed shut in front of the velociraptor, causing it to back away in fright. The door caught one of its front claws as it closed. Thorne lunged forward to brace the door. The velociraptor continued to roar and slam against the door. "Come help me," Thorne shouted. Levin quickly got up from the ground and ran over, adding his weight to the door. "I told you," Levin shouted. Suddenly, the area around the store was filled with velociraptors. They roared and crashed against the windows, bending the iron bars inward, nearly hitting the glass. They slammed against the wooden walls, knocking over shelves, causing jars and bottles to crash to the ground. Some of the wooden panels on the walls began to crack. Levin turned back to Kelly and shouted, "Find a way out." Kelly stared wide-eyed, forgetting about the computer. "Okay." Kelly, Abby encouraged her, "Focus." She turned to the screen, momentarily at a loss. She clicked the cross graphic on the left side with the mouse. There was no response. She clicked the circular icon in the upper left corner. Suddenly, more icons appeared, filling the entire screen. "Don't worry, there will be icon descriptions," Abby said. "We just need to know what." Kelly wasn't listening at all. She kept clicking, moving the cursor, trying to find what she was looking for. Looking for a help window or something. Find something. Anything. Suddenly, the entire screen began to warp and distort. "What did you do?" Abby shouted in panic. Kelly was sweating. "I don't know." She hurriedly pulled her hands away from the keyboard. "It's worse," Abby complained. "You made it worse." The images on the screen continued to collapse. They watched in horror as the icons moved and morphed. "Hurry up, kids," Levin shouted. "We're looking," Kelly replied. Abby said, "It's turning into a cube." Thorne pushed the large refrigerator against the glass wall to brace the door. The velociraptor was slamming against the metal exterior of the fridge, making the cans inside rattle loudly. "Where are the guns?" Levin asked. "There are 3 in Sarah's car." "Great." The iron bars on the window are severely bent, crushing the glass. The wood on the right wall is cracked, with some large gaps appearing. "We have to get out of here," Levin yelled at Kelly. "We must find a way out." He turned and ran to check the 2 restrooms behind the store, but quickly ran back. "There's one in the back, too." The situation was developing too quickly, all around them. Kelly saw a rotating cube appear on the screen, constantly flipping. She didn't know how to stop it. "Hurry up, Kelly," Abby said, looking at her with swollen eyes. "You can do it. Focus, come on." Everyone in the room was shouting. Kelly stared at the cube, feeling helpless. She didn't know what she was supposed to do. She didn't know why she was here. She didn't know what any of this meant. Where was Sarah? Abby stood beside her, urging, "Come on, click on one icon at a time, Kelly. You can do it. Keep going, stay focused." But she couldn't concentrate. The icons on the screen were spinning too fast, and she couldn't click on them accurately. To handle all the graphics, a balanced processor was needed. She stared blankly at the screen. She suddenly thought of many things that were unwelcome thoughts. The wires under the workbench. Hardwiring. So many images. Sarah talking to her in the trailer. "Hurry up, Kelly. The thing you need to do now. Find the exit." In the trailer, Sarah had told her, "Most of what people tell you is wrong." "This is important," Kelly, Abby shouted. He stood next to her, feeling a shiver all over. She knew he was focusing on the computer to control his emotions. The cracks in the walls widened. An 8-inch wide wooden board broke inward, and a velociraptor poked its head in, roaring with its mouth wide open. She was still thinking about the wires under the workbench. Her foot had kicked the wires under the workbench. The wires under the workbench. Abby shouted, "This is important." At that moment, an idea rushed into her mind. "No," she countered, "it's not important." With that, she left her seat and crawled under the workbench to take a look. "What are you doing?" Abby shouted loudly. But Kelly had already found the answer. She saw a cable on the computer leading through a small hole to the floor below. She saw a gap in the wooden floor and started to pry at that piece of flooring, pulling it up with force. Suddenly, the wooden board was lifted by her. She looked down and saw a pitch-black void. That's right. There was a narrow passage for maintenance of water and electricity lines, or more accurately, an underground tunnel. She shouted, "Found it!" The refrigerator fell forward onto the ground, and several velociraptors rushed in through the front door. Others smashed through the walls, knocking over display cases. A large number of velociraptors rushed in, roaring and searching around, and when they discovered Abby's bundle of wet clothes, they pounced on it and tore it to shreds in anger. They quickly searched everywhere, but the people inside were all gone. Escaping, Kelly held a flashlight, leading the way. They moved forward along the damp concrete wall in a line. At this moment, they had entered a tunnel with a cross-section of 4 square feet. On their left side was a row of flat cable metal racks. The water and gas pipes were laid along the ceiling. The tunnel smelled musty. She heard the squeaking of mice. They reached a fork in the tunnel, and she looked down both paths. The right tunnel was long and straight, extending into the darkness. She guessed this path led to the laboratory, The left tunnel was much shorter, with stairs visible at the end. She walked left. She climbed up a cement shaft, and then pushed open a wooden trapdoor overhead. She found herself in a storage room filled with cables and rusty pipes. Sunlight streamed in through broken windows. The others crawled up one after another, gathering around her. She looked out the window and saw Sarah, Harding rushing down the slope towards them. Harding was driving the Explorer swiftly along the riverbank. Kelly sat in the front passenger seat next to her. They saw a wooden sign indicating the direction of the boathouse up ahead. "So you found the clue from those images, Kelly?" Harding praised. Kelly nodded and said, "I just suddenly realized that what appeared on the screen wasn't important. What mattered was that a lot of data was being processed. Millions of pixels were rotating, which meant there had to be a cable. If there was a cable, then there had to be space to accommodate it. That space had to be large enough for workers to enter for maintenance, and that's what I thought of. So you checked under the workbench?" "Yes," she replied. "Great," Harding said. "I think these people owe you their lives." "No need for that," Kelly shrugged. Sarah glanced at her and said, "Throughout your life, others will try to steal your accomplishments, so don't give them up easily." The road by the river was muddy and overgrown with various plants. They heard the distant roar of dinosaurs coming from behind them. Harding drove around a fallen tree, and then they saw the boathouse ahead. "Oh no," Levin exclaimed, "I have a bad feeling." From the outside, the boathouse looked like a ruin, covered in vines, with several parts of the roof collapsed. Harding parked the Explorer in front of a wide door that swung open. A rusty padlock hung on the door, and everyone was silent. They got out of the car one by one and trudged through the muddy ground. "Do you really think there's a boat here?" Abby asked with doubt. Malcolm leaned against Harding, and Thorne pushed on the door with force. The rottenwood creaked and then split, causing the padlock to drop to the ground. Harding said, "Hey, support him." She draped Malcolm's arm over Thorne's shoulder, then kicked a hole in the big door that someone could crawl through and went in first, disappearing into the darkness. Kelly hurriedly followed her inside. "What do you see?" Levin asked as he pulled away the broken wood to make the opening a bit larger. A disturbed spider quickly scurried across the boards and vanished. "There's a boat here, great," Harding exclaimed. "It looks good." Levin leaned his head into the hole. "Oh," he said, "we're finally getting out of here." The next scene, Lewis Dodgson fell. He dropped from the Tyrannosaurus's massive jaws, rolling through the air and landing hard on a muddy slope. He almost passed out from the fall. His head hit the ground first, leaving him dizzy, and when he finally managed to open his eyes, he saw a dry dirt slope. He smelled a sour, rotten odor, then heard a chilling sound, a piercing scream. He pushed himself up with his elbows, realizing he had landed in a Tyrannosaurus's nest. Surrounding him were dirt slopes made of dry mud. There were 3 hatchlings in the nest, one of which had an aluminum sleeve wrapped around its leg. 3 cubs stumbled over to him, excitedly squealing. Dodgson quickly got up, momentarily at a loss. Another adult Tyrannosaurus stood further away from the nest, snorting contentedly and whimpering. The Tyrannosaurus that had captured him was right above his head. Dodgson saw the cubs moving towards him. He noticed their fuzzy long necks and mouths filled with sharp teeth. He turned to run, but the adult dinosaur beside him immediately lowered its head and knocked him to the ground. Then it raised its head, watching for his reaction. It stared quietly. What was happening? Dodgson was baffled. He carefully stood up again, but was knocked down once more. The 3 cubs kept squeaking, getting closer to him. He saw them covered in bits of flesh and excrement. He could smell it. He quickly lay on the ground, trying to crawl away. Something grabbed his leg, dragging him back. He turned to look, and the Tyrannosaurus was holding his leg in its mouth. This massive creature first gently held him, but soon bit down decisively. With a crunch, his bone was broken. Dodgson screamed in pain. He could no longer move, reduced to nothing but a pitiful cry. The 3 cubs eagerly stumbled in front of him. At first, they cautiously kept their distance, but then one suddenly lunged forward to take a bite. Later, since Dodgson did not evade, one cub jumped onto his leg and began to tear at the bleeding wound. Another cub jumped onto the top of his thigh, opened its sharp beak, and pecked fiercely at his waist. The 3rd cub slowly moved to his right cheek and bit down on it. Dodgson screamed loudly. He saw this cub tearing at the flesh on his face, blood dripping down its sharp beak. Then it suddenly tilted its head back and swallowed the piece of cheek meat. After that, it turned its head again, opened its sharp beak, and bit down on Dodgson's neck. Chapter 7. Untitled. After eliminating the harmful factors, some stability could be regained. The survival part is determined by chance. Ian Malcolm, off the island, a small boat, left the jungle behind and sailed into the darkness. Thorne piloted the boat through the rushing waters, the engine's vibrations echoing off the cave walls. To their left was a waterfall cascading down, a beam of light shining through the water curtain. They burst out of the darkness, crossing the turbulent waters between the steep cliffs and entering the vast sea. Kelly let out a joyful shout, opening her arms to hug Abby. She smiled, but flinched back in pain. Levin turned back to look at the island and said, I have to admit, I never thought we would escape. However, our cameras are still in place, and the uplink satellite communication is still working. I think we can continue collecting data, and eventually, we will get the answer to the dinosaur extinction. Sarah Harding looked at him and said, we might find it, or we might not. Why not? This is a perfect lost world. She looked at him skeptically. That's not the case at all, she said. There are too many carnivores, remember? Well, it looks that way. But we don't know. Richard, she interjected. Ian and I checked the files. They made a mistake on that island many years ago, back when the lab was still producing. What mistake? They produced dinosaur cubs, but they didn't know what to feed them. They had given them sheep's milk. That's fine. Sheep's milk has a low allergy response. But as these carnivores grew, they switched to a special raw juice containing animal protein. This juice was extracted from ground-up sheep. Levin still seemed unconvinced. Really? What's wrong with that? In zoos, they never use sheep juice, she explained, because it poses a risk of transmitting diseases. Diseases? Levin repeated quietly. What kind of diseases? Infectious proteins, Malcolm said from the other end of the boat. Infectious proteins, Harding continued to explain, are the simplest known disease components, even simpler than viruses. They're just protein fragments. They're too simple to invade animal or human bodies. They must be ingested. But once eaten, they cause diseases, scrappy in sheep, mad cow disease, and Kuru, which is a fatal central nervous system disease in humans. Dinosaurs contracted a disease called DX from consuming a batch of spoiled sheep protein juice. The lab had fought against this disease for years, trying to eradicate it. Are you saying they failed? At first, it seemed they had solved the problem. The dinosaur population thrived again. But then an accident occurred. The disease began to spread. Infectious proteins were excreted in feces, so it was likely excreted in feces? Levin said nervously, the Compsognathus ate this feces? Yes, the Compsognathus were all infected. They are scavengers, spreading the disease onto animal carcasses. Other scavengers also became infected. Eventually, all the velociraptors were infected. The velociraptors then attacked healthy animals, but they didn't always succeed. As long as they bit an animal, that animal became infected. Thus, the disease gradually spread throughout the island. That's the reason for the mass die-off of animals on the island. And this rapid succession of deaths explains why the number of carnivores on the island far exceeds our expectations. Levin clearly became anxious. You know, he said loudly, a Compsognathus bit me. I'm not worried. Harding said it could cause a mild encephalitis, but usually just a headache. We'll get you to San Jose for treatment. Levin began to sweat. He wiped his forehead and said, actually, I feel unwell all over. It takes a week to manifest. Richard, she said, I'm sure you'll be fine. Levin dejectedly sat back down. But the problem is, she continued, I don't believe this little island can help you fully explain the reasons for animal extinction. Malcolm turned back to gaze at the gray cliffs. After a moment, he said, maybe it should be that way, because the issue of animal extinction has always been a great mystery. On this planet, there have been 5 major animal extinction events, not all caused by asteroid impacts. Everyone is interested in the Cretaceous period that led to the mass death of dinosaurs, but there were also large-scale extinctions at the end of the Jurassic and Triassic periods. These extinctions were exceptionally severe, but they can't compare to the Permian extinction, which wiped out 80% of all life on this planet, both marine and terrestrial. No one knows the cause of that disaster, but I wonder if we might be the cause of the next extinction. How so? Kelly asked. Humans are very destructive. Malcolm said, I sometimes think we are a plague that could clean the earth completely. Our means of destruction are very sophisticated. Sometimes I think it may be our duty. Perhaps every few 100 million years, certain animals evolve to fight and eliminate other animals in the world, allowing evolution to transition to the next stage. Kelly shook his head, stood up, and left Malcolm, walking straight to the bow of the ship to sit next to Thorne. You heard what he said, right? Thorne asked. I don't take what he says too seriously. It's just a theory. Humans have to come up with these theories, but in fact, theories are just fantasies and are constantly changing. When America was just founded, people believed in something called phlogiston. Do you know what that is? No. Well, that's okay because it doesn't actually exist. They also believed that 4 humors determined human behavior and thought the Earth was only a few thousand years old. Now we believe that the Earth is about 4 billion years old. We believe in photons and electrons. And we think that human behavior is determined by things like the self and self-esteem. We think these beliefs are more scientific and perfect. Don't we? Thorne shrugged. They're just fantasies, not real. Have you ever seen self-esteem? Can you bring me one to put on a plate? And what about photons? Can you show me one? Kelly shook his head. No, but you can never do it because no matter how seriously people take them, they actually don't exist. Thorne spoke eloquently. 100 years from now, people will look back and laugh at us. They'll say, do you know what people used to believe? They believed in photons and electrons. Can you imagine such silly things? They will surely laugh heartily because by then, newer and better fantasies will emerge. Thorne shook his head and continued. Meanwhile, do you feel the course of the little boat? That's the sea. That's real. Do you smell the salt in the air? Do you feel the sunlight on your skin? All of this is real. Do you see us all together? That's real. Life is beautiful. To live in this world, to see the sun, to breathe the air is our blessing. Besides that, there is nothing real. Now, look at the compass and tell me where south is. I want to head to Cortez Harbor. It's time for all of us to go home.